The world changes, natural disasters strike, and everyone is forced to travel to a doomsday wasteland. In this desolate land, natural disasters such as acid rain, cold waves, swamps, etc. occur every once in a while, and even mutant creatures threaten survival. If you are not careful, you may die. However, dangers also coexist with opportunities. The wilderness also contains abundant survival supplies. Defeat mutant creatures and reap unexpected rewards. While other survivors struggled for meager resources, suffering countless casualties, or even returning empty-handed, one man roamed the wilderness alone. A zombie blocking his path? He dispatched with a single blow. Because Liu Yin had awakened the Doomsday Survival system. With this system, he could infinitely decompose and manufacture survival necessities, and even upgrade his shelter. At this moment, the game interface appeared before Liu Yan's eyes. It contained 6 options: personal information, chat, trading field, inventory, shelter, and leaders. The remaining features were left gray with the words, "to be opened." Liu Yan glanced through the features, feeling even more depressed. The apocalyptic game had unfolded in the second way he least wanted to see. He had been transported to another world, while his sister, Lu Xiaoyu, had been left behind in her own world. Alone. Suddenly, a reminder sounded in his mind. 15 days after the initial player release, a group of secondary players will be selectively released. Secondary players are considered relatives of the primary player, but do not have any game privileges. A main player with a subordinate player will bear the pressure of 2 people's survival simultaneously. This is a difficult test, but family ties are both a burden and a shield. Perhaps the presence of family can inspire greater potential. Player Liu Yan, after 15 days, can choose to deploy the subordinate player, Lu Xiaoyu. As the notification chimed, Liu Yan's lips curled up, eventually dissolving into a hearty laugh. Ever since his parents' death, he'd been responsible for the lives of 2 children. The burden of supporting his sister was nothing to him. He wasn't afraid of hardship or danger. The only thing he feared was separation. Now, his worries were completely gone. In 15 days, Lu Xiaoyu would also be dropped into this wasteland. All he had to do was build a safe and comfortable shelter during this time to welcome his sister. Ding! Doomsday Survival System, binding successful. System functions, smelting, manufacturing, decomposition, and upgrading. Daily ratings will be calculated based on the host's living environment, and rewards will be calculated based on the ratings. Survival points can be used to upgrade items and participate in lucky draws. Liu Yan was stunned for a moment, then looked back at the interface in front of him. Next to the original game interface, a new system interface suddenly appeared, displaying smelting, manufacturing, decomposition, and, at the bottom, daily assessment. 2 systems. Liu Yan's heart trembled, his eyes flashing with excitement. Obviously, the former was the basic system for all players, while the latter, the Doomsday Survival system, was the cheat code that belonged only to him. Meanwhile, the chat channel was already seething with activity. Why am I here all of a sudden? I'm so scared. Help! The wolves are chasing me. Ha ha! Is the Doomsday game real? I can finally kill to my heart's content. Do you have a safe house too? Have you chosen a location? The trading interface was also extremely simple, allowing players to freely list items and barter with no fees. As for the inventory, Liu Yan opened it and saw only 20 empty spaces. Absolutely nothing. When he clicked on the shelter button, a text message appeared. Level 1 safe house. Wooden, 130 square meters, 3 meters high, weak wind and water resistance, no fire protection. Can be placed above ground or underground. Please place the safe house as soon as possible. After nightfall, the temperature drops sharply, and terrifying beasts and unknown creatures roam the wilderness. The initial safe house, though crude, could provide shelter. The crucial decision was whether to place it above ground or underground. Liu Yan stood atop a 3-meter-high mound, gazing out into the distance. He saw no sign of water anywhere. The surrounding area was barren for several kilometers. If he rashly moved, he'd likely encounter a herd of beasts along the way. In his current state, he'd be courting death. He pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. Choose high ground and place it underground. Underground safe houses can effectively resist beast tides and cold waves. These disasters are almost unsolvable on the ground, but they are not a problem underground. As confirmation arrived, a red light flashed beneath their feet, and the mound shook violently and rose higher. Soon, A wooden door appeared beneath the mound, resembling the entrance to a cellar. The underground safe house has been placed. Pushing open the wooden door, Liu Yin could see inside through the darkness, using a ray of sunlight. The wooden frame was simple in shape, but it only had 2 load-bearing columns, and they were small and fragile. Personal shelter. Owner, Liu Yin. Space, 130 square meters, 3 meters high. Facilities, none. Description, lowest level shelter, lacks supplies, and is at risk of collapse. The load-bearing columns need to be reinforced, Liu Yin thought to himself. Luckily, he remembered there was a fir forest not far away, with straight, strong trunks perfect for supporting the columns. But he had no tools. All right, I have a plug-in. Liu Yin suddenly remembered the Doomsday Survival system and immediately clicked on Daily Assessment. Evaluation result. You now have an underground shelter. This is a good start. At least you don't have to sleep outdoors. Today's rewards: 30 survival points, 10 steel units, 10 stone units, 10 wood units, 500 milliliters of mineral water x20. 1 unit equals 1 kilogram. Next evaluation, 11 hours later, at midnight the following day. As the account was settled, the empty backpack instantly filled up. Yes, Liu Yan's eyes lit up. With the materials, I could make tools. He immediately opened the manufacturing interface, which was divided into subcategories such as tools, weapons, and daily items. From simple weapons to complex machinery, everything was available. However, the manufacture of each item required a certain level of proficiency. With his current weapon manufacturing proficiency level 1, he could only craft low-level weapons like spears and bows. Once his proficiency reached level 2, he would be able to craft muskets and flintlock rifles. Liu Yin opened the tools category and found the axe among the basic tools at the bottom. This kind of common tool could be made even with the lowest level of proficiency. In reality, if it was simply a matter of chopping down a tree, a saw, also considered a low-level tool, would have been more advantageous. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Liu Yin ultimately chose an axe. The reason is simple. While a saw is more efficient for felling trees, it's too narrowly focused, suited only to that task. An axe, on the other hand, can be used not only for felling but also as a primary weapon. If faced with danger in the wild, an axe is clearly far more practical than a saw. Materials required to craft an axe: 2 units of steel, 1 unit of wood. Craft now. Faced with the pop-up inquiry box on the crafting interface, Liu Yin clicked OK without hesitation. System: -2 steel, -1 wood. Consume 1 survival point. Successfully crafted a felling axe. Toolmaking proficiency +1, 1/30th. A 50-centimeter long axe appeared in his hand. The handle was made of rough, hardwood, offering excellent friction and resisting slipping even with sweat. The axe blade was gleaming, slightly different in shape from a typical farm axe, more like a crescent-shaped axe with a wide blade. Overall, it looked more like a weapon. Steel axe, low quality. A brand new steel axe, perfect for chopping and slicing. But be careful not to use too much force. Tools made from different materials have different grades. Liu Yin casually swung the axe a few times, finding it quite comfortable. Items produced by the manufacturing system are categorized into 3 grades: poor quality, normal quality, and excellent quality. Different materials significantly affect the quality of the finished product. As long as it works, he said, unconcerned with the axe's grade. His only concern now was reinforcing the safe house's supporting columns before nightfall. Pushing open the door of the safe house, Liu Yin carefully surveyed the surroundings. After confirming that there was no biological activity nearby, he quickly walked towards the small forest about 500 meters away. Not long after, Liu Yin arrived at his target location. Although it was called a small forest, in reality, there were only about 20 fir trees, 7 or 8 of which had long since dried up and decayed. He circled the woods and quickly selected 2 trees. These 2 fir trees were about the thickness of a bull, tall and strong, perfect for supporting pillars. These trees seemed quite hardy too. He tapped the trunks to test them. The sound he got back wasn't a dull thud, but a crisp, stone-like knock. Clearly, in the harsh wilderness environment, these trees have gradually evolved, becoming more resilient and tenacious. Felling a tree requires skill. You must first carve a wedge-shaped groove at the base of the trunk, then completely cut it off on the opposite side. This way, you can control the direction of the tree's fall and avoid injury. Lu Yin rubbed his hands, gathered his strength, and chopped towards the thickest part of the trunk at the bottom. Thud! The axe struck the tree, causing the trunk to tremble slightly. However, the subsequent strong recoil made his palms numb. These fir trees were incredibly hard. He rubbed his wrist, then swung the axe again to continue chopping. After 7 or 8 consecutive blows, a sudden crisp sound was heard. Several spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the axe blade. With just a light tap, the axe blade shattered directly. This scene stunned him for a moment. Although these fir trees were harder than ordinary fir trees, they were not stronger than steel axes, right? Could the props produced by the system be so fragile? Looking at the broken axe in his hand, and then at the only 3 or 4 centimeters deep gash in the fir tree, Lu Yin was stunned. He angrily threw the axe aside like trash. What a piece of crap. It's too inferior. It seemed the plan to reinforce the supporting columns would have to be postponed. An axe of this quality was simply unusable. Thinking of having to stay in this ramshackle safe house tonight, Lu Yin couldn't help but feel anxious. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him and long-forgotten memories gradually surfaced. 8 years ago, a mold factory near his old house closed down, leaving behind a mountain of unprocessed steel scraps. Lu Xiaoyu, then only 6 years old, had also collected some of the scraps, preparing to polish them into toy playing cards. During the production process, Lu Xiaoyu was surprised to discover that some steel sheets were incredibly tough, while others were as brittle as glass. Puzzled, she turned to her brother for advice. Lu Yin didn't know the reason at the time, but as a brother, he couldn't afford to show weakness in front of his sister. So, he spent the night researching and finally found the answer. The reason steel breaks isn't because the material is inferior, but because the carbon content is too high and the manganese content is too low, he confidently explained to his sister. Steel is an alloy made by adding carbon to pig iron. A high carbon content increases hardness, but reduces toughness. And manganese is a magical element. If you add 2.5 to 3.5% manganese to steel, you can make low manganese steel. Although this steel is strong, it is as brittle as glass and will break if you tap it. However, the solution is not difficult. Just continue to add manganese to about 13%, and you can produce high manganese steel. This kind of steel has both hardness and toughness and will no longer break easily. These words reappeared in Lu Yin's memory without omission. That's right, this is low manganese steel. He slapped his head and muttered to himself. This steel is almost the same as the one Lu Xiaoyu picked up back then. At that time, after listening to his explanation, Lu Xiaoyu looked at him with admiration and whispered, "Brother, you are so awesome." Lu Yin still remembers it vividly. It was from that day that Lu Xiaoyu, perhaps influenced by her erudite brother, developed a strong interest in reading and studying. To this day, even Lu Yin doesn't know how much she has read or how much knowledge she has mastered. In other words, as long as the steel is remelted into high manganese steel, an extremely tough axe can be made. Give it a try. He cheered up, picked up the broken axe and the scattered steel fragments on the ground, and opened the decomposition interface of the Doomsday Survival system. Do you want to decompose the broken axe? Yes. Decomposition successful, obtaining 1.8 kilograms of steel and 0.9 kilograms of wood. After decomposing the finished item, the obtained materials will be reduced by 1/10. He stared at the 2 piles of decomposed materials. The steel still had the word decomposable displayed above it. Continue decomposition. Decomposition success. 1.7 kilograms of pure iron, 0.034 kilograms of carbon, 0.051 kilograms of manganese, phosphorus, sulfur, no loss of original material after decomposition. Soon, his backpack was filled with 5 different materials, 4 of which were in the form of small, black, solid spheres. After a rough calculation, Lu Yin discovered that manganese accounted for approximately 3% of the steel's composition, which perfectly met the criteria for low manganese steel. He silently admired Lu Xiaoyu's cleverness. He had no idea that his childish act from years ago would actually help him solve his current problem. He then extracted another 6 units of steel and decomposed them, yielding 0.18 kilograms of manganese. He now had 0.231 kilograms of manganese, reaching the 13% standard for 1.7 kilograms of pure iron. Opening the smelting interface, he added 1.7 kilograms of pure iron, 0.025 kilograms of carbon, 0.231 kilograms of manganese, and a small amount of phosphorus and sulfur, and clicked to start smelting. For this smelting, Liu Yin deliberately increased the manganese content and reduced the carbon ratio. Smelting successful, consuming 1 survival point. Obtained 2 units of steel. Looking at the newly generated steel in his backpack, which had a slightly different color, he took a deep breath and opened the manufacturing interface again. Choose to craft. Axe, consume wood, steel, survival points. Crafted successfully. System. Toolmaking proficiency +3. April 30th. A brand new axe appeared in his hand again. Steel axe, excellent. Easy to cut. A high-quality steel axe that can easily cut through hardwood, stone, and bone. With it, your chances of survival will be greatly improved. Easy to fell. A special ability possessed by superior grade items, increasing cutting and felling efficiency by 100%. Liu Yin felt immense excitement as he read the description of the new axe in his hand. He turned abruptly and returned his gaze to the half-chopped fir tree. Bang! He swung his axe, and this time, the blade remained unbroken. 10 minutes later, a 15-meter-tall fir tree collapsed. The axe remained as sharp as ever, steady as a rock. It works, it really does. This is the true meaning of the saying, learn math, physics, and chemistry well, and you'll be fearless anywhere in the world. Sitting on a fallen tree trunk, Liu Yin laughed heartily. In this apocalyptic world, the importance of basic knowledge is simply beyond words. He suddenly thought of the books on materials science, metalworking, and elemental synthesis on the bookshelf in Lu Xiaoyu's room. It seemed that there were quite a lot of them. After resting for a few minutes, Liu Yin swung his axe again and felled a fir tree in front of him. Then, he cleared away the branches of 2 fallen trees, leaving only the straight and strong trunks. Trunk into 3-meter lengths, each one looking perfectly regular. This was a physically demanding job, and if Liu Yin hadn't been so physically fit, he would have collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. After 3 full hours, he had a pile of straight, clean wooden pillars in front of him, which he was quite satisfied with. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, picked up some dry branches, and put them in his backpack, and prepared to set off back to the safe house. Obtained 3M wooden pillars X8, fresh branches X182, dried branches X50. The system prompt arrived as promised. The most thoughtful thing about this game world is that all supplies can be stored in a virtual backpack, saving both worry and effort. He didn't have to worry about transportation and storage, which greatly improved his efficiency. However, as he collected more and more resources, his backpack would eventually run out of space. At that point, he would have to consider building his own warehouse to expand his storage capacity. As Liu Yin walked back to the safe house, he had only one clear thought in his mind: thirst. The dryness rising from the depths of his throat burned his nerves like a raging fire. The temperature in the wilderness under the scorching sun could easily soar above 40 degrees Celsius, and coupled with the intense physical exertion he had previously endured, he was already drenched in sweat. The massive loss of water had left him severely dehydrated, making every step difficult. In such an environment, dehydration is not only uncomfortable, but also potentially life-threatening. It can cause dizziness at the mildest, organ dysfunction at the worst, and even death in the wilderness. Although he was in a game called Doomsday Survival, Liu Yin never considered a joke. The pain, fatigue, and thirst in this world were all too real to be in a game. Death could very well mean the end of everything, not just a reload. While chopping down trees, the feedback from my body is completely real, with only a few things like the attribute panel being digitalized. This world is a doomsday hell disguised as a game, not a joke. Entering the safe house, Liu Yin was met with a momentary darkness, a momentary complication for him. He relied on the faint light filtering through the crack in the door to barely make out the interior. The light transmission is too poor, completely unsuitable for daily life, he muttered to himself. This was one of the drawbacks of the underground safe house. The ventilation, lighting, and drainage were all terrible. Standing in the dim room, Liu Yin couldn't help but lament that he felt like a rat, huddled in a pitch black hole. But he also knew that the most important thing right now wasn't comfort, but safety. Survival is paramount in the early stages. Comfort could be considered later. Compared to the wooden house above ground, this underground shelter at least offers effective protection against wild animals. Opening the system upgrade interface, Liu Yin pulled out the 8 sturdy wooden pillars from his backpack. 2 prompts popped up immediately. can be used to reinforce the safe house's load-bearing capacity, consumes 5 survival points. Can be split into stakes and used as a perimeter grill, consumes 5 survival points. Seeing the second item, he hesitated. Grills were indeed useful for keeping out wild animals, but the underground structure he had chosen already provided inherent protection. Furthermore, with limited resources, it was more cost-effective to prioritize them where they truly mattered. He chose to reinforce the load-bearing structure. Soon, with a flash of green light, 8 wooden pillars were evenly inserted around the safe house. The previously slack structure suddenly became much more stable, giving people greater peace of mind. Finally, I don't have to worry about getting smashed into a meat patty while sleeping one day. He took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, gulped down a few mouthfuls, and finally felt some strength restored to his body. Then he took out the fresh branches and began to process the bark. This step was not difficult, peeling, beating, and rubbing them into a fibrous material similar to thick rope. His goal was clear: to build a hammock. Anyone who has spent time in the wilderness knows that sleeping on the ground is incredibly dangerous. Not to mention the discomfort, the presence of venomous snakes, rats, and various insects alone is enough to drive one over the edge. Therefore, an elevated sleeping position was essential, and a hammock was undoubtedly the ideal solution. Although the system has the option of making a ready-made hammock, the materials required are nylon ropes, springs, hooks, etc. These modern crafts are simply not available at the moment, so they can only be made by hand using primitive methods. He worked from noon to dusk and finally made a bark hammock that looked not very pretty but was very sturdy. He fixed the hammock between 2 load-bearing pillars, tried to lie on it, and immediately felt relaxed. Hanging in midair was much safer and more comfortable than sleeping on the ground, and it gave him a long-lost sense of contentment. With the safety issue temporarily resolved, it was time to consider food sources and future plans. Luyan opened the in-game trading interface to see what other players were selling. In just one afternoon, the originally empty trading interface was filled with a dazzling array of goods. Seller: Han Siuan. Item: homemade stone axe, exchanged for 500 milliliters of purified water. Description: although it looks ugly, it can chop what is thick as a baby's arm. It's a life-saving item. Seller: Wu Xianghai. Item: 2 units of saltpeter, exchanged for 1,000 milliliters of purified water. Note: any explosive genius out there? Add some sugar, and you'll be transported from the Stone Age to the Firearms Age. Lu Yin was browsing the trading system when he noticed a particularly interesting transaction record and couldn't help but laugh. It was a completed transaction. The seller, Duan Wuda, had sold a 452 milliliters bottle of liquid. The product description reads, can quench thirst and treat dehydration syndrome, which seems very practical. However, after reading the buyer's message, Lu Yin immediately understood the trick, and his smile deepened. The buyer left an angry message. I thought it was iced tea, but it turned out to be urine. No wonder the dosage was in fractions and whole quantities. Duan Wuda, please don't let me meet you in the wilderness. If I do, I'll pull all your hair out and give you a beating. Seeing this, Lu Yin couldn't help but touch his chin. He thought this system was quite interesting. It actually allowed players to freely write product information. As long as the item they were selling could fulfill the function they described, it could be listed and traded smoothly, and no one would care about the authenticity of the details. From a survival perspective, urine can indeed quench thirst in emergencies, and theoretically, the seller isn't lying. However, this truth is a bit distasteful. After all, who would willingly drink urine unless they were on the verge of death? Duan Wuda's behavior wasn't necessarily immoral. He simply knew how to adapt to the situation better than anyone else in this wilderness. Survival here wasn't about how reasonable you were, but about how well you could adapt to reality and take advantage of the environment. Lu Yin continued browsing other product information, hoping to find something more useful for himself and his sister, Lu Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a new transaction information caught his eye, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Almost subconsciously, he clicked on it to view the details. The seller's name was Katalov, and he was selling a full 10 kilograms of wolf meat in exchange for 3,000 milliliters of purified water. Lu Yan's eyes widened, marveling at the man's incredible prowess. While everyone else was still picking up branches and banging on rocks, he'd actually hunted a wolf. However, after seeing Katalov's player information, he immediately felt relieved and felt that this matter was reasonable. Katalov, whose full name was Ahmed Kadylov, was from Chechen, a name that was also ranked high on the combat power list. Liu Yin had heard of this group of people before. They were a people whose very rumors reeked of bloodshed, their blood simmering with fighting instincts. It was said that where they marched during battles, even the yolks of eggs would scatter, and ants would have to be boiled before they dared to crawl again. Joking aside, Liu Yin was very clear. This wasn't someone to be trifled with. Being able to single-handedly take on a wild wolf wasn't a fluke. It was a skill. But no matter how powerful one might be, everyone was struggling to survive in the wilderness, and resources were the primary productive force. Whoever controlled scarce resources would seize the initiative. Liu Yin decided to negotiate a deal with this tough guy. After all, he was in urgent need of food, and his sister's illness needed meat to slowly recover. He immediately sent a private message. "Friend, I want to buy your wolf meat, but can you give me a discount?" In this environment of extremely scarce resources, bargaining is a must. No one will just give the other party a flat price. Soon, the other party responded, "How much can you offer?" Liu Yin said without hesitation, "Your price is too high. I can only sell 800 milliliters of purified water at most." This time, he cut the original price to nearly a quarter. He used the most common and ruthless trick: cut first and then negotiate. Elsewhere, the bearded Kadyrov, stepping over the wolf's corpse, eyes blazed with rage, lips cracked but tinged with a disdainful sneer. He licked his lips and quickly replied on the trading system, "Are you kidding? The most I can get down to is 1,500 milliliters." Kadyrov had initially set a high price, with his psychological bottom line being between 1,200 and 2,000 milliliters. Unexpectedly, Liu Yin slashed the price below the bottom line, which was hard for him to accept. Liu Yin remained calm and continued to persuade him. 1,500 isn't realistic. You know, water is more important than food. Without water for 3 days, you're dead. You must have spent a lot of energy fighting that wolf, right? If you don't drink water in time, be careful of dehydration syndrome. Kadylov was immediately furious and asked, "Are you threatening me?" "I'm just stating the facts," Liu Yin replied calmly, before adding, "Think it over carefully. I'll only wait 3 minutes. Once that's up, I'll find someone else to talk to. This opportunity doesn't have to be you." At this point in the conversation, Liu Yin ignored Kadyrov and simply closed the private chat box to continue observing the supply and demand situation in the entire trading market. He had long noticed that drinking water had become the most coveted commodity on the trading floor. Even among the thousands of transaction information, there wasn't even a single one selling drinking water. It was simply hard currency. It seemed that the system had set the players' initial placement locations in water-scarce areas, which invisibly gave them a huge advantage. With the 10 liters of mineral water he received as a system reward at the start, he was now like the richest water tyrant in the wilderness. He could use this water to exchange for precious supplies that others had painstakingly collected or hunted, while he could just sit back and reap the rewards. Whether others called him a profiteer or a thief, as long as he and his sister were safe and healthy, nothing else mattered. Surviving the apocalypse isn't about morality, it's about reality. Whoever survives one more day wins. As for how others lived, Liu Yin didn't care at all, nor could he consider everyone's feelings and fate. After closing the trading interface, Liu Yin opened the World Chat channel. The game's initial player base totaled 80,000, but they were spread across 7 continents. The wasteland he was in belonged to the Eastern continent, and the number of active players in this channel showed around 12,000. This meant that players from each continent could only communicate and trade within their respective regional channels. Although the system called it the World Channel, the more accurate term was Intercontinental Channel. After half a day of learning and adapting, everyone was noticeably calmer. The screens were no longer filled with requests for help and questions like they had been a few hours earlier. Useful information was now gradually appearing on the channel. "I just found a lizard-like monster in the wild. It has wings and looks like a miniature Western dragon. After I killed it, it dropped a wooden treasure chest. Inside was a lighter and a bag of gauze. I'm pretty lucky." Another message mentioned, "Supplies can be hidden in the dense forests of the wasteland. I just found a rusty kitchen knife. But everyone should be careful of poisonous insects and wild animals. They are disguised very realistically and can be attacked by surprise if you are not careful. But others were unlucky. You should have told me earlier. I was just digging through a pile of trees and got bit by a snake. My hand is numb. Is it poison?" Someone responded, "Is the snake's head round or triangular?" It's triangular. I'm done. I'm starting to feel dizzy too. I'm not going to die, am I? Don't worry. The triangular structure means it's a stable, dead end. Others were pleading for food. Can anyone give me some food? I haven't eaten all afternoon, and my blood sugar is low. The entire channel's discussion revolved around the question of survival. Almost everyone was worried about dinner and drinking water. Liu Yin observed the wasteland for a moment, gaining a general understanding of its current environment and rhythm. As the game's introduction stated, this wilderness was filled with both danger and opportunity. Defeating mutant animals would yield treasure chests. Searching around also offers a chance of finding useful survival resources. As long as one is unlucky and has some basic life skills, they can survive. However, those spoiled and ignorant young ladies and rich second generations will most likely be the first to be eliminated. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding dong. You have 2 private messages from the trading platform. Luyan clicked on it and saw a familiar name, Katalov. A smile curled his lips, indicating that his psychological tactics were working. Kadyrov, 10 kilograms of wolf meat and 1 wolf skin for 1,000 milliliters of purified water. This is the lowest price. If you don't accept, I will cancel the deal. Wolf blood tastes bad, but it's still a good drink. After reading the message, Liu Yin nodded with satisfaction. This offer was close to his expectations. Wolf pelts could be used to make warm blankets. At the start of the game, the system had warned him that the temperature difference between day and night in the wilderness was extreme. The sun had just set, and a cold wind was already blowing in through the cracks in the safe house's door. Water was only valuable in the early stages. Once everyone found a stable water source, the price would naturally drop. So Liu Yin didn't bargain any further, but instead made a small request. Add another 50 milliliters wolf's brain. Kadyrov quickly adjusted his offer, adding the wolf's brain and setting the price at 1,050 milliliters. Transaction completed. Liu Yan's backpack immediately overflowed with a pile of wolf meat and a wolf pelt, and the remaining 9,800 milliliters of drinking water was reduced to 8,750 milliliters. A moment later, Liu Yan took out another 300 milliliters of water from his inventory and posted it to the trading area. This time, he didn't set a price, but instead launched an auction. Seller, Liu Yan, item, 300 milliliters of purified water. Supplies required. Food, minerals, daily necessities, medicine, anything is fine out. I spent an entire afternoon digging for this. Last 300 milliliters left. Highest bidder wins. A single transaction message lit up the chat channel. What the hell? Someone's actually selling water. Did he actually find a water source? I dug my hands up and broke today, and I still haven't found a single drop. No one in the World Channel is claiming to have found a water source these days. Most people just find a little bit in treasure chests, and this guy's actually selling it. Anyone who dares to sell 300 milliliters of water like this must have over 3,000 milliliters in stock. If he can sell water at a discount, it means he's not in short supply. Someone else started posting a different post. I have a box of Durex from a treasure chest. Can I exchange it for water? As the channel exploded, the private trading chats were instantly filled. Brother, 20 units of wood for 100 milliliters of water is fine. Help me. I'm a billionaire from Morrow Street. Give me the water, and I'll give you half my fortune when we get back to the real world. Brother Yin, my mouth is dry and cracked. I really want to drink water. Can you give me some me too. Can you give me some water? In just a few seconds, the number of private messages exceeded 99 plus. Some of these messages were sincere, some were forced, and many came from real-world celebrities, wealthy businessmen, and thugs. Those once aloof personalities, in this doomsday game, all collapsed. Can you imagine that the goddess who usually appears arrogant and cool on TV is now acting cute and asking for water in a private chat? This also proves the saying, when you have enough resources, girls are more proactive than you think. At this moment, Liu Yin, controlling the water resources, was practically the absolute king of the trading channel. Life and death, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say, lay in his hands. Thinking of this, Liu Yin sighed. In the past 22 years, the only time a girl had approached him was with the words, "We're not suitable." Now, the tide had turned. He smiled faintly and quickly blocked all the sweet-talking private messages. Ultimately, he chose only the most substantial, high-priced deal to complete. These days, the least valuable thing in the wilderness is beauty, he muttered softly. When the sun rises tomorrow, it's uncertain whether those who rely on their looks to survive will be able to leave the safe house alive. In this wilderness survival world, identity and gender are not considered. Only true ability can ensure survival. Whether you're a celebrity or a nouveau riche, everyone must humble themselves. Transaction successful. Liu Yan exchanged 300 milliliters of drinking water for new supplies, including 500 g of almond cookies, 200 g of dried meat, 30 g of pepper, 100 g of lime powder, and a lighter. His drinking water had been reduced to 8,450 milliliters, but his backpack contained 5 more essential items. He checked the time. It was already 7:23 p.m. He had only been in this apocalyptic world for 6 hours. To get a handle on the situation, Liu Yan took inventory of his supplies. He had 8,450 milliliters of water, 10 units of stone, 9 units of wood, 7 units of carbon steel. Originally low manganese steel, but the manganese had been extracted to make it even stronger. He also had a steel axe, a freshly skinned wolf hide, and 10 kilograms of wolf meat. Add to that the biscuits, dried meat, and seasonings he'd just exchanged, and the safe house and hammock beneath his feet. These were his entire fortune on the first day of the apocalypse. To call him a small-time local tycoon was no exaggeration. Before night fell, Liu Yan left the safe house, carrying the bloody wolf skin in his hand. He picked a fir tree, used its forked branches to spread the wolf skin out, and stuck it on the ground in front of the house to dry. The fur must be processed promptly, otherwise it will rot and stink within a few days. Any remaining fat and meat scraps must be cleaned away, and if necessary, ants are used to remove the residue. The fur is then treated with sun-drying, wood ash, or lime powder to achieve a sterilizing and antiseptic finish. The wolf brains that Kadyrov had paid a huge price for were not for eating, but for use as a tanning agent. It sounded a bit disgusting, but it was necessary to make the fur soft and durable. These steps are tedious and exhausting, but there are no shortcuts in the wilderness. Even small, insignificant items in everyday life require many times the effort to make them here. After finishing all this, he felt sore all over, his muscles ached, and hunger gradually set in. His stomach growled a few times. Krefta Shiva requires 2 pieces of wood, 1 piece of steel. Confirm crafting. Liu Yan shook off the distracting thoughts and chose crafting. Soon, a fine shovel appeared in his hand. Special effect. Easy to dig. Increases digging efficiency by 100%. Consumes 1 survival point. Crafting proficiency increased to 7/30. After obtaining a shovel, Liu Yan dug a breathable earthen kiln in the open space in front of the safe house. He then used mud and stones to build a honeycomb-like structure. This type of kiln is common in rural areas and can be used to roast sweet potatoes, corn, and of course meat. He lit the dry branches he had picked up during the day, cut the wolf meat into finger-width pieces, strung them with branches, and roasted them in the fire. Although the earthen kiln could hide the firelight and make it difficult to see from a distance, the fragrance could not be hidden. Wild animals have a much more sensitive sense of smell than humans. Of course, he couldn't move the earthen kiln into the house, as that would create a risk of carbon monoxide poisoning in the enclosed space. Night deepened, and the wind across the wasteland grew icy cold. Visibility was no more than 8 meters, and occasionally the low growl of a wild animal could be heard in the distance. The air was thick with chill, giving me goosebumps not just from the cold, but also from the unease. The temperature could reach 40 or 50 degrees Celsius during the day, but plummet to below zero at night, even to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Even when he sat by the fire, he still shivered in the cold wind. The system's daily assessment is based on my living environment. The better the environment, the higher the score, and the richer the reward. So I can't be too frugal. I have to constantly improve my living conditions and form a virtuous cycle of resources rewards improvement. He analyzed in his mind while flipping the skewers. The current safe house only met basic survival needs, far from being comfortable. Lighting, ventilation, and drainage all failed to meet standards. After a moment's reflection, he decided to prioritize upgrading the drainage system. Drainage not only impacts comfort, but also safety. If it rained, the house would accumulate water, stinking and breeding bacteria, making it uninhabitable. Half an hour later, the fragrant wolf meat was finally roasted. He entered the house, bolted the door, and propped it up with thick branches, finally feeling at ease. He opened the crafting interface and, spending 4 units of wood, crafted a simple dining table, a bench, and 3 sets of tableware: a wooden cup, a plate, and a bowl. A plate of pepper-sprinkled grilled meat skewers, 10 almond cookies, a handful of dried meat, and a glass of water. On the first day of this apocalypse, Liu Yin had his own cabin and a hearty dinner. This was already a rare blessing. He arranged the food and sat upright. Life should have a sense of ritual, he whispered. Should I say something to commemorate this Last Supper? Some believers pray before meals, thanking God for the food. Liu Yin smiled. Thank God? No, I should thank myself. Liu Yin, you've worked so hard, and you deserve all this. He took a big bite of the barbecue, the juices oozing out as he chewed. My hungry body felt like it had found an oasis in the desert, and a sense of satisfaction washed over me. Almond cookies were crispy and fragrant, perfect for replenishing my energy. At this moment, nothing mattered more than eating. Soon, the food was gone. There's meat, biscuits, and water. Liu Yin, you did great today. May you continue to get stronger and stronger. Cheers! He laughed, raised his glass, and drank it all. The first night officially began. After eating and drinking, Liu Yin lay down on the hammock and fell asleep. But not all players had the same success. Many of them found their safe houses empty shells. They lay on the ground, starving and without food. Worse still, the real threat was just beginning. Under the cover of night, the wild beasts of the wilderness began to stir. Groups of creatures roamed the darkness, their azure eyes flickering like will-o'-the-wisp. They began to attack the exposed, safe houses on the surface. The wails, screams, and roars of wild beasts echoed throughout the wasteland, becoming the main theme of the night. And just after dawn, the world channel number that originally showed 11,865 surviving players became 9,860. Above the wasteland, the sun slowly rises, its faint light piercing through the darkness, bringing a new day. The morning light filtered through the cracks in the shelter, casting a shadow on Liu Yan's face. He drowsily opened his eyes. The air began to warm, the chill gradually receded, and everything began to quietly revive. In modern society, people are constantly being pushed by time. With the rapid development of technology and the increasingly compact pace of life, rushing to work, eating, and even sleeping feels like a compressed task. But in this apocalyptic survival game, Liu Yin actually felt more relaxed, the pace slower, and less anxious. He used to worry about whether his salary would be enough, whether clients would be difficult, and whether he would be late for the crowded subway in the morning. But now, the only thing he needed to worry about was how to survive, which actually made him feel much more at ease. Some people say that when you are hungry, you only have one worry. After you are full, worries will follow. In this apocalyptic world, Liu Yin only needed to solve the most basic survival problems, and his life became simpler. He jumped off his simple hammock and activated the daily assessment function in the game system. Day 2 of the apocalypse. You reinforce your shelter to prevent it from collapsing at night, increasing your peace of mind. Gain plus 5 survival points. You crafted a steel axe and shovel, greatly increasing your gathering efficiency, gaining plus 2 survival points. You wove a hammock to protect against snakes, insects, and moisture, gaining plus 1 survival point. You crafted tables, chairs, and tableware, survival points plus 2. You enjoyed your first dinner, feeling incredibly happy, survival points plus 5. Today's rating, C, reward, 14 survival points, item received, a set of worn leather armor. The current cumulative survival point total was 37. The rewards for this day were significantly reduced compared to the first day. Both the survival points and the items seemed much more modest. Liu Yin speculated that perhaps the system had assigned a higher value to the shelter built on the first day, resulting in an exceptionally generous reward. Today, these small tools like axes and shovels can only be considered auxiliary props. Moreover, the first day may also include a setting similar to a newbie gift pack, which is why such generous items are given out. In this Doomsday system, survival points are the most crucial resource. Whether it's crafting, smelting, or upgrading, they must be exchanged for them. Even decomposing items can be exchanged for some survival points. It is almost the universal currency in the game. He opened the upgrade page, wanted to see if the shelter could be further strengthened. Sure enough, 2 options popped up. Upgrade 1. Upgrade the shelter structure to stone, improving defense, costing 600 survival points. Upgrade 2. Add ventilation, drainage, and lighting systems, improving comfort, costing 800 survival points. Seeing this value, Liu Yin was discouraged. How long would it take to save up enough to upgrade? He took out his backpack, took out a few stones, and put them on the top, then checked the upgrade conditions again. The cost immediately dropped from 600 to 599, indicating that the materials were indeed offsetting the cost. This gave him a rough idea of how the system worked. If he had the materials, upgrading would save him some survival points. If the materials are insufficient, the system will buy them for you, but it will cost more points. This also means that if you want to use pure survival points to upgrade a building, the cost will be ridiculously high and completely uneconomical. He glanced at the shelter's several load-bearing pillars. If the system were to upgrade them, it would likely take more than 5 points, perhaps dozens, or even hundreds. He gave a wry smile. The current points weren't nearly enough to afford a luxurious upgrade to his living environment. I still need to collect more and explore more. I can't save anything by hiding in the shelter every day and relying on the system rewards. Thinking of this, he picked up the axe and walked out of the shelter. A ray of morning light shone through the crack in the door. He gently pulled open the latch, and a cool breeze carrying sunlight blew in. Feeling refreshed, he raised his axe and looked around, carefully patrolling the shelter. The earthen kiln he'd built last night was still there, and the wolf hide had dried, becoming even tougher. After making sure there was no danger around, he opened the chat channel to check on the other players. As soon as he saw the results, his face changed. Only 9,860 people remained. In just one night, the death toll had skyrocketed by over 2,000. In other words, the mortality rate was as high as 15%. And it was only the next morning. If this trend continued, less than a third of the players would be alive in a week. The channel was filled with wailing, some devastated, some begging for help, and even more sharing their horrific experiences from the previous night. I'm going crazy. The wolves outside have been banging on the door all night. I thought I was going to die tonight. I saw a player's shelter being breached with my own eyes. He was dragged out by wolves and torn to pieces. He was gone in 3 minutes. Who can save me? I'll give it all. I'm 172 centimeters tall, and my measurements are. Many people have resorted to using their bodies as bargaining chips, just for even the slightest chance of survival. The pressure of survival exposes human nature, and the social order in this apocalyptic world has begun to collapse. Luyan read these remarks and calmed down. It seems nighttime is when wild animals are most active, he muttered to himself. He was thankful he'd chosen an underground shelter. Even though it was damp and dark, it was much safer than the exposed shelters above ground. Many players, in pursuit of comfort and light, disregarded the very essence of survival, resulting in heavy casualties overnight. Without weapons, organization, or shelter, humans in the wilderness were nothing more than the bottom of the food chain. Lu Yin lit the kiln fire again, roasted a few pieces of air-dried meat, and casually opened the trading interface to check. After a night, drinking water remained scarce in the market, and the price was even higher than yesterday. Suddenly, he noticed a new item. The seller, nicknamed Su, was offering 3 items: 30 pheasant eggs, 100 grams of salt, and a length of nylon rope. She wanted to trade them for 300 milliliters of drinking water. Lu Yin barely hesitated, clicking the trade button and closing the deal. While eggs provided protein and salt helped maintain electrolyte balance, these weren't what he needed most. What really caught his eye was the length of nylon rope. Nylon rope is a very practical item in the wilderness, especially suitable for use as bowstrings. Although Lu Yin already has a steel axe in his hand, the wilderness is full of mutant creatures and many dangers are unpredictable. It is unwise to engage in a head-on confrontation before you understand the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. In contrast, long-range weapons are much safer, especially when hunting, as they can avoid many close-quarters risks. On the second day after the apocalypse, after finding food and water, Lu Yin set 2 new goals for himself. First, he wanted to fix the drainage problem in his safe house to prevent heavy rain from flooding in. Second, he wanted to make a bow, prepare for hunting, and get the treasure chest. Because the high-level resources in the wilderness are hidden in mutant beasts, killing them will reveal treasure chests. These treasure chests may contain various rare items, such as guns, medicine, generators, and other technological products. These items will not spawn naturally on the map, and can only be obtained from treasure chests. As long as Lu Yin can get good items, he can establish a survival advantage faster than other players, creating a snowball effect. After the transaction was completed, Lu Yin casually threw 2 pheasant eggs into the fire to roast. At the same time, he put up another 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water for auction. The transaction conditions were the same as yesterday, continuing the high bitter winds model. Then, he circled the safe house and began to observe the feasible location of the drainage channel. When placing the safe house, he chose a small mound, and after placing it, the entire terrain formed a natural, gentle slope. This made drainage much simpler, as he only had to ensure that rainwater would not flow back into the door. He planned to dig an inverted L-shaped drainage ditch in the low-lying area in front of the door to divert rainwater dozens of meters away. This design wasn't very technical, but it was practical and sufficient to handle moderate rainfall. After figuring it out, Liu Yin picked up a shovel and got to work. The soil was hard, and digging each shovelful of dirt took considerable effort, but he was used to it. Ever since his parents died, he had done all the hard work at home, repairing the roof, laying tiles, digging a cellar, growing vegetables. None of it was unfamiliar to him. Plus, the shovel in his hand had the easy digging special effect, so digging wasn't that difficult. After about half an hour, the outline of a drainage ditch was complete, but it was still only 10 centimeters deep. The next task is to continue to dig deeper to increase drainage capacity to cope with possible heavy rain. After working for a while, he stopped and sat by the fire, which was almost gone. He used a branch to scrape out the burnt egg, peeled the shell, and a burst of fragrance filled his face. The egg white was chewy and jelly-like, with a light fragrance, while the yolk was orange-red and had a creamy texture. This tasted 10 times better than the feed eggs he had eaten before. He finished the 2 eggs quickly, one bite after another. He looked at the remaining 28 eggs. Although he was tempted, he suppressed his desire and decided to store them for later. When surviving the apocalypse, the most important thing is to control consumption and live a steady and long-term life. He broke up the remaining dried meat, soaked it in 200 milliliters of drinking water, and swallowed it, feeling instantly energized. After resting enough, he picked up his shovel and went back to digging the drainage ditch, making even faster progress than before. At this rate, his drainage system should be finished before the hottest time of the day arrives. While he was busy working, the World Channel suddenly became busy. Because he had posted the drinking water offer again, the channel immediately erupted in excitement. Zhang Wu was the first to speak up. Fuck, Lu Xun strikes again. Then Hongwen popped up. He already traded over 1.5 liters of water yesterday, and today he sold another 800 milliliters. Did he find the source of the water? Yang Chunmei started cursing. Liu Yin, you can't keep the water privately. God's gift must be shared. Isn't that right, everyone? The channel was instantly flooded with comments like agree, support sharing, and love more. But not everyone bought into it. Li Cheng stood up and retorted. Is the person above crazy? Can you survive the apocalypse and show great love? He also revealed that Yang Chunmei had just exchanged 20 kilograms of instant noodles yesterday, but now she is trying to morally blackmail others? In the end, Yang Chunmei simply quit the World Channel and was scolded by Li Cheng before leaving. The channel became a heated argument, with some people scolding Liu Yin for being selfish, while others supported him. At this moment, Liu Yin, the protagonist, had no time to pay attention to the group. He continued to focus on his drainage project, working for a full 3 hours. Finally, before him, a drainage ditch about 40 meters long was completely formed. Liu Yin squatted on the ground. Although the drainage ditch in front of him could drain water, he still felt uneasy looking at the bumpy dirt ditch. After all, if there were no stone reinforcements, the earthen ditch would collapse and become blocked sooner or later after a few heavy rains. Once the soil was softened by water, it would become a hidden danger. He went to the trading house and looked around, but found nothing, not even the raw materials needed to make concrete, let alone concrete. Liu Yin knew waiting was no use, so he decisively called up the system interface and prepared to activate the system's built-in upgrade function to solve the problem. After glancing at the drain, the system immediately prompted him, revealing 2 upgrade options. The first was to reinforce it with stone, increasing its strength, corrosion resistance, and ease of cleaning. This would require 80 survival points, but it would be susceptible to damage. The other option was to use plastic pipes and stone for underground piping. This was more concealed, less susceptible to damage, and also inhibited bacteria and odors, but it was difficult to clean. Underground drainage was naturally superior, but Liu Yin glanced at his resource reserves and sighed. He didn't have enough survival points, so he had to use the first option for now. He opened his backpack, took out the remaining 10 units of stone, and placed them next to the drainage ditch. The survival point requirement for the upgrade dropped from 80 to 75. He stroked his chin, then went around to the back of the safe house and picked up some scattered stones, adding them to the original stone. After the system recognized it, the points required to upgrade dropped to 74, which made Liu Yan's eyes light up. This showed that the system was not picky about the material of the stone. Whether it was pebbles or as long as it was stone, it would work. He began to wonder, if we only look at the quantity, does that mean that if we collect enough stone, we can even upgrade our safe houses with stone? This discovery excited him. He simply spent an hour collecting almost every stone within a 1-kilometer radius. Unfortunately, there were no mountains nearby, so the amount of stones I could find was limited. After picking them all up, I only managed to find about 10. The system updated the upgrade requirements again, and this time the required survival points became 70, which was still not enough. The sun was already mid-height, scorching the ground. Liu Yan's palms were blistered, and he knew he couldn't delay any longer. To complete the upgrade before the peak heat, he had to take a quicker approach, heading directly to the market to buy goods. With drinking water as his universal currency, Liu Yan is confident. He can now say that there's a market for anything he can trade for water. Some might think it's a waste. Water is so important. Why not conserve it and go find stone from afar? But Liu Yan knew that in this world, time and resources were equally valuable. Traveling long distances was exhausting, requiring more water and food, making it simply not worthwhile. Rather than spending 2 days and paying a price that outweighed the benefits, it would be easier and more efficient to trade directly for drinking water. Besides, the apocalypse had just begun, and stone was everywhere. Almost no one took it seriously, as a little water could easily be exchanged for a large amount. So Liu Yan posted a trade: 10 milliliters of drinking water for 30 units of stone, with a limit of 3 exchanges per person. Within seconds, transaction notifications began to sound. Seeing these transaction records, Liu Yan knew his gamble had paid off. For many players still struggling with water shortages, this trading trash for water method was a lifesaver. After all, no one was willing to spend water to buy stone materials at the moment. Stone was basically waste, no one would buy it, and it couldn't be sold. Now that Liu Yan was willing to buy it, everyone naturally bought it, and some people began to speculate about his real intentions. The World Channel immediately became lively, with chatterboxes constantly flooding the screen. Duan Xiao, why does he need so much stone? Can he use it now? Hongwen, Road God, there's a mine next to my safe house. I'll take care of all the stone you need. Li Qianan, could it be he's trying to use this method to help those without water? Lu Shan, yes. He's afraid that simply giving away water would be too conspicuous. So he's using the stone for water method, letting everyone work hard to earn water. Everyone was buzzing with analysis, some even crowning Liu Yan a savior, completely oblivious to the fact that he simply wanted to upgrade a drainage canal. Seeing the increasing number of praises in the channel, Liu Yan didn't bother to explain. After all, the misunderstanding wasn't a bad thing. It actually earned him a lot of reputation. In the apocalyptic world, reputation may not be as immediately valuable as resources, but it is definitely a priceless treasure in the later stages. You lost 1,000 milliliters of drinking water, you gained 3,000 units of stone. After the transaction was completed, a small mountain of stones formed in front of Liu Yan. He immediately began to place these stones into the drainage ditch in batches. As the stones were gradually added, the survival points required by the system continued to decrease. After adding 540 units of stone, the survival points dropped to 20 points and stopped decreasing. It seems that the system's support for cost saving is also limited. Once the stone limit is reached, adding more is useless. To further reduce the cost, we need to add concrete, but that's currently unavailable. Of course, even with all the materials, the system still charges a labor fee. The previous upgrade of the load-bearing columns cost 5 points, so upgrading the drainage channel this time for 20 survival points is reasonable. Confirm upgrade. Liu Yan chose the upgrade option without hesitation. A crisp notification sounded, and a green light enveloped the drainage ditch like a magical baptism. When the light faded, the once chaotic jumble of stones had transformed into smooth slabs, neatly paving the entire ditch. The gaps between the slabs were tightly packed with cement, giving them a sturdy and beautiful appearance, like a hand-carved work of art. This drainage ditch stretched from the front of the safe house to the depression 50 meters away, forming a solid line of defense. A complete drainage channel, drainage performance, excellent. Impermeability, excellent. Function, can guide accumulated water away from the safe house during heavy rain to prevent backflow. Description, invincible anti-side leakage, intimate and safe, dry, and not damp every month. Stone drainage ditch in front of Lu Yin looked nothing like it had been artificially constructed. Its surface was as smooth as if it had been naturally formed. He struck the ditch, and the axe gave a heavy, reverberating kick. Its solidity was truly astonishing, rivaling even the finest craftsmanship. He felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. With this drainage ditch, at least he didn't have to worry about the safe house being flooded by rainwater. Although the wilderness seemed dry and water scarce, he discovered alluvial soil while digging the ditch, which was only found in riverbeds or rainy areas. Digging another 30 centimeters deeper, the soil becomes moist, indicating that there is actually a significant amount of water underground, making it not a truly arid zone. The high temperatures and flat terrain of the wilderness make it difficult for water to accumulate, and surface water evaporates quickly, leading to the misconception that this area is perennially dry. Based on actual observations, it seems that not only will it rain in this area, but it may even rain quite frequently, but the water will drain away quickly. Standing by the drainage ditch, he muttered to himself, "Most people are still struggling to find water. No one realizes that heavy rain could be the next threat." He looked up at the sky. The sun was at its zenith. The temperature was over 45 degrees Celsius, and the wet soil he had just turned over had dried into a charred shell. The air was dry and hot, making it difficult to breathe. Lu Yin frowned, cursed, and carried his tools back inside. The ultraviolet rays at noon are as sharp as a knife, and prolonged exposure can easily cause burns and even peeling of the skin. The extreme climate of the wilderness almost restricts human activities. It is impossible to leave the safe house at noon or late at night. From 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., the heat is as fierce as a furnace, while from midnight to 7 a.m., it's as cold as an ice cellar. This means that for 11 hours a day, players are completely unable to go out and can only hide in safe houses to save their lives. If the system doesn't adjust the temperature later, we'll be in real trouble, Lu Yin muttered, but his eyes grew more determined. He pulled out his backpack, took out nylon rope and some thick fir branches, and prepared to begin his next goal, making a bow. While these 11 hours were dangerous, they also presented opportunities. Midday, when beasts were laziest, was ideal for hunting. Late at night, on the other hand, was ideal for surprise attacks and ambushes. If he could survive the extreme weather, his control would be greatly enhanced. Therefore, improving his physical fitness became a top priority. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining. If you want to survive, you have to make your body tougher than a bison and more ferocious than a lion. Although it sounds a bit crazy, no one can predict what items will drop in this game. Maybe there will really be strengthening drugs. Putting these thoughts aside for the moment, he activated the system's crafting function and chose to craft a longbow. The required materials were simple. Any wood plus a bowstring, and one survival point was enough to complete the crafting. He decisively clicked confirm production. With a flash of light, the materials vanished, and a longbow appeared before him. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise at having crafted an excellent, grade longbow. The white spruce wood and nylon string, though only considered medium-quality materials, felt surprisingly good in the hand, the bow smooth and comfortable to the touch. He pulled the bowstring. It was flexible and elastic, with a perfect curvature. He had to admit, this bow was a success. Longbow, excellent, easy to hit. Full moon power, 50 kilograms. Maximum range, 200 meters. Effective range, 120 meters. Description: under a full moon, heavy arrows can penetrate 9 centimeters thick oak, and light arrows can penetrate 3 centimeters. Hunting time. Looking at these attributes, Lu Yin was filled with joy. This weapon's lethality was far greater than he had expected. It was practically a hunting weapon. He struck while the iron was hot and used the remaining fir wood and carbon steel to craft a set of 20 arrows, using only one survival point. The arrows were made of carbon steel. While not top grade, they were much stronger than ordinary steel and strong enough to withstand wild beasts. However, when he actually saw these arrows, he was stunned. The system had actually produced featherless arrows. The arrow's tail had no feathers, only a series of water-like grooves, which puzzled him for a moment. But he soon realized that this was an aerodynamic design that controlled the flight trajectory through the grooves. This design, like the rifling of a bullet, stabilizes flight even without feathers, increasing penetration and speed. He immediately began test shooting in the safe house to test the power of this bow, an arrow. Arrow after arrow shot into the wooden board. At first, the landing points varied greatly, but with practice, he gradually mastered the technique. After 3 hours of practice, he could control the target of 20 arrows within half a meter, showing rapid improvement. But the price was obvious. His shoulders and arms were so sore they felt like they were about to break. He couldn't help but curse. Previous games were so misleading. Who said archers were just ranged, fragile creatures? That's because they've never pulled a real bow. Archers not only needed to be accurate, but also incredible arm strength and endurance. Otherwise, a few hits would cripple their arms, and they wouldn't be able to hold on. Only then did he truly understand that those ancient archers had to be incredibly strong men, otherwise they wouldn't be able to pull this thing. After a short rest, he felt his soreness ease a little. It was getting dark, so he decided to go out and take a look while the night was still cool. The wolfskin at the door of the safe house was still propped up, swaying gently in the breeze, but Liu Yin suddenly stopped. His gaze was fixed on a spot less than 3 meters in front of the wolfskin. His breathing quickened and cold sweat streamed down his back. That morning, he had sprinkled some soft soil on the ground, and now a footprint suddenly appeared on the surface. Toed structure of ordinary cats. The paw print was about 8 centimeters wide. Liu Yin squatted down to examine it carefully and initially determined that it was left by a small or medium-sized beast, perhaps a cheetah or perhaps a juvenile tiger. In short, it was no ordinary small animal. He carefully searched around the claw marks and found more than one such mark scattered throughout the safe house. However, some of the soil was hard, leaving only shallow marks that were almost imperceptible without careful observation. What chilled his spine was that one of the paw prints was less than 50 centimeters from the entrance to the safe house. This meant that while he was practicing archery, a wild beast was most likely not far away, staring at him silently. Realizing this, Liu Yan's heart trembled, a chill running down his spine and into the back of his head. He remembered how he had only opened a small crack, about 30 centimeters wide, to let in some sunlight, propped up with a wooden stick. But such a bar couldn't stop a real beast. Liu Yan's face grew serious, and a wave of fear washed over him. He began to reflect on his own carelessness. The illusion of smooth sailing during the early days of the apocalypse had indeed made him ignore the reality of danger that could strike at any moment. He had originally thought that wild animals generally wouldn't come out during the midday heat, but reality had dealt him a resounding blow. Surviving in the wilderness required more than empiricism. A single inattention could cost one's life. Perhaps the beast saw I was armed and didn't dare attack. He forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation carefully. The most important question at this moment was, what exactly was it? Was it still nearby? His mind raced, reviewing his equipment. What were his chances of success if he faced this thing head-on? After much deliberation, he came to only one conclusion. It was a disaster. If a fight really came to this, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. In this apocalyptic world with no medicine or doctors, being injured was undoubtedly a slow death. We need to figure out what kind of monster this is first, he muttered to himself, then opened the world channel within the game system. He took a photo of the paw prints and uploaded them to the channel, sending a message to all players for help, offering a reward for information leading to the truth. The channel quickly became lively, with many people offering their own guesses. Some said it resembled a leopard, others a puma, and still others insisted it was an African leopard. But everyone soon discovered a common suspicion. Cats typically only have 4 toes touching the ground. The 5th is a dangling toe, which doesn't leave a mark. So where did the 5th paw print come from? The discussion gradually shifted towards the topic of mutation. A player named Chun Nan suggested that it might be a deformity caused by a genetic mutation or even a mutated creature in the apocalypse. Liu Yan's heart tightened. He had to take this possibility seriously. At this moment, he received a private message from someone with the ID Zhao Ruifeng. I know what this is. Seeing this line of words, Liu Yan immediately perked up. He asked directly, as long as you can provide detailed information, I am willing to exchange it for 150 milliliters of drinking water. Zhao Ruifeng didn't waste any time. quickly sending a series of systematic messages. This was a mutant feline called the golden lynx, belonging to the subfamily Feline and genus Lynx. It was a level 1 mutant, with 3 golden stripes on its head. Most distinctive was its 5th claw, a massive dangling finger containing a trace amount of paralytic toxin. An adult was approximately 80 centimeters long and weighed 25 kilograms. The most dangerous thing about this cat is that once it sets its sights on prey, it will lie in wait for an opportunity to attack. However, this creature is not without weaknesses. Due to its mutated claws, it moves slowly and reacts slower than ordinary cats. It is also fearful and timid, and will flee immediately if injured. The golden markings on its head are very fragile bones, which is considered its most vulnerable point. The system determined the threat level to be low. As long as the person was an adult male holding a cold weapon longer than 40 centimeters, there was a high chance of killing him. Seeing this information, Lu Yin couldn't help but frown and asked Zhao Ruifeng, "How do you know so much?" Zhao Ruifeng sent a photo of himself holding a book. The title was clearly Elementary Monster Manual. He'd found this manual in a treasure chest, and it contained information on various mutant beasts and how to identify them. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a treasure. He immediately offered a high price for it, but Zhao Ruifeng politely declined, saying he was keeping it for himself. However, he also stated that this information was just a friendship, and he wouldn't accept any extra money. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ruifeng closed the private chat window and didn't respond to his next message. This made Lu Yin laugh and cry, not knowing whether to say that the other party was generous or deliberately making him owe him a favor. He preferred direct transactions and disliked the idea of arranging favors. But then he thought his current fame seemed to have made people willing to actively seek him out. This was also a sign of growth, perhaps. Without giving it any more thought, he quickly ran to the roof of the shelter and, from his commanding vantage point, carefully scanned his surroundings. Since the mutant lynx had set its sights on him, it must be lurking nearby. He cast his gaze around, the mounds, the sand, the grove. Everything seemed quiet, but he didn't relax. Just as his eyes swept across a patch of withered bushes 300 meters away, a flash of golden light passed by, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch. Lu Yin glanced at it from the corner of his eye, then withdrew his gaze as if nothing had happened. But in his heart, he was already on the alert. He knew in his heart that the mutant lynx was still nearby, and the information Zhao Ruifeng had provided was indeed useful. At least one thing was true. Once that mutant creature set its sights on a target, it would hold on like a hunter. The creature didn't leave, but crouched in the bushes not far away, motionless like a statue, staring in the direction of the safe house. It was not in a hurry. It had plenty of patience, just waiting for the most appropriate opportunity to quietly kill its prey. Lu Yin imagined what would happen if he had not discovered the footprints and continued to sit in front of the earthen kiln and grill meat at night. He feared the beast would take advantage of the cover of darkness to pounce from behind and bite his neck, instantly killing him. Or, if he went out to forage for supplies without knowing what was happening, he would be paralyzed by the poison as he passed through the bushes, unable to move. Thinking of these scenes, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back, and his body stiffened slightly. He did not alert the enemy, but simply walked around in front of the house, then quickly returned to the safe house and locked the door. Sitting in the dimly lit room, his mind raced over countermeasures. The apocalypse had just begun, and this phase was crucial. If you were trapped or injured at this point, the consequences would be disastrous. Was he supposed to remain huddled in his safe house, waiting for the beast to leave on its own? Absolutely not. Lu Yin immediately rejected the idea, a look of determination in his eyes. It seemed there was only one choice now, and that was to take the initiative, either force it to retreat or kill it with one strike, eliminating the threat forever. If I just hurt it and drive it away, it will come back sooner or later, and that will be troublesome. He touched his chin while thinking and made a decision in his heart. The vengeance of wild beasts is not unheard of. If you let one escape, it might become even more difficult to deal with later. If you're targeted by a vengeful mutant, whether you're out gathering, hunting, or just relaxing at home, you must exercise extreme caution. Sooner or later, your spirit will break, and you'll either be driven mad by fear or dragged into a desperate situation. The question is, how do I kill it? Lu Yin fell in a deep thought. Dig a trap? No, That creature's eyes are always on me, so it's sure to notice something's wrong. Poisoning? That's not going to work either. That creature has a terrifyingly keen sense of smell, and it won't eat meat laced with poison. Various plans flashed through his mind, but he rejected them one by one. Killing it is possible, but taking it without taking any damage is the key. He frowned, hesitant. This was too sudden. There was no time to prepare in advance, and many plans would be impossible to implement. He glanced at the longbow and steel axe beside him, and a plan gradually formed in his mind. Looks like the only way to kill him is with a poisoned arrow. He immediately opened the trading panel. He placed a 200 milliliters bottle of drinking water on the shelf, noting that it needed to be exchanged for a potent poison. The stronger the better. Poison was already rare, but his previous transactions had garnered considerable attention, and this time, someone responded immediately. Although it was the early days of the apocalypse, the player base was vast, so someone would definitely have the goods. It just depended on whether the price was high enough. Soon, he completed a deal with a player named Zhao Qing, exchanging water for 5 grams of golden poison dart frog venom. A system notification chimed, and a small glass bottle appeared in his hand, with a little golden, viscous liquid flowing through it. The golden poison dart frog, one of the most venomous amphibians on Earth, is small and beautiful, yet incredibly deadly. Its bright appearance is just camouflage. The real terror lies in the venom trapped within its skin. Just 0.1 milligrams can kill 5 adults. This alkaloid toxin can quickly enter the bloodstream through the skin and wounds, causing the heart to stop beating within 3 minutes. It can be said that this is nature's most beautiful and deadly weapon. Lu Yin carefully shook the bottle, then uncorked it, took out a piece of plant fiber, dipped it in the venom, and meticulously applied it to the arrowhead. He was incredibly focused throughout the entire process, meticulously treating each arrowhead, even the edge of the steel axe. Soon, 20 arrows and a steel axe were coated with poison. He resealed the vial and put it away. He then dug into his bag and pulled out the leather armor he'd received as a reward for today's assessment, preparing to equip himself. It was old bison hide, tattered and worn, but the steel axe barely left a mark on it. It's quite sturdy. Lu Yin nodded with satisfaction, put on his leather armor, and then made a simple quiver out of tree bark and carried it on his back. He put the steel axe on his waist, picked up the longbow, took a deep breath, and carefully pushed open the door of the safe house a crack. He didn't leave immediately, but instead observed the bushes through a gap to confirm that the mutant lynx was still there. After confirming that there was no ambush nearby, Lu Yin walked out decisively, fully equipped and with a determined look. He did not rush to the lynx's hiding place, but chose to take a long detour and head back to the woods. He first dug 2 small traps in the ground, simulating his daily activities and trying to lower the lynx's vigilance. He then went to the woods and gathered a pile of dead branches, pretending to continue roasting meat in front of the earthen kiln. He did all this calmly, making it look like he was just going about his daily business of gathering and building a fire. After about 20 minutes of work, he slowly turned around and approached the bushes. Lu Yan's heart began to beat fast at the thought of facing a ferocious feline beast. He tried to relax, but his body was involuntarily tense, like a fully drawn bow, ready to burst at any moment. He didn't stare at the bushes, but instead looked around consciously, pretending to be clueless. In his mind, he quickly analyzed the situation. This creature's speed should have been an advantage, but its 5th dangling finger had mutated into a poisonous claw, which must have sacrificed its speed. This way, its overall threat was actually reduced a bit. As long as he didn't get too close and couldn't be touched by it, you could still fight it. Lu Yan's plan was very clear. He didn't intend to engage it in close combat. He wanted to get close enough to shoot it with a bow and arrow, and then hit it with a single shot. Almost 10 meters. But now, the distance between him and the bush was still a full 100 meters. He walked forward at a steady pace, without any artificial speeding or slowing down, approaching his target as naturally as possible. 80 meters. 70 meters. His heartbeat began to accelerate, and Lu Yin could feel the tension in his body rising. 60 meters. 50 meters. His mouth felt dry, and his throat tightened. 30 meters. He finally made out the familiar tufts of black ear hair in the bushes, trembling slightly in the wind. 20 meters. The bushes suddenly swayed, as if blown by a breeze, but Lu Yan's heart tightened instantly. He knew it wasn't the wind. It was the mutant lynx moving. Even if he pretended to be a clueless prey, This distance was enough to make the beast feel threatened. It seemed to be hesitating, should it pounce now, or continue to wait. Cold sweat streamed down Liu Yan's forehead. He realized that he had to make a decision immediately. If he got any closer, the enemy might attack. But if he attacked now, his range was too low. If he missed, he would have no chance. Time seemed to freeze. A single second felt like a century. The bushes returned to calm, as if the lynx had decided to wait a little longer, until its prey came within perfect ambush range. A typical medium-sized cat, like a cheetah or lynx, can leap and pounce from a distance of 6 or 7 meters. And right now, it's not even at its ideal attacking point. Liu Yan gritted his teeth and continued to slowly move forward. 15 meters, 13 meters, 11 meters. Suddenly, his body erupted, and he took a step forward, drawing his bow and arrow with a single, clean, and precise movement. The bowstring was instantly drawn to full length, and a flash of cold light pierced the air. At the same moment, the lynx growled in alarm, attempting to leap aside. It was a near-instant kill for a bow and arrow. Although the longbow's accuracy was slightly off and it missed the fatal spot, the poison-coated arrowhead, aided by the longbow's power, pierced its abdomen fiercely. There was a muffled sound of puff, like a wine bag being punctured, and the beast immediately let out a shrill scream. Liu Yan succeeded in his attack, and without any hesitation, he turned around and ran away, as fast as a hare running down the mountain. He knew very well that once the venom entered the body, the guy would not survive for long. Suddenly, a roar came from behind him, followed by the sound of bushes being roughly pushed aside. He glanced back, his heart suddenly shocked. That beast actually rushed out with an arrow wound, with an astonishing momentum. Fuck you. Why is this guy so fierce? He said he was afraid of pain and cowardly. Liu Yan cursed, his scalp tingling. This speed is completely wrong. It doesn't look like he's been weakened by the mutation at all. Fortunately, he didn't foolishly believe Zhao Ruifeng's weakness intelligence. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now if he had really taken the axe and fought desperately. With a swish, he simply threw away his quiver and longbow and ran for his life with only the steel axe in hand. Blood continued to flow from the lynx's abdomen, but it chased Liu Yan like a madman, its eyes red. The whirlwind of footsteps drew closer. Liu Yan estimated that the other party was only 7 or 8 meters away. He still had nearly 100 meters to run to the safe house, and there was no time at all. At this moment, he forced himself to calm down. Thinking carefully, while the enemy was aggressive, he was wearing leather armor and carrying a steel axe, so his size wasn't a disadvantage. On the contrary, the lynx was poisoned and seriously injured. If he could seize the opportunity, turn, swing the axe, and slide in one go, he might be able to counterattack and kill it. Suddenly, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. Without waiting for a second to think, his body instinctively reacted, and he suddenly twisted to the right and slashed with both hands. At that moment, he saw the ferocious beast's face clearly, and the 3 golden lines were particularly dazzling. With a loud bang, the steel axe hit the lynx's head, and a stream of warm blood immediately splashed on his face. The beast flew backward like a kite with a broken string, half its face nearly split open and blood gushing out. It struggled to get up again, but suddenly foamed at the mouth, its body convulsed, and after a few seconds, it was completely motionless. Dead? Just like that? Liu Yan was stunned, a bit incredulous. It seems the poison dart frog's venom is starting to take effect. He panted, but instead of approaching immediately, he went around to the other side, picked up his bow and arrow, and loaded it again. Puff! The arrow pierced the corpse again. Ah! The corpse actually roared again, struggling to pounce. Sure enough, he's playing dead. Liu Yan sneered. This was completely inconsistent with the information provided by Zhao Ruifeng. He wasn't stupid enough to just go and finish him off. He fired a few more arrows, pinning the beast to the ground with pinpoint accuracy. Its howls grew weaker and weaker until its body collapsed and it died. At that moment, a flash of light appeared, and a bronze treasure chest appeared on the ground. Liu Yan was silent for a few seconds, then walked up to the corpse with his axe, aiming at the golden pattern on its head, and chopped it down. Bang! The axe hit like granite, and the shock made his hand numb. Then he set his sights on the huge, dangling finger, chopped it off with force, and put it into the backpack. Immediately, a string of information appeared before him. Venomous claws of a mutant lynx. Toxicity. Strong. After penetration, an adult will be paralyzed within 10 seconds, lasting 15 minutes. Slow? Afraid of pain? The 3 golden lines are a weakness. He looked at the information, a sarcastic smile on his face. This was clearly the opposite. The so-called information Zhao Ruifeng gave him was deliberately misleading him to his death. If he hadn't been cautious by nature and hadn't added the poison, he would have died on the spot. A sense of dread welled up in his heart. In this apocalyptic world, he clearly hadn't provoked anyone, nor had he made any enemies. But why did Zhao Ruifeng give him false information? Lu Yin thought perhaps it was because he was selling water in the trading area and seemed to be doing well. These people are extremely jealous, twisted, and vicious. In a civilized society, they might pretend, but in a lawless world, they reveal their true nature. Jealous of you, they want to kill you. Starting to cheat people the next day? Is this human nature? Lu Yin sneered, opened the treasure chest, and cursed under his breath. This is the most fucking filthy and disgusting thing in the world. Chapter 14, Talent Skill Book. After killing the mutant lynx, an exquisite bronze treasure chest exploded from its corpse. According to the information Lu Yin has collected so far, treasure chests are divided into different levels, ranging from the lowest level of wood to black iron and bronze. Most of the items opened from the lowest level wooden treasure chests are basic daily necessities such as gauze, seasonings, and matches, while the black iron treasure chests can contain some light industrial-grade products such as medicines, lighters, and bearings. As for the bronze treasure chest, from the information we got yesterday, it seems that no one has obtained it yet. Of course, it is not ruled out that some players are relatively low-key and will not publicize it even if it is exposed. Some speculate that there are silver, gold, and even higher diamond levels above bronze. But it is conceivable how difficult it is to obtain treasure chests of this level, which is simply beyond the reach of today's players who are still struggling to make ends meet. The first treasure chest is of bronze level. It seems that my luck is really good. I wonder what good things can be opened. Lu Yin licked his lips. The excitement in his heart was difficult to describe in words. This feeling is like opening a blind box with endless fantasies in my brain. How can I describe it in one word? Cool. Do you want to open the bronze treasure chest? Yes. As Lu Yin finished speaking, the bronze treasure chest in front of him burst into a golden light, followed by a sound like a lottery roulette spinning. System, you open the bronze treasure chest. You get a groundwater extractor multiplier 1 rare item. You get 5 times the amount of mental stimulation potion. Ordinary item. You have obtained the innate skill book Enduring Hunger advanced item. You get 1 stainless steel pot. As the pleasant prompt sounded, Lu Yin widened his eyes and felt a little dry in the mouth. He now had only one thought in his mind. That was to go out and find 2 more mutant beasts to fight for 300 rounds. High risk, indeed, brings high rewards. Placing the other 3 items in the treasure chest, except the stainless steel pot in front of him, Lu Yin looked intently at the first thing that looked like a hand-operated water pump. Groundwater extractor, purple, rare quality. After being buried underground, it can collect and extract moisture from the underground soil with a maximum daily extraction volume of 1,500 milliliters. This property is so bougie. It means that there is no need to dig a well or connect to a water source. It can also extract groundwater like a water pump. After reading the introduction of the first item, Lu Yin felt that he had a new understanding of the world again. If treasure chest products such as lighters and bearings still belong to the technological category, then the groundwater extractor in front of us obviously belongs to the conceptual category, which is almost a magical product that comes out of nothing. After a brief shock, Lu Yin quickly calmed down. This world itself is a strange existence. Everything inside it does not follow the original laws and regulations on the blue planet. In other words, it is possible for any magical product to be born in this wilderness. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at the second product. Mind-stimulating potion, white, normal quality. It can stimulate the brain and increase mental strength. It can relieve the negative emotions caused by fatigue, injury, anger, and negativity in the body, temporarily increase cell activity, and put the body in an excited state. Lu Yin carefully read the introduction of this drug 2 or 3 times. This thing is probably equivalent to a stimulant. Lu Yin put it away solemnly. Don't underestimate its effect. Players may be injured at any time in the wilderness. The effect of mental stimulant potion is equivalent to adrenaline. It can increase your body function to the highest level in a short period of time and greatly increase your chances of survival. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a life-saving medicine. Then, Liu Yin turned his attention to the third item, which was also the one that interested him the most. Talent Skill Book, Enduring Hunger, Blue, High Quality. Introduction. After using this, you will gain the talent of Hunger Endurance. This talent will increase the user's tolerance to hunger and thirst. Only 1/3 of the normal amount of water and food is needed to meet the body's normal needs. Increase the time it takes for the body to die due to lack of food and water to 1.5 times. Long before entering the Doomsday game, Liu Yin noticed that in addition to the most basic strength and speed data on his personal panel, there was also a blank talent information. At first he thought that his physique was too ordinary, so he did not awaken his special talents. Now it seems that the facts are different from what he imagined. Talents need to be learned through skill books. But this talent is of no use to me right now. Liu Yin frowned. This talent was very simple. It was to enhance the body's ability to resist hunger. I used to need 3 bowls of rice to feel full, but now I only need 1 bowl. I used to starve to death if I didn't drink water for 3 days, but now I can last 4.5 days. If Liu Yin had nothing now, then this talent would definitely be considered a magical skill for him. But he has no worries about food and drink now, so this thing is just a waste to him. This talent is like drinking water, popular in the early stages, but garbage in the later stages. If I don't plan to use it, I must get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be a waste of money. Liu Yan's brain was working rapidly, and he made a decision quickly. On the second day in the wilderness, many players will still be affected by the terrain of the landing point, resulting in an inability to obtain sufficient food and water in the early stages, and they will be in danger of dying of hunger and thirst. After a few days, when players have fully explored the wilderness, the prices of food and water in the trading market will gradually decrease and become stable. If there is another rain, the chance of dying from hunger and thirst will be greatly reduced. At different points in time, the value of the enduring hunger talent will also undergo earth-shaking changes. But Liu Yin showed a smile similar to that of a profiteer, and the smile became brighter and brighter. Today is definitely the day when it is most valuable. On the second day of the apocalypse, those who had no or very little food and water had already suffered from hunger and thirst. Among these players, there will always be a small number of people who, due to factors such as terrain and luck, have collected extremely valuable treasures and resources, such as first aid kits, various pollution-free, clean energy sources, and small engines. But in the early days of the apocalypse, food and water are more important than anything else, and few people are willing to exchange them for other things, because no one is sure whether their survival will be affected after exchanging food and water. The precious treasures in their hands are difficult to exchange for survival supplies. Just like people trapped in the desert, no one would exchange a bottle of mineral water for a gem, even if the gem is priceless. No matter how cheap mineral water is, it can save lives. No matter how precious a gem is, it cannot provide any help for survival. Liu Yan's trading targets are naturally those players who possess precious gems but are in desperate need of mineral water. Although enduring starvation cannot provide them with sufficient sources of supplies, it can reduce the body's demand for food and water. In a sense, it also greatly increases their chances of survival. And every day you live longer means one more day of hope, which means the possibility of reversing the situation. Liu Yin believed that no one who is threatened with death from hunger and thirst could ignore such temptation. Seller, Liu Yin. Item for sale, Talent Skill Book, Enduring Hunger. Note, death pushed open your door, and I closed it for you, giving him 2 big slaps in the face. Chapter 15 Auction. Hunger Endurance Talent Skill Book. The god of death pushed open the door to your house, and I closed it for you, and gave him 2 big slaps in the face. Required items, rare items, resources. Due to several previous transactions, Liu Yin had attracted a lot of attention in the trading market, and the Talent Skill Book was listed in the trading market for the first time. Combining these 2 factors, the popularity of the Enduring Hunger Talent Skill Book soared rapidly after it was put on the shelves and soon occupied the front page of today's hot products. What the hell? There's such a thing as a talent skill book? This should be the first one in the wilderness, right? Comparison is the thief of joy. With plenty of drinking water in front and a rare skill book in the back, Lucian's luck is simply incredible. The effect of this skill book seems a bit useless. The guy above, stop the bullshit. This is a life-saving skill for those of us struggling to make ends meet. Even if it's of great use. Can you afford it? How can someone who can't even afford to eat have the resources to satisfy the road god? As the first talent skill book in the wilderness of the East Continent was put on the trading market, the entire District World channel exploded in an instant. On the second day of the apocalypse, most people agreed with the high value of hunger and starvation, but at the same time, many people also thought that it would be very difficult to sell it. After all, how could people who couldn't even get food and were threatened with death have resources of equal value to skill books? This thing, useful people can't afford it. People who can afford it can't use it. It's useless. I suggest that Lu Shun sell this thing to me at a low price so that I don't end up with a huge loss in the future. A large number of players spoke in the World Channel and private chat channel, intentionally or unintentionally belittling the value of enduring hunger, trying to interfere with Lu Yan's ideas and make him sell it at a low price. At the beginning, Lu Yan was a little uneasy, but soon, with the first player's bid, his uneasy heart was finally settled. Tavna, 3 units of gold, or a mattock, a handful of sorghum seeds, and 3 units of wood. Li Ning, 3 liters of gasoline and a flashlight. Wang In, a piece of explosion-proof glass, 2 barrels of sealant, a can of tea, and a consumable item honeycomb. Within just 3 minutes of the skill book being put on the shelves, no less than 50 people had already made bids, and the trading system also made a basic valuation based on the bidding information of these players. It was not until this time that Lu Yin realized that there were many big guys hidden among these seemingly ordinary players. The abundance of resources they could provide shocked Lu Yin. Someone even managed to capture a living mutant beast and used it as a resource for exchange. But Lu Yin rejected it after just one look. This captured living mutant beast is too weak. It is a mutant lizard. Even if it is killed, it will most likely only drop a wooden treasure chest. Use the treasures from the bronze treasure chest to gamble for a wooden treasure chest. Unless Lu Yin is a fool. At this time, although there are many players bidding, generally speaking, no player's bid can match the rarity of hunger itself. Most of the items people bid on are still ordinary ores, basic tools, and basic living resources. Although the quantity is not low, the quality is very ordinary and cannot meet Lu Yan's psychological expectations at all. What Lu Yan wanted to exchange was a rare item of the same level as the skill book, something that could allow him to be one step ahead of other players in a certain field. Let the bullets fly for a while. After observing the players' bids, Lu Yan closed the transaction interface and did not take the initiative to contact anyone. He cleaned up the remains of the mutant links and prepared to return to the safe house. When it comes to auctions, the most important thing is psychology. Lu Yan felt that its value could be even higher, and there must be many players who have not made a move and are still waiting and watching. As long as you are not anxious now, others will be anxious. At the foot of a barren mountain, a dark-skinned man sat on the roof of a safe house, holding an ancient-looking flintlock pistol in his hand, his eyes full of confusion. On the first day of the apocalypse, I found a treasure chest that gave me a musket. I thought I was completely ahead of all the other players. But why were you dumping me in such a desolate place? Forget about wild animals. There's not even a bug to be found. If you starve for another 2 days, I'll really leave. The big man roared to the sky, his voice full of grief and anger. There was no sign of any biological activity in the area, nor was there any water source. In 24 hours, he only ate half a small pear, which was not much bigger than a red date. That was the item that was opened from the treasure chest along with the flintlock rifle, and there are only 1.5 left. He also tried to leave this area, but after a long journey of several hours, he found that this area was too big. Given his current physical condition, he might starve to death on the way before he could even get out of this desolate land. The remaining 1.5 pairs were not enough to provide him with the strength to walk out of this uninhabited area. This thing is in my hand. The big man looked down at the flintlock in his hand, feeling the waves of thirst, hunger, and weakness coming from his body. He said to himself in despair, "Apart from committing suicide, I can't think of any use for it." In a dry underground cave, a young man with a pale face and chapped lips pressed his tongue tightly against the mountain wall, staring at the stalactite above with extremely focused eyes. A drop of water slowly forms on the tip of the stalactite. The young man's expression became excited. He adjusted his position slightly and stretched out his tongue as far as he could, looking like a baby bird waiting to be fed. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the drop of water on the stalactite finally grew to the size of soybean, increased in weight, and slowly dripped down. Snap! The water droplets dripped accurately onto the young man's tongue. He quickly retracted his tongue into his mouth, closed his eyes, and a comfortable look appeared on his face, as if he was savoring the sweetness of the drop of water. After a long time, the young man suddenly opened his eyes and burst into tears. What the hell kind of life am I living in? What can I do with this little water? After saving up for a whole day, it's still not enough for a single drink. I don't want to die. Can someone come and save me? The young man broke down emotionally. In the safe house behind him, an old gasoline generator stood quietly in the corner, motionless. In a safe house underground in a sand dune, a white girl sat cross-legged in the darkness, holding in her hands a book of talent skills, but the type of function was completely different from that of enduring hunger. From a long-term perspective, the value of this talent skill book in my hand far exceeds that Oriental man's goods, but in the early stages of the game, the demand for goods is too distorted. Do I really have to complete this unequal deal with him? I won't accept this. If I can survive the early stages, this talent book of mine can bring me a vast amount of resources. But I was too hungry. I hadn't had any food for over 24 hours and was very weak. It was difficult to go out and collect food in this state. Forget it. All great plans for the future must be based on staying alive. Even if this transaction is not equal, I have no choice but to accept it. Chapter 16 comes from the secret ruins. Dragging the mutant lynx's corpse back to the safe house, Lu Yin took out the groundwater extractor, dug a hole in the ground with a shovel, and buried it in it. Groundwater extractor. Today's water content, 0/1500. Comment. Feel the gushing source of life. Lu Yin carefully placed the stainless steel pot taken out of the treasure chest on the water outlet of the extractor, gripped the pumping rod firmly, and lifted it upwards. As the sound of liquid flowing was heard, a clear stream of water slowly flowed out. Yes, the product in the treasure chest is indeed magical, and this is how it is used. Seeing that the groundwater was successfully extracted from the pit, Lu Yin felt relieved. From today on, the drinking water crisis will be completely resolved. Even if Lu Xiaoyu arrives 14 days later, the daily production of 1,500 milliliters of drinking water can still meet the daily drinking needs of both of them. In fact, if you don't do strenuous exercise, a person only needs to consume 300 to 500 milliliters of water a day to sustain life. Even if you go out to work, as long as you don't go out during the hottest time of the day, 1 liter of water is definitely enough. As for the scientific advice that everyone should drink at least 8 glasses of water a day, are you here to detoxify, beautify, and prolong your life? In the apocalypse, it is too extravagant to take nutrition strictly according to scientific theories. No one can do it. Soon, Lu Yin finished extracting today's groundwater, and then tied up the mutant lynx's body with a hemp rope made of bark fiber and hung it on the beam of the safe house to prevent it from being eaten by ants and insects. Although the mutant lynx is poisoned by the poison dart frog throughout its body, the frog venom is a neuroprotein that loses its effect after being heated at high temperatures and does not affect its consumption. After doing all this, Lu Yin lay in the hammock and didn't want to move at all. He felt tired all over his body. On the second day after the apocalypse, Lu Yin gained some new insights into the world. In the civilized society of the past, the worst people you may have faced were the school bullies who snatched your pocket money at school, the mean and indifferent bosses at work, and the unreasonable neighbors in life. They may have made you hate them so much at some point that you wanted to beat them up. But only after you truly enter this wilderness, you will realize that those evil people you once thought of are actually as kind as a little lamb in this wilderness. Here, all kinds of cruel, sinister, and vicious people took off their masks and appeared on the stage one by one. During this day, Lu Yin experienced being misled and harmed for no reason, experienced his first life and death battle since entering the wilderness, and saw many people give up their dignity in order to survive. Some begged, some despaired, some gave up on themselves, and some cruelly thrust their butcher knives at their fellow human players. All kinds of human life are played out in front of Lu Yin. In the short less than 30 hours since entering the apocalypse, Liu Yin felt that he had grown a lot and his mentality had changed a lot. He knew that in this world, there is not only love without reason, but also hatred without reason. Here, you have to guard against all creatures except yourself. Hell is others. These 5 words are interpreted to the maximum extent in the wilderness. With a myriad of thoughts running through his mind and a strong sense of fatigue coming over him, Liu Yin fell asleep in a daze. In his dream, he saw himself standing in the boundless wilderness, holding a steel axe. Surrounding him were enemies with red eyes, all staring at him fiercely, their faces grim and greedy. I don't know how much time had passed, but when Liu Yin opened his eyes again, a chill came in from the crack of the door of the safe house. Night has fallen again. It was pitch black inside the safe house, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. It seems that tomorrow's work goal is to solve the lighting and ventilation systems. Liu Yin stretched lazily. Gurgle. My stomach protested violently. Today, Liu Yin dug a drainage ditch and had a bloody battle with a mutant lynx. The 2 eggs and some dried meat he had eaten in the morning had long been consumed, and his body was sending signals that it urgently needed energy replenishment. After making a simple torch with wood and plant fibers, Liu Yin picked up the lit torch and walked out of the safe house. Liu Yin was still frightened by the incident of the mutant lynx. He walked around the safe house very cautiously. Only after making sure that there were no wild animals around did he take out the stainless steel pot and the ingredients prepared for tonight. Among the 4 items opened in the bronze treasure chest today, although the stainless steel pot is the most common, it can maximize Liu Yin's happiness index at this time, because it means he can finally have hot food like soup. 500 grams of wild wolf meat was chopped into slices on a wooden table, and 2 eggs were stirred into egg liquid in a wooden bowl. 750 milliliters of drinking water was boiled in a stainless steel pot on the earthen kiln. Liu Yin quickly exchanged 100 milliliters of drinking water for a piece of local ginger and a bag of dried vegetables at the trading market, and used these ingredients to make a pot of steaming meat and egg soup, and sprinkled a little pepper as seasoning. A few minutes later, Liu Yin drank it all without leaving a drop. The feeling of being full is truly blissful. 10 minutes later, Liu Yin put out the fire, returned to the safe house, and opened the trading floor. At this time, the time displayed on the game interface was 21:49, and 5 hours had passed since he put hunger on the shelf in the afternoon. Liu Yin glanced at the number of players bidding below and saw that it had reached 783, far more than he had imagined. At this time, the item bid by the player with the highest system rating is a mysterious pet egg. Bait eggs, another rare product. Liu Yin immediately became very interested. If he could get a powerful pet to help him in the early stage of the wilderness, then his chances of survival would be greatly increased. Mystious bait egg, ALV Yidden. Source, Secret Relics. After hatching, you could get a random ordinary beast pet. The pet is a juvenile, and its growth cycle is half that of a normal beast. After Liu Yin read the introduction carefully, his original strong interest suddenly decreased a lot. Ordinary beasts, young, need to be raised by themselves, so such attributes are a bit useless. Not to mention the long raising period, the random attribute alone represents a huge risk. If it hatches a hunting dog or a leopard, it's not a big deal. But if it hatches a hamster or a turtle, so what's the use of it? Making a nourishing soup? Liu Yin shook his head. If he was in a stable period, then getting an ornamental pet would not be a big deal, but he was in urgent need of development, and it was impossible for him to gamble on a random pet egg with a skill talent book. Although this pet egg is not very attractive, the origin of its acquisition is quite surprising. Liu Yin looked at the description of the pet egg and raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. From The Secret Ruins? Chapter 17, Secret Realm Void. Secret Ruins. Secret ruins will spawn sporadically in the wilderness, unpredictably. Within these ruins lie a wealth of resources and treasures, but they also harbor immense dangers. Over countless years, countless creatures have perished within these realms due to greed. A word of advice: if you don't want to become one of those lost, don't go too deep into the ruins. Don't be too greedy. Liu Yin opened the game system interface and found the introduction to the secret ruins in the bottom corner of the instructions. But this introduction is very general, only introducing the general properties of the ruins, and there is no useful information at all. For example, how long have the ruins existed? Are there simple or difficult ruins? How do you enter? It seems that the system does not intend to release this data, but intends to let the players discover it themselves. Liu Yin thought for a moment. This setting is undoubtedly intended to increase the difficulty of the game and increase the casualty rate of the players. In this case, if you want to obtain information about the ruins, players must go through the bushes one by one and exchange their bodies and lives for it. If ordinary beasts and mutant beasts are equivalent to ordinary monsters and elite monsters in the game, then the secret ruins should be equivalent to the game's high explosion rate dungeon. Its rewards are definitely much higher than killing mutant beasts, but the difficulty is... On the second day after the apocalypse, players had already entered the secret ruins to explore and returned with a bountiful harvest, proving that its difficulty wasn't outrageous. Liu Yin showed an excited expression on his face. He was not interested in this pet egg, but he was very interested in the secret ruins. He immediately contacted the player with the ID Yuan Wenyao privately. Liu Yin, hello. Soon, the avatar of a female player with a delicate face and gentle temperament Yuan Wenyao replied to Liu Yan's private message. Yuan Wenyao. Hello, Liu Shun. Are you looking to complete a deal with me? My bid is the highest valued among all the bidders. Liu Yin. No. To be honest, a young pet is of no use to me right now. Instead, it will only increase my burden. Although your bid is high, I'm sorry, it's not what I need right now. Yuan Wenyao fell into a brief silence, then continued to ask, since Liu Shan doesn't intend to trade, then what is the purpose of chatting with me privately? Liu Yin, actually, I'm very interested in the information about the secret ruins. How about we make a deal? Tell me about your exploration of the secret realm, and I'll give you some rewards. Yuan Wenyao didn't expect that Liu Yan's purpose of chatting with her privately was for this, but she quickly replied with a smiley face again. Yuan Wenyao, so that's how it is? Since it's what the road god needs, I can consider providing it to you for free. Intelligence is something whose value is inherently difficult to define. Rather than taking a small advantage, I'd rather just make myself known to you. That way, you'll consider me first for good things in the future. Haha, the road god won't blame me for being too blunt, will he? When Liu Yin heard this, he felt numb all over. He thought to himself, don't say the word free again. My head hurts. Liu Yin, let's trade fairly. I don't have the habit of taking advantage of others. At this moment, inside a safe house underground in a small forest, a young girl looked at Liu Yan's reply in the private chat interface. A look of surprise appeared on her face, and she muttered to herself, not taking advantage of others. This Liu Yin is quite a gentleman. After 2 or 3 minutes of negotiation, the two finally decided on the price of the transaction information. Yuan Wenyao put a product on the shelf and designated Liu Yin as the buyer. Seller, Yuan Wenyao. Item for sale. Complete, accurate, and non-misleading information from player Yuan Wenyao's exploration of the secret ruins. Required items. 300 milliliters of drinking water. This extremely special item description was set by Liu Yin and assigned to Yuan Wenyao after careful consideration. There are some loopholes in the trading field of this game, and anti-fraud work must be done, especially in commodities such as intelligence that are most prone to problems. After the first experience of being cheated by Zhao Ruifeng, Liu Yin was extremely serious about this matter. He tried his best to avoid any possibility of fraud on the other party in the product data setting. The system will automatically review the product settings. Only when the product fully meets the conditions set by the seller can it be successfully listed for trading. This cannot be blamed on Liu Yin being too cautious. Compensating 300 milliliters of drinking water is a small matter, but getting false information is really fatal. After carefully reading the product data twice to make sure he had not missed anything, Liu Yin clicked the transaction button. You lost 300 milliliters of drinking water. You have obtained the information. Do you want to extract it? Withdraw now. As Liu Yin finished speaking, a whole row of words appeared in front of him. The ruins appeared without any warning. When I woke up this morning, I found a mysterious building next to my safe house. It was a gate, and the back seemed to be connected to chaos. I noticed that there was a word, Su, carved on the gate. I don't know what it means. After entering the gate, I found that the game panel could not be opened. The world I was in also changed. It was as if I had entered a different dimension. Inside the gate was a dilapidated, ancient tribal ruins. I walked a distance inside, about 500 meters, and found some abandoned altars, clay pots, stone knives, and other utensils. I collected them. I continued walking forward, and suddenly I saw a corpse. It wasn't a native tribesman, but a modern man. He was wearing a leather jacket. His face was hideous, and he was holding a dagger in his hand, in a fighting stance, lying quietly on the ground. This seems to be a player who entered this world with us. I was terrified and bravely searched the body for all its belongings. However, I discovered there were no obvious injuries on its body. How did it die? Was it something it was struggling with before it died? I don't know, but I don't dare go any further. I'm afraid I'll become a corpse myself. I don't know if it's an illusion, but from the moment I entered this ruin, I felt a strong sense of being watched, as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at me. This feeling of being watched grows stronger and stronger. I feel as if there is some kind of horror in this ruin that I cannot comprehend. I don't want to stay here any longer. I want to leave. I want to leave. As I was about to leave, I suddenly saw a strange egg and a strange piece of machinery placed on an abandoned altar to my left. It was a rotor? This was clearly from a tribal civilization. How could it possibly be a product of modern civilization? I took the pet egg and the rotor and ran in the direction I came from, as if fleeing for my life. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a huge altar in the very center of the tribal ruins. Something was glittering on it. Could that be the most precious treasure in the ruins? As I fled, the feeling of being watched grew stronger, as if those eyes were just a few dozen centimeters behind me. They seemed to be getting closer and closer. Fear coiled around me like a venomous snake. I felt like I was going crazy. My mind was almost in disarray. I was so scared. I finally ran out of the ruins gate. Before I went completely crazy, I roughly understood how the player who became a corpse died. It seems that there is an invisible devil wandering in the ruins. It will slowly approach you, torture you bit by bit until your mind collapses and devour your soul. I stood in front of my safe house, breathing heavily. The sun shone on me, but I couldn't stop shaking. The strong feeling of being watched disappeared immediately after leaving the ruins. 30 minutes later, the gate to the ruins also disappeared. I didn't encounter any danger during this trip to the ruins, but it felt like I had walked through the gates of hell. I swear, I will never set foot in the ruins again in this life. Never. Chapter 18. No one cares about your life or death. I swear, I will never set foot in the ruins again in this life. Never. This sentence, which clearly carries a strong sense of fear, is the conclusion of the entire intelligence. Liu Yin read the information carefully 3 times and closed it after making sure that he had not missed any details. Liu Yin can obtain a lot of information from Yuan Wenya's intelligence. There are indeed higher-grade treasures in the ruins, and even the periphery can produce rare items such as pet eggs. If you go deep into the center, the rewards you get will be unimaginably rich. But there are also great dangers within the ruins. The player who died unscathed and in a fighting posture, and the invisible eyes that Yuan Wenya mentioned that kept approaching her, can prove this. Invisible enemy? This is the most troublesome thing. Liu Yin frowned. He now has a bow and arrow, a steel axe, and leather armor. His physical output ability has temporarily reached the peak of the cold weapon era, but he has no way to deal with the invisible devil in the ruins. How to deal with monsters without physical form. Talisman? Cross? Or the Bagua compass? But she mentioned that when entering the ruins, there was a word carved on the gate. Su. Does this represent some characteristic of this ruins? Liu Yin pondered silently. Or perhaps it refers to the way danger will come? Virtual. Invisible eyes. From the literal meaning, it is easy to imagine the close connection between them. However, it is difficult for Liu Yin to make an accurate judgment on this issue now. After all, the only player known to have entered the ruins and escaped unscathed is Yuan Wenya. He cannot obtain other intelligence information for comparison and find some rules in the ruins and ways to resolve the crisis. The information you get from others will never be as accurate as exploring it yourself. Liu Yin rubbed his hands together. If I could get a chance to enter a certain ruin, I believe many of my questions would be easily answered. When it comes to exploring the ruins, Liu Yin definitely wants to complete it as soon as possible. Although the risk factor of exploring ruins is relatively high in the early stages of the game, there's a saying in civilized society: when difficulties are gone, opportunities are gone too. This sentence is still applicable in the wilderness today. When the danger is gone, the resources are gone too. The pioneers crossed the river on a tightrope, and if they fell, they would be killed. The later ones crossed the river on a sturdy bridge, which was basically safe, but after the pioneers walked across the river on the tightrope, the huge wealth on the other side of the river would become theirs. Although the latecomers crossed the river safely, the only thing left on the other side of the river was the garbage left by the pioneers. After closing the intelligence text, Liu Yin turned his attention to the trading field again. In just a few minutes, the pet egg, which was originally ranked first in the auction price of enduring hunger, has been pushed down from the top spot and replaced by a new item. Liu Yin squinted his eyes and looked over, his pupils suddenly constricted. It's also a book of innate skills. Liu Yin saw clearly the item that was number 1 on the new list. It turned out to be a skill book of the same type as Enduring Hunger, but the words on the cover were completely different. Product name, Talent Skill Book, Seeking Advantage and Avoiding Harm. Seek profit and avoid harm. After learning, you can scan for hidden danger/treasure, locations within a 500 square meter radius around the host. This ability can be used 3 times a day. Danger refers to all objects that may pose a threat to the host, including hostile creatures, traps, natural disasters, etc. Treasure refers to treasures buried underground, medicines grown on the ground, natural minerals, and any other objects that may provide benefits to the host. Trading market rating, 280. After Liu Yin finished looking at the new number 1 product, his heart was beating wildly and his mouth became dry. Unexpectedly, on the second day after the apocalypse, besides myself, there were other people who opened the talent skill book, and the ability was so abnormal. Profit seeking is simply the treasure hunting compass in the game. If you have this talent, I believe it won't be long before your advantage grows like a snowball. Avoid harm will greatly enhance your survivability and allow you to detect any hidden traps and camouflaged mutant creatures. The pet egg that Yuan Wenya bid for previously received 80 points in the system evaluation. Even the Enduring Hunger sold by Liu Yin was only evaluated at 190 points, while the evaluation of Seeking Profits and Avoiding Harm was as high as 280, which is enough to show its value. Soon the emergence of Seeking Profit and Avoiding Harm once again sparked a hot topic in the trading market and world channels. Fuck, this is too perverted. 2 talent skill books appeared at the auction at the same time. I'm so fucking jealous. This new skill book is incredibly powerful. It's clearly more useful than Lu Shan's. Trading it for Enduring Hunger is clearly a loss. Can someone please contact the seller and ask him not to participate in Lu Shan's auction? Just put it up on the market and I'll pay a high price for it. For a time, the new talent book became a hot commodity, and many players expressed their desire to privately message the bidder to complete the transaction. Are you trying to steal my victory? Liu Yan's face darkened when he saw the players speaking in the chat interface. The moment he saw this skill book, he was determined to get it. He would never allow it to fall into the hands of others. Is Miss Angelina here? I'm willing to trade with you for 2 kilograms of wild boar meat, plus 300 milliliters of groundwater. Please make a deal. I'm willing to give you 3 kilograms of butter bread. The players all knew that since the bidder was willing to auction a skill book that was significantly more valuable than Enduring Hunger, it proved that at this stage, Enduring Hunger could definitely solve her current predicament. In other words, Angelina is in dire need of food and water. As long as we grasp her psychology, it is entirely possible to intercept Liu Yan's beard and get this skill book. Although food and drinking water are still in extreme shortage, with such a large player base, there's still more than a dozen people who bid and took out all their belongings to call out to Angelina. A question box suddenly popped up in front of Liu Yan. Trading market information. Angelina, the highest bidder for your auction item, Hunger, has requested to withdraw her bid. Do you agree? If you agree, the other party will withdraw the bid. If you refuse, the other party can apply for forced withdrawal. As a penalty, the player will be unable to use the trading system for 10 days. Faced with the bids from many players, Angelina seemed to have changed her mind. She found that the popularity of the skill book in her hand was far beyond her imagination, and she didn't want to continue to complete the transaction with Liu Yan. But after seeing this dialogue box, Liu Yan's originally uneasy mood completely calmed down. Soon, 2 private messages popped up. It was a profile picture of a foreign white girl with blonde hair, fair skin, and a high-nose bridge. She looked very beautiful and full of youthful vitality. Angelina. Hello, Mr. Liu. Could you please approve my request to withdraw? I'm so sorry. I'm thirsty and hungry right now, and I desperately need food. I clicked the auction bid in a moment of impulsiveness, but now I've thought it through. I'd like to exchange the skill book for more food. Angelina. Please, if you don't agree to withdraw my application, I'll starve to death. Can you really bear to watch me die? Looking at the other party's private message, Liu Yin felt like laughing. I don't know if the other party is using this method to pretend to be weak, or if this woman is really stupid and naive. He exposed his shortcomings right from the start and told Lu Yin all about his weaknesses and predicament. Isn't this just asking Lu Yin to control him? Perhaps she wanted to use this method to express how miserable she was and to arouse Lu Yan's sympathy. But in the wilderness, in the apocalypse, who the hell has the luxury of compassion? A sneer appeared on Lu Yan's lips. Lu Yin, since you participated in this auction game, you must abide by the rules. People must bear the consequences of their own choices. I have no obligation to tolerate your mistakes. Lu Yin, as for your life or death, it has nothing to do with me. Don't take your life too seriously. No one cares about your life or death except you and your family. 2 seconds later, a clear prompt sound rang out. Trading field seller Lu Yin rejected the auctioneer Angelina's application for rescission. Chapter 19, Innate Ability. Lu Yin decisively rejected Angelina. As he said, everyone must abide by the rules of the game and bear the consequences of their choices. If you give up your own interests to help others in the end of the world, you're not a saint, but a fool. Soon, when Angelina saw that her application was rejected by Lu Yin, she felt terrible and started sending private messages to Lu Yin frantically. Lu Yin took a quick look at the messages, which were all the same old pleas, so he chose to ignore them. About 10 minutes passed. Lu Yin felt that the time was about up, so he opened the private chat interface again and replied to the other party. Lu Yin, how about this? I'll add 300 g of wolf meat and 200 milliliters of drinking water to the endure hunger recipe. With your talents, these resources should be enough to sustain you for a week. Lu Yin, this is my maximum concession, but I have one condition, and that is to complete the deal immediately. Lu Yin's sudden reply to the other party was not because he had a change of heart, nor because he suddenly changed his mind. This was his original plan. Give him a beating and then a sweet treat. Under this policy, most people would quickly succumb. Seeing this, some people may ask, even if Lu Yin is unwilling to add these supplies, when the auction time comes, as long as Lu Yin does not choose other bidding items, the system will complete the transaction according to the highest rated item, and Lu Yin can still obtain the talent skill book. Why bother? There's a deeper problem here. Emotional and personality issues. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yin believed that there was a 99% chance that Angelina would not dare to forcibly withdraw the bid. But there were always exceptions in the world. There was always that 1%. Human emotions are very strange things, especially for young people, who can easily let their emotions dominate their every move. This situation is very dangerous because it means that after being stimulated, these young people's behavior can easily get out of control. For example, many young people fight, kill, and commit violent crimes. Before doing these things, didn't they know that their behavior was wrong? Didn't they know how serious the consequences of their actions were? They know. But why do they still do it? It is because they let their emotions take over their bodies and made the wrong decisions. They even paid the price of their lives for this. Normally, for the sake of survival, ordinary people would not dare to forcibly cancel the auction transaction with Lu Yin. But if Angelina felt that Lu Yin's rejection just now made her feel resentful, angry, and humiliated, her emotions might get out of control. In order to take revenge on Lu Yin, she might even cancel the auction by force, starve to death in the safe house, seeking profit and avoiding harm, rather than let Lu Yin get it. Don't think this idea is ridiculous. In modern civilized society, too many murders occur simply because of fight. I'll risk my life to make sure you don't get away with it. This kind of thing is not uncommon. There is nothing wrong with using a stick to win over the opponent's heart and then giving him a sweet treat in the wilderness. But since the two parties have never met and are not familiar with each other's psychological endurance and personality, if the stick is not used in moderation, it is easy to push the opponent to the extreme and beat him to death. And most importantly, Lu Yin wanted to complete this transaction in the fastest and safest way. The auction items need to be automatically traded after a 12-hour public announcement period, which means that even if Angelina doesn't dare to forcibly withdraw the bid, Lu Yin will have to wait 8 hours before he can obtain seeking profits and avoiding harm. Lu Yin was worried that another player would find the exact location of Angelina's safe house during this time and offer her huge rewards, or simply seize it by force. If both the bidder and the seller agree to the transaction, there will be no more time limit for the public announcement. The night is long and dreams are many. Lu Yin doesn't want there to be any more surprises in this transaction. 300 g of wolf meat and 200 milliliters of drinking water are not precious resources to him at all. But to Angelina, they are life-saving things. She will definitely agree to Lu Yan's request for these things. A few minutes ago, in an underground safe house, Angelina looked at the private chat interface. The large number of messages she sent were like a drop in the ocean, and she didn't get any response from Lu Yan at all. The expression on her face first became anxious, then dull, and finally turned into anger. She gritted her teeth, and her fair little face was distorted with anger. Damn it, this damn Oriental man. Why doesn't he have even a little bit of mercy? This world is so cruel. I can't take it anymore. Even if I gain the ability to endure hunger after the deal goes through, I can only hold out for 3 more days at most. I don't want to endure this kind of torture anymore. I'd better be free soon. But even if I die, I will never let this damned Oriental man get any benefit. You want it, but I'll let him be buried with me. Angelina's eyes showed a hint of determination. She opened the trading platform again and found the option to apply to withdraw the bid. Should I forcefully withdraw my bid? Angelina looked at the blood-red prompt text, took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and pressed it. Ding dong. At this moment, a private message suddenly rang. She was stunned for a moment, and her finger hovering over the Force Undo button stopped in place. Lu Yan, I'll add it for you. Lu Yan, this is my biggest concession. Let's close the deal immediately. Looking at these 2 messages, the anger and distortion on Angelina's face gradually subsided. For some reason, the moment Angelina saw these 2 messages, all her anger and resentment towards Lu Yan disappeared. At the same time, the courage in her heart that was willing to die in order to prevent Lu Yan from getting any benefits also disappeared in that instant. This is the law of hunting. When wolves are hunting their prey, they usually don't block all the prey's escape routes, because if they do, the prey, having lost all hope of survival, will fight back frantically, which may eventually cause harm to the wolf pack. As long as the wolf pack gives its prey a small gap for escape and lets it see hope of survival, it will immediately lose all courage to resist and will only think about saving its life and escaping. In the end, the wolf pack can hunt it down without any harm. Less than 5 seconds after Lu Yan sent his private message, he received a reply from Angelina. The reply was very simple and direct. Only 2 words. Ugh. Lu Yan smiled and quickly added 2 gifts, wolf meat and drinking water, to the enduring hunger product. Facts have proven that combining a big stick with sweet dates is indeed the most effective means of dissolving people's will. If Lu Yan had not sternly rejected and scolded the other party first, but directly proposed to add gifts and complete the transaction immediately, Angelina would probably not be satisfied with the supplies given by Lu Yan and would definitely ask for an increase in the share and continue to bargain with Lu Yan. The tendency to push for more is a common characteristic of all human beings. But now, Angelina didn't dare to say a word. After adjusting the product information, she immediately sent an application to complete the transaction. The bidder Angelina has sent you an immediate transaction request. Please choose carefully. The bidding time limit has not yet been reached. If you complete the transaction early, you may miss out on higher bids later. The system prompt appeared in front of him, but Lu Yan ignored it and directly pressed the OK button. Although the auction time limit has not yet been reached, Lu Yan feels that no one will come up with a higher-priced item in the future. After all, this is only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and there are not many precious resources produced. Being able to obtain a treasure of the level of seeking profit and avoiding harm was far beyond Lu Yan's expectations. Transaction successful. You lose. You obtain the innate skill book, Seeking Advantage and Avoiding Harm. With a flash of light, Lu Yan had a skill book in his hand that was about the size of an ordinary textbook. Seek advantages and avoid harms. Purple item, rare quality. Lu Yan felt a little emotional. Surviving in the wilderness is much more difficult than I imagined. Not only do you need to deal with mutant beasts, monsters, and harsh environments in the wilderness, but you also have to compete with other human players in a battle of wits and courage. If you want to successfully get an auction item, you need to use some tricks. It's hard to imagine what the scene will be like when you compete with other players for precious resources in the wilderness in the future. I'm afraid there will be attacks from both sides and rivers of blood. With a sigh, Lu Yan looked at the skill book in his hand. Do you want to learn talents to avoid risks and seek benefits? You cannot cancel after learning. You can only use a higher level talent to replace it. Study. As Liu Yin whispered softly, the skill book in his hand turned into a ball of light and flowed into his body. At the same time, his personal information interface now has seek profits and avoid harm, followed by the 0/3 sign. Liu Yin was silent for a moment, then directly activated his talent skill. Scanning. A green light spread rapidly around with Liu Yin as the center, and soon stopped at the edge of a range of 500 meters. Scan completed. 3 meters ahead, 30 centimeters below, there are 2 iron blocks buried. Left side, as the pleasant prompt sounded, several green spots of light appeared in Liu Yan's sight. He lit the torch and quickly picked up the shovel to dig at the location of the light spots. Soon, 2 units of iron blocks, 1 unit of saltpeter, and a dilapidated wooden treasure chest were dug out and placed in front of Liu Yan. In addition to the green light spot, there are 2 red light spots, located in the east corner of the safe house and 1.2 meters below the soil outside the gate. He looked up at the east corner. A sand scorpion. Its venom is extremely strong. A sting will cause widespread redness, swelling, and fever. In severe cases, it can lead to internal organ failure. Threat level low. Liu Yan walked to the corner and found a thumb-sized poisonous scorpion. Since the color of its shell was very similar to the soil, it could not be found at all if you didn't look carefully. Bang! Liu Yan decisively stomped it to death with 1 foot, then looked toward the second light spot. A hamster carrying multiple bacteria will steal your food and leave behind deadly viruses. Threat factor, high. If you don't want to become a rotting corpse for no apparent reason, I suggest you kill it immediately. Chapter 20, the third day of Doomsday. When Liu Yan saw the second prompt, he felt a chill on his back. Although those ferocious beasts in the wilderness look very threatening, invisible and intangible things like viruses and bacteria are more deadly than the former. And the most important thing is that wild animals can use wooden stakes and fences for defense, while the invasion of viruses is silent. If Liu Yan had not discovered the gopher hiding under the soil, perhaps one day in the future he would have died from being infected with the virus from the other party. In the absence of a formal medical system, the mortality rate of virus infection is almost 100%. Liu Yan pushed open the door of the safe house and found a very hidden cave entrance above according to the position marked by the red dot. He found some dry firewood, lit it and stuffed it into the cave entrance, then blew the smoke into the cave with force. Soon, Liu Yan saw a wisp of smoke floating out from the weeds about 10 meters away from the rat hole. He picked up a shovel and stood at the place where the smoke was coming from, concentrating on guarding it. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and creatures like gophers usually dig 1 or 2 back doors when digging holes. When deadly threats, such as snakes and rain, enter from the front hole, the gophers can escape through the back doors they dug in advance. Liu Yan lives in the suburbs of the city. When he was a child, he often went to the fields with his parents to farm. He has long been familiar with the habits of these small creatures living in the farmland. Sure enough, more than 10 seconds later, a rustling sound came from the weeds, followed by a black shadow rushing out. Liu Yan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and with 1 shovel he turned the other person into a rat-like movie. Seeing the red dot in the scan image completely disappear, Liu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up some dry firewood and burned the mole's body, completely eliminating the possibility of virus transmission. Then, Liu Yan walked around the safe house a few more times with a torch in hand, using up all of his 2 remaining talents for the day. However, perhaps due to the terrain, the remaining 2 talent scans only brought Liu Yan 2 units of iron blocks. In addition, he also removed a poisonous plant near the safe house. With the help of the Seek Advantages and Avoid Harm talent, Liu Yan cleared out all threats within a 500-meter radius of a safe house. After doing all this, the system displayed that the time was 22:49 and the coldest moment in the wilderness was about to come. The cold wind howled across the wilderness. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, adding a touch of despair to this desolate land. Liu Yan had returned to the safe house and was lying on his comfortable hammock, enjoying a sweet dream. But not everyone has the qualifications to enjoy the nightlife like Liu Yan. In this land, shrouded in blood-red moonlight, there are more people who are still braving the cold wind, holding iron pickaxes, hammering on the mines, risking their lives to mine the pitifully small amount of, or in exchange for a chance to survive. There are also some people wandering in the dark. They set their sights on the camps of some nearby players. Under the cover of darkness, they sneak into the other party's safe houses to kill and rob. Humble, vicious. Late at night on the second day after the apocalypse, people had completely shed their masks and revealed their true nature. All kinds of worldly affairs began to unfold in the wilderness. In order to survive, everyone tries their best and uses all the skills they have to create advantages. The cold wind howled and the wild beasts roared. On the second night in the wilderness, the survival situation became even worse. After one night, the number of survivors remaining in the wilderness of the eastern continent was 6,158. The third day of doom. You've built a stone drainage channel for your shelter, solving a crucial drainage problem and significantly increasing its safety. Survival points increased by 20. You forge a longbow. Survival points increased by 1. You hunted a level 1 mutant beast without taking any damage. Survival points increased by 10. You have gained a talent that will greatly enhance your survivability. Survival points increased by 40. You solved the drinking water problem. Survival points increased by 20. You successfully ate soup. Survival points increased by 5. Overall evaluation, B. Calculating today's survival point reward, 96. In the early morning, the first thing Liu Yin did when he opened his eyes was to open the system's daily assessment. As a long row of settlement information appeared in front of Liu Yin, his survival points, which had only 16 left, instantly soared to 112. Although he was mentally prepared, the generosity of the settlement rewards still exceeded Liu Yin's expectations. It seems that we only need to look at the evaluation results to know which resource obtained yesterday is the most valuable. Liu Yin touched his chin. He carefully compared the reward points in the evaluation and sorted them from high to low. Rare items like talent skill books are hard to come by, and the next two items that add the most points are solving the problem of drinking water and building shelters. It seems I still need to continue strengthening the safe house. The more functions the safe house has, the higher the safety factor will be, and the more survival points I can earn. Liu Yin said silently in his heart, and made a specific plan for his next work. Ventilation and lighting. These two functions are also important systems for improving the safe house. Liu Yin plans to complete their transformation in the near future. After all, humans are not mice and cannot tolerate a dark environment for a long time. First, let's see if there's anything new in the trading field and the world channel. Liu Yin opened the trading floor as per his daily routine. After browsing through it, he found that there were no rare items worth picking up, and then he opened the world chat channel again. The current world channel is basically equivalent to the morning news. Players exchange new information in it every day, and Liu Yin doesn't want to miss it. Soon, among the speeches of many players, Liu Yin saw a familiar ID. Yuan Wenya. Send pictures. Yuan Wenya. Urgent. Urgent. Please tell me, is this the right way to treat the wound? Will it get inflamed? Is she hurt? Out of curiosity, Liu Yin clicked on the picture sent by Yuan Wenya on the world channel. What caught my eye was a picture of a hoof. There was a wound about 3 centimeters long at the junction of the hoof and the calf. It looked very deep. The wound was not bleeding at the moment. A layer of black and gray paste was applied on the edge of the wound, which looked a bit dirty. It wasn't Yuan Wenya who was injured, but an animal? After a little thought, Liu Yin realized that this was probably the pet that Yuan Wenya opened from the pet egg. But now it seems that its situation is very bad. Li Nan, what happened? And the wound is covered with something that looks dirty. Wouldn't it hurt the horse's foot if the wound was treated so carelessly? Wang Xiu. Yes, wounds need cleaning the most. If you do this, even if the wound isn't inflamed, it will fester. XX. If you don't understand, don't operate it randomly. A group of players spoke up, but without offering any solutions, they started to complain about Yuan Wenya's handling of the matter. Liu Yin looked at it for a while, and after a moment of silence, he replied in the world channel. Liu Yin, if I'm reading correctly, the wound is covered with a layer of wood ash. Burned wood ash itself isn't dirty and has a certain hemostatic effect. Furthermore, wood ash is primarily used to kill insects and bacteria. In the absence of disinfectant, using wood ash to treat wounds is the right approach. Liu Yin, as for the question about whether the horse would feel pain if the wound was treated so casually, I can answer that it definitely wouldn't, because it's a donkey's foot. Chapter 21, Evil. Liu Yan's remarks quickly sparked heated discussions among many players. After closing the world chat channel, Liu Yin felt a little emotional. From the speeches of many players just now, he could see that many people lacked basic knowledge of wilderness survival and didn't even know the function of wood ash. In a modern civilized social system, people have enjoyed the benefits brought by the rapid progress of science and technology, but have also lost some of their ability to live independently. No wonder the player's casualty rate is so horrific. In just 2 days, the death toll has reached nearly half of the total number. Luyan took a look at the number of survivors and climbed out of the hammock. He had a good sleep last night, and now he feels refreshed. Because it was late last night, I didn't dare to patrol farther places rashly. Today I must rely on my talent of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to find more and more precious resources. Lu Yin opened his personal information interface, and a number of uses behind the talent had been refreshed. Lu Yin opened a manufacturing interface. To store the groundwater produced daily in the extractor, he decided to build a water reservoir. Stainless steel pots are used for cooking and cannot be used as water storage containers for a long time, so it is necessary to make a bucket. Do you choose to make the basic tool? Wooden barrel? Requires 1 unit of wood. Manufacturing success. Current survival point is 111. Basic tool manufacturing proficiency plus 2, 8/30. As several prompt sounds rang out, a brand new ordinary quality wooden barrel appeared at the foot of Lu Yin. Its capacity is about 15 liters. After today's extraction, the water level only covers the bottom of the barrel. Just save up slowly. One day, I'll be able to have water freedom. Lu Yin was in a good mood. He took out 200 g of almond biscuits, mixed it with mineral water, and drank it. After doing all this, he skillfully put on the worn leather armor, carried the longbow and quiver on his back, and prepared to go out with a steel axe in his hand. After yesterday's incident with the mutant lynx, Lu Yin became much more cautious and would always be fully armed whenever he went out. In the wilderness, which is fraught with danger, it never hurts to be cautious. Pushing open the door of a shelter, the morning breeze mixed with warm sunshine blew towards us. But Lu Yin was in no mood to pay attention to these things at this moment. His pupils suddenly constricted and focused on a certain spot right in front of him. This is a door. Right in front of Lu Yan's safe house. The dry bushes where the mutant lynx was lurking yesterday were now shrouded in a smoke-like substance. And at the very front of the smoke, a rusty bronze gate stood there quietly. Secret ruins. The first moment he saw the bronze door, these 4 words immediately flashed in Lu Yan's mind. The door looked extremely old, covered with brown rust and stains. The smoke behind the door was gently wriggling and floating, and a specific situation inside could not be seen clearly. One could only feel an extremely ancient and mysterious breath coming towards him. I didn't expect that I'd come across one today, having just learned about the secret ruins yesterday. Lu Yin looked at the ruins entrance, which was less than 300 meters away from the door of his safe house, his eyes shining. He tightly grasped the steel axe and longbow in his hands. Now that I've come across it, there's no reason to miss it. Exploring the ruins is imperative. As he said before, in any matter, the pioneers take all the benefits. Moreover, according to the information Yuan Wenyao provided yesterday, there are no restrictions when exiting the ruins. This entrance is so close to one's safe house that one can immediately retreat to the safe house in case of any situation that one cannot handle. There is no possibility of getting injured or being ambushed and picked up after exiting the ruins. But if it refreshes to a farther place next time, the difficulty will increase a lot. But my defense seems to be a little weak now, which makes me feel a little uneasy. Lu Yin looked down at his equipment. In front of the sophisticated steel axe and longbow, this worn leather armor looked a little out of place. There are many dangers in the ruins, and you must upgrade your equipment. Open the upgrade system. He looked at the leather armor on his body, and soon 2 prompts popped up. Upgrade Direction 1. Upgrade to light fish scale armor. Moderately improved defense. Requires 15 survival points. Upgrade Direction 2. Upgrade to plate armor. Greatly improves defense. Greatly weakens functional power. Requires 30 survival points. Seeing these 2 upgrade directions, Lu Yin decisively chose Upgrade Direction 1. Although plate armor offers greater defense, it's incredibly heavy. Wearing it would tire you out after just 2 steps. In ancient times, plate armor was worn only by European heavy cavalry. Without the aid of a horse, it was nothing more than a lump of metal. As for the light fish scale armor, it is closer to a kind of military armor used in ancient Yanhuang. The inside is made of leather and cloth, and the outside is sewn with thin iron sheets. Although its defense is slightly worse than that of plate armor, it weighs only about 10 pounds, and the movements of each joint are basically unrestricted, making it very flexible. Liu Yin took out 3 units of iron blocks, and after seeing the survival point requirement drop from 15 to 5, he immediately clicked to confirm the upgrade. With a flash of blue light, the worn leather armor on Liu Yan's body suddenly transformed into an ancient battle armor shining with silver light. Light fish scale armor. Defense. 3. The scales can resist attacks from knives, swords, and other light cold weapons. Explanación. Iam general da Hanoch. Feeling the heavy sense of security on his body, Liu Yan tightly grasped the steel axe in one hand and the longbow in the other, and strode towards the gate of the ruins. Although everything was prepared, Liu Yan's main purpose of entering the ruins this time was not to fight with possible enemies in the ruins. His main purpose is to explore the rules within the ruins. As long as you understand the rules within the ruins and walk in accordance with the rules, your chances of survival will be much higher than rushing in head first. Although Liu Yan killed a mutant lynx yesterday, he did not think that his current combat power could be compared with some masters. If it were not for the power of his weapons, he would only be slightly stronger than an ordinary person. After entering the ruins, you must pay attention to the objects and terrain inside the ruins. Try to avoid fighting, but if you encounter a situation where fighting is unavoidable, you must kill the enemy in the shortest time possible. Liu Yan whispered to himself. He had already reached the foot of the ruins gate. The bronze gate stood there quietly, with a gap between the 2 gates that was wide enough for one person to pass through. Liu Yan tried to look inside, but all he saw was chaos, and he couldn't see anything clearly. It seems that without entering the ruins, we can't peek at anything inside the ruins. Liu Yan muttered, took a deep breath, and stepped into the bronze gate. Just before entering, he looked up at the top of the gate. There, a large crimson character stood out. Evil. Chapter 22. Horrible Ruins. The moment Liu Yan stepped into the gate of the ruins, he felt an extremely cold breath madly penetrate into his limbs through his pores. He couldn't help but shiver. Ding! You have entered the evil secret ruins. Affected by the atmosphere of the ruins, from now on, the game chat channel and trading field functions will be temporarily closed to you. In the extremely eerie and quiet environment, 2 sudden warning sounds startled Liu Yan. With these 2 prompt sounds, it seemed as if the entire ruins were completely open. The endless chaos in front of Liu Yan gradually dissipated, and the ruins began to reveal the most real scene in front of him. What caught Liu Yan's eye was the ruins of a modern city. What he was standing on was no longer the yellow soil of the wilderness, but a cracked asphalt road. About 10 meters in front of him, there was a crooked road sign with 3 large characters written on it. White Bear Market, downtown. After seeing these 3 words, Liu Yan did not feel the surprise and excitement of returning to civilized society. Instead, he felt a creepy fear. It now seems that each secret relic exists independently, and there may be thousands of years between them. The virtual world ruins that Yuan Wenya entered were the remains of a tribe from ancient times, while the evil world ruins that Liu Yan entered were the ruins of modern civilization. But the more modern the ruins are, the greater the danger may be, because this means that the enemies in this relic are likely to have modern weapons. With Liu Yan's current equipment, he could still deal with the remains of a tribal civilization on equal terms, but if he fought against a modern civilization, he would definitely be 100% defeated. Prologue. This is my hometown, but it has become a ruin due to a disaster. Horrible monsters roam the land, and they will kill all survivors like us. I can only hide underground and live like a rat. I have been hiding in the dark cellar for 20 days, and they have never given up on tracking and hunting us. Boom, boom, boom. Those are footsteps. Oh my God, they're getting closer and closer. I heard heavy breathing coming from the ventilation window above my head. Terrified, I curled up tightly in the corner. After a long time, the breathing sound disappeared. I tried to raise my head, but saw a pair of eyes staring at me through the gap in the ventilation window. As the true appearance of the entire ruins appeared in front of Liu Yan, 5 sentences like a plot summary appeared in his mind. What is this? A copy outline. Liu Yan was stunned. He carefully pondered these 5 sentences from the survivor's perspective and was able to restore a general picture. This relic was once a beautiful city, and the people living here were happy and joyful. But one day, a group of monsters suddenly descended into the city, destroyed the city, and killed all the survivors living in the city. This survivor, who left behind a 5-sentence outline, struggled to survive in the dark underground environment for 20 days, but ultimately could not escape the fate of being discovered by the monster. So, the danger in this ruins is most likely from the monsters that destroyed the city. Luyan fell into deep thought. Judging from the ruins of the city before us, it must have been about the same level of development as a mid-level city in the 20th century before it was destroyed. Even with all kinds of technological weapons, such a city was still destroyed by monsters. The combat power of this group of monsters should be quite strong. It's simply not something I can contend with right now, but I'm too unwilling to leave like this. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Yin decided to walk around the edge of the area first and use his talent for seeking benefits and avoiding harm to search for some usable supplies in the ruins. After all, in a ruin with such advanced technology, picking up some supplies from the edge is enough to make the leap from the Iron Age to the Electronic Age. Liu Yin held the steel axe tightly and moved slowly forward along the collapsed wall. He moved very slowly, and his ears were always alert to any sound around him. This is a broken radio, a broken car, tire, a standard steel helmet. After moving forward more than 10 meters, Liu Yin found a large number of products of modern civilization in the ruins, but most of them had been damaged and could no longer be used. He picked up the camouflage helmet, put it on his head, and immediately felt much more at ease. At this time, Liu Yin was wearing an ancient armor and a modern helmet, which looked a bit out of place, but Liu Yin was not in the mood to pay attention to his image. As he walked deeper and deeper, he saw a lot of bloodstains in the ruins under his feet. The bloodstains have dried up. Liu Yin scraped the bloodstains on the ground with a steel axe. The bloodstains had already seeped deep into the ground. The further they walked, the denser the bloodstains became. When they were 50 meters away, the bloodstains were no longer dry and black, but had become moist. If they were lightly touched with the axe blade, they would stick to the sharp edge. At this moment, a broken human corpse suddenly rolled down from the height of the ruins next to it and fell directly at the foot of the road. The moment he saw the corpse, Liu Yin felt his scalp tingling and his whole body felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. He was quite courageous. He had once gone with others to watch others salvage the bodies of people who had fallen into the river and drowned. Those swollen and deformed bodies were extremely scary. But even so, they could not scare Liu Yin, who was only 14 years old at the time. But looking at the corpse in front of him, Liu Yin felt a strong sense of dizziness and an extremely strong sense of fear. The reason was simple, because there was a big hole bitten on the throat of the corpse, and steaming blood was still gushing out. This body was just killed. Liu Yin wasn't sure if the corpse belonged to another player or an NPC within this secret ruins scene, but he was certain of one thing. That is, in the ruins around him, in a corner very close to him, there is a bloodthirsty creature that has just hunted a person. Now it may be hiding in a dark corner, chewing fresh flesh and blood, staring at his throat with cold eyes. Talent skill, scan immediately. Liu Yan's eyebrows twitched wildly, and he almost instantly took a defensive posture, holding the steel axe across his chest. A blue light centered on him and quickly swept to the surrounding area of 500 meters. In an instant, a red dot appeared in the scan image in front of Liu Yan's eyes. The color of this red dot is so dark and deep that it almost seems to bleed. Chapter 23, Supplies in the Basement. A red that was almost dripping with blood appeared in Liu Yan's talent scan map, and it was only 30 meters away from him. Demon Ape. Category, Monster. Risk factor, extremely high. Be careful not to touch its corrosive blood. It will burn your skin and flesh. As the blood-red light lit up, a person actually staggered out from the top of the ruins where the corpse had just rolled down. For now, let's just call this thing a human, because it has the same body shape as humans, but in terms of expression and body movements, it is more like a wild beast. The moment he saw this thing clearly, Liu Yin felt a chill. This thing looks like a human-shaped ape covered with black hair. There are large areas of ulcers on its body, and muscles with black blood flowing inside are exposed under the fallen skin. The ulceration in the abdomen was even more serious, with a large penetrating hole appearing, through which one could even see the spine on the back. Its appearance at this moment is very similar to the zombie beasts in some science fiction movies. And now, its pair of vertical pupils like those of a poisonous snake were staring at Liu Yin with an angry look and its meaning was very clear. How dare you trespass into my territory? It only said it would cause corrosion, but didn't say it would cause infection. Lu Yin quickly discovered the details in the hint. He gripped the steel axe tightly, staring at the demon ape. As long as it's not like in zombie movies where you get infected by being caught or bitten, then it's not impossible to fight with the other party, with weapons and armor. Even if I can't win, it should be easy to escape. However, Lu Yin didn't know if there were more creatures like it nearby. If the noise of the battle attracted more enemies, it would be even more difficult to escape. Fight or flight. While Lu Yin was engaged in a fierce ideological struggle, the ferocious demon ape did not give him time to think. It pounced down from the ruins on a high place like a flash of lightning. Its terrifying, huge mouth opened wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp canine teeth. Facing the sudden attack of the demon ape, Lu Yin, who had just entered the wilderness, would definitely have panicked. However, after experiencing a battle with the mutant lynx yesterday, Lu Yin's psychological quality has become much stronger, and at least he will not be a loss when facing the enemy. He arched his body, twisted his waist, and raised the part of his right elbow protected by armor. Facing the attack of the demon ape, he did not dodge, but instead took the initiative to charge forward. Boom! With a dull thud, the demon ape was knocked back 2 or 3 meters by Lu Yin. Lu Yin's combat thinking is very clear. At a distance of 30 meters, his greatest advantage, the bow and arrow, would be useless, and if he swung the steel axe at close range, he might not be able to cause fatal damage to it if he could not cut off its spine or neck with one axe. What's more, it's not certain whether this strange life form can feel pain. If your first counterattack fails, and the opponent gets close to you and gets entangled with you, then the opponent with corrosive blood will definitely have the advantage. Lu Yin is tall, and the force of his elbow strike after running at full speed can reach almost 300 kilograms, which is enough to directly break a person's bones. It turned out that Lu Yin's tactics were very effective. The skinny demon ape was knocked back 2 or 3 meters and fell heavily into the rocks of the ruins. He struggled to get up but fell to the ground several times. Good opportunity. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. He grabbed the longbow and shot 3 arrows in a row, all of which pierced through the opponent's chest. Ah! The demon ape roared madly, and its eyes revealed extremely human pain. It wanted to stand up and fight back, but the heavy and powerful impact from Lu Yin just now caused it to break its lumbar vertebrae on the rock, and now its lower body was completely out of control. It struggled to touch the ground with its hands, and like a big insect, it dragged its twisted body closer and closer to the rocks on the road. Goo goo, get out, goo, get out. The demon ape opened its mouth wide and roared incoherently. It's so fucking disgusting. You want to get out of the ruins? Lu Yin frowned. He pulled out a few sharp arrows again and shot at the opponent's arms and neck. At such a short distance, and with the special blessing of easy to hit, these arrows hit the target without deviation. With a wail, the demon ape completely lost its ability to move and lay on the ground, wailing continuously. It's not as strong as I imagined. Lu Yin looked at the demon ape lying on the ground, feeling a little confused. The strength displayed by this creature is not enough to destroy the technologically advanced city in front of him. What is the truth behind the destruction of this relic? Or is this just the outskirts, and there are even more terrifying things in the center of the city, and that is the source of the city's destruction? Lu Yin stood there in silence for a moment, then brought a large stone from the side, stood 2 meters away, aimed at the demon ape's head, and smashed it down. Boom! Snap! The sound of bones breaking was heard, like a watermelon being smashed, and the ground was covered with colorful things. The demon ape that had been wailing and struggling finally stopped moving. Lu Yin strode towards the demon ape's corpse, pretending to retrieve the arrow that was stuck in its body. But at this moment, the remains of the headless demon ape with its head smashed into pieces suddenly jumped up, and its sharp claws suddenly grabbed Lu Yin's thigh. Swish! The sound of sharp claws rubbing against steel scales was heard, and 7 or 8 pieces of iron plates were torn off from Lu Yin's thigh armor in an instant. Lu Yin's eyebrows were twitching wildly. It's not dead yet. After failing in the first attack, the demon ape's claws turned quickly in another direction and grabbed Lu Yin's unprotected ankle. But Lu Yin was faster, and the steel axe in his hand chopped down instantly, hitting the beast's claws and wrists exactly. Snap! The axe blade, carrying enormous power, cut through the rotten flesh and bones without any hindrance and directly cut off its claws. At the same time, a stream of foul-smelling black blood sprayed onto the iron armor on Liu Yan's chest, making a hiss sound and billowing thick smoke. Fuck, he's still alive, even after his head was smashed. Liu Yan's eyes were full of hostility, and he looked at the madly squirming and struggling body of the demon ape with some disbelief. It was too dangerous. If I didn't have this armor, I would be buried here today. This thing no longer belongs to the category of biology and cannot be understood with normal biological thinking. Liu Yan gritted his teeth and brought a few more large rocks to completely smash the demon ape's body into pieces. Then he squatted on the ground and gasped. The arrow shaft has been corroded and has no recycling value. Liu Yan grabbed the arrow on the broken claw with lingering fear and found that the arrow body was about to be corroded by blood and broke and could not be used at all. He sighed and threw away the arrow and the broken claw. Liu Yan looked around and was no longer prepared to continue exploring deeper into the city. It's too dangerous here. Who knows how many of these immortal monsters there will be if we go deeper? How many can you kill with just a few sharp arrows and a steel axe? Just search for some supplies on the outskirts, and it won't be too late to invade White Bear City when you have better equipment in the future. But whether I can encounter this relic again by then is hard to say. Liu Yan picked up the steel axe and stood on the top of the ruins where the demon ape had just appeared, looking down. All he could see were broken walls and ruins. Start talent scan. Liu Yan activated his innate ability again. This time, no blood-colored spots appeared, only a large number of green spots flashing in his scan image. He began to compare them step by step, and finally chose a location and walked over. This was a ruin that looked like a warehouse. Liu Yan walked along the corner of the wall all the way to the deepest part and found an extremely hidden basement door in the corner. The gate looked like it had suffered a violent impact from the outside and was severely deformed overall. Liu Yan pulled the door open and looked into the basement. The basement was pitch black, and there was an extremely strong smell of mold. Liu Yan took out a torch from the backpack, lit it, and walked down quietly. The firelight danced in the basement, and the light gradually illuminated everything. There were still large, splattered bloodstains on the walls of the basement, as if a massacre had taken place here. Such a scene couldn't help but emerge in Liu Yan's mind. A group of survivors hid in a dark basement. They didn't dare to turn on the lights, speak, or even breathe loudly, but the terrifying monsters wandering outside still found them. The monsters violently broke open the door of the basement and mercilessly slaughtered the survivors. Wailing and begging for mercy echoed throughout the basement, but they did not arouse the monsters' sympathy. Only after they killed the last survivor did the monsters turn around and leave. Liu Yan thought, so as he continued to move forward. Sure enough, in the easternmost corner, he found the bodies of several human soldiers. A little further away, he also found the remains of several demon apes that had been severely burned. These corpses had already dried up. Obviously, they had been dead for a long time. Liu Yan searched through the bodies of these human soldiers and found no guns or ammunition, only an ID card. Arthur, Private First Class of the 3rd Federal Army in Green City. Liu Yan looked at the ID card and muttered, "Troopers have been mobilized from other places." It seems that the monster activities in White Bear City were very rampant back then. After sighing, Liu Yan began to search the basement for the remaining supplies. In the deepest right corner of the basement, some daily necessities were stacked in large cardboard boxes. Liu Yan took a look and found that only a few things were preserved intact. A VCD player that looks like a laptop computer, and it runs on batteries. Half a bag of black meat, I don't know what animal it is. A whole package includes more than a dozen seasonings such as salt, peppercorns, star anise, and dried chilies. Half a bag of rice. And a weird-looking walkie-talkie. Each player has 20 backpack slots. Before entering the ruins, 5 of Liu Yan's backpack slots were occupied, leaving 15 empty slots, enough to pack up all the well-preserved supplies here and take them away. Is this a diary? While Liu Yan was rummaging through the walls, he found a very well-preserved diary under the VCD projector. He glanced at it casually in the light of the fire. It probably recorded the experiences of the survivors in this basement during the period when monsters destroyed the city. Survivor's diary. Take it back and read it just to kill time. Liu Yan's backpack had enough space, so he stuffed all of it in. Soon, Liu Yan filled the compartments of his backpack, picked up a cardboard box, and then strode out of the basement. Because he was afraid that the noise from the fight with the demon ape would attract more enemies, Lu Yin didn't dare to stay for too long after walking out of the basement and went straight out of the ruins. Your exploration progress in the ruins is 1,000th. Do you want to exit the ruins? Just before Lu Yin stepped out of the door, the reminder sounded again. Lu Yin glanced back. The ruins were indeed vast and boundless. He wondered when he would be able to fully explore them and collect all the treasures within them. Confirm to exit. Buzz. A strange wave spread around, and Lu Yin found that the thick fog surrounded him again, and the clear world of ruins behind him was slowly covered by a layer of fog. Lu Yin strode out of the ruins gate. But what he didn't notice was that the moment he walked out of the gate, several demon apes with festering limbs appeared again from the ruins behind him and ran towards him from a distance. They gathered around the demon ape that was killed by Lu Yin, their expressions revealing sadness and anger. At this moment, a burly demon ape came over, dragging the human corpse whose throat had been bitten off, and threw it heavily in front of several other monsters. But what was strange was that these monsters did not gnaw on the human remains like hungry dogs. Instead, their expressions and eyes became extremely frightened. They stared at the human's corpse for a long time, and suddenly a trembling voice came from the mouth of one of the demon apes. "It's a monster!" Immediately afterwards, the voices of more demon apes were heard. "Yes, it's the monsters. They're back. The monsters are back, and we will be slaughtered again." The thick fog around him completely dissipated the moment Lu Yin stepped out of the gate of the ruins. Lu Yin stood at the gate of the ruins and looked around. After making sure that there was no danger lurking, he dragged his tired body back to the safe house. This time, although he was not in the safe house for long, he truly experienced what it felt like to have a close brush with death. That invincible demon ape left a deep impression on him. He slowly took off his armor, and a piercing pain came from the place on his thigh, where he was attacked by the sharp claws of the demon ape. Although there was a layer of iron armor as protection, the desperate attack of the demon ape was absolutely powerful. Although the iron armor blocked the fatal claws, it could not block the huge impact force carried by the claws. He unbuttoned his trouser leg and saw a bruise where he'd been hit. This spot was also very sensitive. If it moved half an inch further up, Lu Yin might have her a nickname like Santa Claus or Holy Lance Ranger. Every failure makes you wiser. Preaching is useless. Broken bones are the best textbooks. Lu Yin endured the pain and smiled. People always have to grow through repeated setbacks and mistakes. This time, Lu Yin really fell flat on his face. He thought he had been cautious enough, but he still underestimated the vitality of these monsters. The creatures in the wilderness are special, and the enemies in the ruins are even more bizarre. They cannot be viewed with common sense. Lu Yin checked his injuries in the light of the fire. Although the pain was severe, it was actually just a soft tissue contusion, and no bones were injured. However, I have gained a lot from this exploration of the ruins. Not only did we obtain a large amount of supplies, but we also gained some intelligence about the ruins. Lu Yin took out the wooden bowl and drank a sip of water. After feeling the intense, stinging sensation ease a little, he began to carefully sort out what he had seen and heard in the ruins. What we can confirm at this point is that the enemies within the evil-type ruins appear in a physical form, and their death cannot be determined using the same criteria as for killing normal creatures. Even after smashing their heads, they can still attack. Lu Yin paused for a moment, recalling the remains of the demon apes in the basement that were severely burned by flames. To deal with the enemies in the evil-type ruins, perhaps using fire to consume their bodies would be the only way to completely destroy them. After coordinating the information obtained, it is time to move on to the main event. Count the harvest. This is Lu Yan's favorite part. What is the point of taking such a big risk to break into the ruins and fight with monsters? Isn't it just for the resources in front of us? Lu Yin happily took out all the items he had brought out of the ruins and placed them on the ground one by one. First, there's that whole packet of seasoning. These are important items for Lu Yin to change his diet and improve his happiness index. Don't underestimate them. With them, you can improve the taste of your diet, and even the system's daily assessment will increase your score. Salt, cumin powder, peppercorns, star anise, bay leaves, MSG, dried chilies. Lu Yin checked them one by one and found that basically all the common seasonings needed in the kitchen were available. With it, and by renovating the ventilation system of the safe house, Lu Yin's private kitchenette will be completely built. Then, Lu Yin looked at the second item. New Energy Walkie-Talkie. The latest product from White Bear City's Umbrella Technology Company, capable of picking up any conversation within a 1,000-meter radius. Function: adjustable public/private mode. In public mode, the monitored content will be played publicly. Within the volume range, everyone can listen to the monitored content. In private mode, only the holder can hear the monitored content. No matter the volume, no one else can listen to the monitored content. Note: I don't like gossip. What the hell? Liu Yin was stunned for a moment, and then a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. How could such a perverted item be produced? I thought it was an ordinary old-fashioned walkie-talkie, but I didn't expect its true properties to be so magical. This means that as long as it has sufficient power, it can monitor the conversations of everyone within a radius of 1,000 meters. However, this thing needs to be charged. Where can I get a generator now? Liu Yin scratched his head and looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand with some distress. Although its function is very buggy, without the support of electricity, it is still the same as an ordinary brick. No, bricks can also crack walnuts. There must be a generator inside the White Bear City ruins, but it may be located quite deep inside. Forget it. Let's talk about it next time we have a chance to enter the White Bear City ruins. Liu Yin put down the walkie-talkie in his hand and turned his gaze to another electronic product. VCD projector. This thing is different from a walkie-talkie. It relies on batteries to support its power. Among the supplies he had just looted, Liu Yin happened to find a few matching batteries. After replacing them, Liu Yin stared at the display screen with joy. Since coming to this wilderness, Liu Yin has not played with his mobile phone or touched any electronic product for more than 48 hours. This is an extremely difficult thing for a young man living in a civilized age. Although the VCD projector I got now does not have as many functions as a mobile phone, it can still bring a bit of fun to my boring life. I wonder what kind of movies are copied in here. It would be best if there are I Am Legend or A Better Tomorrow. Liu Yin watched the screen gradually light up with full anticipation. After a large startup logo appeared, a whole row of movie lists quickly popped up on the screen. However, Liu Yin frowned and searched for a long time, but there was no familiar name. Instead, there were some unpopular movies that he had never heard of. Finally, he reluctantly selected one of them and clicked on it. Soon, the buffered reading bar ended and a scene appeared on the screen. When he saw the image on the screen clearly, Liu Yan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. What the hell is this? Chapter 24. The Truth About the White Bear City Ruins. The movie screen appeared on the VCD projector screen, but what Liu Yan never expected was that the actors that appeared on the screen were all the same kind of demon apes that he had just seen in the ruins. However, the skin and muscles of these demon apes that appeared on the screen were not ulcerated, and they did not look that ferocious. Instead, they were well-mannered and dressed in suits, walking around subway stations and streets like humans. This is a movie starring monsters. After a brief pause of a few seconds, Liu Yan opened another movie. The characters that appeared in his eyes were exactly the same as before, all played by the demon ape. What's going on? Liu Yan felt an extremely strong and strange feeling surrounding him. The scenes in these movies were all filmed in White Bear City, and the signs on the streets can confirm this. Before it was destroyed by monsters, the city was indeed very beautiful and magnificent. In the movie, the demon apes work and play like humans. On those skyscrapers, there are also some large posters such as Parliamentary Election and New Star Edition. Of course, the images on the posters are still those of these demon apes. Could it be? Liu Yan looked at these strange scenes, and an extremely strange thought surged in his mind. Could it be that the demon ape is the native inhabitant of White Bear City, and the two human soldier corpses I saw in the basement are the invaders who destroyed this city? The more Liu Yan thought about it, the more he felt that this guess was correct. Judging from the information shown in the movie, these demon apes have formed a complete social system in White Bear City and live a very comfortable life. In the movie, he didn't see any traces of human existence. If this city once belonged to humans, it would be impossible for the demon apes to preserve it so intact after capturing the city. Liu Yan began to frantically recall what he had just seen and heard in the ruins. The corpse of a human soldier wearing the shoulder patches of the Green City Garrison Corps. That opening chapter from the perspective of the survivors. Liu Yan suddenly remembered that when he had pinned the demon ape that attacked him to the ground with an arrow, it had roared angrily and resentfully, "Get out! Get out!" At the time, Liu Yan had thought the demon wanted to leave the ruins. Now, he imagined that what the demon ape really wanted to say might be, "Get out! Get out of my home!" I thought the White Bear City ruins were a biochemical crisis and monsters were coming, but I didn't expect that humans were the monsters that came. Liu Yin finally confirmed the plot setting of the ruins. The identities of the supposed victims and monsters were swapped. So in the eyes of that demon ape, I am an invader, just like the human soldiers who once destroyed White Bear City. Liu Yin touched his chin. This reversal made him feel a little uncomfortable, as if he had thought he was the protagonist who saved the world in the story. But suddenly, he turned into the villain. After a few seconds, he turned off the VCD projector. These film and television works, which were entirely shot and starred by Mo Yuan, are still a bit too advanced for Liu Yin at present. He wasn't a Japanese. He was just an islander who lived a pretty good life, so he wasn't perverted enough to watch two humanoid creatures covered in black hair making love right in front of him. After finishing sorting out all the other items, Liu Yin turned his attention to the last thing. That's Survivor's Diary. Survivor Diary. Category: Special Items. Effect: After use, you can summon the Ruins Gate again to enter White Bear City. The number of uses is 0/3. Explanation: Greedy Invader. I grant you another chance to enter our home. We will wait for your return in the ruins and tear you into pieces. Liu Yin looked at the properties of the diary, his heart beating wildly. This is an admission ticket to the White Bear City ruins. Liu Yin's eyes lit up. The technological level in White Bear City is very high, and there are also sci-fi products such as monitoring walkie-talkies. The resources and products in the center of the ruins are absolutely astonishingly rich. This time, Liu Yin's equipment was insufficient, and he was unable to go inside for in-depth exploration, which was a great regret and unwillingness in itself. Before leaving, Liu Yin was still reluctant to leave. He didn't know where the White Bear City ruins would be refreshed in the wilderness next time, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to enter again in this life. Now that he has this diary, Liu Yin can enter again at any time, whenever he wants. The output within the ruins does not show any specific function inside the ruins. Maybe a very inconspicuous thing will be of great use in the wilderness. Liu Yin was very glad that he took this diary out at that time. With it, when he is fully prepared next time and enters again with modern weapons, he must let those demon apes taste what nuclear hydrogen is. Of course, Liu Yin would not be soft-hearted or sympathetic to the demon apes just because the identities of humans and demon apes in the White Bear City ruins were reversed, so that he would not have the heart to enter the resource-rich ruins of White Bear City again. The law of the world itself is the survival of the fittest. Over countless years, how many creatures have become extinct since the rise of the human race? Creatures at the top of the food chain have the qualifications to decide the fate of other creatures. In order to eat meat, humans hunt wild animals. In order to grow rice fields, humans flatten forests. In order to build fortifications, humans cut off lakes and rivers. It is precisely because of human beings' brutal and domineering expansion, plundering the survival resources of countless races, that they have gained the dominant position on the blue planet. Moreover, even among humans, wars are constantly breaking out in order to compete for interests and resources, killing fellow humans. Who cares about the life and death of those demon apes whose race is completely different from their own? In this doomsday game, with survival as its theme, the only eternal pursuits are interests and resources. As for right and wrong, evil and justice, these are simply things that only children care about. Liu Yin opened the diary, and a large amount of text came into his sight. There is a feature in this doomsday game that is worthy of praise. That is, all languages and text will be automatically converted into universal versions that players can recognize, whether they are from other countries or other intelligent races. Liu Yin was not interested in the film and television works of the demon apes, but he read this diary very carefully. Because this diary may very well record the true situation of the invasion of White Bear City, which will help Liu Yin understand this relic and avoid being completely in the dark the next time he enters White Bear City. Carrie's Diary, written on the day of disaster to record my final life. Chapter 25, Survivor's Diary. On April 27th, the weather was overcast. I was awakened by a shrill alarm. When I climbed out of bed, opened the window, and looked out, I found that the entire city was in chaos. Everyone was running for their lives in panic. Cars collided in the crowded streets, and there were screams and horns honking. I saw a sticky, dark liquid flowing on the road. I couldn't tell if it was leaking oil or blood. I stood there in bewilderment, completely unsure of what was happening. Was there a toxic leak, Or had the mountains on the edge of the city collapsed from the continuous heavy rain, causing a mudslide? It wasn't until my neighbor broke down my door and, in a panic, tried to drag me along to escape that I realized the source of the chaos in the city. It was a human garrison from Green City. Their helicopter gunships had already entered the border of White Bear City, and our border defense troops had been completely slaughtered 10 minutes prior. My mind went blank. I couldn't believe this was real. The human garrison in Green City, weren't they sincere allies of White Bear City? Even though we're different races, we've maintained friendly trade relations for years. Why would they attack White Bear City? But I didn't have time to think about it right now. My neighbor dragged me along, grabbed some supplies from home, and fled. He said there was a basement in a nearby warehouse that could be used as a shelter. We arrived on the street, filled with cries of terror, as everyone in our group searched for cover. My head was in a daze, and I had no idea which direction I was running. Neighbors dragged me along, leading me to a small warehouse west of the city. It was indeed well hidden and inconspicuous. Before entering, I looked back and saw the outlines of armed helicopters in the distant horizon. We hid in the pitch-black basement and locked the door tightly from the inside. The small space gave me a sense of security. I turned on a flashlight, and my brain calmed down from the panic, and I slowly regained my ability to think. I'm well aware that the White Bear City defenders are no match for the human army. For a long time, White Bear City has been focusing its resources on developing genetic medicines and electronics, while spending very little on weapons and the military. Many citizens have been dissatisfied with this policy, but the city council has always argued that in times of peace, there's no need to invest heavily in expanding armaments. The council leaders remain optimistic about peace and firmly believe in the permanent armistice signed with humans 20 years ago. The human army's attack has fully begun. The roar of propellers can be heard from outside, accompanied by violent explosions. I feel the entire earth shaking, and dust and dirt continuously fall from the top of the basement. My neighbor and I huddle in the darkness like two mice, not daring to make a sound. We hug each other and tremble. I don't know how much time passed before the bombing stopped, but we didn't dare leave the basement rashly. I believe those human soldiers must have landed in the city. If we ran into them, I would definitely die. April 28th, the weather was uncertain. I hid in the basement and didn't dare to go out. April 29th, as above. On May 3rd, our communications with the outside world were completely cut off on the 27th. I suspect it was because the communication tower was destroyed in the bombing. After a full week in the dark basement, my spirit was nearly broken and my food was almost gone. I discussed it with my neighbor and decided to go out and investigate the situation and bring back some supplies. We carefully opened the door to the basement and discovered that the warehouse outside had been blown up, leaving only two load-bearing walls standing. However, the collapsed rubble happened to perfectly obscure the basement entrance, making it impossible to spot without careful inspection. After exiting the basement, we discovered the situation outside was far more serious than we had imagined. The entire White Bear City was almost completely destroyed, and all the buildings were reduced to ruins. The shattered streets in the city center were littered with the mutilated bodies of our compatriots, and the ground was stained red with blood. The genetic medicines that White Bear City has been investing heavily in developing have indeed greatly improved the vitality of our compatriots, allowing us to live longer and become more difficult to kill. However, facing the hail of human bullets, the effects of genetic medicines are clearly not strong enough to this extent. I stood there frozen, feeling cold all over. My beautiful homeland had now turned into hell, and those human soldiers were the monsters who created this hell. Yes, humans are all monsters from hell. I suppressed my fear and anger as I walked through the corpses of my compatriots. I found some supplies in the ruins, some seasonings, and half a bag of rice. I didn't dare to continue wandering outside because I found that the human army had not withdrawn from here. They seemed to be looking for something. Helicopters flew over, and I lay among the pile of corpses to avoid their detection. I fled back to the basement, trembling all over. As soon as I closed my eyes, a bloody sea of corpses appeared in my mind. I was going crazy. My neighbor is back. He brought some bacon, a VCD, a walkie-talkie, and a piece of news. The reason why the human army attacked White Bear City. A brand new renewable energy source. A core energy source that can be applied to any technology. Unlike wind and solar energy, it doesn't consume energy, and the energy it generates is even more powerful than a nuclear reactor. It can be used in homes, industry, and the military. It's an endless supply, akin to a perpetual motion machine. Once it is put into use, it can provide sufficient energy until the day the world ends. The White Bear City Research Laboratory discovered and successfully extracted this energy, naming it psionic energy or dark energy. This is something that can rapidly elevate our species, but the news quickly leaked out. A race with an outdated army and weaponry has developed a new energy source that surpasses nuclear energy. It's like a delicate girl covered in jewels walking into a thug's lair. A permanent ceasefire agreement is equivalent to a piece of waste paper in the face of huge interests. My city was destroyed, and my compatriots were almost completely killed. May 17th, I went out again to search for supplies. Surprisingly, I found a survivor. I didn't want to save him at first, but he said he was a staff member of the White Bear City Research Institute. After some consideration, I decided to take him back to the basement. Also, the number of human soldiers in the ruins is dwindling. These damn monsters, get out of my home now. My neighbor was unhappy that I had brought another companion back because our food resources were dwindling, but soon the worker shared a secret with us. The research institute has been breached. The monsters thought they had taken all the psionic energy, but in fact, a small portion was hidden. Once the monsters have completely left the city, we survivors can use this small amount of hidden psionic energy to quietly rebuild our homes in the ruins and take revenge on the monsters. As for the hiding place, he swore that only he knew it and only gave me a general location. Perhaps he was worried that if we knew the specific location of psionic energy, he would lose his usefulness and was worried that we would drive him away. He's quite cunning. On May 20th, the monsters stopped scavenging resources and began their final cleanup. With the mindset of eradicating everything, they roamed the ruins, searching for survivors and then killing them. They were indeed very gifted at warfare. If they invaded a race, they would completely and utterly annihilate it, leaving no chance for revenge. But how could the monsters possibly search every corner of such a vast city? May 27th. We have been living in the dark basement for a whole month, but our mental state is much better than before because we are waiting for the monsters to leave, find the remaining psionic energy, and implement our revenge plan. On May 28th, my neighbor was shot by a monster while out looking for resources. His entire chest was shot through, and his ribs pierced deeply into his lungs. If it weren't for the genetic medicine that improved our physical condition, he would have died by now. On May 30th, I discovered that the researcher I had rescued had sores on his body. I initially thought it was an infectious disease, but he told me it was caused by psionic radiation. When the monsters were fighting for psionic energy, it leaked, and a large area of radiation had appeared in the center of White Bear City. This radiation would continuously destroy our genetic sequence. But because our vitality was too strong after being exposed to this radiation, we could only watch our bodies fester bit by bit, unable to die, and eventually become a zombie-like living dead. I was almost scared to death, but the other party told me that the small amount of hidden psionic energy had not been leaked and was sealed very tightly. After this incident, he still didn't tell me the location of that small amount of psionic energy, but I noticed that he's been using my neighbor's VCDs to watch movies recently, and he's been watching some of them very frequently. I don't know if there is any connection between them. On May 31st, the sores on his body were getting bigger and bigger. I kept thinking, I need to find an opportunity to confront him and tell him where the psionic energy is hidden. What if he suddenly dies in the middle of the night? Our hope of revenge will be completely cut off. Let's do it tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I'll find him and ask him clearly. No, I think I heard something. Is that footsteps? Coming from above the basement door. My muscles instantly stiffened, and I held my breath. I heard the monsters chatting. They had discovered the entrance to the basement. They start banging on the door. I saw a blinding light filtering through the cracks in the door. The door was violently broken open, and a pair of military boots appeared in my sight. Monster coming in. The words in the diary stopped abruptly here. The handwriting of the last few lines was very sloppy and chaotic, and it was obvious that the owner of the handwriting was extremely frightened and panicked at the time. Liu Yin closed the diary and began to digest the large amount of information in it. He recalled the corpses of the demon apes he had seen in the underground room. There were indeed 3 of them, exactly the same number as in the diary. The staff said that only he knows where the psionic energy is buried. There are 3 bodies in the basement. This diary and VCD were not taken away. This means that the human army that invaded White Bear City didn't discover it. That small amount of psionic energy is most likely still buried somewhere in White Bear City. It is the highest level treasure resource in the White Bear City ruins. Most importantly, according to what's written in the diary, White Bear City has also developed a genetic drug that can improve physical fitness. Perhaps it can completely cure Lu Xiaoyu's anemia. Lu Yan's eyes lit up, his grip on the diary tightened, and his gaze became frantic and fierce. I must obtain the treasures in the White Bear City ruins. Be it a player or an NPC, whoever dares to snatch it from me, I will kill him at all costs. Chapter 26. Adding ventilation and lighting systems. After finishing reading this survivor's diary, Lu Yan felt an extremely strong possessive desire for something for the first time in his life. The psionic energy in the White Bear City ruins is certainly very valuable, but the genetic drugs that can increase cell activity are what Lu Yan most urgently wants to obtain at this moment. That monster's body was so rotten, its head smashed, yet could still fight back. This powerful vitality must be related to the genetic medicine mentioned in the diary. Lu Yan thought of the demon ape he had killed. Its abdomen was almost completely rotten, revealing the bones on its back, but its vitality was still strong. So can the genetic disease that Lu Xiaoyu has suffered from since childhood be cured by this drug? Lu Yan has always been worried about his sister's illness. She has been different from other children since she was a child. Because of her physical defects, she cannot go to school and play like normal people. Although Lu Xiaoyu is very sensible and has never complained to Lu Yan, he can often see the loneliness and inferiority in Lu Xiaoyu's heart. Yes, it's inferiority complex. This inferiority complex is deeply rooted in her bones, making Lu Xiaoyu's character extremely sensitive and fragile. Sometimes an unintentional word from someone will deeply hurt her self-esteem. What's more, there are some bastards in this world who love to make fun of other people's flaws. In order to protect Lu Xiaoyu's fragile heart, Lu Yan didn't know how many guys he had beaten up over the years who had hurt her intentionally or unintentionally, from naughty kids to hooligans, so many that he couldn't count them with both hands. This kind of personality defect cannot be cured through any psychological counseling. Psychological counseling can only temporarily treat the symptoms, but cannot cure the root cause. Only by eliminating Lu Xiaoyu's genetic disease can her personality defects be completely cured. No matter what, I'm going to give it a try. Lu Yan clenched his fists. The harvest from this entry into the ruins was beyond Lu Yan's expectations. Although he didn't get much supplies, he obtained a huge amount of intelligence information, which laid the perfect foundation for his next entry into the White Bear City ruins. Lu Yan sorted out the supplies and walked out of the safe house again. He did not forget what his main task today was, which was to transform the ventilation and lighting systems of the safe house. The lighting system mainly relies on fire before entering the electricity stage. I can make a kerosene lamp or an iron stove. Lu Yan thought about it. Both of these items are basic tools. They can be made with the lowest level of proficiency in the production system, and the materials are also very simple. Kerosene lamps can provide lighting, while stoves not only provide light, but also have the functions of cooking food and heating. The lighting system is easy to fix. The main issue is ventilation and exhaust. Whether it is a kerosene lamp or a stove, they both need to burn something to provide energy. During the combustion process, a large amount of gases harmful to the human body will be released. If the ventilation system is not well done, these toxic gases are enough to be fatal. Before the electrical system becomes fully popular, the lighting and exhaust systems of the safe house need to be designed together. The most ideal ventilation system is, of course, large ventilation windows that are transparent from front to back, but this design does not conform to the actual situation of the underground safe house, and the safety will be greatly reduced. A design method emerged in Lu Yan's mind, a ventilation duct similar to a vertical Z. This design is commonly used in submarine observation mirrors. It can extend from the underground safe house to the ground. A layer of fine wire mesh is installed in the outer corner of the pipe, close to the ground, to prevent small creatures, such as venomous snakes and lizards, from entering. It can also prevent fallen leaves from being blown into the pipe and causing blockage. As for the internal corners near the safe house, 6 steel pipes will be installed as anti-theft windows to prevent humans and large beasts from tearing open the wire mesh at the external corners and drilling into the pipes to forcibly invade the safe house. There is no need to worry about the 2 problems of rainwater backflow and cold air invasion. In addition to directly digging a small ditch on the ground outside the ventilation duct to connect to the drainage ditch, Lu Yin will also create a sealed glass window that can be opened and closed and installed on the innermost side of the vent. Once a large cold wave or low-temperature weather hits, he will immediately close the doors and windows and turn the safe house into an isolated nest. I need glass and sealant. Lu Yin carefully calculated the materials needed to improve the ventilation system. Everything else was easy. Whether it was steel pipes or wire mesh, the survival system could manufacture them. The only things Lu Yin doesn't have are glass and sealant. Fortunately, these two things are not rare items, and the prices in the trading market are very low. Lu Yin now has about 8 liters of drinking water in his hand, which is the hard currency in the trading market. In the current trading market, there is nothing that cannot be bought with 2 bottles of mineral water. If there is, then add another bottle. 5 square meters of ordinary single-layer glass. Price, 100 milliliters drinking water or 300 g meat. 5 square meters explosion-proof glass. Price, 300 milliliters drinking water. Black sunshade glass. Price. Lu Yin opened the trading site and did a quick search. About 70 or 80 pieces of glass trading information appeared in front of him. Ordinary glass with low strength and thin thickness was naturally not among the options. Lu Yin directly set his sights on a piece of explosion-proof glass. This type of glass has strong bearing capacity, good sound insulation, and heat retention. Even if it is hit violently, it will not shatter. The adhesive inside, it will tightly bond the fragments together, and there will be no flying fragments that can injure people. Although it is a bit expensive, it is not a big deal for Lu Yin. What's more important is that Lu Yin used high-quality materials to build the safe house. Although the cost was high at the time, the comfort and safety of the safe house would be greatly increased. In addition, the daily evaluation the next day would give Lu Yin a corresponding high-score reward based on the excellence of these construction materials. This is a virtuous cycle. So Lu Yin is not afraid of the high price of goods at all now. As long as he can improve the performance of the safe house, he will do it at any cost. Soon, he spent 300 milliliters of drinking water to buy 5 square meters of explosion-proof glass and used 100 milliliters of water to exchange for 2 500G cans of sealant. After completing the purchase, Lu Yin did not immediately exit the trading market, but started the daily bargain hunting session. In the early days of the apocalypse, many players would have to sell some precious resources at low prices due to survival needs. This is the best time to pick up bargains. How come this player with the ID Lu Yuan has so many items on the shelves? And the prices are so wrong. A few minutes later, Lu Yin frowned. During the process of picking up bargains just now, he discovered a strange phenomenon. A female player named Lu Yuan had listed at least 80 kinds of goods in the trading market, ranging from food to drinking water, snacks, from tools to building materials, and even 2 black iron treasure chests. There are so many varieties that it's dizzying. In just 40 or 50 hours of entering the wilderness, this female player's luck was so good. What puzzled Lu Yin the most was that the prices of the goods Lu Yuan listed on the trading floor were very wrong, so high that they were absurd. A bag of potato chips costs 5 liters of drinking water. 1 piece of rice cake costs 100 tons of gold ore. A screwdriver costs 500 kilograms of beef. This price far exceeds the value of the product itself by hundreds or thousands of times. Anyone with a normal brain would not buy it. If she is an NPC in the game who comes to regulate the market, she shouldn't set such an outrageous price. Lu Yin was puzzled. It seemed that the other party's behavior was intentional, and she didn't want to sell the goods. I don't want to sell it, but it's still on the market. The only explanation is she's showing off. Show off your wealth. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, he's already flaunting his wealth so ostentatiously. He must have never been dead. Lu Yin sighed. At this time, the World Channel was also boiling with excitement because of this rich female player who suddenly appeared. What the hell? Who is this Lu Yuan? How does she have so many resources? I'm so jealous I'm biting my teeth. I toiled for 3 days to get 300 milliliters of drinking water and 2 pieces of toast. Compared to them, I'm nothing but a loser. She's so lucky. Rich woman, please support me. After seeing these transaction messages, I discovered that there were 2 people standing in my safe house. One was me, and the other was also me because I was cracked. In the World Chat channel, players fully expressed their envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Lu Yuan. Of course, there are also a small number of players who kindly reminded Lu Yuanyuan not to be so high profile in the early days of the apocalypse, as this might bring him into trouble. Miss, you better keep a low profile. There are all kinds of people in the wilderness now. If you get targeted by a bad guy, you'll be finished. However, what was unexpected was that Lu Yuanyuan, who had been very silent in the World Channel, spoke out at this time. Lu Yuanyuan, I don't want this to happen, but I'm just so lucky. I can easily get so many resources. What can I do? Lu Yuanyuan, I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Lu Yuanyuan, TSK, I'm eating potato chips and fruit right now, and thinking about you guys not even having water to drink, it's really unexpectedly refreshing. Ha. Lu Yuanyuan's 3 sentences immediately ignited the World Channel. Her smug look made those people, whether well-intentioned or malicious, instantly turn their attention to her. When the sky is crazy, it will rain. When people are crazy, there will be disaster. Are you showing off? You stinking bitch. I curse you to death within 3 days. Amidst the insults, Lu Yuanyuan remained very arrogant. Lu Yuanyuan uploaded the picture. Lu Yuanyuan, keep going, you sour bastards. I'll just sit here, eating watermelon and singing, and watch you yell. In the picture uploaded by Lu Yuanyuan, she is holding half a watermelon in one hand and Kobe potato chips in the other, looking relaxed and at ease. The players in the World Channel were furious and cursed Lu Yuanyuan's entire family. Lu Yin witnessed this scene, pondered for a moment, and typed in the dialogue box very seriously. Call Lu Yuanyuan, young man. Don't think that temporary good luck can last forever. When you have an advantage, don't waste your time on meaningless things like showing off or flaunting your wealth. Instead, use your time to learn knowledge, enrich yourself, and expand your survival advantage. Good luck will only favor you for a while, but knowledge will stay with you forever. Only by continuous learning can you improve your survival time in the wilderness. How about this? I'll test you on geography. Where is your home? Chapter 27 Ventilation System completed. I'm going to ask you a geography question. Where is your home? After sending these words, Lu Yin closed the world chat interface. Although he also couldn't stand the woman's flaunting of her wealth, he didn't intend to waste his precious time on such a meaningless war of words. As for his last question, it was purely a joke. He has no plans to plunder other people's resources for the time being. First of all, although the weapons produced by the system are sophisticated, they're not yet to the point where they could be far ahead of everyone else. Secondly, his current martial arts strength is no match for those masters. If he rashly goes out to plunder, it will be very dangerous. After collecting all the materials and supplies for expanding the ventilation system, Lu Yin began to dig a ventilation channel above the mound of the safe house. This is a job that requires special care. Since the ventilation duct needs to go straight underground and has a certain turning radius, it is much more difficult than the drainage ditch. If it is not controlled well, there is a risk of collapse at any time. With the help of the crude design in his mind, Lu Yin took out stones to reinforce the soft soil walls in the passage every time he dug 30 centimeters downwards, advancing forward bit by bit. It took a full 4 hours before a simple stone ventilation duct was connected to the underground safe house. It consumed 15 survival points and 160 units of stone. Lu Yin stood at the ventilation vent of the safe house, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It's very similar to the cost of building a drainage ditch. Digging a ventilation duct with a total length of 8 meters and an upper and lower structure is definitely a job that consumes both physical and mental energy. Even with the shovels, easy digging, special effect. After doing all this, Lu Yin's muscles still felt uncontrollably sore. It seems like the bruise has been pulled. Hiss, it hurts. Lu Yin looked at the injured part of his leg and felt severe pain at this time. He paid a huge price to dig this ventilation passage. But at this moment, standing at the vent, feeling the gentle breeze coming in from the wilderness, carrying the scent of grass and trees, Lu Yin instantly felt that everything was worth it. A stone ventilation duct. Width, 1 square meter. Length, 8.3 meters. Comment: a sturdy and excellent ventilation duct that can keep your safe house dry and keep the air flowing at all times. Ventilation system completed. Lu Yin snapped his fingers. The next thing to do was to add a safety system to this ventilation duct. Otherwise, without protection, this ventilation duct would become a self-service food outlet for the wild beasts roaming the wilderness. Just jump in, and you can enjoy delicious Lu Yin brand soft ribs, pork belly, and pork ribs. Do you want to make barbed wire? Requires 1 iron block, consumes 1 survival point. Do you want to make iron anti-theft windows? Requires 4 iron blocks, consumes 1 survival point. Want to make a sealed window? Requires 1 unit of wood, 1 piece of explosion-proof glass, and sealant. Lu Yin turned on the production function and produced 3 items to enhance the safety performance of the ventilation ducts according to his previous plan. The holes in the wire mesh are only 0.5 centimeters. Even a small snake can't crawl in. Lu Yin picked up the wire mesh and checked it. He was very satisfied with its protective density. Among the 3 products produced by the system this time, the wire mesh and anti-theft windows are of ordinary quality, and only the sealed windows are of high quality. Lu Yin looked at the anti-theft guardrail again. It was made of 12 iron bars as thick as an adult's index finger. There were 6 vertical bars and 6 horizontal bars that intertwined with each other to form a net shape. The square gap in the middle was about 20 centimeters. No adult or medium or large beast could get through this space. As for the last fine-grade sealed window, excellent. Easy to close. Easy to seal. When closed, it is 100% isolated from cold and hot air, noise, toxic gases, and microradiation. Lu Yin was very surprised when he looked at the properties of the sealed window. When it is closed, the safe house is completely isolated from the outside world, and no invisible harmful substances can get in through the ventilation holes. It's just that its strength is too low and it can't withstand violent destruction. Otherwise, I really want to replace the door of the safe house with a sealed window with this property. Lu Yin sighed. These 3 products have passed his assessment, and the next step is installation. He directly turned on the upgrade function in the survival system, and sure enough, 2 upgrade options appeared in the stone ventilation duct in his sight. Upgrade Direction 1. Increase anti-theft and anti-intrusion capabilities, requires 50 survival points. Upgrade Direction 2. Enhance ventilation capacity, requires 50 survival points. After placing the 3 items on the vent, Lu Yin looked over again and found that the survival point requirement for Upgrade Direction 1 had been reduced to 5 points. Start upgrading. At Lu Yin's command, a blue light flickered in the ventilation duct, as if an invisible hand grabbed the wire mesh, anti-theft bars, and sealed windows and firmly installed them in the position designated by Lu Yin. After 3 seconds, all items were installed. Ventilation system completely finished. Then, Lu Yin piled some weeds and dead branches at the ventilation vent outside to camouflage and cover it up. Next, I'm going to build a stove, a kerosene lamp, and upgrade the walls and door of the safe house to stone. Lu Yin touched his chin and carefully listed his plans in his mind. He discovered that he had a construction gene hidden in his bones. Just thinking about these things made him feel uncontrollably excited. Before the sun sets today, I want to completely upgrade the safe house from the level of barely providing living space to providing safe and comfortable living space. Lu Yin's eyes were firm and bright. On the other side, in a safe house in a rock cave, a girl stared at the world chat interface on the screen with a smile on her face. The bright sunlight at noon shone in, illuminating the girl's pretty face. Bright eyes, white teeth, and a sweet smile. If Lu Yin was standing here at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this girl was Lu Yuanyuan, who had previously flaunted her wealth in the trading market and attacked other players in the World Channel. But at this moment, there was no trace of arrogance, domineering, or successful look on Lu Yuanyuan's face. Her expression was full of confidence and composure, and there was a sly smile at the corner of her mouth. "Hey, Yuan, what's going on?" A tall, wheat-skinned young man approached, holding a military dagger in his left hand and a freshly killed wolf in his right. He asked softly, "Did those players take the bait?" Chapter 28, Big Upgrade, Stone Shelter. I think those players are ready to eat me alive right now. I have to say, this way of showing off their wealth really draws hatred. Lu Yuanyuan, a lollipop in her mouth, stared intently at the chat interface. Over 100 people have privately messaged me, asking where my safe house is. Some are saying they want to join me, and some are saying they want to kill me. You'd better be careful and don't bring too many people here at once. I can't kill them all. The tall young man squatted at the door of the safe house, skillfully peeling the wolf skin with a dagger. Don't worry, these players are very cunning. If I tell them my location right now, they'll definitely figure out I'm trying to lure them in. I'm going to reveal our location bit by bit. using details so as not to arouse suspicion. Lu Yuanyuan tilted his head and patted his chest, saying, "You're good at fighting, but I'm good at using tricks. I can just take them down." The tall young man nodded, then continued. "By the way, haven't you found any players with outstanding construction abilities? With our abilities, I fish and you kill. We can live better than anyone else in the wilderness. Do we still need to recruit new people?" Lu Yuanyuan asked. "Killing and robbing are only the means of survival in the early stages. The wilderness is full of dangers, so we still need to build a shelter strong enough to withstand the horrific natural disasters." The tall man quickly peeled off the wolf skin and began to cut up the wolf meat. "Let's take a look at the current shelter rankings. Who's number 1? Lu Yuanyuan opened the ranking function of the game interface. In the ranking list, the system scores the safe houses owned by all players based on 3 aspects: number of functions, safety factor, and comfort. The one with the highest total score will be ranked first. It is now the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and most players are still struggling to survive. Basically, no one can spare the energy to build a safe house, so most of the scores are hovering around the initial 10 points. Even a shelter ranked 10th has a score of only 15 points. This player was lucky. He opened a treasure chest and got a burglar-proof door, which directly increased his safety score by 5 points. There's nothing special about it. Lu Yuanyuan glanced at the rankings, and suddenly her eyes froze. Then, as if she couldn't believe her eyes, she rubbed them hard and looked again. The number 1 safe house has a score of 110, 4 or 5 times higher than the 2nd place. In this ranking, the score of this safe house is simply far ahead. Drainage, ventilation, load-bearing. Lu Yuanyuan looked at the detailed information on the leaderboard in disbelief. Water storage, cooking, water acquisition, my god. Is this guy a monster? In just 3 days, he's almost turned the safe house into a small villa. Hearing Lu Yuanyuan's words, the tall young man walked over and glanced at the rankings with a look of astonishment on his face. "This is out of the ordinary." Lu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment. "The reason we were able to obtain so many resources was because you hunted down several mutant beasts and players. But how did this guy upgrade the safe house to this level in such a short time? This is the construction talent member we need. What's his name?" The tall young man smiled. Lu Yuanyuan clicked on the owner interface, and a name quickly popped up. Roadrock. This name sounds so familiar. Lu Yuanyuan scratched his head, and then suddenly his eyes lit up. Oh, right, he was just teasing me in the World Chat channel. At this time, Lu Yan naturally didn't know that he had been targeted by a 2-man team who were engaged in fishing, murder, and robbery. After completing the ventilation system, he made an oil lamp and built a simple stove. With these 2 things, the 3 major systems of the safe house, lighting, drainage, and ventilation, have been completely completed. The next thing to upgrade are some other details. The internal configuration of the safe house is already very strong, but the security protection capability is still a bit poor. The basic wooden door may not be able to withstand violent impact. Lu Yan touched his chin and fixed his eyes on the wooden door. What he is most worried about now is that after he has configured everything in the safe house, thugs will break in through the door and unreasonably take everything here for themselves. Upgrade and renovate the gate and main wall to improve the safety factor. Lu Yan made up his mind, turned on the upgrade function, and looked at the gate of the safe house. Upgrade Direction 1. Upgrade to stone gates and walls, greatly improving protection capabilities, providing camouflage effects, and increasing radiation protection capabilities. Requires 800 survival points. Upgrade Direction 2. Upgrade to craft fence gates and walls, greatly improving the viewing experience, slightly improving the protection capabilities, and providing good ventilation and light transmission. Requires 600 survival points. Lu Yan just glanced at the 2 upgrade directions and immediately chose the upgrade direction of the stone gate. In the wilderness, upgrading the main protection of the safe house to a craft fence means you think you are not dying fast enough. Lu Yan took out the remaining 2,300 units of stone for upgrading the ventilation ducts and drainage channels. The survival points for the first upgrade direction had dropped from 800 to 50, and the display at the back indicated that the required materials had reached the upper limit. With 2,300 units of stone and 50 survival points, you can upgrade the entire safe house to stone, greatly improving the safety factor. This deal is worth it. Lu Yan clicked the upgrade button without hesitation. With the blue light flashing, The walls of the safe house began to change rapidly, and the originally dilapidated wooden door slowly turned into the texture of rock. From the outside, it looked like a huge rock embedded in the mound. If you didn't look carefully, you would never find that it was a door. Look, his shelter rating is skyrocketing again. At the same time, Lu Yuan and her companions, who were keeping a close eye on Lu Yin, stared at the number 1 safe house on the list, whose score skyrocketed from 110 to 160. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. What a pervert! What method did he use to make his safe house 10, or even dozens of times larger than others, in such a short time? Lu Yuan felt that his worldview was about to collapse. If such a person could join our team. The tall young man stared at Lu Yan's name, his voice still calm, but with a hint of excitement that was not difficult to detect. Then we can just kill in the wilderness. Lu Yuan interrupted the tall young man and said seriously, "You are responsible for the indiscriminate killing." "I'm in charge, huh?" Chapter 29. Upgrade completed. Future development route. Stone wall upgrade successful. Stone gate upgraded successfully. The azure light swept through the safe house. With 2 pleasant prompt sounds, all the stones that Lu Yin had taken out melted completely replacing the wooden walls and doors. He reached out and touched the wall. The smooth, solid stone surface gave him an extremely strong sense of security. Stone wall. Thickness 40 cm. It has the effects of keeping warm, insulating, and preventing slight radiation. Lu Yin was very surprised when he looked at the wall data. The thickness of 40 centimeters was enough to withstand the attacks of all creatures, except for dinosaurs and mammoths. If humans wanted to break through a stone wall of this thickness, they would have to use explosives or a crusher. Otherwise, even a machine gun would not be able to penetrate it. The workmanship of the stone gate looks rather rough. From the outside, it looks like a huge rock that has been attacked by wind and rain for a long time, and its surface is covered with a dense layer of rain pits. However, its strength is definitely not weak. In addition to having the same thickness and effect as the stone wall, it also has a light special effect. Lightness. Effect. When a shelter owner opens/closes the gate's weight will be reduced by 99%. This feature is quite thoughtful. A stone gate that is 40 centimeters thick and nearly 2 square meters in size may weigh more than 500 kilograms. If it weren't for this lightweight special effect, Lu Yin would probably spend a whole morning just to push open the gate. This thing installed in an ancient tomb will become a dragon-breaking stone. The ground also needs to be hardened, otherwise there will inevitably be nests of snakes, insects, rats, and ants on the earthen ground. Lu Yin glanced around the safe house and found that compared with the smooth and clean walls and doors, the bumpy ground seemed out of place. He did not forget the poisonous scorpion he found in the corner of the safe house yesterday. The earthen ground did provide extremely high camouflage conditions for these tiny poisonous creatures. For his own safety, it was very necessary to harden the ground and completely eliminate the possibility of small poisonous creatures hiding. Lu Yin didn't want to work hard to upgrade his stone shelter, only to end up stepping on the tail of a poisonous scorpion hidden underground and being seriously injured and killed just to save a few resources and survival points. For the sake of safety, no price is too high. At this time, after continuously upgrading the ventilation ducts, doors, walls, making a kerosene lamp, and building a stove, Lu Yin had consumed 90 of his 112 survival points for the day, and the stones had also been used up. He originally planned to spend another 200 milliliters of drinking water to buy some stones at the trading market. But soon, Lu Yin found something more suitable for laying floors than stones. Anti-slip gray tiles. Area 1mx 1.8m. Quantity 200 pieces. Origin treasure chest. Price 1 yuan for 10 milliliters of drinking water. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Using this thing to pave the floor is definitely better than stone, and its price is not too expensive. The area of his safe house is 130 square meters. A rough calculation shows that it will cost about 73 yuan, 730 milliliters of drinking water. Although tiles are much more expensive than stones, the score in the evaluation the next day will definitely be much higher than the latter. Well, Lu Yin, you deserve better. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Lu Yin decisively bid to buy enough tiles. Will the hardened ground be upgraded? Non-slip tiles are available. Upgrading requires 5 survival points. Lu Yin clicked on the upgrade button, and soon, with the flashing of azure light, the ground beneath his feet was covered with tiles. The color of these tiles was very similar to the stone of the wall, so there did not seem to be any abrupt visual difference. Soon, with the laying of the last anti-slip tile, the entire safe house environment underwent earth-shaking changes. First of all, from a visual perspective, the entire safe house looks very neat and tidy, with a uniform light gray color. The walls are polished very smoothly, without any roughness or stains. The ground under your feet is also unusually flat, and some bumpy areas before have now been completely filled after the system upgrade. The pit of the water purifier was also filled and surrounded by tiles, leaving only a faucet-like water outlet exposed, which did not affect normal use. The second thing is the feeling. After upgrading the stone shelter, the rotten smell and dampness that were always lingering in the air have completely disappeared, and even breathing feels much more comfortable. This looks like a proper shelter. After Liu Yin looked it over from inside to outside, he opened the shelter information on the game interface. Personal shelter. Description. This safe house is constructed entirely of stone. It is far safer and more comfortable than a wooden one and has excellent defensive capabilities. Area, 130 square meters. Height, 3 meters. Amenities available. Hammock, kerosene lamp, groundwater extractor, water storage barrel, dining table. Introduction. This is the prototype of an underground fortress, a perfect fusion of manpower and technology. It allows you to survive in the wilderness with unparalleled comfort. It was built by you. Oh, and did you get the homestead certificate? Could this be an illegal construction? This is the creation of an intelligent civilization. Liu Yin sighed, stroking the smooth wall, and said proudly, "All of this is obtained through my own hard work." After saying that, Liu Yin turned his head to look at the clay stove in the northern corner of the safe house and said in a deep voice, "System, upgrade for me." The mud stove is successfully upgraded to a stone stove, consuming 5 survival points. Looking at this safe house dominated by gray, Liu Yin had only 2 words in mind. Comfortable. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, Liu Yin had already completely built the high-intensity, high-security shelter that everyone had been searching for. After a pause, Liu Yin opened the trading floor again. He now has about 7 liters of disposable drinking water left, and he must exchange all of this drinking water for more valuable resources before the first rain. Once the first heavy rain hits the wilderness, the expensive water prices in the trading market will immediately collapse. It's conceivable that after the problems of drinking water and food are solved, the next things players will need more urgently will be weapons and medicines. These things are the foundation of their survival in this wilderness rife with dangers. Liu Yin touched his chin and fixed his gaze on the vast quantities of various low-priced metal ores in the trading floor. With a survival system, he can easily smelt and extract these metal ores and then make them into various weapons. He could use this method to buy goods at low prices, process them into finished products, and finally sell them at high prices. If all went well, he could become the largest arms dealer in the wilderness in a short period of time. However, there's one thing that needs to be paid special attention to. That is, in your own plan, you must always pay attention to keeping the highest level and most lethal weapons in your own hands, and sell the next level weapons to other players to ensure your dominant position, and avoid situations such as loaning money to sell a tank to the other party. And then the other party, after having the tank, points the gun at the arms dealer and says that he will not repay the loan in the future. Chapter 30. Heavy rain is coming. Final shopping. If you want to be an arms dealer in the wilderness, you must ensure that you have the power to suppress those evil spirits who have weapons. Liu Yin knew this very well. Before he has the ability to manufacture LV2 weapon products, he will not easily sell high-quality LV1 weapon products, such as bows and spears. He opened the weapon manufacturing page. So far, Liu Yin's weapon manufacturing proficiency is LV1, 7/30ths, and there is still a gap of 23 proficiency points from upgrading to LV2. It is estimated that he can meet the upgrade conditions by manufacturing 8 more excellent weapons. Making level 1 elite weapons is no problem, but level 2 weapons like flintlock rifles and muskets require significantly more materials than level 1 weapons, and the quality requirements are also much higher. Just a barrel alone requires extremely high-strength steel to be customized. There are also materials for making black powder and flint for igniting gunpowder. These things are rarely seen in the trading market now. If I upgrade to level 2 weapon crafting proficiency now, I'll probably face the dilemma of having the ability to craft advanced weapons, but not having the materials. Liu Yin analyzed his current situation very accurately. It is not suitable for him to consume precious survival points, steel, wood, etc. to upgrade his weapon, making proficiency now. He can save these things temporarily and use them in other more important places, and consider this matter again after collecting enough materials. Item for sale: 5,000 milliliters mineral water. Required items: copper or with a copper content of 20% or more, iron or with an iron content of 50% or more, pure copper, pure iron, various types of steel, gunpowder raw materials, kerosene. Exchange rate: 1 unit of copper or 10 milliliters, 1 unit of iron or 5 milliliters, 1 unit of pure copper, 50 milliliters, 1 unit of pure iron, 10 milliliters. Of the remaining 7 liters of drinking water, Liu Yin kept 2 liters for his own use and put the rest on the trading floor. Although some other materials were added to the required items, Liu Yin's main target of this transaction was still various ores, which were of good quality and low price. Although all players knew that the value of metal ores would increase after the early stage, they had to face an important problem. That is, if they don't sell these things, it will be difficult for them to survive the early stage. Even if they do survive, most players don't have the technology and equipment to smelt the ore. In the short term, there won't be much point in keeping these ores in their hands. Fuck, that bastard Liu Yin. I told you he had a large amount of water reserves, and it's just as I expected. I want to share. Buying large quantities of, or could it be that the road god has the technology to refine metals? This is fucking terrifying. We're still chewing tree bark to catch bugs, and road god has already started moving toward the industrial stage. Haha, my safe house is close to the mine, and I mine a lot of or in the past few days. These 5,000 milliliters of mineral water are all mine. Not long after Liu Yin hung up the bottle of drinking water, a series of successful transaction notification sounds rang out. He did not continue to stare at the transaction information, but reached out, pushed open the door of the safe house, and walked out. At this time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At what should have been the hottest time of the day, Liu Yin felt something strange. The temperature in the air was still high, but the sunlight was not as dazzling, as if covered by a shield. After standing in the wild for a while, the skin and lips did not feel stinging and cracked as quickly as yesterday. Liu Yin touched his back and found that his shirt was soaked in just 3 minutes. But he knew very well that it was not just sweat that wet his shirt, because if the body lost such a huge amount of water, it would experience dizziness and dry throat in a short period of time. But now, apart from feeling a little heavy breathing, he did not feel any discomfort. He looked into the distance and saw a group of birds circling low in the sky, hunting tiny mosquitoes. I didn't expect. The rain would come so quickly. Liu Yin sighed with his eyes narrowed. The temperature is high, the sun is dim, my shirt is wet, my breathing is heavy, and the birds are flying low. All these signs prove that the environment in the wilderness has changed dramatically. The moisture in the air has increased, the high temperature and drought of nearly 3 days are about to recede, and a heavy rain is about to come. He looked at the item information in his trading place. Within a few minutes, the 5,000 milliliters of drinking water had been completely sold out. It seems that among this group of players, many don't even have the ability to judge the astronomical environment. Of course, it is not ruled out that this environmental change is regional. It may rain in the area where I am, while other areas are still sunny. Liu Yin touched his chin. Although he couldn't judge whether this heavy rain was localized or comprehensive, one fact was certain. That is, after this heavy rain, the value of drinking water was about to plummet. Fortunately, before the heavy rain came, Liu Yin had successfully cashed out at the highest point. He opened the trading floor and found that there were 180 more units of copper ore and 420 more units of iron ore in his extractable item. In addition, there were 20 units of carbon steel, 10 units of iron, 3 units of saltpeter, 1 unit of sulfur, and 1 unit of kerosene. Liu Yin made a rough calculation and found that he could eventually smelt these ores to obtain 36 units of pure copper and 210 units of iron. These things could be used to create more than 200 cold weapons between ordinary and excellent levels. Excluding the consumption of survival points, it would be enough for him to make a fortune. Come on. After this heavy rain, a top arms dealer will be born. Liu Yin showed a bright smile on his face. The richness of these harvests far exceeded his imagination. In addition to steel, or He also acquired some basic materials for making gunpowder. With these, the plan to manufacture level 2 weapons is just around the corner. Taking advantage of his free time, Liu Yin continued to pick up bargains in the trading floor. Suddenly, his gaze stopped and an expression of surprise appeared on his face. He discovered an extremely rare product that looked like an AA battery but had a completely different name. Product: mobile power. Capacity: 3000 mAh. Origin: secret ruins. Note: disposable consumables can be used to charge mechanical drives and electronic products. The mobile power will disappear after use. Required items: weapons, food, drinking water. What is this, a disposable power bank? Liu Yin felt dry in the mouth. The monitoring walkie-talkie he obtained from the White Bear City ruins was currently shut down due to lack of power. The appearance of this mobile power source was just in time. Thinking of this, Liu Yin immediately contacted the other party. Liu Yin, hello, how much is the mobile power? Soon, the other party's reply arrived. Qin Yao Yao, 10 kilograms of meat or 1 liter of drinking water. As for weapons, I need to identify their quality first. Don't bring out those homemade, crappy stone axes. The other party's asking price was very direct. Liu Yin thought for a moment. He would definitely not trade the remaining 2 liters of drinking water now, and the price of the meat was a bit high. After thinking it over, the only option he had was to use weapons to complete the transaction with the other party. Opening the manufacturing system, Liu Yin used 2 units of wood and 1 unit of iron to make a spear. Lance nomade. Total length: 205 centimeters. Blade length: 40 centimeters. Toughness: medium. Stabbing power: can accumulate power to pierce the skin and flesh of large creatures, such as wild boars and brown bears. Explanation: I still can't accept the fact that I'm just an ordinary spear. I often dream of being held in the hands of a giant with a brilliant divine light, listening to him chant, red-edged spear, immortal shield, slay all immortal kings. Soon, Liu Yin sent the spear's information to the other party. Qin Yao Yao. It has similar attributes to the weapon I destroyed in the ruins. It has decent damage. We can trade it. Liu Yin, by the way, do you have any more of these portable batteries? I'd like to buy a few more. No one knows how much power this monitoring walkie-talkie consumes, and how long a mobile power supply can support it. In the unknown, it always helps to prepare a few more. Qin Yao Yao. To be honest, this thing has a limited production capacity. Even I can only make 1 in 48 hours. If I hadn't suffered heavy losses in the ruins, I wouldn't be trading it. Qin Yao Yao's words immediately aroused Liu Yan's association. He speculated that the other party might have obtained a small device in the ruins that could produce this kind of mobile electricity, and each time it was produced, it would enter a 48-hour cooling period. Thinking of this, Liu Yan could only temporarily give up his idea of stockpiling goods. Liu Yan, by the way, does this thing have a high voltage and low voltage rating? Some low-power electronic devices can't handle high voltages, and I don't see any specific data displayed on it. How can I tell? Qin Yao Yao. You've definitely asked the right person. My former teacher was an electrical engineer. I studied with him for 7 years, and I've already gotten to know electricity like a champ. It's no exaggeration to say that if I want to know the voltage of something, I just touch it, and I know everything. Qin Yao Yao. If it feels numb and tingling when you touch it, it's 220V. If it makes a bang when you touch it, it's 380V. If it crackles before you even touch it, it's high voltage. Liu Yan's expression was stiff. You really are a little genius. Determine the voltage by feeling it with your hands. The electrical engineer who taught you this trick must be straight in this life, right? Liu Yan hesitated for a long time, not sure if the other party was truly an idiot or just teasing him. Finally, he politely replied, I know quite a lot. Qin Yao Yao, what a joke. I knew everything when I was 12 or 13. Not only academics, but also physiology. Qin Yao Yao. One day, right after class, I suddenly started bleeding from my vagina. My classmates were all terrified, but I didn't panic at all. I spent a long time explaining what menstruation is and even gave them some practical advice. They all suddenly understood and were incredibly impressed by me. Qin Yao Yao. If the teacher hadn't gone crazy and yelled that boys don't have periods and forcibly taken me to the infirmary, I might have died in the classroom that day. Chapter 31. Heavy Rain, Great Disaster. Looking at Qin Yao Yao's speech, Liu Yan fell in a deep thought. When a person's words and actions are just the right amount of stupid so that you can't tell if he's being funny or serious, Liu Yin suppressed the urge to greet the other party's family with nice words, and patiently exchanged a few words with Qin Yaoyao. After confirming that this mobile power would not damage electronic equipment due to the high or low voltage, he quickly completed the transaction with the other party and ended the conversation. He was afraid that if he continued to communicate with the other party, his mind would become a little abnormal. You lost your spear, normal. You get mobile power, 3,000 milliamp hours. As the light flashed, an object similar to a number 5 battery appeared in Liu Yan's hand. He took out the monitoring intercom, and the words rechargeable immediately appeared above the mobile power. Gently touch the two together, and a weak electric arc instantly rushes into the intercom body, and the indicator light on the body, which has been dim, begins to flash. After about 5 minutes, the mobile phone's power was exhausted, and the monitoring radio's power level reached 97%. Monitoring intercom, battery level, 97%, sustainable working for 10 days. 10 days. Its standby time exceeded Liu Yan's expectations. 10 days was enough for Liu Yan to accumulate his strength to a higher level. Perhaps after 10 days, he would have his own equipment that could generate electricity independently and would no longer need to purchase electricity from the trading floor. Scanning for advantages and disadvantages. No resources or dangers found within 500 meters. Night fell, and Liu Yan stood at the door of the safe house, using his last talent skill of the day. As the afternoon progressed, the humidity in the air grew higher and higher. The sky was covered by a thick layer of dark clouds, with tiny lightning snakes rolling in the clouds. A cold wind from afar blew across the wilderness. The wilderness was very quiet tonight. The birds huddled in the shade of the trees, and the beasts did not wander out. These wild beasts are more sensitive to celestial phenomena than humans. They predicted early on that a heavy rain was about to come, so they looked for hiding places early. A hint of purple moonlight shone through the dark clouds, looking extremely strange. Liu Yin came to the drainage ditch with a torch in hand and cleaned up all the loose soil and fallen leaves blown in by the wind before returning to the shelter. This afternoon, he took off the wolf skin that had been dried in the wind and sun for dozens of hours. Although it had undergone simple tanning, it was still a little hard. Liu Yin sat in the safe house this afternoon and used his hands to hold the wood ash and rub it soft bit by bit and scrub away all the stains and parasite eggs in the gaps between the wolf skin fur. After doing all this, Liu Yin spread the wolf skin, which had become soft and odorless, on the hammock. It's already a decent blanket. Liu Yin opened the trading floor again and found that the price of drinking water had plummeted. It seemed that this heavy rain was not just a regional fall, but covered the entire wilderness of East Continent. Damn, this is such bad luck. I just bought a liter of water at a high price at the market this morning, and now it's evening and it looks like it's going to rain heavily. Finally, this day has come. I'm almost dying of thirst. This damn game finally didn't kill all of us. Many people in the World Channel were partying and excited about the coming heavy rain. Time passes by little. The dark clouds are getting lower and lower. The world seemed to have become completely quiet. The purple moonlight gradually disappeared into the dark clouds. Suddenly, a very slight voice was heard. Tick, tick. It's like the sound of the second hand of a clock ticking. Then, the sparse and light sounds quickly became dense and violent. A curtain of rain appeared between heaven and earth. Water. Ha, it's raining. To hell with the high prices of drinking water at the exchange. The drinking water problem has been solved. I no longer need to keep watching Liu Yin to see when he'll put drinking water on the shelves. Unfollow him. Amidst the heavy rain, ecstatic cheers were heard from countless shelters in the wilderness. Many people rushed out of their safe houses and used any containers they could find to collect water. Some people simply took off their clothes and stood in the heavy rain, enjoying the gentle touch of the rain. Boom! A purple lightning twisted and fell from the sky, illuminating the crazy expressions of countless people on the earth. Heavy rain came, and the dry earth received the rain again, and all things came back to life. It seems that everything is moving in the right direction. But suddenly, a shrill roar was heard in the wilderness. It hurts. It hurts so much. My skin is rotten. What's going on? A player who was wiping his body in the heavy rain, using the rain to wash away the dust of the past few days, suddenly found that when he rubbed his palms lightly on his body, a large piece of bloody flesh was pulled off. Not only him, many players who were bathing In the heavy rain at this moment felt a severe burning sensation in the parts of their bodies that were wet by the rain. At this time, another flash of lightning streaked across the sky. With the help of this light, they saw that their skin had been corroded into charred holes, and even the flesh on some parts of their bodies was rotten, revealing the eerie white bones inside. There is something wrong with this rain. This is strong acid rain. Finally, someone spoke out in despair on the World Channel. Everyone, be careful. This strong acid rain will corrode the human body in a short period of time and endanger life. Those who haven't left the shelter yet must not leave. This damn thing, its corrosive effect is only effective on living things. My safe house is in the woods, and the trees and land are completely unaffected. No wonder the beasts in the wilderness are so quiet tonight. Game maker, fuck you. Are you going to kill us all? I just drank a few sips of rainwater, and now my entire abdomen feels like it's on fire. It hurts so much. Can anyone save me? The drastic reversal happened in just a few seconds. Everyone thought that this heavy rain would bring new vitality to the wilderness, but no one expected that it would bring the most desperate destruction. The strong acid rain not only affects the players who are bathed in the rain, but also causes huge damage to some safe houses. Don't think that everything will be fine if you hide in a safe house. As the rainfall increased, strong winds howled across the land. Water had already seeped into the roofs, door frames, and window cracks of some dilapidated ground shelters. The situation was even worse in some underground safe houses located at lower terrain. Streams of water kept pouring in, forming puddles on the ground. This horrific acid rain brought a disaster to the players that was more severe and direct than the thirst and hunger they had suffered in the previous few days. Inside the safe house, Liu Yin held up a kerosene lamp and conducted a very careful check in the gaps of the vents and the front door. He was relieved only after confirming that there was no sign of rainwater backflow. This heavy rain turned out to be strong acid rain. Fortunately, I didn't go out just now. Liu Yin looked at the comments in the World Channel and couldn't help feeling scared. In fact, he had also planned to collect some rainwater for washing and wiping, but out of caution, and because he had never forgotten the prompts about the types of disasters in the wilderness given by the game system on the first day he came to the wilderness, acid rain was ranked first among the prompts. So Liu Yin was more cautious and did not dare to leave the safe house as soon as the heavy rain came. Being cautious can save lives. At this time, in the wilderness outside, the wind was howling, the temperature was plummeting, and acid rain was pouring. Most players were screaming in despair in the acid rain and shivering in the dark and cold safe house. Liu Yin was lying on a hammock covered with thick wolf skin. The kerosene lamp emitted a soft yellow light, illuminating the entire safe house. A raging fire was burning in the stove in the corner. Steam was rising from the stainless steel pot, and the aroma of meat was wafting out from the gap in the pot lid. Warm, safe, bright, and with plenty of food and water. Compared to the outside world, here is like two different worlds. It was not until this moment that Liu Yin truly realized that any price he had paid to build the safe house was worth it. If I could have another bottle of Erguotu now, and someone to keep me company and relieve my boredom. Liu Yan's mouth curled up, and he began to imagine what life would be like after Lu Xiaoyu came into this world. It must be very interesting. Unlike Liu Yan's leisurely and comfortable life, the entire World Chat channel was in an uproar at this time, filled with a strong atmosphere of despair and destruction. My skin has been corroded. Kill me. Kill me. I can't stand it anymore. Almighty Lord, your faithful believers will soon come to see you. I hate it. Why did I put up an underground shelter in the first place? Why did I back down from the difficulties of building a shelter and not dig a drainage ditch? Now I can only watch my home being flooded. Don't you just need hands to dig a drainage ditch? Oh my god, my hands are gone. Damn acid rain. Chapter 32. Miserable and desperate. Acid rain refers to rain, snow, or other forms of precipitation with a pH value of less than 5.6. Generally speaking, ordinary acid rain causes great damage to the ecological environment. But for the human body, as long as it is not exposed to acid rain for a long time, there will usually not be too many problems. Scientific data indicates that it takes about 30 minutes for human skin to be exposed to ordinary acid rain before allergies, burns, and other symptoms appear on the surface of the skin. If you're only drenched for a dozen seconds, you only need to wipe the rain off your body, and you will not suffer any harm. But obviously, the acid rain falling in the wilderness at this time was completely different from what everyone knew. These raindrops were like undiluted sulfuric acid, with extremely strong corrosiveness. Every drop that fell on the skin would burn a rotten hole in the skin and flesh within a dozen seconds. And once you were drenched in rain, that's basically a death sentence. And most importantly, this acid rain has no effect on trees at all. It seems like it was specially developed for the game to target creatures in the wilderness. The dense raindrops hit the ground, and the howling wind sounded like the mocking laughter of a hideous demon. It was mocking the players in the wilderness, who mistook the deadly acid rain for life-saving rain. It was excited because it saw the faces of these players, which were full of hope and joy, turn into extreme despair in just a dozen seconds, and be enveloped in the despair of falling from heaven to hell. The entire world chat channel was filled with desperate calls for help and crazy curses. The number representing the number of survivors in the upper left corner of the game interface dropped all the way from 5886 to below 3,000 in just 3 minutes after the acid rain came. 2,986, 2,864, 2,756. Almost every 10 seconds or so, the number of survivors would refresh and jump, and some player avatars in the world chat channel would permanently turn gray. Such a death rate is too terrifying. According to this trend, if this heavy rain continues for more than 3 hours, I'm afraid that 99% of the players in the entire wilderness will be eliminated. Liu Yin looked at the constantly jumping number of survivors and became a little anxious. Liu Yin doesn't care about the lives of other players, but the problem is, if too many players die, resulting in a shortage of people in the wilderness, who should Liu Yin cut the leaks? Although the fewer people in the wilderness, the more resources each surviving player can obtain. But if one person wants to collect all the supplies in the entire wilderness, how long will it take, and how much work will it require? By using interest to drive other players to pay for his products and letting many players work for him, the resources he can obtain in a day may be more than what Liu Yin collects in a month. So, there can't be too many people in the wilderness, but there can't be no people either. However, judging by this trend, the number of survivors tonight may fall below 1,000. Although Liu Yin was somewhat anxious about his future, on a stormy night of destruction, being able to peacefully stay in a safe house, eat meat, and sleep was already the limit of his ability. As for changing the weather to save other players, this is something that can only be accomplished by a powerful person in the nascent soul stage. Forget it. Let nature take its course. Anyway, even if all the players in the first batch die, except me, there will be a second batch of players in more than 20 days. The worst that can happen is that the time for harvesting the leeks will be delayed. Liu Yin adjusted his mentality, stretched, and jumped off the hammock. The meat in the pot has been stewed, and the whole safe house is filled with warm and lingering fragrance. A shrill whistling sound came from the vent. The cold wind in the wilderness seemed to have grown stronger. The 20th minute of acid rain. The number of survivors has dropped to 1,893. A flash of lightning struck, and bright light illuminated the earth. On the ground, some eerie skeletons lay in puddles and mud pits. These are the remains of players who died in the strong acid rain. The flesh and blood on their bodies have been completely corroded, leaving only some bones and teeth. These skeletons still maintain the posture of painful struggle before death, some curled up in a ball, and some maintain a crawling posture. A skeleton fell at the door of a safe house, its dark eye holes looking in the direction of the door, its left hand tightly grasping the soil on the ground, and its right arm stretched high, as if trying to grab something. 3 meters. He was only 3 meters away from returning to the safe house, but he was still one step too late. His feet were corroded by the accumulated water, and he fell heavily in the mud, watching his flesh and blood being corroded by the acid rain. You can easily imagine how desperate he was at that time. Click. Finally, under the constant erosion of strong acid rain, the skeleton finally collapsed. Boom! An extremely dull sound came from the distance. It was a dilapidated underground safe house, which finally couldn't withstand the constant scouring and backflow of accumulated water and collapsed. Its owner had died in the accumulated water in the safe house long before the landslide. This is a terrible disaster, and no one knows when it will end. Most of the survivors huddled in leaky safe houses, trying their best to move their bodies to avoid contact with the dangerous acid water, and prayed in their hearts that the disaster would pass quickly. Perhaps it was because these pious prayers had some effect. The violent acid rain finally subsided after raging in the wilderness for a full 30 minutes. The large dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the strange purple moon returned to normal. The cold, red moonlight sprinkled down, adding a sense of misery to this land that had just experienced the baptism of disaster. Thank God, this damn acid rain has finally stopped. I survived. I survived. Woohoo! Let's quickly drain the water out of the safe house now. If the acid rain starts again, it will be all over. In the World Channel, the surviving players communicated with each other and responded quickly. They lit torches and rushed to use wooden barrels, iron basins, and other available containers to clear the accumulated water in the safe house. But at this moment, the raindrops that had stopped fell again. These players who had just been rejoicing because the rain had stopped and the sky was clear were almost mad on the spot. They cursed the game planners in the World Channel for being inhuman and not giving the players any way to survive. They ran desperately towards the safe house, fearing that if they were a step late, the acid rain would fall on them again. No, this rain is different. It's not acid rain. At this moment, a player suddenly spoke in the World Channel. It didn't damage my skin. This is normal rain. He directly posted a screenshot of himself bathing in the rain. In the picture, the rain completely enveloped him, but he was not affected at all. Looking at this scene, most of the players were skeptical. They tried to collect some rainwater in containers and gently touched it with their fingertips. Cold and wet. There is no bone-gnawing and heart-burning pain. The second rain that fell after the acid rain was real, life-saving rain. Chapter 33, Settlement Rewards. After destruction, there is rebirth. The violent acid rain finally stopped after raging for half an hour and was replaced by soft, cool, and pure rain. In the wilderness, the dry earth was like a hungry beast, quickly absorbing the strong acid water accumulated on the ground. The terrible destructive disaster is finally over. The players who survived the acid rain rushed out of the safe house, scooped up the rainwater with both hands, and poured it into their mouths. They knelt in the rain and cried loudly, feeling sad for the dead players and excited for their own new life. The acid rain disaster is over. Liu Yin sat in front of the stove, always paying attention to the content of the World Channel. He held a piece of steaming hot wolf leg meat in both hands, and in front of him was a dish of dipping sauce made of salt, pepper, and chili powder. He sprinkled the greasy piece of meat with the dipping sauce and put it into his mouth to chew. The soft and glutinous minced meat and the salty and spicy dipping sauce mixed in his mouth to form a very fascinating taste, spicy and hot. After taking a bite of the meat, Liu Yin felt his whole body warming up. Although the acid rain disaster is over, ordinary rainwater will still pose a deadly threat to underground shelters without drainage ditches. Liu Yin took a look at the number of survivors. 1,563. An acid rain disaster directly wiped out the lives of more than 4,000 people. Humans are too insignificant in the face of horrific natural disasters. After entering the wilderness, Liu Yin felt genuinely uneasy and fearful for the first time. In this wilderness, there are too many horrific disasters that one cannot even imagine. The stone safe house can withstand acid rain, but what if an even more horrific natural disaster occurs next time? If you want to survive here safely and for a long time, you must seize every moment and every resource to upgrade the level of the shelter. If you become lazy or complacent, you will become an unknown skeleton in the wilderness at any time, just like those players who died in the acid rain tonight. Do you manufacture wooden barrels? Wood consumption multiplied by 2. Liu Yin ate a large bowl of stewed wolf meat in big mouthfuls and quickly opened the manufacturing system to make 5 10-liter wooden barrels. Although he currently has no shortage of drinking water, the water in the extractor cannot meet the needs of washing and cleaning at the same time, so it is still necessary to store some rainwater. Pushing open the door of the safe house, Liu Yin saw in the light of the torch that a small turbulence had formed in the drainage ditch at the door. The water level in the ditch was about 30 centimeters, which was still a long way from the overflowing height of 80 centimeters. Liu Yin put the wooden barrel at the door. He looked up and saw the red moon in the sky, his eyebrows raised slightly. Before the acid rain came, the moon in the sky turned purple, and now that the acid rain has stopped, the moon has turned red again. Is there a connection between them? Liu Yin stroked his chin and pondered. Is the purple moon a precursor to the acid rain? No one could answer Liu Yan's question. not even he himself. In fact, the most frightening thing in the wilderness is not the numerous disasters, but the unknown. For players, this is a brand new world, vastly different from the one they've lived in before. To survive, they must constantly explore the laws of this world, such as the overall landscape of the wilderness, the signs of impending disaster. For most players who are still in the Stone Age, if they want to explore these things, they may have to pay not only energy and time, but even their lives. Luyan used a burnt wooden stick to carefully write words about acid rain and purple moon in the corner of the wall. If conditions permit, he plans to write a wilderness survival diary to completely record his experiences in the wilderness and the disaster rules he has discovered. This thing is an extremely valuable treasure for the players who will release it later. With a little hype, it could be sold at a very high price. The rain came in torrents, and soon all the barrels were filled with rainwater. Lu Yin carried them to the stove and closed the door again. A strong sense of sleepiness came over me. Since entering the wilderness, today was the day with the heaviest workload and the most experiences he had. At this moment, his body was exhausted to the limit. He turned on the monitoring intercom, blew out the kerosene lamp, closed the vent window, and fell headfirst into the hammock and fell into a deep sleep. Last month calendar, January 4. You modified the safe house's ventilation system and reinforced its security system. Survival points increased by 30. You increased the lighting system in the safe house, even though it's just a kerosene lamp. Survival points increased by 5. You modified the overall material of the safe house, greatly increasing its safety index. Survival points increased by 50. You entered a secret ruin and escaped unscathed. Survival points increased by 30. You've built a stove and acquired a full set of kitchen supplies, greatly improving your diet. Survival points increased by 20. You successfully survived the horrific acid rain disaster without taking any damage. Survival points increased by 10. You have installed a porcelain floor, improving your quality of life. Survival points increased by 20. Overall evaluation, A. Calculating today's survival point reward, 165. Rating A or above, additional special reward, beast-shaped electronic guard design. After a night of sleep, the first thing Lu Yin did when he opened his eyes was to immediately open the daily assessment system. As Lu Yin expected, all his efforts yesterday were not in vain. All the resources he spent on building the shelter turned into generous rewards. Today's special item rewards are pretty good. Lu Yin was a little surprised. Design drawing of beast-shaped electronic guard. Function: can create a beast-shaped electronic guard with alert and attack functions. Required materials: 10 units of pure iron, 1 bearing, 1 mutant beast heart, 5 units of copper, 1 unit of magnet. Beast guard. Lu Yin looked at the design drawing with interest. This is a good thing. With it, if you encounter any unknown danger, you can let it act as a pioneer to explore the way ahead, and it can also improve your own combat power. Now Lu Yin is not afraid of natural disasters destroying his safe house. His only shortcoming is that his combat ability is a little weaker than that of top masters. Once he encounters an invasion by foreign enemies, he will find it difficult to defeat the enemy as he is isolated and helpless. But recruiting other players, Lu Yin was a little worried. With his beast-shaped guard, all problems are solved. Lu Yin had all the materials needed for this design, except for bearings and magnets. He opened the trading floor and was about to search for these two things when he was suddenly attracted by a certain product. Dismantled safe house, core multiplied by 3. Sold by Li Xiao. A safe house that has lost its owner will collapse into a mechanical ball. After use, it will automatically bind to the user and reactivate the safe house. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Safe house can be sold? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly opened the world chat channel. The chat interface was filled with the cries of players who had lost their safe houses in the heavy rain last night. My safe house was collapsed by the flood. My food and resources are all inside. My whole fucking body is still buried under the rubble. The rain hasn't stopped yet, and I'm homeless. I'm begging for a kind soul to take me in. I can work. I can work. On our wedding anniversary, I held flowers and told my wife a carefully prepared joke. But she didn't laugh, but someone in the closet did. In middle age, my wife cheated on me. My brothers turned against me. My daughter looked down on me. And my mother-in-law insulted me. Betrayal by family, greed by friends, ruthlessness by superiors. Countless hands have pushed me into the abyss of despair. I hate them. I am angry, and I swear to bring due punishment to those who have hurt me. To know what will happen next, please invite me to stay in your sanctuary and listen to my detailed account of a middle-aged man's heartbreaking journey and revenge plan. Chapter 34 Live Broadcast. I didn't expect that the disaster brought to the players by this rain would be much more serious than imagined. Luyan secretly felt lucky that he had dug the drainage ditch early. Otherwise, he might have to face the dilemma of being homeless now. Rain is indeed a life-saving blessing, but if there is too much rain, it can also pose a deadly threat. At this time, after nearly 10 hours of continuous rain throughout the night, most of the underground safe houses were flooded with water. The water level in the rooms could reach as high as 2 meters. Even if they did not collapse temporarily, they would no longer be habitable. Over time, these stagnant water will produce a large amount of bacteria and foul odors, completely turning the underground safe house into a tomb filled with poisonous gas. There are still 1,482 surviving players, but there are probably only about 300 to 400 safe houses that have not been affected by the heavy rain. These safe houses are either placed on high ground, in caves, or have modified drainage systems so that they can survive this disaster. Lu Yin speculated that at least several hundred players were currently living in flooded, ramshackle safe houses, while hundreds more were completely homeless, wandering the wilderness in the pouring rain. As for the safe house core sold in the trading market, they are probably the remains of some players who died in acid rain and were discovered by the player with the ideally Shao while wandering in the wilderness. They are now being sold, and the target group is naturally those players who have lost their safe houses and are homeless. But if you think about it a little, you will know the quality of these safe houses for sale. They are most likely inferior goods that have been soaked in water and are almost collapsed. Hey, when will this suffering ever end? My safe house was on high ground, and I barely made it through last night's heavy rain. However, a player from the United States next to my base wasn't so lucky. I watched with my own eyes as his underground safe house collapsed. He desperately tried to climb out, but was forced back by the accumulated water and mud. Within seconds, he was buried alive in the rubble. How could you be so cold-blooded? You watch your own kind die without offering a helping hand. Oh, so is a beautiful Chinese. Didn't he scream miserably before he died? It's already this time. Please stop joking like this, okay? Some people who have lost their safe houses have started banding together to form gangs of thieves, committing crimes on the run. Everyone, be careful and don't let these beasts target you. In this chaotic world without rules or laws, violence is the dominant force. All those who have lost their safe houses, unite. We will form the largest bandit gang in the wilderness. What we have lost, we will take from others. Luyan stared silently at the comments in the chat channel. It seemed that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. After losing their safe house, these players have completely abandoned their last bottom line, and their humanity has been completely lost. It seems that from today on, there will be chaos in the wilderness. We need to create the beast guards as soon as possible and add some traps outside the safe house. Luyan thought so. He opened a stone door and looked outside. The sky was still extremely gloomy. The rain was a little lighter than last night, but there was no sign of stopping. In the heavy rain, Lu Yin walked around the safe house with a shovel and came to the ventilation vent. The weeds and dead branches used to cover the camouflage had become scattered by the strong wind last night. Lu Yin tidied them up and then began to dig a hole in front of the ventilation vent. The muddy water, wet by the rain, was very sticky. Lu Yin exerted more physical strength than usual and quickly dug out 2 conical traps 60 centimeters deep and 50 centimeters wide in front of the ventilation vent. The trap was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Once a person stepped into it, he would immediately slide to the center of the conical trap due to the curvature of the trap and the stickiness of the soil wall. Lu Yin carefully took out 2 dark, sharp claws from his pocket. These were the poisonous hanging claws he had cut off from the mutant lynx. Then, Lu Yin used iron, ore, and stones to upgrade the trap extremely luxuriously, fixed the claws in the center of the bottom of the conical trap, and took some weeds and dead branches and leaves to cover the top of the trap. The accumulated water quickly submerged the trap, and the dead branches and leaves floating on the water completely covered up the traces of the trap. From the outside, it looked no different from ordinary ground. At present, the door of Lu Yan's safe house is very strong. If they encounter enemies, it is unrealistic for them to invade from the front, and the ventilation hole is the only weakness. So, it is necessary to set the trap here. After setting up 2 simple traps, Lu Yin quickly returned to the safe house, took off his clothes that were wet by the rain, and put them in front of the lit stove to dry. At the same time, he discovered that there was a new function in the system's function interface: live streaming. He clicked on it out of curiosity and found that it looked like a live broadcast platform from the civilized era, with 11 live broadcast channels evenly arranged on one page. Shelter ranking 3rd, the master anchor personally explains the safe house design. The Huaxia Alliance is recruiting homeless players. Technical personnel are given priority, and those with Yinxiao nationality are given priority. Food and lodging are provided for disaster victims. How to build an advanced shelter with integrated offense and defense. Recruiting new members for the wilderness hunters. There are 12 live broadcast rooms in total, 11 of which are themed on how to construct, build, and develop shelters. The host's shelter ranking is also posted behind the live broadcast room. Only the top 20 players on the leaderboard are eligible to start live streaming. Lu Yin took a look and quickly discovered how the live streaming permission was obtained. These anchors were all ranked very high, and the China Wilderness Alliance shelter was ranked 2nd in the entire wilderness. However, the other party's actions were indeed somewhat beyond Lu Yan's expectations. Recruiting disaster victims from the Huaxia Federation, no restrictions, and including food and lodging. This anchor is very brave to post such a recruitment message under the current circumstances. After entering the live broadcast room, there are a large number of barges filling the screen below. I am a disaster victim from the Huaxia Federation. I would like to apply to join the Grand Alliance shelter. My profession is carpentry. I can make furniture and tools. I'm strong and can do manual labor. If I could join the Major League shelter, I would donate all the resources I have. All I have is a pair of overalls and a basketball. To the person above, I really can't help but say this. You're like Kai Shu Kuan in surviving in the wilderness. All right, how come everything always involves my Kuan? As a Kuan, I'm really numb. Explanations are useless. Reasoning is useless. All I get when I try to refute is a bunch of emojis. No one will stand on my side. This world is full of malice. How did Kuan offend you? Why you treat him like this? I hope Kuan will leave this world full of malice as soon as possible. Lu Yin looked at the dazzling barrage of comments, and suddenly, his private chat messages started to pop up. When he opened it, Lu Yin raised his eyebrows in surprise. The person who sent him a private message was the anchor of the Major League live room in front of him. Mu Qianqian. Hello, Lu Shun. Welcome to my live broadcast room. Mu Qianqian, you're the #1 shelter owner on the list. Are you willing to join me in providing shelter for the victims who have lost their homes? Chapter 35. Conflict of Concepts. Looking at the private message sent by the female anchor, Lu Yin was stunned for a moment. Since entering the wilderness, he had not paid attention to the information on the rankings. He did not expect that his shelter was already ranked 1st. But then, Lu Yin politely replied, "Sorry, I don't have such plans for the time being. If the shelter wants to develop and expand, it is definitely necessary to increase the number of people and the labor force, but Lu Yin feels that the timing is not good now. The food and water resources he had were not enough to shelter the victims. Most importantly, Lu Yin doesn't trust others. After receiving Lu Yan's rejection, Mu Qianqian didn't seem to want to give up. She continued to reply, Lu Shun, many of the victims are fellow citizens of the Huaxia Federation. Since we all shed the same blood and came to this strange world together, we should naturally help each other and overcome the difficulties together. If you are willing to lend a hand at this time, everyone will be grateful to you, and they will repay you for your actions after the disaster. Disaster victims are also a labor force and will play a significant role in the future development and expansion of the shelter." Lu Yin frowned. His ideas were different from Mu Qianqian's. He didn't want to get entangled with the other party, but the other party seemed very stubborn and kept sending him private messages. The heavy rain outside the safe house still did not stop. Lu Yin thought for a moment and decided to take advantage of the free time to chat with the other party. Lu Yin, let me tell you a story. After you hear it, you could decide whether or not to continue to freely express your kindness to the world. Mu Qianqian, I'm all ears. Lu Yin, about 3 years ago, a cake shop opened on the street near my home. The owner was very kind and generous. Every day, he would give away any cakes he didn't sell to the residents nearby. Over time, everyone knew about it. Mu Qianqian listened patiently. When she heard Lu Yin pause, she couldn't help but ask, What happened later? Did those who received cakes start to actively promote this cake shop to their friends and family to increase its popularity? Lu Yin, huh? These people did actively promote this shop to others, but the content was different from what you might expect. They told everyone around them that the cake shop's products were not tasty, the hygiene conditions were poor, the service was poor, and the owner was a bad person. Mu Qianqian was stunned when she heard what Lu Yin said. She couldn't imagine why these people would do such a thing. Shouldn't they be grateful to the shop owner? Mu Qianqian, how is this possible? Why would they do this? Lu Yin, because if we do this, fewer and fewer customers will come to the store to spend money, and there will be more and more cakes left over every day, so they can always enjoy more free delicious food. Lu Yin, later, the owner of the cake shop found out about this and canceled the daily free cake giveaways. However, those people didn't back down. Instead, they escalated their insults and slander. Eventually, the cake shop was forced to close, and the owner lost everything he had, even selling his house to pay off his debts. Mu Chanqian. Lu Yin, it's ridiculous, right? It feels so unreal, right? I saw it all happen with my own eyes. This is human nature. Human nature is greedy, insatiable, and ungrateful. When you show kindness to others, you may not receive the same genuine love in return. The more likely thing is that they will take it for granted. And when you stop showing kindness, they will resent you and hate you. After Lu Yin finished speaking, Mu Qianqian fell into a long silence. In fact, Lu Yin didn't want to tell her this, but after entering the live broadcast room, Lu Yin saw everything Mu Qianqian did in person, which moved him a little. In Mu Qianqian's live broadcast room, the sky was gloomy and the rain was continuous. In a natural cave in the middle of the mountain wall, there are 3 ground safe houses. In front of the safe houses is a circular, simple drainage ditch. Mu Qianqian, wearing a heavy straw raincoat, braved the biting draft and raindrops drifting in from the cracks in the mountain wall and held a shovel in her hand, trying her best to clear the drainage ditch that was flooded with mud by the rain. Sweat mixed with rain slid down her clean and beautiful face. At this moment, her expression was full of fatigue. Her white and tender hands tightly grasped the shovel. Blood flowed from her palms along the shovel handle. Her palms were worn out by long hours of work, and she was exhausted both physically and mentally. The safe house was stocked with several jars of rainwater, half a bag of flour, some bacon, and a large number of makeshift beds made of thatch. Each player initially has only 1 safe house, but Mu Qianqian now has 3. Lu Yin speculated that she probably bought them at a high price in the trading market in order to shelter more disaster victims. Even if Lu Yin's guess was wrong, and these safe house cores were picked up by Mu Qianqian by luck, then selling them in the trading market could also earn a lot of resources, but she did not do so. For a woman to be able to build a shelter that ranks second in the apocalypse, you can imagine how much effort she put in. In general, Mu Qianqian is a very kind and hardworking woman. If she were in a civilized society, Lu Yin would be very willing to make friends with her. But this is the end of the world. Kindness is not a compliment, but a way to death. Lu Yin didn't dislike her. Perhaps her kindness only came from her lack of understanding of the darkness of this world. And because she had been protected too well before, Lu Yin didn't mind reminding her of the wickedness of human nature within his ability. Mu Qianqian, Lu Shun, your thoughts are too extreme. There are always good people in this world. Lu Yin, it seems we have different philosophies. If that's the case, there's no need to force our way of thinking on each other. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. Seeing that Mu Qianqian still insisted on her own ideas, Lu Yin was too lazy to say anything more to her and directly closed the private chat interface. Before leaving the live stream, Lu Yin saw Mu Qianqian hang a banner made of white cloth and charcoal outside the safe house. All homeless disaster victims, please private message me and I'll share the coordinates of the shelter. Together, we will overcome this crisis and usher in hope. The question of whether human nature is good or evil has been debated for countless years in history and will continue to be debated in the future. Lu Yin does not deny that there are people in the world who are grateful for favors, but he does not want to gamble his life on other people's character. Disaster victims can be recruited and the labor force can be expanded, but that must be based on a premise. That is, he has absolute power to suppress. And even if the recruited disaster victims riot or rebel, he can easily suppress it. She's a pretty good girl, what a pity. Lu Yin looked at Mu Qianqian in the live broadcast room with some regret, and then turned his gaze to the stove in front of him. Breakfast is almost ready. But at this moment, A loud electric sound suddenly rang out in the safe house. Lu Yin suddenly looked at the monitoring intercom placed on the wooden table. "Brother, hey, look ahead. That's a shelter." A shrill voice came from the intercom. The voice of that person was like someone who had once been attacked by a group of warm-hearted young men in northern Myanmar and had their kidneys and baskets cut off. It was so sharp, soft, weak, and powerless that it gave people goosebumps all over their bodies. In the Qing dynasty, he would at least be a chief eunuch. In modern times, he would definitely be a ranger with only one gun. 3 seconds later, another extremely hoarse voice sounded. "That's right. It's hidden quite well. If it weren't for this drainage ditch, I really wouldn't have found it. He actually has the resources to build a stone drainage ditch. Looks like he's a fat sheep. Let's grab his resources and let us brothers have some fun together today." Chapter 36 Counterattack Plan. It's a human voice. Lu Yan's heart was pounding and all the muscles in his body tensed up in an instant. When Lu Yan heard the familiar human language in this strange wilderness, his first reaction was not ecstasy, but uneasiness. You can know their identities from the simple conversation between them. Obviously, this is a bandit gang that hunts its own kind and plunders resources. At this time, they are wandering in the wilderness under the cover of heavy rain, setting their greedy eyes on Lu Yan's shelter. In the apocalypse, humans are humanity's greatest enemy. The appearance of this group of bandits also confirmed what Lu Yan had just said to Mu Qianqian. Human nature is evil. In this wilderness, collecting development resources by yourself is never faster or more direct than robbing others. Without any hesitation, Lu Yan directly activated his Seek Advantage and Avoid Harm talent. The azure light that only he could see spread outward. Soon, a virtual three-dimensional map appeared in front of Lu Yan. He saw 3 scarlet light spots appear less than 300 meters in front of the safe house. A 1.81 meter tall, 90-kilogram man, a butcher by profession, muscular and powerful. His weapon is a 60-centimeter long hammer. He poses a high threat. A 1.65 meter tall, 55-kilogram male, a cleaner by profession, thin and frail, armed with a homemade stone spear. Low threat factor. A 1.75 meter tall, 68-kilogram male, a professional office worker with average strength and speed. His weapon is apparently a wooden spear, but he actually has a bag of quicklime in his arms. If you're not careful, he could end up in a ditch. Medium threat. There were 3 enemies in total, and his talent for seeking advantages and avoiding harm allowed him to analyze their heights, weights, weapons, and equipment clearly. Lu Yan fell into deep thought. Right now, it seems like he has the upper hand in equipment. He possesses a set of light fish scale armor, which can withstand almost any attack from sharp cold weapons. Wearing it, he is like a mobile fortress in the era of cold weapons. But the heavy hammer in the hand of the strong butcher has a fatal armor-breaking effect. Blunt weapons are the only cold weapons that armor fears. If you were hit by a hammer in a head-on battle, even if your armor wasn't damaged, the force would penetrate deep into your body and shatter your internal organs. My chances of winning against these 3 guys in a head-on fight are very low. Lu Yan's brain was working rapidly. He was about 180 centimeters tall. Although he was a little lighter than the strong man, he was muscular all over and would definitely not be afraid of any of the 3 men if he faced them head-on. But there are too many enemies after all. If a head-on fight breaks out, the enemy won't be as foolish as the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. They'll definitely rush forward and hack Lu Yan to death. We can't just sit there and wait for death. The stone shelter can hold off the enemy for a long time. I need to think a way to kill them during this time. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Since the enemy has set his sights on him, he can't be soft-hearted. Not only does he want to defeat the other side, he also wants to kill them all. Through this battle, he wanted to let other people in the wilderness know that he was not a fat sheep, but a deadly wolf. At this moment, a voice came out from the monitoring intercom again. "Brother, hey, it's actually a stone gate. Could this shelter be the one ranked first on Lu Yan?" The shrill voice was full of astonishment. In the talent scan map, Lu Yan saw 3 red dots that were 2 or 3 meters in front of the safe house door. Damn, it must be him. Have you forgotten that he bought a lot of stone before? Brother Hay's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. It really is a big fish. Third brother, Leo, we brothers are really lucky. The safe house was just washed away last night, and today we found the number 1 on the list. If we can grab it. At this moment, a slightly hoarse voice interrupted Haish. It was the office worker named Leo who spoke up. We have to be careful. This Liu Yin has recently acquired a lot of supplies. Since he has the ability to make the safe house the best in the wilderness, he is definitely not someone to be dealt with easily. If you attack rashly, you might get counterattacked. Right. Attacking during the day is too dangerous. Why not wait until night, under the cover of darkness? The chances of success are higher. Brother He fell silent. It was obvious that he was the leader of this temporary gang, and all decisions of the team were made by him. 10 seconds later, He spoke again. All right, let's do as you say. We'll wait until nightfall. First, find a place to hide nearby and observe. There's a small forest to the west. Let's go there to hide from the rain. Liu Yin said nothing, looking at the red that representing the enemy on the three-dimensional map, and gradually walked towards the fir forest that he had cut down before. I've encountered the dilemma of being ambushed in the crystal again. Liu Yin stood up and rubbed his eyebrows. How similar is the scene before me to the time when I was targeted by the mutant lynx? But the danger today is much higher than when he dealt with the mutant lynx. The tactics he used to deal with that beast are simply ineffective against these three bandits. What should I do? Liu Yin's mind was spinning rapidly. Soon, his eyes lit up as if he had come up with an idea. First, create the beast-shaped guards and try to narrow the gap in numbers. Just do it. Liu Yin first searched for bearings and magnets in the trading floor. The price of magnets was not high, and he only used 200 G of roasted wolf meat to exchange for 1 unit required for the blueprint. However, things like bearings are the product of level 2 industrial proficiency in a manufacturing system. Even in the wilderness, they are rare resources that can only be found in treasure chests of black iron level or above, so the price is naturally a little higher. Liu Yin bargained with the seller for a long time before buying it for an ordinary grade spear and 1 kilogram of mutant lynx meat. After collecting these materials, Liu Yin cut open the mutant lynx's chest and took out the heart that had long stopped beating. Materials ready. Would you like to make a beast-shaped electronic guard? A golden light appeared in front of Liu Yin. Confirm to produce. Snap, snap. The sound of steel colliding was heard, and the materials piled at the feet were shrouded in golden light and began to collide, dissolve, and combine with each other. 10 seconds later, a steel product resembling an old mechanical dog appeared in front of Liu Yin. Its appearance did not seem to conform to the public's aesthetic taste. It was a bit simple, with large patches of rust on its body, like an old dog suffering from alopecia, but its claws, teeth, and other parts were extremely sharp and bright, emitting a cold light. Beast-shaped electronic guard. Ability, attack, vigilance. Bite force, 180 kilograms. Speed, 5, equivalent to ordinary Czech wolfhound. Loyalty, absolute obedience. Introduction. I'm ugly, but I'm... Ahem. Okay, I'm not gentle at all. I warn you, immediately remove your hostile gaze from my master's face. Otherwise, I will rip your throat apart. Seeing the data of the beast-shaped electronic guard, Liu Yin nodded with great satisfaction. Next, he turned on a manufacturing system. Do you want to make an iron pickaxe? Requires 2 pieces of wood and 1 piece of manganese steel. Materials are satisfactory. Confirm the production. Obtain iron pickaxe. Excellent. Easy to break. Liu Yin had an ancient-looking iron pickaxe in his hand. Without any hesitation, he raised it high and swung it against the stone wall of a shelter. Stone chips flew everywhere, and a hole was instantly dug out on the smooth and hard wall. Is Liu Yin crazy? Facing the imminent invasion of the enemy, he not only did not reinforce the safe house, but instead took the initiative to destroy the walls. What exactly is he going to do? Chapter 37. The situation changes, weapons soar. Liu Yin was not frightened insane by the bandits, nor was he giving up on himself. The reason he chiseled the stone wall was because he wanted to dig a hidden passage in the safe house that would lead to the outside, similar to a ventilation duct. While thinking about countermeasures just now, Liu Yin suddenly thought of the gopher that was carrying the disease that he had killed before. This little thing is cunning by nature. When digging a hole, it usually does not make only 1 exit, but will dig 2 or 3 more holes. When encountering danger, it will decisively choose to escape from the back door, so as not to be suffocated to death by being blocked in the hole. The front entrance is used for normal passage, and the rear entrance is used for escape. The saying, "a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows," is similar to this principle. Liu Yin's safe house was indeed very solid and reliable, but it did not have a safe passage. Once surrounded, even if the enemy could not break through the solid stone wall for the time being, as long as they poured water or smoked it, Lu Yin, who had no way to retreat, would be suffocated to death inside. And most importantly, if Lu Yin wanted to fight the other party head-on, he would probably be pounced on by the bandits who were waiting there long ago if he went out through the main gate. He needed a hidden passage to avoid the sight of these criminals and leave the safe house quietly. It would be best if he could get behind these guys and kill them with one blow. In fact, Lu Yin should have thought of this as early as when he expanded the ventilation ducts and strengthened the stone shelter. But because he did not consider it carefully at the time, he now has to expend more physical strength to dig a life passage than before, and he needs to break down the solidified walls, which is a waste of a lot of resources. But people, it's impossible for anyone to be perfect and plan everything out. Even the ingenious Zhuge Liang couldn't foresee everything, let alone Lu Yin, who had no previous survival experience. Being able to carve out a life passage by thinking about how a mole digs a hole is considered a quick reaction. People always have to learn through practice. Without taking a few detours and making a few mistakes, they cannot truly grow up. Fortunately, it is not too late now, and Lu Yin has enough time to remedy the situation. About half an hour later, a hole large enough for an adult to pass through is chiseled out in the stone wall, revealing the soil outside the wall. After breaking through the stone wall, Lu Yin came to the outside of the safe house as if pretending to observe the weather. He looked around, and his eyes were fixed on a patch of grass about 10 meters away from the safe house. This patch of grass is about 7 or 8 square meters in size, and the dense weeds are half a person's height. It looked dry and yellow before, but with the nourishment of rain, it has sprouted green buds again, and the branches and leaves are lush, making it an excellent place to hide. Lu Yin strode over and dug a few holes in the grass with a shovel. Then he opened the upgrade system and looked at one of the holes. A safe passage that can be connected to the hole in the safe house and has not yet been opened. Upgrade Direction 1. Clear requires 10 survival points. Upgrade Direction 2. Break through, petrify, and reinforce requires 90 survival points. Done. Lu Yin looked at the clue that appeared in front of his sight and suppressed the joy in his heart. He looked calmly in the direction where the 3 bandits were hiding, but they did not move. Next, Lu Yin filled several of the holes with grass branches, leaves, and thin stones supported by twigs. Finally, he sprinkled a few grains of rice on the leaves, and several simple bird traps were made. Lu Yin certainly didn't plan to rely on this thing to hunt. He knew very well that the 3 bandits must have been observing his movements. If they found that he had inexplicably dug a hole in the grass, even if the passage was not open for the time being, the other party would definitely be more vigilant about this piece of grass. But as long as you create a few things like this to confuse the opponent's sight, they will no longer pay too much attention to the grass. Although Lu Yin's behavior seems a bit cautious, this is a lawless wilderness. If you are careless, you may lose your life. Details are very important. After doing all this, Lu Yin swaggered back to the safe house. At the same time, the 3 gangsters who had been in the woods for half a day were indeed suspicious of Lu Yin's behavior. Third brother, go check. See what he's up to? A burly, bearded, middle-aged man named Hage said gravely. Could he have set a trap for us? Has he spotted us? The skinny and short third brother looked reluctant, but under the pressure of Brother Hay, he tiptoed to the bushes to observe and then quickly reported back. This guy set up a few bird traps. I took a look and found that the size and depth of the holes are not even enough for my calves. There is no way they are aimed at us. The third brother patted his chest and said confidently. Haga finally felt relieved. He wiped the rain off his face and said viciously, I've been in the rain for so long. I'm so angry. Tonight, I'm going to make this Lu Yin die miserably. After returning to the safe house, Lu Yin was not in a hurry to open the passage. After nightfall, when the enemy surrounds the safe house and attempts to launch an attack, is the best time to open up the passage. Lu Yin opened a trading market and prepared to purchase more stones. Although drinking water has depreciated a lot after the heavy rain, Lu Yin had anticipated this situation long ago. He has more than just drinking water in his hands. Dino Kage goat meat. Required items. Weapons, the sharper and stronger the better. A box of 3 kilograms milk. Required item. Ranged weapon, preferably a bow and crossbow. A javelin is also acceptable. A set of waterproof down jacket. Required item. Heavy axe. After the heavy rain, prices in the trading floor have quietly changed. Buying weapons at high prices. Damn it, I ran into a bandit this morning. Luckily, I ran away quickly. Now my safe house and food have been robbed by this beast. If any kind-hearted person can sell me a weapon at a low price, I'll go back and fight that beast to the death. Everyone, prepare some handy weapons in advance. Dozens of safe houses have been attacked by bandits. If you don't want your hard-earned resources to be taken away, quickly increase your combat power. At this time, the World Channel was constantly being refreshed. After the heavy rain, a large number of homeless victims were created. They set their sights on their own kind and began to plunder crazily. In order to protect their property and lives, players have to prepare protective gear and weapons immediately. Players need weapons to protect themselves, and bandits also need weapons to plunder. Driven by the dual demand, the price of weapons soared, even surpassing the previous price of drinking water. People can survive for 3 days without water. But without weapons, you might not even survive 30 minutes if you're targeted by bandits. Chapter 38. The shopping is complete, the battle begins. At this time, Liu Yan's total survival points are 176. He has hundreds of units of iron, ore, and copper, or 20 units of carbon steel, and 10 units of iron. These resources were obtained at low prices by using drinking water before the heavy rain. Now, the price has increased by at least 20 times. Liu Yan opened the smelting system and put copper ore and iron ore in one after another. Smelt and extract copper ore requires 1 survival point. Is it true for iron ore? Confirmed smelting. Smelting successful, obtaining 36 units of copper. Smelting successful, obtaining 210 units of iron. As the smelting system's light flashed, 2 piles of metal bars of different colors appeared in front of Liu Yan. Depending on the material, the quality of the weapons produced will also be different. Liu Yan touched his chin. He knew very well what the rules of the manufacturing system were. Now it seemed that the best material for making cold weapons was of course high manganese steel, and the weapons produced with it must be of excellent grade. However, the content of manganese in iron ore is very low, so Liu Yan can only try to put the refined pig iron back into the decomposition system. Decompose, extract, and smelt the elements again in different proportions. After some operations, Liu Yan consumed 10 survival points and finally obtained some high manganese steel again. His metal shares are now 36 units of copper, high manganese steel 20 units, ordinary carbon steel 80 units, 130 units of iron. As for the wood, the fir trees that had been cut down before had been used up, but this kind of material that could be found everywhere was not expensive. Liu Yan casually made an ordinary grade dagger and threw it into the trading field, in exchange for 50 units of ash wood. Let's prepare to make weapons and go on a second shopping spree at the trading floor. Liu Yan looked at the large amount of materials piled in front of him with a smile on his face. Do you want to make a spear? You need 2 wood, 1 steel, and 1 survival point. Do you want to make an axe? You need 1 wood, 1 steel, and 1 survival point. Ding, congratulations. Your weapon crafting proficiency has reached level 2, 34 out of 600. Soon, Liu Yan made 10 cold weapons, mainly axes, spears, and daggers. Of course, he did not use those precious high manganese steel and second-grade carbon steel, but only the most common iron, so the quality of the weapons did not reach the excellent grade. Liu Yan will not forget his previous plan. He will never release the sophisticated cold weapons before he produces level 2 firearms. After experiments, he found that these ordinary cold weapons were simply unable to penetrate his fish scale armor. Even if he sold them all, they would not pose much threat to him. The first batch of goods was manufactured, consuming 20 units of wood and 10 units of iron, and Liu Yan's survival points also dropped to 154. But he had no time to feel bad now, so he immediately opened the trading floor and started buying things like crazy. 3 kilograms of milk? Buy it. 20 kilograms of goat meat? Buy it. A duvet? Buy it. In just 10 minutes, Liu Yan's first batch of goods was sold out. It seemed that out of consideration for their own safety, the players who were looking to buy weapons in the trading venue were very generous in their bids, which were not much different from Liu Yan's psychological expectation, so there was basically no bargaining. You will receive a 5L bottle of King Long cooking oil. You will receive a simple medical kit, gauze, alcohol, cotton wool, medical tape. Get a box of amoxicillin. Obtain 300 units of stone and 100 units of wood. Get a strong flashlight. Get a box of canned yellow peaches and oranges, 12 cans. Get 1 kilogram mixed vegetable pack. Prompts sounded one after another, and a pile of resources suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yin. He opened the manufacturing system, consumed 10 units of wood to build a simple container, and placed the resources into the small grids of the container according to their categories. Lu Yin looked at the increasing supplies in the safe house, and his heart was completely filled with satisfaction. It was becoming more and more like a home. On the stove, the rice porridge for breakfast was almost cooked. Lu Yin tore off some dried vegetables and threw them into the pot. He then impatiently opened a can of oranges. When the taste buds on the tip of his tongue touched the sweet orange juice, Lu Yin suddenly had an urge to cry. On the 4th day after the apocalypse, Lu Yin lived in a safe enough shelter, ate vegetables and fruits, and had medicine and warm clothes and bedding. All this made him feel extremely satisfied. He ate the canned food in big mouthfuls, thinking about the 3 bandits in the woods at this moment, with a ferocious gleam in his eyes. Such a happy life, no matter who wants to destroy it. All of them are fucking dead. Everyone must die. 10 hours later, compared with Lu Yin, who was staying in a warm and safe house with food and drink, the 3 bandits led by Brother Hay were obviously much more miserable. Although the rainfall became much smaller after noon, the rain never stopped. The 3 of them hid in the woods, shivering in the cold wind. In addition, they had not eaten for a day, and the cold and hunger hit them together, making them feel that their spirits were about to collapse from the torture. Damn it! Damn it! It's finally dark. Leo kept cursing. His hair was covered with cold rain, and he felt like his body was almost frozen. He tried to move his limbs, but his body couldn't stop shaking. If we don't take action now, we'll all freeze to death here. Even though they were wearing straw raincoats, they couldn't completely block the rain from seeping in through the cracks. Their clothes had already been soaked, and with the cold wind blowing. It's so painful. Let's do it. Brother Hay glanced at the shelter, which was now completely shrouded in darkness. He stared with scarlet eyes and gripped the sledgehammer tightly. I'm going to smash this kid's head in today to vent my anger. Third brother, I'll distract him from the main entrance. You go look for any back doors, secret passages, or ventilation holes in this safe house. Sneak in and give him a surprise attack. Leo, find a place to hide first. If this brat has any tricks up his sleeve and the third brother and I are defeated, you have to take advantage of this brat's laxity and complacency to jump out and turn the situation around. I'm taking the lead this time and risking my life. If anyone makes a mistake, I won't forgive you. Do you understand? A hoarse voice filled with murderous intent came from the intercom. Lu Yin, who had been resting in a hammock for a whole day, immediately turned over and jumped up. He quickly put on the fish scale armor, picked up the longbow and steel axe, and adjusted himself to the peak state in just over 10 seconds. He was fully armed and ready to face the upcoming battle. Talent of seeking advantage and avoiding harm is activated. Lu Yan's expression was serious, and a blue light instantly swept outward. Soon, a 3-dimensional map outside the safe house appeared in Lu Yan's sight. 3 spots of light. The largest red dot was standing in front of the main entrance of the safe house. The medium-sized one was hiding behind a sand dune 20 meters away, and the smallest one was moving at this time. Soon, the small light that stopped at the ventilation hole behind the safe house, about 15 meters away from the gate. A very excited voice came from the intercom. Brother Hay, you guessed it right. This kid's shelter actually has a ventilation hole. Chapter 39, Hunting Game. The hunting game has begun. In the dark night, when Haegu heard the third brother's response, he showed a cruel and excited expression. He rubbed his hands, picked up the sledgehammer, and smashed it directly at the door of the safe house. Boom! Boom! As heavy banging sounds rang out in the dark night, the entire safe house shook. Lu Yin stood up and walked towards a stone wall that had just been excavated, with a smile on his lips. Hunting game? We don't even know who's hunting whom. He has already determined the location of the 3 thugs, and now all he has to do is fight back. Open the upgrade system, and 2 options, upgrade channel, appeared directly in front of Lu Yin. He took out the stones he had purchased from the trading field today and saw that the survival point requirement for the second upgrade direction had dropped from 80 to 20. Without any hesitation, he immediately clicked OK. As the light flashed, the originally damaged stone wall and trance gradually took the shape of a door. The soil inside the passage also disappeared out of thin air and was slowly covered by stones, forming a passage that could accommodate an adult to pass through with a bent over. Let's go. Lu Yin patted the beast guard's head. The length of this passage is about 20 meters, and there are basically no huge slopes or corners, so it only took Lu Yin 10 seconds to reach the end. At the end of the passage was a simple wooden door. He pushed it gently, and the door opened along with the dirt and grass covering it. At this time, the three thugs were at least 20 meters away from here, and under the cover of darkness and grass, no one could notice that there was suddenly a hole here. A cold wind blew towards him, and raindrops hit Lu Yan's face with crackling sounds. He adjusted the volume of the monitoring intercom to the lowest level and walked out quietly. In the darkness, the figures of Lu Yan and the beast-shaped guards were like the gods of death from the depths of hell, about to ruthlessly reap lives. Who should I kill first? Lu Yan determined the positions of the three people in his three-dimensional talent map and quickly decided on the first candidate. The third brother stood at the back of the shelter and used the stone spear in his hand to pick away all the weeds and branches covering the vents, revealing the wire mesh inside. You have a strong sense of security. The third brother sneered and prepared to move closer to unscrew the barbed wire with his hands. One step, two steps. Suddenly, his feet felt empty and his right leg fell directly into the trap that Lu Yan had dug earlier. Oh shit! The third brother screamed in pain and fell to the ground. He felt like his calf was scratched by something, and he felt a tingling sensation. What's wrong? Hei's voice came from the front. It's okay, it's okay. There was a layer of leaves floating on the puddle, and I mistook it for flat ground, so I fell. The third brother reluctantly pulled his right leg out and found a 2-centimeter long cut on his ankle. Since the wound was not deep, he didn't pay much attention to it. He just cursed softly. What a damn bad luck. I was cut by a stone. Hurry up. Brother Hei didn't ask any more questions, but just urged. The third brother endured the pain and squatted beside the pit. He reached out to grab the wire mesh and began to repeatedly twist and rub the edges with his two thumbs. This wire, which was not much thicker than dragon beard noodles, would soon break due to metal fatigue. However, his movements gradually slowed down, his fingers became stiff and unable to exert any strength. His limbs also became like wood. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move them. In just 5 seconds, the third brother felt that he no longer had control over his body, and the muscles all over his body did not obey his commands at all. There's a problem. There's a problem. His mind went blank, and he wanted to shout to warn Brother Hei and ask for help. But only then did he realize with horror that he couldn't even shout. His throat muscles were also paralyzed. Gulp. 2 seconds later, the third brother's body fell straight to the ground like a stone. A steel axe emerged from the darkness and chopped off his head with an extremely clean movement. Blood spurted out and mixed with rainwater, flowing freely across the ground. The third brother's head was wide open, with eyes full of fear and unwillingness. As a thug, he was obviously a complete failure. He died without even seeing his enemy. The last image the world left of him was a pair of muddy sneakers. The sneakers walked into the darkness, leaving behind only a row of bloody footprints. Leo curled up as much as possible, holding the wooden spear in his right hand and tightly grasping the bag of quicklime in his left palm, keeping his body under the cover of the sand dunes. He was facing the door of the safe house. Because it was dark, he could only vaguely see Brother Hei swinging a hammer and hitting the door. Leo is not as optimistic as Hei Gu and Lao San about dealing with the shelter owner who ranks first on the list. He always felt that the robbery tonight would not go so smoothly. But fortunately, my job is not dangerous. If something really happens, there is still a great chance of escaping. As for Hage and Lao San, their gang was formed temporarily, and there was no friendship between them. Leo didn't care about the life and death of others at all. It's so cold. This horrible weather. The rain just keeps falling. Leo blew a few breaths of hot air onto his almost frozen right hand, and the sound of raindrops hitting the ground continued to ring out around him. Crash! Crash! Snap! Snap! Leo frowned. The sound of raindrops falling into the puddles on the ground beside him seemed a little wrong, as if it was a little too loud. It doesn't look like raindrops, but more like hail. More like footsteps. Leo's pupils constricted, and he suddenly looked up. In the darkness, a silver figure suddenly flashed past his left hand, bringing up a large amount of mud and sewage. Leo's head buzzed, and he subconsciously used the spear in his right hand as a stick, swinging it in a circle and smashing it down. Snap! The wooden spear seemed to have hit something hard and broke instantly. Almost at the same time, he also scattered the lime powder in his left hand. In a vast expanse of white, Leo opened his mouth and prepared to let out a sharp roar to warn. However, before his terrified voice could reach his mouth, he saw the silver figure rushing out from the lime powder. Then he felt a chill on his neck, and his throat seemed to be pierced by something sharp. The beast-shaped guard came to Leo silently under the cover of night and bit his throat accurately. Oh. Leo's eyes were wide open with anger. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and his full-bodied roar instantly deflated into a weak grunt, along with blood gushing out of the wound. He wanted to scream, but the sound turned into gas and kept leaking out from the wound in his throat. He wanted to resist, but his strength seemed to be drained away in a short time. Gulp! Leo's body fell on his back, and the broken spear in his hand fell into the water. Crack! The beast-shaped guard exerted force again, biting off Leo's cervical vertebrae together, and then limped away into the darkness. The beast guard wasn't as powerful and indestructible as imagined. It was only the size of an ordinary Shiba Inu. Leo's desperate attack wasn't in vain. Its left forelimb was broken. Fortunately, the beast guard's attack was very accurate. If the fight had continued, the outcome of this battle might still be uncertain. In the darkness, after killing 2 people in a row, Liu Yin felt that the blood in his body began to boil. This is the killing instinct hidden in the deepest part of biological genes. Even the kindest and gentlest people have such a monster lurking in their hearts. In modern civilized society, this monster would have to be suppressed due to social systems and laws. But in the wilderness, it can be released to the fullest. The last one. Liu Yin tightly grasped the steel axe in his hand, stared at the position of the last red dot on the talent map, and slowly moved over. You bastard. You actually built such a sturdy gate. It made me spend so much effort. After we break in, I will definitely smash your bones and skin you alive. Brother Hay cursed. The sturdiness of this stone gate was beyond his imagination. Even after being hit with dozens of hammers, only a tiny crack appeared on it. It seems that attacking from the front is really a stupid idea. Hay muttered to himself, then lowered his voice and shouted towards the ventilation duct. Third brother, how are you doing over there? Dead silence. No one answered. There was only the sound of raindrops hitting the ground. Hage frowned and raised his voice again, asking, how much longer will it take you? Brother Hay was not worried that Liu Yin would hear his shouting. The stone door and walls had good sound insulation, and under the cover of heavy rain and hammering sounds, it was basically impossible to hear the shouting outside in the safe house. Still no one answered. Hage frowned, a hint of impatience appearing between his brows. He cursed and shouted at the top of his voice. Third brother, are you fucking lazy? Are you listening to me? Sizzle. At this moment, Brother Hay seemed to hear a noisy sound of electric current. Then he heard the words he had just used to scold the third brother, sounding electronically behind him. You fucking, are you listening to me? Brother Hay was confused. In the dark night, no one responded to what I just said but the sound behind me. For a moment, he felt creepy. Hay's pupils constricted, and he turned around suddenly without thinking. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. In the light of lightning, he saw a scene that he would never forget. A steel axe that kept getting bigger and bigger in his sight and came through the wind, and a tall figure that appeared behind him at some point. Liu Yin. It's Liu Yin. Shouldn't he be in the safe house now? When did you run behind me? Hei's mind went blank, and he lost his ability to think for a short time. He subconsciously raised the hammer handle and his arm to block the axe blade coming towards him. Snap! The steel axe swept past, easily cutting off the hammer handle as if it were chopping rotten wood, and then fell on Brother Hay's shoulder. Blood splattered, and a strong arm was thrown high into the air, then fell heavily into the mud. Liu Yin, holding the blood-drenched steel axe, slowly raised his head, revealing his handsome yet cruel face, and grinned. Keep talking. I'm always listening. Brother Hay was stunned. The excruciating pain that tore his heart apart instantly spread throughout his body. He fell into the mud wailing, holding his left shoulder where his arm had been lost, and screaming wildly. For some reason, a very absurd and inappropriate sentence suddenly emerged in Hei's mind. A wise man does not fall in love. Young people do not follow the moral code. You are a young man in your 20s, and you come to attack and cheat me. an old man in my 40s. Is that okay? This is not good. Chapter 40. I don't kill disabled people. The pain of a broken arm almost made Hage lose all his resistance in an instant. He fell into the mud and water like a pig waiting to be slaughtered, rolling and struggling and letting out shrill screams. Lu Yin was not a particularly cruel or perverted person, but at this moment he had killed 2 people and seriously injured another. Looking at Brother Hay, who was lying miserably in the mud, he did not have any pity in his heart. In the Doomsday, being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. If Lu Yan's axe had been a little slower, he might have been the one falling to the ground now. The moral values established by civilized society cannot restrain the evil of human nature in this wilderness. If you want to survive, you must follow a code. When facing a fellow creature full of malice, you need to swing your sword harder and faster than when you kill a wild beast. Lu Yin took a look at the steel axe. The axe blade made of manganese steel was still sharp and tough after continuous chopping, without any curling. He walked towards He Gu with an axe. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have no ill intentions. I just want to go into your safe house to avoid the rain. Since we are all citizens of the Chinese Federation, please spare me. Seeing this, Brother He, who was lying on the ground bleeding profusely, the pain in his limbs was immediately overwhelmed by the fear of death, and he pleaded in horror. Compared to pain, he is more afraid of death. Didn't you say that I was a fat sheep, and you wanted to steal my resources to have some fun? Lu Yin showed a ferocious smile on his face. He would not be merciful because of the other party's identity. These days, it's common for even relatives to fight over interests. Once interests are damaged, the blood relationship will become fragile. And most importantly, Lu Yin is facing a life-threatening threat that's even more serious than interests. In this situation, even a brother cannot be let go, let alone a stranger. Snap! Snap! Light footsteps were heard, and a beast-shaped guard appeared behind He Gu, its sharp claws directly resting on his shoulder. A ferocious metal dog, head slowly stretched out. Brother He smelled a very strong smell of blood. He turned his head and almost fainted on the spot. The metal muzzle of the beast-shaped guard was only 2 centimeters away from him, and he could even see the pieces of flesh and bones hanging between the other's teeth. Seeing this, Brother He was desperate. His 2 companions might have been killed long ago. The delusion in his heart that his companions would jump out to rescue him and reverse the situation was completely shattered at this moment. Seeing the beast-like guard's twisted and deformed left forelimb, Lu Yan's anger towards the 3 bandits intensified. He shouted, "Kill him!" The beast-like guard dog opened its mouth wide, and Lu Yan's steel axe fell on it. Hage screamed, speaking at top speed and shouting with all his might, "Don't kill me. I have important information about resources to tell you." Before I set out, I was worried about being robbed, so I hid some of my resources in a cave. If you let me go, I'll tell you the location of the cave. Brush. The steel axe and sharp teeth stopped less than an inch in front of He Ji's forehead and neck respectively. His skin could already feel the biting sharpness, and goosebumps appeared instantly. Resources. Lu Yin stared at the terrified Hage, then suddenly raised his axe and chopped him down again. How dare you lie to me? Where are you going to get resources for a bandit group like yours, which was only formed a day ago and doesn't even have a safe house? Yes. There's a small diesel generator and a vegetable culture medium. We didn't steal them. I got them from the silver treasure chest. Brother He shouted with an almost broken voice, his whole body trembling. Dynamo? After hearing these 3 words, Lu Yan's heart was burning with heat. Although my shelter is safe enough so far and can meet basic living needs, it is far from enough. He needs to move from the Iron Age to the Technological Age and transform the underground safe house into an underground fortress. So electricity is essential. With it, not only industry, but also your own living standards will be greatly improved. As for the vegetable culture medium, this thing is also a great help to your happy life. With it, you can eat fresh fruits and vegetables in the future. The wilderness climate is not suitable for growing crops. The sharp temperature contrast will kill most of the delicate vegetable seedlings, and only weeds with tenacious vitality can survive. In the first few days after the apocalypse, Lu Yan's only source of fruits, vegetables, and multivitamins came from dried vegetable packages. But how can the taste and nutrition of dried vegetables compare with fresh vegetables? Silver treasure chest. This bastard is so lucky. But is what he said true? Lu Yin frowned. I didn't lie to you. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. As if he had guessed what Lu Yin was worried about. Brother He quickly pulled up a screenshot. The objects in the picture were a fuel generator the size of an ordinary computer case, and a medium-sized vegetable cultivation box that was about 5 meters long and wide. The surrounding environment also fits the appearance of a cave. I originally wanted to sell it, but the commodity prices in the trading market in the early days of the apocalypse are very unstable. These two things cannot be sold at a high price, so I want to wait until the price goes up. Brother He endured the pain that almost made him faint. He was sure that this was his only chance to survive, so he had to stay awake. Let me go. You won't get anything if you kill me, but if you let me go, you can get 2 precious treasures. I'm missing an arm, so I have no power to retaliate against you. Moreover, in this situation, even if you don't kill me, it's doubtful whether I can survive until tomorrow morning. Brother He was in tears and kept kowtowing and begging. Lu Yin was silent for a moment, then said, Tell me the location of the cave, and I won't kill you. A hint of joy flashed across He Ji's eyes, and then he gritted his teeth and said, You have to let me go first. What if I tell you the location and you regret it? Lu Yin had a blank expression on his face. He suddenly reached out and grabbed He's hair, punching him in the face twice, and said coldly, Find out who is in control now. You dare to bargain with me? I can have the engine and culture medium. Or not. Don't try to challenge my bottom line again, understand. I'll give you one more chance to say something. If you don't say it, then don't ever say it again. Although Lu Yin really wanted the generator and culture medium, he would never let his desires affect his brain. He knew that once the desire for something was too strong, it would lead to errors in his analytical and judgment abilities, and he might fall into the other party's trap. 2 unceremonious punches completely shattered Brother He's bargaining illusions. He stared at the cold axe blade so close to him and stammered, The cave is located at coordinates 198.556 where... Wait a minute. Lu Yin interrupted He Gu and directly opened the trading platform. Put up a transaction message. Just put up the specific location of the cave where I'm hiding the generator and culture medium, and put up the information you just told me. Brother He was confused. A moment later, he put the information he had just told Lu Yin on the trading platform with a sad face. Listing failed. The information does not match the description. You were lying to me. Lu Yin's face was as cold as frost. He stepped on Brother He's injured shoulder and broken arm without mercy and crushed it hard. Blood splattered and the intense pain made Brother He faint, but he woke up from the pain within 3 seconds. He screamed miserably. I won't do it anymore. I won't do it anymore. I'll post the real information right away. Brother He's spirit was completely broken by the severe pain. He no longer dared to play tricks. According to Lu Yin's request, he put an information product on the shelf again, and the price was very special. My broken arm. Lu Yin picked up the sturdy broken arm from the ground and completed the purchase at the trading floor. The specific location of the cave where the engine and culture medium are hidden is 165.883. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Since it was successfully listed, it seems that this is the real place. He swallowed and said in a trembling voice, I've already told you the exact location. You should keep your promise and let me go, right? Lu Yin stared at Brother He expressionlessly until he made him feel creepy. Then he raised his eyebrows and said, Okay. He was silent for a moment, then asked, You're not going to go back on your word and attack me from behind, are you? Lu Yin laughed and said kindly, Uncle, don't be silly. I don't kill disabled people. Go away. Chapter 41, Ranking Rewards, First Distribution. Brother He looked straight at Lu Yin's expression, and suddenly he climbed up from the mud with incredible speed and staggered into the darkness. He only felt the wind whistling in his ears. He never thought he could run so fast. There were no footsteps behind him. Survived. Really survived. Brother He's face showed the joy of surviving the disaster. Damn, Lu Yin, you bastard. After my arm was cut off, I indeed lost the power to retaliate against you. But as long as I make the location of your shelter public, I believe that many thugs and victims who have lost their homes will be very interested and will flock here. By then, you will die a very miserable death. He's expression was extremely vicious. He seemed to have seen the scene of Lu Yin being besieged and lying dead in the wilderness not long after. Talent skills activate. Lu Yin stood in the dark. He took off the longbow on his back, put an arrow on it, and drew it to full length. As the light of the innate skill swept forward, a human-shaped light spot shining with red light appeared in Liu Yan's sight in the originally dark wilderness. What I like most is the contrasting despair of others falling from heaven to hell. Liu Yan showed a sinister smile. His fingers suddenly loosened the bowstring, and the featherless arrow pierced through the rain curtain of more than 10 meters in an instant, and went away with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Puff! A muffled sound was heard in the rain, as if a wine bag filled with liquid was punctured. Brother Hay, who was running desperately, seemed to be struck by lightning, and his body froze. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. He slowly lowered his head and saw half a bloody arrow sticking out his chest. The 3-inch-long arrowhead was bright and smooth, reflecting a twisted and desperate face. "You said you wouldn't kill me. You said you wouldn't kill me." Hage fell to his knees with a thud, feeling all the strength drained away in an instant. He used all his strength to scream and repeat this sentence. "You lied, you liar." In the dark night, listening to Brother Hay's angry roar, Liu Yan had a very strange expression on his face and sighed. "How can you easily believe the enemy's words? You don't even have this much awareness as a thug. I won't kill you. I don't know if you're an idiot, or if you think I am an idiot." On a rainy night, 3 thugs fell forever on the land. Liu Yan stood there. 3 people died at his hands tonight. When he first encountered the apocalypse, he worried about himself, who had lived in civilized society for over 20 years. If one day he really had to fight a life-and-death battle with his own kind, would he have the courage to kill them? Now he knew the answer. He looked at the palm of his hand, recalling when he was about to chop off the 3rd brother's head, and when he drew the bow to shoot Hei-Go, his hand didn't tremble at all. The struggle between life and death is indeed where people grow the fastest. Before, I didn't even dare to stab a pig with a knife, but now I have killed 3 people in a row, and I don't feel particularly scared. Liu Yan sighed. Yes, during the killing just now, he felt basically no fear. If I had to say what I was afraid of, maybe the only thing Liu Yan was afraid of was that his axe was not fast enough, his attack was not accurate enough, and the opponent would find a chance to counterattack. The 4th day of the apocalypse, Liu Yan became more and more cruel and powerful. He has adapted to the rules of survival in this cruel wilderness. 10 minutes later, Liu Yan dug a big pit somewhere 500 meters away from the safe house, cleaned off all the supplies from the 3 bodies, and threw them into the pit. He did this not because he wanted to bury these 3 guys, but because if the bodies continued to be exposed here, they would produce a large number of bacteria, viruses, and foul odors after being soaked in rain and exposed to the sun. If it is not dealt with in time, it will affect the normal survival of Liu Yan. The rain washed over the earth, quickly washing away the traces of blood and the dragged corpse. A few minutes later, Liu Yan finished everything and returned to the shelter. He first checked the door of the shelter. Under Brother Hay's continuous hammering, a large number of holes were smashed into the outer layer of the stone door, and there was some displacement between the door frame and the door frame, but overall it did not affect the safety. It was just that the ceiling and appearance were slightly worse. Forget it. Let's repair it after the rain stops. Liu Yan closed the door tightly, took off his wet clothes, and dried them in front of the stove. He then looked at the stone wall passage that had been opened. The outer door of the passage also needs to be sealed. As for the interior, an extra hole in the wall really affects the appearance. I'll add a stone secret door tomorrow. Also, the beast guard's forelimbs need repair. After a big battle, Liu Yan had a lot of repair work to do, but he also seized some supplies. Liu Yan sat in front of the stove, with 3 small wallet-like things in his hands. These were the system backpacks on the 3 bandits. After the players were killed, the system backpacks would automatically fall off. This is the so-called explosive equipment. Let's check if there are any good things. Liu Yan rubbed his hands. It was time for his favorite harvesting part. Just as he excitedly took out one of the backpacks and prepared to open it, an announcement from the game sounded in his ears. Attention all players. In 3 minutes, the first leaderboard rewards will be distributed. The top 10 on the shelter ranking, kill ranking, and power ranking will receive resources. The second ranking reward distribution will be scheduled for 10 days later. After that, rewards will be distributed every 10 days. Leaderboard rewards? Liu Yan paused his movements and became excited. Are there rewards for ranking at the top? He is at the top of the shelter list. With excitement, Liu Yan opened the world channel. At this moment, the players' emotions were ignited by the announcement from the game, and they began to flood the screen with messages. Liao, wow, ha ha ha, I only killed one mutant lizard, and I'm actually number 10 on the kill list. Trip, this isn't fair. No one knows how to kill better than me. I've crushed dozens of frogs, so why am I not on the list? Wang Ziqing, I don't accept it. Why is my shelter with 12 people ranked lower than a force with only 7 people? Triple X, the person above, this power ranking isn't based on headcount. It's based on comprehensive data like influence and combat effectiveness. How can you possibly surpass 7 elites if you only have 12 old, weak, and disabled people? Cardin, it seems everyone has some doubts about the rankings of these two lists, but regarding the shelter list, I believe you all have no objections, right? When the players opened the leaderboard and saw the data on it, many of them expressed their dissatisfaction with great anger, believing that the list was unfair and that some people should not be ranked so high. But soon, they set their sights on the shelter list. First on the list, Lu Yan, Fang Xiong. As expected, Lu Shun still tops the list. He's so confident. His score of 210 is a huge win, surpassing the second place by a full 150 points. Zhang Yingying, please help, God of Road. How did you build the shelter to this level in such a short time? In the top 10 shelter rankings, the top 5 basically remained unchanged, while the bottom 5 were completely different from when he saw it in the morning. Among the owners of the last 5 shelters, Lu Yan also saw a familiar name. Lu Yuan. Isn't this the girl who shows off her wealth? Her shelter was ranked 10th, just 1 point away from 11th place, and it barely made the list. Wang Ziqing. Hey, isn't this the show-off, sister? I haven't seen you in a few days, and you're so excited? You said you were so high-profile before. I thought you were so awesome, but it turns out you're nowhere to be found on the other 2 lists, and you're only ranked 10th on the shelter list. Leo, it's a waste to leave so many supplies in her hands. If you give them to me, I can definitely make my shelter one of the top 3. Triple X, calling Lu Yuan, trash, waste, why don't you come out and call? Get out. Lu Yan silently watched as the original discussion in the World Channel was about to turn into a fierce battle, feeling a bit of a headache. I have to say that Lu Yuan's behavior in the past 2 days did attract some hatred, and now there are still many players chasing her and criticizing her. Lu Yan originally thought that Lu Yuan would not respond, but soon, she appeared in the World Channel and staged a drama in which she scolded dozens of people and engaged in a debate with a group of scholars. Lu Yuan, for those who criticize me, let me ask you a riddle. There was a girl who was often teased by her friends and sisters because she had small breasts. However, because her breasts were always smaller than others, she could only endure it silently. Lu Yuan. But one day, after taking a bath with her friends, she finally became confident and cocky, and even started to mock her friends. Why did that happen? In the World Channel, all players were silent for a while. They had no idea what Lu Yuan wanted to say. Lu Yuan, haha, no one knows such a simple question. Let me tell you, Lu Yuan. The answer is not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Lu Yuan, my sanctuary is certainly not as good as Lu Yan's, nor as good as the top players on the leaderboard, but it's still more than enough for you. You sourpuss, you can't even see your names in the top 30. If it was Lu Yan who mocked me today, it would be fine, but who do you think you are? Do you have a say? Lu Yuan, what are you barking like dogs? Ah, tell me, what are you barking like dogs? Chapter 42, Reward Distribution, Special Title. Lu Yuan's words were like sharp blades, piercing the hearts of most players mercilessly. To describe them in a very apt way, it was, Garen uses whisper to silence and break the defense. Yes, even if Lu Yuan's shelter is only ranked 10th, compared to the more than 1,000 people in the wilderness, she has surpassed 99% of the players. In a sense, the only ones qualified to tell her what to do are the top 9 players in the shelter rankings. Others don't even have the right to have an equal conversation with her. Lu Yuan, I advise you to stop staring at others with such sour eyes. If you have the time, you should build your own shelter. You guys spend your days swishing hoes in the mines until they smoke, and at night, you have to live hungry in dark, damp earthen caves. Even in this situation, you still have the leisure to mock me, who has no worries about food and clothing. Who gave you the courage? The World Channel fell into chaos. Many players were so angry that their blood pressure soared. They used the most vicious language to insult Lu Yuan and frantically flooded the screen with messages. But it is obvious that no matter how vicious the words are, They seem so powerless at this moment. Because what Lu Yuanyuan said is true. These players lost so badly. These vicious curses are like a dog whose tail is stepped on, and no matter how loudly it roars, no one will look down on it. This is the cruel wilderness. If you are strong enough, you have the right to speak and the right to mock others. You are not strong enough. You don't even have the confidence to argue with others. Lu Yan had no interest in the quarrel between these players and Lu Yuanyuan. He just felt that this woman was a little too high-profile and arrogant and would easily be hated by others, just like he had been harmed by the guy with the ID Zhao Ruifeng. At the beginning, Lu Yan had only sold water a few times in the trading market, which made him appear a little wealthy. Now Lu Yuanyuan has gone much further than he did back then. The hatred she has attracted, almost 80% of the players in the entire wilderness have a very bad impression of her. If this woman dares to reveal the location of her shelter, she will definitely attract a large number of players to hunt her. The rewards will be distributed soon. Lu Yan rubbed his hands and turned his gaze from the World Channel to the ranking interface. The 3-minute countdown has reached the last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Jingle. The pleasant announcement sounded in the ears of every player. Hello, players. The first ranking rewards are now being distributed. First up is the power ranking. The top of the power list is Wilderness Hunter Team. Members 7. Captain Kadyrov. Reason for being number 1. This 7-man team is made up of the fierce and barbaric Chechen people. 6 of them have combat and military experience and are physically strong. The last one is a doctor. This is the perfect early game class combination, enough to maximize the chances of survival in the early stages of the game and nip any danger in the bud. Instructions. When you see 7 hairy, burly men walking towards you, run. Run now. The Wilderness Hunters team, which is at the top of the power list, does not have the largest number of people, but their combat effectiveness and comprehensive indexes are definitely the strongest. None of these 7 people are useless or ordinary people without abilities. The combination of 6 fighters and a doctor is enough to defeat most of the threats in the early stages of the wilderness, including small herds of beasts, mutant beasts, and other player forces. Katalov. This name sounds familiar. Isn't this the bearded guy from whom I bought wolf meat? Lu Yan immediately recognized the familiar face on the leaderboard. On the Doomsday Day, Lu Yan exchanged 1,050 milliliters of drinking water for 10 kilograms of wolf meat, a wolf skin, and a wolf brain. Now the wolf skin is still under his butt. Reward for the top of the power rankings are now being distributed. Rewards: 10 kilograms salmon, 20 kilograms rice, 5 kilograms black bread. Rewards: 60 units of iron ore, a bearskin cloak, and monocular multiplier of 1. Special title reward: Stepwolf. The first 2 rounds of rewards were nothing noteworthy, but the last special title reward caught the attention of all players. Title? What is this? Does it have any additional properties? Steppenwolf, quite impressive. Does this mean the 7 members of the Steppenwolf team are like a small wolf pack? Players were talking about it, and at this moment, another announcement was released for the game. Player Kadyrov has chosen not to disclose his title attributes. The system will block the attribute bonus information in his personal interface. Sure enough, there is an attribute bonus. I guessed right. Damn it. Why don't you publish it? Can't you just satisfy my curiosity? Who would reveal their cards to the whole world? Do you have any brains? The announcement once again sparked heated discussions among players, and also made Lu Yan excited. Now it seems that the title should be something similar to talent skills, which both provide players with additional abilities or attribute enhancements. It is a very direct and powerful way to improve. Rewards for the top kill leaderboard are now being distributed. The top of the kill list is Yao Qi. Kill count, 26. Reason for being number 1. He possesses the purest combat and killing skills, a natural-born killing machine. In 4 days, 21 players and 5 mutant beasts perished at his hands. These deceased were unfortunate, their bodies lying in the wilderness. These deceased were fortunate, as they died without much pain, all killed in a single blow. Instructions. When you encounter Yao Qi in the wilderness, don't be afraid, don't run away. Stare him down with your eyes and act imposing. This way you can die with dignity. Rewards distribution. Special title reward, Wilderness Blade. The top of the kill list is a very unfamiliar name. Not to mention in the World Channel, even in the trading market, I have never seen any trading information of this ID. Lu Yin looked at the avatar of the young man with dark skin, close to wheat color, on the leaderboard, and felt a little emotional. It seemed that there were many low-key big men in the wilderness. They did not easily appear in the public eye, but their strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Soon, the reward for the kill list were distributed. Like Katalov, Yaoqi also chose to hide the title attributes. Rewards for the top spot on the shelter leaderboard are now being distributed. After hearing this voice, Lu Yan's heart started beating wildly. It's finally my turn. I hope this time the reward will include materials for forging level 2 weapons. In this way, I am confident that I can occupy the first place in both the shelter list and the kill list before the next ranking list is released. Lu Yin muttered to himself, staring at the ranking interface. Top of the shelter list. Lu Yin. Shelter rating, 210. Reason for being number 1. A stone safe house with 3 major systems is practically a fortress in the wilderness, isolating it from most dangers. Wind and rain can't penetrate. Wild beasts can't attack. Thugs can't break through. It provides you with a safe and comfortable living environment. It's your warmest and most durable home in the wilderness. Explanation. Use some strength. I'm still okay. You don't even have the strength to swing a hammer, and you still dare to call yourself a demolition team? Rewards. 5L of freshly squeezed juice, 20 kilograms of flour, 5 kilograms of white sugar. Rewards. Hidden Arrow X1, Duck Down Quilt X1, Insect Repellent Incense. Special Title Reward. Wall of Wilderness. Chapter 43. Counting the Harvest. A series of item rewards appeared in front of Lu Yin, and what he cared about most was, of course, the special title that was the highlight. Wall of the Wilderness. After wearing, it can increase 3 points of strength, 3 points of defense, and 3 points of endurance. Increase the host resistance to viruses, bacteria, and radiation by 30%, and increase self-healing ability by 20%. Introduction. I am the toughest man in the wilderness. After seeing these properties, Lu Yin couldn't wait to choose wear. As the prompt sound of wearing successfully rang, Lu Yin felt as if some magical changes had taken place all over his body. It was as if an invisible force burst out from deep within the cells and permeated every part of his body. He clenched his fists and felt that his body had been greatly strengthened. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin took down the longbow hanging on the wall and tried to pull it open. With just a slight effort, the bowstring is pulled to the full moon state. So easy. Lu Yin was ecstatic. In the past, when he pulled the longbow to its full extent, the powerful closing force of the bowstring and bow body would make his arm muscles feel sore and strained. But now this feeling has completely disappeared. His strength and endurance have been greatly enhanced. Now, he can easily clean and lift 100 kilograms by using both arms. Of course, there is still some gap between the weight he can lift and that of professional athletes. However, this is not because Lu Yin is weaker than weightlifters of the same size, but because Lu Yin has not received special training and does not know the technique of exerting force. In terms of strength alone, Lu Yin is now no worse than a professional weightlifter. Not only strength is enhanced, but also defense. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He picked up the sharp stone pieces that were shattered on the ground when he smashed the wall before and tried to scratch them toward his palm. Squeak! The sharp stone fragments scraped across his palm, leaving only a thin layer of white marks on his skin. Lu Yin didn't even feel the pain. He continued to increase his strength and began to feel a sharp sting in his palm, but his skin was still not scratched. Snap! The sharp stone fragments finally couldn't bear the heavy weight under the violent pressure of the road rocks and broke into even smaller pieces. Ordinary stones can no longer pierce my skin. Lu Yin couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. This kind of defense is definitely comparable to crocodile scales and wild boar skin. Even if he doesn't wear fish scale armor, I'm afraid the teeth and claws of most small wild beasts can't cause any harm to him. Next, Lu Yin tested the attribute bonuses that this title brought him one by one, and the results made him very satisfied. The attribute bonus of the title is really abnormal. Lu Yin roughly calculated that if there are 2 players with exactly the same data, the overall physical strength of the player wearing the title will be nearly twice that of the other. Lu Yin. Identity. Top of the shelter ranking, high-level player. Strength, 11. Speed, 5. Defense, 5. Stamina, 8. Special abilities. Increased self-healing ability. Increased resistance to viruses, bacteria, and radiation. Talent skill. Seek advantage and avoid harm. Title: Wall of the Wilderness. Note: you've successfully established yourself in the wilderness and made a name for yourself, but don't be careless or complacent. The top spot on the leaderboard will be the subject of fierce competition from countless players. I hope you can consolidate your position and strive to top the 3 charts, aiming for the title of King of the Wilderness. Liu Yin scanned the personal information and stopped at the last comment. King of the Wilderness? This title made Liu Yan's heart beat wildly. The top of the 3 lists the strongest overall person in the entire wilderness. The recognized King of the Wilderness. Who could refuse such a brilliant title? But if you just use your brain, you will know how difficult it is to compete for this title. Anyone who deserves this title must have survived countless battlefields filled with blood and corpses, countless conspiracies and schemes, and countless times on the brink of life and death, defeating all opponents step by step and ascending the throne by stepping on piles of bones. One general success is the result of thousands of sacrifices. As the top of the shelter list, Liu Yin knew very well that even if he had no desire to fight with others, he would inevitably be targeted by other competitors. When you are in the wilderness, you have no choice. If I don't want to be killed by other competitors who want to compete for the King of the Wilderness, I must make myself stronger. Liu Yin clenched his fists. At this moment, his heart was filled with a sense of crisis. This game was incredibly clever. It posted a leaderboard and deliberately created titles like King of the Wilderness, causing the top 3 players to view the others as competitors. This prevented any cooperation between the 3 leaders, intentionally creating internal strife to increase difficulty and prevent the game from being quickly cleared. Yes, compared to the mutant beasts and beast herds in the wilderness, only human players are each other's biggest enemies. Only humans know how to kill humans more quickly and effectively. After announcing the top of the 3 rankings, the game also issued corresponding rewards to the other players in the top 10 of the 3 rankings. It is worth mentioning that after killing 3 thugs in a row, Liu Yin also ranked 6th on the kill list and received some food and furniture rewards. As for the beautiful anchor Mu Chanqian, who had a private chat with Liu Yin today, her shelter is still ranked 2nd, and in the power ranking list, it is also ranked 10th with a scale of 37 people. It seems that she didn't listen to her own advice in the end, and still stubbornly recruited a large number of disaster victims. Liu Yin didn't pay much attention to this. Everyone had their own choices, and Mu Chanqian's approach wasn't necessarily wrong. With her growing numerical advantage, perhaps she could soon even challenge the wilderness hunters. Forget it. What does other people's business have to do with me? Let's first count our gains tonight. After the ranking rewards were distributed, Liu Yin also turned his attention to the mountain of supplies in front of him. Tonight's harvest was the richest since the apocalypse, and he could no longer contain his excitement. Freshly squeezed high-quality juice. Freshly squeezed juice, refreshing and relieving summer heat, rich in fruit and vegetable fiber and supplements various vitamins. Introduction. Remember, when you go to the wilderness, you'll definitely find some delicious juice. Friendship endorsements. Xiao Yang, Tiger Brother, Donald Duck. For Liu Yin, who had been eating meat for several days, juice was undoubtedly a good thing. It not only replenished vitamins, but also promoted intestinal motility and absorption. Liu Yin didn't eat vegetables and fruits these days, and he obviously felt that his bowel movements were a little uncomfortable. After carefully putting away the juice, he looked at the second item on his left again, which was the reward for ranking 6th on the kill list. Flush toilet. Simple flush toilet, connected to the sewer for use. Introduction. Oh God, I hope that in my next life I can have endless water to drink, my skin to become whiter, and endless but to see every day. This is the devout prayer of an African black man who never married before dying of thirst. Liu Yin looked at the last line of instructions in silence, his cheeks twitching unconsciously. Is this the introduction a flush toilet should have? Even a pervert like me thinks it's perverted. Chapter 44. The Importance of Visibility. Thanks to Xia Shang for the reminder, moi. This thing is useless unless the complete sewer system is completed. Liu Yin just took a look and threw the toilet into the corner. Sleeve arrow. Effective killing range, 10 meters. Penetration. Can penetrate cowhide within 10 meters. Introduction. Question: which is faster, your fist or my sleeve arrow? A. The sleeve arrow is faster beyond 5 meters, and within 5 meters, the sleeve arrow is both accurate and fast. The third item is a sleeve arrow that is only the size of an ordinary pin. It looks ordinary in appearance and can be clamped on the wrist with a few clips. When the cuffs are lowered, it can be perfectly hidden inside. It is an excellent weapon for sneak attacks and counterattacks. However, it can only be fired once and does not have a continuous firing function. The pocket arrows must be reloaded after shooting, otherwise it will become a decoration. If this thing is used properly, it may be a life-saving artifact. Apart from a special title, the thing that made Liu Yin most satisfied from the ranking rewards was this pocket-sized sleeve arrow. Although its lethality is not as strong as that of a longbow, the key is that it is small in size, and its attack method is unexpected. If the arrow is coated with poison frog toxin, it could be a deadly weapon. Liu Yin excitedly installed it on his left wrist. An extremely thin silver rope extended from the tail of the quiver and wrapped around his middle finger. This was the sleeve dart firing device. In an emergency, just pull the silver rope lightly and the deadly arrow will suddenly fly out. The remaining item rewards are mostly unremarkable, consisting mostly of food and seasonings. This is understandable, as leaderboard rewards are distributed every 10 days, a fairly frequent occurrence, so there can't be too many significant prizes. The key lies in the ownership of the special title. Everything else is merely ancillary items. Liu Yin collected them according to categories. Now his shelter has a series of necessities of life, such as rice, flour, drinking water, seasonings, bedding, and blankets. Except for electricity, it is infinitely close to the civilized society of the past. Next, Liu Yin began to count the supplies of the three thugs, but he was soon disappointed. The most valuable items in the inventory of the three thugs were a bag of about 5 kilograms of cream biscuits and a very simple and rough self-drawn map. Apart from that, there were only 2 pairs of smelly rubber shoes and a few sets of tattered raincoats. But if you think about it, this situation is normal. These 3 bandits just lost their shelter last night and started wandering in the wilderness. It can be said that their road of looting has not really begun yet, and they were killed by Liu Yin before they could accumulate a lot of wealth through looting. It is normal for them to be poor. Liu Yin quickly recovered from his depression. Of course, although these 3 bandits are poor, their legacy is more than just what you see now. Tomorrow, after I get back the diesel generator and vegetable culture medium, my life in the wilderness will completely enter the next stage. Liu Yin remembered what Brother Hay said before he died, and lay in the hammock and began to look forward to a bright future. Soon, a strong feeling of fatigue and sleepiness came over him. Liu Yin closed his eyes in a daze and slowly fell asleep. In his dream, he saw his shelter brightly lit, standing on top of the wilderness. A ray of sunlight came through the gap in the shelter's door, like a golden light curtain shining on Liu Yin's face, waking him up from his sleep. Is it morning already? Liu Yin rubbed his eyes. After a night's sleep, he felt that his physical strength and spirit had returned to their peak state again. It feels like I have endless energy. After a good night's sleep, Liu Yin was somewhat surprised at his own mental state. He had thought that since it was his first time killing someone, he would at least have some terrifying nightmares in the middle of the night. However, he didn't expect that the 3 thugs had appeared in his dreams at all. Could it be that I have the genes of a fierce gangster hidden in my bones, but it has been suppressed in civilized society and I have no chance to release it? The first time I killed someone, my hands didn't shake and I didn't feel too nervous. Liu Yin touched his chin and suddenly chuckled. It seems that I am really suitable for this wilderness. I stood up and gently opened the door a gap of 10 centimeters, and the dazzling sunlight came in. Only occasional areas in the wilderness were still seeing sporadic raindrops falling, but under the gradually rising sun in the east, the few remaining rain clouds in the sky were dissipating at a very fast speed. This rain, which lasted for more than 20 hours and extended the lives of the players, but also created countless survival problems for them, is finally about to stop. The 6th day of Doom. You've opened a safe passage extending outward, greatly increasing your chances of survival. Survival points increased by 30. You created a mechanical companion. You are no longer alone in the wilderness. Survival points increased by 10. You killed 3 bandits with malicious intentions, protecting your own life and the refuge. Survival points increased by 50. You've reached the top of the shelter leaderboard, earning the title of Wild Wall, making your name a household name for all players. Survival points increased by 150. You've acquired a large amount of supplies, enriching your reserves. Survival points increased by 10. Yesterday's overall rating, A. Rewards being calculated. Survival points increased by 250. Special rewards calculated. Multiply advanced pet eggs by 1. Luyan was a little surprised by the calculation of the rewards this time. He never expected that the item with the largest survival point reward was actually because of the ranking list, and because his name was completely famous in the wilderness. Is this evaluation system encouraging me to go out and show off more and increase my popularity? Liu Yin is well aware of the importance of keeping a low profile in the wilderness, but just like what Liu Yuanyin once said, I also want to be low-key, but my strength does not allow it. Now it seems that the more high-profile I act, the more attention, admiration, and envy I get, and the higher the score and reward I get in the next day's evaluation. This is the importance of reputation. Liu Yin pondered for a long time and thought of a more suitable adjective than pretentious. Among the player group, higher popularity means higher reputation. Although such an intangible thing as reputation may not play a big role in the early stage of the wilderness. Once the situation in the wilderness stabilizes and subsequent players continue to invest, and the wilderness slowly forms a complete social system, the importance of reputation will be reflected. Let's take expanding power and recruiting labor as an example. Let's not talk about anything else. If Liu Yin publicly recruits followers in the World Channel in the future, many players may simply abandon their safe houses and run over to become Liu Yan subordinates. If it was a little-known character on the list, his recruitment notice would probably remain unattended for a long time. A person with high reputation can attract countless people to become his followers just by raising his arm. A person with low reputation will not be paid any attention even if he shouts his voice hoarse in the World Channel. This is the importance of fame and reputation. Chapter 45. Unlocking the pet egg and exploring the wilderness for the first time. Then, Liu Yin turned his gaze to the pet egg. Advanced pet egg. After hatching, you will get a random animal pet. This pet may have a talent ability and will grow into an adult after hatching. Liu Yin gently stroked the basketball-sized pet egg. Its value is obviously much higher than the one Yuan Wenya had once owned. After hatching, the pet not only had special talents, but also saved the long growth cycle. Before leaving the safe house and exploring the wilderness for the first time, a pet would undoubtedly be a great help to Liu Yin. I hope I can hatch a ferocious beast. Liu Yin clicked the hatch button directly with excitement. In an instant, countless cracks spread across the eggshell, and golden light bloomed outward from the cracks. Wow, golden legend. Liu Yin narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the outline of a creature that slowly emerged from the golden light. Brush. A strong wind blew up in the safe house. The claws are like knives, eyes like arrows. Two vigorous and powerful wings spread out in front of Liu Yin. As a sharp and violent cry sounded in the safe house, Liu Yin finally saw the true appearance of the creature hatched from the pet egg. It turned out to be a snow-white bird of prey. Pit, Salker Falcon. Class, Gerfalcon variant. Innate ability, change color and hide. Explanation. The mutant gene allows its feathers to blend in with the surrounding environment. Whether in the mountains, the sky, the woods, or the snow, it is the most hidden and deadly killer. It's actually a hunting falcon. Liu Yin was stunned for a moment, and then fell into ecstasy. The hunting falcon is the undisputed king of the sky, at the top of the food chain. It is not at all inferior to wild beasts, such as wild wolves and small lynxes. Most importantly, in addition to its powerful combat power, it also has extremely fast flying ability. It can act as a scout for itself and explore the surrounding environment anytime and anywhere. The Saker Falcon is the best among hunting falcons, equivalent to a special forces soldier in the army. It is extremely rare, and some nomadic peoples even use it as their totem. This shows how powerful it is. This Saker Falcon was approximately 65 centimeters long, with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters. It was truly a giant. Its jade-like claws were 3 centimeters long enough to easily pierce a human skull. Looking at the bird of prey with fierce eyes in front of him, Liu Yin did not feel nervous. Instead, he felt a sense of closeness from the bottom of his heart. He reached out and touched the other's back and feathers, and the Saker Falcon did not resist. Instead, it rubbed its head against his wrist to show affection. This is the characteristic of pet eggs. The hatched pets will be naturally close to their owners and have absolute obedience and loyalty. Please name your pet. A prompt box pops up. Seeing you're all white, let's call you Little White Dragon. Lu Yin thought for a moment, chuckled, and said, I hope you can carry me up to the heavens and down to the earth in the future. After hearing the name, the Saker falcon, which had been quiet, flapped its huge wings and chirped, seeming very satisfied and excited. It has an arrogant look and an indescribable majesty. Little White Dragon. LV1 Mutant Beast. Talent: color change and concealment. Introduction: mutated beasts can be genetically strengthened by devouring other mutants. They are very powerful now, but they're still a long way from becoming an overlord. I hope you can help them grow into a true Beast King. Looking at the several information prompts that appeared above the falcon's head again, Lu Yin felt a little emotional. Coming to the wilderness alone, Lu Yin had no friends or relatives, and the communication between players was full of interests and intrigue. He didn't dare to trust anyone or confide in anyone. This environment made Lu Yin feel very lonely and difficult. But now it's good. I have a partner, and I'm no longer alone. Eat. Lu Yin chopped off one of the mutant lynx's hind legs and placed it in front of Xiao Bailong. Don't save money for me. The little white dragon ate the pungent smell of lynx meat with gusto. With a slight movement of its sharp claws, it easily tore off a large piece of meat along with the skin and flesh. Lu Yin became more and more frightened as he watched from the side. If such claws scratched the body, there would probably be several bloody holes in an instant, right? Soon, a beast leg weighing 2 or 3 pounds was eaten, leaving only 2 white bones and a layer of tattered fur. The little white dragon reluctantly turned his eyes away from the beast leg. Lu Yin fed it some clean water to allow its body to reach its peak condition. Okay, next it's time to go out and get the generator and culture medium. Lu Yin laughed. He checked his equipment. Fish scale armor, hidden arrows, a longbow, a steel axe, an ordinary level spear, a first aid kit, drinking water, biscuits, and even some materials for making weapons. When going out for the first time, you must be well prepared. This cautious attitude is also a kind of respect for the Doomsday wilderness. After finishing everything, it was already around 8 o'clock. Leave the beast guards behind to watch over the house, to prevent the crystal from being stolen when we go out to fight a group of monsters. Lu Yin arranged everything, locked the door, and took Xiao Bailong out through the second passage. At this time, the rain has completely stopped and the warm sunshine is shining on the earth. It won't be long before the sunshine becomes scorching, and the scorching temperature will make the muddy and slippery earth hard and dry again. The cave where the generator is stored is only 3 kilometers away from the safe house. According to the route map on this simple map, I can find a relatively safe and fast route. Lu Yin opened the hand-drawn map that he found for Brother Hay yesterday. On it were crooked drawings of all the routes that Brother Hay and his 3 companions had passed through when wandering in the wilderness. It was equivalent to a detailed itinerary record card. Of course, the location of Lu Yin's safe house and the cave where the generator was stored were also drawn on this map. One advantage of this game is that it will display the coordinates of your own location at all times, so players will not get confused about the direction and will not remember the wrong place. So the credibility of this map is still very high. On this map, some locations are marked with skulls, and it is obvious that there are great dangers in these places. Lu Yin guessed that it was most likely the territory of a mutant beast or a herd of beasts. We're ready to go. Little White Dragon, scout along this route. Lu Yin quickly identified a route on the map, pointed in a certain direction, and said, if you encounter any emergencies, report back immediately. At Lu Yin's command, the little white dragon rushed up into the sky like a wild horse. He followed closely behind, and the two kept a distance of about 300 meters. The muddy ground after the rain made walking extremely inconvenient. It took Lu Yin a full 30 minutes to walk a kilometer. Just when Lu Yin stopped for the 4th time and used a branch to scrape off the wet mud on his shoes, the little white dragon that was originally hovering calmly in the sky suddenly made a sharp warning sound and then swooped down towards a hill in front of Lu Yin. Is there danger? Lu Yin did not hesitate and directly activated his talent of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. In an instant, 4 red spots of light appeared 400 meters ahead. Chapter 46, Coyote. 4 male coyotes, averaging 80 centimeters in length and 16 kilograms in weight, with sharp teeth, relatively weak strength, and a medium threat level. As the talent of seeking benefits and avoiding harm scanned out, a prompt appeared directly in Lu Yan's sight. Coyotes, or 4 of them. Lu Yin drew the longbow in his hand and moved forward cautiously. Although he had tried his best to avoid locations marked with skulls when planning his route, some dangers were unpredictable, just like the 4 coyotes in front of him. They would not stay in a fixed location, but would frequently leave their nests and wander around the wilderness to hunt. And now that he has run into them, it can only be said that Lu Yin has very bad luck. If we take a detour, there are too many uncertainties. Who can guarantee that there won't be creatures more terrifying than coyotes on other routes? Fortunately, they're just small wolves, and there are not many of them. With my equipment and the cooperation of Little White Dragon, I should be able to kill them easily. Lu Yin moved forward about 20 meters and finally saw 4 coyotes in a rock pit on a distant hill. They look very similar to ordinary gray wolves, but are smaller in size. They are the smallest and least threatening beasts in the wolf genus. An adult man with a dagger can easily kill 2 coyotes. Lu Yin estimated that the distance between himself and the other party was about 100 meters. Although his accuracy had improved due to frequent bow and arrow practice in recent days, this distance was still a bit too far. 50 meters. Within 50 meters, Lu Yin can ensure that the enemy is killed with 1 arrow. The sharp eagle cry of the Little White Dragon was heard in the sky. It had discovered the target earlier than Lu Yin and had launched an attack. Its entire body swooped down toward the coyote below like a missile. The coyotes were attracted by the Little White Dragon and immediately took a defensive stance, roaring wildly at the sky. In most cases, the small coyote is also a member of the Saker falcon's diet. The Saker falcon's sharp claws can easily pierce their fur. Good opportunity. Lu Yin saw that the 4 coyotes were attracted by the Little White Dragon and immediately moved forward very quickly. The distance of 100 meters is getting closer and closer. The Little White Dragon swooped down, only 4 or 5 meters away from the ground. At this moment, a coyote with gray fur suddenly jumped onto the rocks next to it, and then suddenly leaped up to the same height as the Little White Dragon's body, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards the pair of strong wings. The 3 coyotes below quickly dispersed, distributed in the front, back, and left directions, staring at the Little White Dragon. This is one of their tactics, using the first coyote that jumps into the air to injure the Little White Dragon. Even if the coyote's fur was pierced by a claw in this fight, it could take the opportunity to bite the Little White Dragon's wings and drag it from the air to the ground. The 3 companions around it would rush forward and cut the Little White Dragon into pieces in an instant. As the coyote jumped up, the 3 coyotes below were also roaring wildly, trying to distract the Little White Dragon with their fierce roars. But just when the coyote was about to collide with the Little White Dragon in the air, a strong airflow suddenly rose, and the Little White Dragon, who was falling like a cannonball, flapped its wings, and the falling momentum came to an abrupt stop. With a twist of its body, it drew a perfect arc in the air, and its wings brushed past the coyote, and its body rose into the sky again. The movement looked so natural, like a visual spectacle performed by the world's top gymnasts. Awoo! The coyote bit the air and fell heavily to the ground, roaring in pain. The Little White Dragon played a perfect trick on the coyote. At the same time, a sharp sound of breaking wind was heard, and a sharp arrow flew out from a corner that the coyotes did not notice and directly pierced the throat of the coyote that was screaming in pain. Are there still enemies? The remaining 3 coyotes panicked. They quickly found out the direction from which the arrow was shot and roared at Lu Yin. Although they looked ferocious, with their hair standing on end and their bodies poised to lunge forward, none of them dared to initiate an attack. Instead, they clung to the stone wall behind them, trembling in fear. Obviously, facing Lu Yin and Xiao Bailong at the same time, they did not dare to attack either side easily, and did not dare to expose any flaws in their backs. For a moment, the situation seemed to be a stalemate. Lu Yin did not pause. He pulled the longbow to its full length, took aim briefly, and a sharp arrow took the life of another coyote. After 2 companions were killed one after another, the remaining 2 coyotes roared in fear. One of them could no longer suppress the fear in his heart and ran to the east. However, the muddy ground full of rain greatly reduced his running speed, and he was caught up by the Little White Dragon before he ran a few dozen meters. The Little White Dragon swooped down, pierced its claws directly into its defenseless back, and flapped its huge wings, actually bringing the coyote, which was no less in size than itself, into the sky. The coyote struggled desperately, but it did nothing except make the wound on its back tear even wider. When the height reached 70 or 80 meters, the little white dragon released its claws, and the coyote fell freely onto a rock with a rain of blood floating in the air and died on the spot. Too brutal. Luyan couldn't help but sigh. This was the method used by falcons to hunt large prey. The acceleration of gravity falling from dozens of meters high was too much for wolves. Not even tortoises and pangolins covered with thick scales could withstand it. You're unlucky to have met me. A smile appeared on Luyan's lips. He drew his longbow and aimed at the last coyote. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. The beast that was ready to fight to the death finally fell less than 10 meters in front of Luyan. This was Lu Yin and Xiao Bailong's first air-land coordinated battle, and their performance was obviously outstanding. They killed a small pack of wolves without any effort. Under Xiao Bailong's aerial threat, these coyotes could only serve as living targets. Ordinary beasts can actually drop treasure chests. Lu Yin raised his head and was about to clean up the battlefield when he was suddenly attracted by a flashing object in the distance. On the body of the coyote killed by Xiao Bailong, there was a black iron treasure chest flashing with an alluring light. Yes, the game announcement never said that ordinary beasts cannot produce treasure chests. It's just that compared to the must-explode attribute after killing mutant beasts, the probability of ordinary beasts dropping treasure chests is much smaller. Lu Yin opened the game announcement interface with a skeptical attitude and finally found the specific instructions in the treasure chest output column. The harvest from killing the coyote this time was beyond his expectations. In addition to a large amount of meat and fur, a treasure chest also appeared. This was a good start. I hope everything goes well in the rest of the journey. Luyan was in a good mood. He came to a coyote's corpse to retrieve the arrow, but at this moment, his hand on the coyote's fur seemed to touch something. This touch, Luyan's face changed, and he pulled the thing he touched out from the thick hair on the coyote's neck. That's a collar. Luyan was stunned. A shocking thought came into his mind. These coyotes are not wild. They are captive. Chapter 47, Lightning Strike Traces. 1, 2, 3, 4. Luyan placed the bodies of the other 3 coyotes together with a gloomy face and found 3 identical collars around their necks. The players had only been in the wilderness for 4 or 5 days, so it was impossible to complete the mass taming of wild animals. Furthermore, these collars were clearly ordinary products, lacking any forced taming or forced ownership functions. Furthermore, the information on the coyotes didn't have any pet markings. All these factors combined indicate that the owner of these 4 coyotes is not a player at all. That's terrible. In this wilderness, besides human players, there are other intelligent creatures. Lu Yin spoke slowly, uttering a sentence in a very solemn tone. In fact, as early as the 3rd day after entering the wilderness, Lu Yin had suspected that there might be indigenous people living in this wilderness. Now, his guess finally came true. A group of intelligent indigenous people are far more threatening than wild wolves and mutant beasts. However, Lu Yin guessed that even if there are some intelligent creatures in this wilderness, their strength would not be too strong, and most they are at the level of tribal civilization. Because in this wilderness, there are basically no products of technological civilization, nor any large, iconic buildings. This shows that the production and construction levels of the indigenous residents are still relatively low. But even the lowest level of intelligent tribes are not something I can deal with right now. If they surround me, I won't have a chance of survival. Lu Yin frowned as he looked at the coyote corpses on the ground. He made a quick decision. Hurry up, retrieve the generator, and culture medium before the intelligent creatures discover their patrol dogs have been killed. Lu Yin put the bodies of the 4 coyotes into his system backpack, then hastily cleaned up the battlefield and quickly left. The sun was rising higher, and the temperature in the air was rapidly increasing. The road ahead is covered with rocks, and the rocks are no longer troubled by mud, and there is no need to worry about leaving footprints. The little white dragon acted as a loyal sentinel in the sky and headed towards the cave. After setting out again, Lu Yin walked 3 or 4 kilometers while comparing the map with the coordinates. The journey was very smooth, and he did not find any traces of wild beasts or mutant creatures. In the distance, a huge shadow covered the earth. It was a towering mountain, and it was also Lu Yan's target point this time. The cave where the generator is stored is on the north side of this mountain. Lu Yin rubbed his hands, put the map into his pocket, and observed the surrounding terrain. This is a mountain full of vitality. The surface of the mountain is covered with lush trees. Birds are singing softly on the branches, and monkeys are flying and jumping in woods. The foot of the mountain is surrounded by a small stream. The water level is very shallow. It is likely that the water source is accumulated due to the heavy rain yesterday. Normally, this place should be a dry valley. This mountain looks very solid, and the forests are rich in resources. It's also a perfect place to build a shelter. Lu Yin was a little envious, but the safe house had no mobile function, so he could only sigh at the mountain for the time being. If you want to make this resource-rich mountain forest your own backyard, it seems you can only wait until the refuge expands and directly incorporate this mountain into your territory. Anyway, there is no property rights law in this world. Whoever occupies the place first owns it. Following Lu Yan's instructions, Xiao Beilong circled the north side of the mountain. After making sure there was no danger, Lu Yan followed a beast path trampled out by wild beasts into the mountain. Herbivore hoof prints, canine claw prints, and even monkey droppings. Wow, this forest is truly rich in species. Along the way, Lu Yan discovered a lot of things in this beast road. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a bush in front of him. The emerald green leaves were stained with a lot of blood, which looked very conspicuous. Bloodstains and footprints of large cats. Lu Yan immediately became alert, cautiously walked to the bushes, and used his hands to push aside the dense leaves. When he saw the specific situation clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted and he took a breath. Beneath the bushes in the blood-soaked mud, the footprints of a large cat were clearly visible. The bush's sharp spines still had many black and yellow hairs, and many of the surrounding branches have been violently trampled and torn apart. This scene seems to be the scene left behind by some large beast after hunting. But for some reason, a strong idea suddenly emerged in Lu Yan's mind. He always felt that the bloodstains on the bushes were not left by the beast when it killed its prey. It was more likely that they were left by the injured beast when it was fleeing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why there were no footprints of other herbivores around this bush, why there was only one type of hair hanging on the bush, and why there were no signs of other animal activities around. This claw mark is much bigger than the one left by the mutant lynx. It looks more like it was left by an adult leopard or tiger. Lu Yin compared the claw mark with his palm. Suddenly, his right eye twitched wildly, and the uneasiness in his heart became more intense. An adult leopard or tiger is at the top of the food chain in the mountains and forests and basically has no natural enemies. If Lu Yan's guess is true, then what kind of creature could have left such serious injuries on such a ferocious beast? Is it a more powerful mutant beast? Or, Lu Yan frowned. He looked up into the depths of the jungle. This mountain forest, which seemed full of vitality on the surface, seemed more dangerous than he had imagined. After pausing for a moment, Lu Yan stood up and continued walking forward. The bloodstain made him extremely uneasy, forcing him to be extremely alert and cautious. But soon, on a big tree a few dozen meters away, Lu Yan discovered something eye-catching again. It was a charred mark in the shape of an irregular circle with an area of about 10 centimeters. The bark in the center of the charred mark was directly blown open, and a pit several centimeters deep appeared inside the trunk. It looked very miserable. Was it struck by lightning? Lu Yan frowned and couldn't help but whisper to himself. He forced himself to calm down and continued walking towards the cave. Along the way, there were more and more scorch marks on the surrounding trees and rocks, as if they had been struck by lightning. The most important thing is that there are usually bloodstains near these charred marks. Lu Yan said nothing. 15 minutes later, he finally arrived at the cave where the generator was hidden. The inside of the cave looks pitch black, like a devil's mouth, waiting for lost humans to fall into its trap. Lu Yan took out a flashlight from his inventory and shone it into the cave. A beam of light shot directly into the cave, and everything within a range of 30 meters came into Lu Yan's sight. However, when he saw the situation inside the cave clearly, his head suddenly buzzed, as if it had been hit by a sledgehammer. Inside the cave, the place where the generator and culture medium were originally stored in the screenshot was now empty. In the corner on the other side of the cave, there was a pile of smoking fire debris and gnawed animal bones. Lu Yan's eyebrows twitched wildly, and he tightly gripped the steel axe in his hand. A surge of anger welled up in my heart. Surprisingly, someone got there first. Chapter 48. The Man Who Took Away the Generator. Liu Yin stood in the empty cave with a very ugly expression. The generator and culture medium that he had thought were in his pocket were taken away by someone unknown and were replaced by a smoking fire and leftover animal bones on ground. There are at least 5 different kinds of footprints in this cave. Liu Yin lowered his head to observe the traces in the cave and found some muddy footprints. 3 of them belonged to He, Gu, Lao, San, and Leo, and they were also relatively dry and hard. The remaining 2 footprints had particularly strange patterns, looking disorganized, as if they were wearing a pair of straw sandals and were relatively damp. Obviously, after Brother He hid the generator in this cave and left, 2 more people accidentally entered here and made a fortune. As for time, Liu Yin reached out and picked up a bone thrown nearby. He found that there was still some warmth on the bone, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. In such a cold and damp cave, when the fire goes out, the temperature of the food remains will drop rapidly. From this, it can be inferred that the person who took away the generator may have left less than 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes isn't that long. Liu Yin stood up, his face darkening. Although I don't want to clash with anyone in this dangerous mountain forest, the generator is too important to me. Even if there's danger, I have to give it a try. What's more, I was the one who killed the 3 thugs. I really can't bear to let others get away with it. Liu Yin walked out of the cave and observed the ground near the cave. Soon, he found 2 very clear wheel tracks on the animal trail near the cave. These ruts are not thick and grooved like those of car tires, but narrow and flat marks like those of the wooden wheels of horse-drawn or donkey-drawn carts. They are pressed deep into the ground, and it seems that the vehicle is carrying a very heavy load. It seems that these 2 guys have made a big harvest. Liu Yin sneered. He pinched his index finger in his mouth and blew a loud whistle. The little white dragon, circling in the sky, immediately swooped down. The person who took the generator should not have left this mountain range yet. Search in this direction. If you find anything, tell me immediately. Liu Yin took out 2 pieces of beef jerky and placed them in his palm. Due to the master-servant relationship between him and Xiao Bailong, the 2 sides can basically communicate and convey information without any obstacles. Xiao Bailong swallowed the beef jerky in one gulp, then turned around and flew into the air, chasing in the direction of the wheel tracks. Liu Yin was not idle either. He followed Xiao Bailong closely and observed the surroundings carefully to prevent any danger that might arise at any time. The eagle soars into the sky. Soon, Liu Yin heard the screams of the little white dragon coming from above the jungle. There was a hint of anger and tension in the voice, as if it had discovered the enemy's location. Liu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Don't attack first. Liu Yin thought of the little white dragon's extremely aggressive and decisive behavior of launching the attack first when he discovered the coyote just now, and his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch wildly. The Saker falcon is proud and conceited, and usually disdains to join forces with other creatures to hunt and kill enemies. The moment it locks on to its prey, it usually launches a thunderous attack. But stupid coyotes are no match for humans. With weapons, 2 humans are more than enough to deal with a peregrine falcon. Liu Yin strode towards the source of the sound. He was afraid that Xiao Bailong would rush up first and fight 2 people at once. But not long after, with the branches and leaves above his head commotion, the little white dragon fell from the sky and landed directly on Liu Yan's shoulder. You're quite smart. Liu Yin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and then tightly gripped the longbow in his hand and began to communicate with Xiao Bailong. You said they were less than 200 meters ahead. I'm very strong. Different from me? Liu Yin frowned. Although Xiao Bailong could communicate with him, the other party's expression was very vague, and there were some parts that he could not understand for the time being. For example, what is this not quite the same as you mean? Is it because of different genders? Or a different skin color? Liu Yin threw these distracting thoughts out of his mind. Now that he had determined the location of his enemy, all he had to do was to catch up with him immediately, kill him, and take back what rightfully belonged to him. Let's go. Liu Yin waved his hand gently and slowly moved towards the target location. At this time, the little white dragon also quietly activated the ability of color change and concealment. The color of its feathers slowly blended with the surrounding environment. 3 meters away, no abnormality could be detected. The sun rises and its scorching rays shine on the earth. The woods covered with dense leaves were hot and humid, and the ground was covered with a layer of rotten leaves. Every step forward consumed a lot of energy. Lu Yin tiptoed towards the place indicated by Xiao Bailong. He could already hear the sound of heavy axles twisting and branches being crushed coming from the front. Swipe. Lu Yin squatted in front of a cluster of bushes, used an arrow to push open a gap in the branches in front of him, and looked through the gap towards the place where the sound came from. The first thing that came into Lu Yan's sight was two long legs that were as thick as pillars and had dark skin. The feet were wrapped in boots made of bark and straw. Looking up, he saw a tiger skin band wrapped around the man's waist. Then, Lu Yin saw two arms that were no less thick than his thighs, with muscles bulging in an exaggerated manner, as if filled with explosive power. This body type is so damn oppressive. I'm afraid Schwarzenegger is no more than this. Lu Yin widened the gap in front of his eyes, and suddenly, the full appearance of this person appeared in his sight. The moment he saw the other person's full appearance, Lu Yan's pupils constricted, and he felt the hairs on his body stand up. The horror in his heart was like a tide that hit his psychological defenses. This thing is not a human at all. The creature that appeared before Lu Yin had a human-like body, limbs, and fingers, but its head was a hideous, hairy pig's. Two fangs extended from its narrow mouth, making it look extremely terrifying. Pig-headed man, wild-boar man. Lu Yin roared in his heart, extremely shocked. Is this the intelligent indigenous people in the wilderness? There are two pig-headed men, one in front and one behind. The pig-headed man at the back was pushing a huge wooden cart. He had a strong build and black hair on his head. He looked to be in the prime of his youth. The wooden cart was piled with killed wild animals, including wild deer, rabbits, monkeys, and even an adult leopard. Lu Yin did not see any vegetable culture medium on the carcasses, but he did find the generator the size of a computer chassis. The pig-headed man in front who was on guard was carrying a bamboo basket and looked a little old. Although the muscles on his chest and arms were still strong, his hair had begun to fade and turn white, as if he was in middle age. At this time, Lu Yin finally understood what Xiao Bailong meant by not quite the same as you. He forced himself to suppress the urge to scream, and quietly put the arrow coated with poison frog venom on the longbow, and slowly aimed at the young pig-headed man who was pushing the cart through the gap in the bushes. Now Lu Yin is about 20 meters away from the enemy, and the vision is severely obstructed in the jungle. If he wants to hit the enemy 100%, he must wait for the enemy to get closer. The distance is about 15 meters. He held his breath and estimated the other party's position. 18 meters, 17 meters, 16 meters. Lu Yin stared at the young pig-headed man with sharp eyes, motionless. The arrow in his hand couldn't wait to drink blood. But suddenly, a skinny red-haired coyote crawled out of the bamboo basket behind the middle-aged pig-headed man. It stuck its head out of the bamboo basket, and around its neck was a collar that was the same as the 4 coyotes that Lu Yin had killed before. At this time, the red-haired coyote stared at the direction where Lu Yin was hiding. It seemed to have noticed something and began to roar wildly. Almost at the same time, the 2 pig-headed men raised their weapons and cast murderous glances at him. Fuck, we've been discovered. Through the gap in the bushes, Lu Yin and the other party instantly met eyes. Chapter 49, Pursuit. The moment his eyes met the other party's, Lu Yin immediately realized that he was exposed. He no longer cared about aiming and directly released the bowstring, and the arrow flew out with a whistling sound. The pig-headed man, carrying the bamboo basket, had already raised the weapon in his hand. It was a strangely shaped black iron pipe, about 1.2 meters long, with a wooden handle. At the same time as the arrow flew out, the pitch-black iron pipe was also aimed at the bushes where Lu Yin was hiding. There was an extremely crisp click sound, and a cluster of sparks came out from the handle of the iron pipe. Then a 2 or 3 meter long fireball, carrying thick smoke, sprayed out from the iron pipe. It's a flintlock. When Lu Yin heard the click sound, he had already guessed what the weapon in the other party's hand was. It was the sound of a hammer hitting a flint. He rolled on the ground, and the steel ball shot from the flintlock rifle flew out, brushing against his cheek. A burning pain surged up. Lu Yin wiped it with his hand, only to see a scarlet color in his palm. After entering the wilderness, it was the first time that Lu Yin felt so close to death. If the steel ball had been more accurate, he would probably have become a corpse. He finally understood where the large amount of blood and scorch marks he had seen before came from. With firearms in hand, the beasts in this forest were no match for the 2 pig-headed men. Without any hesitation, Lu Yin got up and ran. So, The 4 coyotes I killed before were also tamed by these 2 pig-headed men. Maybe the red coyote smelled the bloody smell on my body. Liu Yin ran for his life, his eyebrows twitching wildly. Although it takes a long time to reload a flintlock rifle, he just saw that the young, pig-headed man was carrying a second flintlock rifle on his back. With Liu Yan's current equipment, it would be too risky to fight against the other party. Forget it. Saving your life is more important. Liu Yan gritted his teeth. He couldn't tell whether his arrow had hit the opponent. In this situation, he decisively chose to abandon the generator and culture medium. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Aren't they just 2 flintlock rifles? Once I make an automatic rifle, I'll show you what firepower coverage is. Liu Yan ran for his life, but soon he heard heavy footsteps and the sound of branches being broken behind him. He turned his head slightly and glanced out of the corner of his eye. He found that the 2 pig-headed men had actually abandoned the wooden cart and started a crazy chase. In the mountains and forests, the opponent's strong body moved very quickly. If Liu Yan had not been hiding on high ground before, he would probably have been caught up by the opponent by now. But even so, the distance between the 2 sides is getting closer and closer. The red coyote had very sharp senses. Whenever Liu Yan tried to take a detour and hide in a corner to get rid of the pig-headed man, it would notice it very keenly and then report Liu Yan's location to the pig-headed man. Bang! Another dull gunshot rang out, and a steel ball hit the tree less than half a meter away from Liu Yan's left hand, splashing a large amount of bark fragments. Damn it, it's never ending. Liu Yan began to get impatient. The opponent had stronger firepower and faster speed than him, and was also much more familiar with this forest than him. If this trend continued, he would be caught up by the opponent sooner or later. He killed 4 of the enemy patrol dogs and hid in the bushes to prepare for a sneak attack on them. If he was caught, he would be dead. We must find opportunities to fight back. It was very difficult to run in the forest covered with fallen leaves and mud. Liu Yan ran forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. His shoes and calves were already covered with mud, but he had no time to clean them. The ferocious roars of the 2 pig-headed men came from behind him, which made people feel upset. Soon, an extremely steep valley appeared in front of them. The ravine was more than 10 meters deep and more than 7 meters wide. When Liu Yan saw this valley, his head buzzed and went blank. It's over. This is God's will to kill me. Liu Yan's eyebrows were twitching wildly. Even if he didn't die from jumping from such a height, half of his bones would be broken. It was almost the same as waiting to die. He looked around as quickly as possible, and then hid behind the thickest tree in front of the valley, which was so big that 3 people could hug it. He completely hid his body behind the trunk, leaving no chance for the other party to aim at him. Judging from the current situation, relying on this giant tree to fight back is his last chance. If he doesn't seize it well, Liu Yan might really die here today. Huff, huff. When the 2 pig-headed men saw Liu Yan hiding behind a tree, they did not rush up to attack rashly, because although Liu Yan's arrow did not hit them, it directly pierced the head of a wild boar on the wooden cart. If this terrifying, penetrating power fell on them, it would definitely be a fatal blow. Out of caution, the 2 pig-headed men began to slowly approach the giant tree where Liu Yan was hiding from the left and right directions. Their movements were very gentle, and they tried their best to hide their bodies behind trees and bushes to avoid being locked by Liu Yan. At this time, the 2 pig-headed men were less than 15 meters away from Liu Yan. They raised the gun barrels in their hands, held their breath, and tried not to make any sound. The forest was quiet and terrifyingly still. Suddenly, a sharp eagle cry was heard over the jungle. In the jungle, a little white dragon, whose fur color blended in with the surrounding environment, swooped down. Its sharp claws landed directly on the defenseless head of the middle-aged pig-headed man and instantly grabbed a large piece of flesh and blood. The attack hit the target immediately. Without any hesitation, the little white dragon's fur instantly returned to its normal snow-white color and flew away quickly. Ah! The middle-aged, pig-headed man roared in pain, his body covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. It no longer cared about hunting Liu Yan and turned around to chase after the little white dragon. At this time, Liu Yan, who was hiding behind the giant tree, knew very well that the reason why Xiao Bailong turned off his color change and hide ability was to share the firepower with him and lure an enemy away from him. But by doing so, it also needs to take huge risks. In such a cold and cruel wilderness, Xiao Bailong's behavior made Liu Yan feel warm. Just after the middle-aged, pig-headed man left, the young pig-headed man seemed to have lost his patience and suddenly fired a shot. The sound of gunfire resounded throughout the jungle. Good opportunity. Lu Yin became excited. He jumped out from behind the giant tree in an instant and drew his longbow towards the direction where the gunshots came from. But at the moment he jumped out from behind the giant tree, Lu Yin saw a scene that he would never forget. The flintlock in the right hand of the young pig-headed man did not emit any smoke after firing. At this time, the pitch-black muzzle was aiming at Lu Yin. Its left palm held two oddly shaped stone beads, and with a light force of its 5 fingers, the 2 stone beads crushed and collided with each other, and immediately a puff of thick smoke and a huge explosion sound came out. In other words, the gunshot Lu Yin heard just now was not the sound of a flintlock rifle firing, but the sound of the 2 stone beads colliding. The young pig-headed man used these 2 stone beads to mislead Lu Yin and tricked him out from behind the giant tree where he was hiding. For a moment, the situation was at a stalemate. Lu Yin and the young pig-headed man aimed their deadly weapons at each other. Neither of them dared to attack first, and neither of them could guarantee that after killing the other with 1 blow, the other's dying counterattack would not kill them. Suddenly, the young pig-headed man spoke in a language that Lu Yin could understand. "Let me give you a riddle. If you can tell the answer, you can leave alive," said the young pig-headed man softly. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and asked, "What riddle?" "Ask, what kind of creature has neither parents nor offspring?" The young pig-headed man tilted his head and looked at Lu Yin with interest. Lu Yin was silent for a long time, then said, "Human traffickers? People selling fake birds' nests and live streams? Capitalists promoting the 996 work schedule. Pig-headed man." Lu Yin took a deep breath and sneered. "Based on genetics, there's no such creature in the world." "Bingo. You guessed it right. There's no answer to this riddle." The young pig-headed man's expression twisted into a mocking smile. "So, there's no way you'll leave this jungle alive." Chapter 50, Battle. After the young pig-headed man said this, Lu Yin suddenly felt a sharp tearing pain in his calf. The skinny coyote had actually taken advantage of the bushes to sneak up to him silently and bit Lu Yin's unprotected ankle. Almost at the same time, the young pig-headed man pulled the trigger and a deadly steel ball shot out from the dazzling flames and landed directly on Lu Yin's chest. When, with a sharp sound of steel collision, several pieces of the fish scale armor on Lu Yin's chest broke and splashed around. The powerful reaction force generated when the armor scales broke also offset most of the potential energy of the steel ball. In the end, the steel ball failed to penetrate into Lu Yin's body and was stuck in the innermost layer of leather on the fish scale armor. But even so, Lu Yin still felt as if his chest was hit hard by a heavy hammer. He suddenly felt breathless, and a fishy and sweet taste surged from the depths of his throat, but he swallowed it hard immediately. Lu Yin was very clear about his current situation. Even if the pain in his body was 100 times more severe, he must not be distracted or fall down. After shooting, the pig-headed man took out a huge mace from his lower back and rushed forward with a grin like a small tank. "Damn it!" Lu Yin raised his eyebrows, enduring the pain in his ankles and chest. He aimed the arrow at the pig-headed man's chest without deviating at all. The featherless arrow whistled away with a sharp sound of breaking through the wind and arrived in front of the pig-headed man in the blink of an eye. Its huge body was surprisingly fast. Its legs suddenly bent, and its whole body sank about 30 centimeters. The arrow that could have pierced its heart now fell on its shoulder. Puff! The arrow entered his body, blood splattered everywhere, and the pig-headed man let out a painful roar, but then his eyes turned red, and he violently broke the arrow shaft exposed outside his body and rushed forward again with big strides. The opponent's huge body started running, and Lu Yin felt that the whole earth was shaking. He didn't have time to think about it. He threw away the longbow and drew out the steel axe. With one axe, he chopped off the skinny coyote's head that was biting his ankle, and then raised the steel axe to make an offensive posture. At this moment, Lu Yin's position and the distance between him and the pig-headed man meant that he could no longer dodge or escape. The poison on the arrow would take about 30 seconds to take effect. During this time, he had to fight the opponent head-on. This young pig-headed man is about 2.6 meters tall and weighs definitely more than 300 kilograms. One of his arms is thicker than an average person's thigh, with veins bulging out. Who can remain absolutely calm when such a huge monster roars and rushes towards you? A drop of cold sweat slid down Lu Yin's forehead. "LAO!" The pig-headed man finally rushed in front of Lu Yin, and the mace in his hand swept over. Before he got close, Lu Yin felt a gust of evil wind blowing in his face, blowing his hair back. You can't take this attack head-on. Lu Yin knew very well that if this attack fell on him, even his body blessed with the title of Wilderness Wall would probably not be able to withstand it. He lowered his body and rolled forward, and the mace narrowly brushed past Lu Yan's body. With a crisp sound of cracking, a small tree behind him, as thick as an adult's arm, was broken in half. "Ha, you lowly little thing. Do you want to play with me for a while longer?" The young pig-headed man missed his attack and instead laughed madly. "Wait until I catch you, and I'll play with you slowly. I'll break your bones one by one, hang you on the top of the mountain, and let the devil crows pick every bit of flesh off your body. You will watch yourself being eaten, and this fear will cling to you until you die." Lu Yin stood up straight, staring at the pig-headed man. He knew very well that the other party said these words to increase his nervousness, make him lose his composure, and cause him to panic and make mistakes. The more this happens, the more you cannot be afraid. If you are afraid, you will die. Stop making such a perverted expression. Your look doesn't scare me. It makes me sick. Lu Yin said expressionlessly, his voice measured. "Looking at your face makes me want to throw up the food I ate last night." The young pig-headed man's laughter stopped abruptly, and his eyes were filled with anger. He raised the mace in his hand again and smashed it over fiercely. The huge pig-headed man was like a fighting machine with amazing destructive power. In front of the 1.5-meter long heavy mace, the surrounding small trees were as fragile as a piece of paper. Soon, with the battlefield between it and Lu Yin as the center, all the small trees within 10 meters were completely destroyed. You're pretty awesome. You're really good at chopping trees. Were you a lumberjack in your previous life? By the way, you shouldn't stay in this wilderness. You should go to Bear Ridge and join forces with Baldy Chong." Lu Yin relied on his size advantage to dodge the pig-headed man's attacks for more than a dozen times. His eyes were full of sarcasm at this time. He began to take the initiative and kept provoking the other party. The young pig-headed man was covered in sawdust and fallen leaves. His eyes became more ferocious, and his breathing became heavy. His huge body gave him greater strength, but it also meant that his physical energy consumption would be higher. If this goes on, it won't be long before it will be killed by Lu Yin due to exhaustion. At this moment, Lu Yin also felt something was wrong. It has been more than a minute since the pig-headed man was hit by the arrow. The poison of the poison dart frog should have taken effect long ago, but judging from the current situation, apart from being a little exhausted, there seems to be no sign of the poison taking effect. Could it be that this creature is resistant to toxins? Lu Yan's heart sank. If that was the case, then his previous plan might have to be changed. Boom! Boom! The pig-headed man rested for a few seconds, his expression gloomy, and approached Lu Yin again. "Call!" The heavy mace came down with a fierce wind. Lu Yin looked at the direction and dodged to the left again. But at this moment, a ferocious smile appeared on the pig-headed man's face. He loosened the grip of the mace with his palm and threw the mace out as a throwing weapon to block Lu Yan's movement. His huge body turned around and rushed straight towards Lu Yan, still trying to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Lu Yan's pupils shrank. He was in a position where he had no way to escape. He could only grit his teeth, hold the steel axe tightly, and swing it forward. Swish! An extremely sharp, tearing sound was heard, and the animal skin on the pig-headed man's waist was directly cut open. The sharp axe blade cut a 30-centimeter wound on its lower abdomen. However, since the steel axe's attack method was horizontal cutting, the wound was not deep, only 2 or 3 centimeters, and was not fatal. Bang! The pig-headed man's powerful palm directly grabbed Lu Yan's right wrist holding the axe, like a pair of steel pliers, and actually lifted him up. "I told you before, you can't escape. You can't leave this jungle alive." The pig-headed man held Lu Yin in one hand, and with the other hand grabbed the animal skin around his waist and pressed it hard on the wound on his lower abdomen. The hideous pig head came in front of Lu Yin, and the fishy smell hit his face. Lu Yin felt like the bones in his wrist were about to break. He looked at the pig head so close to him, and a sneer suddenly appeared on his face, which should have been terrified. Impossible to leave alive? That's not necessarily true. His left hand instantly rose up and stopped less than 10 centimeters in front of the pig-headed man. His movement was so fast that people had no time to react. 0.01 seconds later, the pig-headed man heard a very slight sound of a spring ejecting from Lu Yan's cuffs. Immediately afterwards, the world in its right eye shattered in an instant and turned blood red. A small steel sleeve arrow was now piercing straight into the pig-headed man's left eye. The 3-inch arrow was almost completely embedded in the eye. Suddenly, an extremely shrill scream was heard in the jungle, which had been silent. Chapter 51, Counterattack. The pig-headed man's shrill screams echoed throughout the jungle. Eyes are the absolute vital point of all living things. The instant pain of having the eyeball pierced directly cannot be suppressed by willpower. The young pig-headed man looked like a madman. He threw Lu Yan out like a volleyball, then fell to his knees with a thud, covering his pierced eyes with his hands, and blood kept flowing out from between his fingers. Boom! Lu Yan was thrown heavily into a bush 3 or 4 meters away. The violent impact made him feel dizzy, but he quickly climbed up from the bush, holding the steel axe tightly to guard against the opponent's desperate counterattack. The vitality of the pig-headed people is indeed very strong. Even after being invaded by the poison dart frog's toxin and having their eyes pierced at close range, they still did not fall down. Stared at Lu Yan with its remaining eye. Lu Yan glanced at the longbow he had thrown away, which had been broken by the opponent in a previous battle. "You bastard, you bug. I will never let you go." The pig-headed man howled, but he no longer dared to attack Lu Yan. Instead, he leaned against the big tree to protect his back and took a defensive posture. The situation fell into a stalemate again. But the situation between the two sides has changed. At this time, Lu Yan had taken the initiative. "I really want to kill you before leaving." Lu Yan tightly gripped the steel axe, staring at the other party for a long time, and spoke slowly with some reluctance. After stabbing the pig-headed man's eyes with a sleeve arrow, Lu Yan did gain a certain advantage. But this advantage was not great because he lost his longbow and did not want to engage in close combat with the opponent. A wounded beast is more dangerous than usual. The only initiative Lu Yan has now is the power to choose to leave or stay and continue fighting. The injured pig-headed man still has extremely strong fighting power. Lu Yan does not want to risk being seriously injured by trying to kill it at close range. Because in this cruel wilderness, without any companions in the tribe, being seriously injured means death. Lu Yan's main purpose of going into the mountains this time was to take away the generator, and he did not want to fight with the other party. He suddenly reached out and picked up the flintlock rifle that the other party had just thrown away, and then slowly retreated into the jungle behind him with a playful smile on his face. "Little pig, I'll let you go for now. We will meet again. Bye." The young pig-headed man's expression was twisted and ferocious. He howled angrily, his fangs flashing with a cold light as he uttered, "You despicable insect! You can't escape. My father is nearby, and he will definitely kill you in the most brutal way possible." Lu Yan didn't care about the other party's threat at all. He turned around decisively and ran towards the dense jungle. His back soon disappeared from the pig-headed man's sight. The young pig-headed man roared angrily, waving the mace in his hand, and stood there helplessly and furiously. "Damn it, it will be a big loss if I can't get the generator this time." Lu Yan ran wildly in the jungle and began to sense the location of Zio Beilong. He felt pain all over his body, especially in his ankles and wrists. Just now, he checked his ankle that was bitten by a coyote. There was no rabies vaccine in this wilderness. If he really got infected with some virus by that coyote, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, after examination, Lu Yan found that his ankle was not bitten, but only left a circle of teeth marks and bruises. Although the coyote had very sharp senses, it was very thin and had a low bite force. In addition, the title of Wall of the Wilderness increased its defensive attributes. With the blessing of these two factors, the coyote's teeth ultimately failed to break through Road Rock's skin. This is the only good news Lu Yan has received since entering the forest. Soon, Lu Yan sensed the location of the little white dragon. It was still moving at a low speed in the mountains and forests. It was not known whether it was because it was injured or because it was still luring the middle-aged, pig-headed man. "It's about 1,000 meters away from my current position." Lu Yan estimated the distance between himself and Zio Beilong, and then quickly chased after him, whistling at the same time. 1,000 meters away in the woods, a snow-white little white dragon was moving between the branches and leaves. 20 meters behind it, the middle-aged, pig-headed man covered in blood was still chasing it. Boom! A gunshot rang out. The branches beside the little white dragon were directly broken, and the flying wood chips fell on it. It found a branch and fell down, looking at the middle-aged, pig-headed man with a mocking and sarcastic look. This is one of its strategies, always keeping a distance from the opponent. If you get too close, you will be in danger. If he is too far away and the other party gives up chasing him, Lu Yin will be in danger. So every time the middle-aged, pig-headed man shoots, the little white dragon will stop to give him time to reload ammunition. This posture can not only allow the opponent to continue chasing, but also maximize the anger of the opponent. 20 seconds later, the middle-aged, pig-headed man used a long and narrow rod to compact the gunpowder in the barrel and put another steel ball in. Seeing this, the little white dragon took off into the air again and leaped forward. But at this moment, an extremely loud whistle sounded above the jungle. The little white dragon's forward posture suddenly paused, and then it flapped its wings, breaking through the dense shade of the trees and rising into the sky, instantly disappearing from the sight of the middle-aged, pig-headed man. This flat-haired beast. The middle-aged, pig-headed man covered the wound on his head with animal skin and angrily fired a shot in the direction where Xiao Beilong disappeared, but it had no effect except knocking down some leaves. Crash! The little white dragon fell from the sky and landed directly on Lu Yan's shoulder, rubbed its head against his face affectionately, and began to chirp softly. There was a hint of depth in its voice, no longer as violent and overbearing as usual. Okay, I'm fine, don't worry. It's so itchy hot. Lu Yin rubbed the little white dragon's head, knowing that it was caring for him in its own way. You're not hurt, are you? Hearing Lu Yan's question, the little white dragon raised its head proudly and kept chirping, as if showing off to Lu Yin. How could a stupid and clumsy creature like the pig-headed man possibly hurt me? It's good that you're not hurt. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. This means that he and Xiao Beilong can escape safely from this trip into the mountains. But Lu Yin was really unwilling to go back like this. This time, not only did he fail to get the generator and culture medium, but he also ended up covered in injuries. A strong sense of frustration enveloped him, making him unable to calm down for a long time. The little white dragon beside him seemed to notice Lu Yan's emotional change. Its eyes rolled, and it chirped softly a few times. You said, let's ambush the enemy again and hunt them with flintlock rifles? That's definitely not going to work. I only found a rifle, not the gunpowder or steel balls, and now the system is still short of sulfur, the raw material for making gunpowder. Lu Yan shook his head after hearing Xiao Bailong's suggestion, frowning. It's just a hollow iron rod at best. Chapter 52. Answer. Setting a trap? Lu Yan didn't have time, and he didn't know how far this place was from the other party's tribe. What if the other party came to reinforce while he was setting the trap? Lu Yan was very sure that the two pig-headed men must have returned to the vicinity of the wooden cart. If he didn't kill them, it would be impossible for him to take what he wanted. He must complete 3 tasks in a short period of time: hunting, taking away the generator, and escaping from the forest. After a moment of silence, the little white dragon chirped a few times again, and then without waiting for Lu Yan's consent, it flapped its wings and flew away. Come back here. Come back. Lu Yan widened his eyes and roared a few times at Xiao Bailong's back, but in the end it was of no use. He could only watch the other party disappear from his sight. The reason why Lu Yan lost his composure was because Xiao Bailong proposed a second plan. Lu Yan would continue to ambush here, while Xiao Bailong would lure the middle-aged, pig-headed man over again, and then look for an opportunity to attack him from behind and kill him with one blow. To be honest, this plan is very feasible, but at the same time, the little white dragon used as bait will be in danger again. Facing a creature with guns, no matter how good Xiao Beilong's physical skills are, there is a possibility of being hit. Compared to obtaining a generator, Lu Yan values Xiao Beilong itself more. It lured the enemy before in order to save Lu Yan. But now, Lu Yan doesn't think it's worth it for Xiao Bailong to take the risk for a generator. However, as a pet who shared his thoughts, Xiao Beilong might have guessed Lu Yan's thoughts long ago, but it still went without hesitation. If you treat me as a national hero, I will repay you with a national hero. This sentence may sound funny and absurd when used on Xiao Beilong, but it is most appropriate for the current situation. Although the Saker Falcon possesses a certain degree of intelligence, its thinking in some areas is very simple. You are good to me, you care about me, you feed me meat, and you worry that I'll get hurt. Then, without any orders, I'm willing to risk my life to help you. This is the simplest and most sincere emotion a pet has for its owner. Huff, huff. The middle-aged, pig-headed man walked in the jungle, carrying a flintlock rifle with an extremely gloomy expression. As the overlord of this mountain range, when had he ever been bullied by a peregrine falcon? In this forest, their race is the undisputed king. Even tigers, leopards, bears, and wolves are afraid of their existence. But today it fumbled and failed. After returning to the tribe, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at by my companions for a long time. It touched the wound on its head. The sharp and intense pain kept stimulating its emotions, putting it on the verge of rage and loss of control. Damn it, damn it. If you dare to appear before me again, I will eat you alive. The middle-aged, pig-headed man walked forward cursing, but at this moment he suddenly heard the sound of flapping wings coming from the sky above the jungle again. He was extremely sensitive to this sound and looked up instantly and saw the hateful, snow-white figure again. The little white dragon appeared again on a tree branch 3 or 4 meters high, holding 2 dead mice in its sharp claws. It dropped them directly from a high altitude and hit the rat's head accurately. After throwing the dead mouse, the little white dragon flapped its wings and flew away. At this moment, the middle-aged, pig-headed man completely lost his mind. He chased after him with a mad roar, and the noise he made scared away countless rabbits and pheasants. The entire jungle was in complete chaos. Lu Yin hid at the corner of a stone wall where he and Xiao Bailong had separated before, holding the steel axe tightly in his hand, silently sensing Xiao Bailong's position in his heart. Is getting closer and closer to me. 800 meters, 600 meters, 300 meters. The pig-headed man's unpleasant roar could already be heard in Lu Yan's ears. 200 meters, 100 meters. Lu Yin heard the sound of trees breaking and the thumping of footsteps on the ground. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The little white dragon flew past the stone wall where Lu Yin was hiding. Bang! An extremely loud gunshot rang out. The bullet brushed past the little white dragon's tail feathers as it flew out, and more than a dozen down feathers fell from the sky like snowflakes. When Lu Yin saw this scene, his expression became frighteningly calm. He slowly raised the steel axe in his hand and assumed an attacking posture. Heavy breathing sounds came from behind the stone wall, accompanied by an extremely strong fishy smell. A huge shadow rushed out from the left side of the stone wall. The middle-aged, pig-headed man stared at the little white dragon in front of him with a ferocious and terrifying expression. Lu Yan's legs were like springs fully charged with force. The moment the middle-aged, pig-headed man appeared in his sight, they instantly and silently ejected. You beast, you can't escape. The middle-aged, pig-headed man loaded ammunition while running, staring at the little white dragon and speaking with a grin. Lu Yin swung the steel axe in his hand in a circle, drawing an extremely perfect arc, and landed directly on the neck of the middle-aged, pig-headed man from behind the man, who was completely unaware. Puff! Snap! The sound of a knife cutting into the bone was heard. The middle-aged, pig-headed man's sinister laugh suddenly stopped, and his body fell heavily to the ground. You. The middle-aged, pig-headed man widened his eyes and spoke haltingly. Lu Yin pulled the axe blade out of the opponent's cervical spine with an expressionless face, then raised it again and chopped it down at the pig-headed man's head. 1, 2, 3 times. The pig-headed man didn't make any more noise. Blood splattered everywhere, and Lu Yin had a blank expression on his face. Under the axe, the body of the middle-aged, pig-headed man had been chopped into pieces. Even if it had the terrifying vitality of the demon ape, it would no longer be able to fight back. Lu Yin gasped heavily and wiped the blood off his face. Finally killed one. Looking at the corpse that had been almost chopped into pieces at his feet, Lu Yin rested for a while and found the remains of a giant tree that had been knocked down by lightning. The inside of the giant tree had been burned hollow, forming a natural groove. Lu Yin threw the body of the middle-aged, pig-headed man in and picked up some tree bark to cover it. From the outside, it looked like a natural tomb. Of course, he did not bury the middle-aged, pig-headed man out of kindness. There were still many resources and items on the body that he had not had time to collect. Lu Yin now needed to kill another enemy, but he was afraid that the bloody smell of the body would attract wild beasts and drag it away after he left, so he had to hide it. After doing all this, Lu Yin picked up the middle-aged, pig-headed man's flintlock rifle and gunpowder bag, and quietly went to the place where he had ambushed at the beginning. Next to the wooden cart, The young pig-headed man was sitting cross-legged on the ground, covering his two wounds with a painful expression. The wound on its abdomen was no longer bleeding, but the wound in its eye was too deep, and for some reason, it began to feel its brain being madly assaulted by waves of severe dizziness. Why hasn't father come back yet? I need medical treatment immediately. The young pig-headed man said gloomily. After returning to the tribe, I will lead the hunting team to thoroughly search this forest. I must find that damn bug. I want to eat him alive. I'm afraid there's no such opportunity. At this moment, a laughing voice came from the nearby forest. The young pig-headed man became alert instantly and looked in the direction of the voice with his only remaining eye. Lu Yin, holding a flintlock rifle in his hand, slowly walked out of the woods, pointing the muzzle of the gun at the pig-headed man. How dare you show up again? The young pig-headed man saw Lu Yin and immediately rushed up with his mace in hand. He remembered very clearly that the flintlock rifle that the other party had snatched away had no bullets or gunpowder in it. Lu Yin smiled slightly and pulled the trigger. Boom! Ferocious tongues of fire spewed out, and a blood hole the size of a ping-pong ball instantly appeared in the pig-headed man's abdomen. Looking at the bloody hole, it was stunned. 3 seconds later, it let out a deafening scream. I told you we'd meet again. Lu Yin reloaded his ammunition, walked up to the young pig-headed man, and said with interest, How about this? I'll give you a riddle. If you can answer it, I'll let you go alive. The young pig-headed man convulsed all over and trembled. What puzzle? What kind of creature is hiding in its shell and not moving at all? Lu Yin asked, tilting his head. It's a turtle. The young pig-headed man gritted his teeth. Lu Yin laughed. His smile was extremely bright. No, it's your father. He's lying in the coffin now. Chapter 53, Interrogation. In fact, after the pig-headed man was shot, he had some guesses about his father's condition, but only after hearing Lu Yan's words did he completely confirm that his father was really killed. Where did you go with the vegetable culture medium in the cave? Lu Yin asked expressionlessly. The young pig-headed man looked like he was crazy because of the physical pain and the sadness of the death of his loved ones. Under the double stimulation, he actually staggered to his feet with red eyes and walked towards Lu Yin, as if he wanted to fight a desperate battle. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and pulled the trigger again without hesitation. Bang! A cloud of blood mist mixed with broken bones and flesh suddenly burst out from the left knee of the young pig-headed man, and his huge body fell to the ground like pushing a golden mountain or overturning a jade pillar. I don't have much patience. Don't continue to challenge my bottom line. Lu Yin frowned. Cooperate. It will benefit everyone. If I cooperate with you, will you let me live? The young pig-headed man had a hideous, mocking grin on his face. His body was covered in blood, and his ugly appearance made him look like a monster crawling out of the depths of hell. I'm going to die in the end anyway, so why should I make you happy? I'm telling you, that vegetable culture medium is hidden somewhere in this forest, but you'll never be able to get it. Lu Yin looked at the young pig-headed man who was acting like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and suddenly laughed. He took out a spear from the storage compartment, and without warning, stabbed it into the opponent's broken knee wound and stirred it hard. The tragic wails resounded throughout the entire jungle, startling countless swallows and sparrows and making this place almost a vacuum zone. I don't want to lie to you. Your final outcome will definitely be death, but the choice of how you die is in my hands. I can make your death a long one, or I can give you a quick one. Lu Yan's handsome face was covered in scarlet blood, and with a sinister smile, his face looked as terrifying as a devil. The warriors of the Bamla tribe will never be intimidated by fear. The young pig-headed man was covered in scars, but his attitude remained tough. A 3-pound duck with a 2.5-pound beak. Lu Yin sneered, stabbed the bloody spear into the ground, and then squatted down and asked, Guess how I plan to deal with you? The young pig-headed man said nothing, his single red eye filled with the purest hatred. If looks could kill, Lu Yin would have been cut into pieces. You mentioned before that you would hang me up high and let many devil crows peck at my flesh and blood, letting me watch myself die from blood and flesh being consumed. Lu Yan's smile became even brighter. That's interesting. I don't have the ability to command a flock of devil crows. I only have a peregrine falcon, so progress will be slow and the process will be long. Warrior, hold on. Lu Yin patted the pig-headed man's head, and then the little white dragon swooped down from the side. Its sharp claws instantly dug into the pig-headed man's shoulder, tearing off a palm-sized piece of flesh. Ah! The pig-headed man howled in pain. The little white dragon swallowed the fresh meat in big mouthfuls, and its sharp claws tore countless wounds on the opponent's body so deep that the bones could be seen. What does flesh being torn apart sound like? Liu Yin had never had the opportunity to experience it before, but today he listened very carefully. The sound of flesh being torn apart was very low and dull, and the tearing process was usually accompanied by the sound of liquid splashing from bursting blood vessels, just like the sound of cream being squeezed out by a squeezer used in making cakes. This kind of sound makes people feel a sense of discomfort and fear that comes from deep in their genes, and just listening to it makes people feel a chill. So what does the pig-headed man, the protagonist, feel at this moment? The little white dragon swallowed the piece of meat in big mouthfuls, and even its feathers were stained red with blood. Its movements were very slow, and it deliberately let the pig-headed man see every inch of its flesh and blood being swallowed. In just 30 seconds, the originally tough pig-headed man was trembling all over and began to lose control of his feces and urine. His ferocious face was filled with fear. The pig-headed man race is the absolute overlord in this forest, and they are violent and tough by nature. They can remain calm even in the face of death. But now, seeing their bodies being continuously gnawed by the little white dragon, they finally collapsed. "Kill me! Kill me!" the pig-headed man screamed. "You bastard, you maggot! Kill me, kill me!" The pig-headed man's collapse was not due to physical pain, but more importantly, psychological pressure. The feeling of watching yourself being eaten is much more visually impactful than watching someone stab you with a knife. That feeling of powerlessness, of quietly waiting for death, of watching one's body disappear before dying and turning from a living being into food is enough to devour any strong soul. At this time, the pig-headed man kept howling and cursing, and all kinds of unbearable words came out of his mouth. He wanted to use this to anger Liu Yin and make Liu Yin kill him directly to end his pain. But it failed. Liu Yin sat aside very calmly, looking at it expressionlessly without any sign of anger. "I can't stand it anymore. I'll tell you where what you want is." Finally, the young pig-headed man spoke with his dying breath and told Liu Yin a location. "If you had cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much." Liu Yin's eyes lit up when he heard that. He cursed with a smile, then waved his hand and stood up. "Little white dragon, go to this position and take a look. If it dares to deceive us." Liu Yin paused, looked at the extremely miserable pig-headed man, pondered for a moment, and felt that the other party should not dare to lie to him again. Anyone who can endure such torture and still send false information to the enemy must be an agent who has been trained in hell. The pig-headed man is not enough. The little white dragon flapped its wings and flew away. Liu Yin felt a little emotional as he looked at the pig-headed man lying at his feet, dying. In fact, he and the other party did not have any mortal hatred, and in this matter, he was the first to attack the other party. Shouldn't the other party be considered to have acted in self-defense? In this incident, I killed the other person's father and tortured him beyond recognition. From a normal person's perspective, it seems that I am the villain. It's just that this is a wilderness. Liu Yin said softly. Yes, this is not a civilized society with laws, but a barbaric doomsday wilderness. Here, there is no distinction between morality, goodness, and evil. Everything here must be based on survival as the first goal. This is how the three thugs attacked Liu Yin before, and this is how Liu Yin attacks the pig-headed man now. Liu Yin was well aware of the laws of the wilderness, so he wasn't surprised by being attacked. At the same time, he also didn't feel any psychological pressure from attacking others. Just like Liu Yin said before, humans have wiped out countless races in order to make their lives better. But who can blame humans for being the creatures at the top of the food chain and having this privilege? Invading other species for their own sake is a trait inherent in all living things. If you don't want to become a creature exterminated by the top beings in the wilderness, you must use any means necessary to climb to the top of the food chain. Liu Yin robbing and killing the pig-headed man is actually equivalent to a tiger hunting an antelope. It is the most basic rule of survival. Should the tiger feel sorry for eating the antelope? Unnecessary. Impossible. Chapter 54 Run. About 3 minutes later, Xiao Belong brought back a piece of news that made Liu Yin happy, both physically and mentally. The missing vegetable culture medium was found at the location revealed by the young pig-headed man. In that case, Lu Yin stood up straight, took a deep breath, and said, "It's time to go." This time to go has two meanings. One is that he should leave this forest, and the other is that the young, pig-headed man should hit the road. Although the pig-headed man was already dying with only his last breath left, Lu Yin still raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it 7 or 8 times in the heart, until several transparent holes were poked in its chest. Only then did he begin to collect the spoils with peace of mind. What surprised Lu Yin was that after the young, pig-headed man died, a treasure chest also exploded above his body. It was silver-white in color and emitted a luxurious glow. It's actually a silver treasure chest. Lu Yin felt his mouth dry. As we all know, the higher the level of the treasure chest, the rarer the treasures it contains. Lu Yin's bronze treasure chest once contained a groundwater extractor and a talent skill book. The main goals of this trip into the mountains, the generator and vegetable culture medium, came from a silver treasure chest that Brother Hay got from somewhere. This is such a pleasant surprise. About 20 minutes later, Lu Yin finished collecting the spoils and followed Xiao Bailong's guidance to the location where the culture medium was hidden. In a dirt pit hidden by lush branches and leaves, he saw the vegetable culture medium that looked like a large cake display case. This thing is too big. The pig-headed man, without a system backpack grid, really can't transport out of here. Lu Yin looked at the vegetable culture medium hidden in the pit, stretched out his palm, and gently touched the edge. With a flash of light, it was immediately put into his backpack. When he set out in the morning, there were only 11 empty spaces in Lu Yin's backpack, but now it was filled to the brim. Even his shoulders and hands were hung with trophies. A rough estimate of the harvest. Kill the coyote and get a black iron treasure chest. Kill 2 pig-headed men to obtain a silver treasure chest. Flintlock rifle X2. 1 pack of steel balls. 2 bags of gunpowder, about 800 G. A heavy mace. A sturdy wooden cart. An illustrated book with the label unidentified. There's also a generator, a vegetable culture medium, and more than 20 different prey species. However, these prey were of different types and could not be stacked and integrated in the grid. Lu Yin had to choose the largest adult leopard and put it into the last grid. Then he held a pheasant in his left hand and a hare in his right hand, which looked extremely funny. This trip to the mountains was the most dangerous experience Lu Yin had ever had since entering the wilderness, but at the same time, the rewards were also the most abundant. Now he finally understood why it was said that the fastest way to accumulate wealth was through plunder. High risk often meant high rewards. He had obtained so many supplies just by killing 2 pig-headed men. If he could wipe out their entire tribe in one fell swoop, it will be a cruel disaster and a rich harvest. A smile appeared on Lu Yin's lips. He took out drinking water from the system grid and gulped down half a bottle. The series of battles just now had seriously depleted his physical strength. Now that he was out of the battle, the self-healing effect, enhanced by the title of Wilderness Wall, began to show. The pain in his ankles and wrists began to ease, and even the bruises and teeth marks were slowly disappearing. It's not advisable to stay here for long. After collecting all the spoils that could be taken away, Lu Yin didn't dare to stay in this forest any longer. Although it was rich in resources, it also hid countless dangers. It is a great fortune to be able to escape unscathed after a conflict with the intelligent creatures in this forest. Taking heavy steps, Lu Yin found the beast path he had taken before and prepared to return the same way. But at this moment, the little white dragon who had been squatting lazily beside him suddenly became alert, staring sharply in a certain direction of the jungle, and making an uneasy growl in his throat. "What's wrong?" Lu Yin asked immediately. Animals are often more sensitive to danger than humans, and the little white dragon's condition clearly shows that it has sensed something. In the dense and lush jungle behind, it seems that some danger is approaching quickly. The little white dragon suddenly screamed sharply, and the feathers on its back stood up, urging Lu Yin to leave here as quickly as possible. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment, and then without any hesitation, he immediately stretched out his long legs and ran out of the forest. Just now, when facing the pig-headed man with a flintlock rifle, the little white dragon had always been very calm and at ease, without even showing any nervousness. But at this moment, it was obviously in a state of extreme anxiety and panic. What scared it into this state? Lu Yin didn't dare to think, and Xiao Bailong couldn't explain it either. It just told Lu Yin that it felt an irresistible and deadly danger approaching this place rapidly. The ground began to shake slightly. While running wildly, Liu Yin saw countless birds in the jungle behind him flying up in fright, accompanied by the sound of tree branches being violently broken. It was as if a terrifying giant beast was rampaging in the jungle. As the vibration from the soles of his feet became stronger and stronger, the things seemed to be getting closer and closer to him. Liu Yin turned his head slightly and glanced back with his peripheral vision, and finally saw clearly what the thing that was shaking the earth was. That's not a giant beast. Instead, it was a group of huge, crazy-looking pig-headed men. There were more than 30 of them, holding various weapons such as flintlocks, maces, axes, etc. They were like a heavy cavalry team, brutally crushing all obstacles in front of the team. When Liu Yin saw this scene, he felt like his scalp was about to explode. The other party discovered that their fellow tribesmen had been killed so quickly and chased after them. There's simply too many pursuers. These are not enemies that can be confronted head-on. We have to run. We can only run. Liu Yan's eyes were fierce. He threw away the pheasant and hare in his hands to reduce the weight as much as possible. With his extreme burst, his speed had surpassed the pursuers behind him. Bang! 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 The sound of flintlock rifles came from behind, and steel balls flew everywhere, but not a single one hit Liu Yin. This is not because the pig-headed man's marksmanship is too bad, but because the flintlock is a smoothbore gun. In the absence of rifling, the bullet cannot remain stable for a long time after being shot out of the barrel and will soon deviate. Generally speaking, the effective range of a flintlock rifle is only about 80 meters, only slightly stronger than a bow and arrow, and even within the effective range, its accuracy is very low. If you encounter strong winds and strong light, if you can use a flintlock rifle to hit the target within 20 meters, you are already considered a sharpshooter. Beyond this distance, whether you hit the target or not really depends on fate. Chapter 55, Taking Stock of Harvest. Liu Yin ran all the way and finally saw the end of the beast trail and the stream where he had come into the mountain. He jumped over the stream with all his might and jumped out of the forest. Just after he jumped over the stream, the pig-headed people who had been chasing him all the way stopped. They stood at the edge of the forest and roared angrily at Liu Yin, but none of them dared to chase him out. Liu Yin stopped and looked at this strange scene, and suddenly a strong idea emerged in his mind. If this wilderness is a game, then the forest in front of us should be the monster map that produces pig-headed men. Players can enter this map to spawn monsters at will. And in this map, the pig-headed man can also kill players at will. Once the players leave the forest, they can no longer chase them out and can only stay in their own map and cannot leave. Yes, that must be it. Each monster has its own fixed activity area. Liu Yin looked at the pig-headed man, who kept roaring, and suddenly laughed. He had been worried that the other party would chase him all the way and find a shelter, but now all his worries disappeared. Although this wilderness allows players a high degree of independent exploration, the settings of monsters and disasters still strictly abide by the rules of the game. The difficulty of this monster map is indeed quite high. If the pig-headed man with a flintlock rifle can come out of the mountains and forests, I'm afraid all the players in the wilderness will be wiped out by him. Liu Yin took a deep breath with lingering fear. Liu Yin's experience this time is equivalent to a LV5 player mistakenly entering a LV10 monster map. If it were not for the help of luck, equipment, pets, and other factors, he would probably not be able to get out of this forest. Looking at the bright sunshine outside the forest, Liu Yin felt a sense of relief for surviving a disaster. Facts have once again proved that there are still countless unknown dangers hidden in this cruel land. Whenever you think you know enough about this land, new dangers will jump out and hit you hard. It won't be long before I'm back. By then, this forest will become my territory. Liu Yan's vision was extremely sharp. He looked at the forest behind the pig-headed group. Everything in this mountain will become mine. After saying this, there was no longer any reluctance or nostalgia in Liu Yan's eyes, and he resolutely turned around and walked towards the shelter. This time the harvest was extremely rich, and he wanted to go back and count it. Moreover, with the seizure of 2 flintlock rifles, level 2 weapons should be available one after another, and Liu Yan's arms dealer plan should be officially implemented. After killing 2 somewhat fantastical creatures, Liu Yin was immersed in thought on the way back to the shelter. The place where he killed the coyote before was not in the forest. If the forest is the monster map of the pig-headed man, then why can the coyotes tamed by the pig-headed man move freely outside the forest? Is it because coyotes are not intelligent creatures and are not that powerful? Or is it because they're the lowest level monsters and can be scattered all over the world like mosquitoes and rats, so the corresponding map restrictions do not exist? Luyan couldn't come up with an answer to this question, but he was still a little worried. The coyotes tamed by the pig-headed people are able to leave the mountains and forests. Does this mean that the pig-headed people, who are restricted by the map, are not willing to be trapped near their nests for their entire lives? They're exploring outside the map in their own way and extending their tentacles as far as possible? These magical creatures in the wilderness are really perverted. Luyan's thoughts began to fly. In addition to the full harvest brought to him by this journey, he also worried about the future of mankind. In this wilderness, even fantastical creatures like pig-headed men exist. Will there be even more perverted and terrifying monsters appearing in the future? Even a legendary mythical creature. For example, Titans, dragons. If these creatures really exist, then the fate of future players will not be much better than that of the mole that was once easily crushed to death by Liu Yan. Forget it, I'm not qualified to think about these things right now. Even if mythical creatures really appear, Doomsday Game will not release these monsters in the early stage, unless it wants to carry out a player elimination plan. Liu Yan threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind. He stood on a rock and looked at the distant horizon. The outline of his own shelter came into view. The return journey was smooth. It is now 11:23 in the morning, the hottest time of the day. After a morning of exposure to the sun, the puddles on the ground have basically dried up, and the air inhaled into the lungs has become dry and hot again. Seek benefits and avoid harm the talent ability is activated. A blue light emanated from Liu Yan's body, scanning the entire 500-meter area around the shelter. After confirming that no strange creatures had approached the place since he left, Liu Yan and Xiao Bailong opened the door of the shelter and walked straight in. The bright sunlight formed a beam of light that poured in from the front door, completely dispelling the dampness in the safe house. Countless tiny particles of dust slowly floated in the air, like a golden sea of stars. It still feels good to be home. As he walked through the gate, Liu Yan felt that all his muscles and spirit relaxed. Here, you don't have to worry about being attacked at any time, nor do you have to worry about the threats of hunger, thirst, heat, or cold. This is the sense of security that comes with the top-ranked shelter. After sitting in a hammock and resting for a while, Liu Yan took out all the spoils he had harvested, placed them in front of himself, and prepared to start sorting them. The first thing that caught his eye was naturally the main target of this operation. Fuel generator. Status, normal. Maximum power, 5500W. Voltage, 220V. Maximum fuel capacity, 15L. Description, an ordinary household generator. Upgrade Direction 1. Upgrade fuel conversion, which can burn coal, garbage, and other fuels to work. The required survival points for the upgrade are 300. Upgrade Direction 2. Upgrade core energy to a controlled nuclear-fission energy core. The required survival points for the upgrade are 300 million. Liu Yan raised his eyebrows and counted the survival points required for upgrading Direction 2 with a dull look. What the hell? 3 small goals? Liu Yan felt his worldview had been severely impacted. Putting aside the number that looked as long as a phone number, just the words controlled nuclear fission energy core in the second upgrade direction. In my current situation, can I afford a small nuclear power plant? Oh my goodness. Let's take a look at something else first. Liu Yan held his breath and turned to look at the box-type vegetable culture medium that occupied a huge area. Vegetable culture medium. Usable area, 25 square meters. Daily water consumption, 5L. Daily power consumption, 15 degrees. Effect, easy to grow. Description, it can independently provide suitable temperature, light, and nutrition for the growth of multiple plant products. The growth cycle of products planted in the culture medium will be greatly shortened. Chapter 56, A Great Harvest. Shelter Designs. After seeing the introduction to the properties of the culture medium, Liu Yan laughed. It was really worthwhile for him to take this trip to the mountains. It can independently meet all the conditions for the survival of crops, without the need for fertilizer, and automatically adjust the temperature. Although the daily water consumption is as high as 5L, yesterday's heavy rain allowed Liu Yan to store a lot of rainwater, which is more than enough to supply the culture medium except for daily cleaning consumption. There are 510L wooden barrels for holding rainwater, which can fully support the culture medium for about a week. Based on my observation of the wilderness terrain, The rainfall cycle should be about 5 to 7 days. Otherwise, the soil below 30 centimeters below the surface will definitely not be able to stay moist for a long time under such high temperatures. Liu Yin touched his chin, remembering the moisture content of the soil he found when digging the drainage ditch before, and quickly came to a conclusion. The irrigation water required for the culture medium is not a problem at all. Upgrade Direction 1. Upgrade the energy supply method, switching from electricity and water to solar energy. Requires 300 survival points. Upgrade Direction 2. Upgrade the quality of crops. The products will be upgraded from normal to high quality. Requires 100 survival points. 2 upgrade options appeared in front of Liu Yin again. I don't have to worry about the first one. The electricity and water required for the culture medium are not a big deal for me, and the survival point requirement is also higher. Liu Yin naturally turned his attention to the second option, improving the quality of vegetables. That's quite interesting. High-quality vegetables will not only have higher nutritional content and yield, but most importantly, the taste will also be greatly improved. When I thought of this, tears started to flow from my mouth. But the materials needed to upgrade the vegetable culture medium don't seem to be clearly stated. Liu Yin scratched his head. He took out a large amount of materials such as steel, stone, wood, etc. from his backpack and placed them in front of the culture medium, but the survival points required in the upgrade options never decreased. Obviously, the materials needed to upgrade this kind of technological product, the culture medium, are completely different from the materials needed to upgrade basic products such as wooden walls and cold weapons. Even Liu Yin cannot get them at once. Let's buy some seeds and fuel first and use the generator and culture medium. Liu Yin rubbed his hands. The moment he saw the culture medium, the planting talent engraved in his bones was activated. Liu Yin didn't want to waste a second and wanted to use it as quickly as possible. When it comes to choosing vegetables to grow in culture media, he has only one requirement. That is, the growth cycle must be short. For 5 whole days after entering the wilderness, Liu Yin had been eating tasteless dried vegetable packages, and his mouth was almost bland. He longed for the feeling of fresh, green vegetable leaves being cut by his teeth. Liu Yin decided to divide the 25 square meter planting area into 5 different areas. The first part is used to grow tomatoes. This vegetable has a high yield and is rich in water and sugar. It can not only be used for cooking and making soup, but can also be eaten as fruit. The remaining 4 parts are used to grow Chinese cabbage, leeks, cherry radishes, and Chinese cabbage. Among these 5 vegetables, except for tomatoes, which have a longer growth cycle of about 110 days, the other 4 vegetables only need about 30 days to mature and be harvested. They are also suitable for intensive planting and have extremely high yields. Soon, Liu Yin used the spear he had used to kill the pig-headed man to exchange for 30 L of fuel and more than a dozen bags of various vegetable seeds at the trading market. After sorting the seeds and burying them in the soil of the culture medium, Liu Yin carried a large barrel full of fuel and walked to the silent generator. Unscrew the cap of the filling port, and as the golden fuel pours into the generator fuel tank, this product of technology slowly regains its vitality. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Yin gripped the handle and shook it violently a few times. Then, as the violent sound of the engine starting was heard, a puff of green smoke billowed out of the generator exhaust vent. Generator running normally. A smile appeared on Liu Yin's face. The small wisps of green smoke coming out of the generator had a pungent smell, but he did not feel disgusted at all. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. After being left in the barbaric and backward wilderness for 5 whole days, he finally brought the safe house back to the electricity age through his own efforts. Although it was only a prototype, it was still a very good start and a perfect sign. After the vegetable culture medium was added, the originally empty shelter now seemed crowded, and the placement of various furniture and items looked a bit messy. Liu Yin frowned. The problem facing him now was he had to redesign the layout of the shelter to maximize the use of space as much as possible. But I don't have any experience or skills in interior design. It seems I have to find someone to help me draw a design. Liu Yin was silent for a moment and silently posted an item information on the trading floor. Exchange an excellent grade axe for a power shelter interior design. He now owns a flintlock rifle and has also begun preparing to make level 2 weapons. The sophisticated cold weapons are already an era behind and can now appear in the trading market. Chapter 57, Elite Weapons. Item for sale, Steel axe, excellent. Special effect, easy to chop, chopping effect increased by 100%. Required items, a complete interior design of a shelter that maximizes space utilization and includes electrical wiring. Consigner, Lu Yin. As the first weapon with special effects in the wilderness was put on the trading market, it immediately set off a craze again in the entire wilderness of the eastern continent. When many people are still using weapons such as stone axe and wooden spear, an axe with easy to cut is simply a dimensionality reduction attack, almost equivalent to the difference between white equipment and purple equipment. As soon as the product was put on the shelves, it immediately attracted countless people to watch. Holy crap, there's actually a weapon with special effects? This axe is simply a magical weapon. It can be used to chop down trees, and it can also be used to chop down people. The owner is the road god again. Oh my god, how many good things does he have? Shelter design drawings, I hate it. My school had a spot for admission to Tsinghua University's architectural design program, but I didn't go. What a waste. Brother above, you're awesome. You didn't even go to Tsinghua after being recommended. Can you tell me why? Well, there were many reasons why I didn't go, but the main reason was I wasn't the one who got the recommendation. Fuck you. Many unarmed players stared at the product information in the trading field, their saliva almost flowing out. Everyone knew how valuable this axe was. If they bought it, it would be of great help to their journey in the wilderness. In a bush, a thin player tore his clothes into strips and reinforced the loose stone axe in his hand. The blade of this stone axe has 7 or 8 cracks, and the handle looks like it is about to break. It looks very miserable, but this player still cherishes it very much. He knew very well that this stone axe was the foundation of his foothold in this wilderness and his trump card to save his life. Once he loses it, he will be defenseless and become the creature at the bottom of the food chain. If only I could get this steel axe. The skinny player opened the trading platform and stared greedily at the trading information posted by Lu Yin. Then I wouldn't have to live in fear like a rat anymore. In front of a steep mountain wall, the tall player had a look of pain on his face. His right wrist was twisted abnormally, and he was holding a broken wooden spear in his palm. There was a pool of blood and animal hair on the ground in front of him. Damn it, I wasted so much time. I expended so much energy. And in the end, that goat still escaped. The tall player roared angrily, staring intently at the broken spear in his hand. It's all this damn wooden spear's fault. How could it break at such a critical moment? If I had a better weapon, this hunt would have been a success. In a mountain forest, the two players rode tremblingly on a branch 4 or 5 meters high. 5 or 6 coyotes gathered under the branch, showing their sharp teeth and roaring at the two players. You idiot! You can even lose your weapon. What else can you do? We are unarmed now and don't dare to go down and fight them. We'll be trapped here and die. The older player glared at the younger player, grabbed his hair, and yelled, "Tell me, what should we do now?" In the wilderness, there are players everywhere who are in trouble due to lack of weapons. In the eyes of these players, this high-quality axe is almost a life-saving straw and a refreshing rain after a long drought. But when they saw the shelter blueprint among the required items, most people fell silent. This thing is not something that an ordinary person can make by just doing a shoddy job. If you don't have the knowledge and experience in this area, you will definitely not be able to get away with it. Lu Yin also knew that this thing was quite rare and difficult to obtain, so he waited very patiently. However, what surprised Lu Yin was that just 30 seconds later, some players who were interested in completing the transaction appeared in the World Channel. At this time, the number of survivor players in the entire East Continent is 1,108. It seems that there is no shortage of interior design talents among these more than 1,000 people. Li Yin, Mr. Liu, I studied interior design before. We can chat privately. Adiv, I am an active duty Russian lieutenant officer. I have participated in the design and construction of military fortresses and have extensive experience. Fang Xiong, I have a senior interior designer certificate. I used to have my own studio, leading a team to produce thousands of design projects, with a client satisfaction rate of 99%. Qin Yao Yao, I'm a senior electrical engineer. I know how to design to minimize losses. I once invented a special circuit that can save tens of thousands of kilowatt hours of electricity every day. Qin Yao Yao, send a picture. Li Yin, calling Qin Yao Yao, are you serious? Although I'm not very familiar with electrical technology, the wire materials used in your special circuit design are very outdated, and it uses various high-power switches and long-distance power transmission. I'm afraid this design will not achieve the desired energy-saving effect, right? Qin Yao Yao, you know nothing. My special circuit consumes 10,000 kilowatt hours of electricity a day. But if I don't activate it, doesn't that mean I'm saving 10,000 kilowatt hours of electricity a day? Chapter 58. Changes in the situation. Li Yan. Feng Xiong. Hard if. Sorry, I don't quite understand. The world channel is full of question marks. Qin Yao Yao. You may find what I'm saying a little difficult to understand, or even a little ridiculous, but it's not because you're stupid, but because my thinking is so advanced. My designs aren't just about practicality. More importantly, they touch upon a philosophical depth. Qin Yao Yao. Philosophy is a very complex thing. Let me give you a simple example. The longer you live, the more emo you have. The more emo you have, the shorter you live. So the longer you live, the shorter you live. For example, there are holes in cheese. The more cheese there is, the more holes there are. The more holes there are, the less cheese there is. So the more cheese there is, the less cheese there is. Qin Yao Yao. Can you understand this? If not, then it means there's a huge gap between your philosophical thinking and mine. Qin Yao Yao. When you can reach the same level of philosophical understanding as me, then you will understand the greatness of my designs, and you will feel utterly ashamed of your current doubts. There was a dead silence in the World Channel. Everyone was stunned by Qin Yao Yao's extremely profound speech. Even Lu Yin fell into a long silence. After a long time, Lu Yin sighed, and then silently checked the option block this person from speaking within 48 hours in the World Channel. Qin Yao Yao. You said it very well. Don't say it next time. Lu Yan's time is very precious, and he doesn't have time to try to figure out the thoughts of a mental patient. Anyway, the design drawings cannot be drawn in a short time. Even if someone wants to trade with Lu Yin, the other party must first take out a few sketches for Lu Yin to look at, and then decide on the two parties to the transaction after the final decision is made. Lu Yin, if you're interested in trading, please send me a private message with a concept sketch. After saying this, Lu Yin closed the World Channel and the trading platform, and his eyes fell on the remaining spoils. An illustrated guide, unauthenticated. In Lu Yan's hand, an ancient book appeared. It looked very similar to the talent skill book, but the name was completely different. Seeing the word illustrated book on it, he suddenly thought of the early monster illustrated book he had seen from Zhao Ruifeng before. Identification requires 10 pieces of wood and 10 pieces of stone. Do you want to identify? A hint suddenly appeared in Lu Yan's mind. Wood and stone are the lowest grade and cheapest materials, which are of no use to Lu Yan. He immediately selected the Identify button. Congratulations on obtaining the primary resource atlas. As the pleasant prompt sounded, the album began to glow slightly, as if it was injected with vitality. The originally closed pages were now slowly opened as Lu Yan's fingers turned. Item name, saltpeter. Basic resources can be used to refine and manufacture gunpowder, fertilizers, pigments, ice, etc., with high yield. Main production areas: Zhuchao 165.338, Mongshan 55.222. Note: the pig nest is a place where many pig-headed people gather, making it extremely dangerous. The terrain of Mongshan is steep and teems with deadly snakes. Lines of characters came into Lu Yan's eyes, his eyebrows raised high, and a slightly unexpected smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's actually a resource atlas. Lu Yan felt his heart beating faster. What is most important in the wilderness is resources. If you can collect a large amount of resources in the early stages of the game, you can magnify your advantages infinitely like a snowball. However, in this unfamiliar land, the distribution of resources is very scattered and irregular. In just a few days, it is difficult for players to fully explore this wilderness with their own abilities, and it is impossible to determine the location of various resources. If you want to collect them, you can only rely on your own luck, like a headless fly. But now it's different. With this atlas, Lu Yin could conduct targeted exploration and search, and it also thoughtfully informed him of the possible dangers near the resources. This is a great treasure. Lu Yin kept it carefully and immediately started to manufacture weapons in large quantities for sale. This atlas is the main force to ensure the delivery of logistical materials. Next, start unboxing. During this trip to the mountains, a total of 2 treasure chests were found, 1 black iron and 1 silver. Record: you open the black iron treasure chest. Record: you receive 10 packs of white oak instant noodles. Record. You get a variable charge charger X1. Record. You received a set of Omni suits. Instant noodles and suits are not worth much, but this charge-changing charger is quite interesting. After Liu Yin packed up the other two things, he picked up the palm-sized charge-changing charger and looked at it. It looks very similar to an ordinary mobile phone charger, with a circuit board socket connected to the power supply and a half-meter-long wire connected to it. There are as many as a dozen charging ports at the end of the wire, which can meet the different port charging needs of various mobile appliances. With it and the fuel generator, I don't have to go to the trading market to buy mobile electricity. Liu Yin thought of the wise Qin Yao Yao. After 2 contacts, he really didn't want to have any contact with the other party anymore. This person seems to be seriously ill. Record. You open the silver treasure chest. Record. You obtained a sand motorcycle X1. Record. You obtained 5 thorn traps. A brand new 4-wheeled motorcycle appeared in front of Liu Yin. It was not big, covered in camouflage, and could only accommodate 2 people at the same time. 4 thick tires with wide stripes make the entire body of the car look extremely stable. On the outside is a roll cage as thick as a baby's arm. Liu Yin knocked on it with his hand and confirmed that the material used to make these roll cages is some kind of lightweight alloy. A cool sand chariot. Liu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at the sturdy mechanical monster in front of him, the ecstasy in his heart almost bursting out. Who doesn't like a mount like this? As the saying goes, there are only 2 sounds in the world that can make a man's blood boil. One is the charming moan of a woman, and the other is the ferocious roar of an engine. Liu Yin gently stroked the dune motorcycle with his hand, wishing he could drive out right away to enjoy the thrill of speed. Imagine yourself speeding across the endless flat wilderness, with Liu Xiaoyu sitting in the passenger seat and little white dragons soaring high in the sky, feeling the strong wind brushing against your cheeks. That feeling is called freedom. Liu Yin couldn't help but smile, but soon, a private message from the trading floor pulled him back to reality from his excitement. He opened the private chat interface and found that a sketch had been sent to him, and the sender turned out to be a very familiar name, Muchangqian. Inside a cave, a group of ragged disaster victims were struggling to chisel away the rocks near their shelter and transport them into the drainage ditch to reinforce the stone walls. Mu Qianqian stood in the center of the crowd, swinging the pickaxe vigorously, with beads of sweat dripping down her cheeks. Teacher Zhang, I've already sent the sketch you drew to Liu Yin. I hope we can get a chance to trade. She wiped the sweat off her face and glanced worriedly around the 42 people in the shelter. She whispered to a middle-aged man with glasses beside her. Our numbers are growing, and the resources we consume every day are increasing. We need more and better weapons to hunt wild animals and ensure our food supply. The middle-aged man with glasses listened to Mu Qianqian's words and looked at the victims who were working. Among the victims, although there were many people working hard, there were also some who were taking advantage of the situation. There are also some people who, due to age or illness, are simply unable to participate in this kind of heavy physical labor, and they also lack the skills for mental labor. Such people are a complete burden to the entire shelter. He opened his mouth, wanting to advise Mu Qianqian something, but in the end, no words came out. After all, his current status was the same as these disaster victims. If he said anything more in front of Mu Qianqian, it would not only arouse the disgust of other disaster victims, but also make Mu Qianqian think that he was ostracizing others. I hope so. The middle-aged man with glasses sighed, his eyes falling on a young disaster victim. He had noticed the other person from the beginning. He had been moving a palm-sized stone back and forth and had been dawdling there for a long time. It was obvious that he was being lazy and slacking off. And at lunch just now, this young disaster victim ate the most food. The middle-aged man with glasses frowned and held back for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but walked up to the other person and said, "Young man, can you work faster? Are you worthy of the food you ate at noon by doing this? Miss Mu didn't take us in to support us for nothing." The middle-aged man with glasses lowered his voice, so low that only the 2 of them could hear it, in order to save the other person's face. But to his surprise, the young victim didn't show any shame after hearing this. Instead, he squinted at him and asked with the same sneer, "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to tell me what to do?" Mu Qianqian said she would take us in, provide food and shelter, and I didn't ask her for anything. It's a matter of willingness, so why are you wasting your words? The middle-aged man with glasses was stunned and gritted his teeth and said, "Shameless. Fuck you. Mind your own business in the future. The young victim ignored the other person and turned around and ignored him. You're just a parasite. It was a huge mistake to let you into the shelter. The middle-aged man with glasses was furious. He reached out to grab the other man's shoulder, and his voice rose several degrees. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to him, the young victim quickly fell onto the middle-aged man with glasses, and at the same time punched himself on the nose in a very subtle manner. Suddenly, blood gushed out. "He's beating me! He's beating me!" The young victim, his nose bleeding, looked extremely miserable. He tightly grasped the collar of the middle-aged man with glasses and shouted in a shrill voice. He relied on his seniority to bully me because he joined the shelter a day earlier than me. If I didn't listen, he would beat me up. The middle-aged man with glasses was stunned. The shelter was in chaos. Chapter 59 Sketch. Open the picture. Inside the shelter, Liu Yin enlarged the image on the private chat interface, and a bird's-eye view sketch of the shelter drawn with simple pencil lines appeared in his sight. The initial safe houses issued by the system are uniform in size and shape. The only difference is whether they are above ground or underground. This simple bird's-eye view does not look complicated, and even people who have never worked in engineering can understand it clearly. Divide the safe house into 6 areas: 2 bedrooms, a warehouse, a kitchen, a vegetable cultivation room, and a hall separated by walls. Liu Yin looked at the design sketch and raised an eyebrow. Leave firing holes in all directions of the 6 rooms, connect them with steel cables, and set up the control center in the master bedroom. About 3 minutes later, Liu Yin closed the picture. Overall, he was quite satisfied with some of the design concepts in this sketch. Although the area division was somewhat mediocre, if the shelter was renovated according to this design, perfect space utilization could be achieved. The most ingenious thing was the self-defense system designed in the sketch. Install long-range weapons such as crossbows and flintlock rifles at the shooting holes. Connect the triggers with steel cables, and connect the steel cables to each other like wires directly to the master bedroom. And finally, all converge into a machine box controller. Liu Yin only needs to sit in the bedroom to control multiple weapons through the machine box to attack. Combined with his Seek Advantage and Avoid Harm talent and the monitoring intercom, this shelter will officially become a bunker with powerful firepower. If it is designed according to this concept, when encountering a thug attack by the Black Brother trio like last night, Liu Yin can kill all the enemies without leaving his house. The thing that made Liu Yin most satisfied with this design was the other party not only helped him design the space he currently owns, but also made simple plans for some of the spaces that Liu Yin had not expanded at this time. For example, the shelter will continue to expand downwards to the 2nd and 3rd underground floors in the future, and a watchtower that will need to be built on the ground in the future. Although these plans are only a few strokes, they can still show the other party's sincerity. With future development, the shelter's area of over 100 square meters will definitely not be enough. The other party was so thoughtful and thought of this. Liu Yin touched his chin and suddenly laughed. This is probably the legendary internal circulation. At this moment, the high-quality steel axe in the trading floor was in great demand. Everyone was trying to find ways to satisfy Liu Yin, and Mu Qianqian's design drawing clearly hit Liu Yan's mind. Soon, several more private messages came in, also containing several design sketches from different players. Liu Yin carefully compared these drawings and finally chose Mu Qianqian. Her design focused on military defense and practicality, and she even thoughtfully sketched out the prototype of the shelter's expansion in the future, which saved him a lot of trouble. In comparison, the design concepts of the other sketches naturally seemed unattractive. Opening the private chat interface, Liu Yin replied to Mu Qianqian, ready to discuss the details with the other party. But it took Liu Yin 3 minutes to receive a reply from the other party. Mu Qianqian, Lu Shen, I'm Soda. I was busy with some personal matters and just saw your private message. Are you dissatisfied with our design sketches? Liu Yin, this design direction is not bad, but I need to explain some details in advance. My shelter has ventilation ducts. Soon, Liu Yin told the other party about the inherent equipment in his shelter and also made some small requests regarding the placement of items. After receiving an affirmative response from the other party, Liu Yin temporarily decided on a transaction plan with the other party. One day later, Mu Qianqian will come up with the complete design drawings. After solving the problem with the design drawings, Liu Yin once again set his sights on the last 2 trophies of this trip to the mountains. Those 2 somewhat crude flintlock rifles. Old-fashioned flintlock rifle. Maximum range, 600 meters. Penetration. 4. Penetrates 5 centimeters wooden board within 100 meters. Explanation. This is the most basic firearm. Its accuracy is comparable to a crossbow, and its power is several times greater. Its only weakness is its slow reload speed and the possibility of explosion. 2 flintlock rifles with mottled paint were placed in front of Liu Yan, and a faint smell of gunpowder still lingered from the guns. Judging from the power alone, these 2 flintlock rifles are not much stronger than Liu Yan's previous longbow, but you have to know that Liu Yan's longbow is of excellent grade, while these 2 flintlock rifles may just be the most ordinary or even inferior products. This is the grade difference between weapons. The top-level LV-1 cold weapon may only be on par with the lowest-level LV-2 inferior weapon. This is suppression in terms of level. Upgrade Direction 1. Upgrade material quality, increase weapon lifespan, and reduce the risk of explosion. Requires 20 survival points. Upgrade Direction 2. Upgrade design accuracy, add rifling, increase range and accuracy. Requires 40 survival points. 2 different options appeared before Liu Yan. The explosion seems serious, but I don't plan to use these 2 flintlock rifles. I'm planning to use stronger steel to build new, higher quality firearms. Who knows, they might even have some special effects. Liu Yan glanced at Upgrade Direction 1, then moved on to Upgrade Direction 2. As for adding rifling, even if a new rifle is made of high-strength steel, it still needs rifling. This will greatly improve the practicality of the flintlock rifle. But it would be best if we could get a boring tool and industrially produce rifling. What if we have to mass-produce flintlock rifles in the future? Each upgrade costs 40 survival points. Who can afford that? Chapter 60. Life is hard. Liu Yan opened the production interface in the system and found the materials needed to make the flintlock rifle. Flintlock. Materials. 2 units of ordinary steel, 1 unit of high-precision steel, 1 unit of flint, 1 unit of wood, 1 machine spring. Survival point requirement. 2. The materials needed to make flintlock rifles weren't rare, and Liu Yan's current inventory was more than enough to meet their needs. However, a more important issue lay before him. There are not enough materials to make gunpowder. Level 2 weapons are more powerful and accurate than Level 1 weapons, but they are also more troublesome to use. Flintlock weapons are mainly composed of 3 things: the gun body, projectiles, and gunpowder. Among them, gunpowder is the most important propulsion force and the main source of the flintlock's power. If it is missing, the flintlock is just a heavy iron rod. The several hundred grams of gunpowder snatched from the pig-headed man would not last long. He had to make more. 1 saltpeter, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal. Liu Yan knew very well how to make gunpowder. Among these 3 materials, the difficulty of obtaining charcoal was negligible, while the main production areas of saltpeter and sulfur were in some relatively dangerous areas. Ever since meeting the pig-headed man and reading the primary resource atlas, Liu Yan has determined that there are a large number of intelligent indigenous people living in this wilderness. They seem to be well aware of the lethality of gunpowder. Most of their habitats are near the raw material mines for making gunpowder, and they keep these deadly rare resources firmly in their hands. It is not an easy task to get them. So far, Liu Yan's backpack only contains 3 units of saltpeter and 1 unit of sulfur that he received during his previous crazy shopping spree. Compared with other steel, ores, and raw materials, the output of materials for making gunpowder is shockingly low. Black powder. Materials: 1 unit of potassium nitrate, 0.2 units of sulfur, 0.3 units of charcoal. Survival point requirement. Every 10 units consumes 2 survival points. The system needs 1.5 kilograms of materials to produce 1 kilogram of black powder. Of course, I can also make it myself, but the quality will definitely be lower. Liu Yan stared at the number in the material requirements. It seems I need to find an opportunity to get more raw materials. Liu Yan believed that before long, once the players had completely established themselves in the wilderness, they would realize the importance of weapons like gunpowder. By then, competition for this item in the wilderness would be extremely fierce. He had to stockpile more before then, and even be a little more daring. Capture several mines that contain the raw materials needed to make gunpowder. Liu Yan opened the primary resource atlas, and his brows slowly furrowed. After counting all the harvests, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The scorching sun shines on the earth, drying out the rain-soaked ground and leaving cracks on it again. The air temperature reaches the highest point of the day. Even inside the underground shelter, which was protected from direct sunlight, it was as hot as a steamer. The wild animals gather in low-lying mud pits that have not yet completely dried up, rolling in the mud and water, allowing the mud to get on their fur to protect them from ultraviolet burns. In certain shelters and mines, a large number of players wore straw hats and clothes woven from tree branches, working tirelessly under the scorching sun with hoes and pickaxes. Sweat washed away the dust on their bodies, leaving furrows of sweat. Their skin, exposed to the sun, turned purple-red, and in some places, they even began to shed severely. Working in such a temperature is indeed an extremely difficult task, and it may even be life-threatening. But these players have no choice. They have insufficient survival resources and must seize every opportunity to obtain them. The morning and evening, when the temperature is lower, are the peak periods for wild animals to be active. If they go out rashly, they may be attacked. The night is even more dangerous. Even staying in a safe house can cost one's life if one is not careful, let alone going out. This is the hottest time of the day, but it is also the lazy period for most wild animals. Although the work is harder at this time, at least the chance of being attacked is much smaller. In order to survive, I have to endure a little hardship and suffering. What does it matter? Zing zing zang zang. The sounds of hoes and pickaxes hitting stones can be heard everywhere in the wilderness. These are the cries of players who have to compromise with the rules of wilderness survival in order to survive. A tall player was sweating profusely, and his palms were covered with blisters. However, he did not dare to stop his actions, because mining was the least dangerous way to obtain resources, and he could not waste time. The longer you hold on now, the greater your chances of survival in the future will be. Gurgle. An extremely loud sound of stomach contractions was heard, and a strong feeling of hunger flooded into the player's brain. He paused, unscrewed the water bottle he carried with him, and gulped down a bellyful of rainwater collected yesterday. Feeling his entire stomach filled with the flowing liquid, the intense hunger turned into an extremely strange feeling of fullness. The player did not dare to pause and raised the hoe in his hand again to dig frantically. After 6 days in the wilderness, he still had not solved the food crisis and could only rely on rainwater to fill his stomach. But fortunately, he still has his own refuge, so he doesn't have to wander the wilderness like a lonely ghost. Thinking of this, he felt somewhat fortunate and satisfied with the situation. At least I'm still alive and have a home. A forest. A female player was holding an axe tightly, chopping down a tree that was thicker than her waist. The trunk was very thick, the axe was very small, and she didn't seem to be very strong. Every time she swung the axe, it could only leave a few millimeters of scar on the trunk. At this rate, it would probably take her more than 10 hours to cut down the tree. But she did not lose heart and did not give up. It seemed that there was great energy hidden in her thin body, and she swung the axe again and again. After a long time, she took out a piece of cream cake from her backpack, carefully broke off half of it, put it back into the packaging bag, and swallowed the half piece of cake, which was only the size of an ordinary egg, in small bites. She swallowed very slowly, as if she was reluctant to swallow the sweet taste into her stomach. After savoring it carefully, she licked the breadcrumbs and cream between her fingers clean. Although life in the wilderness is hard, she is already very satisfied. She had food, not enough, but she was not starving. Compared to those who can't even afford to eat, she is already enviable enough. It is now the 6th day of the apocalypse. The disasters of the past few days have almost eliminated some people who have no ability to survive. Now those who survive are either extremely lucky or are truly capable of surviving in the wilderness. Although their situation is still difficult, it is already better than those who died long ago, isn't it? It may be a little hard and difficult, but at least you are still alive and life is still beautiful. In this wilderness, in the early stages of the Doomsday game, whose life doesn't feel like a purgatory, they use such reasons to comfort themselves. Inside the shelter, in front of Lu Yan were a few slices of wolf meat that had been fried until both sides were golden brown and fragrant, as well as a newly opened can of oranges. He chewed a piece of wolf meat, ate 2 pieces of oranges, and then picked up half a cup of juice and drank it. After a moment, he frowned, and after a long moment, Lu Yan sighed. Life is so hard. It's so hard for me to live. This juice isn't actually ice cold. Ugh, it's so unpalatable. Chapter 61 live broadcast. Compared with most players in the wilderness, Lu Yan's only worry at this time may be that the taste of room temperature juice is relatively poor. He has escaped the threat of food shortage and has become the top player in the wilderness. When most players are still worrying about survival, what he has to think about is how to make his advantage grow like a snowball. The saltpeter mine and sulfur mine closest to my shelter. Lu Yan flipped through the primary resource atlas in his hand and found the production sites of these two resources. The nearest one was the mountain forest where the pig-headed man was discovered before. Other places are either too far away or more dangerous. In comparison, it seems that returning to the mountains is Lu Yan's best option. But it definitely won't work today. I just caused a big commotion in their territory, so they must be on guard. Plus, with my current strength, I'd be a pushover. Lu Yan remembered that when he was being chased by a large number of pig-headed people, the weapons in the hands of the enemy's large army were mainly cold weapons, with flintlock rifles accounting for only 6:1. This shows that although the other party has natural resource advantages, its technological level is not high. On the one hand, it might be because the pig-headed people are a relatively low intelligence race, and on the other hand, it might be because they haven't occupied this forest long enough. Angry, reckless, and gullible. This was Lu Yan's general impression of the pig-headed people after a bloody battle. The opponent's physique was indeed very strong, and his combat capability was not weak either. In addition, his weapons were overwhelming, but he was still killed by Lu Yan in this situation. This was enough to show the opponent's lack of wisdom. If the little white dragon attacked the middle-aged pig-headed man at that time, and the middle-aged pig-headed man did not get angry and chase it, but continued to stay where he was and encircle Lu Yan with his companions, then Lu Yan would not have been able to walk out of the jungle alive, even if he had a pair of wings. The pig-headed man's behavior reminded Lu Yan of a certain human race. African black people. Black people have strong genes and are physically strong. They are much more physically fit than yellow and white people. They also occupy Africa, a fertile land rich in all kinds of resources. However, for countless years, there has never been a decent and powerful country in Africa. Africa has even been reduced to the point where it has to starve and rely on support from other countries to barely survive. It can be said that it was a king bomb that smashed it to pieces. The reason for this situation is that most black people have low IQ, are irritable, and lazy. Even in other countries, the productivity of black scientists and scholars is much lower than that of other races. This is a racial flaw. Lu Yan is not a racist, but compared to other races, black people are indeed as stupid as a talking gorilla. This is a fact and cannot be denied. Pig-headed people are very similar to black people in some aspects and have extremely strong physical fitness and innate environment. However, as long as their intelligence and character do not improve one day, the territory of this race will sooner or later be slaughtered by players. The advantages they have now will be slowly caught up by other players in the future. Looks like I need to make a good tactical plan. Lu Yan clenched his fists. After experiencing life and death, he felt more and more the preciousness of life. Open a manufacturing interface. Do you want to make a spear? Required materials. Iron X1, wood X2. Confirm to build. Build success. As the pleasant prompt sounded, 10 more ordinary-grade spears appeared in front of Lu Yan. After several transactions, he found that spears, weapons with a large attack range, were the best-selling ones. After all, when entering the wilderness for the first time, no one wanted to fight monsters and beasts in close combat. The spear is a weapon that is up to 1.8 meters long and can ensure that the enemy is killed while maintaining the maximum distance. In the early days of the wilderness, apart from bows and arrows, the spear was the king of all cold weapons. A qualified businessman must always consider market trends and the actual needs of customers. Lu Yan hung the 10 spears on the trading floor. This time, he wanted to exchange them for various high-purity steels, sulfur, saltpeter, and other materials. Although the output rate of these things was low, with a base of thousands of players, he could always find some lucky ones. Taking advantage of the hottest weather outside, Lu Yan took a short rest in a hammock. Let's watch the live broadcast for a while. Lu Yan was bored and suddenly remembered that the game had opened the live broadcast function, and he immediately became interested. He opened the live broadcast channel and found that there were more than a dozen live broadcast rooms than before. Since the first ranking rewards were distributed, many players who were eligible for live broadcasts have been doing their best to promote their own shelters and recruit companions. After all, it is easier to get things done in numbers. Everyone is holding back their energy and want to compete for the top 3 spots on the ranking list. Liu Yin casually clicked into a live broadcast room. What came into view was a big, bearded man with golden hair and blue eyes, who was standing in front of his shelter and introducing it incessantly. This is the Zeus Sanctuary in Eagle Country. I am Trip, the owner of this sanctuary. Now, let me introduce the advantages of this sanctuary. As you can see, Zeus Sanctuary ranks 3rd on the list. We have plenty of food and water, including bread, meat, barley, and butter. We have a hunting team of 12, fully equipped and equipped. We have successfully completed 18 hunts, and the largest prey we have captured is a black bear. We have 17 safe houses in total, 3 of which are used to store water and prey. Our recruitment requirements are men 178 centimeters tall, 70 kilograms or more, and free of infectious diseases. Women 168 centimeters tall. Special skills, such as construction or medical skills, are preferred. Liu Yin watched patiently for a few minutes, then exited and entered another live broadcast room. The host of the second live broadcast room is a Korean player. The safe house behind him has been simply decorated and looks very good, with a style of ancient Yanhuang architecture. This style naturally attracted the interest of many players. Park In-young. Everyone, this is a shelter I've meticulously built, steeped in South Korean culture. I sincerely invite all those with aspirations to join me. Park In-young, blah blah blah. The host talked incessantly about the cultural spirit of his shelter, and the barrage of comments below soon exploded. Kinjiro, I swear by the Emperor, this is absolutely the style of our Sakura country. This is blatant cultural plagiarism. Park In-young. This is a traditional building that has been passed down in our South Korean Republic for thousands of years. It has absolutely nothing to do with the land of cherry blossoms. Terry Cotton. Anyone with a basic understanding of history knows that the Yanhuang civilization is the world's oldest extant civilization. Its culture, traditional beliefs, cuisine, clothing, writing, and architectural style have all had a significant impact on East Asian countries. In other words, the culture you're so proud of has its roots entirely in the Yanhuang civilization. Park In-young, you don't understand at all. You're not Asian. You don't know that in Asia, there are some things that only South Korea has, but not Yanhuang. Kinjiro, haha, when I think of things that South Korea has that the Yanhuang Federation doesn't, the only thing that comes to mind is the Eagle Nation soldiers. As soon as Kinjiro said this, Park In-young couldn't hold it anymore. His face turned pale, and the whole live broadcast room was filled with mocking and malicious comments. After a long time, Park In-young sneered and spoke again. Park In-young, my friend from the land of Sakura, I imagine you have a very good relationship with the Vatican. I heard the Pope loves your country very much. Park In-young, after all, among all the countries in the world, only in the land of Sakura will little boys fall from the sky. Chapter 62 Void. The entire live broadcast room was filled with the essence of Chinese culture, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Park In-young and Kinjiro were both top-notch hermaphrodites, and they would attack the opponent as soon as they found his pain points. As a bystander, Liu Yin still enjoys watching this dog-eat-dog scene. Just as he was lying in the hammock and preparing to watch a quarrel comfortably, there was a knock on the stone door of the shelter. It was the little white dragon who was out for a stroll, knocking on the door. The journey in the mountains made Liu Yin very tired, but Xiao Balong was still full of energy and did not feel tired at all. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking outside the door became more and more intense. Liu Yin even heard a hint of impatience and uneasiness. Could it be that Xiao Balong was in some danger? He immediately turned over and jumped off the hammock, opening the stone door to create a 20-centimeter wide passage. However, the little white dragon did not rush in directly, but continued to stand at the door and hissed at Liu Yin, while raising its wings and pointing in a direction in the distance. You said you saw a door? After a few seconds, Liu Yin understood what Xiao Bailong wanted to say, and his pupils suddenly constricted. A blood-red door. Liu Yan's originally relaxed expression turned serious. Obviously, another secret relic appeared, and according to Xiao Balong's expression, its location was about 5 kilometers away from the shelter. Ever since his last experience of exploring the secret ruins, Liu Yin has developed a keen sense of anticipation for this mysterious and terrifying special scene. There are a large number of resources and treasures in the ruins, and all of them are finished products. They're the kind of treasures that can be put into use immediately after they're taken out. For example, The monitoring walkie-talkie he had obtained before helped him successfully kill the 3 thugs. If it weren't for it, he might not have been able to detect the enemy's attack at all. Compared with ordinary maps like the Pig-Headed Man Forest, the output in the secret ruins is obviously of higher level and better quality. Although the ruins are full of dangers, the truth that wealth and honor can only be achieved through risk remains unchanged. Compared to the rewards, what's the risk? What's more, compared to the first time he entered the ruins, Liu Yan's equipment is completely new. At this moment, he is not afraid of any challenge. The dune bike roared across the wilderness, raising a cloud of dust like a dragon behind it. There were 15L of fuel left from the previously purchased fuel, which Liu Yan added to the motorcycle's fuel tank. According to the data displayed on the instrument, this fuel was enough to support a range of 300 kilometers. The little white dragon soared high in the sky. From its perspective, looking down, Liu Yan looked like a fearless warrior, riding his warhorse towards the enemy. A few kilometers away from Liu Yan, there was an extremely thick black fog covering the earth. In the black fog, a blood-red gate was looming and half open, like a devil with its huge mouth wide open, waiting for its prey to fall into the trap. 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 1 kilometer. Liu Yan didn't stop until he was 300 meters away from the thick black fog. Xiao Bailong also descended from the sky very cautiously, staring at the situation in the center of the black fog with sharp eyes. But even Xiao Bailong couldn't see the situation inside the gate clearly. There was an invisible barrier in the ruins that blocked the visual exploration. Liu Yan rode his motorcycle around the gate and found that it was different from the last time he entered the ruins. The words on the gate are... Liu Yan narrowed his eyes, trying his best to focus his sight on the faintly visible characters at the top of the gate. Su. He finally saw clearly the mark on the gate. It was not the evil of the White Bear City ruins, but the void similar to the tribal ruins that Yuan Wenya had entered. The virtual ruins and the evil ruins are completely different. According to the information obtained, it can be known that there may not be materialized enemies in the virtual ruins. It seems that it is easier to clear than the evil ruins. After all, Yuan Wenya successfully obtained resources without encountering any danger last time, and left unscathed. But Liu Yan did not think that the risk factor in the virtual type ruins was very low. In fact, he was more wary of the virtual type ruins than the evil type. After all, the latter could be killed with bows and guns, but once an invisible enemy was encountered, Liu Yan had no idea what means to use to deal with it. According to the information I got from Yuan Wenya last time, after the enemies in the hollow ruins kill the players will not suffer any external injuries. Liu Yan secretly speculated, perhaps the monsters in the hollow ruins attack through some kind of spiritual power? Witchcraft? Supernatural creature? Liu Yan considered himself a staunch materialist and had long scoffed at concepts like ghosts, gods, and curses. In that past world, he simply didn't believe any supernatural events could occur, believing most of them were just rumors spread by word of mouth. But in this wilderness, he really was a little unsure. After all, in a world where even pig-headed people, demonic apes, and mutant creatures exist, the emergence of urban legends like Sadako and Antmate doesn't seem too outrageous. In this case, my equipment will have no advantage. Liu Yan looked at himself, who was armed to the teeth, and felt like he was punching cotton. Are armor and helmets useful against invisible enemies? I'd rather not go deep into the hinterland this time, and only explore the edge. If I find anything abnormal, I'll retreat immediately. There shouldn't be any problems. Liu Yan took a deep breath. Although the virtual ruins were rather strange, even a woman like Yuan Wenya could escape from it unscathed. As long as he wasn't too greedy, there wouldn't be any accidents. After hesitating for a moment at the gate, Liu Yan opened the manufacturing system. Flintlock. Required materials. Do you want to make it? Confirm production. Liu Yan clicked the confirm button. Soon, with a flash of light, a flintlock rifle with an ancient shape appeared in his palm. Production successful. Level 2 weapon crafting quantity increased by 4 out of 800. The weapons produced by the system were indeed very refined, very different from the crude creations of the pig-headed man. Not only were the barrels smooth and flat, but they were also very compact. They were not long-barrel guns like long sticks, but rather large pistols similar to those used in medieval duels. Chapter 63. Ancient Architecture. The flintlock produced by this system has a total length of no more than 30 centimeters from the muzzle to the handle and is very exquisite. Although a short barrel will affect shooting accuracy, it far exceeds the bloated long gun in terms of ammunition loading, carrying, shooting speed, and reaction speed. Flintlock. Quality, ordinary. Maximum range, 800 meters. Explanation: my lord, times have changed. Gripping the gun handle tightly in his hand, Liu Yin felt relieved. Although he knew very well that this thing might not be effective against the monsters in the virtual ruins, it never hurts to prepare more things. And most importantly, perhaps the danger within the ruins does not only come from the ruins themselves. The players who enter the ruins at the same time as him may pose a greater threat than the monsters in the ruins. Although the system did not have any introduction to this, through these days of exploration and observation of the chats in the World Channel, Liu Yin determined that a ruin could accommodate multiple players to explore at the same time. If you encounter the same kind in the ruins, you will probably encounter a big battle. Liu Yin is now a piece of fat meat in the wilderness, and everyone wants to take a bite. Liu Yin looked at the door that was so close to him, but did not step in rashly. Instead, he turned around and began to prepare the second weapon. He used the clothes stripped from the bodies of the three He-Go men and cut them into palm-sized pieces with a knife. He poured the gunpowder seized from the pig-headed man into these cloth bags, mixed them with sharp gravel and sugar, and wrapped them tightly. Do you want to make a fuse? Require materials: 1 g of saltpeter powder, 1 sheet of paper. Liu Yin opened the manufacturing system and made several fuses using saltpeter, orange juice, and the advertising plastic paper on the outer packaging of the King Long oil bottle. After inserting the fuse into the gunpowder bag, Liu Yin looked at the egg-sized mine in his hand, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. His second weapon was not produced by the system and looked a bit crudely made, but its power was definitely not small. It was equivalent to a simplified fragmentation grenade and incendiary bomb combination. Once the gunpowder bag explodes, the sharp gravel will explode in all directions like a crossbow arrow. At the same time, the high-temperature flame will instantly melt the sugar. The sugar liquid will spread to the surrounding area with the explosion, igniting a fire that is difficult to extinguish. Even if it was a wild buffalo, if it was hit head-on like this, it would probably have to report to its ancestors, the ox head and horse face. However, since it is homemade, the stability and safety may be a little worse. If it is not operated properly, you may accidentally hurt yourself. There were only 800 g of gunpowder seized from the pig-headed man, and it took about 120 g to make each such gunpowder bag. So after making 3 in a row, Liu Yin stopped what he was doing. 3. If we don't encounter a large number of enemies, it's more than enough. Liu Yin carefully stuffed the 3 mines into the backpack compartment. This thing is the largest bombing firepower he can currently produce. Although after the LV2 weapon proficiency is unlocked, there is an old-fashioned wooden handle grenade in the system's output, but the materials it requires are far more than handmade mines. The materials Liu Yin had at the time were not enough to meet production needs. Do you want to make a spear? Confirmed to produce. Consumes high manganese, steel X1, wood X2. Finally, Liu Yin thought for a long time, then took out steel and wood and rubbed out a spear with his hands. Although the advantages of firearms are obvious, their disadvantages cannot be ignored. Before they were equipped with automatic bolts, it took more than 10 seconds to reload after each shot. Liu Yin needed a handy cold weapon to ensure that he would not be killed by the enemy during the 10-second shooting gap. Spear, excellent. Special effect, easy to pierce. Explanation: you claim your spear is the sharpest in the world, and your shield is the strongest. If your spear were used to pierce your shield, who would win? Don't leave. Answer this question. Aren't you contradicting yourself? Hey, what are you doing? The last words of a viewer who discovered a loophole in a weapons vendor's advertising before being stabbed to death by the enraged vendor. This means, I am too tired to complain. Liu Yin gripped the spear tightly in his hand, stuffed the flintlock loaded with gunpowder into his arms, and looked at the gate of the ruins that was just a stone's throw away. Little white dragon, let's go. As soon as he turned the throttle, the engine roared and thick smoke billowed out of the exhaust pipe. The dune bike disappeared into the gate in an instant, followed closely by the little white dragon. An extremely strong feeling of coldness surged up from all directions. This familiar feeling allowed Liu Yin to clearly sense where he was. He has entered the ruins. The dark, chaotic fog in front of him began to dissipate gradually from the moment he entered, and the world inside the ruins unfolded completely before him. A group of lonely creatures, forever staying on this earth. They have experienced countless years of waiting. In the process, they lost their bodies and their hopes. The only thing left is their paranoid and fanatical souls. If you're not the one they are waiting for, please run away immediately once you sense their presence, because they will kill you immediately after going crazy. If you're the one they are waiting for, then please run faster, because during this long wait, their former hope has turned into resentment of being abandoned, and they will use the most cruel methods to kill you. Just like the White Bear City ruins, after entering, a series of plot summaries first appeared in front of Liu Yan's sight. These pieces of information seemed to be engraved into Liu Yan's memory. Soon, the words in front of him began to blur and slowly disappear. He raised his head and looked forward. As far as the eye can see, there's an extremely spectacular ancient ruins. Chapter 64, Earthen Fort. Tall towers stand in rows, and temples stand tall. The outer perimeter of the temple in the center is surrounded by a large number of low, small buildings that look like guards guarding the temple. The style of these buildings looks very similar to that of ancient Egypt. However, it seems that due to the age, most of the buildings have collapsed to varying degrees, and the glazed tiles on the top of the temple have lost their luster and shattered into pieces of green stone. A breeze blew, and the entire ruins became silent. It was so quiet, like a cemetery at midnight. You have entered the secret ruins. Game panel function is temporarily unavailable. Just like the last time I entered the White Bear City ruins, after stepping onto this land, the original game function interface turned gray. The little white dragon landed on Liu Yan's shoulder very cautiously. The feathers on its neck trembled slightly, as if it had sensed a dangerous aura, but it didn't know where it came from, so it kept turning its head to look around in a slightly anxious manner. The technological level this time seems to be in the era of cold weapons. Liu Yan looked up and saw several arrows stuck in the nearest low building similar to an earthen fort. He put away his dune scooter and walked to the front of the building, gently knocking the arrows with his spear. In an instant, the originally solidified arrow shattered into countless tiny wood chips. It's so badly weathered and decayed, it must be at least 100 years old. Liu Yan roughly calculated the time. He was silent for a moment, walked around the earthen fort, raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it hard into the wall of the earthen fort. With a burst of smoke and dust, a hole the size of a basketball appeared in the rotten wall that had long been eroded by time. Bang! Bang! Liu Yan poked a few more times, expanding the hole to a size large enough for an adult to pass through. Then he turned on the flashlight and shone it inside. After making sure there were no living creatures, he stepped in cautiously. During his observation, just now, he found that this earthen fort did not have any doors or passages, but only 2 football-sized lookout holes near the top. This strange construction method made Liu Yan very puzzled. He doesn't know what the meaning of this kind of building is. Is it ABB? But how does it get in and out? Is it a prison? But who would set up a prison outside the temple? With a strong sense of doubt, Liu Yan fanned away the dust in front of his eyes and jumped in, wanting to use the flashlight to see everything inside this fortress-like building. However, before he could stand firm, an accident happened. Snap! Liu Yan's eyes changed. He felt as if he stepped on something, and there was a very clear sense of breaking under his feet. He shone the flashlight downwards and saw a white skull staring at him. Under the reflection of the flashlight, there seemed to be ghost fire burning in the 2 dark eye sockets of the skull. Fuck! The hairs on the back of Liu Yan's neck stood up. He took a step back, his body pressed quietly against the wall, and at the same time, he thrust out with the spear in his hand. Crash! The spear hit the skull straight in the head, piercing it with ease. Liu Yan was breathing heavily. Only then did he realize that there was a complete skeleton under his feet, but it was not discovered due to the perspective problem just now. The skeleton did not jump up and ask with a grin, "Where are Master Tang and his disciples?" Nor did 2 balls of ghostly fire suddenly emerge from its eye sockets. And after adding a bunch of buffs, it said in a very imposing manner, "I am Ains Ulgaon, the Bone King of the Sin Realm." It lay very quietly on the ground, its ribs shattered by the rocks on the road, and its head hung on a spear, looking like some kind of evil magical weapon. It was already dead and could not possibly pose any threat to Liu Yan. Snap! Liu Yan forced himself to calm down, knocked his spear against the wall to shatter the skull, and then began to observe the earthen fort carefully. The earthen fort looks only 2 meters high from the outside, but in fact the maximum height inside is only about 1.8 meters. With Liu Yan's height, it is very cramped to stand inside, and he even needs to half bend his waist or lower his head. There is a circle of iron hooks nailed on the wall, with a large number of quivers hanging on the hooks. Some of these quivers had long been empty, while some still contained a few arrows. However, due to their age, these arrows would break at the slightest touch and could no longer be used. In addition to the quiver, there were also several broken longbows and a rusty dagger scattered under the earthen fort. There's blood on the dagger, and there are also large amounts of blood splattered on the roof and walls of the earthen fort, and there are no other accessible exits inside the fort. Liu Yan observed the scene and seemed to have figured something out. The cause of death of this skeleton seems to be self-inflicted, slitting its own throat with a dagger. Was it suicide? A completely sealed earthen fort, a skeleton of a suicide, and the extremely strange instructions after entering the ruins. A series of information quickly flew through Liu Yan's mind, but he was still unable to connect them together and sort them out. Liu Yan did not simply regard the information prompts after entering the ruins as a plot summary. He firmly believed that certain rules of the ruins, or skills to pass the level, were hidden in these prompts. If you can gain some insights from it, it will be of great benefit to your journey of exploration. After a few minutes, Liu Yan sighed. Just looking at these things, the information I can get is too little. I can't connect them all together at all. It seems I need to go deeper. Just as Liu Yan was about to leave the earthen fort and continue to go deeper into the ruins, the little white dragon on guard outside suddenly made a sharp cry. As Liu Yan had a close rapport with Xiao Bailong, he immediately understood what the other party wanted to express. Danger is approaching. Without thinking too much, Liu Yan jumped out of the earthen fort and stared at the direction of Xiao Bailong with vigilant eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. There were loud and violent footsteps, and in Liu Yan's sight, a young man in a denim shirt staggered out from the other direction of the earthen forts. This is another player. His face was filled with fear, and he was in a state of madness. While running, he kept looking back, as if something terrifying was chasing him madly. Soon, he noticed Liu Yan standing outside the earthen forts. His eyes were filled with hope and enthusiasm. As he ran wildly, he screamed incoherently, Are you the one they're waiting for? Yes, you must be. Save me quickly. I don't want to die. Go to hell, they won't kill me. The young man's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to have lost his mind long ago, and his spirit seemed to be on the verge of collapse. As the opponent got closer and closer to him, Liu Yan suddenly felt a chill, and his hair stood on end, as if he was being stared at by a pair of invisible eyes. Chapter 65 Players. An extremely strong chill surged up from Liu Yan's spine, and in an instant, a layer of fine goosebumps appeared on his skin. This feeling is like standing in a morgue at midnight and hearing the sound of nails scratching the wall from the freezer behind you. It makes you instantly creepy. Boom, boom, boom. The young player who was running desperately fell to the ground several times. His body was covered in mud, and one of his shoes was lost. He looked extremely embarrassed. Save me, I don't want to die. He stretched out his arms, and his tan-stained fingers grabbed forward like dead branches, looking at Liu Yan as if a drowning man saw a life-saving straw. Go to hell, okay? The distance between the young man and Liu Yan was getting closer and closer, and as the other party got closer, the feeling of chill became more and more obvious, as if an invisible ghost was moving quickly in this direction. Stop! Liu Yan raised his spear, pointed the tip straight at the other party, and shouted sternly, Stand there and don't move. If you move forward, you will die. The invisible enemy himself was not seen, but as long as the player continued to approach, Liu Yan might be in great danger. The young man was in a frenzy and ignored Liu Yan's warnings. He ran forward in panic like a gazelle being chased by a tiger. It seemed that in his eyes, Liu Yan holding a spear was far less threatening than the ones he was desperately trying to avoid. Phew! The little white dragon's feathers exploded, and it let out a sharp hissing sound. Seeing that the opponent was less than 10 meters away from him, Liu Yan no longer hesitated. He raised the spear in his hand and stabbed it forward like a javelin. The spear drew a perfect parabola in the air, and the next second, it pierced straight into the player's chest. With the easy-to-pierce special effect, the spear pierced through the chest and nailed the running player to the wall of an earthen fort. Blood gushed out in large quantities, dyeing the earth red. The player raised his head, his expression twisted, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained teeth. He stared at Liu Yan with a fierce grin. You can't escape either. The player's whole body was twitching. After struggling frantically for 2 or 3 seconds, his head finally drooped down weakly and he died. What's strange is that with the death of this player, that extremely chilling feeling began to gradually disappear and eventually went away completely. Liu Yan stood there, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. In the short 3 seconds that just passed, he seemed to have experienced the most terrifying event in the world. At this moment, he understood why Yuan Wenyao was so frightened when she first entered the virtual ruins. That kind of awful cold makes people feel like they have fallen into an ice cave in winter, as if they can smell the rotten smell of death themselves. He was very sure that it must be some invisible devil that appeared. It must be the monster from the Void Realm ruins that has appeared. This feeling is exactly the same as what Yuan Wenyao described back then. Liu Yan frowned. But why did this chilling feeling disappear after I killed this player? Could it be that the invisible devil's target was this player, and after I killed him, he lost his target, so he left here? Why didn't it attack me? Perhaps the monsters in this ruin have a special attack mechanism, and this player triggered it, so he was hunted. But I didn't trigger it, so I wasn't attacked. Chapter 66. Parchment Scroll. Liu Yan's brain was working rapidly, and he quickly made a series of inferences based on the information he had currently learned. At this moment, footsteps were heard again in the earthen fort group that had been dead silent. Liu Yan suddenly looked up and looked in the direction where the sound came from. A fair-skinned girl tiptoed out from behind the earthen forts, looking cautious. She held a steel knife in her hand and looked at Liu Yan cautiously. Excuse me, are you a player too? The girl was thin, about 1.65 meters tall. She wore a men's shirt that was obviously ill-fitting and denim shorts. She had long black hair and a weak expression, like a frightened little rabbit, holding the weapon tightly in her hand. Compared with the tall Liu Yan, the girl seemed completely inconspicuous. Apart from the coldly gleaming steel knife in her hand, she looked harmless. There seemed to be tears of fear hanging on her long eyelashes. She has a pure and lovely appearance, and her posture is the type that can easily arouse men's desire to protect her. But after Liu Yan looked the other person up and down, he didn't let her appearance let him down. Instead, he quickly walked over to the corpse of the player he had killed, drew his spear, pointed it at the girl, and said coldly, I'll give you 10 seconds to clearly explain your identity, name, and the country and city you were in before you came to the wilderness. I'm not hostile. The girl seemed startled by this and explained in a panic. I just want to leave here. Leave this ruin. Answer my question. Liu Yan repeated again with an expressionless face. I'll only give you 10 seconds. Perhaps because the player's body next to her was bleeding, or perhaps because Liu Yan's attitude was too tough. The frail-looking girl looked terrified and trembling all over, and she said very cooperatively, My name is Jin Jingxiu, a player from Rasan City in North Korea. 5 hours ago, I entered these ruins to explore and him. The girl pointed at the player killed by Liu Yan helplessly and said softly, We formed a temporary team, but before we even entered the temple deep in the ruins, we were attacked by monsters. We tried our best to escape, and then we met you. A very simple story with basically no twists and turns. After hearing what the girl said, Liu Yan's attitude softened a little, but he still didn't put down the spear in his hand. What did you find? Liu Yan asked. Hearing Liu Yan's words, the girl's face was filled with intense fear. She subconsciously took 2 steps back, pressed her shirt pockets, and stammered. No, nothing. We encountered a monster before we even entered the temple. We didn't find anything at all. Could you be more obvious? Liu Yan narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted, Take the things in your pocket and put them on the ground. Please, don't. The girl was about to cry. She stared at Liu Yan with tearful eyes and bit her lower lip as she begged. I took a great risk to get this. Seeing the girl's weak and pleading look, Liu Yan felt as if his heart was hit by something. This feeling of bullying, it's so fucking cool. If such a soft girl is punched, she will probably cry for a long time, right? I said, take it out and put it on the ground. Liu Yan's voice was icy. He raised the spear in his hand and made a throwing gesture, pointing at the young player who had already died, and said word by word, Unless you want to end up like him. He is not a fool who can't walk, and his mind is filled with lust when he sees a beautiful woman. In the wilderness, beauty is the least valuable thing. No matter how beautiful the appearance is, it cannot be eaten or used as a gun. Liu Yan's plundering strategy never changes based on the opponent's appearance. Hearing Liu Yan's death-filled threat, the girl finally couldn't bear the fear in her heart. She tremblingly took something out of her shirt pocket and put it down reluctantly. It was an ancient parchment scroll. Open it. Liu Yan spoke again. Following Liu Yan's instructions, the girl untied the rope on the parchment scroll and spread it out. What caught Liu Yan's eyes was an extremely ancient picture. He picked up the parchment with the tip of his spear and examined it carefully. The whole piece of parchment was divided into more than a dozen palm-sized small areas by crooked black lines. Each small area was printed with a different pattern, similar to the form of ancient murals. These dozen or so small, separate murals, when connected, form a coherent story. The first small picture shows a dozen primitive people wearing animal skins, holding spears and wooden bows, dancing in front of fire. There are lightning marks on their backs and scars all over their bodies. There are a large number of wild animal corpses piled next to the fire. This is a ceremony to celebrate the hunting harvest. In the second small picture, primitive people have built a large number of huts, tents, and even wooden lookout towers. They have grown and formed a large tribe. In the third small picture, some guys dressed as wizards appeared in the tribe. People began to make statues of gods and worship the sun and the moon. The fourth one, the primitive people had taken off their animal skins and put on linen clothes. The level of civilization of this tribe also improved rapidly. They began to grow crops and no longer relied solely on hunting. The fifth one, this small picture record of war. After a bloody battle, the tribe with a lightning mark on its back defeated its enemy, killed the enemy's leader, captured the enemy's women, occupied the enemy's territory, and further expanded its strength. The sixth, the scale of this tribe has expanded to an extremely terrifying level. They have become the overlords of this land. They have built tall pagodas and temples and ruled this land with absolute force. Liu Yan held up the parchment and compared it with the temple in the distance to confirm that the temple was the one depicted on the parchment. The mural on this parchment records the experience of the tribe that built these ruins. In other words, this parchment scroll is the history book of this relic. Liu Yan glanced at the shivering girl squatting in front of the earthen fort and continued to turn his gaze to the parchment scroll in his hand. Perhaps on this parchment scroll, he could find a way to pass through the ruins. The seventh small picture suddenly changed its style, becoming strange and depressing. A large number of strange monsters appeared in the picture. They came from nowhere and suddenly landed on this land and began to devour the tribe step by step. No, now it's time to talk about the empire. The monsters attacked the territory and people of this empire crazily. Liu Yan noticed that starting from the seventh picture, the background color of the mural had turned deep red, as if to express that even the earth was stained red with blood. Chapter 67, Persecution. Next is the eighth picture. The eighth map recorded a sea of blood and corpses. In the face of powerful monsters, the empire suffered repeated defeats. Finally, their territory was forced to shrink to the area around the temple. As for other areas on Earth, most of them are occupied by monsters. The ninth one, monsters began to move towards the temple from all directions, and the king of the empire handed a horn to the general of the army, then led a group of his people out of the temple and headed towards the empty area that was not occupied by monsters. And below this picture, there's a line of obvious text labels. We are unable to resist the monster's invasion and need to seek help from others far away. If no one is willing to help us, then after the sun rises and sets 100 times, we will return to our ancestral land and die in battle with my people. A line of extremely ancient and complex characters came into Liu Yan's sight, and almost at the same moment, they were translated into words he could understand. Although the game functions cannot be used in the ruins, as part of the Doomsday game, the settings in the ruins do not exceed the game settings, but strictly follow the rules of the same text and the same language. The 10th one, the Imperial Army escorted the king and some nobles out of the encirclement of monsters. Afterwards, the general of the army blew the horn given to him by the king. The troops and the monsters went through countless bloody battles. The soldiers suffered heavy casualties and finally had to retreat to the vicinity of the temple. The 11th one, The Imperial Army built a large number of earthen forts near the temple as temporary fortresses. They were preparing to fight the final decisive battle here to defend their ancestral land and homes. It was a brutal and long war. Every soldier was determined to die. They filled the earthen fort with arrows, spears, and food, and regarded it as their last stand. When facing monsters, they will not and cannot escape. The earthen fort has no exit, and once it is closed, there are only two possibilities to get out. One is to defeat the monster invasion, and the other is to be defeated by the monsters, and the bodies of the soldiers are dragged out by the monsters. The 12th. The brutal war brought great psychological pressure to every soldier, but the soldiers still had hope. They drew lines on the walls of the earthen fort every day, quietly waiting for the arrival of the 100 days date promised by their king. Although the war is brutal, as long as we hold on for 100 days, the king will bring reinforcements back, right? Before the king comes back, we must defend our ancestral land and not let him see a dilapidated ruin. Supported by such belief, the soldiers endured the narrow space in the earthen fort, the brutal enemies, and the threat of death, and they defeated the monsters' attacks time and time again. There is no picture on the 13th picture, only a line of text. 127 days have passed since the sun rose in the east and set in the west. The king still hasn't returned. The army commanders stood on a high tower, gazing in the direction the king had left. On the distant horizon, there was no trace of a human figure. The 14th picture. The invasion of monsters becomes more and more fierce, and the faith in the hearts of the soldiers begins to gradually collapse. What is more despairing than the brutal enemy is the king's deception and the betrayal of his people. The soldiers finally realized that they were abandoned by the most trusted and admired king and closest tribesmen. This despair made them lose their fighting spirit in an instant. After learning this fact, many soldiers chose to commit suicide in the earthen fort. The soldiers who were able to remain tough in the face of the brutal monsters finally collapsed under the betrayal of their own people. The 15th picture. On the 157th day, almost all the soldiers were dead. The army general holding a horn came into the temple alone, smashed the throne that symbolized the royal power with a hammer, knelt in front of the statue, and uttered the most vicious curse. Those who abandoned us, we will not die, but will wander this land as ghosts, awaiting your return. We will so shut your lying mouths and rip out your treacherous hearts. The 16th picture. The general stood in the temple and blew the blood-stained horn in his hand. As the horn sounded, some twisted spirits emerged from the bodies of the soldiers who had long since died on the earth. They roared miserably and circled above the temple like a group of demons dancing wildly. The 17th and final picture also has no pattern and ends with a sentence. The general sacrificed his own soul to allow the dead soldiers to be reborn as confused, wandering spirits. They linger here, waiting for those who betrayed them in the past to return and tear them to pieces. They're no longer the king's loyal soldiers, but vengeful, evil spirits. When the horn sounds again, they will follow the orders of the horn's master and drag anyone into a horrific hell. The murals on the entire parchment scroll end here. Overall, this is a somewhat cliched story. A cowardly king tricked his army into holding their ground when danger was imminent, while he himself fled with his men. Ultimately, he was hated by his soldiers, and he was determined to take revenge even if he turned into a ghost. The combination of the circle on the parchment scroll and the prompt that appeared when he just entered the ruins is enough to prove its authenticity. In other words, the most precious treasure in this relic is the horn. Liu Yan found a key point in a short time. According to the last sentence on the parchment scroll, it can be judged that the horn in the general's hand is the treasure that controls all the ghost soldiers in the entire virtual relic. It is equivalent to the military token in some games. With it, he can obtain everything in this relic without any pressure or danger. Liu Yan's heart started beating wildly. Although the technological level of this relic seems to be far inferior to that of the White Bear City relic, the things recorded on the parchment have added a layer of super-realistic ability to the treasures in this relic. Who is more threatening, ghost soldiers or special forces soldiers? Which is more valuable, a horn that can command an army of ghosts or a fighter plane? Although the positioning of the two is very different, Liu Yan feels that their preciousness is almost the same. However, exploring the temple alone would be very dangerous. Thinking of this, Lu Yin smiled gently. He put the parchment scroll into his pocket and looked at Jin Jingxiu, who was squatting beside him. He said softly, "Little girl, I invite you to join my team. Let's explore the temple together. The treasures we finally obtain. How about splitting them 50 to 50? Lu Yin had a kind smile on his face, but Jin Jingxiu shook his head suddenly and said in a trembling voice, "No, I don't want to go back. It's too scary there. We will both die there. You don't have to be afraid. The two of us are a team. I will protect you," Lu Yin said, patting his chest. Jin Jingxiu's face became even more terrified. She stood up, pointed at Lu Yin, and gritted her teeth. "Don't lie to me. You must be using me as a guinea pig or cannon fodder to explore the way. Do you think I'm stupid? Why are you pretending to be a good person?" The smile on Lu Yan's face froze. After a long time, he sighed and his expression became cold. "Little girl, let me give you a piece of advice. When two people are getting along, when the stronger one is still willing to disguise his or her behavior, it's best for the weaker one to pretend not to see through it and not expose it in the end. Otherwise, when both sides fall out, the weaker one will even have the last layer of dignity torn off." Lu Yin pointed the tip of the spear at Jin Jingxiu's throat, only 3 centimeters away. She could smell the pungent smell of blood and the rich scent of death on the tip of the spear. "So you agreed?" Lu Yin asked softly. "Or were you forced to agree?" Chapter 68, General. The strong prey on the weak. This has been the law of survival since ancient times. In a wilderness full of dangers, you need to strictly abide by the rules in order to survive better. After the previous inference, Lu Yin felt that the benefits of temporarily cooperating with Jin Jingxiu would be far greater than directly killing her and seizing the supplies. The temple in the ruins is full of dangers. If there is a little white mouse exploring the way ahead, the chance of encountering danger will be much smaller. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Yin extended a friendly invitation to Jin Jingxiu to form a team. Faced with Lu Yan's undisguised malice, Jin Jingxiu had no ability to resist at this time. If she agreed, she might still have a glimmer of hope, but if she refused, Lu Yin would definitely pierce her white throat without mercy. The body of the player next to him is not yet cold. "Okay, I agree to team up with you, but I have one request. I want to collect his body for him." Jin Jingxiu pointed at the young man killed by Lu Yin and said in a low voice, "He helped me several times before. I can't bear to see his body exposed in the wilderness." Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. After a moment of silence, he took the small wallet that had transformed from the inventory that had exploded from the young man's body and said expressionlessly, "Whatever you want." After getting Lu Yan's permission, Jin Jingxiu hugged the young man's body and dragged it into an earthen fort with great effort, and then moved some rubble and soil to bury it. The whole process lasted about 10 minutes. After doing all this, Jin Jingxiu's originally clean clothes were covered with blood and dust, and his cheeks, hands, and hair were also covered with blood, making him look very embarrassed. Lu Yin witnessed this scene and praised with a smile. "You are quite kind." Jin Jingxiu looked at Lu Yin in surprise, as if wondering why such words would come out of the mouth of such a wicked man like him. It's a pity that kind people can't survive long in this kind of environment. Lu Yin sneered, pointed to the temple standing in the middle of countless earthen forts ahead, and said, "Let's go." Lu Yin and Jin Jingxiu walked through the earthen forts one after the other. As they went deeper, they saw a large number of collapses and signs of war on the surrounding earthen forts. Some blood that had long since dried and turned black splattered on the outer wall of the earthen fortress. There were also many skeletons of ferocious beasts scattered on the ground, and their shapes were exactly the same as the monsters recorded in the parchment. Ghost soldiers do have an attack mechanism. On the way, Jin Jingxiu conveyed some information he knew to Lu Yin. It seems to be related to the emotions of the attacked. During our previous explorations, we felt the sensation of being watched many times, but we haven't been attacked. Until my companions began to grow irritable and angry because they had been unable to enter the temple for a long time. The feeling of being watched quickly transformed into a mental attack that was getting closer and closer to us. Jin Jingxiu's expression showed a hint of unease, as if the events that had just occurred had left her feeling restless for a long time. Although I couldn't see the enemy, I could sense its presence. It pounced on my companion. After being attacked, my companion didn't suffer any injuries, but his mental state seemed to become chaotic in an instant. He seemed to have seen something horrible and started to go crazy and terrified. No matter how I called him, I couldn't wake him up from that crazy state. Lu Yin walked behind Jin Jingxiu. He recalled the state of the young player when he saw him just now. The other party really looked like a madman with mental problems. This attack method is similar to the monster mechanism in Cthulhu mythos. When the player's emotions and rationality are affected, causing their sanity value to drop, they will be subjected to mental attacks from the enemy. Lu Yin frowned as he analyzed, and the mechanism of the ghost soldiers may be, when the player's emotions change drastically, they will attack. That is to say, from now on, I cannot be afraid, I cannot be angry, I cannot be negative, and I cannot even be excited. It sounds simple, but it is difficult to truly control your emotions. Even masters who have practiced in temples and mountains for many years find it difficult to achieve a calm mind, let alone Lu Yin. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of the mental stimulation potion that he had opened from the bronze treasure chest for the first time. Its function was to stimulate the brain and increase mental strength. Perhaps it could produce miraculous effects in this situation. He calmly took out a potion and put it into his mouth. This medicine is in the form of a medical capsule, only the size of the tip of a little finger. You can drink the liquid medicine inside by biting through the outer plastic layer. As for Jin Jingxiu, Lu Yin did not share this precious potion with her. Even if she was really attacked by ghost soldiers later, if I wanted to save her, I could just take out the potion and force it into her mouth. There was no need to expose it now. After all, this is also one of my trump cards. By the way, you just said that you have been unable to enter the temple for a long time. What is blocking you? Lu Yin suddenly thought of a very important question. Jin Jingxiu was silent for a moment, then pointed to the temple gate, which was only a few hundred meters ahead, and said softly, "You'll be able to see it soon." The majestic temple is more than 50 meters high, with walls covered with exquisite reliefs and 2 thick and tall pillars standing on both sides of the gate. The giant pillars are made of bronze and are engraved with various mysterious runes and images of gods, making them look quite oppressive and sacred. Even though there were ruins all around, the temple had not suffered any damage in the previous war. It is still gorgeous and majestic, as if telling the world about its past splendor and glory. Such a building full of artistic sense and age is enough to make everyone who sees it feel pleasing to the eye. If there wasn't that small hill of corpses in front of the gate, Lu Yin and Jin Jingxiu hid behind the wall of a high tower dozens of meters away from the gate, staring at the temple gate. A large number of corpses piled up into a mountain, some of monsters and some of humans. They were squeezed together and looked extremely twisted and terrifying. Next to this mountain of corpses sat cross-legged a general wearing tattered armor and holding a scimitar. There was almost no flesh on his cheeks, and his eye sockets were sunken, making him look no different from a dried corpse. But Lu Yin clearly saw that when an earthen fort in the distance collapsed due to erosion by wind and sand, the mummy-like general raised his head and looked in that direction, with eyes flashing with faint ghostly fire. This is the general who once wielded the horn. He is the only one with a physical body in this virtual world ruins. Chapter 69, Broken Steel Knife. The general guarding the gate became the biggest obstacle to entering the temple. We've been observing here for a long time. This temple doesn't have a second entrance. It's basically impossible to sneak in by bypassing it. Jin Jingxiu clenched the steel knife. If we want to get in, we have to kill it. Lu Yin stared at the mummy-like general. Its appearance completely caused Lu Yin to misjudge the virtual world ruins. Now it seems that not all enemies in the virtual ruins are disembodied ghosts. I wonder how strong it is in combat. Lu Yin squinted his eyes and whispered to himself. The enemy is a general. Although he looks a little weak now, he once led the army to fight against ferocious monsters for a long time. The combat experience he has accumulated is extremely terrifying. Fighting alone, Lu Yin didn't think he could crush it. And the most important thing is that once the battle begins, he will not be able to control his emotions well. Once the attack mechanism is triggered, it will attract his personal soldiers wandering around this land. At that time, he and Kanai Hyde will really die without a burial place. In other words, the biggest threat now is still those invisible ghost soldiers. You go and distract it. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin turned to look at Jin Jingxiu expressionlessly. Run farther. If you want to avoid fighting with the other party, this is the best way. Moreover, Lu Yin forcibly invited Jin Jingxiu to become his team member just to let the other party take the risk for him at this time, so he did not feel any guilt in his heart. Jean Jingxiu gritted her teeth, a trace of unwillingness appearing on her innocent little face, but she had to submit in the face of Lu Yan's tyranny. She tiptoed out, holding the steel knife tightly in her hand, as if only it could give her some courage and allow her to have the courage to face the terrifying general. The high tower where Lu Yan was hiding was only a few dozen meters away from the temple gate itself. After leaving the cover, Jean Jingxiu immediately came into the general's sight. Ooh. The heavy, breathing sound like a torn throat echoed on the earth. The mummy-like general suddenly stood up, and his ghost-like eyes flashed with a heart-pounding, murderous aura. Alive. Are you? The reinforcements invited by the king? Are you here to help us defend our homeland? The general's voice was full of enthusiasm, and he seemed very excited. Jean Jingxiu seemed to be frightened. Facing the general's questioning, she stood there blankly, not daring to move. No, you're not. Our king has abandoned us. He's betrayed us. But the next second, the general's emotions were once again filled with anger and resentment, his violence surging like a tide. He won't come back. He deserves to die. Everyone deserves to die. After saying this, the general completely lost his mind. With his arms as thin as firewood, he raised his scimitar and pounced like a beast, full of murderous intent. Jean Jingxiu turned and ran. Lu Yan seized the opportunity and saw the general leaving the temple door. He spread his long legs and ran wildly towards the half-open door of the temple. But at this moment, the general who was chasing Jean Jingxiu seemed to have noticed something and suddenly turned around decisively, and his target was changed to Lu Yan. Did I trigger its priority attack mechanism? Lu Yan's brain worked extremely fast, and he quickly realized that perhaps the general's setting was to prioritize attacks on enemies who intended to break into the temple. Compared to Jean Jingxiu, who had been chased hundreds of meters away by it, Lu Yan was obviously more in line with its attack mechanism. The general moved extremely quickly, crossing a distance of hundreds of meters in just 5 seconds and arriving in front of Lu Yan. This kind of physical fitness made Lu Yan, who was blessed with the title of Wall of the Wilderness, sigh in admiration. Buzz. The air vibrated as the rusty scimitar suddenly came down from a very strange angle. Lu Yan had no time to dodge and instantly swung his spear at the opponent. Following an extremely crisp sound of metal clashing, the scimitar and spear clashed, and an extremely heavy force made Lu Yan's tiger mouth hurt. There is enormous power hidden in the opponent's mummy-like body, and it is definitely not as weak as its appearance. Zing-dang-dang. The scimitar in the general's hand was waving like a hurricane, slashing down from all kinds of tricky and strange angles. Lu Yan only felt his arm numb, and the spear in his palm was almost slipping out of his hand. And most importantly, he felt that he was being watched more and more, and his emotions became difficult to control, and he became nervous and anxious. The invisible ghosts wandering on this land have sensed Lu Yan's emotional changes, and their attack mechanisms have been triggered. Suddenly, a sea of blood and corpses appeared in Lu Yan's sight. He saw countless blood-soaked soldiers charging towards him like a torrent. Facing such an attack, Lu Yan felt extremely small, and the fear in his heart began to be magnified infinitely. A battle axe came towards him. Lu Yan subconsciously dodged to the left, but felt an extremely severe pain in his shoulder. He suddenly woke up and realized that the battle axe he had just seen was an illusion, a virtual image, and his dodging action just happened to cause his shoulder to hit the general's steel knife that was coming towards him. If Lu Yan hadn't been wearing fish scale armor, his left arm would have been removed by now. Fuck. Lu Yan cursed softly, feeling that some extremely confusing images seemed to appear in his brain, and his vision began to become blurred and distorted. He bit the mental stimulating drug that had been held in his mouth without hesitation, and the warm liquid gushed out instantly. Brush. In just a moment, Lu Yan felt that his originally confused mind became clear, and the scenes of corpses and blood in front of him disappeared. Efficient, Lu Yan roared in his heart, and his mental state instantly returned to its peak. Not only that, he felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and he seemed to have endless energy. The second effect of the psychotropic drug is to temporarily increase cell activity and put the body in an excited state. His strength, speed, and healing abilities are temporarily increased. Bam! The mummy general chopped down again, but this time, its extremely fast attack speed seemed to have slowed down a lot in Lu Yan's eyes. Lu Yan reacted very quickly and rolled on the ground to avoid the fatal blow. The spear in his hand stretched out from his armpit like a spirit snake and instantly pierced into the chest of the mummy general. At the same time, Liu Yin saw a flash of cold light again, and a steel knife emerged from behind the mummy general. Jin Jingxiu returned at some point and chopped the general's right arm holding the knife. The blade dug into the bone for several inches but did not cut it off. Instead, it was stuck in the bone gap. Jin Jingxiu's face changed, and he tried his best to pull out the steel knife, but the blade seemed to be stuck in steel pliers and could not be pulled out no matter what. She gripped the hilt of the knife tightly and shook it up and down as if trying to pry open the bone, but a second later, an extremely crisp click sound was heard. The steel knife actually broke in the middle. Chapter 70, Killing. The steel knife broke, and Jin Jingxiu was obviously stunned. And just when she was stunned, the mummy general gripped the spear with his dry branch-like fingers, stepped back, and forcibly pulled the spearhead with tiny barbs out from his chest. Dark body fluids splattered everywhere, and the air was instantly filled with a foul smell of corruption. Damn it! Damn it! The mummy general roared, with a crazy light flashing in his eyes. His waist twisted in a very strange posture, and his scimitar drew a straight line in the air and slashed towards Jin Jingxiu, who was standing next to him. Ah! Jin Jingxiu screamed and collapsed to the ground. The blade swept past, cutting off a large piece of hair. Good opportunity! A cold light flashed in Liu Yan's eyes. Although the opponent's fighting skills were superb, he seemed to be not very rational and would also be attracted by the player's sequential attacks. At this time, the target of the mummy general's attack was Jin Jingxiu, which was a good opportunity for him to take action. Liu Yan, whose cells were stimulated by the psychostimulant, was in peak condition at this moment. He retracted his spear in 0.1 seconds, and the muscles in his arms bulged exaggeratedly, like a giant bow filled with power. Kneel down, Liu Yan roared, and the spear fell with a sharp sound of breaking wind. With Liu Yan's tremendous strength and the easy-to-pierce special effect, the spear tip easily pierced into the left knee of the mummy general. Snap! A teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking was heard. Under this spear, the knee bone of the mummy general was completely shattered, and the left calf was almost completely severed below the knee, leaving only a layer of skin hanging there. Liu Yan could even see the dark yellow bones and bluish-black fascia inside through the wound. Gulp! The mummy general lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. Liu Yan was about to go up and finish off the enemy, when suddenly his brain buzzed and his whole body was filled with coldness, while in his heart it seemed as if a raging fire was burning. This feeling of ice and fire made him feel as if his body and soul were being torn apart. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them all. They all deserve to die. All deserve to die. Countless strange voices rang in his ears, some resentful, some shrill, and some crazy. These voices seemed to possess magical powers, causing the raging fire in Liu Yan's heart to grow exponentially and burn fiercely, almost burning his soul to ashes. The scene of a large number of corpses and blood appeared in Liu Yan's sight again. Death and despair had dominated his mind. It's painful, isn't it? It's painful to endure this torture. If I kill myself, I won't have to endure this pain anymore. Join us. Become one of us. Liu Yan was breathing heavily, gritting his teeth, his whole body convulsing, his eyes filled with blood, and the spear in his hand stopped above the head of the mummy general. But he could never bring it down. Although he tried his best to tell himself to keep calm and took the double insurance of mental stimulants. During the battle, the desire to kill the enemy and the joy of impending victory quietly changed Liu Yan's mentality, causing a crack in his mental state, which was immediately taken advantage of by the ghost soldiers. Moreover, the effect of the mental stimulation potion can only last for 10 seconds. The most important thing is that its effect will gradually decrease over time. This is also an important reason why Liu Yan was subjected to a mental attack. Liu Yan's condition is now very dangerous. Veins are bulging all over his body. His face is distorted, and he looks like he has lost his sanity and judgment. He is currently under mental attack from the virtual world ruins. Once he is completely destroyed, he will become a madman like the young man he killed before. And most importantly, Liu Yan was standing less than 2 meters away from the mummy general. If the mummy general climbed up and swung the scimitar in his hand lightly forward, Liu Yan would not even be qualified to become a madman and would directly become one of the corpses in the pile at the door of the temple. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of armor and blade dragging on the ground was heard, and the mummy general supported himself with his arms and stood up again with an expressionless face. He glanced at Lu Yin, who was in an abnormal state, and chopped him down with a ruthless knife. A foul wind blew in my face. The desperate knife light was icy cold and chilling. When the sound of metal clashing was heard. When a scimitar was less than 10 centimeters away from Lu Yan's neck, a broken knife suddenly appeared, blocking the scimitar's way forward. Jin Jingxiu appeared beside Lu Yin in an extremely strange posture, and the broken knife and scimitar blades in his hands collided, splashing a lot of sparks. She was thin, and it was obviously very difficult for her to withstand the fatal blow from the tall mummy general. Her arms kept shaking and retreating under the opponent's suppression, and the blade of the scimitar gradually pressed towards Lu Yan's neck. At this moment, a very sharp eagle cry suddenly came from the sky. The little white dragon, which had disappeared since seeing Jin Jingxiu, suddenly fell from the sky, and its sharp claws mercilessly pierced into the back of Lu Yan's hand that was not covered by armor. The intense, tearing pain instantly awakened Lu Yan from his highly confused mental state, and a hint of clarity appeared in his eyes that were filled with negative emotions. Without any hesitation, Lu Yan took out another mental stimulant, threw it into his mouth, and bit it, the liquid splashing everywhere. He felt as if a warm current was injected into his body, and the endless weird whispers in his ears and the horrific illusions in front of his eyes were instantly dispelled. Fuck! Looking at the sharp blade, less than 5 centimeters away from his neck, Lu Yin was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He subconsciously raised his knee and hit the mummy general's lower body. Boom! Lu Yin felt as if his knee had hit a block of iron, and felt a sharp pain. What on earth is this thing's body made of? Without thinking too much, Lu Yin kicked the opponent in the lower abdomen again, kicking the corpse general's body back 2 or 3 steps, leaving a space of about 1 meter between the two. Take my spear. Lu Yin swung his spear, aimed at the opponent's throat, and stabbed it with all his might. Puff! Black blood splattered everywhere. Lu Yin did not stop at all. His spear pierced into the general's throat, chest, and other vital parts like a hurricane. Jin Jingxiu, who was sharing the pressure, also reacted at this time. She raised the broken knife in her hand and chopped it on the ankle of the general's only remaining right leg. 1 knife, 2 knife, 3 knife. With 3 consecutive cuts, Jin Jingxiu cut off its tendons. The blade stuck in a leg bone joint, and with a strong push, there was a loud snap, and its ankle was broken at a strange angle. The mummy general fell down like a sawed-down tree. Lu Yin found the right opportunity and stabbed the opponent's eyebrows with his spear with extreme precision, nailing him directly to the ground. A pleasant prompt tone sounded. Ruins record. Player Lu Yin has killed the boss of the LV-1 Ruins of the Empire, General Carl. Chapter 71. Jin Jingxiu. Record. The boss of the LV-1 Secret Realm Ruins of the Empire, General Carl, has been killed. Record. Congratulations to player Lu Yin for achieving the kill, the general achievement. As the pleasant prompt sound rang in the ears of Lu Yin and Jin Jingxiu, their tense nerves relaxed instantly. Lu Yin gasped heavily, and his arms trembled uncontrollably. This was not because of fear, but because of the instinctive reaction of the body brought about by the surge of adrenaline. Kaneko Hyde's smooth forehead was covered in cold sweat, and it seemed that the battle had left her with a deep psychological trauma. If she hadn't reacted quickly when the mummy general turned around and slashed at her with the sword, she would have been beheaded by now. The 2 men sat slumped beside the general's corpse, both feeling like they had survived a disaster. Although the battle with the mummy general ended quickly, and it seemed that Lu Yin defeated it very easily, the danger involved was only known to those who personally participated in it. Battles between cold weapons are never like what is portrayed in TV dramas and movies, where the 2 sides fight for 300 rounds and still cannot determine the winner. The battles that truly determine life and death, victory or defeat, often only take a few seconds. A knife or a sword, stabbing into the vital point, can end the battle instantly. There are no heroes with flying robes and white clothes as white as snow. There are only beast-like thugs who are madly biting their opponents for survival. Lu Yin sat on the ground and gasped for more than 10 seconds. He tried to move his left shoulder that was hit by the scimitar. He didn't feel any pain before due to the dual blessing of adrenaline and mental stimulants. Now, when he moved a little, he felt a sharp pain like broken bones and tendons. The shoulder steel plates of the fish scale armor were chopped to pieces and stained with black blood and dust. It looked tattered and no longer had the brilliance it had when it was first made. But in Liu Yan's eyes, it is much more beautiful than before. No wonder people say that one piece of armor is worth 3 crossbows. In the era of cold weapons, having armor and not having armor are 2 completely different concepts. It is difficult for the enemy to break through my defense. Liu Yan sighed. The fish scale armor on his body has saved him 3 times. The demon ape, the pig-headed man, and the mummy general. If it weren't for this armor, Liu Yan's grave would have been overgrown with grass long ago. Although the mummy general also had armor on his body, it had long since become rotten due to the erosion of time, and its protective power was greatly reduced, and it was not enough to block the spear with the easy-to-pierce special effect. We should enter the temple as quickly as possible and take the horn. After a short rest, Jin Jingxiu glanced at the nearby hall and said, "Although the general has been killed, I can sense that those ghostly soldiers haven't dispersed. Moreover, the invisible sense of surveillance is even stronger and more blatantly malicious." Liu Yan stood up. He could indeed sense invisible gazes with strong malice coming from all directions. Just as Jin Jingxiu said, those ghost soldiers did not disappear because of the general's death. Instead, they seemed to become more ferocious. "You're right. Let's clean up the battlefield and prepare to enter the temple." Liu Yan took a look at the corpse of the mummy general. A treasure chest with dazzling silver light was floating above it, making it difficult to look away. Jin Jingxiu picked up the silver treasure chest directly, but did not put it in his pocket. Instead, he handed it to Liu Yan obediently. "This is your spoils of war." Liu Yan smiled faintly. He held the silver treasure chest and looked at Jin Jingxiu with interest. He said, "We killed the mummy general together, and you just saved my life, so you should have a share of the spoils. Give it all to me. Are you willing?" "Like you said, I'm very aware of my situation." Jin Jingxiu smiled bitterly and spread his hands. "I'm already very satisfied to be able to leave the ruins alive. Treasures and the like. I don't dare to hope for anything else. I hope you'll keep your promise and let me go after exploring the temple." Liu Yan laughed. Without saying anything, he casually put the silver treasure chest into his pocket. Jin Jingxiu glanced at the temple gate in front of him, then looked at the broken knife in his hand that had long been broken and full of gaps, and his expression showed a hint of embarrassment. Such weapons cannot be used anymore. She looked around, and then picked up the rusty iron scimitar stained with black blood in the mummy general's hand with 2 fingers. Jin Jingxiu frowned, as if she was disgusted by the stains on it, and wiped it with a rag for a long time. "It looks like it will break at any moment." Jin Jingxiu sighed helplessly, holding the scimitar in his palm and waving it a few times in a formal manner. "But it's still barely usable. Let's go." Jin Jingxiu threw away the broken knife in his hand and strode towards the temple gate. Liu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at her back quietly, and suddenly laughed. "Wait a minute." Jin Jingxiu turned around and asked with a confused look on his face, "What's wrong?" "Throw that scimitar over here. I'll give you a better one." Liu Yan raised the spear in his hand and pointed at the rusty scimitar, a stronger and sharper one. Jin Jingxiu was stunned for a moment. "You're my savior. How could I let you use such a broken sword?" Liu Yan smiled as he opened the manufacturing system and directly produced an excellent grade steel sword. He handed it to Jin Jingxiu and said, "We fought side by side. It's only right that I bleed a little." Jin Jingxiu showed a timid expression and stammered, "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't dare to take your things. That's how it's played out on TV. If I take something from you and turn around, you stab me. Are you going to kill someone to silence them?" Jin Jingxiu's eyes turned red and his whole body trembled. His pure and innocent appearance and expression easily aroused people's pity. Chapter 72, Trap. I really don't want your things. All the treasures in the ruins belong to you. The treasure chest is yours, and the horn is yours too. Jin Jingxiu bit his lower lip lightly and stepped back tremblingly. Even the hardest-hearted man would be melted by her look. Liu Yan showed an extremely complicated smile on his face. He put the steel knife into the back of his backpack, stared at Jin Jingxiu, took a deep breath, and asked in a very serious tone, "I say, how long are you going to keep pretending?" Jin Jingxiu looked confused. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Liu Yin finally lost his patience. He raised his spear and assumed an attacking stance, speaking again, word by word. I say, stop pretending to be so harmless and ignorant. There's no such thing as a bullshit horn commanding the undead soldiers in the temple. The real treasure in this ruin is the scimitar in your hand, right? Quiet. Dead silence. After Liu Yin said this, Jin Jingxiu seemed very surprised. Her expression was also very interesting. First shock, then grievance, and finally sadness. You stole my things and slandered me. I just saved your life. You are so inhumane. Jin Jingxiu's voice trembled, and big tears rolled down her eyes. Her frail body couldn't stop shaking. If you want this knife, just take it. Jin Jingxiu held the scimitar across his body in a fit of anger, pretending to hand it to Liu Yin. Stand there and don't move. Liu Yin suddenly shouted and almost thrust out with the spear in his hand. Drop the knife on the ground. At this moment, he was even more wary of Jin Jingxiu than when he was facing the mummy general. Jin Jingxiu stood there in a daze, as if he was frightened. Liu Yin looked at her expressionlessly, his eyes never leaving her for even a second, and repeated again, throw the knife. On the ground. Silence. It was a long silence. Jin Jingxiu raised his head and looked at Liu Yin for more than 10 seconds. Finally, the aggrieved, helpless, confused, and frightened look on her face disappeared, replaced by the purest calmness. No, it's better to say it's indifferent and indifferent rather than calm. A long sigh sounded. Jin Jingxiu stared at Liu Yin with complicated eyes and opened his lips slightly. Can I ask how you saw through it? Yes, ever since Liu Yin entered the ruins, or, to be more precise, since he came into contact with Jin Jingxiu, he has been led by the other party. He thought he was the one who held the initiative, but in fact, until the death of General Mummy, he had been trapped in Jin Jingxiu's trap and had not escaped. To be honest, I didn't realize you were playing me at all at first. After seeing Jin Jingxiu's transformation, Liu Yan's suspicions finally came true. He clenched his spear and said, your appearance is truly deceptive. No one would have thought they would be fooled by you. I guess from the moment that crazy player showed up, I walked into the trap you set. You said you teamed up with that player, came to the temple together, and were attacked by ghost soldiers. This must be true. Liu Yan began to recall the scene of his first meeting with Jin Jingxiu. But from then on, the whole trap began. You collected the body of that player and deliberately acted weak, just to make me think you were a timid but kind person. As for that parchment scroll that records the history of the ruins, I guess you deliberately let me see it to pique my interest. You're forcing me to team up with you and go to the temple together to kill that mummy general. Every player has his own item grid. If Jin Jingxiu really values the parchment scroll, why doesn't he put in the grid? Moreover, Jin Jingxiu had already made it very clear that she wanted to leave the ruins. Since she was leaving the ruins, the parchment scroll that she had already read was no longer useful. Why did she express such reluctance when Liu Yin wanted to snatch it? Liu Yin didn't think too much about it at first, but now thinking back, the other party might have deliberately used this method to make Liu Yin notice the preciousness of the parchment. After reading the parchment, the rest of the things fell into place. Players enter the ruins to explore, definitely for the treasure. And who can resist the temptation of a treasure that can command ghost soldiers? Liu Yin is also an ordinary person. He will definitely be tempted. That parchment scroll is fake, right? It must have been forged by you, Liu Yin asked with a smile. Jin Jingxiu was silent for a moment, then took out another parchment scroll from the inventory and opened it. The murals on this new parchment were mostly the same as the ones Liu Yin had seen before, except for the token that the king gave to the general. On this parchment, the general did not receive a trumpet from the king, but a scimitar. And it was this scimitar that later awakened the ghost soldiers. The history book that Liu Yin had seen before was indeed a fake that was copied almost 1:1 by Jin Jingxiu, except for the change in the appearance of the token. Go on. Jin Jingxiu stared at Liu Yin with interest. Until now, she still didn't know how Liu Yin saw through her disguise. After reading the parchment scroll, you came to the temple with me as a prisoner and cooperated perfectly with my commands. Later, during the battle with the mummy general, you not only saved my life, but also voluntarily handed over the silver treasure chest. This kind of behavior is enough to make everyone no longer wary of you, and may even lead to feelings of guilt and a good impression of you. Liu Yin continued, and your weapon broke during the battle. Later, when cleaning up the battlefield, you didn't want anything but picked up the boss's broken sword to keep for yourself. This is not excessive at all. Everything seems to make sense. It could be said that the whole plan is perfect. But how did Liu Yin see through it? Jin Jingxiu stood there, quietly waiting for Liu Yan's answer. But here's the problem. Liu Yin pointed at the corpse of the mummy general and said, "As a captive, a cannon fodder forced to explore the way, you didn't run away when I was fighting the boss, but instead came back to save me. This is too abnormal. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. So when I saw you saving me, I immediately began to speculate on your intentions, and ultimately came to the conclusion that your previous appearance of weakness, helplessness, and a desire to escape was absolutely fake. You came to the temple with me for other, more important reasons." Jin Jingxiu was stunned for a moment, her expression very strange. "I didn't expect this to arouse your suspicion, but facing the benefactor who saved your life, wouldn't a normal person be filled with gratitude? Let the excitement and gratitude of surviving a disaster overwhelm your mind, and attribute all the Savior's unreasonable behavior to kindness." Liu Yin laughed. "Sorry, when I think about something, I tend to assume people have bad intentions first, because in this world, there are always more bad people than good people." Jin Jingxiu sighed. "Just because of such a small mistake, you doubt your savior? You gao gao." In the wilderness, any mistake in a small detail can lead to a fatal crisis. Just one abnormality is enough. Liu Yin stared at Jin Jingxiu and slowly turned the spear in his hand. "After realizing this, I've been keeping an eye on your movements. Later, when I realized you really didn't want anything and just picked up that scimitar, I understood everything. The items in the ruins themselves do not display their attributes. They will only manifest after being taken out. Therefore, Liu Yin was not sure whether the treasure in the ruins was a horn or something else. But after seeing Jin Jingxiu's reaction, Liu Yin understood everything. And most importantly, during the battle, even I was attacked twice by ghost soldiers, but you didn't react at all. This shows that your emotions and mental strength far exceed the scope of normal people. This is definitely not something a weak and kind-hearted naive person can possess." Liu Yin raised his spear. "This proves that you are definitely not an ordinary person." After hearing Liu Yan's words, Jin Jingxiu applauded, and a trace of sincere praise appeared on his handsome face. "Excellent, wonderful. You are really smart. But have you ever thought about this? I dare to take such a big risk to plot against you in the dangerous ruins. Where does this confidence come from?" After saying this, Jin Jingxiu changed the way he held the knife, changing from holding the knife with his forehand to holding it with his backhand, with his body half crouched. He looked like a cheetah, which looked very strange, but revealed an extremely dangerous aura. It was like a beast that had shed its sheepskin disguise and was rubbing its claws, ready to attack at any moment. "I went through so much trouble just to lure you over here willingly to fight the boss. Actually, it's not that I don't have the confidence to kill it, but I just want to minimize the danger and physical exertion." Jin Jingxiu's fair and innocent face showed a contemptuous smile. He hooked his finger at Liu Yin and said, "Now I say the same thing to you. It's not that I can't kill you, I just don't want to get into a conflict with you and get hurt. But since you see through me, there's nothing I can do. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I've been serving in the Pentagon Special Forces and have been training in Gamma for 3 years. It's the fastest and most unstoppable killing technique in the world. It allows me to use every part of my body to kill. I've killed more than 3 digits of enemies. The fastest time was when I broke the enemy's neck in just 3 seconds. That guy was a little taller than you. I've seen too many dead people. My mental strength and emotional stability have long surpassed those of ordinary people by several times. So how could a ghost soldier of this level possibly affect me?" Jin Jingxiu smiled brightly, and the scimitar in his hand turned like a poisonous scorpion tail needle. "Finally, I will give it to you with your words. When the strong are still willing to disguise themselves, the weak had better not expose them. Otherwise, the strong will tear their faces apart and make the weak die miserably." Jin Jingxiu roared fiercely and attacked like a violent wind. His posture is even more powerful than the previous mummy general. Liu Yin stood there motionless. He suddenly dropped the spear in his hand. Jin Jingxiu's eyebrows are slightly furrowed. "What does Liu Yin mean? Have you given up resistance? You're talking nonsense." Liu Yin pulled out a flintlock rifle from his arms, aimed the muzzle at Jin Jingxiu's brow as she rushed towards him, and asked seriously, "I only have one question for you. You're so awesome, your head. Is it bulletproof? Chapter 73, Preparing to Leave. You're so awesome, your head. Is it bulletproof? Lu Yin asked in a very calm tone. Jin Jingxiu's rushing figure suddenly stopped, and his legs stopped instantly, as if they had taken root. His expression showed a hint of surprise and astonishment, and his eyes were completely focused on the flintlock rifle in Lu Yan's hand. The pitch-black muzzle of the gun was aimed at Jin Jingxiu's eyebrows, and the distance between the two sides was less than 5 meters. Snap! Lu Yin pulled the hammer, and the sound of the spring being tightened was very clear at this time. Jin Jingxiu's throat moved up and down, and the arrogant and contemptuous expression on his face completely disappeared at this moment, turning into a very awkward smile. You, why do you still have a gun? Look, if you had taken out earlier, wouldn't there be so many conflicts between us? After 3 seconds of stalemate, Jin Jingxiu's face was once again filled with a pure and harmless smile. Her attitude changed very smoothly. She took 2 steps back and very slowly placed the scimitar in her hand on the ground. Good brother, if you want it, I'll give it to you. Jin Jingxiu never dreamed that Lu Yin actually had a flintlock rifle hidden on him. The appearance of this thing was equivalent to destroying all her martial arts skills. Don't believe the plots in TV dramas where special forces and martial arts masters dodge bullets or use cold weapons against firearms. Those are all to cater to the fantasies of the audience and to create a nearly science fiction-like scene for the sake of visual beauty. In a 1v1 situation, unless you can get within 3 steps of the gunman, it is absolutely impossible to fight against a gun with a cold weapon. No matter how fast a person is, he can never be faster than a bullet. Although some experts can indeed predict the time when the bullet will be fired by observing the gunman's movements, the body may not be able to keep up with the movements that the eyes can follow. You can see the other party's shooting movements clearly, but your body can hardly dodge the speed of the bullet. So when facing an enemy with a gun, don't try to do anything fancy unless you're wearing a bulletproof vest or are within 3 steps of the enemy. You will die. I still like your rebellious look just now. Take some time to recover. Lu Yin smiled and shook the gun slightly. Jin Jingxiu smiled awkwardly. She had considered everything very carefully throughout the entire plan, and even considered that if the entire plan was discovered, she could kill Lu Yin with her powerful weapons. In the entire wilderness, in a cold weapon duel, she even has the confidence to compete with Yao Qi, who is number 1 on the kill list. Lu Yin is definitely not her opponent, but the appearance of the flintlock rifle shattered her entire plan, making her feel for the first time that her plan was out of control. You surprised me twice in a row. The first time was when you saw through my plan, and the second time was when you took out the flintlock rifle. Jin Jingxiu sighed sincerely. She really didn't expect that Lu Yin would actually hide such a trump card. According to normal people's thinking, in such dangerous ruins and in the previous battle with the mummy general, a normal person would have taken out the flintlock rifle as a trump card to kill the boss. This was also one of Jin Jingxiu's previous plans. She also wanted to use the mummy general to test Lu Yan's trump card. But unexpectedly, even in such a dangerous situation, Lu Yin still preserved his strength, and after finally taking it out, he directly reversed the situation. You are so brave. Aren't you afraid that you will die at the hands of the boss? Jin Jingxiu asked with some confusion. Of course Lu Yin is afraid of death. He had also thought about using a flintlock rifle to deal with the mummy general. But after discovering that Jin Jingxiu was acting strangely, he forced himself to suppress the idea. To me, humans are always scarier than demons. Lu Yin laughed. When I realized you might have a problem, I was willing to take the risk and leave my trump card to you. It's a huge gamble. But fortunately, my bet was right. Lu Yin smiled brightly. His guess was right. Jin Jingxiu, who is also a human, posed a much greater threat to him than the mummy general. If he had taken out his flintlock and knocked down the mummy general just now, he would probably have become a headless corpse by now. Humans are always scarier than demons. Jin Jingxiu repeated this sentence and nodded in approval. For someone like you to reach the top of the shelter list, it's a well-deserved reputation. Even without outstanding combat power, you can still survive longer than anyone else in the wilderness. Speeches in the World Channel always have avatars and IDs displayed. As a celebrity in the wilderness, Lu Yin may have been remembered by many people for a long time. From the first second Jin Jingxiu saw Lu Yin, she recognized Lu Yan's identity. But this discovery did not make her feel afraid at the time, but made her even more excited. Calculating and plundering a high-level player on the list will give you greater satisfaction and huge benefits. I fell into your hands today. I admit it, Jin Jingxiu said calmly, placing the machete on the ground. We live in the same wilderness, and we will meet again sooner or later. Sooner or later, I will get back what I threw on you this time. Lu Yin asked expressionlessly, do you think you can escape alive and take revenge on me? I don't dare to attack, and neither do you. Otherwise, you would have opened fire long ago. Jin Jingxiu said confidently, flintlock rifles don't have automatic reloading. You only have one chance. If you can't kill me, I will kill you. Jin Jingxiu was right. At this moment, the flintlock rifle in Lu Yan's hands had a deterrent effect far greater than its killing power. Since it is not an excellent grade weapon, it does not have any special effects such as accuracy, and Lu Yan cannot guarantee that he can blow Jin Jingxiu's head off with one shot. If a gunshot hits the opponent's shoulder, forearm, or other non-vital parts, once the opponent starts to take the opportunity to counterattack, you will be in great danger. Lu Yan didn't want to get hurt in the dangerous ruins. Therefore, not firing the gun at this time will have a better effect than firing it. Take out some of the things you have on you, and I'll let you go. I promise not to chase you again. Lu Yan took a deep breath and said, You've been plotting against me for so long. There's no way I'll let you get away unscathed. I even saved your life. Jin Jingxiu was a little unconvinced. That was part of your plan. If it weren't for your deliberate guidance, I wouldn't have fought with the boss so soon. Lu Yan interrupted Jin Jingxiu rudely. Jin Jingxiu was silent for a moment, then cooperated very well and took out some food and items from his item grid and put them on the ground. Then he quickly turned around and ran away. His movements were extremely decisive and light, like a nimble monkey. Lu Yan looked at the other person's back and quickly picked up the scimitar, food, and items on the ground. Then he summoned the dune bike, stepped on the accelerator, and chased after Jin Jingxiu. The distance between the two people is getting closer and closer. Lu Yan held the gun in his left hand and aimed at the back of Jin Jingxiu, who was running. Bang! A gunshot rang out over the ruins. Blood splattered. From afar, Jin Jingxiu's angry roar, tinged with pain, could be heard. Lu Yan, you said you wouldn't hunt me down. You're such a traitor. Lu Yan laughed. Elite. You can condemn me morally as much as you want, and I promise I won't say anything back. Chapter 74. Hunting. No pursuit. Let you go. How is this possible? Once a conflict of interests arises in this wilderness, it will become an irreconcilable mortal enemy. The conflict between him and Kaneki Hyde lies in the scimitar itself. If he is unwilling to hand over the scimitar, then the conflict cannot be resolved. Even if Lu Yan lets Jin Jingxiu go, she will not be grateful. Once she has the chance in the future, she will definitely retaliate with the most cruel means. The most correct approach is to eradicate the problem at its roots. As for the comments about being treacherous, untrustworthy, and cruel, no one really cares about this kind of thing in the wilderness. Buzz. A high-powered dune motorcycle roared in the ruins, with a dragon of earth rolled up under its wheels and billowing smoke and dust floating around, looking hideous and terrifying. In a head-on battle, Lu Yan did not have the confidence to kill Jin Jingxiu, but if the opponent was injured and he had a sand scooter, he could roam around and harass her endlessly, wear her down bit by bit. Phew! The little white dragon let out a sharp cry and suddenly rose into the sky to find Jin Jingxiu's location for Lu Yan. At this time, Jin Jingxiu's left arm was drooping, and a bloody hole appeared on her upper arm near her shoulder. Blood kept flowing out, soon soaking the entire left half of her clothes. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Covering his wound, Jin Jingxiu stumbled into the earthen forts and hid in a corner of the ruins. Lu Yan, you are such a sinister, cunning, and shameless bastard. You fucking... She cursed out every curse word she knew. During this trip to the ruins, not only did she not gain any benefit from Lu Yan, but she also lost some supplies and was seriously injured. This is simply stealing a chicken, but losing the rice. She glanced at the bullet hole on her forearm. The steel ball was not embedded too deep, but it seemed to have just broken a blood vessel. Blood was gushing out at this moment and could not be stopped no matter how hard she tried to block it. Although her physique is strong enough, it won't take long for her body to show symptoms of collapse due to such heavy blood loss. If Lu Yan had caught up with him at that time, it would undoubtedly have been a death sentence. She looked around and found that this place seemed safe for the time being, so she decided to treat her wound first. Quickly, She pulled out a small packet of granular black powder from the grid of her backpack and sprinkled it directly on the wound. She did it very quickly because if she moved a little slower in the case of heavy bleeding, the blood would wash away or wet the powder. Then, she took out the homemade tinder that she had prepared long ago and poked it on the gunpowder. Swish! The dazzling flames and the stench of burnt flesh spread instantly. Ugh! Jean Jingxiu's eyes were bloodshot. Veins bulged on his white forehead and neck. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he kept banging his head against the wall, trying to relieve the severe pain. Using gunpowder to treat wounds is a common method in TV dramas and movies. Many people think that this is to prevent the wound from becoming inflamed. In fact, this is a misunderstanding. Igniting gunpowder to treat wounds is mainly to use the high temperature generated by the burning gunpowder to burn the skin and blood vessels near the wound, thereby blocking it, mainly to stop bleeding. Although the wounds burned by gunpowder can stop bleeding in a short period of time, if they are not treated in time, they will soon trigger a series of vicious reactions. This is an emergency method of stopping bleeding that no one wants to use unless it is absolutely necessary. Jean Jingxiu's whole body was twitching, and she collapsed to the ground for nearly a minute before she staggered to her feet, gasping for breath. She glanced down at the wound on her left arm and found that it had been blocked by charred flesh. No more blood was flowing out, leaving only an ugly scar. She paused for a moment, then looked around cautiously, preparing to leave quietly. Suddenly, a very clear eagle cry was heard from the sky. Without looking up, she knew that her position had been exposed. As the roar of a high-powered engine approached, Jean Jingxiu saw that several earthen forts behind her had collapsed. Lu Yin drove a dune motorcycle and rushed over like a rampaging monster. In front of him, the earthen forts that had experienced hundreds of years of wind and sand erosion were as fragile as a pile of sand sculptures and would shatter with a slight bump. Without any hesitation, Jean Jingxiu turned and ran. A sharp sound of breaking wind came whistling. A pitch-black spear flew out from the smoke and dust. Jean Jingxiu rolled on the ground, and the spear pierced straight into the earth wall beside her. Good opportunity. Looking at the spear, Jean Jingxiu's brain was working rapidly. I just lost my weapon. If I can take the spear and use it myself, maybe I can fight back. Jean Jingxiu was about to reach out to grab the spear, but suddenly her pupils constricted, and she quickly retracted her right arm as if she had noticed something. Bang! A gunshot followed. A penetrating black hole suddenly appeared on the earth wall, less than 30 centimeters to the left of the spear. If Jean Jingxiu had reached out to grab the spear just now, his right arm would probably have been crippled by now. Quite smart. Lu Yan's voice came from the smoke and dust with a hint of praise. He threw the spear out on purpose in order to lure the other party into the trap, but he didn't expect that Jean Jingxiu was quite vigilant. Jean Jingxiu ran for his life, and his figure soon disappeared again. Lu Yan rode his motorcycle and pulled out his spear, then stopped to reload his flintlock. About 20 seconds later, his firepower was reloaded. With the roar of the little white dragon in the sky, Lu Yan once again locked onto Jean Jingxiu's escape location, stepped on the accelerator, and chased after him in an instant. 10 minutes later, Jean Jingxiu was panting and his face was pale. Her physical strength was almost exhausted, but she still couldn't get rid of Lu Yan and Xiao Bailong. In the previous few confrontations, she was covered in wounds again. And most importantly, as her body continued to be injured, her emotions began to spiral out of control. She could already vaguely sense that the virtual world had begun to affect her, and blurry images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood had begun to appear in her sight. Bah! The cry of an eagle was heard again in the sky. A cloud of dust came from behind at an extremely high speed, like an earth dragon. Lu Yan held a spear in his hand with a smile on his face. This smile is so indescribably kind. Jean Jingxiu finally despaired. She was sure that she could not escape from the ruins or Lu Yan's pursuit with her own abilities. She slowly stopped, and a token inlaid with 3 gems appeared in her palm. She looked at the token, and a trace of regret and reluctance appeared in her eyes. Then, she raised her head and looked at Lu Yan in the distance, revealing a look of purest resentment and hatred. Lu Yan, I, Jean Jingxiu, swear I will cut you into pieces. Draw you into pieces. She raised the token in her hand and gritted her teeth. Return order activated. With a flash of light, one of the 3 gems on the token exploded directly. and Jin Jingxiu's figure began to become blurred, like a torn picture in a low-quality movie, and finally disappeared completely on the spot. Chapter 75. The Setting of the Ruins, the Complete Story. Buzz. The four wheels of the dune buggy crushed the ground, speeding from a distance in an extremely brutal manner. Liu Yin saw Jin Jingxiu's figure twisting and disappearing. Although he didn't know the existence of the return order, he could vaguely guess that the other party was now using a forced escape item. Can't let her escape. Beads of sweat appeared on Liu Yan's forehead. If you let an enemy with strong combat power and scheming escape, you will need to be on guard against her revenge at all times in the future, especially since the enemy is a woman. This kind of creature is the most vengeful. Snap! Liu Yan instantly stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The engine roared wildly, and the speed increased a few points again. In the yellow earth, he narrowed his eyes, raised his flintlock rifle, aimed at Jin Jingxiu's position, and pulled the trigger decisively. The steel ball shot out instantly and hit Jin Jingxiu. However, before Liu Yan could cheer, the next moment, the steel ball passed through Jin Jingxiu's body without any hindrance and created a crater in the earthen fort behind him. The steel ball hit only Jin Jingxiu's shadow, which remained in the original place. Her body has disappeared from this ruin. A breeze blew by, and Jin Jingxiu dissipated like a cloud of mist, leaving no trace. Liu Yan stepped on the brakes, and the dune bike slowly stopped. She still escaped. Liu Yan was extremely unwilling, his eyebrows twitching wildly. Although they had only been together for less than half an hour, Jin Jingxiu had left an extremely deep impression on Liu Yan. She was probably the strongest and most cunning enemy he had encountered since entering the wilderness. Even when she was seriously injured, she still managed to escape from his hands. Although she finally used a functional item like the return order, the fact that she was able to hold on with Liu Yan for so long was enough to show her excellence. After being shot by herself, she had been using the earthen bunkers for cover and hiding, using her flexibility to counterbalance the speed advantage of Liu Yan's sand motorcycle. After Liu Yan hit the earthen fort several times in succession, splashing smoke and dust all over the sky, Jin Jingxiu cleverly used the smoke and dust to conceal his figure. Liu Yan even suspected that Jin Jingxiu had deliberately exposed his position several times, allowing himself to crash into the earthen fort to create a cloud of dust that obscured his vision in order to escape Xiao Beilong's tracking. When it comes to utilizing the environment, Jin Jingxiu, who is a special operations personnel, is indeed more experienced than Liu Yan. As an ordinary person, Liu Yan must admit that there is still a big gap between him and some big guys in some aspects. Forget it. This time, if she doesn't die, she will be seriously injured. There is no sterile environment and medicine for surgery in the wilderness. Even if she escapes temporarily, the chance of her survival is very small. Liu Yan muttered to himself. There was a sound of flapping wings in the sky. The little white dragon landed, seeming a little depressed, and rubbed Liu Yan's arm with his head. It's not your fault this time. It's my fault. Liu Yan felt the change in little white dragon's mood and stroked its back with a smile. You've done a great job. You always help me find her location. You're already a very qualified scout. Xiao Beilong, who was originally in a depressed mood because of Jin Jingxiu's escape, became active again after hearing Liu Yan's praise. Liu Yan took out a few pieces of meat and threw them into the air. The little white dragon flapped its wings and caught them very accurately and swallowed them into its stomach. Half an hour later, Liu Yan entered the temple guarded by the mummy general to explore, but apart from finding some silver bowls and plates, he did not find anything useful. Before the former emperor of the temple left, he had taken away most of the supplies here, leaving behind only weapons and armor. However, these things had long become tattered over the long years and could no longer be used. Apart from a scimitar in the hands of the mummy general, the only thing that is well preserved in the entire ruins is the temple itself. Compared to Liu Yan's safe house, the luxury of this temple is simply beyond words. However, this thing cannot be put into the item grid at all. Even the bronze throne and white jade floor in the hall are integrated with the temple and cannot be cut apart at all. Obviously, the most precious and only treasure in this level 1 relic is the scimitar in the hands of the mummy general. In the end, after searching in vain, Liu Yan had no choice but to leave the ruins. Staying here all the time always makes me feel a little creepy. After suffering continuous mental attacks, Although Liu Yin forcibly controlled his emotions and was not attacked by ghost soldiers again, he felt that there were strong, malicious gazes falling on him from all directions while standing in the temple, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. Those gazes were just a few centimeters away from him, very close. If spirits could be seen, the scene around Liu Yin would probably be very spectacular. A large number of ferocious and hideous ghosts crowded around Liu Yin, even trying to stick to his face. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm going to have a mental breakdown. Buzz. The dune scooter was moving very fast and soon arrived at the gate of the ruins. Liu Yin stood at the door and looked out very cautiously. After confirming that there was no danger, he stepped in. As he left the ruins, a pleasant prompt sound rang out. Ruins exploration completed. Completion rate 97%. The exploration rate of the Imperial ruins has reached over 90%, meeting the completion standard. The Hill Empire Ruins Atlas has been opened. The current completion rate is 1/7. Once all are completed, you will receive a huge reward. Hill Empire Secret Ruins Atlas. Imperial Ruins completed. Bloody Land uncompleted. Exiled Emperor uncompleted. Monster Lair unopened. Inheritance unopened. Source of Extreme Darkness unopened. Final Battle unopened. A series of prompts appeared in Liu Yan's sight. He touched his chin and seemed to understand something. According to the previous introduction in the Ruins summary, the Hill Empire is a very grand story with a very long plot. Obviously, the Imperial ruins that I have just explored are only a small part of the grand story of this empire, an entry map. In this wilderness, there will be more ruins connected to the plot of ruins of the empire appearing in the future, completing the story of this complete kingdom. I could also see the descendants of the emperor who abandoned the army in the other 6 connected secret realms. Perhaps I could also witness the battle when the army defended the temple. Perhaps I could even fight those terrifying monsters. Looking at these clues, Liu Yin confirmed a fact. Behind every relic lies a complete world and a complete story. The game divides the world in this story into several or even a dozen independent small worlds according to different levels of danger, which are called ruins. It's like a large copy in the game. You need to defeat small bosses one after another before you can finally connect the plot completely and unlock the final map of the Big Devil. Chapter 76, The Hero's Halo. In the wilderness, yellow sand filled the sky. The blood-red door gradually became distorted and blurred and finally slowly disappeared. Liu Yin took out the scimitar and fixed his eyes on it. Immediately, a line of detailed information appeared. Blood-stained Imperial Sword. Quality, purple rare. Items, weapons, consumables. Number of uses, 3 out of 3. Special effect. You can activate weapon special effects independently and summon 30 ghost soldiers to launch mental attacks on the enemy. Introduction. This is a scimitar that has witnessed the deaths of tens of thousands of people. When you wield it, you can clearly hear the howling of the undead. Liu Yin tried to dance, and suddenly a faint and shrill scream was heard in the wind, like the wail before death, like the most desperate curse. Just listening to this sound, his spirit felt like it was about to collapse. This thing is definitely a powerful weapon. Liu Yin was ecstatic. He himself had suffered the pain of being attacked by ghost soldiers, so he naturally knew how unbearable the pain on the spiritual level was. That invisible attack ignores any external defense and directly tears your soul apart. If the person being attacked is not a specially trained person, it is difficult for him to remain calm and resist this kind of mental invasion. During this trip to explore the ruins, I encountered a perverted enemy like Jin Jingxiu, but I also obtained a scimitar that summons evil spirits. Overall, the gains outweigh the troubles. Liu Yin silently calculated the gains and losses. Except for consuming some gunpowder and 2 mental stimulant potions, this trip to the ruins can be said to be a great victory. Kill the general achievement achieved. After Liu Yin finished counting the spoils, he opened the system prompt again and saw a message that popped up in the ruins before. Zhangjiang. A man's business is to fight in the arena, with the courage of a bear and the eyes of a wolf. If you're born a man, you must kill. Do not let a man's body contain a woman's heart. Killing one is a sin, but killing 10,000 is a hero. Kill 9 million, and you will be the best of heroes. General killing achievement. When players kill general-level monsters or high-level players, they unlock achievements and gain hero halo. This halo increases all of the player's attributes while reducing the courage and willpower of surrounding enemies. The range and effect increase with the number of generals killed. Liu Yin was stunned for a moment, then opened his personal information and suddenly found that his name had changed from the previous pure white font to a red color with a hint of blood. It turns out that I killed a mummy general and ended up getting myself a red name. Hero Halo LV1. Increases all attributes by 3% and reduces the courage and willpower of all enemies within 10 meters by 5%. Looking at the extra line of information below his name, Liu Yin felt quite pleasantly surprised. Although the effect of this hero halo seems to be very weak now, it can be improved infinitely. As the number of kills increases, the effect of the halo will eventually reach an extremely terrifying level. However, if you want to upgrade the level of the hero's halo, the conditions are very harsh. Apart from the general level enemies in the ruins, the rest can only be to kill human players who are also players, and they must be players with the title of High Player. Now, in the entire wilderness, only the 3 players in the top 10 of the rankings have the title of High Player. Including Liu Yin, there are only 30 people in total. Obviously, the purpose of the Kill the General achievement launched by the game system is the same as the previous king of the Wilderness title, both of which are to encourage high-level players to kill each other. Chapter 77. Power Struggles. Heroes Rise Up. After surviving in the wilderness for a few days, Liu Yin gradually came to understand some of the settings of Doomsday game. The designer of this game did not seem to want players to form alliances, especially the more outstanding high-level players. Whether it is the title of King of the Wilderness or the aura of a hero obtained by beating a general, it is enough to illustrate this point. Perhaps in the future, the game will introduce even more perverted settings that divide players. For the human race, cooperation or alliance itself is the fastest way to increase strength. But in this wilderness, the risks and costs of cooperation are extremely high. No one dares to trust strangers easily. Even friends who were familiar with each other in the normal world in the past may become enemies under the abnormal setting of the wilderness. This setting is too perverted. The game doesn't need to create more terrifying disasters. It only needs to constantly divide the players and make them become each other's biggest enemies to continuously increase the difficulty of survival. Liu Yin lamented the perversion of this setting, but also felt that this setting was very genius. Because humans are a tenacious race, from ancient times to the present, humans have overcome countless natural disasters and threats from terrifying beasts. Acid rain, famine, cold snaps, extreme heat. These disasters that would claim countless lives in the early stages will one day be defeated by the players. The only disaster that cannot be eliminated for countless years is the war and conflicts among human beings. As long as there are interests, the players in the wilderness will never stop fighting each other. There is only one title of King of the Wilderness. Who among those high-level players would be willing to be second? So we only need to throw out such a bait, and in the future, the number of players who die at the hands of their peers will definitely be much greater than the number of players who die in natural disasters. Perhaps players can all understand that the game is deliberately increasing the difficulty and leading them to kill each other. But who can resist such temptation? Even Liu Yin felt a surge of joy in his heart, like a tide, when he looked at the attribute increase in his personal information. I don't have the ability to change the game settings, so I can only be the strongest within this setting. If I don't want to become the nourishment for others' hero halo, I can only turn myself into a giant crocodile and devour all enemies that pose a threat to me. Liu Yin put away his scimitar and muttered to himself indifferently. 30 minutes later, Liu Yin returned to the safe house. The flow of time in the ruins was different from that in the wilderness. He had only been in the ruins for less than an hour, while it was already late at night in the wilderness. According to the time displayed by the system, 1 hour in the ruins is equivalent to 5 hours in the wilderness. The time ratio differs by a full 5 times. The last time I entered the White Bear City ruins, the speed of time flowed a little differently, but it wasn't this outrageous. In just 5 hours, all the weapons that Liu Yin had put on the market were sold out. There were even many messages asking if Liu Yin would accept wholesale or large-scale orders for weapons. Liu Yin checked the IDs of those who left comments and found that most of them belonged to the top 10 teams in the power list. It was obvious that after 6 days in the wilderness, the small groups that had formed for survival had begun to prepare to expand their territory and fight for supremacy. there is sure to be plenty of bloodshed in the wilderness in the near future. And Liu Yin, who has the ability to manufacture weapons, will suddenly become the most sought-after figure. At this moment, a message caught Liu Yan's attention. He clicked it, and his pupils contracted instantly. The message board read, Chapter 78, Reward. Among the many messages, one suddenly caught Liu Yan's attention. Someone is offering a high reward for the location of your shelter. Many people have received this reward information. Your situation will be very dangerous in the coming period. If you need to hire a bodyguard, we can provide you with shelter services. The message was signed at the end by the Wilderness Hunter team, the team ranked first on the power list. Liu Yan's heart sank. I'm being targeted? Who is rewarding himself? In an instant, many figures flashed through Liu Yan's mind. The most suspicious one was naturally Jin Jingxiu, who had just had a conflict with him in the ruins, but he quickly rejected this speculation. Because the time of this message was wrong, it was sent before the fight between him and Kanei Shio started. It is impossible for Jin Jingxiu to predict the future and post the reward information in advance. But apart from her, who else has a grudge against me? Liu Yin pondered for a long time and suddenly realized something. The person who offered a reward for him might not be his enemy at all, and might not even have met him. The reason for all this may just be driven by profit. Liu Yin was currently number 1 on the vault rankings and had frequently sold weapons in the trading floor. Anyone could easily guess that Liu Yin had a large inventory of supplies. Killing or capturing him would naturally yield Liu Yan's treasures. Such temptation is enough to make all those who have no grudge against Liu Yin stare at him covetously. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. After thinking about this, Liu Yin sneered twice. The wilderness is a world without laws and rules, and violence is the only factor that determines status. If you want to gain a foothold and develop stably in this wilderness, conflicts between various forces are inevitable. In fact, since the ranking rewards were distributed last night, Liu Yin had thought that he might be targeted, because the ranking announcement mechanism and Liu Yan's arms trafficking plan did not conform to the principle of sleazy development at all. From the moment the ranking was announced, Liu Yin, who was at the top of the list, had become a hot commodity that everyone envied. Liu Yin believed that, in addition to himself, some other lone wolf, high-level players on the leaderboard may have also become the hunting targets of other players. After all, it is much faster to snatch the development results of the advanced players than to collect supplies slowly by yourself. It seems that dealing with this arms dealer is not so easy. Many people are planning to kill me or capture me directly. Liu Yin stared at the signature of the message. Although the Wilderness Hunter team expressed goodwill to him in their message, who knew whether this goodwill was true or false? Moreover, although relying on the protection of others can reduce the risks during the developmental period in the short term, it will definitely gradually lose some autonomy in the future and become a vassal of the other party, just like the relationship between South Korea and the United States before the time travel. Liu Yin doesn't like to look at other people's faces. It seems I need a bloody battle to gain a firm foothold in the wilderness and completely stop those guys who have ideas about me. Liu Yan's eyes were fierce, and he gripped the flintlock in his hand. If you are not ruthless, you can't stand firm. As a figure on the ranking list, Liu Yin believed that no one would dare to put a bounty on the Wild Hunter team, ranked first on the power list, and Yao Qi ranked first on the kill list. After all, his own record looked relatively weak, and among the top 3 lists, he seemed like a soft persimmon that was easier to be taken advantage of. We still need to complete the upgrade and renovation of a shelter as soon as possible. I wonder how Mu Qianqian's drawings are going. Liu Yin muttered to himself. At the same time, inside a natural cave, Mu Qianqian was holding a half-finished shelter design in her hand. The middle-aged man with glasses stood in front of her with a gloomy expression. The young disaster victim who had clashed with the middle-aged man with glasses today sat beside Mu Qianqian and chattered nonstop. What else do you have to consider? Haven't you seen how high the bounty on Liu Yin is in the wilderness right now? He's a piece of fat meat right now. If we don't take it, someone else will. We don't need to engage him directly. All we need to do is deliberately create a small flaw in the design, a weak link in the defense. Once his position is discovered and someone attacks him, we can sell this design flaw for a sky-high price. When the time comes, whether we use this flaw to threaten Liu Yin or sell it to other attacking players, we will gain an unimaginable fortune. Isn't this more profitable than simply selling him a blueprint? Mu Qianqian's expression was extremely conflicted. As she listened to the young disaster victim's words, her heart was in turmoil. She looked up at the middle-aged man with glasses and asked softly, "Teacher Zhang, what do you think we should do?" The middle-aged man with glasses glanced at the young victim calmly, but was met with the other's greedy and crazy eyes like a hungry wolf. Thinking of this guy's shameless yet brutal performance today, he swallowed hard and swallowed what he wanted to say, leaving only one sentence. You decide for yourself. In the wilderness, night has completely fallen, but tonight is destined to be restless. In front of a bonfire, 7 burly Chechen men with thick hair were roasting a yellow sheep. Their movements were extremely rough. In the low temperature of the night, they were still shirtless, revealing extremely exaggerated muscle curves, and they were as fierce as brown bears standing up. "Boss, what do you think of that little fellow named Lu Yan?" A burly man with a brown beard cut off half a leg of lamb with a knife and tore it into his mouth. "Do you think he'll ask for help?" No matter whether he finally asks us for help or not, he cannot escape the fate of being killed or becoming a vassal of other forces. The man called boss by the brown-bearded man was none other than Katalov, the captain of the Wilderness Hunter team, who had once made a deal with Lu Yan. At this moment, he unscrewed a bottle of liquor, took 2 sips, and spoke again. He possesses too many resources and too high a status, but lacks the power, achievements, and influence to match them. He cannot protect his treasure. I estimate that 30% of the people in the entire wilderness are now targeting him, and this number will rise rapidly over time. Faced with 100 enemies with red eyes, even Yao Qi and I would have to run away. And right now, there are definitely more than 300 people in the wilderness who are hostile to him. What do you think he can do in the face of such a large number of enemies? The brown-bearded man raised his eyebrows and asked, "Does that mean he will definitely die?" "The only thing we're uncertain about now isn't whether he'll die," Katarov said. "But if his shelter is discovered, how long can he hold out against the enemies descending from all over the mountains? Want to take a gamble? If the location of his shelter is exposed, I don't think he'll last more than an hour." Chapter 79. The Attitudes of Various Forces. In the wilderness, after a bounty was posted for Lu Yan, many people were discussing his future fate. The vast majority of people don't think highly of him. Those high-level players who think they have the ability to hunt down Lu Yan are ready to make a move and are rubbing their hands, ready to launch an attack once Lu Yan's shelter is exposed. And those ordinary players who are still struggling to make ends meet at this time were also gloating after hearing the news. He's always in spotlight. So now he's in trouble, right? What's the point of hoarding so much supplies? What's the point of building such a well-prepared shelter? In the end, won't we just be making wedding clothes for others? I really hope Lu Yan's shelter can be found soon. I can't wait to see his corpse left in the wilderness. People always like to see people who have better living conditions and stronger abilities than themselves suffer misfortune, no matter whether they are good or evil. Is the jealousy in human nature that is at work. Even if Lu Yan had no grudge against them, and even if they would not gain any benefits after Lu Yan was killed, just watching Lu Yan being beaten down from the altar of the #1 position in the shelter was enough to give these people, who were at the bottom of the wilderness, a perverted pleasure. Human nature is evil. It is fully reflected in this moment. There are really a lot of people who hope I die. Lu Yan looked at the chat content in the World channel with an expressionless face. Many people were very interested in the fact that he was wanted. Some players even started to form groups on their own, preparing to go out and find the location of Lu Yan's shelter and act as bounty hunters. Of course, there are also many people who hope that Lu Yan can survive. This group of people usually consists of small teams on the power list. They have a long-term vision and believe that killing Lu Yan now is an act of killing the chicken to get the eggs. Because right now, the only player who has the ability to mass-produce and sell weapons is Lu Yan himself, and weapons are consumables. Even weapons made of the finest steel cannot avoid damage. If we kill Lu Yan now, we can certainly make a group of people fat in a short period of time. But what about the future? In the future, for a long time, players in the wilderness may face an extreme shortage of weapons. Exploring ruins, hunting mutant beasts, fighting for territory, etc. all require weapons as support. In the absence of sophisticated weapons, players' development speed may be extremely slow. What these small teams want most is naturally to capture Lu Yan and make him work for them. Inside a safe house, Lu Yuan watched the conversations about Lu Yan's bounty flashing through the world channel. Her eyebrows furrowed as she whispered, "This is really troublesome. He's being targeted by so many people. If we want to keep him and recruit him, it's going to be very difficult." "You're wrong." At this moment, a calm voice came from the dark shadows behind her. "The more dangerous the situation he faces, the more likely he is to join us. He is currently at the top of the shelter rankings, on the same level as me. Without external pressure, he would not accept our invitation, as it would mean surrendering to me. But if he's surrounded by a large number of enemies, his shelter is breached, and he's on the brink of death, his pride will be completely shattered. At this point, if we can extend an olive branch to him, I believe recruiting him will be much easier." Lu Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. "You mean we should save him when he's in the most danger? That's a good idea indeed. But once he's exposed, he could be attacked from all sides by an incredible number of enemies. How can we protect him?" In the face of Lu Yuanyuan's worries, the voice hidden in the darkness remained extremely calm. "It's very simple. I'll kill all those in the east first. Kill all those in the west. Then kill all those in the north. Finally, kill all those in the south." Chapter 80 High Temperature. Crash. Crash. Pure groundwater flows into the bucket through the extractor's outlet, quickly draining today's 1,500 milliliters portion. Smoke rose from the stove next to it, and the aroma of rice spread. Although Lu Yin is about to become the target of public criticism in the wilderness, the pressure from the outside world has not crushed him. 3 meals a day are still strictly implemented according to the highest standards. You obtain 30 units of high-carbon steel. You get 10 units of saltpeter. You get 10 units of sulfur. You obtain iron ore. After taking stock of the gains from selling weapons in the trading market, Lu Yin showed a satisfied smile. The materials he obtained in exchange for the sale of 10 ordinary weapons, including the steel alone, were enough for him to make another 30 spears of higher quality. This is a virtuous cycle. Relying on this snowballing method, Lu Yin can expand his advantage to an extremely terrifying level in the future. Of course, the premise is that he can survive. Lu Yin lifted the lid of the pot, and as the boiling steam rose, a bowl of plump rice appeared in front of him. Since today's dinner is prepared in a special way, it is steamed instead of boiled, so Lu Yin specially used wooden sticks and wire to make a simple small steamer that could be used in a stainless steel pot. At first, he was a little worried about whether this thing would deform under high temperature, but it turned out that although this thing looks ugly, it is still very practical. A wooden bowl the size of a human head plus rice and water weighs more than 3 pounds. After half an hour of high-temperature steaming, this homemade steamer shows no signs of deformation. He rubbed his hands and took the big bowl out of the steamer, poured out the remaining water in the pot, added oil again, and threw in the pork slices mixed with ginger slices, dried chilies, and other seasonings. This is the loot we snatched from the pig-headed man today. Lu Yin was unable to bring back all the prey in the full car. He only brought back a few larger and more delicious ones, such as wild boars and yellow sheep, but it was enough for him to eat for a long time. These prey need to be processed quickly, otherwise they will rot quickly in the high temperature during the day, and I need to put other things in my inventory, so I can't let them occupy for long. If only I had a large freezer. Lu Yin touched his chin, staring at the beast carcasses in the corner that looked like a small mountain. Or else, I'll have to make them into bacon. The process of making bacon is not too difficult. It just requires a lot of salt and seasonings. The prices of these two things are not too expensive in the trading market, and a piece of cake can be exchanged for a large bag. But today, Lu Yin didn't want to move anymore. The continuous battles with the pig-headed man, the mummy general, and the battle of wits and courage with Jin Jingxiu have exhausted him both physically and mentally. Now he just wants to have a good meal and a good sleep. Soon, the shiny fried pork slices with chili peppers came out of the pan. Lu Yin sprinkled some salt and pepper on them and mixed them evenly, then picked up a piece of meat and started chewing it. Suddenly, a spicy, salty, and fragrant smell rushed into my mind. At this moment, he didn't want to think about anything. He just wanted to bury his head in his food and fill the emptiness in his stomach with food. Day 6 in the wilderness. Lu Yan's accommodation and food standards have completely transcended the level of survival and reached the level of life. The 7th day of Doom. You've hatched a pet egg. Now you have a companion in the wilderness. You'll never feel lonely again. Survival points increased by 10. You and your pet fought together for the first time, killing 4 coyotes. While your tactics were a bit clumsy, this was a great start. Survival points increased by 10. You discovered a new intelligent creature, fought it, and defeated it. Survival points increased by 50. You obtain a generator and a vegetable culture medium, which will greatly improve your living standards. Survival points increased by 30. You created a level 2 weapon. Survival points increased by 20. You obtain a dune bike, greatly improving your exploration and escape speed. Survival points increased by 10. You explored the ruins and successfully defeated the opponent, obtaining the most precious treasure in the ruins. Survival points increased by 50. You unlocked the Kill the General achievement and successfully obtained the Hero Aura. Survival points increased by 20. You have a bounty on your head, and many people want to kill you and take your wealth. Your name has resounded throughout the wilderness, known to everyone. Everyone wants to meet you and express their heartfelt enthusiasm to you. Survival points increased by 80. This rating, a special item reward. Upgrade scroll, multiplier 1. Survival point reward, 280. In the early morning, the first thing Liu Yin did when he opened his eyes was to start his daily assessment. After a series of information statistics were completed, his survival points soared again, reaching 528. I didn't expect the highest score will be the fact that I'm being rewarded. Liu Yin looked at the evaluation information with a mixture of laughter and tears. He had fought enemies in the mountains and ruins, walking on the brink of life and death. But he had no idea that in the eyes of the system, it was worthless. It seems that the bonus points in the system evaluation are mainly based on popularity. The more attention I get, the higher the bonus points in the daily evaluation. It seems the system is forcing me to keep causing trouble. Liu Yin smiled bitterly. Although this did not fit in with his low-key personality, things had come to this point, and it seemed that he had no choice. Once the rankings were announced, I could no longer keep a low profile. In that case, why not change our previous style of doing things and do some big things? Upgrade coupon. A disposable consumable item that can be used to upgrade low-level items without consuming any survival points or materials. Liu Yin once again looked at the special reward issue today. It was a golden scroll, and its function was very simple and crude, which was to upgrade the item on behalf of the system. But what does this low-level item include? Liu Yin pondered for a moment. He looked intently at the flintlock rifle beside the bed, and immediately 2 messages popped up. Upgrade Direction 1. Increase rifling and improve shooting accuracy. Upgrade scrolls available. Upgrade Direction 2. Improve quality and reduce the risk of explosion. Upgrade coupons can be used. Level 2 weapon can be used. Liu Yin paused for a moment, then turned to look at the generator next to him. Upgrade Direction 1. Upgrade fuel conversion. Survival points, 300. Upgrade scrolls, unavailable. Upgrade Direction 2. Upgrade scrolls, unavailable. The generator is not working. The range of low-level items, probably the products before the electric age. Liu Yin made a rough guess. He tried to select a few items and found that armor and stoves could be used, but walkie-talkies, VCDs, vegetable culture media, and other items could not be used. This discovery confirmed his guess. Generally speaking, this upgrade scroll is worth about 100 survival points. After counting today's rewards, Liu Yin opened the world channel as usual and immediately saw a large number of players frantically refreshing the screen. Lu Mingwei, holy crap, why is it so hot today? It's only 8 o'clock, and the air temperature has already soared to over 48 degrees Celsius. If it waits until noon, it will definitely be around 60 or 70 degrees, right? Lin Feng, today's UV rays are incredibly strong. I just went out for a walk and my skin got sunburned. Luin, the spicy guy next door, this shabby environment really doesn't allow people to survive. In the World Channel, a group of players were cursing about the strangely high temperature today. In fact, Lian also noticed some signs. He had been sweating all over since a while ago. The temperature in the dark and cool underground shelter was 4 or 5 degrees higher than usual. The soft morning sunlight that usually shone through the crack in the door now became a little harsh. After the heavy rain, will there be high temperatures? Lu Yin whispered to himself. This was not good news for him, because high temperatures would accelerate the decay of animal carcasses. He had to get rid of the prey as soon as possible, otherwise the shelter would become a stinking corpse pit. Just when Lu Yin was planning to purchase some salt and pickling seasonings at the trading market, a player's speech in the World Channel once again attracted his attention. Wang Quan. The quality of the Yinwang people is truly terrible. They curse and swear all day long over trivial matters. In terms of quality, the Yinhuang people should really learn from the people of Sakura. Koizumi Kinhito. Mr. Wong is right. Our Yamato people are truly a highly educated and advanced people. Please allow me a few minutes of your time to share some of our culture. Lu Weiming. You ride. You ride. Lin Feng. You little idiot. You fucking idiot. Lewin. Fuck you, you traitor. Although they were in the wilderness, and everyone was fighting among themselves, the players from the Yinhuang nation were surprisingly unanimous in their attitude towards the Sakura country, and they immediately scolded Wang Quan. There was a quarrel in the World Channel. Soon, players from the Sakura country and the Korean country also joined the debate. About 3 minutes later, Wang Quan, the protagonist who caused this street-swearing war, spoke again. Wang Quan. Huh. You're complaining nonstop just because the temperature is only 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, blaming the weather and the people. That's just how Chinese people are. Wang Quan. Look at the land of cherry blossoms. On August 6th, 1945, the weather in Hiroshima turned sunny before a mushroom cloud appeared, and the temperature reached 6,000 degrees Celsius. That day, not a single person among the 170,000 people in Hiroshima complained about the heat. That's what you call a highly educated citizen. Chapter 81. Every meal is full. Lu Weiming. I've already drawn my sword. Even if they're friendly, they'll have to take a blow from me today. Lin Feng. I have a lot of acquaintances in Sakura country. Barbecue Masterly May. Lewin. Although I was born in Yinhuang, my heart has always longed for the land of cherry blossoms. Only in that land can my life blossom most magnificently. Dong Feng 41. Koizumi Kinhito. Ride. In the World Channel, Wang Quan's sudden reversal successfully set a new pace for many players, and the sound of ridicule quickly filled the screen. When Lu Yin found that he did not obtain any useful information in the World Channel, he decisively closed it. Then, he opened a trading market and bought a large amount of salt, star anise, straw, and other materials for making smoked bacon at the price of spear. 10 kilograms of coarse salt, 10 kilograms of peppercorns. Lu Yin counted the marinade ingredients one by one, then dragged out the body of a wild boar, came to the shade of a poplar tree not far from the safe house, and began to prepare to gut it. He had seen others handle live pigs before, but this was his first time, so his technique was a little unfamiliar. He spread a layer of leaves on the ground, and used extremely luxurious high manganese steel to make a high-quality machete with the special effect of easy to cut, and used the blade to easily break open the wild boar's belly. An extremely strong smell of blood hit my face, and colorful organs flowed out from the wound. Lu Yin suppressed his nausea and slowly emptied the wild boar's stomach, throwing the internal organs aside. The whole process took more than 2 hours. After doing all this, Lu Yin lit a fire in the increasingly high temperature, burned all the hard hairs on the wild boar's body, and then began to cut the meat on the cutting board made of leaves. Because he was worried that he would not be able to process all the prey in a short time, and the meat would spoil, Lu Yin only kept the most essential and best-tasting shoulder blade, tenderloin, and rump meat from the wild boar, as well as some fat belly from the abdomen, with a total weight of no more than 30 kilograms. As for the internal organs, Lu Yin only retained the heart and liver. As for other parts of the meat, Lu Yin hung them on the market and sold them. While Lu Yin was doing all this, the bored little white dragon was wandering around here. Suddenly, its eyes lit up as if it had discovered something, and it flapped its wings and flew over suddenly. Soon, a series of canine-like howls came from a bush in the distance. The grass leaves swayed, and a puppy about 30 centimeters long ran out in panic. The little white dragon was chasing it slowly from behind, swooping down from time to time and knocking the puppy to the ground. As the overlord of the sky, the little white dragon is not as aloof as it looks. In fact, it is very playful, just like a child. Even when it is not hunting, it will chase rabbits and mice to bring some fun to its boring life. This is the fundamental manifestation of the law of the jungle. The life and death of the weak are worthless in the eyes of the strong. At most, they are just a way to pass the time. The puppy was covered in dust and kept whining. It seemed as if it was overwhelmed by panic and ran straight towards Lu Yin. At this time, the little white dragon seemed to be tired of playing and opened its sharp claws to grab the puppy's head. Just a second before the deadly claws pierced into the puppy's body, A large blood-stained hand suddenly stretched out, grabbed the fur on the back of the puppy's neck, and lifted it up. It was Lu Yin. "Why is there a dog here?" Lu Yin tilted his head and looked at the puppy in his hand, feeling a little confused. This little guy has gray-black hair all over his body, strong limbs, and is very wild. He is being held in the hands of Lu Yin, who is dozens of times his size, and he is still resisting. The puppy struggled desperately and tried to bite Lu Yin's fingers with its mouth full of sharp little teeth. "No, this looks like a wolf." Lu Yin frowned as he looked at the little thing, and suddenly it came to his mind that when he was flipping through the primary resource atlas before, it seemed to be recorded that there was such a creature living near a certain resource. He wiped the blood off the little thing, took out the illustrated book, and found the page he had seen according to his memory. Soon, some information came into view. White grass. Primary resources, medicines can treat bleeding, wound inflammation, and other symptoms. Place of production, XX. Potential danger, northern magnesium gray wolf pack. There are two pictures on this page of the picture book. The first one is by Xiang Cao, and the second one is a photo of the northern magnesium gray wolf pack. Among a group of huge giant wolves, there are several little wolves that look exactly like the puppies in his hand. It's really a big bad wolf. Lu Yin couldn't help but blurt out. The northern gray wolf is different from the coyote he killed yesterday. It is the largest wolf in the world. An adult can reach up to 2 meters in length and weigh more than 80 kilograms. It is a standard large beast. If converted into combat power, an adult northern magnesium gray wolf can easily kill 2 Tibetan mastiffs, and more than 5 of them can compete with top predators such as brown bears and cougars. In the world of the past, they were the undisputed top of the food chain. Is there a pack of wolves nearby? Lu Yin looked at the little wolf, and his heart sank. This kind of wolf is ferocious and has strong fighting ability. If there is a group of such beasts near your safe house, it will indeed be a headache. Xiao Belong and Lu Yin were in tune with each other. After sensing his worry, he immediately took off into the air and patrolled the area. About 30 minutes later, Xiao Belong returned again and brought a message. No trace of wolves was found within 10 kilometers of this area. Could it be that this little guy has been abandoned by the tribe? Lu Yin felt relieved. He looked at the little wolf, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He picked up a piece of wild boar meat cut into finger-sized pieces and slowly handed it to the little wolf's mouth. The smell of blood seemed to stimulate the little wolf's primitive genes, or perhaps because it was too hungry, the little wolf immediately bit the piece of meat and began to devour it. It only took a few seconds for the piece of meat to be swallowed into its stomach. He cut off another piece of meat and threw it to the little wolf. The little wolf moved very quickly, chewing it a few times and then swallowing it. Then, it looked at Lu Yin eagerly, and its resistance was no longer fierce. Lu Yin put it on the ground, and it no longer ran away, but just licked the tip of its nose with its tongue from time to time, as if expecting something. Lu Yin laughed and picked up another small piece of skin and waved it in front of the little wolf, like a weird uncle who abducted ignorant children. "Will you come with me? If you're willing to follow me, you can eat as much meat as you want." The little wolf looked at Lu Yin and became a little wary, but in the end he couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. He walked towards Lu Yin step by step and began to lick his fingertips. Lu Yin patted the little wolf's head with great satisfaction. "Little thing, remember my name. My name is Full Meals." Chapter 82, Design Drawing. The little wolf cub was obviously very hungry. He ate 7 or 8 strips of meat in a row until his little belly was bulging. In fact, when Lu Yin saw this little guy for the first time, he wanted to drive it away or kill it directly, but soon, Lu Yin changed his mind. He wants to tame this little wolf cub, just like the group of pig-headed people taming coyotes we met in the mountains yesterday. In this wilderness, many human players are eyeing Lu Yin, wanting to kill him and take away everything he has now. Even if Lu Yin can temporarily rely on advanced weapons to crush the enemy's attacks, he will eventually get tired and slack off. If he has to be on guard against enemy invasions all the time and keep his spirits highly tense, even Iron Man will be exhausted to death. In the future, he will definitely need to increase the number of members in the shelter to expand his combat effectiveness and reduce his pressure. However, apart from Lu Xiaoyu, with whom he has depended since childhood, Lu Yin is unwilling to easily form an alliance with anyone in this wilderness. Human beings are too smart, so sometimes they're not even as stubborn and loyal as wild animals. Even if there may be his old friends and acquaintances among the second or third batch of players in the future, Liu Yin would not dare to trust them easily. In the face of interests, many friendships that you think are firm may be vulnerable. Liu Yin had witnessed and experienced some similar incidents in the past, so he became more determined in his thoughts at this time. The more I interact with people, the more I like animals. Liu Yin did not intend to recruit human members to his shelter until he had established an interconnected and irreplaceable chain of survival, or possessed a particularly strong combat capability capable of suppressing all rebellions. At least when faced with the temptation of interests, wild beasts will not betray the masters who raised them for a better living environment or a higher status. But most humans will. Little thing, are you willing to come with me? Liu Yin stood up with the cut wild boar meat and hooked his finger at the little wolf cub. Although it was only around 10 o'clock in the morning, the temperature had already soared to over 55 degrees Celsius. The strong ultraviolet rays were mercilessly eroding the earth. Liu Yin felt like he was in a sauna, sweating profusely. The little wolf cub hesitated for a moment, then happily followed Liu Yin to the shelter. Carrara. Liu Yin pushed open the door of the shelter, and the little white dragon moved very quickly to get in. At this moment, the little wolf cub who had been following closely behind looked at the door, and his eyes once again showed an extremely vigilant look. With its childish thinking, it could only find something similar to this door in the genetic memory inherited from its ancestors. It was a thing called a trap created by some intelligent creatures. Once you go in, it will be very dangerous. When it arrived at the gate of the shelter, the look in its eyes when it looked at Liu Yin gradually changed from the previous trust to a kind of malicious resistance. Its hair stood up, and it tried to look more ferocious. It growled twice at Liu Yin, as if warning him not to follow it, and then turned around decisively and ran towards the bushes where it had been hiding before. What a wolf cub that can never be tamed. Liu Yin sighed upon seeing this, but did not chase after it, but let it escape. Taming a wild beast is not an easy task, and if you are too hasty, the effect may be counterproductive. Whether the little wolf in front of us was separated from its tribe or abandoned by its parents, it must be in a state of extreme panic and anxiety. It is like a child separated from its parents, facing a strange world and strange creatures. It doesn't know where to go or who to trust. Whether it is a cub or a child, they are very fragile and sensitive creatures, especially when they are separated from their parents and face a new environment alone. At such times, often a person's action or words will have a huge impact on them. They will use this to judge whether you are friendly or malicious. Liu Yin had fed it before, which made it feel friendly, so it followed him. But when it saw the door of the shelter, it felt a little scared, so it ran away again. This is not capriciousness, but the loneliness, anxiety, and strong desire for self-protection in the child's heart that drives it. Rustling, the little wolf cub squeezed into the bushes but did not run far away. Instead, he squatted in the grass and tried to cover his body with the grass. He stuck half of his head out and stared at Liu Yin's every move. Seeing the little wolf cub's posture, Liu Yin thought of a very appropriate idiom. Dog is sneaky. Obviously, although the door of the shelter made it feel a little scared and uneasy, Liu Yin's previous behavior of feeding it meat strips still made it trust and have a good impression. With this contradictory mentality, the little wolf cub hid in the grass, ready to continue observing Liu Yanyabo. If during this period, Liu Yin did anything that made it feel frightened or disgusted, it would run away immediately. Although I may not be able to escape. On the contrary, the little wolf cub will completely let down his guard and become the third member of the shelter. Little thing, you're quite thoughtful. Liu Yin breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He turned and walked into the shelter. He made a bowl out of wood, filled it with rainwater, and placed it at the door, then closed the door. The wolf cub squatted in the bushes for a long time. The intense heat and thirst made it crave water. Its eyes were fixed on the water bowl at the entrance of the shelter, and it licked its nose continuously. Liu Yin closed the door of the shelter, and the scorching ultraviolet rays were isolated outside the heavy stone wall, and a cool feeling that was completely different from the outside world came over him. He did not continue to pay attention to the wolf cub, but put the cut pieces of meat into a wooden barrel, mixed them with salt and spices, and then placed them in a vent to dry. After 2 hours of hard work, Liu Yin was certain of one thing. He simply couldn't handle all the prey before they rotted. So after thinking for a moment, He chopped off some parts of the body that tasted better and were easier to prepare, such as lamb legs for preservation, and put all the meat and fur from other parts of the body on the trading market, and the price was still various metals, gunpowder, and other raw materials. After doing all this, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Just as he was about to take a break, a private message came. Mu Chantian, hello, Lu Shun. The design for the power shelter you commissioned us to draw is complete. Please check it out. If there are no problems, we will complete the transaction as soon as possible. Mu Chantian, send a flash photo. Chapter 83. Mu Chantian's 2 design drawings. A flash photo appeared in the private chat interface. Lu Yin clicked it casually, and immediately a design draft with extremely rigorous and clear painting appeared in front of his sight. This design draft is divided into 5 parts, showing from several directions including side section, bird's eye view, and diagonal view. In some special locations, the functions, optimal wall thickness, latest construction materials, etc. were carefully marked. Although I haven't looked at it in detail, I can tell from some details that the other party has definitely put their heart into it. This design drawing can basically meet all of Lu Yan's requirements. The flash photo viewing time has ended. The image has been damaged. As the countdown ended, the design drawings turned into a bunch of blurry mosaics in the private chat interface. Although the flash photo function imitated a chat software in the past world, its settings in the Doomsday game were more rigorous. When flash photography is turned on, you cannot use any of the game's built-in screenshot and recording functions. Even if you use other recording tools such as cameras and mobile phones to shoot, the displayed image will be pitch black. This is also a measure to protect intellectual property in the game settings. If you want to get the blueprint without paying, you have to have an 8-core brain that can memorize all the details on the blueprint within 20 seconds and then draw it 1:1. Lu Yin, I have a few small requests regarding the number of firing holes. Can you add a few more? Ever since a bounty was put on the shelf for the location of his shelter, Lu Yan's desire for firepower has grown. In this design drawing, he noticed that there are 6 shooting holes. Under normal circumstances, this number is more than enough to deal with dangers and turn the shelter into a fortress. But now, facing the malicious intent of nearly 1/3 of the players in the entire wilderness, Lu Yin felt that 6 shooting holes still could not give him enough sense of security. After making this request, Lu Yin thought that Mu Chantian would take the opportunity to raise the price and take more resources from him, because he was now wanted and almost everyone in the wilderness knew about it. Everyone knew that now was the best time to blackmail Lu Yin. But unexpectedly, Mu Chantian not only did not do so, but instead showed extraordinary enthusiasm and actively cooperated with Lu Yan's request to make modifications to the design drawings, almost fulfilling every request. Finally, 2 hours later, a design drawing that completely met Lu Yan's requirements was produced. Ding! Transaction completed. You lost a steel axe? Excellent grade. You get. As the notification sound of the transaction completion sounded, Lu Yin had a blueprint in his hand. He immediately began to look at it carefully and started to prepare various items needed to renovate the shelter. Stone, thermal insulation, the reflector needed for the shooting hole. Lu Yin first searched for various materials in the trading floor according to the markings on the design drawings. About half an hour later, a small mountain of materials had piled up in front of him. Just as he was about to start the renovation, the private message rang again. It's still Mu Chantian. The other party directly sent a normal picture and left only one sentence. Mu Chantian. Hello, Lu Shun. I'm sorry, there are a few parts in the design I just drew that aren't quite right. I've refined it again and made some minor changes. If you're going to start construction, please follow the second version. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. He opened the picture and found that, just as Mu Chantian said, this was a drawing that was 99% similar to the design in his hand, with only 3 or 4 minor differences. This Mu Chantian is quite a craftsman. If she could live longer, she would be someone worth collaborating with long-term. Lu Yin replied to the other party with a smiley face, then closed the private chat interface and saved the second version of the design drawing. Inside the second-ranked Major League shelter, dozens of disaster victims were mining or sweating profusely. The door of the shelter owner Mu Chantian's house opened, and a middle-aged man with glasses walked out, bumping into a young man walking towards him. How is it? Did Miss Mu sell the defective drawing to Lu Yin? The young victim asked hurriedly. I don't know. The middle-aged man with glasses shook his head expressionlessly. You don't know? You drew that blueprint, and you watched their transaction throughout. Now you say you don't know? The young victim asked with a sneer. I drew 2 blueprints this time, one with flaws, one without, and Miss Mu gave both to Lu Yin. I don't know in which order. The middle-aged man with glasses said with a hint of anger. It's possible that the first one was flawed, and then Miss Mu had a change of heart and replaced it with the flawless one. Of course, it's also possible that the first one was flawless, and Miss Mu agreed with you, and then used the second, flawed one to trick Lu Yin. This is really affecting my future plans. Women are such a hassle. It was a simple matter, but they had to make it so complicated. Even if the second version she gave me was defective, it would easily arouse Lu Yan's suspicion. The young victim's face was very ugly. Isn't this crazy? Wang Yu. Just as the young victim was chattering away, the middle-aged man with glasses suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, Do you even know who you are? You're just another victim being taken in by this shelter. Miss Mu is the owner of this shelter. You have no right to point fingers at her or question her about anything she does. Wang Yu was startled by the scolding of the middle-aged man with glasses. He was immediately furious. Just as he was about to grab the collar of the middle-aged man with glasses and beat him up, the door of the safe house in front was suddenly pushed open. Mu Qianqian stood at the door, holding the steel axe she had just traded from Lu Yin, frowning and asking, What's wrong? Wang Yu was stunned for a moment, and then her expression changed very quickly. She put on a smile, and her expression was extremely flattering. Ms. Mu, I'm talking to Teacher Zhang about building a canal. Live in harmony. Mu Qianqian held it in for a long time before finally uttering these 4 words. Harmony, harmony, harmony is guaranteed. Wang Yu naturally straightened the collar of the middle-aged man with glasses, and then walked away with a smile. Seeing him walk away, Teacher Zhang couldn't help but persuade Mu Qianqian. Ms. Mu, I don't think Wang Yu is a good person. If he continues to stay here, something bad might happen. Mu Qianqian waved her hand, interrupting Teacher Zhang. We all come from all corners of the world, so it's inevitable that there will be some rifts and conflicts when we first meet. We all need to be more tolerant. Perhaps over time, we'll discover each other's strengths. Teacher Zhang hesitated to speak and finally let out a heavy sigh. In the distance, Wang Yu, huddled among the victims mining ore, glanced in the direction of Mu Qianqian and Teacher Zhang, a sneer on his face as he muttered to himself. My identity? A disaster victim? Haha. Who will own this shelter in the future? Chapter 84. Shelter Upgrade. Small Fortress Prototype. Since there were only some minor changes between the second design and the first, there was not much difference in the materials used, and the stones and other items that Lu Yan had purchased before were not wasted. In accordance with Lu Yan's previous requirements, the new design divides the entire shelter into 6 areas. Master Bedroom, Combat Center. Second Bedroom, Storehouse, Kitchen, Vegetable Cultivation Room, Hall. Although the Operations Center currently only has a walkie-talkie that can be used for monitoring and a shooting controller that has not yet been built, equipment such as monitoring will definitely be added in the future. One day, this simple shelter will become a militarized base. After looking over the design drawings several times and making sure there were no other changes that needed to be made, Lu Yin opened the shelter interface. Personal Safe House. Level: LV1BB level. Description: This shelter made of stone can effectively resist the attacks of cold currents and beast tides, and has excellent safety. Damage level: 3%. The stone gate was hit by external force. Equipment: stove, groundwater extractor. Looking at the shelter information, Lu Yin opened the Doomsday Survival system again, and 2 upgrade messages immediately popped up in his sight. Upgrade Direction 1. Expand the shelter area and build new usable space in the up/down/left/right direction. Consumes 200 survival points. Upgrade Direction 2. Based on the current host resources, restructure the current space of the shelter and divide it into different areas according to function. This will cost 280 survival points. A blueprint has been detected. Do you want to import it? This will cost an additional 15 survival points. The system is so thoughtful that it can automatically import design drawings. Lu Yin exclaimed in surprise when he saw the parenthetical prompt in the second upgrade direction. Obviously, among the 2 options given by the system, Direction 2 meets the road rock requirements. Although importing the blueprint requires an additional 15 survival points, the most important thing for Lu Yin now is to complete the upgrade as soon as possible according to the blueprint. He could certainly choose not to spend the 15 survival points, but the shelter function after the system's autonomous upgrade might not be able to meet his needs. To be on the safe side, he was still willing to spend a little more. Choose Upgrade Direction 2. Confirm to import the design drawing, version 2. Survival points -280. Survival points -15. After 295 survival points were deducted, the entire shelter was shrouded in a golden light, and a virtual three-dimensional image appeared in his sight, showing the appearance of the shelter at that moment. Design drawings loading. Preloading planning is being carried out according to the design drawings. As the prompt sound continued to ring, the three-dimensional image in front of Liu Yin began to change. The equipment in the shelter also turned into virtual images at this time and began to change positions according to the plan in the design drawing. The positions of the generator, culture medium, and stove have all changed, and wires, steel cables, and other items have been buried in the steel pipes in the wall. 3 minutes later, the shelter shown in the 3D image had changed drastically. He swiped his hand casually, and the image of the entire shelter began to rotate in front of him, allowing him to carefully observe every angle of the shelter from a god's perspective. Really good, Liu Yin exclaimed, his finger slowly pressing the confirm transformation option below the three-dimensional image. The image before my eyes shattered into specks of crystal light. Slight vibrations could be heard from the ground beneath the feet, and the walls within sight were also changing, as if an invisible hand of the creator was caressing this shelter. The various materials piled up like a mountain in front of Liu Yin are disappearing rapidly. In the trading market, he did not purchase all the items required for the blueprint, but the system will automatically complete these things. Of course, it will only consume a few more survival points. According to Liu Yan's guess, if all the materials are met, the survival points required for the transformation may be around 150, but the current consumption is 280. Obviously, the extra 130 points are the price charged by the system for the materials. As the earth shook, the low, soft steps at the entrance of the safe house melted away, replaced by a stone passage with a corner. In this way, the strong sunlight can no longer directly shine into the shelter, and the safety is greatly improved. Even if the stone door is broken from the outside, the enemy cannot directly break into the hall. This corner passage can at least give Liu Yin 3 more seconds to react. 3 seconds, although it doesn't sound long, can mean the difference between life and death. Then the position of the stove and ventilation duct began to move from the center to the corner, making more usable space. The culture medium, generators, and other heavy equipment also floated up from the ground as if they had lost their weight and landed at the positions previously planned in the design drawings. Walls rose from the ground and merged seamlessly into the shelter, dividing the empty shelter into rooms. At this moment, the entire safe house structure has undergone earth-shaking changes. Behind the corner passage of the entrance is a living room with an area of about 28 square meters, which is furnished with tables, benches, and tableware that Liu Yin had previously built. Snap! Due to the addition of partitions, the light inside the safe house became very dim. So Liu Yin lit an oil lamp and observed the facilities inside the safe house by the light of the oil lamp. The partition room behind the living room is the master bedroom. Since it also serves as a combat center, the master bedroom is even larger than the living room, reaching an astonishing 40 square meters. In the corner of the wall, Liu Yin plans to build a container bed with storage function. The space under the bed will be used to store his clothes and bedding in the future. In addition, he will also need a bedside table, a table lamp, and a wash basin rack. These daily necessities in the bedroom are basically enough. Liu Yin turned his head again and looked to the other side. On the right side of the bedroom, corresponding to the bed, is the area of the combat center. Here, Liu Yin will install the main electrical switch of the shelter and the control box for the crossbow firearms installed in the shooting hole. In the future, we may need to add a monitoring screen or a gate controller for the trap. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the power is fully unobstructed. Thinking of this, Liu Yin picked up the oil lamp and looked up at the wall. He saw 2 circular plastic steel openings on the wall above. Some electric wires extended from the left plastic steel tube, and 8 extremely thin but tough steel cables extended from the right tube. Obviously, these 2 plastic steel pipes buried in the wall contain the most important power lines and fire control devices of a shelter. 8 steel cables correspond to 8 shooting holes. As long as Liu Yin installs a crossbow, flintlock rifle, or other firepower on the shooting port, locks the trigger with a steel cable, and finally links these steel cables according to the numbering to a multi-switch valve similar to an electric switch, and combines it with the innate ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. He can sit in the bedroom and control multiple firepower to accurately strike the enemy. This should be considered the most basic military capability of satellite locking and targeted strikes. Chapter 85. Return to the Electricity Era. The second bedroom is located directly opposite the master bedroom and is naturally reserved for Lu Xiaoyu's future residence. Since it only needs to serve the function of living, the space naturally does not need to be too large, only about 20 square meters, and the only furniture that needs to be placed is a bed and a bookshelf. On the right side of the living room is the warehouse, which stores various resources and weapons that Liu Yin has collected during this period. In the future, Liu Yin plans to build several shelves in the warehouse to classify the items and maximize the use of space. On the left side of the living room is the vegetable cultivation room, which is filled with a fuel generator and a vegetable cultivation base. Considering the huge noise generated when the generator is running, high-quality sound insulation materials were specially used when designing the walls and doors of this partition. Although there is still a buzzing sound after closing the door, the volume is already within an acceptable range. Liu Yin walked to the vegetable culture medium and found that the seeds sown yesterday had actually sprouted. In the black soil, some light green broke through the ground. This must be the vegetable culture medium's special effect of easy growth. At this rate, I'll be able to harvest the first batch of vegetables I've grown in 10 days at most. This discovery made Liu Yin extremely surprised, and it was difficult for others to understand this feeling. In a barren wilderness, watching the vegetables that I planted with my own hands take root and sprout is like seeing hope. This means that from today on, Liu Yin has completely entered a state of dietary freedom. Even if a large-scale famine breaks out in the wilderness in the future, Liu Yin will not starve to death due to food shortages. Crash. Liu Yin picked up a bucket of stored rainwater and slowly irrigated the vegetable culture medium with it to complete today's water supply. Now, in order to survive, we can only try our best to grow some vegetables with high yield and short growth cycle. We are not qualified to pursue taste and nutrition. If conditions permit in the future, we can grow some fruits like strawberries and watermelons. Liu Yin swallowed his saliva. Although he did not suffer from food problems after entering the wilderness, so far, the fruits he had eaten were all canned products, and most of the fruits sold in the trading market were wild fruits, which tasted sour and astringent and difficult to swallow. As for those delicious and nutritious fruit trees, they had long been occupied by large herds of vegetarian beasts. In the early days of the wilderness, players simply didn't dare to provoke those wild boars, hippos, bison, and elephants, which numbered over 100. Although these beasts are vegetarians by nature, their fighting power and tempers are not. These creatures attach even greater importance to their territory than lions and wolves. Once they sense a strange creature intruding, they will immediately attack it in groups. Walking out of the vegetable cultivation room, Liu Yin came to the kitchen. Next to the stove was a cabinet-style stone table, which was used to store seasonings and various ingredients. Directly above the stove was an opening for the ventilation duct, which could discharge all the steam and fumes generated during cooking into the safe house through the duct, ensuring safety and keeping it clean. As for the secret passage connected to the outside world that Liu Yin had dug before, a door with a similar color to the surrounding walls and grass was added to the entrance and exit, making it extremely difficult to detect. Next is the shooting hole that Liu Yin is most concerned about. Exactly the same as on the design drawings, the 8 firing holes are located in the 4 directions of the safe house. Using the entire safe house as a template, there is one on the top of each of the 4 corners and one in the center of each of the 4 walls. Next to the firing holes are also inverted Z-observation holes like periscopes, which are enough to guard against enemies approaching the safe house from any direction. But at this time, the weapon mount next to the shooting hole was empty, and Liu Yin had not yet installed the crossbow and flintlock rifle. Liu Yin then spent another half an hour installing the lamp sockets and light bulbs he had just purchased from the trading market on the ceiling of the safe house. These insignificant things were not marked at all in the design drawings. So in the previous renovation, the system did not automatically consume survival points for exchange. Squeak! Liu Yin screwed in the last light bulb and slowly pressed the switch. In an instant, the milky yellow light filled the entire safe house. He took a deep breath, sat on the bench, and looked at the brand new nest, feeling a strong sense of accomplishment in his heart. This ray of light indicates that Liu Yan has returned to the electric age. Chapter 86, Survival is Never Easy. Although the facilities in the house are still very simple compared to those in civilized society, Liu Yan's shelter is already far ahead in the entire wilderness, leaving other shelters far behind. He opened the leaderboard and saw that his shelter score had soared again. Number 1 in shelter ranking. Owner, Liu Yan. Rating, 450. Reason for being number 1. A stone safe house with 3 major systems, partition areas, and equipped with power generation equipment. It offers exceptional safety and comfort. It's the first and only small fortress in the wilderness with a complete power system. This upgrade increased the shelter score by 240 points compared to the first time the rankings were released late at night the day before yesterday. The total score even exceeded the second-ranked Mu Qianqian Grand Alliance shelter by 386 points. The top spot on the list cannot be shaken at all. Looking at the rankings, Liu Yan felt happy, but also a little worried. The information on the rankings is updated so quickly that no one has the opportunity to hide their strength. While being at the top of the leaderboard would bring high rewards, it also came with the risk of information leaks. Too many eyes were watching them, and any new equipment or changes to their shelter would be immediately known to the players who were constantly watching the leaderboards. This creates an unfavorable situation where I am in the light and the enemy is in the dark. After thinking about it, Liu Yan decided not to equip the safe house with firepower for the time being. He decided to keep some trump cards for himself. Of course, not assembling firepower means not installing long-range weapons, such as crossbows and flintlock rifles on the shooting holes, and not connecting the weapons with steel cables. It does not mean not manufacturing them. According to Liu Yan's estimation of the information displayed on the ranking list, as long as he did not install the weapon in the shooting hole, the ranking list would not show that the shelter had the long-range firepower function. Therefore, Liu Yan decided to manufacture the weapons to be installed on the shooting holes first, and then assemble them when the time is right. This can also be regarded as an illusion and a misleading to those players in the wilderness who have been staring at him. As for the choice of long-range weapons, Liu Yan decided to assemble them in the ratio of 4 crossbows and 4 flintlock rifles. Although he now has the ability to manufacture level 2 weapons, and the flintlock rifle far exceeds the crossbow in terms of range and power, it still has a flaw that cannot be ignored. Unable to fire continuously, it needs to be reloaded manually after firing once. Bows and crossbows can fire continuously, such as the ancient Shinho crossbow and Zhuge crossbow. They can be loaded with up to 20 arrows and fire up to 10 arrows at a time, which is equivalent to a semi-automatic rifle in the cold weapon era. Liu Yan's idea is that if the enemy attacks, crossbows will be used to defend against enemies with larger numbers and weaker defenses. The flintlock rifle is used to deal with enemies who are smaller in number but have stronger protection, such as armor and plate armor. Give full play to the advantages of each weapon. Of course, this is just an idealized idea. The actual war situation will not be carried out perfectly according to your plan, and the enemy will not rush in the direction you command and enter the range of the weapons you specially made for them. So if you want to achieve this, you have to prepare some more things. Obstacle. Liu Yan needs to create some obstacles near the safe house so that the enemy's route to the safe house will follow exactly what he has set. For example, if you want some enemies wearing heavy armor to bypass the attack range of bows and crossbows and come into the attack range of flintlock rifles, then Liu Yan needs to dig some half-person deep traps outside the safe house that are out of the attack range of flintlock rifles, or create some areas with wet mud and stones. Because the enemy is wearing heavy armor, he will definitely be oppressed by the weight of the armor itself, which will make his movements inconvenient. Once he falls into a trap, he will need to expend more physical strength than an ordinary person to climb out. The same goes for areas with wet mud and rocks. These terrains are places that heavily armored enemies are unwilling to set foot on. After seeing such terrains, most of them will choose to bypass and choose other locations to move forward. What Liu Yan had to do was to change the terrain and gradually lead the enemy into the firing range of the flintlock rifle. As for those enemies without armor, they're even easier to deal with. If you want to lure them into the shooting area, you just need to lay some thorny bushes and branches around the safe house, preferably poisonous ones. The other party will be afraid of having their skin scratched, so they will naturally choose to go somewhere else. Liu Yan would deliberately leave a relatively easy route for the other party to choose, and this route was naturally within the shooting range of bows and crossbows. As for whether the other party would choose to set these bushes on fire or chop them directly with a knife. If the shrubs are cut down today, the moisture cannot be dried out within a day, and they're basically impossible to ignite. As for using a knife to chop, Liu Yin felt that it was even more impossible. Weapons are particularly precious in the entire wilderness now. If ordinary people want to hunt Liu Yin, they will definitely not do anything to consume the sharpness of their weapons before the battle begins. When there is a passable route, no one would insist on cutting a path. This is a very complicated project that requires a lot of physical effort and time. But survival has never been an easy thing. The players at the bottom of the wilderness are suffering from hunger, thirst, and lack of resources. And the players at the top of the wilderness are not having a good time either. Although they have relatively sufficient resources for survival, they need to be on guard against the malicious eyes around them at all times and beware of those of their kind who are coveting their resources. In comparison, who has an easier life? No one can give the correct answer. Let me see. The materials needed to make the crossbow are... Liu Yin did not waste time. Danger could come at any time. He opened the manufacturing interface and prepared to make the fire turret needed for the shelter. A thin, ragged young man holding a wooden spear walked in the wilderness like a zombie. His expression was dull, and his eyes were filled with numb despair. He hadn't eaten for 2 days and only drank some rainwater he had stored. He was braving the high temperature of 50 or 60 degrees Celsius for 2 hours without catching any prey. His physical and mental strength had reached its limits. When he reached a high ground, the young man suddenly felt dizzy, his feet went weak, and he fell down the slope like a rolling ball. Boom! The man fell heavily into a pit. When the smoke and dust cleared, the young man felt sore all over, and his skin was covered with cuts from sharp pebbles and thorns. Am I going to die? The young man lay in the pit, mumbling to himself. He smiled miserably and said, "That's good. I'll be dead. I won't have to suffer anymore." He closed his eyes, as if quietly welcoming the arrival of death. Under the intense ultraviolet rays, the young man felt his body temperature rapidly soar, but his vitality was disappearing. An unknown amount of time had passed, but when the young man felt his consciousness was about to completely fade away, a very clear whimpering sound rang in his ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a furry creature. His hazy vision slowly focused, and he finally saw the true appearance of the creature. It turned out to be a little wolf cub. At this time, the little wolf cub was staring at him with its head tilted in the pit, showing no sign of fear, but rather seemed very curious. The young man's lifeless pupils slowly came to life. His eyes became fierce and greedy, and his originally dying body seemed to be reinfused with strength. At this moment, the little wolf cub had become a pile of meat in his eyes, a pile of meat that could save his life and fill his stomach. The young man got up and pounced on the wolf cub like a devil. The wolf cub was frightened and turned and ran away. The young man climbed out of the pit, but the next moment his body froze. He saw the direction in which the wolf cub escaped. In that wilderness, there was a stone drainage ditch lying across it, which was extremely conspicuous. Chapter 87 Mu Qianqian's Advice. Crossbows are similar to bows in that they can be made with level 1 proficiency, but compared to simple longbows, crossbows require more materials. In the weapon crafting options, there are several categories of crossbows, namely hand crossbow, mounted crossbow, small crossbow cart. Among them, the hand crossbow is the smallest and most suitable for carrying, but its range and power are also the lowest, and it is not suitable as firepower to guard the shelter. The small crossbow cart was too bulky, the same size as a wheelbarrow and equivalent to a small artillery turret. Its power was absolutely amazing, but the problem was that it could not fire continuously and the reloading time was too long. Taking all the above factors into consideration, only the moderately sized mounted crossbow is the most suitable for Liu Yan's requirements. The size of a mounted crossbow is about 70 centimeters, and it can be equipped with a burst device like a hand crossbow. Most of the crossbow body is made of hardwood, and only the crossbow mechanism is made of bronze or steel. It weighs about 10 kilograms and can be easily carried, disassembled, and assembled by an adult. Mounted crossbow. Required materials: wood X10, steel X3, brass X1, nylon 50 centimeters X2. Manufacturing required proficiency level 1. The materials needed to build a crossbow, steel, and wood, were nothing to Liu Yan. It was just that the nylon rope that served as the bowstring last time was thrown into the pig-headed man forest along with the broken bow. Lu Yin opened a trading platform, searched for nylon materials, and found more than a dozen sales information. Among them, a composite nylon rope is the most expensive. A nylon rope with a total length of 6 meters is sold at a sky-high price for 100 kilograms of meat. In fact, this price is relatively normal in a civilized society because the composite nylon material is extremely strong, and the crossbow uses a high-performance composite bowstring. A rope as thick as a bicycle spoke can easily lift a car. Of course, composite nylon ropes of this strength are also very expensive. A 6-meter rope is enough to sell for thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. But this is the wilderness. Although the heavy rain a few days ago alleviated the players' drinking water problem, most players are still troubled by food shortages. 100 kilograms of meat is enough to meet a person's food needs for 3 months. From the perspective of market demand, the price of composite nylon rope is indeed too high. But Lu Yin did not bargain with the other party, nor did he feel stingy. What he lacked most now was time, and what he lacked the least was meat. There were still many preys that he had snatched from the pig-headed man that had not been sold. He took out half a wild boar and half a yellow sheep very quickly, and then click confirm transaction. You lost 52 kilograms of pork. You lost 48 kilograms of lamb. You get 6 meters of composite nylon rope. The materials have been purchased. Lu Yin selected the manufacturing function with his mind. With the sound of virtual hammers hitting each other, the materials in his inventory gradually disappeared. The steel was melted into molten steel and then smelted into the shape of an automatic crossbow. The wood was also cut and carved into the crossbow body and bow arms. The composite nylon rope is divided into several sections, which are pulled and tightened on the bow arm in turn. Record: the crossbow was successfully manufactured. Lost survival point 1. Gain weapon crafting proficiency 1. A pleasant prompt sound indicating that the item was successfully manufactured rang out, and a crossbow with a cold glow appeared in Lu Yan's inventory. He took it out with a thought and saw that it was completely black with a cold and mysterious aura. Mounted crossbow, excellent grade, multiplier rate of fire. Maximum arrow capacity, 20. Maximum number of shots, 10. Range of fire. When shooting, the arrow's flight speed is 1.5 to 2 times that of a normal crossbow arrow. A series of information appeared in front of Lu Yan. The crossbow body made of hardwood is extremely sturdy, and the simple opener and closer in the center has a large space, enough to accommodate 20 light arrows at a time. Disc rollers made of brass are installed at both ends of the bow arm, and nylon material is tied to the rollers. When stringing the crossbow, you only need to gently pull the stringing hook behind the crossbow to make the rollers rotate to achieve the purpose of easy stringing, which can save a lot of physical energy. In a civilized society, crossbows are controlled weapons. Lu Yin had only seen its operating tutorials on the internet and had never used it himself, so he couldn't wait to experiment with its power. Soon, he made 20 matching short arrows, pushed them into the arrow trough, took out a wooden board as a target and placed it against the wall, then supported the crossbow with his shoulder and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, there was a sharp sound of breaking wind, and 10 short arrows were shot out like a rainstorm. Before Lu Yin could react, all the arrows fell on the wooden board, and the arrowheads pierced deeply into it. It's very fast and very accurate. Lu Yan's eyes were shining with surprise. None of the 10 short arrows that flew through the air missed the target. They all pierced the wooden board about 8 centimeters thick and penetrated it all, leaving only half of the arrow body on the front. Generally speaking, the firing rate and power of a multi-shot crossbow are much lower than those of a single-shot crossbow, but due to its excellent special effects, the initial velocity of the arrow, just now, is definitely not lower than that of an ordinary small pistol. For long-range weapons, the firing rate is often linked to the power. The faster the arrow flies, the stronger its penetrating power is. This is the most basic physics knowledge. The power of this crossbow definitely exceeded Lu Yan's expectations. However, Lu Yan was also very clear that he had just conducted a test shooting at a distance of 10 meters. The maximum landing point spacing of the 10 arrows was 60 centimeters. Once the shooting distance increased to 50, 100, or even 150 meters, the arrows would be dispersed more seriously. Overall, this is a range weapon suitable for dealing with groups, and the best shooting distance is probably within 50 meters. But it's too troublesome to restring the crossbow after firing once. If it could be converted to electric stringing and I expand the arrow slot, I can make a mounted crossbow have the effect of a heavy machine gun. Liu Yin sighed when he suddenly received a private message. It was actually Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian, hello, road god. I mean, no offense. I just have a suggestion. There are many people in the wilderness who are hostile to you right now. If you need help, please feel free to contact me. I will provide you with manpower support. Liu Yin looked at the private message and smiled helplessly. This woman is really a little too enthusiastic, proactive, and kind. Mu Qianqian, regarding the suggestion I made earlier, I'd like you to reconsider it. While taking in some disaster victims will certainly increase the pressure of survival in the early stages, it will also have many benefits. At the very least, your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved, and you won't have to worry about invasion by other forces. Taking in disaster victims? Liu Yin touched his chin. Just as Mu Qianqian said, the other party had taken in many disaster victims, and their power had indeed been greatly enhanced. There was no need to worry about being targeted by others like Liu Yin was at this moment. But Liu Yin, while sheltering in disaster victims can solve some problems, the problem is if we don't handle them properly, even more dangerous dangers may erupt in the future. Liu Yin, girl, don't always think that if you take them in now, you will definitely be able to gain their sincerity and real heart. Human nature is greedy. Maybe all they want now is a full meal and a place to stay. But as time goes by, they will want more and even more outrageous things. When you can't satisfy them, they may rebel. Liu Yin, human greed is insatiable and insatiable. To put it in a rather inappropriate way, when I first see a beautiful woman, all I want to know is her name. But then, I wanted to know what her name was. Chapter 88. Faced with Mu Qianqian's suggestion, Liu Yin chose to refuse again. Even after being targeted by more than a third of the people in the wilderness, he still refused to take in the victims as part of his own forces. When facing external enemies, he can still deal with them through solid fortresses and sharp crossbows. But if there are traitors or spy among his people, there'll be a big problem that he cannot solve. After closing the private chat interface, Liu Yin lowered his head and continued to make the second crossbow. At this moment, a sudden electric sound came from the monitoring intercom that was originally placed on the table. As night fell, two above-ground safe houses stood in a small open area on the shady side of a mine, surrounded by a fence made of sharp wooden stakes. On the rocks outside the fence, there were two corpses with their throats cut open. They were a man and a woman. All their clothes had been stripped off, and their naked bodies were thrown there like garbage. Inside the fence, a bonfire was burning brightly, and three young men with East Asian faces were sitting around it eating food. Their dinner was sumptuous, consisting of roast meat, dried sweet potatoes, flatbread, and a pot of boiling vegetable soup. One of the brown-haired men stood up and scooped half a bowl of vegetable soup from a can, soaked the flatbread in the soup, and drank the mixture. He then drew the dagger from his waist, cut off a large piece of roast meat, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it. Finally, he nodded with satisfaction and laughed. Keshichigai, comfortable. The three men are all players from the Sakura country. They formed an alliance on the first day they entered the wilderness, with the brown-haired man Kitano Osamu as the leader, and Abe Tomei and Yoshida Takashi as team members. This three-person team was very lucky. They initially landed in a mine and quickly exchanged for a batch of survival supplies with the help of mining. Then they were very lucky to hunt down some lone wolf players who set up safe houses near the mine and obtained their legacy. With the help of these things, they quickly rose to the second place in the power rankings. Samurai Squad is the name of this trio. The first person to put up a bounty on Liu Yin was none other than the leader of this team, Kitano Osamu. The warrior team's early advantage was gained by plundering other players. After being listed on the power list, the team's ambitions became even greater. They were no longer satisfied with plundering those poor low-level players, but instead set their sights on the high-level players at the top of the shelter list. Liu Yin is one of their targets and the most important one. The three members of the Samurai Squad all have a foundation in martial arts and can be considered masters. If they were to fight head-on, it would be no problem for one person to easily take care of 4 or 5 ordinary adults. So they were not afraid of Liu Yin. The title of the number 1 shelter cannot scare them. Kitano-kun, is there still no one who can provide accurate information about the bounty on that Yin Huang countryman? The man sitting to the left of the campfire spoke. He had a grim expression and wore the signature Rindan mustache of the Sakura country. The longer we wait, the more advanced he will become, and the more difficult it will be for us to rob him. Yoshida-kun, you're too impatient. It's only been a day since we put up the bounty. The only bald-headed man among the three spoke as he wiped a long knife in the firelight. Don't worry, no matter how cunning a rabbit is, it can't escape the hunter's grasp. Sooner or later, we'll find Liu Yan's lair, and then eat him. Kitano Osamu smiled as he cut off a piece of meat with his dagger and swallowed it. Abe Kuin is right. With a high reward, I believe we will soon get the exact location of Liu Yan's shelter. Liu Yan is nothing to be afraid of, but I just hope that there won't be too many hunters competing with us for our prey. Kitano Osamu's tone showed that he did not take Liu Yan seriously at all. After all, Liu Yan was not on the power list, and his ranking on the kill list had been thrown out of the top 10. In the eyes of more people, Liu Yan is just a lucky worker who is proficient in collecting resources and building shelters. The senior players in the top 10 of the power list and the kill list do not regard him as an equal opponent. I'm only worried about the wilderness hunters and Yao Qi. Yoshida Takashi stared at the fire expressionlessly. If they don't show up, even if more hunters come, they won't be able to compete with us. He said this in a very arrogant way, but he did have the capital to be arrogant. Samurai Squad ranks second on the power list, and its three members rank third, fifth, and sixth on the kill list respectively. It can be said that this is a team with very balanced and strong strength. Yao Qi is just a man. I wanted to fight him for a long time. If he dares to come, I promise to make him die under my sword. Abe Dongming wiped the blade, as if caressing a lover's body, but his eyes were extremely fierce. Number one on the kill list? I want to see if this man from Yin Wang is the second Chunjun. Don't underestimate him. His ranking on the kill list. Kitano Osamu frowned and wanted to say something when he heard his companion's arrogant words, but at this moment, a hint of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. Kitano-kun, what happened? Asked Yoshida Takashi. Someone privately messaged me. Kitano Osamu's expression was a little surprised. He quickly opened the chat interface, and then his expression became excited. Someone responded to our bounty. The location of Liu Yan's shelter has been found. Meanwhile, inside the Major League shelter, Mu Qianqian looked at Teacher Zhang, standing in front of her, and said softly, when I spoke with Liu Yan this afternoon, I tentatively raised the idea of taking in the disaster victims, but he still decisively refused. His attitude was very firm. From this, we can infer that Liu Yan's shelter is unlikely to have new members joining in the short term. He won't increase his power by recruiting disaster victims, so there's no possibility of sudden increase in strength. Teacher Zhang was silent for a moment, then asked, so what you mean is... Mu Qianqian was silent. The two private conversations she had with Liu Yan this afternoon weren't simply out of kindness to remind him, but also meant to test his strength. The result was that Liu Yan really didn't have any helpers right now. His shelter might not be as strong as he thought. So, when the entire wilderness wants to hunt Liu Yan, should I also take the opportunity to seek some benefits for the Major Alliance shelter? Chapter 89. Information Transaction. Kitano Osamu, one of the three members of the Samurai Squad, looked at the private chat message in surprise. He suppressed his excitement and said to his two teammates, someone has found Liu Yan's location and is now applying a trade with us. In Kitano Osamu's private chat interface, a player with the ID Chun Heng sent a message, the content of which was, I'm currently staying near Liu Yan's shelter, and I can determine its coordinates. Can the other party guarantee that the shelter he found is Liu Yan's? Is he trying to get away with it, or is deliberately causing trouble? Yoshida Takashi asked with a frown. Kitano Osamu quickly replied in the chat interface. How can you be sure that it was Liu Yan you found? Chun Heng didn't say anything, but simply sent over a screenshot. The photo was a bit blurry, and it seemed as if the subjective perspective was from hiding in some bushes and peeping. In the photo, a young and tall figure is setting up a fence in front of a drainage ditch. Although the image is blurry due to the screenshot function of the game, due to the distance, Kitano Osamu still recognized the person in the photo as Liu Yan at a glance. There was no way. Liu Yan was too famous now. As a piece of fat meat targeted by many forces, those guys in the wilderness who considered themselves hunters had already memorized Liu Yan's face by heart. Yes, the person in the picture is indeed Liu Yan. Kitano Osamu nodded and said to his companion, the picture has the real-time time saved, which means it was indeed taken recently and not synthesized using other technology. This kid is lucky. Upon hearing this, Yoshida Takashi revealed a cold smile. Then, let's complete the deal right away. Abe Dongming sheathed his long sword, his eyes gleaming. I feel the blood boiling in my body. I can't help but want to chop off Liu Yan's head and plunder everything he has. Kitano Osamu knew that the longer the night, the more trouble he would have. He immediately replied, I believe the information you provided is correct. We can complete the transaction immediately. In the wilderness, purchasing intelligence information can also be done in the trading market. Just like when Liu Yin traded information about the virtual world ruins with Yuan Wenyan in the past, he first listed his price, and then marked the information he needed as complete, accurate, and without any loopholes. As the god that controls the wilderness, the game system will automatically identify the authenticity of intelligence information. Only intelligence information that fully meets the buyer's requirements can complete the transaction. Otherwise, the transaction will be forcibly terminated. Seller, Kitano Osamu. Items for sale, 3 tons of iron, or 6 kilograms of smoked fish, 20 kilograms of flour, 3 bags of lime, 2 throwing knives, 1 leather jacket, 1 cream cake, 3 pairs of pure cotton underwear, biscuits. Required item. Information on the true coordinates of the shelter on Liu Yin, number 1 on the shelter list. Note, reward. Anyone who can provide the location of the Liu Yin shelter will receive a high-value reward from the warrior team. In the trading floor, this transaction information has been quietly hanging there for more than 20 hours, attracting too many people's attention. During this period of time, the warrior team has accumulated a lot of wealth through plundering and mining natural resources. This time, they generously offered 1/3 of all resources as a bounty. If anyone can obtain their bounty, even a player at the bottom of the wilderness who can't afford to eat can transform himself into a well-off class. But after Kitano Osamu sent this request for a trade, the other party remained silent for a moment and did not complete the transaction immediately. Instead, he replied again, you're not the only one who has put a bounty on Liu Yin in the wilderness now. Many teams on the power list are also very interested in Liu Yin. I have seen 6 bounty transactions for Liu Yin in the trading market. The price you offered seems a little low. Kitano Osamu clenched his fists. A hint of anger appeared on his face, and then he laughed again and cursed in a low voice. Fucking bastard. How dare you raise the price like this? Chinhang, I remember your name. Kitano Osamu cursed profusely, but remained polite and even humble in the chat room. Mr. Chun, your request is very reasonable. You do possess very important information. We are willing to add a little more to the price. 3 minutes later, Kitano Osamu revised the transaction information. In addition to the original items listed, he added some foods with better taste and higher nutritional value, such as milk, meat floss, and chocolate. In addition to the original supplies, in order to purchase the location information of Liu Yan's shelter, the warrior team took out almost half of all their supplies. Ding! Transaction completed. You lost. You have obtained an information product. Kitano Osamu looked at the prompt of successful transaction with an expressionless face and chose to extract the information directly. The price we paid to obtain information about this Yan Huang man was truly enormous. Yoshida Takashi sneered. We'll take back what we lost from him tenfold, 100-fold. Kitano-kun, you shouldn't have taken the chocolate out. That's my favorite brand. Abe Toma glared and expressed his dissatisfaction to Kitano Osamu. Kitano Osamu ignored the 2 team members, his eyes still scanning the trading floor. Suddenly, he froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn bastard." Yoshida Takashi was stunned for a moment and asked, "What happened?" "That bastard. He didn't just sell us Liu Yan's information. I've already seen at least 3 items with bounties on Liu Yan's information being sold in the market." Kitano Osamu stood up and looked at the 2 of them. "We must leave immediately. Otherwise, there will be a large number of competitors." Just as Kitano Osamu worried, the player with the ID Chun Hang sold Liu Yan's information to 4 forces within 10 minutes and received an astonishing amount of material rewards. These materials are enough to make a poor guy on the brink of death become a bourgeois. At the same time, in the shelter, Liu Yin was debugging the crossbow and flintlock rifle that he had just made in the afternoon. For crossbows, and 4 long-barreled flintlock rifles had been manufactured. He picked up one at random, aimed at the wooden board in front of him, and pulled the trigger. There was a loud bang, sparks of fire, and smoke, and the wooden board was directly shattered. This is quite powerful. Lu Yin smiled with satisfaction. He took something out of his pocket, put it in his mouth, and chewed it twice. Suddenly, his face turned ugly. After spitting out 3 mouthfuls of black stuff, he said with disgust, "What kind of bullshit is this world-famous brand Fujia? It's bitter and greasy. I don't know why so many people like to eat it." The flintlock rifle that Lu Yin was going to install in the firing hole had a long barrel design. The total length of the gun body reached 1.4 meters, which was more than 1 meter longer than the flintlock pistol he first made. The reason for choosing such a design was that since the flintlock rifle was a smoothbore rifle, the longer the barrel, the higher the accuracy. Although the flintlock pistol is easy to carry and can bring unexpected effects in head-on confrontations, if used in defensive battles, the practicality of the pistol is far lower than that of the rifle. In the Doomsday Survival system, there are 2 options for manufacturing flintlock rifles: long and short. The long barrel design only costs 1 more unit of ordinary steel and 1 more unit of wood than the pistol-type design. The consumption of other materials such as flint, springs, and clips is exactly the same. I have about 500 G of gunpowder left. A flintlock rifle consumes about 7 G of gunpowder for each shot, so there's no need to worry about running out of ammunition. Lu Yin took out the bag of gunpowder and calculated that the remaining gunpowder was enough to support 70 shots. In fact, in a war, due to its structure, a flintlock rifle could be considered of excellent quality if it can fire 10 times in a row without any problems, such as clogging of the charging chamber or failure of the flint to rebound. The failure rate of this type of early firearm is very high. After every few shots, the residual powder residue must be cleaned and the bolt must be maintained. According to Lu Yin's plan, in a war to defend the shelter, each of these 4 flintlock rifles can only fire a maximum of 5 times to successfully complete the mission. If this number is exceeded, the failure rate of the gun itself will soar rapidly. And most importantly, if there really is an enemy besieging the shelter, they will not give you too much time to reload your gunpowder. Starting from the maximum range of the flintlock rifle, a heavily armored enemy can reach the entrance of a shelter in 2 minutes at most. Even if roadblocks are added in the enemy's way, it can only add 1 minute to this time. In 3 minutes, a professional soldier can complete 9 reloading and shooting operations. For an ordinary person who has not received any special training, being able to reload 5 times is already an outstanding performance. 5 times is the final result obtained by Lu Yin after calculating comprehensive data such as the quality of the firearm, time and distance. So according to this data, Lu Yin had more than enough gunpowder. If a heavily armored enemy is not killed by the flintlock after 5 shots, and is instead rushed to the shelter gate, then the flintlock will be completely useless and become a useless firewood stick. Kata! Kata! Lu Yin picked up the flintlock and installed a special steel fixing clamp under the handle and barrel. This is a product that fits into the shooting hole of the shelter. After the installation is completed, if you want to fix the flintlock and crossbow on the shooting hole, you only need to push the clamp into the stone groove guide on the wall of the shooting hole. It's like some kind of oversized Lego brick. Lu Yin tightened the 2 clamps, slowly pushed the flintlock into the firing hole guide, and gently shook it with his hand. He found that the gun body was extremely stable and sturdy, without any shaking. He nodded with satisfaction, and then, as if remembering something, he opened the rankings and found the shelter list. I saw that the points of my shelter increased by 10 points again, and there was an additional explanation in the introduction below. Possessed defensive firepower. With an expressionless face, he connected the steel cable and flintlock trigger next to him. When he looked at the leaderboard again, the points had changed again, with an increase of 20 points. The description below also becomes, possess remote-controlled defensive firepower. Lu Yin cursed inwardly. This ranking system really doesn't leave anyone any privacy at all. As long as you add a little equipment to the shelter, the game will immediately show it in the score and description of the leaderboard, which makes all the plans of making a fortune in silence come to nothing. He reluctantly removed the flintlock from the rail, causing the points on the leaderboard to return to their previous state. The long-range firepower of the shelter is his trump card, and he doesn't want to expose it to others easily before he is besieged. The leaderboard score change just now took only a few seconds, and now it's nighttime. I'm sure few people will notice that tiny change. My firepower is ready. Now I just wait for those greedy things to come to my door. After checking the firepower, Lu Yin sat down on the wooden chair in the living room with a relaxed body, muttering to himself. Dead silence. There was a long period of dead silence. Ahem. 10 seconds after Lu Yin finished speaking, a strange cough was heard again in the safe house. Then the strange voice trembled and said, You are too brave. You use yourself as bait to defraud those forces of their supplies, and you even plan to lure them over and kill them. Aren't you afraid of dying under their siege? You are too confident in yourself. A strange voice suddenly appeared, which should have been an extremely terrifying thing. But Lu Yin acted unusually calm at this time, as if he had known the existence of the owner of this voice for a long time. He turned his head and looked at the dark corner of the living room that was not illuminated by the light. In that shadow, a thin young man was curled up there. His hands and feet were tied tightly, obviously looking like a prisoner. I almost forgot about you. Lu Yin slapped his head and looked at the other person with a smile. Mr. Chun Heng, you helped me a lot this time. The man who was tied up in the corner like a prisoner was Chun Heng, who had completed a deal with the 3 members of the samurai squad a few minutes ago. Looking at his situation at this moment, he could understand the intelligence information about Lu Yin with just a casual thought. His transactions with the warrior squad and the other 3 forces that put a bounty on Lu Yin were all completed under Lu Yin's nose and according to Lu Yin's instructions. In other words, Lu Yin sold his information to the forces that offered a bounty on him in the name of Chun Heng and obtained a large amount of bounty materials from the other party. What's going on? Why did Lu Yin actively sell his information to others? How did Chun Heng fall into Lu Yin's hands? All of this began 7 hours ago when Chun Heng rolled down the slope and discovered the stone drainage ditch. 7 hours ago, after Lu Yin and Mu Qianqian finished their private chat, a sudden electric buzzing sound came from the monitoring intercom on his desk. Then, a voice clearly muffled but still full of surprise and excitement rang out from the intercom. What is that? A stone drain? That's a shelter. I am saved. I am saved. Chapter 91, Plans and Reality. I am saved. A voice filled with surprise came from the monitoring intercom, and Lu Yin immediately became alert. Another player approaching? When the drainage ditch was first built, Lu Yin realized that the ground drainage ditch might be too conspicuous. From the 3 Black Brother thugs to this player today, they all found the location of their shelter through the drainage ditch. It seems necessary to renovate the drainage system to an underground one, but the casting complexity of the underground drainage system is much higher than that of the above-ground one. And once a blockage occurs, it will be very difficult to clean. No, the first thing I should consider now is not the drainage ditch, but the player who has discovered my shelter. Lu Yin decisively activated the Seek Advantage and Avoid Harm talent, and the invisible blue light spread around the shelter. However, to his surprise, no red dots indicating threats appeared where the light reached. Is the opponent's location 500 meters away from his shelter? Lu Yin touched his chin. The effective range of the monitoring walkie-talkie is 1,000 meters, while the talent of seeking benefits and avoiding harm is only 500 meters, so it is impossible to determine the opponent's specific location for the time being. He thought for a moment, crouched down and crawled into the secret passage that had been opened to the outside before, and slowly moved towards the exit in the grass. The azure light of the talent of seeking benefits and avoiding harm stayed in place, with Lu Yin standing at the place where he used it as the center and did not disappear. Its duration was 5 minutes. During the 5 minutes, this light would always exist and scan the target area, just like a continuously working radar. Even if the target has not entered the 500-meter range for the time being, as long as it steps into the area covered by the light within 5 minutes, Lu Yin will still receive an alert. Chun Heng half-crouched in a bush, his eyes looking through the branches of the bush to the stone drainage ditch in front of him. It was obvious that the drainage ditch must be a shelter facility. There must be an underground shelter near the drainage ditch. Looking at the entire ranking of shelters, only 2 or 3 had stone drainage systems. Jianhan Sualao Nevao Xin. Players capable of building stone drainage systems were definitely not someone he could handle right now. He didn't think about confronting the other party head-on. He just wanted to sneak in when the shelter owner was not paying attention or after he left the shelter to get some resources to save his life. The little wolf cub, frightened by him, ran all the way to the mound in front of the stone drainage ditch and used its 2 small front paws to desperately scratch a huge stone embedded in the mound. After a long time, Chun Heng suddenly realized that the shelter to which the stone drainage ditch belonged might be hidden under the mound, and the huge rock that the little wolf cub was scratching at this moment might be the gate of the shelter. When he realized this, Chun Heng was extremely surprised. He tried his best not to make any sound and moved quickly towards the mound. He speculated that perhaps the wolf cub was a pet raised by the shelter owner. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the wolf cub instinctively called for help at the shelter gate after being frightened. If the shelter owner is currently inside the shelter and hears the pet's cry for help, he might open the door and come out to check on the situation. In this case, all he needs to do is hide by the door and thrust the wooden spear through the gap in the door. Maybe I can really accomplish a feat of defeating the strong with the weak. If the shelter owner isn't home, that's even better. You could just walk into the shelter and take whatever supplies you want. Chun Heng approached quickly. The little wolf cub saw that Lu Yin had not opened the door of the shelter and the enemy was getting closer and closer to him. He immediately gave up scratching the door and turned to flee to the bushes not far away. This little thing, Chun Heng did not continue to chase the other party. Compared with the supplies of a shelter with a stone drainage ditch, the value of a wolf cub can be ignored. He lowered his footsteps, pressed his body against the mound, looked carefully at the boulder and the mound, and indeed found a very obvious gap between them. This huge rock is indeed the gate to the shelter. After realizing this, Chun Heng held his breath, pinched his throat, and made a sound similar to the crowing of a pheasant. Gwada, gwada. The calls that Chun Heng imitated were so lifelike that if he was not a professional zoologist, he would not be able to tell the difference. Before entering the wilderness, he was an actor in a folk art troupe, and the ventriloquism of imitating animal calls was just basic skills for him. While imitating the cry, he adjusted his movements, raised the wooden bristle high in his hand, and aimed it at the gap between the boulder and the mound. If the shelter owner is attracted by my imitation of pheasant calls and opens the door, it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun is directly overhead, and this giant stone gate is on the sunny side. This means that if the gate is open from the inside, the dazzling sunlight will directly shine into the shelter. If the owner of the shelter is standing behind the gate, the strong sunlight will temporarily blind him. This will last for about 3 seconds. I need to seize these 3 seconds to strike a fatal blow. Of course, the opponent might be wearing armor, so I have to aim for the throat. It's a small target, so I can't make any mistakes. If the stone door to the shelter opens, I need to see the opponent's position the first second I hear the stone door slide open. I need to choose whether to stab his heart or throat in the second. I need to complete the attack in the 3rd second. Yes, 3 seconds. I only have 3 seconds. If I can seize these 3 seconds, I can reverse my fate today. No, I will definitely be able to reverse my fate. I will not die of hunger and thirst here today. Instead, I will seize the opportunity to kill the owner of this shelter and let him become the first stepping stone on my road to rise. Chun Heng stared intently at the boulder gate, tightly gripping the wooden spear, his face full of determination, and whispered to himself. Chun Heng turned around, crowing like a pheasant again, and stood sideways in front of the huge stone gate, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He was like an extremely professional agent, carefully planning every step he would take, including every reaction of the enemy. But at this moment, an extremely crisp sound of a spring being pulled was heard behind Chun Heng, and a cold flintlock rifle was silently pressed against his back. Chun Heng's body froze. Lu Yin, who had just emerged from the secret passage and quietly circled along the mound to come behind Chun Heng, smashed down with the butt of his gun without mercy. With a bang, Chun Heng felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. His eyes were spinning and his body fell down limply. His careful plan, his 3 seconds of golden time, and his lofty ambition to change his fate were all shattered by Lu Yin's ruthless gun butt. Lu Yin looked at Chun Heng lying at his feet, with a monitoring intercom on his waist that had been adjusted to private mode, and cursed with disdain. Fuck, you are pretending to be 007 in front of me. This detailed design is really making me nervous. Chapter 92, Initiative. Bang, bang. Several crisp and loud slaps were heard, and Chun Heng, who was in a faint, was awakened in a daze. He slowly opened his eyes and felt bursts of severe pain in the back of his head. The light in front of him was very dim, as if he was in a closed and dark space. After a few seconds, Chun Heng's vision slowly focused, and he finally saw the situation clearly. He was now in Lu Yan's safe house, his hands and feet tied tightly, half squatting in the corner in an extremely uncomfortable posture, while Lu Yan sat in front of him with an extremely strange smile on his face, staring at him intently. When Chun Hang saw Lu Yan's face clearly, his heart sank. He never imagined that the shelter he had set his sights on actually belonged to Lu Yan. What he didn't expect was that he was subdued by Lu Yan in one move, without even realizing it, leaving him completely powerless to resist. Lu Shun, I was wrong. You don't kill me. I was really hungry and couldn't stand it anymore. I just wanted to come in and find something to eat. I have no ill will towards you. Chun Hang spoke stutteringly, his lips trembling, and his fear could not be concealed at all. This kind of begging for mercy is really nothing new. Open the private chat interface between you and me. Lu Yan ordered very decisively. Upon hearing this, Chun Hang didn't dare to ask any more questions. He opened the private chat interface with Lu Yan in the game interface, as Lu Yan requested. Turn on the voice call function. Lu Yan spoke again. Chun Hang still did as he was told. Looking at the call request that popped up in his private chat interface, Lu Yan quickly selected answer, then smiled at Chun Hang and said, "Very good. I'll ask you questions next, and you answer them." The reason why Lu Yan asked Chun Hang to turn on the voice call function was because of the function settings in the game. When players open the private chat interface, they cannot open the world channel, trading field, and other functions at the same time, which prevents Chun Hang from secretly conveying information about Lu Yan to the outside world at this time. It's a basic means of confidentiality. After ensuring confidentiality, Lu Yan immediately questioned Chun Hang about his background. After half an hour of interrogation, Lu Yan confirmed several things. First, Chun Hang is not a so-called bounty hunter. The reason why he appears here is entirely because he is looking for survival supplies. Second, from the 3 Hage guys a few days ago to Li Hang today, it is enough to prove that Lu Yan's shelter is not very well hidden and can be easily found, especially the stone shelter. If you stand on high place, you can see it very clearly from several kilometers away. Third, at this critical moment in the shelter's transformation, he now has a cheap labor force that can be used in the short term. Half an hour ago, when Lu Yan knocked Chun Hang unconscious, he had thought about killing him directly. But now he's changed his mind. Lu Yan is now wanted by many powerful forces, and the location of his shelter is not hidden enough. Anyone wandering around can easily find it. This proves that it won't be long before his shelter will most likely be discovered by those forces that have put the bounty on him. At that time, facing those enemies whose numbers and identities are unknown, Lu Yan will be in a very passive situation. So instead of waiting until that time, it is better to play a trick of self-exposure now, and selectively pass on your information to those who have put a bounty on you through Chun Hang. In this way, you can get the materials of the bounty and also control the number and personnel of the enemy in your own hands. In other words, he used Chun Hang to actively leak information to the outside world, and then tricked those forces that offered a bounty on him into coming to him in batches according to his own wishes. Kill them all one by one. Although doing this is somewhat dangerous, the initiative is in your own hands, which is at least much safer than being discovered. Chapter 93. Lu Yan is a very courageous man. In other words, he dares to take risks. The situation in the wilderness at this time seemed to determine that Lu Yan had only this one way to go. If you expose yourself, you can obtain the rewarded materials and know the number of enemies, but you will immediately face danger. Although killing Chun Hang would not be dangerous in the short term, the location of his shelter would be discovered soon. By then, not only would he not gain any benefits, but the entire situation would be out of his control, putting your future in extreme danger in pursuit of temporary stability. This is the most foolish and incompetent behavior. After deciding to expose himself, Lu Yan did not immediately convey the information through Chun Hang, because since he wanted to lure the enemy over and take them down in one fell swoop, he had to make all preparations to ensure that he had the strength to defeat the enemy and eliminate all uncertainties. Otherwise, it would not be an adventure. It would not be using oneself as bait, but seeking death. Although the safety of a shelter has been greatly improved after the renovation, it is still far from Lu Yan's enemy annihilation requirement. Just as he had planned before, he needs to set up traps and rugged roads within 100 meters outside the safe house to restrict the enemy's actions and maximize the role of weapons and terrain. There are 2 options before you now. 1. Cooperate with me and help me do something. I can guarantee your safety and even give you some survival supplies. Second, I will kill you right now and throw you into the wilderness to become food for wild wolves and vultures. Lu Yin looked at the trembling Chen Hang expressionlessly, raised 3 fingers and said, "You have 3 seconds to choose." "I choose one. I choose one." Before Lu Yin could start counting, Chen Hang decisively chose to cooperate. "I'll do whatever you tell me to do." "Very good." Lu Yin nodded with a smile, then cut the ropes on Chen Hang's hands and feet, threw him a piece of barbecue, a piece of cream cake, and a brand new high-grade steel axe, and said, "Now get to work." The task that Lu Yin assigned to Chun Hang was to build traps and rough terrain near the shelter. To be more specific, it was to cut bushes with sharp thorns, move some heavy stones to spread on the ground, and dig earth pit traps. These are all heavy physical tasks. If Lu Yin were to do them alone, he probably wouldn't be able to finish them in 3 days. But now with Chun Hang, under the dual stimulation of the threat of death and food supply, he worked extremely hard, sweating profusely in the extremely high temperature. After 7 hours, he created a large area of rugged terrain within a radius of 100 meters around the shelter, according to Lu Yan's previous idea. If the safety factor of the shelter after the design and renovation is 50, then with the addition of this artificially created rugged terrain, the safety factor can directly soar to 80. As night fell, Chun Hang, holding a steel axe, sat exhausted on the mound of the shelter. Lu Yin came over from behind and threw him another piece of stewed meat. Chun Hang, who was already exhausted and hungry, immediately began to eat voraciously. "You still have to do something for me." Lu Yin patted Chun Hang on the shoulder and pointed to the bushes not far from the shelter. "Hide in the bushes and take a picture of me and my shelter. Then send the picture to those guys who put a bounty on me." Chun Hang was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't heard Lu Yan's words clearly. He asked tremblingly, "What did you just say?" "I told you to sell me out," Lu Yin said seriously. Chapter 94. Chun Hang was confused and subconsciously thought that there was something wrong with his ears. After asking several times, he finally confirmed that what he had just heard was true. He couldn't understand Lu Yan's thinking, but he didn't dare to express any opinions. He could only do as Lu Yan asked. He revealed the location of Lu Yan's shelter to the 4 forces and obtained a lot of resources. These 4 forces were also carefully selected by Lu Yin after careful consideration. These 4 teams have one thing in common: small number of people and high ranking. He didn't need to worry about being besieged by human wave tactics. And revealing the news to 4 forces at the same time was also forcing the other party to fight Lu Yin as soon as possible. Lu Yan's current shelter is very well equipped and has a very high safety factor. He is not worried about being attacked by the enemy. The only tactic that makes him wary is the enemy relies on their numerical advantage to slowly ambush, dig traps, and poison near his shelter. If the other party continues to fight a protracted war with him, then no matter how cautious Lu Yin is, he will fall into the trap sooner or later. Therefore, he conveyed the message to the 4 forces at the same time in order to make them compete with each other, abandon this long-term tactic, and force them to seize Lu Yan's resources in the fastest and most direct way. These 4 teams are all high-level players who are among the top 10 on the power list. The number of people in each small team does not exceed 6, and their rankings are very close. In their eyes, they might be each other's biggest enemies in the battle for Lu Yin resources, and Lu Yin is simply a fat sheep that has already been slaughtered. In this situation, each of the 4 teams will seize every opportunity, use the fastest speed and the most direct method to attack the Lu Yin shelter before other competitors. And this is exactly the result Lu Yin wants to see. There will definitely be some bloody battles tonight. Lu Yin patted Chun Hang on the shoulder and said, "I'll give you a chance. You'll be my deputy. Once the battle starts, you'll need to reload my ammunition. Don't think about killing me or deliberately not contributing. If my shelter is breached, do you think those guys who want to plunder my resources will mind killing you? You're like an ant right now. Anyone can crush you to death. If I lose tonight, you'll definitely die. But if I win, you still have a chance to live." Chun Hang was trembling violently as he listened to Lu Yan's words, because of the bloody battle that was about to begin, and even more because of the dark muzzle of the gun in Lu Yan's hand and the sinister gaze of the little white dragon next to him. "I want to live, I want to live." Chun Hang gritted his teeth. It's wilderness time, 9:12 p.m. 17 minutes had passed since Lu Yan's information was sold. Under the blood-red moonlight, More than a dozen figures from 4 directions were moving quickly across the wilderness, approaching the same target. Awoo! The terrifying howling of wild beasts could be heard in the distance. The wilderness at night is full of dangers and is not suitable for players to wander around. The surrounding temperature was also dropping rapidly. The night wind coming from all directions had completely blown away the scorching heat of the day, bringing a biting chill to this night. But these dozen figures kept rushing forward without stopping for a moment. The desire for profit deep in their genes makes their blood boil hotly even on this cold night. Chapter 95. Tonight is destined to be restless. After the 4 bounty information related to Lu Yin were traded in the trading market, a series of movements were quickly triggered. Almost everyone in the wilderness understands what bounty transaction completed means. The location of Lu Yan's shelter has been discovered. The onlookers spoke up one after another, speculating on who would be able to kill Lu Yin tonight and replace him as the #1 shelter owner in the wilderness rankings. The high-level players who were qualified to participate in the hunt for Lu Yin but had not received any specific information about Lu Yan's shelter were extremely anxious at this time. No one wanted to let others take the lead, obtain Lu Yan's resources, and become even stronger from then on. Haha, the location of Lu Yan's shelter has finally been discovered. I'm afraid tonight will be his death. I've been keeping an eye on the bounty information on the trading floor. 4 bounty transactions were completed simultaneously tonight. Facing such a large number of enemies, even if Lu Yin had wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. Calling Lu Yin, how do you feel now? Damn it, he deserves it. Who made him sell drinking water and weapons so expensively a few days ago? Now it's really retribution. I believe that after tonight, the name Lu Yin will no longer exist in the wilderness. Does Lu Yin have any grudge against you guys upstairs? What good will it do you if he dies? I just can't stand Lu Yin. I just want him dead. What can you do about it? In a world chat channel, many malicious remarks kept flooding the screen. For most players living at the bottom of the wilderness, seeing the death of a high-level player whose living standard and status ranking far surpass, there seems to be the most exciting thing for them. Their thinking is simple. I live at the bottom of the wilderness, with no clothes to wear and no food to eat, but you have no worries about food and clothing, and you're in the limelight. You live better than me, so you deserve to die. If Lu Yin dies today, they will be excited. If Yao Qi dies tomorrow, they will cheer just as well. If the wilderness team is destroyed the day after tomorrow, they will even set off firecrackers to celebrate. Although the deaths of these people would not bring even the slightest improvement to their impoverished lives, at least they gained great psychological satisfaction. This shows the jealousy and evil in human nature. In addition to those low-level players, some high-level players are also ready to move. Inside a safe house, Lu Yuan said anxiously, Lu Yan's safe house has been exposed. Those who have obtained information about his residence must be on their way to attack. What should we do? If Lu Yin is really killed, our development plans will be ruined. From the shadows, Yao Qi's voice slowly rang out. Don't panic. I'm trying to figure it out. Hurry up. Otherwise, when we find Lu Yin, I'm afraid we will only see a corpse. Lu Yuan urged anxiously. A group of safe houses on a mountain wall. Mu Qianqian sat in the leading safe house, with teacher Zhang and the young disaster victim named Wang Yu standing in front of her. Ms. Mu, now that Lu Yan's shelter's location has been exposed, those forces must have already launched an attack on him. If we can sell the design flaws of his shelter to those attacking forces, we will definitely gain huge profits. Wang Yu's face was full of enthusiasm, and his voice was full of excitement. Don't hesitate any longer. Mu Qianqian frowned, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Wang Yu sensed something was amiss and asked tentatively, You're not going to tell me that the second design drawing you gave Lu Yin was the one without the flaws, are you? Chapter 96. The enemy is coming. Snap. Snap. Inside the safe house, Lu Yin was constantly debugging the crossbow and flintlock to ensure that they would not malfunction suddenly during use. Chun Heng was squatting in the corner, grabbing large pieces of stewed meat and bread and stuffing them into his mouth, eating voraciously. Even though his stomach was already bulging, he still refused to stop. It seemed he had been tormented by hunger for too long, or perhaps he thought this might be his last dinner. So Chun Heng preferred to be a glutton and finished off 3 pounds of stewed meat and 2 large pieces of butter bread in just 15 minutes. Just as he was about to take some meat out of the pot for the 3rd time, Lu Yin, expressionless, tossed him a flintlock rifle and said, Practice the charging process again, so you don't make mistakes when the battle starts. Chun Hang licked his lips and looked at the pieces of meat in the oily soup in the pot with some reluctance. He held the flintlock and poured gunpowder into the barrel first, then compacted it with a thin rod, and finally loaded it with steel balls. The entire process took about 15 seconds. In fact, in a real war, this time may be doubled, because when ordinary people face life and death danger, the brain will constantly transmit fear information to the body, and your movements will involuntarily become slow and unstable. Just like in some documentaries, when some people encounter a wild beast in the wild or a large truck coming towards them on the road, they often stand there, motionless as if they were stupid. As bystanders, we may not be able to understand the reactions of these people and think that they have plenty of time to hide and escape. But in fact, if you really face that situation, you will find that when danger comes and the shadow of death looms over you, your brain is completely blank and your body and your limbs are weak and out of control. Most ordinary people can only scream and collapse subconsciously in this situation. This is an instinctive reaction of the body and brain, just like many recruits who were rushed to the battlefield without any training. When they face the hail of bullets for the first time, many people would even forget the action of pulling the bolt that they had practiced countless times. Chun Hang's experience in the wilderness over the past few days was exactly the same as that of most new recruits. He had not experienced being hunted by beasts or mobs in the wilderness, nor had he experienced fighting with other players or intelligent creatures for food and resources. It can be said that although his life was very hard, he had never experienced real danger. For such a person, no matter how well he performs during practice, there is no guarantee that there will be no problems in actual combat. Chun Hang held the loaded flintlock rifle and glanced at Liu Yan. At this time, the distance between him and Liu Yan was only 3 meters. Even the worst beginner could use the flintlock rifle to accurately hit the target at this distance. His eyes flickered, and a fierce psychological struggle was going on in his heart. His right hand slowly reached for the trigger. At this moment, the sound of wings vibrating was heard, and suddenly a white spot appeared in front of Chun Hang's eyes. Then he felt his shoulders sink, and the skin on his neck seemed to be pierced by a sharp object. Don't let your imagination run wild with unrealistic thoughts. Liu Yan turned his head to look at Chun Hang and the little white dragon that had landed on Chun Hang's shoulder, its claws resting on his carotid artery, and said casually, "It could be fatal." Chun Hang was sweating profusely, and the thought of resistance in his heart finally collapsed completely. His every move was under Liu Yan's surveillance. Any one of Liu Yan, Xiao Bailong, and the beast-shaped guard could easily kill him. If he wanted to resist, he would be courting death unless he killed all 3 of them instantly. You misunderstood me. I am very clear about my current situation. I will do my best to help you win this war. Chun Hang forced an ugly smile on his face to atone for my sins. Liu Yan didn't say anything. He didn't trust Chun Hang too much. The little white dragon and the beast-shaped guards would always monitor him. Once they found any abnormality, they would decisively kill him even in the most intense moment of the battle. That little wolf cub, I don't know where it ran off to. Liu Yan looked at the gray ceiling and sighed with some regret. When Chun Hang appeared today, he scared the little wolf cub away. Liu Yan hadn't seen it for the entire afternoon. It might have escaped to some other place, or it might have become food for other wild animals. The domestication plan died, just as it began. But how can things in this world always go smoothly? Liu Yan only felt a little regretful about the disappearance of the little wolf cub, but he didn't care too much. Tonight was a night that would determine his fate. If Liu Yan could survive in the wilderness of the future, he would become one of the most terrifying and most untouchable people in the wilderness, just like the Wild Hunter team in Yao Qi. As the saying goes, one general success is built on the sacrifice of thousands of men. This is probably what's going on here. Liu Yan laughed. I'll use the lives of those who want to hunt me in exchange for my bloody reputation in the wilderness. At this time, the time displayed on the game interface is 10:52. About 2 hours had passed since Liu Yan's personal information was sold. The wilderness under the night sky is dead silent, with only the blood-red moonlight casting a strange hue over the land. Lala, Lala. In this wilderness shrouded in darkness, a subtle electromagnetic sound suddenly rang out. Inside the safe house, Liu Yan, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head abruptly to look at the walkie-talkie on the left. A panting voice came from inside. "Boss, The information shows that the target is 800 meters ahead. That's a drainage ditch. Liu Yin jumped up from the chair in an instant, and his mind and body adjusted to peak condition in a short period of time. The enemy is coming. Above the wilderness, above the gentle slope that Chunhang rolled down today, there were 6 figures lying prone in the bushes. Under the blood-red moonlight, the killing and plundering desires revealed in their eyes made their eyes even more scarlet than the blood moon. This is the place. Looks like we're the first ones to arrive. We're so lucky. Among the 6 people, voices mixed with ecstasy and greed continued to ring out. Soon, a deep voice spoke. Let's formulate a battle plan now. We must break through Liu Yan's shelter before the other competitors. At the same time, under the blood moon, the little wolf cub appeared again. The strong feeling of hunger in its stomach made it overcome its inner uneasiness. After wandering around for an afternoon, it finally decided to go back to find Liu Yan. No, I'm looking for a full meal every day. At this moment, its steps suddenly stopped, and its eyes saw the 6 figures in the bushes not far away. It felt a very strong sense of fear from these people, which was an instinctive alertness from the wild beast. These people are very dangerous. What is that? A wolf cub. Someone spotted it in the bushes and walked towards it. The little wolf cub's hair stood on end, and it kept backing away, screaming. It subconsciously wanted to ask Liu Yin for help, but its route to the shelter was blocked by him, so it had to turn around and stumble away. Second brother, stop chasing. It's just a wolf cub. Don't forget what we are here for tonight. Someone spoke up and stopped the guy who was chasing the wolf cub. Under the blood-red moonlight, the thin figure of the little wolf cub looked extremely lonely and pitiful. It looked in the direction of Liu Yin's shelter and let out a whine. There's plenty of food and water and a relative sense of security, but now it is inaccessible. It wandered aimlessly in the wilderness, howling towards the sky to call for its companions. It was very scared and helpless. Chapter 97, Insect Swarm. Pull up the rankings and see if Liu Yan's shelter has any new equipment. Among the 6 people, the man with a deep voice spoke again. He was the leader of the team. He was tall, with a fierce look in his eyes. He was about 28 years old, which was the peak period of his life. This 6-member team is ranked 8th on the power list and is called the Swarm. The abilities of each of them individually are not particularly outstanding, but after coming together, they have managed to make a name for themselves. Just like the weakest insects, once there are enough of them, even wild beasts will avoid them. Boss, his shelter has a high rating, strong defenses, and even an electrical system. A dark-skinned black man said in broken Yinhuang dialect, his voice filled with greed. But it doesn't show any outstanding counterattacks, traps, or firepower systems. It's pretty much the same as what we saw before. Even the strongest shield can't defend against continuous attacks. The leader laughed. The strongest defense is offense. Liu Yin clearly doesn't understand this. What's the point of building a stronger shelter? We only need to use a little fire to make him crawl out. Let's go smash his shell. At the leader's command, the 6 men emerged from the bushes where they had been hiding and approached the shelter as quickly as possible. Under normal circumstances, the leader of the insect swarm would never have foolishly rushed forward. He might have sent 2 men to test the waters first, while the others lay in ambush nearby. Or he might have waited until daybreak and driven some herbivores over to tread on the minefields first, avoiding any traps. But the current situation does not allow it. Liu Yan's personal information was sold to 4 forces, and among these 4 forces, the ranking and combat effectiveness of Insect Swarm were the weakest. Compared with other competitors, their only advantage may be that they are closer to the Liu Yin shelter, so they arrive the earliest. They must seize the advantage of time and complete the looting of Liu Yin in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, when other forces arrive, they will not be able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. So they can only choose this most dangerous and direct method. Fit the crossbows and flintlocks with embrasures. Liu Yin listened to the voice on the monitoring intercom, and only deployed firepower to the shelter after hearing the leader's instructions to others to look through the rankings. At this moment, Chunhang truly felt the threat of death getting closer and closer to him. He moved extremely quickly, picked up the crossbow and flintlock rifle, and pushed them into the guide rails of the shooting hole one by one, and then connected them with steel cables and trigger positions. Soon, the firepower of the 8 shooting holes was deployed. Liu Yin brought a box of hundreds of short arrows for crossbows, a bag of gunpowder, and 30 steel balls and placed them in front of Chun Hang. He said seriously, "I've numbered each firing hole. As long as I tell you to load the ammunition into a certain hole, you must complete the loading within 15 seconds. Your life is tied to mine. If I live, you live too. If I die, you die too. Do you understand?" Chun Hang nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I understand." "Very good." Lu Yin patted Chun Hang on the shoulder and turned to walk towards the master bedroom. Chun Hang was filled with despair at this time. Although the shelter had shooting holes and firepower, he didn't know the number of enemies, let alone how to locate the enemy in the dark. Shooting blindly in the dark will make it impossible to hit the enemy. He had no hope that Lu Yin could defeat the opponent, so he was extremely confused about his future fate. He even thought about giving up resistance, just giving up and letting the enemy rush in. If he begged for mercy, there's a 50% chance that the other party would not kill him. But then he looked at the little white dragon and the beast-shaped guards who had been following him closely and gave up the idea. If I really give up, these two guys will definitely kill me. Let's leave it to fate. Jianhang Sai Sopti. Under the blood-red moonlight, 6 figures came to a range of 500 meters outside the shelter. The leader waved his hand lightly, and the 6 people dispersed in all directions, approaching the center from 6 directions. Inside the shelter, Lu Yin had already activated his talent of seeking advantage and avoiding harm. The azure light spread out to the surrounding land with the shelter as the center. 6 blood-red light spots instantly appeared in Lu Yin's 3-dimensional perception. Threat 1. Insect Swarm Leader, a 1.82-meter tall, 80-kilogram man, a Taekwondo instructor. He wields a crossbow and a steel machete. Threat 2. A male student, 1.76 meters tall and weighing 60 kilograms, armed with a pickaxe and a dagger. Threat 3. The innate ability quickly revealed the height, weight, and weapon information of the 6 people to Lu Yin. The qualities of these 6 people were relatively mediocre, and they did not have large-scale destructive weapons such as mines and explosives, so the threat was not particularly great. But just like what the other party said, once they are invaded to the door of the shelter, all it takes is a big fire, and I will have to crawl out obediently like the mole that was smoked out of its hole by me in the past, and be slaughtered. Among these 6 people, the Taekwondo coach had the highest threat index, so Lu Yin targeted him first. In the virtual 3-dimensional image, Lu Yin quietly looked at the location of the brightest blood-red light spot. It was now approaching the shooting range of the crossbow numbered 3, and was less than 60 meters away from the effective range. Lu Yin slowly pressed the lever on the wall that connected the steel cable to the number 3 shooting hole, and counted down slowly. 10, 9. In the wilderness, the leader of the insect swarm held a crossbow, his heart already filled with rising excitement. He looked at the stone drainage ditch that was getting closer and closer, and some images began to appear involuntarily in his mind. That was the wonderful life after successfully plundering the road and rock resources. Lu Yin will become his stepping stone, and he will lead the insect swarm and use his resources to become the number 1 force in the wilderness. In the future, I will kill the wilderness hunter team and Yao Qi and become the true king of the wilderness. Uncontrollable ecstasy was revealed from the corners of the chief's mouth and eyes. He ran forward, as if running towards his beautiful new life. In the silent night sky, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded. The leader was stunned for a moment, subconsciously thinking that it was one of his team members sending him a signal. But the next second, he realized that it was not a whistle, but the sharp sound of breaking wind, the sound of arrows breaking through the wind. He opened his eyes wide and suddenly felt creepy all over. He seemed to see some dense black spots in his sight that were expanding rapidly. "There's an ambush!" He screamed and subconsciously tried to dodge. However, his voice suddenly stopped, and his body was pierced by 7 arrows. He fell down heavily like a scarecrow borrowing arrows from a straw boat. His eyes were filled with astonishment and unwillingness, and he just fell silent. Inside the shelter, Lu Yin saw the largest blood-red light spot in the 3-dimensional image disappear, and at the same time, a prompt sound rang. "You have killed a high-level player. The effect of the tyrant's aura has increased." Lu Yin smiled and whispered to himself, "Insect swarm? I'm going to spray you with some insecticide today." Chapter 98, Disadvantages. System. You have killed the senior player Song Shihao, and your Hero Halo has been upgraded. Hero Halo LV2. increases all attributes by 4%, and weakens the courage and willpower of all enemies within 11 meters. As the pleasant prompt sounded, countless blood-red ripples like spiderwebs appeared beside Liu Yan, and the blood color in the font of his name and his personal information also became darker. Only the top 10 players and team leaders on the 3 leaderboards are eligible to obtain the title of Advanced Player assigned by the game. In other words, there are only 30 advanced players in the entire wilderness. Ever since the Kill the General achievement was unlocked and he gained the aura of a hero, Liu Yan has conducted a detailed study of the areas involved in this function. Needless to say, the kill list is top 10 in the shelter list and the power list. No matter how many members there are in the shelter or team, the title of high-level player is only available to the owner of the shelter and the leader of the team. Other members do not have this treatment. Advanced players enjoy some privileges over ordinary players. Although there is only one live broadcast for now, I believe that more will be introduced in the future game system as time goes by. But these are not what Liu Yan needs to consider now. As the prompt sound of successful kill rang out, after the aura of the hero was enhanced, Liu Yan truly felt the increase in strength, as if a heat flow was generated out of thin air in his blood vessels and flesh, making his cells more active, his skin more delicate, and his bones stronger. This simple and crude way of promotion made Liu Yan's calm heart start to go crazy. He finally understood why there were blood-sucking and heart-eating demons in many novels about cultivating immortals. This method of relying on killing others to make oneself stronger was definitely the fastest and most exciting. Unconsciously, a hint of greed and desire to kill appeared in Liu Yan's pupils, but he quickly suppressed it. Even if you want to turn into a big devil, you have to get through tonight. Firing hole number 3, load ammunition. He shouted towards the door, and Chun Hang, who heard the order, did not dare to hesitate for a moment. He grabbed 10 arrows and pressed them into the guide groove of the crossbow, then pulled up the stringer with force. After hearing the click sound of the bowstring being hooked by the trigger, he glanced at the time. 8 seconds. Compared to the reloading speed of a flintlock rifle, the crossbow is obviously much faster. The boss is dead. Outside the shelter, the dying howl of the Zerg leader still attracted attention. The remaining 5 members stopped in their tracks. The one closest to them checked the arrows on the leader's body, then took the crossbow, machete, and wallet that had been transformed from the leader's inventory from his body. He then quickly retreated more than 20 meters and said with a very grim expression, "He should have noticed us, and he has a crossbow. It seems we can't force our way in." What I want to know more is how he managed to hit the boss so accurately. A second man rushed over and asked in a low voice, "In this dark environment, was it just an accident?" "His luck is incredible. It's best to try again," said the member who stole the leader's crossbow. The 5 people who slowly gathered looked at each other, and no one was willing to be the one to step on the minefield. "I remember you opened a solid wooden shield from the treasure chest earlier." The member holding the crossbow turned to look at the only black person in the team and said expressionlessly, "You go." "Oh my God. Oh my God. You want to be a guinea pig? Why don't you go yourself?" The black man was obviously very resistant, waving his arms and asking in an exaggerated tone. "I said, I'll let you go now." The member raised his eyebrows and pointed the crossbow in his hand silently at the black man's chest. The 3 people around him also formed a triangle formation and surrounded the black man, blocking all his escape routes. "McGill, you're black, and you have natural advantages. You run faster than any of us, so you're the most suitable candidate. Even if there are more crossbow arrows, you can block them with your shield. For the benefit of our team, everyone must make contributions. Do not escape or retreat, otherwise we will regard your actions as betrayal." Gloomy and coercive words came from the mouths of the other 4 people. When he realized that something was wrong, the black man understood that he was being pushed out as cannon fodder. Although they were members of the same faction, how could they develop any feelings in just a few days? The member who arrived at the leader's body first took away the most powerful long-range weapon, which gave him the capital to intimidate others. Under his coercion, the other members immediately stood with him in unison and sold the black man without hesitation. They were just a temporary team, put together for survival and profit. If their leader was still alive, and they were given a few more months to get along, perhaps they could really become close and develop a deep bond. But now, with the death of the leader, rifts immediately appeared within the team, and each member had his own ulterior motives and fought on his own. This is the disadvantage of forming a group, and it is also the reason why Liu Yin has always been reluctant to recruit members. Although these temporarily recruited team members are not necessarily all selfish guys who change their faces faster than turning the pages of a book, at least 90% of them will become like this under the pressure of survival and the temptation of interests. I know, I'll go. Restraining his inner fear and anger, the black man gritted his teeth and nodded. Then, under the gaze of the four people, he took out a solid wooden shield that was 1.2 meters long, 0.8 meters wide, and about 8 centimeters thick. He bent down, trying to hide his entire body behind the shield, and took cautious steps, bypassing the place where the leader died and approaching the shelter from another direction. 3 seconds later, there was another sharp sound of breaking wind. The black man's hair stood on end, and he fell to his knees, protecting his whole body with his shield. But the imagined impact of the arrow hitting the shield did not come. The black man raised his shield tremblingly. In the faint, blood-red moonlight, he saw a cluster of arrows stuck in the mud more than 10 meters away from him. Didn't hit? The black man was stunned. Keep going, someone urged from behind. The black man gritted his teeth and moved forward step by step. A few seconds later, the sound of an arrow breaking through the air was heard again, but this time it still missed the target, and the direction of the arrow's landing was even farther away from the black man, reaching 30 meters away. This time, not only the black man, but also the 4 members in the back fell into deep thought. Could it be that his first shot was just good luck? The member holding the crossbow frowned. At this time, inside the shelter, the ability to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages still has 3 minutes and 27 seconds left. There are 5 light spots. The closest one is 170 meters away from the shelter, and the remaining 4 are gathered together at a distance of 310 meters. The closest blood-red light spot had entered the killing range of the number 2 flintlock rifle, but Liu Yin did not choose to shoot it directly. Instead, he fired the crossbow twice in the air to dispel the suspicion of the other 4 members. Don't be afraid. Come closer. I've wasted 20 arrows. You should react at least a little. Liu Yin didn't care about the single light spot that was closest, but stared at the 4 motionless light spots that were farther away in the 3-dimensional image and whispered to himself. It seemed that his actions worked. 3 seconds later, the 4 blood spots that had gathered together began to slowly disperse. They no longer stayed in place, but moved towards the shelter at high speed. Chapter 99. The Role of Terrain. After a brief pause, the remaining 4 members of the swarm chose to approach the shelter again. Firstly, Liu Yan's second and third shots were extremely inaccurate, and secondly, as the distance between the black man and them grew farther and farther, they could no longer ensure that the other party was still under their control. The range of a hand crossbow is much shorter than that of a mounted crossbow, and it is very difficult to hit a target 10 meters away at night. What's more, the distance between the black man and them is more than 140 meters. If the other party wants to run, it will be difficult for them to form an effective deterrent to the black man. Even if you want the black people to go ahead and step on the mines, they must follow closely behind and not be left too far behind. 10 seconds later, they were within 100 meters of the shelter. The black man continued to move forward with his shield. In front of him appeared a rugged terrain consisting of stones and earth pits several dozen centimeters deep. Because he was extremely nervous, he did not pay much attention to the changes in the terrain under his feet. He took a step forward, but suddenly stepped on empty air and fell heavily. Fuck! The black man cursed in pain. He staggered to his feet and looked forward. He saw similar rugged terrain stretching for dozens of meters. The shield in his hand weighed nearly 20 kilograms, which was very heavy. He was afraid that he would not have the physical strength to carry it through this area. He stood up and looked around carefully, and found that although this rugged terrain composed of pits and stones was long, it was not too wide, and a few meters to the left was a relatively flat road. The only thing worth noting is that there are some bush branches with sharp thorns scattered on the relatively flat road. These bush branches are buried in the soil very firmly and cannot be easily pulled out. But this has little effect on the black man. He can use the shield to cover himself and squeeze out a path. Soon, he moved from the previous rugged road to the flat road with bushes and branches. At this time, he discovered that a few meters to the left of this relatively flat, thorny road was another rugged terrain consisting of pits and stones. Looking further away, The black people discovered that with the shelter as the center, the surrounding terrain was completely arranged in a circle according to the design of rough road thorny road rough road. Is this a special way to defend against enemies? I'm afraid it would take a lot of energy to complete it. The black man sighed in his heart, but he didn't know what the significance of this design was. If it was to defend against wild beasts and enemies, then the sharpness of these thorns and the depth of the traps were not enough. At most, they could only delay the time before the enemy broke into the shelter. After spending so much energy, the final product can only delay a little bit of time. This is obviously a huge failure. The black man's opinion of Lu Yin dropped a few points in his mind. Obviously, such defensive fortifications cannot be built by a mature and smart infrastructure player. Lu Yin is most likely just an ordinary player with good luck. It seems like there shouldn't be any problem hunting down Lu Yin tonight, but he turned around to look at the four companions following closely behind him and cursed inwardly. These bastards turned against him so quickly. The black man moved forward with his shield against the bushes and thorns. His body was well hidden behind the shield. The sharp branches and thorns were pushed away without touching his body. He passed through this route unscathed. As for the four companions who had caught up from behind, the first second they stepped onto this thorny road, their clothes and exposed skin were immediately cut by the sharp thorns. Swish! Swish! Fuck! My sleeve is caught. A man cursed and tore hard at his sleeve that was caught by the thorns. With a clear tearing sound, a hole of more than 10 centimeters appeared in his sleeve. The fate of the other people was not much better than his. Some of them had their arms scratched or their thighs stabbed. These bush branches were just cut down this afternoon. They're full of water and very tough. Before, the black man squeezed through a passage with a shield in his hand, but after he passed by, these water-filled bush branches returned to their original state. The four of them wanted to let the black man step on the minefield, so they didn't dare to get too close. Now faced with dense thorns, they had no choice but to choose the rugged terrain on the other side. Fuck, I can't take this anymore. I want to go the other way. The member holding the crossbow spoke as he struggled to free himself from the bushes and walked onto the rugged terrain, composed of earth pits and rocks. This kind of terrain was extremely difficult for the blacks, holding heavy shields to pass through, but it was no pressure for the other four people who were lightly equipped. They moved lightly around the pits and stones, keeping a distance of 10 meters from the blacks, and continued to approach the shelter. At this time, the black man was only 70 meters away from the shelter, and the others were only 80 meters away from the shelter. Inside the shelter, Lu Yin saw the blood-colored light spots separate and approach him from two different directions, and he knew that his design outside the shelter had achieved the desired effect. The terrain design that seemed so stupid in the eyes of the black people was completed by Lu Yin and Chun Hang in nearly 7 hours in the whole afternoon. It was an extremely huge amount of work. If Lu Yin had not been blessed with the title of the Wilderness Wall and the aura of the hero, he would have been too tired to get up. At this time, seeing the four light spots in the rugged terrain getting closer and closer to the shelter, Lu Yin's hand slowly pressed the operating lever of the shooting hole corresponding to that area. 60 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters. Lu Yin counted down silently in his heart, and finally, when the four blood-red dots came within 20 meters, he decisively pulled down the operating lever with his right hand. Only the sound of a bowstring being ejected was heard in the living room, and 10 arrows were shot out instantly, triggering the arrows to fly at twice the speed and arrive in an instant. A second later, Lu Yin saw that 2 of the 4 red dots went out. Firing hole number 5, load the string, Lu Yin shouted loudly. In fact, without Lu Yin's order, the highly nervous Chun Hang immediately walked towards the source of the sound after hearing the sound of the bowstring, stretched out his hand to pull the winder, and pushed the remaining 10 arrows in the number 5 crossbow into the arrow slot. Almost at the same time, Chun Hang responded, "Over." Lu Yin pulled down the handle again, and 10 arrows triggered 1.7x speed shooting. After 0.5 seconds, the color of the 2 remaining light spots in Area 5 suddenly dropped to an extremely pale state, from blood red to a light reddish color. Lu Yin knew very well what this change meant. This means that the threat posed by the other party to oneself has been reduced to a very low level. To put it in a more understandable way, the other party has been seriously injured and is even on the verge of death. But Lu Yin did not stop there. His attention shifted again to the thorn area number 4, which was closest to his shelter and within 10 meters. His palm moved slightly, and the steel cable pulled the trigger of the flintlock in the number 4 shooting hole. As a gunshot rang out, a dazzling tongue of fire appeared in the night. Chapter 100, The Shield Broken. 10 seconds ago, McGill was moving slowly forward. The thorns that were strong enough to pierce his skin were unable to cause any damage to his body due to the protection of his shield, and were pushed straight to the sides by him. Fuck. Damn. It hurts. The curses of the team members who forced him to wade through the mines continued to sound from behind. These thorns had a great impact on them, even preventing them from moving forward normally. Their sleeves were torn, their skin was scratched. Seeing this scene, the Black McGill people couldn't help but feel secretly happy in their hearts and felt relieved. However, they were not troubled by the thorns for too long. After breaking free from the bushy area, the remaining 4 members of the swarm immediately jumped onto the rugged road next to them. The roads that posed a huge obstacle to McGill were no pressure for the other 4 companions. Hurry up, the member holding the crossbow urged McGill, his voice full of fierce pressure. McGill didn't dare say anything and walked forward in silence. The rustling sound of bushes being pushed aside filled the air, and McGill was getting closer and closer to the shelter. He knew that the closer he got to the shelter, the greater the danger he would face. He never knew if he stepped on a mine and it would explode, sending him flying high into the sky. He tried to slow down as much as possible, but other people had completely different ideas. Because they were afraid of the arrival of other forces, the other 4 members of the swarm seemed to be getting more and more anxious, and the distance between them and McGill was getting closer and closer. Although they were not in the same area, there was only less than 15 meters between them. Following so closely, damn thing. McGill cursed in a low voice. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't get away at this distance. Once he showed any movement to escape, he would be noticed by his companion immediately, and a crossbow arrow would immediately fall on his back. Faster, faster. Behind him came the urging voices of his companions. It was obvious that they were eager to break into Luyan's shelter and plunder their resources. The Black man McGill cursed inwardly and continued to move forward, but at this moment, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly rang in his ears. The sound of breaking wind was exactly the same as the sound made by the arrows that had previously stabbed the leader to death. McGill was stunned for 0.1 seconds. Then he screamed, curled up his whole body under the shield, and trembled like a bug. But the imagined impact of the arrow piercing the shield did not come as expected. McGill quietly raised the shield, and through the gap in the shield, he saw a scene that made him ecstatic. A cluster of arrows fell in the rugged area where the other 4 companions were, and several fatal arrows had pierced the throats and chests of 2 of them. The 2 men fell straight down and died. However, before McGill could get excited, a second cluster of arrows struck again, nailing the limbs and lower abdomen of the 2 survivors who had not yet reacted in the rugged area, and seriously injured them instantly. McGill was dumbfounded. In just 2 seconds, the situation changed so drastically. Fuck, this is justice from God. It's punishment for you betraying your companions. The Black man McGill excitedly shouted loudly in the direction of his 4 companions, waving his hands. But McGill's ecstasy did not last long. The next second, a sound like thunder suddenly rang out in the silent night sky, and at the same time a tongue of fire suddenly appeared in the darkness. McGill suddenly felt a terrifying chill enveloping him, and he subconsciously raised his shield to block the attack. Snap! An extremely dull, shattering sound was heard. An unmatched force fell on the shield, and McGill widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. The shield is broken. Chapter 101, Orders. The solid wooden shield shattered under McGill's horrified gaze, and he was pushed back by the huge force that followed, falling on his back in the bushes. Crash! The solid wooden shield broke into 5 or 6 pieces and fell to the ground. At this moment, McGill's fear was difficult to express in words. Gun. This is definitely a gun. When most people were still using bows, crossbows, and swords, Luyan actually already possessed firearms with such great power. Oh my god. Attacking Luyan's shelter is the worst mistake I have ever made in my life. McGill lay in the bushes and dared not move. It was not until this moment that he realized how ridiculous the behavior of his people was. Among the top 3, Luyan seems to have the weakest record and the smallest power, but this does not mean that Luyan's threat is the smallest. As the top of the shelter list, Luyan might not be as good as the wilderness hunter team and Yao Qi in attack and hunting. But when it comes to defending battles and defensive counterattack capabilities, he is the undisputed #1 in the wilderness. The ratings of nearly 500 points on the shelter list are all based on real stuff. Not far away, he heard the wailing of 2 injured companions, full of panic and fear. McGill tried to move his arms, and the shield blocked the fatal blow for him. Except for the skin scratched by thorns when he fell, he had no other injuries that affected his combat effectiveness. McGill, help me. Hearing his companions' cries for help, McGill no longer had the courage to continue attacking the Luyin shelter. The scene of his companions being killed instantly left him with an extremely deep psychological shadow. His only thought now was to pray to God that he could leave safely. He didn't know how Lu Yin determined his location in the shelter, so he was extremely frightened. He lay motionless in the bushes and pretended to be dead, fearing that Lu Yin would find him. But how could such means possibly deceive Lu Yin? 30 seconds later, while McGill was still lying dead in the bushes, he suddenly heard a very faint sound of footsteps, accompanied by the rustling sound of branches and leaves being pushed aside. His hair stood on end, and he looked in the direction of the sound. Dark. It's dark. The next second, a mechanical creature with silver light reflected all over its body suddenly emerged from the darkness, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards him. Ah! McGill screamed in horror. The last scene this world left him was a ferocious mechanical dog head. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing large areas of bushes red. McGill's throat was broken, his body was twitching, and he slowly lost his life. Inside the shelter, Lu Yin looked at the light spots in the three-dimensional image. At this time, their colors had become very, very pale, indicating that the opponent could hardly pose any threat to him, whether it was being seriously injured or being frightened to the point of losing confidence. The first Zerg to arrive here has basically been declared annihilated. It went much more smoothly than expected. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Although defeating the Zerg proved the effectiveness of his tactics, there was also the element of surprise. He used the information gap introduced on the leaderboard to temporarily confuse the opponent's vision, causing errors in their judgment, which is why he won so easily. This tactic cannot be used a second time, because during the battle between him and the Zerg, others must have noticed the changes in Lu Yan's shelter information on the leaderboard. The second batch of enemies will definitely not be as easy to deal with as the Zerg. Go clean up the battlefield and bury the 4 dead people deeper. Drag the remaining 2 people back. Lu Yin walked out of the bedroom and casually threw a shovel with the easy digging special effect to Chen Hang, and then said very seriously, "Don't even think about running away. I can see you." Chen Hang not that who thee then. He did not dare to doubt Lu Yan's words. After all, in his mind, Lu Yan's performance was already divine. How did he locate the enemy? How did he determine how many people died and how many survived? Could he have a surveillance camera? But looking around the entire shelter, there was no such thing. Chen Heng didn't dare to ask more questions. He walked out of the shelter door, tremblingly, and followed Lu Yan's instructions to the direction where the insect group fell. Lu Yan looked at his back with a slight smile on his face. How to make others feel awe of you. In addition to powerful strength, some mystery should also be retained. Make others unpredictable and unable to figure out your true self. Then others will not dare to have bad thoughts towards you easily. Soon, after Chen Heng buried the bodies of the 4 dead members of the swarm on the spot, he dragged the remaining 2 seriously injured survivors back to the shelter. I don't know whether to say it's lucky or unfortunate that the only 2 remaining members of the swarm are both women, and they have good figures and looks. However, at this time, arrows are deeply stuck in their shoulders, lower abdomens, and thighs. The severe pain makes them wail in pain, and they no longer have any beauty and temperament. Hand over all your resources. Lu Yin stared at them expressionlessly. And tell me the location of your shelter. Here, I'll give it all to you. As long as you don't kill us, I'll give you whatever you want. Faced with severe pain and the threat of death, the 2 female members were obviously frightened. They cooperated very well and handed over all the supplies on their bodies and told Lu Yin the location of their shelter. After getting what he wanted, Lu Yin walked towards the 2 men and slowly took out the flintlock pistol from his arms. Don't kill me. I can join your shelter. I can do the work. I'm a master of engineering from an Ivy League university. I also have a 2nd-level athlete certificate, and I'm proficient in musical instruments. I can help you a lot. If you need me, I can even reproduce for you. I have good genes, please don't kill me. Seeing Lu Yin walking towards her with an expressionless face, one of the short-haired beauties suddenly trembled all over and cried for mercy, trying her best to use all her advantages, hoping that Lu Yin would be interested in her and spare her life. The other long-haired girl was even more straightforward. She endured the pain and unbuttoned her shirt, saying in a trembling voice, "Lu Shun, as long as you let me go from now on, you will be my master, and I will unconditionally fulfill any of your orders." Lu Yin paused, raised his eyebrows, and laughed strangely. "Any order? Are you sure?" The long-haired girl's face turned pale. She subconsciously thought that Lu Yin was a weirdo with perverted hobbies, but for the sake of survival, what did dignity and some physical torture matter? She took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yin with her big, pleading and tender eyes, while sticking out her tongue like a puppy. "Master, please command me. I will satisfy any of your needs." Seeing this, Chen Hang felt his breathing become rapid and his mouth became dry. Lu Yin laughed. The long-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she could finally survive this time. He slowly squatted in front of the long-haired girl, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, since you're so sincere, I will give you an order now. I command you to calculate the last digit of pi. I order you to create a controlled nuclear fusion device. I order you to travel through time and space to prevent the Qing army from entering the pass." Chapter 102. The long-haired girl was stunned. Chen Hang was also confused. The short-haired beauty's head was buzzing, and she thought she was hallucinating from excessive blood loss. Pi nuclear fusion travels through time and space? Are you fucking crazy? The long-haired girl resisted the urge to curse and stammered, "Stop joking with me. I'm not kidding you. A woman who can't even rub a nuclear bomb with her hands has no appeal to me." Lu Yin smiled and waved his hand, no longer teasing her. He pointed the gun directly at the long-haired girl's eyebrows and pulled the trigger. Pung! Flames were everywhere and blood was flying. At close range, the power of a flintlock rifle was enough to completely blow a person's skull off. The long-haired girl's head exploded like a rotten watermelon, and her body fell limply to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yin did not hesitate for a moment as he pulled out the arrow from the short-haired beauty's lower abdomen and pierced her carotid artery with incredible precision. Hot blood slid down Lu Yin's elbow. He felt the short-haired beauty's body slowly become stiff, and he knew that there was no chance of her survival. "Throw them out." Lu Yin stood up and went to the corner of the living room to wash his hands with rainwater. His fair and handsome face was covered with splattered blood spots, making him look extremely terrifying. Chen Hang came to the bodies of the two girls tremblingly, and suddenly he couldn't help covering his mouth and rushed out the door to vomit uncontrollably. Although he had buried the bodies of the other 4 members of the Zerg just now, he did not witness the death of those 4 people with his own eyes, and their deaths were not so tragic. At this moment, he watched Lu Yin kill 2 people without mercy, and the fear in his heart reached its peak in an instant. Those were 2 living people. They were alive 1 second and became corpses the next. Lu Yin looked expressionlessly at Chen Hang, who was lying at the doorway vomiting violently, and said softly, "I'll only give you 5 minutes. Drag the body out and clean up the room." After killing 2 beautiful girls, Lu Yin did not feel any negative emotions in his heart. No fear, no regret, only the relief of clearing the threat. Ever since he killed the Black Brother trio for the first time, he knew that if he wanted to survive long in this wilderness, he had to be ruthless and show no mercy. Whether it is a man or a woman, as long as they stand against you, they're your enemy. Women have no privileges in this wilderness. Anyone who is an enemy must die. 10:57 p.m. Wilderness time. Many players, contrary to their usual behavior, did not go to sleep, but instead had heated discussions in the World Channel, discussing whether they could hold out until tomorrow morning after the location of Lu Yan's shelter was leaked. In many discussions, almost no one was optimistic about Lu Yan. After all, the forces besieging him were all on the list, and there were 4 of them. Some people even started a betting pool, betting on which of the 4 forces would be able to kill Lu Yan in the end. I am destined to be sleepless tonight. But at this moment, an announcement from the official game appeared in the World Channel. System message: all members of the original 8th-ranked insect swarm have died, and their faction designation has been cancelled. It will be replaced by the original 9th-ranked Heavenly Kingdom. This game announcement floated through the World Channel and quickly triggered a wave of frenzy. Chapter 103 announcement. System message. Since the members of the Insect Swarm faction have been completely eliminated, the formerly 9th-ranked Heaven will take over. System message. Kill list ranking changes. Player Lu Yin will replace player McKiss and become the 7th on the kill list. Players ranked after 7th on the kill list will be relegated 1 position. Kill list number 7, Lu Yin. Battle record. Killed 9 players, including 1 high-level player. Killed 1 mutant. Killed 1 monster in the secret ruins. Killed 1 boss in the secret ruins. Killed 2 pig-headed men. Killed a coyote. In the World Channel, the game announcement in crimson font was extremely eye-catching, attracting everyone's attention. What the hell? The Zerg Swarm was completely wiped out? This should be the first team in the top 10 to be wiped out, right? I remember them. They were one of the 4 forces that obtained information about the Lu Yin shelter at the trading grounds. The Zerg Swarm was completely wiped out. Lu Yin climbed to 7th place on the kill list. Does that mean Lu Yin wiped them all out single-handedly? I can't accept that. You should take a look at Lu Yin's current shelter introduction. His shelter is already equipped with remote-controlled firepower. I've always said that the top of the leaderboard wouldn't be taken down so easily. This is outrageous. Several announcements released in succession by the game made it very easy for players to infer what happened in the hunt for Lu Yin. When everyone was pessimistic about Lu Yin, he had already completed a gorgeous counterattack and wiped out the entire team. The name Zerg has completely disappeared from this wilderness. Lu Yin is still quite capable. Now it all depends on the performance of the remaining 3 factions. I wonder who can kill him. Perhaps no one can be killed, and the biggest winner tonight may be Lu Yin. Haha, the person above. You're praising Lu Yin too much. Although he wiped out the Zerg, they're the weakest of the 4 factions that received information about the shelter tonight. He just won by chance this one time, but that doesn't mean Lady Luck will always be on his side. My opinion is that Lu Yin won't live until tomorrow morning. I think the 2nd-ranked warrior squad has a high chance of taking down Lu Yin. Although this team is small in number, their overall combat power is the most balanced. Almost every member is a fierce warrior who is on the kill list. Apart from the Wilderness Hunter squad, I can't think of anyone in the wilderness who can surpass them. In fact, the Stinger Combat Company, ranked 5th on the power list, has a greater advantage. You have to know that attacking a shelter isn't a head-on confrontation. Lu Yin won't be competing against the warrior squad, so individual strength isn't that important. The Stinger Combat Company has members who are proficient in explosives, and they might prove incredibly effective in a tough battle. No, I'm more optimistic about the 6th-ranked West Coast Alliance. Players were arguing fiercely in the World Channel. As they said, among the 4 forces attacking Lu Yin's shelter tonight, the Zerg was the weakest, although Lu Yin killed them. Most players did not believe that Lu Yin could continue to create miracles. Due to geographical reasons, the remaining 3 forces may not have arrived near Lu Yin yet. Once they reach their destination, within an hour, the system may issue an announcement similar to the previous one. However, this time the announcement is likely to be about the death of the top person in the shelter. It seems that 99% of people don't believe that I can survive tonight. Lu Yin has been paying close attention to the information in the World Channel and the trading market. He did not lose confidence or fighting spirit because of the comments of those players. No matter how many people in this world say you can't do it, you can't say you can't do it. This is the minimum confidence in yourself. If you don't even have this confidence and always have the idea of failure in your mind, then you will definitely fail. It's like an announcement from the system when you just entered the wilderness. You have the potential to become the creator of a new world. You have the potential to become a hero or demon that goes down in history. Lu Yin didn't know whether he would become a hero or a devil in the future, but he knew very well that no matter which one he wanted to be, he would need an indestructible heart and a will that would not be shaken by external things. I wonder which force will be the second to arrive. Lu Yin frowned. To be honest, the analysis of some players in the World Channel did make some sense. Among the remaining 3 forces, he was indeed not afraid of the warrior team known for its force. Given the numerical disadvantage, he would not be stupid enough to go out and fight others head-on with only a spear. As for the Stinger Combat Company, although they have members who are good at using blasting technology, whether they have enough explosives, and whether they can pass through the firing line of the crossbows and flintlock rifles to reach the door of the shelter are big problems. As for the West Coast Alliance, compared to fighting with players and attacking shelters, they are better at mining minerals and hunting wild animals. This is a team composed of miners and hunters. Because of the characteristics of their profession, their productivity is relatively strong, so they can occupy a place on the power list. Generally speaking, there is basically no existence among these three major forces that Liu Yan is particularly wary of. This is also the result of Liu Yan's special analysis and screening. If you want to survive in the wilderness, in addition to self-confidence, you also need to know how to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of yourself and your enemy, and give full play to your strengths to deal with the enemy's weaknesses. The waiting time is always long. Chun Heng had already buried the bodies of the insect swarm and collected all the arrows. He was now squatting in the corner, staring at the ceiling with his eyes wide open. Liu Yan pricked up his ears and stared at the monitoring intercom, afraid of missing even the slightest sound coming from it. The time was now 11:23 p.m. 2 hours had passed since his information was leaked, and half an hour had passed since the swarm was killed, but the second group of enemies still had not arrived. No, perhaps the second group of enemies has arrived, but they are not communicating with each other, or perhaps they are hiding farther away and secretly observing their movements. Liu Yan touched his chin, and his mood became a little impatient. He has one use left for his seek advantage and avoid harm talent today, and once 12 o'clock passes, the number of uses will be reset. If the enemy does not show up during this period, this precious opportunity to use it will be wasted. Whoever it is, please show up soon. Liu Yan whispered to himself. This feeling of waiting is really too painful. There was dead silence in the desolate, bloody wilderness. In the distance, the shrill howling of wild wolves could be heard faintly. Chapter 104. Everyone is here. Dark clouds covered the moon, and the cold wind howled. In the wilderness late at night, a team gradually emerged from the inky darkness in the distance. There were 5 people in this team, and their steps were extremely light and steady. Although they were moving forward very fast, no sound of footsteps was heard. The 5 people formed a triangle and moved forward. The member at the front of the triangle was the strongest and wielded a huge axe as his weapon. The 4 companions on the left and right sides all had longbows hanging from their shoulders and short knives tied around their waists. They were dressed like standard ancient hunters. They're the West Coast Alliance team, but in this hunt for Liu Yan, only the hunter squad in the team was dispatched. Those minor members are not suitable for fighting, and pulling them over will only hinder them. The tall, burly man in the lead, holding an axe, stood on a plateau nearly 800 meters from the shelter. He gazed in the distance in its direction and said in a muffled voice, "I can't see anything clearly. Damn it, hunting at night is extremely dangerous. If time wasn't so pressing, I really wouldn't want to launch an attack in this situation." Because they were afraid that the light of the torches would be discovered in advance, they did not have any lighting equipment, and on the way here just now, they almost had a head-on contact with a group of lions that were out looking for prey. If they had not covered their bodies with mud in advance to prevent their body odor from emitting and climbed up the tree early to avoid the lion's path, they would probably have been discovered and eaten by the hungry lions. In the dead of night, the dangers in the wilderness will increase exponentially, and even the most experienced hunters would not be willing to go out in such a dark environment. But there is no way. They had no other choice. They spent a lot of resources to purchase Liu Yan's shelter information. If they didn't hurry up and let other forces get there first, they would really lose a lot of money. Fortunately, we arrived safely without any accidents along the way. Someone said in a relaxed voice, "The rest will be easy. Don't take it lightly. Liu Yan has already wiped out the insect swarm. He is much stronger than we thought." The oldest and most experienced middle-aged man among the 5 people spoke. He looked up at the sky and saw that the dark clouds covering the red moon were slowly moving with the wind. "Let's observe the situation first. Maybe we are not the only ones who have arrived here after the swarm of insects." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and everyone laid down on the ground as he did so. He took out a piece of linen that was very similar in color to the ground from his arms and covered himself with it. They are the most patient hunters. The most valuable experience a hunter gains from many hunting activities is never expose yourself prematurely. In the mountains and snowfields, there are often some wild beasts fighting each other. And what hunters like most is to hide quietly on the side and watch the two beasts fight for life and death. In the end, when they're exhausted or both are injured, the hunter will come out and harvest them effortlessly. They had the same idea at this time. They wanted to lie in ambush, quietly waiting for the other two forces to arrive and engage in a round-robin battle with Liu Yin. When the strength and trump cards of both sides were completely worn out, they would jump out and reap the benefits. This is the approach with the least loss and the greatest profit. As for the Zerg's previous tactics of rushing indirectly and risking human lives, they were the most stupid behavior in the eyes of these hunters. They were no different from a gorilla without hair. The evening breeze blew across the earth, dispersing the dark clouds that obscured the red moon. As the red moon reappeared in the sky, the cold moonlight shone down, and the hunters were surprised to find that three figures had reappeared in the southeast direction, less than 300 meters away from them. Samurai Squad. Sure enough, other forces have arrived too. The middle-aged hunter lowered his voice and spoke in a voice that only a few members of his own team could hear. No, not just one, two, the burly man's muffled voice came. Look to the west. The hunters in ambush quietly turned their eyes to the west. I saw some small black dots wriggling on the distant horizon where the moonlight reached. As these small black dots got closer and closer, they gradually took the shape of a human figure. It's the Stinger Combat Company. 5 of them. The middle-aged hunter's face showed excitement. Good. The several forces that will hunt Liu Yin tonight are all here. 5 members of the Stinger Combat Company came from the west and stopped 800 meters away from the shelter. With the help of moonlight, they and the 3 members of the warrior squad discovered each other. Both sides stopped and had a brief standoff. My grandfather once told me that if you want to get the best prey in a forest, the first thing you need to deal with is not the prey itself, but your competitors who share the same goal. The middle-aged hunter muttered silently to himself, looking at the members of the warrior squad and the Stinger Combat Company, a smile on his face. Look, they're going to fight soon. Inside the shelter, Liu Yin listened to the voice coming from the monitoring intercom with a very ugly expression on his face. He hoped that the enemy would arrive sooner. Now the enemy has indeed arrived, but the number, is it a bit too much? The 3 major forces, the warrior squad, the Stinger Combat Company, and the West Coast Alliance have all gathered outside the shelter. The number of enemies is as high as 13. If they launch an attack on the shelter together, even with the existing firepower, it will be difficult to stop everyone. It seems like I'm playing a little too hard. Under the moonlight, the little wolf cub walked alone in the wilderness. Its voice was hoarse, and its physical strength was almost at its limit. It can't hold on any longer. It was walking in a bush when suddenly it stopped and heard rustling footsteps in front of it. A huge shadow emerged from the bushes. It was a black bear, staring at the little wolf cub with saliva dripping from between its teeth, its eyes full of greed and hunger. The wolf cub screamed and turned and ran away. The black bear roared, its roar shaking the mountains and forests, and it opened its bloody mouth and pounced forward. Chapter 105, Dispute. The time is now 11:52 p.m. Liu Yin listened to the conversation coming from the monitoring walkie-talkie with a serious expression. He didn't expect that after easily destroying the first wave of the insect swarm, the difficulty of fighting the second wave of enemies would suddenly increase. 3 factions arrived outside the shelter at the same time, leaving Liu Yin facing over a dozen enemies. His only consolation was learning from conversations with members of the West Coast Alliance that these experienced hunters seemed intent on reaping the benefits, meaning they wouldn't take action for the time being. And just as the middle-aged hunter said, if 2 hunters from different camps meet in the mountains, in order to get the best prey, they may first eliminate their competitors. In other words, before attacking the shelter, the Samurai Squad is likely to clash with the Stinger Combat Company. Sizzle. The sound of electricity rang out again in the monitoring intercom, and soon, a common language with a strong Sakura country style sounded. Abecoin, it seems our luck is a bit bad. Our competitors have arrived. Then, an even more fanatical and violent voice laughed. What bad luck? Our luck is incredible. It looks like we can not only plunder Liu Yan supplies tonight, but also take out a team on the power rankings. This is a huge haul. Under the blood-red moonlight in the wilderness, the 2 teams were 100 meters apart, but they had already discovered each other. The 5 members of the Stinger Combat Company did not seem to want to conflict with the warrior squad. The moment they discovered the other side, they chose to retreat. The individual combat effectiveness of their team is far inferior to that of the warrior squad. If a head-on conflict occurs, they will definitely end in a crushing defeat. However, the Stinger Combat Company's retreat did not satisfy the warrior squad, but instead aroused their desire for violent hunting. For the warrior team, attacking a fortified shelter is not their strong point. Although they spent a high price to purchase Liu Yan's shelter information, the success rate of acting rashly is really not very high. If Chun Hang had not sold the shelter information to 4 forces at the same time, causing the warrior team to fear that others would get there first, they would probably prepare for a while, recruit some members who are good at attacking and blasting, and then take action against Liu Yan. For them, tonight's action was very hasty. Although Abe Tomei and Yoshida Takashi kept talking about rushing into the shelter and chopping off Liu Yan's head, they actually knew very well that the chances of success under such circumstances were less than half. Breaking through the enemy lines is not their strong point, but head-on combat, hunting, and plundering are their specialties. After discovering the members of the Stinger Combat Company, the 3 members of the warrior squad immediately realized that even if they could not break into Liu Yan's shelter tonight, they could still gain a lot of benefits from this operation. At least they could get back the supplies to purchase Liu Yan's information. If the success rate of the warrior team breaking into the Liu Yan shelter is 50%, then the success rate of killing 5 people from the Stinger Combat Company and plundering their resources in this open wilderness can reach 90%. After realizing this, the warrior squad immediately turned their attention from Liu Yan to the Stinger Combat Company. In fact, in the wilderness at this time, there is also a kind of dark jungle law. In the wilderness, every team is a hunter, but at the same time, every team is also prey. Every team is reluctant to easily meet a team that is more advanced than itself, because once they meet, they can only go to war with the other side in order to protect themselves. In the early stages of the wilderness, each team was engaged in savage plundering in order to accumulate resources. There was basically no cooperation. Once other forces were discovered, it would be a life-and-death situation. The Stinger Combat Company ranks 5th on the power list and is among the top teams among the dozens of large and small teams in the wilderness. It is already a very strong team, but it is still far inferior to the Samurai Squad. If we talk about combat effectiveness alone, they are not even as good as the lower-ranked West Coast Alliance. During this hunt for Liu Yan, the members of the Stinger Combat Company were hoping for a lucky break, praying that they would not encounter any other forces, but they did not expect that the thing they feared the most would still happen. They were targeted by 3 butchers from the Samurai Squad. Abandon this battle plan and disperse. Sell Liu Yan's information to other bounty-paying forces to recover the losses. The captain of the Stinger Combat Company spoke in a deep voice. He looked at the oncoming warrior squad and decisively led his men to withdraw from tonight's hunting operation. A strong wind blew, and dust covered the entire earth. The captain of the Stinger Combat Company turned and ran, and his 4 team members also scattered and fled in different directions. But as luck would have it, the direction in which one of the team members escaped was exactly where the 5 people from the West Coast Alliance were ambushing. Seeing that member getting closer and closer to him, and then Abe Dongming holding a long knife also chasing him relentlessly, the middle-aged hunter covered with sackcloth cursed inwardly. It seemed that he could not pretend anymore. His plan to be the one who took advantage of the situation was completely shattered. Kill them. The middle-aged hunter lowered his voice and gave orders to the team members around him. With his order, for homemade hunting bows were pulled horizontally under the sackcloth, and the arrows were slowly aimed at the members of the Stinger Combat Company and Abe Dongming who were approaching this position. 15 meters, 13 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters. Whoosh! A sharp arrow flew out in an instant under the cover of night and directly penetrated the chest of the Stinger Combat Company member who was running for his life. His body suddenly staggered and fell to the ground while running wildly. The remaining 3 arrows arrived soon after, but their target was not him, but Abe Dongming behind him. A sharp sound of breaking wind was heard, and 3 sharp arrows were pointed at Abe Dongming's right shoulder, throat, and lower abdomen respectively. At this moment, Abe Dongming keenly sensed the danger coming. He rolled his whole body on the ground, and the long sword in his hand danced. Only a few crisp click sounds were heard, and the 2 arrows were actually cut in half by him and fell to the ground helplessly. The last one brushed past his back, leaving a shallow trace of blood. "Who? Get out here!" Abe Dongming asked sternly with a gloomy face. Seeing that he could no longer hide, the middle-aged hunter took off his disguise and stood up with his men. Facing the five men's fierce gazes, Abe Dongming not only did not show any fear, but instead sheathed his long sword, slowly lowered his waist almost to the ground, and at the same time held the hilt of the sword with his right hand, ready to strike. It's the sword-drawing technique of the Sakura country. The middle-aged hunter raised his eyebrows. He had heard of this sword technique of the Sakura country and had seen samurai in film and television dramas posing similar postures to Abe Tomei during battles. This move seems to be that the lower the body lies, the faster the speed and the greater the power. Someone nearby swallowed and said in a trembling voice. So according to this theory, next time before the fight, he should get an excavator and dig a 12-meter deep hole in the ground. Then he can squat in the hole and draw his sword and be invincible, right? The middle-aged hunter cursed with a squint. Chapter 106. The combat strength of the top 5 killers. The middle-aged hunter cursed, but he did not relax his vigilance at all. He waved his hand to signal the team members to disperse immediately and quickly pulled the longbow again, ready to shoot Abe Dongming. As a hunter, he knows very well how to fight with prey. When hunting large beasts or some more aggressive prey, the hunter will not fight the opponent head-on, but will keep a distance from the opponent, running quickly while using bows, arrows, hunting rifles, and other weapons to harass and attack continuously. That is commonly known as flying a kite. If two experienced hunters work together, they can easily kill a bison or a lioness without getting hurt. At this time, Abe Dongming needs to face 5 hunters. Can the Sakura swordsmanship that he relies on to roam the wilderness allow him to win this battle? Ding! Ranked 5th on the kill list, senior player Abe Dongming starts live streaming. In the game live broadcast system, a live broadcast room labeled Sakura swordsmanship is invincible in the world suddenly popped up, and the broadcaster was Abe Dongming, who was facing 5 hunters at the same time. Because the entire wilderness was closely watching the siege of the Luyan shelter at this time, when Abe Dongming's live broadcast room was opened, hundreds of viewers immediately flocked in. Live broadcast of the attack. Wow, I really want to see how Luyan's shelter was breached. No, it seems that the one fighting against the warrior squad is not Luyan, but another team, the West Coast Alliance. In a live broadcast room, barges of comments were flying everywhere, and many people couldn't wait to know how far the situation had progressed. I'm Abe Tawaki, one of the 3 members of the samurai squad. Tonight, I'll use a hearty slaughter to prove to the world that only the Sakura swordsmanship is the greatest and most powerful killing technique in the world. Abe Tawaki's cold face appeared in the live broadcast room, his body still in the posture of preparing to draw his sword and chop. His voice was extremely sinister and arrogant. You will see a wonderful visual feast. Don't blink. That's too fucking crazy. The middle-aged hunter frowned and cursed. Surrounded by 5 people, Abe Dongming was not at all panicked. Instead, he turned on the live broadcast function very easily and leisurely, as if it was not him who was trapped in the encirclement, but the members of the West Coast Alliance. Shoot him. The middle-aged hunter couldn't bear it any longer. He was about 10 meters away from Abe Dongming at this time. It was the best time to attack. With his order, 4 arrows whizzed out at the same time, piercing straight into the opponent's shoulders, chest, lower abdomen, and other parts. A cold wind blew, and the dark clouds in the sky blocked the moonlight for a moment, and the entire wilderness fell into a dead silence and darkness. The figure of Abe Dongming suddenly disappeared from the middle-aged hunter's sight, and then he heard the crisp sound of wood breaking, which was the sound of the arrow being cut off. An indescribable chill hit the middle-aged hunter in the face. He thought to himself that something was wrong and felt his hair stand on end. He quickly retreated and held the carefully crafted longbow across his chest as a shield. There was a crisp sound of crack, and the middle-aged hunter felt a cold chill in his lower abdomen. He opened his eyes wide and looked down, only to see that Abe Dongming had rushed in front of him at some point. The long sword that was shining with cold light had cut off his longbow, and the tip of the sword was against his lower abdomen. It only needed to move forward an inch to rip him open. "Get out of here!" A roar like thunder rang out, and the burly man holding the axe rushed over like a mountain, chopping off Abe Dongming's neck with the axe. Faced with such a powerful axe, Abe Dongming did not dare to resist it. No matter how strong he was still a flesh and blood body that could not compete with iron. He could only draw his sword and retreat, rolling to the left, narrowly avoiding the attack of the strong man. It was too dangerous. The middle-aged hunter retreated quickly, feeling a burning pain in his lower abdomen. He reached out and touched his palm, which was covered in blood. This damn thing is too fast. The middle-aged hunter roared in his heart. He didn't even see the opponent's movements before he was hit in the face, and now his weapon was destroyed. It was impossible for him to be a match for Abe Dongming. You're a soldier in this team? Interesting. Abe Dongming stood up and looked at the burly man holding the steel axe with a violent smile on his face. Let's start with you. Whoosh whoosh. 3 more arrows flew over, blocking Abe Dongming's range of movement. Seeing this, the strong man roared angrily and swung the axe down again. Seeing this, Abe Dongming rolled on the ground and flexibly slipped under the strong man's crotch. At the same time, he waved the long sword in his hand and cut off the strong man's ankle from behind with great lightness. In an instant, the 2 tendons in the strong man's legs were cut off, and blood spurted out like a column. Plop! The strong man fell to his knees with a scream, and Abe Dongming swung the long knife again and hit the strong man. With the crisp sound of bones breaking, the strong man's wrists and spine were cut off by the knife. Abe Dongming stood behind the burly man with a ferocious smile on his face. He grabbed the man's hair with one hand and forcibly lifted his head up, allowing the other 4 hunters and the audience in the live broadcast room to clearly see the man's painful expression. With his other hand, he raised his long sword high and whispered, "This is the first one." Puff! The long sword fell, and the strong man's head and body were separated. His expression was one of pain and disbelief. Until the moment of his death, he couldn't believe that he would be defeated so quickly. 3 seconds, just 3 seconds, Abe Dongming killed the strongest member of the West Coast team with his overwhelming combat power. As the sturdy man's head hit the ground, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Holy shit, that's so fucking perverted. The members of the Samurai Squad are truly ridiculously strong. Now you know that our Sakura country's martial arts are the strongest, right? Ha ha ha. In the live broadcast room, a large number of viewers were frightened by the fighting power displayed by Abe Dongming, and even Liu Yan frowned deeply. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the wilderness. Although he didn't want to admit it, judging from the current situation, if he left the shelter, his combat power would at best be considered upper middle class, and he would be completely unable to compete with these top players. This is just the 5th player on the kill list. If it's Yao Qi, who's number 1 on the kill list, how terrifying would his real combat power be? Liu Yan touched his chin, tightly gripping the short flintlock rifle in his hand. At times like this, only this thing can give him enough sense of security. Inside a safe house, after exhausting countless brain cells but ultimately failing to locate Liu Yan's shelter, Liu Yuanyuan helplessly sat cross-legged at the doorway, watching the live broadcast. Seeing the brawny man's head being chopped off cleanly by Abe Dongming, she couldn't help but ask the tall young man behind her, "Yao Qi, if you were to fight Abe Dongming, what would your chances of winning be?" Yao Qi was silent for a moment when he heard this question. After careful consideration, he replied, "June 4th. 60 to 40? Then this guy is really ridiculously strong." Liu Yuanyuan sighed. Yao Qi shook his head and said calmly, "When I say 64, I don't mean 64 to 64. It's 6 seconds, kill him 4 times." Chapter 107 Design Drawing. The fighting outside the shelter is still going on. When the strong man from the West Coast Alliance was killed, the remaining 4 members quickly scattered around, constantly pulling and shooting with their hunting bows, while the middle-aged hunter who had lost his weapon took out a long rope with a lasso from his waist. This is a weapon similar to a lasso. Once it is wrapped around the target's neck, ankles, and other parts, it can be quickly tightened to restrict the target's movements. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows flew, and middle-aged hunters waved long ropes in their hands. They put in their utmost effort to face Abe Dongming. On the other side, the battle between Kitano Osamu, Yoshida Takashi, and 4 members of the Stinger Combat Company continued. Several figures were running wildly in the wilderness, and curses and screams were heard from time to time. When Abe Dongming killed the strong man from the West Coast Alliance, a member of the Stinger Combat Company was also killed by Kitano Osamu. I'll give you 2 firebombs to try. A member of the Stinger Combat Company gritted his teeth and threw 2 black objects at the 2 warriors who were chasing him relentlessly. Boom! 2 explosions were heard in the night sky. The sound was extremely shocking, and the dazzling flames and thick smoke rose into the sky. The figures of Kitano Osamu and Yoshida Takashi were suddenly shrouded in thick smoke and flames. It was a homemade earth mine, made of gravel, iron filings, and black powder wrapped in craft paper, compacted and then sealed with wax. Although the power after detonation was not as strong as that of a standard grenade, it was still very powerful. The member of the Stinger Combat Company who threw the firebomb felt distressed. This was the weapon he prepared for Liu Yan. Due to the scarcity of gunpowder raw materials, only 4 were made in total. It was very precious. But in order to escape, he had to give up the love he loved most. The flames of the explosion gradually dissipated, and 2 figures staggered out from the smoke-filled place. They were Kitano Osamu and Yoshida Takashi. They looked very embarrassed at this moment, with their clothes full of burn holes, sparks in their hair, and their faces charred. Blood was oozing from his arms, cheeks, and thighs. If you look closely, you can see that there are no less than 30 tiny blood holes on their bodies. These are the marks left on their bodies by the explosion of iron filings and stones mixed in the firebombs. You son of a bitch. Kitano Osamu was shaking with pain. He stabbed the tip of a dagger into the bloody hole on his arm. With a little force, he dug out a prismatic iron filing. Because they were homemade landmines, their explosive power and gunpowder purity were relatively inferior. So the iron filings were unable to penetrate the bodies of Kitano Osamu and Yoshida Takashi. Instead, they were stuck 1 or 2 centimeters deep in their flesh and blood and were not fatal. Although the 2 mines failed to kill the 2 members of the warrior team, severe pain and heavy blood loss were inevitable. The fighting power of Kitano Osamu and Yoshida Takashi has been greatly weakened. After seeing this scene, the 3 remaining members of the Stinger Combat Company who were running for their lives gradually stopped, and the expressions on their faces gradually changed from panic to ferocious, and they began to surround the 2 of them. Abe Dongming swung the long sword in his hand tightly, and in just 30 seconds, he killed another hunter. Just as he grabbed the 3rd hunter and twisted his arm, and was about to pierce his chest with a knife, he suddenly heard the sound of a rope breaking through the air. He then felt his ankle tighten, and then an irresistible force pulled him down and dragged him backwards. Not good. My feet are tied with a lasso. Abe Doming's brain reacted extremely quickly. Before falling to the ground, he grabbed the 3rd hunter's thigh and pulled him down. At the same time, he put a long knife on the other's neck and refused to let go no matter how the rope dragged him. Crack! Let go! Let go! Kill you! A middle-aged hunter's roar came from the side. Abe Dongming looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the middle-aged hunter was holding the long rope tightly in his hand. Beside him, the last hunter of the West Coast Alliance had already pulled the bow to its full extent, with an arrow aimed at Abe's chest, ready to shoot. Shoot! Do you dare shoot? If you let go of the bowstring, I will chop off his head. Abe Dongming covered himself with a hunter with a broken arm with extremely brutal and violent movements, with a sinister smile on his face. The middle-aged hunter's eyebrows twitched wildly as he stared at Abe Dongming with an arrogant expression. He wanted to order the hunter next to him to shoot Abe Dongming directly, but he knew very well that the other party would not do it because the hunter who was being held hostage was a biological brother of the team member standing next to him. The situation suddenly came to a stalemate. On the other side, facing the 3 men from the Stinger Combat Company who were slowly surrounding him, Kitano Osamu, covered in blood, changed his previous violent and rebellious demeanor and said with a smile, I have a suggestion. How about we just stop fighting now? The situation in the wilderness has changed. Kitano Osamu and Yoshida Takashi were injured and did not want to continue fighting against the Stinger Combat Company. Abe is also in trouble and has reached a stalemate with members of the West Coast Alliance. Ceasefire? You killed our people, and now you're talking about a ceasefire? The leader of the Stinger Combat Company gritted his teeth and said, Are you scared? Kitano Osamu laughed. Yes, we are indeed injured now, but that doesn't mean we can't kill you. We just don't want others to take advantage of us. If we really fight to the death, the end result will definitely be that we are seriously injured and you are wiped out. The leader of the Stinger Combat Company had a blank expression on his face. Although he didn't want to admit it, Kitano Osamu still had the strength to fight. If you fight back desperately, you won't feel good either. We all came here for profit. I killed one of your members. You also dealt a heavy blow to us. If we continue fighting, it will not benefit anyone. Don't forget why we are here. Kitano Osamu pointed in the direction of the shelter and said, If we die together, Liu Yin will probably wake up laughing in his dreams. The leader of the Stinger Combat Company frowned. Let's first break into the shelter and share Liu Yan supplies. As for our grudges, there will always be time to settle them, right? Kitano Osamu is not only an excellent fighter, but also a person who knows how to understand other people's psychology. He knew very well that the Stinger Combat Company would not dare to fight him head-on now, because the damage caused by those 2 landmines was limited. Everyone who appeared in the wilderness today came for the same goal. Although they all wanted to drive each other away, I believe no one was willing to perish together with other forces. The reason why the warrior team attacked other forces at the beginning was because they had the strongest combat power. He believed that he had the power to rule everything. However, with the explosion of the 2 mines, the warrior team's ambition to eliminate other forces became a luxury. At this time, all 3 forces had suffered heavy losses. They are 3 ferocious beasts that broke into the deer herd. After some fighting and testing, they found that they could not eliminate each other in a short time. In this case, the best choice is to share the deer herd with each other. Just like Kitano Osamu said, everyone who arrived here tonight came for profit. For a force that has just formed an alliance a few days ago, there's really no deep affection between the members. For the sake of interests and survival, the hatred of killing companions can be easily put aside. The leader of the Stinger Combat Company was silent for a moment, and his heart was moved. He agreed with what Kitano Osamu said, and then turned to look at his other 2 companions, who responded with 2 pairs of affirmative looks. Obviously, the members of the Stinger Combat Company did not want to continue fighting with the Samurai Squad. They came here to plunder Liu Yan. If they continue to fight with the Samurai Squad, not only would they not get any supplies, they might even lose their lives. Seeing this, Kitano Osamu smiled. The middle-aged hunter was still in a stalemate with Abe Dongming, but he suddenly saw in the distance that the members of the Stinger Combat Company, Kitano Osamu, and Yoshida Takashi were walking towards this direction. There was no longer any tense atmosphere. It seemed that they had formed an alliance. Soon, Kitano Osamu arrived here and repeated to the middle-aged hunter what he had just said to the members of the Stinger Combat Company. The middle-aged hunter was in a difficult situation at this time. Although he had subdued Abe Dongming, he was afraid of the captives in the other party's hands and could not kill him. Moreover, with the deaths of 2 members, he did not want anyone else under his command to die in such meaningless internal friction. He originally wanted to be the one who reaps the rewards of everyone's hard work, but he didn't expect the situation to turn out like it is now. It can be predicted that after tonight, their position in the power list will drop significantly. If they don't get some supplies from Liu Yan, they will suffer a huge loss. The 3 forces that were originally engaged in a bloody battle had to temporarily stop due to their own concerns and prepare to launch an attack on the real target of tonight. What the hell? Why did they suddenly reconcile? Even their team members were killed, and they can still join forces. The guy upstairs, you're too young. In the face of sufficient benefits and threats, you can even temporarily put aside the revenge for your father's murder, let alone a teammate you've only known for a few days. The spicy guy next door finally saw that he was going to attack the Liu Yan shelter. Hurry up and do it. In Abe Dongming's live broadcast room, hundreds of viewers flooded the screen with comments. Although the fierce battle made them feel like watching a blockbuster movie and made their blood boil, the highlight of the night was Liu Yan. Although the fighting scenes are exciting, the gank does not excite the audience. The reconciliation between the 3 forces at this time brought the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to a frenzied climax. We have 9 of us now, and we have members who are good at demolition. If we can get close to the shelter, breaking it in won't be too difficult. On the high ground 500 meters away from the shelter, Kitano Osamu, after briefly treating his wounds, counted the number of his men and said, "But the key issue is how to break through this distance." According to the information on the rankings, the Liu Yan shelter possesses powerful defensive firepower. I'm sure the Zerg perished under that firepower, the middle-aged hunter said, pointing to the bushes and rugged terrain 100 meters outside the shelter. Based on my experience, that must be the fire blockade. With our flesh and blood, it's probably difficult to break through. We need to test the range of fire. Kitano Osamu said. Everyone fell silent. Test firepower? Then you have to risk your life to try it. Who is willing to be the sucker? After a long silence, seeing no one speaking, Kitano Osamu spoke again. If we could determine the location of the enemy's firing holes, we can also estimate the approximate firing range. Everyone looked at each other again. At this moment, Kitano Osamu's private message rang. He opened one and saw a message from a player with the ID Wang Yu. The content was, "I have the blueprints for the Luyan shelter." Inside the Yin Wang Alliance shelter, Wang Yu was squatting in a dark corner of the cave, holding a blueprint tightly in his hand, with an excited and nervous expression. He witnessed the dilemma of the three forces in the live broadcast room and immediately realized that his opportunity had come. He sneaked into Teacher Zhang's safe house and stole the original design draft. In the upper left corner of this draft, there were three big words marked in pencil. Defective version. 2 hours ago, he had asked Mu Qianqian whether the second shelter design draft traded to Lu Yin was a perfect version or a flawed version. But in the end, he did not receive any response, and the other party also disagreed with his suggestion to sell the design drawings to other forces in order to seek benefits. Stupid woman. Wang Yu cursed through gritted teeth. Since you're unwilling to do it, don't blame me for doing it myself. This is fine. All the benefits I get will belong to me. Wang Yu, who hit a wall with Mu Qianqian, finally decided to take action on his own, driven by anger and evil thoughts. He took the initiative to contact Kitano Osamu and expressed his intention to sell the design drawings to the other party. Less than 3 seconds after sending the message, he received a reply from Kitano Osamu. "Kitano Osamu, how did you get this design?" Facing Kitano Osamu's question, Wang Yu quickly replied, "This is the original design drawing that Lu Yin commissioned us to make. We deliberately retained a few flaws in the design and saved a copy of the draft." Kitano Osamu, "Very good. Let's talk about the price. What do you want?" Wang Yu suppressed his inner ecstasy. He thought seriously for a moment, thinking of the fine steel axe in Mu Qianqian's hand. He replied, "I want weapons. I want food. Weapons can kill people and establish one's authority. Food can be used to win people's hearts and gain power." Kitano Osamu, "Sure, but you have to make sure the design is real." Wang Yu, "That's no problem. We can post the information on the exchange." Kitano Osamu, "Put on the shelves. Specify my personal ID to trade." After agreeing on a price with Kitano Takashi, Wang Yu directly posted the design draft on the trading floor, labeling it as "Shelter Design Drawings Commissioned by Lu Yin and Completed with Him. Required Items. Designated Trader." In this transaction information, Wang Yu played a word game. Because he was not sure whether Mu Qianqian's second design drawing was a defective version, he only wrote the words Lu Yin commissioned, and Lu Yin completed the transaction in the product information and did not mark Lu Yin has been put into use. According to common sense, no one can find a loophole without knowing that there are 2 copies of the blueprint. This is also Wang Yu taking advantage of the information gap to play a loophole operation in the trading market. There are 2 drawings that meet the requirements of Lu Yin's entrustment and completed transaction. Both the defective version and the perfect version can meet this product information. But which version of the design drawings Lu Yin actually used in a shelter, probably only Mu Qianqian herself knows. Less than 3 seconds after this product information was posted, it was immediately purchased by Kitano Osamu. As a pleasant prompt sounded, a large number of supplies instantly appeared in Wang Yu's inventory. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly, and he could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Whether this version of the blueprint can help you capture Lu Yan's shelter depends on your luck. Wang Yu laughed loudly, and in the darkness, his laughter sounded like that of an evil ghost. Chapter 108, 2 Blueprints. Ding! The Sakura Country Swordsmanship World Invincible Live broadcast room is closed. After the temporary ceasefire, Abe Dongming terminated his live broadcast. After all, the next thing to do was to attack the shelter. Lu Yin was probably also watching the live broadcast and predicting their actions. This is a blueprint of the Lu Yin shelter. Kitano Osamu suddenly had another blueprint in his hand. He stared at the design structure on the blueprint for a long time, then slowly pointed to a certain position and said, "According to the markings, the defective position of the shelter is here. This is where the firepower cannot reach." Everyone looked in the direction Kitano Osamu pointed. The location marked on the map was southeast of the shelter and was covered by rugged rocks. "Is this design credible?" someone asked. "This was designed by someone else commissioned by Lu Yin, and the transaction has been completed. I believe Lu Yin will not spend money on a useless thing," Kitano Osamu said with certainty. The high-quality steel axe that Lu Yin sold at the trading market previously caused quite a stir. The item he needed at the time was a blueprint, and this fact was almost known to everyone. Since this blueprint was the one that Lu Yin traded, there would be basically no problem with its authenticity. Even if this design drawing is real, how can you be sure that Lu Yan's shelter has been constructed according to this design drawing? After all, the transaction was just completed today. Is he capable of completing the renovation of the shelter in such a short time? The middle-aged hunter asked again. Kitano Osamu smiled upon hearing this. He opened the shelter rankings and said softly, "We're all the forces that have put a bounty on Lu Yan, so I'm sure we've been keeping a close eye on his shelter information." Before today, his shelter score was only 210 points, and it had no partitions or power systems at all. But at noon today, his shelter score suddenly skyrocketed. From this, I can confirm that Lu Yan has some method to quickly upgrade the shelter. After obtaining the blueprints, there is no need for us to do the renovations bit by ourselves. Instead, the reconstruction can be completed in a short time. Plus, the information about Lu Yan's shelter on the current rankings highly overlaps with the concepts in this blueprint. Therefore, I have reason to believe that Lu Yan has already completed the renovation of his shelter according to this blueprint. The flaws marked on this blueprint are the flaws of his shelter at this moment. After some reasoning, Kitano Osamu basically restored the truth. And most people agree with this view. In that case, let's prepare for the attack. Who will take the lead? Asked the middle-aged hunter. Kitano Osamu took a deep breath and said, "Each team will send one person to lead the charge. If we are sure this route is safe, then the rest of us will attack. How about that?" The middle-aged hunter and the leader of the Stinger Combat Company looked at each other and nodded slowly. Inside the shelter, Lu Yan listened clearly to the conversation between the three forces through the intercom. His eyebrows were twitching wildly and his eyes were full of anger. The Yanwang Alliance sold the shelter design drawings to the warrior squad, and there are some flaws in the design. Lu Yan gritted his teeth. He quickly took out the previous design drawings and checked them carefully. But to his surprise, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find the flaw in the design drawing. And according to his tests, if someone wants to invade from the surroundings of the shelter, no matter what angle or route they take, they will not be able to avoid the fire blockade, unless they drill in from underground. So where exactly is the location that cannot be covered by firepower that Kitano Osamu vowed to talk about? Lu Yan frowned and stared at the drawings, lost in thought. In his heart, he was extremely contemptuous and angry about the big alliance's backstabbing. Although he knew very well that interests were paramount in the wilderness, Mu Qianqian had acted so kind before and kept saying that the Yanhuang family was one family, but she still chose to betray him in the face of interests. This action made Lu Yan, who originally wanted to cooperate with the other party for a long time, completely give up this idea. Selling out the client's privacy was an unethical act that made Lu Yan sentence Mu Qianqian to death in his heart. But now is not the time to be angry. The most important thing for him now is to find the defects in the design and remedy them as quickly as possible. But after looking at it over and over again, he still couldn't find the loophole. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he quickly took out the first version of the design that Mu Qianqian had traded to him and spread it on the table. After Lu Yan carefully compared the two design drawings, he found that there were indeed some slight differences in the position of the shooting holes in the first version of the design and the second version. If the design is based on the first version of the blueprint, then the blind spot of the fire blockade line does exist. Mu Qianqian sold him the first version of the blueprint? Lu Yan was stunned. He had wronged Mu Qianqian. An indescribable feeling surged from the bottom of Lu Yan's heart. Mu Qianqian is indeed a good person. She really didn't betray herself. On the contrary, this incorrect blueprint can also lure the enemy into your shooting range. Is this woman helping herself? Seek profit and avoid harm talent is activated. Lu Yan glanced at the time on the game interface and saw that it stopped at 11:59. He immediately activated the last talent ability of the day. After 12 o'clock, the number of talents will be reset. If it is not used, it will be wasted. The azure light swept outward again, and a three-dimensional image appeared in front of Lu Yan. In his sight, three enemies were slowly approaching the shelter along the so-called blind spot of firepower, while behind them, the remaining 6 enemies were keeping a distance from them and were also advancing along this route. They really believed it. Lu Yan laughed. He didn't expect that this blueprint could help him so much. He was originally worried about how to make the vigilant enemies walk into the shooting range after killing the swarm of insects. Unexpectedly, he didn't need to do it himself at all. Lu Yan, if you have any difficulties in the future, please come to me. As long as I can help, I will definitely not stand idly by. He opened the private chat interface and sent a message to Mu Qianqian. Then he stared intently at the enemy's position in the three-dimensional image, gently pressed his palm on the joystick, and began to silently calculate the distance. Since the enemies were scattered in number, and he only had one chance to attack, Luyan did not intend to shoot the three enemies in front, but instead reserve his firepower for the six behind him. He decided to let the three people ahead reach his shelter, because the three Pathfinders were basically injured and posed less of a threat. Even if they engaged in close combat, his chances of winning were very high. In the wilderness, Kitano Osamu watched the three scouts ahead walking cautiously in the blind spot of firepower, getting closer and closer to the location of the shelter. Finally, they arrived safely within 3 meters of the shelter. The defective area is correct. This drawing is correct. Kitano Osamu clenched his fists excitedly. He no longer hesitated and strode forward following the footsteps of the three Pathfinders. The middle-aged hunter fought with the stinger, and even the leader followed closely. No one wanted to fall behind. At the same time, in Luyan's three-dimensional perspective, a huge blood-red light ball that was almost stuck together was moving rapidly into the range of fire. 15 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Finally, the blood-colored light entered the firing range of firing hole number 7. Luyan pulled down the operating lever without hesitation. With the sound of the bowstring vibrating with a bang, 10 arrows instantly triggered a double firing speed and flew out. Chun Heng, who had been waiting nearby, pulled the bowstring again to tighten the bowstring the moment the arrow flew out. Luyan pulled the operating lever again. Chun Heng picked up a dozen arrows and loaded them into the quiver at the fastest speed in his life. Wind up. Launch again. Within 8 seconds, the crossbow fired 4 times in succession, shooting out 38 arrows, completely covering the area where the blood-colored light ball was. The shrill screams echoed in the night sky. In Luyan's three-dimensional perspective, the color of that huge blood-colored light ball was gradually fading and disappearing. Major League Shelter. Mu Qianqian looked at the private message sent by Luyan, looking confused. What does he mean? What happened? Why did his attitude toward me suddenly change so much? Chapter 109, Wolfpack. 3 arrows pierced deeply into Kitano Osamu's chest and lower abdomen, and beside him, several members of the Stinger Combat Company and the West Coast Alliance suffered no better fate than him. The sudden rain of arrows almost turned them into hedgehogs, and each of them had several sharp arrows hanging on their bodies. The worst off one was Yoshida Takashi. When the arrow flew towards him, he had no time to dodge and was stabbed in the throat on the spot. He was now lying on the ground, convulsing all over, and was obviously breathing more than inhaling. Fuck you. Japs, your design is wrong. The middle-aged hunter's left thigh was pierced by an arrow. He pulled out the dagger from his waist and directly cut off the arrow shaft exposed outside the flesh. He dragged his seriously injured body, cursing and limping away. You spicy neighbor, you've screwed us all. The leader of the Stinger Combat Company was also struck by an arrow in the lower abdomen and shoulder. He endured the pain and lay on the ground, trying to curl up his body. What the hell is this blind spot? Where did you get this blueprint? The most angry person at this moment was, of course, Kitano Osamu. He tore the design draft into pieces with his blood-stained hands and roared hysterically. Wang Yu, you shameless bastard. How dare you? How dare you deceive me? I swear if I survive today, I will use the rest of my life to hunt you down. With the help of Wang Yu's blueprint, Luyan easily reversed the situation. At this moment, except for Abe Dongming, a hunter, and a demolition expert who had arrived at the shelter, all the rest were seriously injured, and Yoshida Takashi was killed on the spot. Ding! Congratulations on killing the high-level player Yoshida Takashi. The Hero Halo registration has increased. LV3 Tyrant Aura. Increases all attributes of the host by 5, weakens the courage and willpower of enemies within a 12-meter range. Inside the safe house, a prompt sound rang in Luyan's ears again. A force burst out from deep within his flesh and blood, making him unable to help but roar in excitement. Awesome. So awesome. There was a ferocious light in Luyan's eyes. Every time his aura of a hero grew stronger, the murderous and bloodthirsty impulse in his heart became stronger. At this moment, he felt his blood boiling. Every inch of his muscles was jumping with excitement, and he even had the urge to rush out of the safe house and fight the enemy for life and death. Chun-Heng, keep reloading my ammunition. Liu Yin roared, a creepy grin on his face. I'm going to kill them all. Kill them all. Snap. Snap. The collision sound of loading arrows rang out in the safe house. But before Liu Yin pulled the shooting lever for the third time, he heard an extremely loud explosion outside the door, shaking the entire safe house. The terrifying sound waves penetrated into the safe house through the crack in the door, shocking Chun-Heng so much that his face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. They're starting to attack. Liu Yin immediately realized that the 3 people who had arrived at the shelter had launched a desperate attack. At this time, Kitano Osamu and others could no longer pose a threat to him. The most urgent task was to kill Abe and others. After the explosion, a thick smoke drifted in through the crack in the door. The smoke had an extremely pungent smell, and people felt nauseous and dizzy just by sniffing it. Chun-Heng, who already had a very poor physical condition, suddenly turned pale and squatted in the corner to vomit violently. Poison gas. Liu Yin broke out in cold sweat. He also smelled the pungent smell, but the title of Wall of Wilderness gave him 30% resistance to negative states, so he did not feel uncomfortable for the time being. But as time goes by, problems will definitely arise. Liu Yin didn't have time to think about it. He grabbed the flintlock rifle, the monitoring intercom, and Xiao Bailong, strode out of the bedroom, pushed open the door of the secret passage, and slipped in. As for Chun-Heng, Liu Yin could only let him fend for himself. Snap! Liu Yin gently pushed open the door of the secret passage in the grass. In the bloody moonlight, he saw Abe and the other 2 with their backs to him, frantically attacking the shelter door. The ranking list still has some conscience. At least it does not directly indicate the existence of the secret passage in the information. Liu Yin sighed. This secret passage is extremely useful and is the only fortification that is not displayed in the ranking information. He silently cocked the flintlock hammer and aimed at Abe's back. Among the remaining 3, Abe poses the greatest threat. If we can get rid of him, we can basically declare victory. Liu Yin placed his finger lightly on the trigger and pressed it down very decisively. In the jungle, the little wolf cub is running for his life. The hungry black bear was chasing him relentlessly. The wolf cub was covered in mud and water droplets. It had just tried several times to use the terrain to escape from the predator, but unfortunately, it was too small and too slow. Neither the ditch nor the small wetland could stop the black bear's attack. The black bear roared wildly, and the extremely strong fishy smell from its mouth drifted over with the cold wind, making the little wolf cub even more frightened. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and the little wolf cub's physical strength had reached its limit. Suddenly, a low-lying valley appeared in front of him. The little wolf cub rolled down without slowing down. The bottom of the valley was an extremely soft swamp with a thick layer of fallen leaves floating on it. The little wolf cub staggered to his feet and found that the ground under his feet was shaking violently with his movements. The black bear stopped when he saw this. He was well aware of the danger of the swamp. The fallen leaves could bear the weight of the wolf cub, but might not be able to bear its own weight. Once it fell into the swamp, it would be dead. It hesitated for a long time, staring at the little wolf cub, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of hunger and walked down step by step. The little wolf cub finally despaired. It has no way back. In the last moments of its life, the top predator gene buried in its body made it forget its fear and roared madly at the black bear. The wolf cub is very small, and its roar is not powerful enough, just like a child crying. But at this moment, the black bear, which was not afraid of the swamp, stopped. A tangible fear appeared in its eyes. It retreated repeatedly and finally let out a terrified wail. The little wolf cub was stunned. It didn't know when its roar became so intimidating. But the next moment, a powerful and extremely violent wolf howl sounded from above the valley behind the little wolf cub. Then came the second and third tones. A giant wolf walked out from above the valley in the moonlight, staring at the black bear with its red eyes. Then came the second, the third, until the entire valley was filled with giant wolves. The black bear turned and ran. The little wolf cub was stunned for a long time, and suddenly let out an excited and joyful roar, and climbed up the valley with all his strength, running wildly and huddled beside the wolf king, wailing nonstop, as if a child who had been away from home for many days and had been bullied finally saw his family and vented all the grievances in his heart. The largest wolf king stretched out his tongue to lick the little wolf cub's head, his eyes full of tenderness, love, and care. The father and son, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, were having a close conversation. After a moment, the little wolf cub suddenly seemed to remember something. It gently bit its father's ear, kept roaring, and ran in one direction alone. The Wolf King was stunned for a moment. Its mind was full of doubts at this time. The little wolf cub told it, "It's dangerous to have too much food every day. Who is full every meal? How did your child survive during the time he was missing?" Chapter 110, Ending. Lu Yin pointed the gun at Abe Doming's back and pulled the trigger. Bang! An extremely explosive gunshot rang out, and a half-meter-long tongue of fire gushed out. The steel ball in the barrel instantly broke through the air under the powerful propulsion generated by the burning gunpowder and reached a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant, landing on the back of Abe Dongming with incredible precision. Got it. Lu Yin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. However, before this arc could completely become a smile, something unexpected happened the next moment. The steel ball landed on Abe Dongming's back, but there was no dull sound of a bullet piercing flesh and blood. Instead, there was an extremely crisp and loud sound of iron colliding. When Abe Dongming staggered and was almost knocked to the ground by the force of the steel ball, but the steel ball did not penetrate into his body. Instead, after touching his clothes, it seemed to hit something hard and bounced out. Is there armor under his clothes? Lu Yin was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. Abe Dongming suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction where the bullet came from, and his eyes met Lu Yan's in an instant. Baka! Abe Dongming roared and rushed towards Lu Yin at an extremely fast speed. The long sword in his hand flashed with an intimidating light and was full of the breath of death. The wooden door of the secret passage was completely unable to withstand the attack of the long knife, and Lu Yin could not continue to retreat to the shelter at this time, because in the presence of poisonous gas, once he was trapped inside, he would be doomed to die. Without any hesitation, Lu Yin directly opened the wooden door and jumped out, and at the same time took out the excellent spear that he had used in the virtual ruins from his backpack. Close combat is not Lu Yan's strong point, but with the blessing of the wilderness wall, the hero's halo, and the fish scale armor, Lu Yan's combat effectiveness at this time is also a world apart from when he just entered the wilderness. His basic attributes, such as strength and speed, are already 1.5 times that of an ordinary adult. Coupled with his excellent equipment, if he were to meet the three Black brothers now, there would be no need for him to attack them from behind. He would be able to crush them even in a head-on melee. But up to now, Lu Yin has never fought against a true master. Facing Abe, Lu Yin is confident but has no experience. The sharp blade light came towards him along with the cold wind. Lu Yin acted decisively, and the spear pierced Abe Dongming's chest like a viper. In close combat, a spear has more advantages than a knife. Before Abe Dongming's knife landed on Lu Yin, the spear would have pierced his chest first. At the same time, the little white dragon and the beast-shaped guard also roared and rushed out, attacking the other two enemies who still had combat power, creating a one-on-one opportunity for Lu Yin. Facing Lu Yan's fatal spear, Abe Dongming had no intention of exchanging injuries with him. He turned his blade to the left, pushing the spear aside, and at the same time, his body rolled forward close to the ground like a ghost and slashed at Lu Yan's ankle again. This was the move he used to kill the burly hunter from the West Coast Alliance. It was extremely cruel and vicious. Lu Yin was quick-witted and quick-handed. He quickly turned the spear tip to the side of his feet, colliding with the blade and blocking the sinister knife. "You're quite capable." Abe Dongming stood up and sneered sinisterly, as if the continuous fighting had made his blood boil and his body temperature soar. He tore off his shirt. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and saw that Abe Dongming was wrapped in something like bandages. As Abe Dongming cut the bandages, a steel plate tied to his back fell to the ground. No wonder the shot just now didn't go in. This steel plate is 2 centimeters thick and weighs 14 kilograms. It can protect me from sneak attacks from behind, but it also has a huge impact on my speed. Abe Dongming put the steel plate into his inventory, changed to holding the knife with both hands, and looked at Lu Yin. "You can't block my second attack." Lu Yin had no expression on his face and said softly, "Let's give it a try." He silently activated the aura of a hero, and spiderweb-like blood-red lines that only Lu Yin could see quickly spread out within a range of 12 meters with him as the center. The position where Abe Dongming was standing was naturally also within this range. Although it was pitch black at night, Lu Yin could see it very clearly. Streams of blood were constantly rising from the blood veins and drilling into the other person's body, just like a bunch of bloodthirsty snakes. At this moment, Abe Dongming suddenly felt a palpitation and uneasiness. He looked at Lu Yin standing in front of him, and the indomitable momentum in his heart seemed to be slowly weakening. He began to feel anxious and insignificant, and Lu Yan's figure seemed to become much taller in his sight, giving people the illusion that he was invincible. "No, what kind of magic did you cast on me?" Abe Dongming's eyes widened. He was keenly aware of the changes in his body. For a samurai, courage in battle is even more important than fighting skills. If you lack courage and your willpower is not strong enough, then the sword swing will not have that unstoppable speed and power. They will also become timid in battle. This is very deadly. Facing Abe Tomoki's questioning, Lu Yan's answer was a silent blow. He raised his spear and rushed over like a gust of wind. Abe Dongming raised his long sword to block it, but the spear pierced the sword and the huge force made his palm hurt. Facing Lu Yan's attack, Abe Toma had a better way to deal with it, and he could even find an opportunity to fight back. But for some reason, his heart kept telling him not to try to fight back or draw his sword because this spear was very dangerous and could be fatal. Zing Jiang Jiang. Lu Yan launched a torrential downpour of attacks. He didn't know any fighting skills. He just used his spear to poke Abe Dongming's vital points. But with the blessing of his strong physical attributes, these attacks were extremely heavy and powerful. After several consecutive resistances, Abe Dongming felt that his arms were about to be broken. On the other side, the two people who were fighting with the little white dragon and the beast-shaped guard saw that Abe was at a disadvantage, so they found an opportunity to escape and ran over, trying to support Abe Dongming and kill Lu Yan. When Lu Yan thrust out the spear again, shocking Abe Dongming back 2 steps. At the same time, he released the spear with his left hand and grasped it in the air. A rusty scimitar appeared in his palm. "Call!" Lu Yan expressionlessly swung his sword in the air towards the 2 people who were running towards him. Dee. A shrill ghost cry accompanied by the waving of a long sword resounded in the night sky. The sound was creepy, as if one was in the coldest hell. The 2 men who had already stepped into Lu Yan's hero halo suddenly became stiff and their expressions dull. Soon, one of them collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face full of horror, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. The other one looked crazy, with red eyes. He pounced on his comrade, next to him like a wild beast, and started biting him madly. Lu Yan turned his head, stared at Abe Dongming with a scimitar in his hand, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When Abe Dongming saw this scene, his eyebrows twitched wildly. At this moment, he no longer had the intention to hunt Lu Yan. The only thing he wanted to do at this moment was to escape. "Run away now." Top. Abe Dongming staggered to his feet and fled away from the shelter at the fastest speed in his life. But the next moment he was stunned. He rubbed his eyes hard, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Giant wolves came rushing in from all directions and surrounded the entire shelter. Chapter 111. A Great Victory. Under the blood-red moonlight, giant wolves of enormous size emerged from all directions and rushed towards the center of the shelter. Each giant wolf is over 80 centimeters tall at the shoulder and nearly 2 meters long. Although its body is covered with thick fur, the strong muscles on its sturdy limbs can still be seen. Ouch! The terrifying howl of a wolf was heard. The number of wolves in this wave is definitely over 80. Everywhere you look, there are blue eyes, floating in the night sky like will-o'-the-wisp. Fuck! Seeing this scene, not only Abe Dongming, but even Lu Yan felt a buzzing in his head and felt like his scalp was about to explode. The accident happened too fast. 80 giant wolves that are no smaller than adults. These are definitely the top predators that have ever appeared. Any one of these giant wolves can easily kill an adult man armed with cold weapons. Without saying a word, Lu Yan turned around and fled towards the secret passage of the shelter. He no longer cared whether there was any remaining poison gas in the shelter, because even if there was poison gas, it would not be fatal in a short period of time due to his negative status resistance. But facing 80 giant wolves head-on, he would be chewed into pieces within 3 seconds. At this time, the seriously injured Kitano Osamu, the middle-aged hunter, and others also widened their eyes and shouted in despair. "Wolf! There's a wolf! I can't run anymore! Abe, save me!" Cries of fear rang out, and Kitano Osamu trembled all over. Facing such a large number of giant wolves, even if he was in his prime, He would be torn to pieces, let alone now that he was seriously injured. The giant wolves came running, and Lu Yin jumped into the secret passage with one step, covering the wooden door above his head. But the next moment, the wooden door was instantly pierced by a sharp, long knife. With a few flashes of knife light, the entire wooden door was split into several pieces, losing its protective ability. "Let's die together." Abe Dongming stood at the entrance of the secret passage, staring with scarlet eyes and a ferocious face. No one can escape. Lu Yan's eyebrows twitched wildly, and hatred boiled in his heart. He clenched the spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Abe Dongming. It is not known whether Abe Higashiaki had completely lost hope of survival and was desperate, or was influenced by the aura of a hero, but his mental state at this time seemed very abnormal. Facing Lu Yan's hateful attack, he could not dodge and was stabbed directly in the lower abdomen. Puff! This stab was extremely fierce, and the tip of the spear instantly broke out of Abe Dongming's back. A sharp pain came, and Abe Dongming felt that all his strength was being drained from the wound in his lower abdomen, but he still did not run away. Instead, he jumped into the secret passage and hugged Lu Yin tightly. He looked at the giant wolf that was getting closer and closer with a sad smile and roared, "You won't survive. Open the safe house." On the other side, the leader of the Stinger Combat Company shouted loudly, and a shining ball of light appeared in his palm. As he shouted, the ball of light shone brightly and quickly turned into a dilapidated ground safe house on the ground. It's the safe house core. Acid rain had killed a large number of players, and the safe houses they left behind had turned into core light balls that were picked up by other players and sold in the trading market. Although these safe houses are very dilapidated and cannot be used as long-term habitats, they can still be used to deal with emergencies. A wooden safe house quickly took shape, and the leader of the Stinger Combat Company dragged his seriously injured body and staggered in, holding the door with force. Ouch! The giant wolves came like a hurricane, and everyone could already smell the stench on them. The Wolf King in the front opened his bloody mouth, and his canine teeth, which were several centimeters long, looked extremely ferocious in the moonlight, like sharp little daggers. Whoosh! The middle-aged hunter snatched the hunting bow from his companion, pulled the bowstring with all his strength, and shot an arrow. The sharp arrow flew through the air. Snap! The Wolf King jumped high and suddenly closed his bloody mouth and caught the high-speed flying arrow with incredible precision, biting the arrow shaft into pieces. The middle-aged hunter was stunned. The Wolf King turned his head and looked at him, his blue eyes filled with human mockery, as if looking at an ant that overestimates its own capabilities. "The wolf is coming. The wolf is coming." Abe Dongming roared excitedly. The wound on his lower abdomen was constantly tearing apart, and he looked like a demon. "Lu Yan, die with me." Bang! Bang! The space in the secret passage was extremely small. Lu Yan was held tightly by Abe Dongming and could not escape. He could only punch his ribs and lower abdomen one by one. Lu Yan heard the sound of broken bones very clearly, but even so, Abe Dongming still refused to let go like an octopus. "If you have the guts, show me how you can survive in front of the wolves." Abe Dongming showed his bloody teeth and smiled cruelly. "Fuck it." Lu Yan cursed angrily. His heart was also filled with anger and helplessness. Would he not die at the hands of the enemy tonight, but instead die at the mouth of a wolf? But at the same time, he also felt a strong sense of confusion. Because until now, the three-dimensional scanning image of his talent for seeking benefits and avoiding harm has not dissipated. But in the blue light circle, he did not see any blood-red light spots representing those giant wolves, as if this group of giant wolves were illusory and invisible. No, the condition for the talent scan of seeking advantage and avoiding harm is factors that threaten me. Perhaps the reason these giant wolves don't have blood spots in their talent is because they pose no threat to me. Lu Yan's brain was spinning rapidly. He seemed to have thought of something and roared loudly. "I am full every meal. Every meal is full here." Lu Yan's roar could be heard from far away. After hearing this, the Wolf King's eyes flashed with excitement, and he led his giant wolves to rush towards the secret passage. Giant wolves appeared above Lu Yan's field of vision and surrounded the secret passage. Being stared at closely by several giant wolves, Lu Yan felt goosebumps all over his body. He suppressed his inner uneasiness and waved his arm towards the largest Wolf King. "I am full every meal, and I saved a wolf cub." Lu Yan was also extremely nervous at this time, because he was not sure whether this wolf king was related to the little wolf cub. If his guess was wrong, he might be torn to pieces in the next second. But what he feared did not happen. The next moment, a little wolf cub came out from under the wolf king, wagging its tail towards Lu Yin, its excitement evident in words. The wolf king's ferocious eyes gradually became gentle. It crouched down, slowly approached Lu Yin, and stretched out its scarlet tongue to lick the blood off Lu Yan's face. Ouch! The howling of wolves echoed across the wilderness, like the horn that ended the war tonight. All the enemies have fallen, and the arrival of the wolves is the last straw that breaks the camel's back for the three forces. Lu Yin grinned grimly, looking at Abe Dongming, who was so close to him. I'm so sorry. I can't die with you. If you have the guts, why don't you try to kill me in front of the wolves? Chapter 112. Killing and Destroying the Heart. Lu Yin never thought that the war tonight would end like this. In fact, if the wolves had not arrived, although Lu Yin had already dealt a heavy blow to the other three forces, it would have been quite difficult to completely eliminate them. Apart from anything else, Abe Shinzo Abe alone is very difficult to deal with. He was not injured in the confrontation with Lu Yin. If he had wanted to escape, it would have been difficult for Lu Yin to catch up with him and kill him. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Lu Yin once let Jin Jingxiu escape from his hands, which became a thorn in his heart. He had to be on guard against the other party's sneak attacks at all times. Woo-woo. The Wolf King let out a low roar from his throat, as if asking Lu Yin who the enemy was. No, you don't need to do anything. Just talk. I'll do it myself. Lu Yin smiled. Among the remaining enemies, several were high-level players on the leaderboard. How could he give up this opportunity to enhance his aura as a hero? Lu Yin, I'm going to fight you. Seeing that his wish to drag Lu Yin to death was dashed, Abe Dongming roared like crazy and actually opened his mouth to bite Lu Yan's neck. Bang! Lu Yin raised his left arm and punched Abe Dongming with an elbow. Blood gushed out of his mouth and nose, and his teeth were broken. How does it feel to want to be the hunter, but end up being the prey? Lu Yin grabbed Abe Dongming by the collar and whispered in his ear, if I tell you now that I leaked the location of my shelter, then Chun Hang is just one of my spokespersons. You spent a lot of resources to buy my position, only to come here and get killed by me. What do you think of this result? Lu Yan's voice rang clearly in Abe Dongming's ears. He widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. No, this is impossible. Could it be that you have always been setting the pace and controlling us? Abe Dongming was shocked. He could not accept this fact. If the pain of being pierced by a spear and having his ribs broken by Lu Yin came from the body, then the words Lu Yin said now were like a sharp blade on the spiritual level, ruthlessly cutting his self-esteem. You think you're powerful, capable of establishing your own legends in the wilderness. But in reality, in my opinion, you're nothing more than a group of beasts blinded by greed. I'll use a little trickery, and you'll obediently die according to my will. Lu Yin pulled a dagger from his inventory and waved it in front of Abe Dongming, smiling. Does it look familiar? Abe was stunned. He recognized the dagger. It was an item he had opened from a treasure chest. He had given it to Chun Hang tonight as a commodity to purchase information. The fact that it now appeared in Lu Yan's hands was enough to explain everything. Thank you so much for the supplies. When you were leaving your shelter in the freezing cold and rushing on, I was sitting at home eating snacks. Lu Yin smiled brightly. Oh, and one more thing. If you hadn't helped me eliminate a few competitors, I wouldn't have won so easily tonight. Abe Tomoki's face turned blue and red. The physical injuries and the mental trauma caused him to completely collapse. He had always thought of himself as a high-level player and a strong man. As a member of the warrior team, he believes that he can not only control his own destiny, but also influence the future situation in the wilderness. But now it seems that his original idea was so ridiculous. Puff! Abe was so angry that he vomited blood. His breathing was extremely low, and he was breathing more than he was breathing in. Take my gratitude with you and die. After Lu Yin said these heartbreaking words, he decisively slashed Abe Dongming's neck with the dagger. Blood gushed out, and an invisible blood energy was absorbed by the blood-colored giant net of the hero's halo. Knock knock. Lu Yin felt his heart beat wildly twice, and once again a powerful force surged out from deep within his cells. The level of the hero's aura has increased. LV4 Tyrant Aura. increases all attributes of the host by 6%, weakens the courage and willpower of enemies within 13 meters. Dragging Abe Dongming's body out of the secret passage, Liu Yin picked up the spear again and looked around. Kitano Osamu, the middle-aged hunter, and the remaining two enemies were surrounded by wolves, looking panicked and trembling all over. Liu Yin, don't kill me. I can join your team and serve you. I'm a player on the kill list, and my strength is unquestionable. If you're willing to accept me, I'm willing to fight for you, plunder other shelters, and fight for the title of King of the Wilderness. Bei Yeji looked extremely miserable. His body was blasted with many bloody holes and pierced by 3 sharp arrows. He fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. Please spare my life. Death is an extremely terrifying thing for anyone. Even Kitano Osamu, who is known for his brutality and toughness, is no exception. He is even more afraid of death than ordinary people. Because in the wilderness, he is a high-level player. He has a lot of resources and can live more comfortably than 99% of people. So he is greedy for such a life. Puff! In the face of Kitano Osamu's pleading, Liu Yin did not show any weakness and directly raised the spear and stabbed it into his heart. You have killed a high-level player, the aura of a hero. Looking at Kitano Osamu's body falling limply in front of him, Liu Yin felt a little emotional. The warrior squad is definitely a powerful team. If nothing happened tonight, they would probably become the dominant force in the wilderness in the future. But that's what the cruel wilderness is like. No matter how outstanding a person you are, there's a possibility of dying young. Many people may think that the destruction of the warrior team was too trivial. A well-known and powerful team was easily wiped out without showing their due strength. But in fact, reality is not like movies and TV shows. The deaths of those famous characters are often not grand, but extremely absurd, ridiculous, and easy. For example, King Wu of Qin, Ing Dang, was tall and strong, and was strong and warlike. Politically, he appointed a prime minister, expelled Zhang Yi, formed an alliance with Wei, and allied with Yu to control Chu. Militarily, he captured Yang, established Sanchuan, and put down the rebellion in Shu. In terms of economy, the borders were modified, land laws were revised, rivers were dredged, embankments and bridges were built. But such a talented and ambitious character, who should have left a great name in history, broke his tibia and died on the spot while competing in a tripod lifting competition. Han Xian, the military genius, fought throughout his life, defeated Xiang Yu, helped Liu Bang establish the country, and was eventually crowned king and appointed prime minister, but was ultimately stabbed to death by a group of women with bamboo sticks. Even emperors and generals are like this, let alone a mere squad of warriors. Even Liu Yin did not dare to say that he would be able to achieve great success and shine in the wilderness in the future. Even though he has a large amount of supplies and a sturdy shelter, he might be hit by a club and killed by an unknown person while exploring a mountain forest in the future. Survival is not a fairy tale. Many times, cruel fate will not give you the opportunity to show yourself, but will bring death to you. Liu Yin had an expressionless face. He ignored the people's pleas and killed them one by one. When facing the leader of the Stinger Combat Company, who had taken refuge in a safe house, Liu Yan's reaction was even more direct. He took out a fire source and set it on fire. Liu Yan, I curse you. I will spread your information throughout the wilderness. I can't kill you, but in the future, someone will definitely take everything from you. Ha ha ha. Amidst the raging fire, the miserable wails of the leader of the Stinger Combat Company echoed throughout the wilderness and eventually faded into nothingness. Prepare to count the harvest. At this point, all the enemies tonight were killed. Liu Yin smiled and began to prepare for his favorite part. Clean up the battlefield and count the spoils. Chapter 113, The Wolf God's Horn. Hero Halo LV7. Increases all attributes of the host by 9%. Weakens the courage and willpower of enemies within 16 meters. You have reached the 3rd place on the kill list. Raging flames shot up into the sky. Liu Yin stood in front of the fire. His gains tonight were enormous. First of all, the aura of the hero has grown. Among the enemies killed tonight, the 3 members of the warrior team are all high-level players on the leaderboard, plus the 2 leaders of the Stinger Combat Company and the West Coast Alliance. 5 lives raised Liu Yan's aura of a hero to level 7, and also pushed his ranking on the kill list to 3rd. Name, Liu Yan. Identity, senior player. Talent, seek benefits and avoid harm. Strength, 12, Basic 8, Wild Wall 3, Heroes Aura 1. Speed, 9, Base 5. The all-stat increase effect of the Tyrant Aura is truly bizarre. It's a direct multiplication based on my base stats. In other words, the higher my base stats, the greater the benefit. Liu Yin stroked his chin, watching the data change in his personal information. My current base strength is 8. Based on this, the additional strength increase effect of the level 7 Tyrant Aura is about 1 point. Although its buff effect seems a bit weak now, what if my basic strength can reach 100, 1000, or even higher in the future? And the Tyrant Aura doesn't show an upper limit. Does that mean it can be improved infinitely? Liu Yin stroked his chin, a sinister smile forming on his lips. This simple and crude method of improvement is truly irresistible. In the future, perhaps I will also become a demon that specializes in hunting down high-level players. At this moment, Liu Yin finally understood why the game gave the hint. Perhaps he will become heroes or demons recorded in history when he first entered the wilderness. Under the dual settings of the hero's halo and the ranking list, even a good young man like Liu Yin began to tend to hunt his own kind to improve himself. In this situation, how many people can resist this temptation? The difference between a hero and a devil is just a thought away. Perhaps in this wilderness, heroes won't even survive to the end. I'd rather be a notorious demon and take other people's lives to make myself live longer. Liu Yin clenched his fists. Here, in order to survive, even if you don't provoke others, others will actively hunt you down. After tonight's battle, he finally understood that if he wanted to survive longer in this wilderness, he had to show his edge, be greedy and domineering, and do whatever it takes. Boom! The safe house on the ground collapsed under the raging fire and turned into a pile of ruins with a roar. The leader of the Stinger Combat Company who was hiding inside had died long ago, and even his body was burned to ashes. Liu Yin looked around and began to clean up the battlefield, stripping the enemies of all their supplies. Except for the small wallets that had been transformed from their inventory, he even took their clothes. While Liu Yin was doing these things, the wolves were quietly watching nearby. Only after he had stripped all the corpses clean did the Wolf King walk up to Liu Yin with his little wolf cubs. Looking at the little wolf cub circling around his ankle, Liu Yin sighed. He knew that his taming plan had completely failed. This little wolf cub had a high status in the wolf pack, being the offspring of the Wolf King. Although he had rescued it from the claws of the little white dragon and fed it a few bites of meat, but the Wolf King would never allow his offspring to become slaves of humans. Thank you for leading the tribe here tonight. We are even now. Liu Yin looked at the Wolf King squatting on the ground, whose height was almost as tall as a junior high school student, and his heart trembled a little. If this thing stood up, it would probably be taller than him. The Wolf King seemed to have some wisdom. After hearing Liu Yan's words, it shook its head silently, and then looked at the wolf pack behind it. An old wolf with pale hair slowly walked out of the wolf pack, holding a horn made of bison horn in its mouth. At the signal of the Wolf King, it gently placed it in front of Liu Yin. Is this for me? Liu Yin was stunned for a moment and asked tentatively. The Wolf King nodded. Liu Yin picked up the horn, and suddenly a message box popped up. Wolf God's Horn. Type. Consumable 1/1. Explanation. This sacred item of the wolf pack is only given to those recognized by the Wolf King. When you need help, blow it. No matter where you are, the wolves will rush to your side and eliminate all threats. What the hell? This is considered as a way to increase the favorability of NPCs. Do they give me hidden items as gifts? Liu Yin suppressed his inner ecstasy and put the horn away very solemnly. Although his taming plan failed, he gained the friendship of the wolf pack in return. A group of more than 80 northern magnesium gray wolves, if they can eliminate any enemies in the early stage of the wilderness. In the early days of the wilderness, they were the top rulers of this land. I will keep it. It is a testimony of our friendship. Liu Yan's little mouth was as sweet as honey, showing his great importance to the horn. When the Wolf King saw Liu Yan put away the horn, he howled towards the sky, then turned around and walked away step by step. On the way here, the Wolf King had already learned everything that had happened between them through the wolf cubs. Wolves are pure creatures. Revenge must be taken, and kindness must be repaid. Liu Yan saved the little wolf cub's life, and the Wolf King left the wolf god horn as a reward. Now that Liu Yan's danger has been completely eliminated, there is no need for the wolf pack to stay here any longer. They are returning to their habitat. Awoo! The little wolf cub followed the wolf king, turned his head to look at Lu Yin, and wagged his tail as if he wanted to remember what he looked like. Not until the wolves had gone far away did the little white dragon dare to reappear and land on Lu Yin's shoulder. It had almost strangled the wolf cub to death before, and now seeing a large number of wolves coming, it was naturally a little worried and lacked confidence. I'll let you bully others. Now that they're here, you should be scared now, right? Lu Yin smiled and rubbed the little white dragon's head. It seemed a little angry and embarrassed, squeaking to show that it was not because it was afraid that it didn't dare to show up, but because it was too tired. Can you be afraid of the sky, Overlord? Forget it. What can't be kept will still be kept. You are still the best. Lu Yin looked at the back of the little wolf cub, sighed with some emotion, and said to the little white dragon, "Were you injured in the fight just now?" The little white dragon spread his wings to show that he was unharmed. Okay, in that case, Lu Yin rubbed his palms together, and suddenly a dozen wallets transformed from inventory appeared in front of him. A happy smile spread across his face. Let's see what goodies these people have brought us. Under the expectant gazes of the man and the falcon, Lu Yin opened the first wallet. With a flash of white light, the first object that appeared in front of Lu Yin was Chapter 114, Harvest. The first thing Lu Yin opened was Kitano Osamu's backpack. He should be the biggest fish among the group of people he killed tonight, so Lu Yin had a strong interest in his legacy. With a flash of white light, the first thing that came into view was an old parchment scroll, which looked similar to the one he had seen in the virtual ruins. However, it was not until the entire row of information was revealed that Lu Yin realized he was wrong. Low-level treasure map. Type, consumable. Description, a treasure map records the location of buried treasures. After digging, you can obtain precious treasures, but please be careful. There may be monsters guarding the treasures lurking near the treasure. Possible treasure types: survival supplies, manufacturing diagrams, consumables, vehicles, special items. Treasure rarity: the same level as the items opened in a silver treasure chest. The first item turned out to be a treasure map. When Lu Yin saw the last piece of information on the treasure map, his eyes suddenly lit up. The silver treasure chest is the highest level treasure chest ever produced in the wilderness. The items produced from the treasure chest are all very practical and valuable, such as generators, vegetable culture media, and sand motorcycles, which are all products of the silver treasure chest. The treasure level of this treasure map is the same as that of the silver treasure chest, which is enough to show how precious it is. Lu Yin has also played many types of electronic games and is extremely keen on treasure hunting. When he saw the treasure map, he suddenly felt itchy in his heart. The recorded treasure location is just over 10 kilometers away. Lu Yin carefully looked through the information on the treasure map and was surprised to find that the treasure address was very close to him. If he rode a dune scooter, it would only take about 10 minutes to get there. I'll dig it up as soon as it's light. Lu Yin made up his mind secretly. He put away the treasure map and turned his attention to other items. Let me see what valuables are in the warrior team leader's backpack. A dagger, a bottle of alcohol, 5 kilograms of rice, 2 kilograms of mutton, 2 boxes of amoxicillin capsules, a box of Huaxiang Jingxi water, and 2 safe house cores. Soon, Lu Yin emptied Kitanoji's backpack, but the result disappointed him. Apart from the treasure map, the most precious things in Kitanoji's inventory were the boxes of medicine. As a high-level player who was well-known on both the kill list and the power list, his supply reserves were obviously not worthy of his status. However, Lu Yin guessed that Kitano Osamu had already taken out some supplies when he purchased his information before, and they might have left some large and difficult-to-carry items in the shelter before setting off, which led to them being a little short of money at this time. I actually forgot to ask about the location of their shelter. Lu Yin patted his head and muttered to himself in frustration, I'm still not proficient enough at things like murder and robbery, and it's not perfect enough. This is a mistake I made. I must record it to prevent it from happening again in the future. On the 8th day of the Doomsday calendar, I made a serious mistake. Before killing the enemy, I forgot to force them to reveal their shelter location, resulting in a huge loss. Lu Yin seriously took out a notebook and wrote this sentence on it. From now on, when I kill a player, if possible, I must squeeze out all the value from them. I must destroy them and their family and friends and turn them into ashes. I will avoid the situation where the grass is not completely eradicated and then grows again. After writing this sentence, Lu Yin stuffed the notebook he had snatched from Chun Hang into his arms and continued to count other people's supplies. Soon, Lu Yin stripped away all the supplies of more than a dozen people. A small hill piled up in front of him. Most of the supplies they carry with them are emergency items such as food, medicine, bandages, weapons, etc. The most precious of them should be a monocular scope, which can be adjusted to 4 to 8 times according to the distance, which is the legendary 8-fold scope. Although Lu Yin does not have a matching sniper rifle now, he can disassemble it separately and use it as a telescope. Lu Yin walked a little further away and used it to observe the safe house that was burned by flames. At a distance of 110 meters, the remains of the safe house that was still emitting sparks seemed to appear before his eyes. This is a good thing. It's a treasure for observation and counter-reconnaissance. Lu Yin put it into his inventory very excitedly. This thing will also become one of his must-have items when he goes out. The remaining things were not particularly valuable, so Lu Yin classified them by type, with food accounting for 50%, medicines accounting for 20%, weapons accounting for another 20%, and the remaining 10% consisting mainly of clothes, tools, and safe house cores. What was very dramatic was that Lu Yin found a spear he had been selling in the backpack of a member of the Stinger Combat Company. It was as new as new. It was obvious that the other party had bought it at a high price and had not had time to use it, but now it was back in Lu Yin's hands. 2 pairs of jeans, 3 shirts, all brand new and clean. Lu Yin smiled. Niu Huang Jidu tablets, Lianhua Qingwen capsules, and a bottle of anesthetic. Looks like I don't have to worry about getting sick or injured anymore. These medicines can basically solve all basic health problems like colds, coughs, fevers, wounds, and inflammation. However, it would be even better if I could get some vitamin tablets and deferoxamine. Lu Yin looked at the supplies in front of him, touched his chin, and fell into deep thought. It won't be long before Lu Xiaoyu comes to this wilderness as his subordinate player. Lu Yin can solve all her problems, such as accommodation and food, but he has no way to solve her hereditary anemia. The symptoms of this disease can only be delayed by long-term medication, and vitamin tablets and deferoxamine are the 2 most important drugs. Before Lu Xiaoyu arrives here, Lu Yin has to find a way to solve the source channels of these 2 drugs, or find other substitutes. Chapter 115, Cold Storage Cellar. When Lu Yin thought of Lu Xiaoyu, his excitement over the great victory turned into a bit of worry again. I have been in the wilderness for 8 days and away from the world I once knew for 8 days. I wonder what Lu Xiaoyu's life was like during these 8 days. Are you worried about your sudden disappearance? Did you eat and take medicine on time? Have you ever been unable to sleep because you were afraid of living alone late at night? When Lu Yin thought about this, his heart became a little confused again. 7 days and 7 more days. Lu Xiaoyu will be thrown into the wilderness, and then we will meet again. Lu Yin rubbed his cheeks, forcing himself to break free from his worry. Although Lu Xiaoyu is physically weak, taking care of himself should not be a problem in a civilized society. At this time, the cold night wind blew over, and Lu Yin couldn't help but shiver. The blood-stained shirt stuck tightly to the skin, giving people a biting cold feeling. Lu Yin had not changed this shirt since entering the wilderness. It was covered with sweat and oil stains. Now it was stained with large patches of blood and mud. It looked dirty and felt very uncomfortable to wear. Swish! Lu Yin took off his shirt very quickly and threw it into the ruins of the safe house that had not yet been burned out. Then he stared at the naked corpses he had stripped for a long time, took out some wood from the inventory, and prepared to use these corpses to make something. An hour later, Lu Yin finally finished all his work. He had cleaned up the bodies, and the ruins of the safe house burned by the fire were completely destroyed. The wilderness fell into silence again. He clapped his hands, blew a whistle, and returned to the shelter with the little white dragon. There were several empty shells of iron gas bombs scattered at the entrance of the shelter, and Lu Yin kicked them away casually. Boom! The door of the shelter was opened, and there was still a very faint, pungent smell in the room. Because the shelter was equipped with ventilation ducts, the poisonous gas did not accumulate in the room for too long, and most of it floated out through the ventilation ducts. As the shelter door opened, the remaining poisonous gas was diluted and cleared away by the cold and refreshing night wind that rushed in like a tide. Lu Yin walked into the living room and found Chun Heng lying motionless on the ground, foaming at the mouth and his face blue. Damn it, I was so excited just now that I forgot there was someone else in the shelter. Lu Yin slapped his head, strode over to Chun Heng, patted his face, and shouted, "Hey, wake up, wake up!" Chun Heng didn't react at all. Lu Yin grabbed his wrist and found that Chun Heng's skin had turned cold, and the pulse in his neck and wrist had long disappeared. Chun Hang is dead. Liu Yin felt a little emotional. Chun Hang's death had no impact on the situation in the wilderness. Many people died tonight. Compared with Kitano Osamu and others, Chun Hang was just an insignificant little character. But at least Chun Hang had fought alongside me once. If he wasn't there tonight, it might not be so easy for me to win. To be honest, if you could survive this time, I really thought about recruiting you as my subordinate, but you can only blame your bad luck, Liu Yin said as he looked at Chun Hang's corpse. But you had a full meal before you died, so I didn't treat you unfairly. Liu Yin felt only a little sad at the death of his cheap comrade in arms. After all, strictly speaking, Chun Hang could only be considered a prisoner. If it weren't for the bounty posted on Liu Yin by Kitano Osamu and others in the trading market, Liu Yin might have killed him long ago. Soon, Chun Hang's body was also dragged out. Liu Yin dug a hole 200 meters away from the shelter and built a small grave for Chun Hang. After thinking for a long time, Liu Yin inserted a wooden board in front of the grave and carved a line of words with a knife. An ordinary man's grave. Yes, Chun Hang is a true portrayal of too many ordinary people. No outstanding abilities. There is no special luck. Trying hard to survive in this harsh wilderness, they found that even having enough food was a luxury. In the end, when he was forced into a desperate situation and wanted to take risks, turn evil, and seize supplies from others, he was easily defeated. In fact, there are many people like Chun Hang not only in the wilderness, but also in reality. Born in an ordinary family, attending an ordinary school, working hard with all his might, he found that he couldn't even afford the down payment for a car and a house, and he felt ashamed to face his elderly parents. In the end, when reality crushes his inner moral bottom line, and he wants to use crooked ways and crimes to make his life better, he finds that he is not even qualified to do so and is played like a pawn by his more vicious and cunning predecessors. In the end, he ended his life after a life of mediocrity. In the wilderness and in modern civilization, there are too many people like Chun Hang. I want to live a dignified life, but I can't. It is also not okay to abandon your bottom line in pursuit of fame and fortune. This is the most despairing thing. After returning to the shelter and cleaning up Chun Hang's vomit in the room, Liu Yin extravagantly boiled 5 liters of rainwater on the stove and began to wipe his body with a piece of cloth as a towel. He hasn't taken a shower since entering the wilderness. The hot weather, coupled with dust, sweat, and blood, made Liu Yin feel itchy all over. After the deaths of Kitano Osamu and others, I believe that no one would dare to have any thoughts about Liu Yin tonight. As the cloth soaked in hot water wiped off the stains on his body, an emotion called relaxation was constantly released from his body to his soul. After his tense mind relaxed, Liu Yan's thinking became more active. After tonight's battle, I believe my notoriety has spread far and wide across the wilderness. No force will dare to offend me easily anytime soon. My next major task is get rid of the pig-headed man in the forest where the generator was once stored and occupy the saltpeter mine in the forest. Saltpeter is an important material for making black powder. The gunpowder obtained from the pig-headed man is running low in stock, so Liu Yin must make plans early. Saltpeter can also be used to make ice. In ancient times, many dignitaries used it to build ice cellars to keep food fresh. Thinking of the large amount of prey he had caught before, which had to be sold on the market for fear that it would rot due to high temperatures, Liu Yin secretly made up his mind to build a low-temperature cold storage to store food. Although Liu Yin does not seem to have any food crisis at the moment, and hunting is easy, there are still unexpected events in life. Who knows if there will be heavy snow and ice in the wilderness in the future. By then, I won't even be able to leave the door, and the food stored on the shelves can only last for 10 days or half a month at most. Once it is consumed, won't I starve to death? In order to cope with this emergency, Liu Yin plans to expand a cellar under the shelter, with an area at least twice the size of the shelter, to store meat, fruits and vegetables, rice, flour, grain, oil, clothes, bedding, and other survival supplies. In this way, even if I can't go out hunting for half a year, I can still live a very comfortable life. This is the legendary hamster attribute. It's decided. My next major strategic plan is to capture the pig-headed man forest. Liu Yin clenched his fists and said with a firm look in his eyes. Chapter 116, Road Signs. Just as Liu Yin was quietly thinking about his future strategic plan, the entire world channel had already exploded because of several announcements. System, all members of the warrior squad, the second-ranked team on the original power ranking list, have died. They will be replaced by the third-ranked team. System, originally ranked 5th on the power rankings. System, originally ranked 6th on the power rankings. System, the kill list has changed. The player originally ranked 3rd, Bei Yeji, has been eliminated and will be replaced by player Liu Yan. A series of red system announcements floated across the World Channel, leaving all the players who were paying attention to this matter tonight stunned. The Swarm was annihilated. The West Coast Alliance and the Stinger Combat Company were also wiped out. Not even one person from the most powerful warrior team could escape. Is this the strength of the number 1 on the shelter list? Holy crap, that's incredible. Liu Shun actually defeated 4 major teams on his own. This is simply incredible. From today on, Liu Shun is my idol. This is outrageous. Even if his shelter was perfectly built, it's impossible to kill so many people in such a short time. Miracles themselves are meant to be created. I bet this isn't Liu Yan's own achievement. Someone must be helping him. Let me see. Holy crap. Liu Yan's shelter isn't even in the top 10 of the power rankings, and his shelter still only has 1 person and 1 falcon. In the World Channel, topics related to Liu Yan were instantly flooded with comments. Before the system released the announcement, everyone's speculation about tonight's war was who would eventually be able to take off Liu Yan's head and which force would be able to obtain Liu Yan's refuge. The result at this time caused those who wanted to make fun of Liu Yan to fall into a long silence and self-doubt. Wilderness Hunter Team. A member sat cross-legged beside the charcoal brazier in the safe house. He looked at Katalov next to him with a strange tone and said with a smile, "Boss, I remember we made a bet. If Liu Yan's shelter was exposed, you said he wouldn't last an hour." Upon hearing this, Kadyrov shrugged his shoulders frankly. "Okay, I admit that I made a mistake in my judgment on this matter. That Oriental man is indeed very strong, but I don't think his future will be easy because the location of his refuge has been exposed on the World Channel by the leader of the Stinger Combat Company. Now the entire wilderness knows where Liu Yan's lair is. Unless he's willing to move, it won't be long before he's subjected to frequent harassment." Liu Yuanyuan looked at the information in the World Channel, holding his chin with both hands and said, "Yao Qi, Liu Yan's location has been exposed. Are we really not going to meet him? He just won a battle, and his momentum and mentality are at their peak. If we go to him now, we will definitely run into a wall. Wait until his pride and momentum are worn down. That will be the best time for us to meet him." Yao Qi's voice came from the shadows. "But how long do we have to wait?" Liu Yuanyuan asked in distress with a pout. "It won't take long." Yao Qi's voice was filled with confidence. "There's no shortage of greedy people in this world. Liu Yan's shelter is now like a treasure trove whose location is known to everyone. Although there are dangers, human nature is always willing to risk life and death for the sake of profit. Just watch, we'll never be able to kill all the people like the Samurai Squad." In the World Channel, heated discussions continue. As the topic deepened, the players' discussion shifted from being shocked by Liu Yan's incredible counterattack to exploring how much did Liu Yan pay for killing so many enemies, and how much firepower was left in his inventory. It has to be said that most of the players who have survived to this day are ruthless and have a very thorough understanding of the problems. The destruction of the warrior team did make them feel a strong sense of fear and awe of Liu Yan. But what followed was speculation about the details of this war and whether he could take advantage of the opportunity to make some money. I discovered that Liu Yan's shelter is not far from my home. I plan to go there tomorrow morning to check it out. If he's seriously injured and on the verge of death, wouldn't I be able to take advantage of the opportunity to finish him off without any effort? Team up. Is there anyone willing to go and investigate the situation near the Liu Yan shelter? Forget it. Even the Samurai Squad is out of action. We'd just be sending food over. Fortune and honor are sought through risk. The risks are great, but so are the rewards. I sign up. I really can't stand this life of eating dry bread every day. I want resources. I want to plunder Liu Yan. In the World Channel, a group of excited players soon announced that they had formed an alliance, ready to team up and set off at dawn to explore Liu Yan's refuge. Time passes. The night in the wilderness was slowly torn apart by the morning sun. Just as the first golden light appeared on the eastern horizon, a large army of 60 people came from afar. This group of people held machetes and wooden spears in their hands and wore homemade wooden and leather armor. They looked very similar to the image of the Beggars Gang in film and television dramas. Greed and desire gleamed in the eyes of each of them as they advanced according to the coordinates revealed by the leader of the Stinger Combat Company on the World Channel yesterday. With so many of us, even if Liu Yin wasn't injured, we could drown him with just a mouthful of spit. Yes, we will definitely be able to break into his shelter. I'm going to chop off his head. The crowd was noisy, and everyone was patting his chest and shouting, as if to give himself courage. As they got closer to the target point, the speed of the large force slowed down. Behind a high ground, the large army stopped. A thin player was assigned as a pathfinder. He quietly climbed to the top of the slope and looked at the shelter in the distance. In the early morning sun, he saw the stone drainage ditch outside the shelter and also saw something even more peculiar. Suddenly, the skinny player's pupils constricted. He stumbled down from the heights, tumbling and crawling as if frightened. He came to the front of the main group and tremblingly said, Go back. We can't win. Liu Yin is a demon. What did you see? Tell me. A strong player shook his shoulders hard, but the thin player seemed to be scared silly and just kept repeating the sentence. Go back. The strong player finally got impatient. He shook off the other player and strode to a high place to look at the shelter. He saw, in the dim light of the morning sun, large wooden crosses were planted at regular intervals outside Liu Yan's shelter. These crosses were arranged in a straight line, extending from the shelter to the high ground below the feet of the strong player. The players who died at Liu Yan's hands last night were completely naked, with steel nails piercing their palms, shoulders, calves, and other parts of their bodies, and were nailed to the cross. The arms of these corpses all pointed to Liu Yan's shelter, looking like bloody signposts, guiding the way for those who came later. Guide, the direction of death. Chapter 117, Badge of Fury. A row of bloody and terrifying road signs point the way to the Liu Yan shelter. In the early morning sun, this scene looks extremely weird and terrifying. What is even more terrifying is that, in addition to the dozen or so crosses with corpses nailed to them, there are dozens of empty crosses, which seem to be waiting in vain. Who are those empty crosses for? The strong player felt a chill. He had a strong premonition that if he really dared to launch an attack on Liu Yan's shelter, he might be the next one to die. I won't fight anymore. After a long moment, the tall player stammered and whispered to himself, I want to go home. After saying this, he ran away without looking back, trembling all over. The remaining temporary force soon fell into a state of demoralization. These players were relatively weak and could not compare with the enemy last night in terms of either psychological quality or combat effectiveness. Although their slogans were loud and clear, before arriving here, they also thought they were mentally prepared to fight Liu Yin. But it was not until they saw the corpses nailed to the cross and felt the strong visual impact that they truly realized how fragile their hearts were. They simply did not have the courage to go to war with Liu Yin. Last night's lofty ambitions vanished in an instant. Those bloody and hideous road signs aroused the deepest fear in people's hearts. Some people even vomited on the spot. This was not because of the stench of the rotting corpses, but because of pure fear. I don't want to be nailed to a stake. Screw it. I'd better go back and eat some dry bread. At least my life isn't in danger. Vomit. More and more people chose to leave cursing. In the end, this large and powerful looting force did not even see Liu Yin, and they were frightened and fled in all directions before they even entered within 500 meters of the shelter. As for the looting plan, it became a joke. Liu Yin stretched and sat up from a bed, and as he woke up, the wilderness time also pointed to 8 o'clock. The 8th day of Doom. Your shelter has been upgraded again, with partitions, electricity, and defensive firepower greatly improving safety and comfort. Survival points increased by 100. You killed the invading enemy, and your influence in the wilderness has been greatly increased again. Survival points increased by 300. You have captured a large amount of loot and become the richest man in the wilderness. Survival points increased by 100. You fed a wolf cub and earned the wolf pack's kindness. Survival points increased by 30. This rating S. Special item reward, Rage Badge. This survival point statistics, 530. Total survival points, 1050. Yesterday's harvest was the most abundant since we entered the wilderness. Liu Yin looked at the skyrocketing survival points and nodded with satisfaction. Although there were few events in the system statistics, the harvest from each one was simple and violent. Killing the enemy and seizing the spoils in a single shot brought him a reward of 400 survival points. Just as he had previously speculated, the higher the popularity, the higher the system's survival point reward. After the battle last night, Liu Yan's notoriety spread throughout the wilderness. Although Yao Qi and the Wilderness Hunters team are just as strong as Liu Yan, they don't have the shocking record of annihilating 4 forces at once. At least in terms of popularity, Liu Yan is already the well-deserved number 1. It seems that I have to keep causing trouble in the future to get more and more survival points. Liu Yan touched his chin and shifted his gaze to today's special rewards. In the past few days, the highest score given by the system evaluation was A, but today it gave an S for the first time, which made Liu Yan curious and expectant about this special reward. Badge of Rage. Category: Equipment Wristband. How to use. Actively used to add a buff that increases attack power by 50%, defense power by 50%, and speed by 50% for 30 seconds. After use, the item skill will enter an 8-hour cooldown period. Explanation: You've been enhanced. Hurry! This is a truly magical wristband. It clearly doesn't have any negative effects that weaken intelligence, but once activated, the host will become irrational and rush into the area with the most enemies, ultimately being beaten to death. Equipment with skills. Liu Yan looked at the introduction of the item and was filled with ecstasy. It is absolutely incomparable to those sophisticated weapons he made. This simple and crude attribute is equivalent to directly increasing his combat effectiveness by half. The effect of this thing is like Kai using his ultimate skill and Noxus hitting 5 levels of blood rage, which makes people excited and determined to fight to the death. This thing is a magical artifact. Just like the hero Halo, it is an additional improvement based on my basic attributes. In other words, the stronger I am, the stronger the improvement effect of this thing will be. Liu Yan was extremely excited as he looked at the Fury badge that looked like a bracelet. This should be the first equipment with special skills in the wilderness, and it greatly improves close combat. With Liu Yan's current combat power, if he turns on its buff effect, he can even fight against Yao Qi in a short period of time without being at a disadvantage. Even if the situation in the wilderness changes in the future and the influence of personal force weakens, the increase in defense and speed can still play a key role, even in a hot weapon battle. Click! Liu Yan put it on his wrist without any hesitation. He felt a cool touch, and instantly all the information about the Badge of Rage appeared in his mind. The way to activate it is just like the Seek Advantages and Avoid Harm talent. It will be activated immediately with just a thought. After counting today's harvest, Liu Yan took out the treasure map he found on Kitano Osamu. While the temperature in the wilderness had not yet risen, he prepared to go digging for treasure. Half an hour later, Liu Yan, who had eaten a large bowl of steamed egg custard and drank a bowl of rice porridge, was full. He opened the door of the shelter and summoned the dune bike. The golden morning sun shines on the earth. A new day begins. Get ready to set off towards the location on the treasure map. Chapter 118, Yellow Hair. Before setting off, Liu Yan specially repaired the door of the secret passage. This was not a difficult project, and it took less than 2 units of wood and 1 survival point to complete it. In addition, Liu Yan placed the thorn trap outside the shelter gate and safe passage in the middle of the night yesterday. As a treasure opened from the silver treasure chest together with the dune scooter, the thorn trap is also very practical. It looks like a large animal trap and can be placed hidden regardless of the terrain. It is buried under the soil without any trace. Once triggered, thorny vines as tough and sharp as steel will pop out immediately, tightly wrapping around the person who steps in and breaking their bones. After placing the trap, Liu Yan opened the ranking information and took a look. He found that the score had not changed and the description information did not introduce any information about the trap. This made Liu Yan feel very strange. Things like traps and secret passages did not appear in the ranking information. By thinking about the similarities between these two things, Liu Yan vaguely guessed that there were some patterns. It seems that the information displayed on the ranking list is all the visible equipment owned by the shelter. For example, drainage ditches, power systems, shooting holes, and partitions. These things do not have much hidden meaning and are all in the open. Things like secret passages and traps are all considered hidden devices. Their usefulness determines that they must be hidden to be put into use, otherwise they will become waste. The rules of this ranking are finally a bit humane. They didn't expose all of my shelter equipment. Liu Yan sighed. Ever since his location was exposed, he can no longer relax like before when he goes out. After confirming that all the traps were successfully placed, Liu Yin finally felt relieved. After circling around the shelter a few times and finding that no one was approaching, he stepped on the accelerator and a dragon of earth rose up from under the wheels of the motorcycle and flew straight into the distance. Above the sky, the little white dragon was like a loyal guard, circling high in the sky, alert to any approaching danger. The terrain in the wilderness is rugged and bumpy. Even though the sand motorcycle has strong off-road capabilities, the rocks on the road still make me dizzy. By the time we arrived at the treasure hiding place, it was already around 9 o'clock in the morning. The warm sunlight in the early morning had become scorching, and the temperature in the air had reached over 45 degrees. Liu Yin was wearing a white shirt that he had picked out from the spoils last night, and it was soon soaked with sweat. Ta-ta-ta. The dune scooter stopped at the foot of a low hill. Liu Yin took a look at the treasure map and found that the treasure was located on the hillside of the low hill. The only way into the mountain was a beast trail trampled by wild beasts, which made it impossible for the dune scooter to pass through. He snapped his fingers, put the dune scooter back into the inventory, and then, holding a flintlock rifle in one hand and a spear in the other as a hiking stick, he climbed up the mountainside along the animal trail. After walking along this animal trail for less than 150 meters, a newly opened fork appeared on the right side of the road. The branches and bushes on the fork had been cut with axes and knives, and it was roughly enough for an adult to pass through. Is there someone living on this low hill? Liu Yin looked at the fork in the road and quickly reacted. The figure of the pig-headed man quickly appeared in his mind. Could it be that this small mountain, like that forest, is the territory of some group of intelligent creatures? No. If they are an indigenous, intelligent race, like the pig-headed man, then they must have lived here for a long time. This fork in the road was obviously just opened up not long ago. It is definitely impossible for them to be an indigenous race. The people living here are most likely players like me. Liu Yin made a quick analysis. His treasure hunt itself is inherently dangerous. If there is another player nearby, the danger will increase exponentially. Before digging for treasure, you must first get rid of this player. Or control this player and use him as cannon fodder in your treasure hunt. Seek benefits and avoid harm talent activated. The azure light spread rapidly, and in Liu Yan's sight, more than a dozen red spots of light appeared within 500 meters of him. Threat 1, 17 meters away, poisonous scorpion beneath the rock. Threat 2, a thorny bush with a paralyzing effect, 20 meters away. Threat 3, distance, 38 meters, animal trap. Threat 17, 89 meters away, a 22-year-old human male with average physique, armed with a machete. That's it. Liu Yin locked onto the threat 17 with the strongest blood-red light in his sight and quietly approached the opponent along the branch path opened up by the opponent, avoiding the traps set by the opponent along the way. When he was about 10 meters away from the other party, Liu Yin saw a ground safe house located on a relatively flat area. The safe house was surrounded by a semicircle of fences. A man with dyed yellow hair walked out of the house, squatted on the ground, and used a machete to slowly cut the pile of wooden stakes in front of him into sharp spikes with thorns. He worked so hard that he didn't even notice the road rock hiding behind a large tree at the fork in the road. Liu Yin looked around and made sure that there was no third player nearby before he quickly walked out from behind the tree. The hurried footsteps caught Huang Mao's attention. He suddenly looked up and immediately raised the machete in his hand and rushed over. "Don't move!" Liu Yin rushed over and shouted, raising the flintlock in his hand and aiming at the yellow-haired man's chest. "Put down the knife in your hand." The yellow-haired man shuddered all over when he saw the black muzzle of the gun pointing at him. The distance between the two sides was still 7 or 8 meters, and he could not make any effective counterattack. He was very sure that if he took another step forward, he would be shot through the chest. You're Liu Yin? We have no grudges against each other. You don't kill me." Huang Mao quickly made a choice. He threw the machete to the ground and raised his hands tremblingly. "Or you can take a look at my yard and see if there's anything you like, and take it away." Liu Yin glanced around and saw that inside the other party's safe house, which was half surrounded by a wooden fence, there was only a broken water tank and some food that looked like dried radishes hanging out to dry, and a few tattered clothes covered in stains. Huang Mao himself looked pale and thin, as if he had not eaten for several days, and looked like an African refugee. At first glance, he is one of those extremely poor, low-level players. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and said expressionlessly, "Who said I want to kill you? I need your help with something. If you cooperate, not only will I not kill you, I will also give you some survival supplies. If you don't cooperate, this will be your burial place." Chapter 119, The Most Painful Experience. Hearing Lu Yan's murderous threat, Huang Mao nodded rapidly, saying repeatedly, "I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you ask me to do." Lu Yan smiled and said softly, "Stand up and follow me." "Lu Shun, I'm your fan. Your feat last night was so astonishing that even a bystander like me couldn't sleep." On the way to the treasure hiding place, Huang Mao slowly relaxed and started chatting with Lu Yan. He looked excited. "You are so strong. Can I apply to join your team?" Since the battle last night, Lu Yan also began to consider the issue of recruiting members. Although those bloody road signs would frighten some timid players, for the real strong ones, such as Yao Qi and the Wilderness Hunter team, those road signs were not enough to scare them. Once those truly powerful ones want to hunt me down, I will be alone and it will be difficult for me to do anything. But recruiting members. Lu Yan also didn't want to recruit some useless people. He had to recruit some members with special skills and loyalty. Only in this way could he enhance his strength. Otherwise, getting a few stupid teammates would only backfire. To join my team, you need to have relatively outstanding abilities. What are your specialties? Lu Yan asked softly. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then asked tentatively, "I'm very fast at mental arithmetic. Is this considered a special skill? Mental arithmetic? A humanoid computer?" Lu Yan suddenly became interested and asked, "Okay, let me test you. What is 785 times 620? Huang Mao pinched his fingers and rolled his eyes. In less than 2 seconds, he confidently said, "It equals 13,565. Lu Yan raised his eyebrows. Although he couldn't figure out the answer to this question in a short time, he knew that the result given by Huang Mao was absolutely wrong. "Do you want to settle it again?" Lu Yan touched his chin and gave Huang Mao another chance. "I've already figured out the answer." Huang Mao spread his hands and said confidently, "But this answer is wrong." Lu Yan frowned. "I only said that I can calculate quickly, but I didn't say that I can calculate accurately." Huang Mao said innocently, "Just tell me whether I can calculate quickly or not." Lu Yan was silent for a long time, then slowly raised his hand and slapped the yellow-haired man. "Do you fucking think you're so funny?" Huang Mao covered his swollen face and explained tearfully, "I just thought the atmosphere was too solemn and I wanted to liven it up. Since you don't like it, I won't say anything." After being slapped in the face, the yellow-haired boy became much more obedient. The two of them walked all the way for about 15 minutes. Lu Yan and Huang Mao came to the location marked on the treasure map, which was a cliff halfway up the mountain. He took out the treasure map and compared it with the surrounding environment, then opened the game interface to confirm the coordinates and determined that the treasure was located inside the mountain wall. Lu Yan took out an iron pickaxe and threw it directly to Huang Mao, pointing at the cliff wall, and said, "Smash it." Huang Mao didn't dare to refute. He picked up the pickaxe and smashed it hard on the mountain wall. With the impact of the pickaxe, the seemingly solid mountain wall suddenly broke apart quickly, and soon a crack outline similar to a door frame appeared. Ding, ding, ding. After knocking it about a dozen times, a huge piece of rock fell off the mountain wall and rolled down the mountain with a loud bang. Inside the mountain wall, an iron door with a pull ring appeared. When the dust settled, Lu Yan saw a line of words carved on the iron gate. "No, to be precise, that's a question. Before entering my treasure house, please answer me. What do you think is the most painful thing you have experienced in your life?" After seeing this line of text, Lu Yan tried to pull the iron door, but found that it did not move at all, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull it open. He picked up the pickaxe and smashed it hard. The huge recoil force made Lu Yan feel pain in his palm, but there was not even a trace left on the iron gate. This is an excellent iron pickaxe with the easy-to-break special effect. It can smash granite into pieces with one blow. But facing this iron gate, it seemed as if all violent actions had lost their effect. Could it be that the entry setting for this treasure is that you must answer this question? Lu Yan touched his chin, gave up the idea of brute force, turned to look at the yellow-haired man, and said in a deep voice, "You answer it." Because the treasure map was marked with possible dangers, and it was uncertain where the danger would be hidden, Lu Yan refused to personally participate in this activation setting that looked like a trap. When Huang Mao heard this, A look of painful memories appeared on his face. He sat cross-legged on the ground, lit a cigarette tremblingly, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. The most painful thing, he spoke slowly, his voice full of vicissitudes amidst the smoke. That was half a year ago. My wife and I had some conflicts. I don't know where they started. No matter what I did, she would find a reason to argue with me, as if everything I did was wrong. She used the most vicious language to humiliate me and trample on my dignity. She was like a shrew. During that time, I was exhausted both physically and mentally. I couldn't understand why she had become like this. I even thought about committing suicide as a way to end it all. That day, I was working overtime at the company until very late. I thought she wouldn't leave any food for me when I got home. Plus, I was feeling pretty down, so I went to the bar for a drink to relax for the first time. I went to a bar far from home, and because I was feeling down, I got drunk pretty quickly. At that moment, under the colorful lights of the bar, I saw a girl shielding her boyfriend from the alcohol. She held her boyfriend's arm tightly at all times, kissing him in public, interacting intimately, and was as gentle as a kitten. At that time, I thought if only such a gentle and sensible girl could be my wife. Looking at that gentle and lovely girl, I thought of my vicious and barbaric wife. The gap in my heart suddenly burst out. I squatted at the bar and cried like a child. Luyan frowned slightly as he listened to Huang Mao's story. This is a very ordinary story, but the contrast between his unruly and vicious wife and other gentle and lovely girls makes people extremely psychologically unbalanced. Although this gap is uncomfortable, it is not painful. This story is so cliché. It's meaningless. But this isn't what broke me the most. Huang Mao said this, and with his right hand trembling, he put the cigarette into his mouth and took another puff. His emotions instantly collapsed, and he said in a tearful voice. Then when I was paying the bill and going home, I passed by that table and took a closer look. That woman is really my fucking wife. Chapter 120 Qiao Jelly's last words. I'm deeply sorry for your tragic experience, but I really can't help it. Lu Yin couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, thinking that if he smiled like that, all the merits he had accumulated over the past 10 years would be gone. As the yellow-haired man finished speaking, the sturdy iron gate that seemed to be integrated with the hill began to tremble slowly, and then a tired voice sounded from behind the door. The betrayal of a loved one is heartbreaking and heartbreaking. It is indeed one of the most painful things in the world. Having experienced this, I believe you can empathize with my pain. You are qualified to open this door. When he heard this voice, Lu Yin tensed up his muscles and instantly drew his gun and aimed at the iron gate. The next moment, the iron gate began to shake violently, and it retracted to the left into the mountain like an elevator door. At the same time, the two of them saw the source of the sound. It turned out to be an electronic recorder with a novel design. A line extending outward from the body was connected to the iron door. It looked like some kind of smart box that integrated recording and control. Behind the iron gate was a long, narrow, dark corridor leading down with steps covered in thick dust. And as the iron gate opened, an extremely strong smell of decay hit the face. It was obvious that this treasure house had existed for a long time, at least more than 10 years. There were still intermittent sounds coming from the recorder. It sounded like the heavy gasping of a dying man, like a bellows that had been out of repair for a long time, wheezing for a long time, and even Lu Yin frowned. Why does the owner of this recording sound like he's about to die? Could the contents of the recorder be his last words? After more than 10 seconds, the violent panting finally calmed down. Hello, can you hear me? Haha, since you can hear this audio, it means my shelter should have been reopened. Before you take the treasure I left behind, are you interested in listening to my story? Lu Yin waved his hand, signaling the yellow-haired man who wanted to rush in to stop. He was not interested in the story of the so-called treasure owner, but from his experience of entering the ruins several times, he knew that in this kind of story summary information, there are often some important clues hidden, which might be related to the treasures and dangers in this treasure house. It never hurts to listen patiently. Since you've passed the intelligent systems review, it seems you're a highly intelligent being. You definitely can't be one of those greedy, violent, beast-headed monsters with only rudimentary intelligence. Could you also be a human from Blue Planet? The voice in the recorder sounded again, and the message conveyed by this sentence made Lu Yin feel like he was struck by lightning. What do you mean, also? Could it be that the owner of this treasure house was once a player in the Doomsday game? Aren't the first batch of players of Doomsday Survival game the people now in the wilderness? Liu Yan's mind was full of questions, but the next second, his questions were answered. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chogori. I was brought to this world by a so-called higher dimensional force in 1914. At that time, the Austro-Hungarian crown Prince Ferdinand had just been assassinated, and many countries were at war. As a civilian, I wasn't too apprehensive about being suddenly brought to this world. Although it's extremely poor here, at least I can escape the war. After hearing this, Liu Yan was completely certain of the identity of the owner of the tape recorder. He was actually a player who came earlier than me. That's not right. When we entered the game, the system clearly said that we were the first players. How could there be someone who entered the game earlier than us? Liu Yan thought of the 7 system prompts when he first entered the wilderness. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and reacted abruptly. The first of the 7 tips when you first enter the game is the former glory has turned into wasteland. Players, all you have to do is survive and build a new civilization. The key lies in the 2 key points, past glory and new civilization. From these 2 points, we can see that a glorious civilization was once established in the wilderness, but collapsed for unknown reasons. So who established this civilization? Maybe it's someone like the recorder owner who arrived in the wilderness earlier than Liu Yan, a player for the previous game. Note, it's the last game, not the last batch. The Doomsday Survival game may have been carried out many times on the blue planet, and every game may end with the destruction of a civilization in the wilderness or the death of all players. In other words, Jorgel might be a player from the previous version. What the system really means when it says that it is the first batch of players is probably the first batch of players after this version update, not the first batch of players since the establishment of this game. When he realized this, Liu Yan's mind raced. He seemed to know where those secret ruins with very different historical ages and backgrounds came from. Perhaps those ruins were not products of the game system, but the glory created by the old players of the previous version. With the replacement of versions, they were preserved in a peculiar form. But later, I realized I was wrong, utterly wrong. The open and covert fighting and bloody violence in this wilderness were no less than the chaotic battlefields of Europe. Survival was extremely difficult, and most importantly, I was forced to separate from my wife. God, we had only been married for less than a year, and I left her alone in that land surrounded by war. I was extremely sad and could hardly calm down. But fortunately, the mysterious force that brought me here told me that my wife would arrive here in 15 days. I finally felt relieved and started preparing to build our love nest. To survive in the wilderness, we at least need a house, right? On the radio, the tired voice chattered on and on about his experiences after arriving in the wilderness and his longing for his wife. Maybe it was because I was lucky. On my first day in the wilderness, I found a lot of supplies. But then, when I was pulling out a nettle, I got stung by a scorpion hiding in the soil. My hand swelled up badly, and the pain made me feel dizzy. Actually, I don't need to pick that damn plant because it's useless to me, but Maria, she might need it. Nettles are good for hair care, and Maria loves her long golden hair. I spent my first night in the wilderness in agony. Although the bloating and pain were unbearable, when I thought of my dear Maria, all this pain seemed nothing at all. My love for you, I am willing to endure any hardship. Chapter 121, Cute. The second day in the wilderness. On the radio, Chagri's voice still sounded weak as he quietly told a story. These stories are boring. It's nothing more than collecting supplies, strengthening shelters, and fighting other players. In these stories, Chagri's focus always revolves around his wife. When he is looking for supplies, the first thing he considers is whether his wife needs it. What a romantic man. Liu Yan sighed. As the story progresses, 15 days pass quickly in Chagri's narration, and his wife arrives as promised. From this moment on, Liu Yan noticed that Xiao Jelly's voice became a little excited, as if his wife's arrival had injected new vitality into him. In the following story, Chogori recounts the sweet time he and his wife spent in the wilderness. That period was the happiest and most joyful time in my life. Although life was difficult, my heart was extremely fulfilled and satisfied. Later, while hunting, I found a little monkey with a disabled hind leg. I brought it back to the shelter. Maria loved it very much. She bathed it and treated its illnesses. She has always been such a loving girl, and that's why I love her. Because the medical conditions in the wilderness are so poor, even after we've lived here for a full 6 months, I didn't dare let Maria get pregnant. We treated this adorable little monkey as our own child and named it Titan. Ha! We hope it can grow into the mythical giant ape and become our guardian angel in this dangerous wilderness. With Maria by my side, I feel I can endure all the hardships in the wilderness, the cold, the rain, the hunger, the heat. Chow Jelly's voice gradually became lower, and the excitement in his words gradually became a little flustered and a little crazy. But why? Why did Maria get damn gastritis? She's sick. She's so sick she can't even eat minced meat. I mashed some vegetables into juice and mixed it with porridge, but she vomited it all up immediately. Watching her getting thinner and thinner, my heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. There's no hospital in this wilderness. If you get this disease, you can only wait for death. But I won't accept that. I will never let death take Maria away from me. I've decided to make the medicine myself. My medication failed, and Maria's condition has worsened. Now, she can only barely drink some water. She lies in bed like a mummy, and her beautiful golden hair is starting to fall out. Chow Jelly's voice became hysterical. Luyan could understand this feeling very well. The feeling of despair of watching your loved ones slowly die in front of you while you're powerless to do anything is the most painful torture in the world. After a while, Chogori finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and continued. I'm not willing to give up just like that. I'm going to make one last attempt. I spent a fortune on information I'd bought at the trading market. I heard that a potion that can double one's vitality and cure illness is hidden in a secret ruin. I asked Titan to take care of Maria, and I took all my belongings and wandered the wilderness for 7 days. Finally, I found the ruins. I broke into the ruins and, after going through untold hardships, finally found the potion that doubles a person's vitality. I returned home, wounded and ecstatic, not daring to pause for a moment. Only one thought remained in my mind. Maria could be saved. She could survive. But when I got home and opened the door, I smelled an extremely strong stench. I saw Maria's body. Chow Jelly's voice fell into the deepest despair. He was silent for more than 10 seconds. Her body has begun to rot, but her eyes are still looking towards the door. She's been waiting for me to come back. She didn't even get to say goodbye to me. On the radio, Chogori burst into tears. The pain and sadness made him fall into a state of despair. The most painful thing in the world is the separation of lovers. I will never see her again, never hear her smile again. I just collapsed on the ground. I don't know how much time passed before I saw the potion in my hand. Maria is dead. What use is there for it? I was just about to throw it away, but I saw Titan limping over, whimpering nonstop. It was also grieving over Maria's death. I thought about it for a long time and finally injected the potion into Titan's body. Maria's death is not its fault. I don't want to continue living because my life has lost its brilliance, but Titan, you have the right to live well. After injecting the potion into the Titan, I didn't feel like paying attention to its condition. I just sat in front of Maria's body. No matter what food the Titan brought me, I didn't want to eat it. I feel death gradually approaching me. The wounds I received in the ruins are beginning to become inflamed and fester. I believe it won't be long before I will meet Maria in heaven. Instead, I started looking forward to it. Chow Jelly's voice now sounded a little confused and his speech was a little garbled. But before I die, I want to record the story of Maria and me. I've set up a special checkpoint at the gate. Only those who can answer my questions can open it. I hope the person who opens it is someone with a similarly tragic past. Only those who have experienced this kind of pain can understand my feelings and patiently listen to this story, rather than rushing into the place where Maria and I lived like a hungry wolf, greedily taking everything here. If you can hear this far, I'm already very grateful to you. You can patiently listen to the chatter of a dying man. Now, you can go in and take everything from the shelter. I've placed 3 trunks in the room. The one in the middle with the golden stripes contains my most precious treasure. If you want to take the treasure, please be gentle. If that potion is real, perhaps the Titan will still be alive when you step into my treasure house. There's a secret passage behind my treasure house that leads to the outside world. It will go out to find food regularly, but other than that, it will stay inside the treasure house. It's a very cute, shy, and timid child. If you encounter it, please don't scare it or hit it. Take everything from the treasure house and leave quietly. Squeak. A disordered electric sound was heard in the tape recorder, indicating that the last words recorded by Chow Jelly had been played. After Lu Yin confirmed again that there was no other information in the recorder, He took out a flashlight from the inventory and looked towards the dark and narrow underground corridor. "You go first." Lu Yin kicked the yellow-haired man standing next to him. If the information in Chagri's recording is true, then this treasure house was once his refuge, and there seems to be no danger. Huang Mao was kicked and walked forward staggeringly. Soon, the two came to the end of the corridor. With the help of the flashlight, Lu Yin saw that this was a shelter of astonishing size, at least 10 times larger than his own. The room was fully equipped with shelves, cabinets, stoves, beds, sofas, and other items. It seems that Xiao Jelly must have been a high-level player on the leaderboard. The area of this shelter and the supporting facilities are even more luxurious than my shelter. Lu Yin sighed and pressed the light switch on the wall, only to find that the switch had long been out of service. As expected, it is already very remarkable that Chogori has developed the shelter to this state in just half a year. Lu Yin shone the flashlight towards the northeast corner of the room and found 3 giant suitcases placed on a stone platform. The material of the suitcase in the middle was obviously very high-end, and it was also plated with some complex gold lines, which was very consistent with the appearance of a treasure. Lu Yin smiled slightly. He patted Huang Mao's head and said in a deep voice, "Go get those 3 suitcases." Huang Mao moved in response. Lu Yin shone the flashlight in other directions, observing whether there were other valuable supplies in the shelter. Suddenly, the light flashed across the southeast corner of the shelter, and Lu Yin saw 2 black pillars. Etc.? Pillar? If it's a load-bearing column, that position seems a bit too off, doesn't it? With a skeptical attitude, Lu Yin turned the light back again. This time he saw clearly that the 2 pillars, which were as thick as an adult's waist, were covered with a thick layer of black hair. Black hair? Lu Yin was stunned. He seemed to have thought of something and moved the flashlight upwards stiffly. He saw a giant ape, 5 meters tall and with limbs as thick as pillars, was holding a cheetah in its mouth. Blood was flowing from the corners of its mouth, and its fangs were deeply embedded in the cheetah's body, chewing up all its internal organs and bones like a steel knife. Those 2 pillars are its legs. It tilted its head, staring at Lu Yin silently like an old cat looking at a little mouse. There was a ferocious and violent light flashing in his eyes. What the hell? Lu Yin's head buzzed. He remembered Chagri's description of his pet in the recording. What the hell do you care about a thing that's as big as an elephant and hunts tigers and leopards? Call it cute? Chapter 122, Battle. The moment Lu Yin saw the giant ape clearly, his brain went into a brief blank. It took him about 2 seconds to react, and he raised the muzzle of the flintlock very slightly and aimed it at its head. But facing such a giant, Lu Yin expressed great doubts about the power of the flintlock. It may have lived for hundreds of years, and, judging from its size alone, its bones should be very strong, otherwise it would not be able to support such a huge body. The flintlock rifle is just the most basic firearm. Can it be powerful enough to kill the giant monster in front of us? Gurgle. Lu Yin's Adam's apple moved up and down, but his body remained motionless. He kept holding the gun and was in a stalemate with the giant ape. Although the giant ape remained alert to the 2 sudden intruders, it had no intention of attacking them for the moment. It just stared at Lu Yin with its eyes, which were as big as an adult's fist. It exerted force slightly with its upper and lower jaws, causing the cheetah corpse in its mouth to twist violently. A line of blood flowed from the corner of its mouth and flowed along the ground to Lu Yin's feet. Lu Yin noticed that there was an extremely dark and narrow passage on the wall behind him. The entrance was about the size of the front of a small truck. There were traces of claws and axe cuts on the edges. A warm mountain breeze blew along the passage into the dark shelter. This may be the secret passage that Chogori mentioned in the recording, which is the passage for Titans to leave the shelter and go out to find food. The passage may not have been this big when it was first opened, but as the giant ape grew in size, the passage was apparently widened again. Thinking of this, Lu Yin became more alert. Judging from the knife and axe marks on the edge of the passage, this giant ape seemed to know how to use some simple tools. 3 seconds later, the giant ape took 2 steps back, with a look of deep fear in its eyes. It had lived with Chogori for a long time and had a full understanding of the power of intelligent creatures like humans. The most terrifying thing about humans is not their physical strength, but their magical, terrifying, and deadly weapons. Hundreds of years ago, it had witnessed Chogori using a weapon similar to the flintlock rifle in Lu Yin's hand to instantly kill a thick-skinned rhinoceros, smashing its head into minced meat and bones. The bloody scene at that time left a deep psychological trauma on the young animal, and until now, that scene cannot be erased from its mind. It can easily prey on tigers and leopards in the mountains, but it does not want to conflict with humans. Seeing the giant ape retreating, Liu Yan's tense spirit finally relaxed. He didn't want to conflict with this behemoth at all. Just when Liu Yan thought that this encounter would end with the giant ape's retreat, the giant ape's eyes suddenly moved away from Liu Yan and looked in another direction. Liu Yan followed the other person's gaze and saw that the yellow-haired man, with his back to him and the giant ape, was holding a fluorescent stick and walking towards the stone platform where the 3 suitcases were placed without noticing. Suddenly, a heavy gasp was heard in the dark shelter. Liu Yan suddenly turned his head and saw that the giant ape's expression became ferocious. 2 streams of white, smoke-like air snakes spewed out of its nostrils. It was obvious that it was extremely angry. It fears humans, but this fear is limited. When humans offend its bottom line, it will no longer give in. Obviously, for the giant ape, what Chogori and Maria left behind was its bottom line. It does not allow strangers to take away its owner's things. Roar. The giant ape roared angrily, and the sound of the roar almost shattered the eardrums. Then, before the yellow-haired man could react, it grabbed the cheetah's body in its mouth and smashed it like a stone. "Get the fuck down," Liu Yan shouted when he saw this, and pulled the trigger without thinking too much. A half-meter-long tongue of fire exploded in the dark shelter. After a painful roar, the giant ape's body stiffened for a moment. Then it quickly rushed towards the yellow-haired man. Liu Yan put the flintlock into his inventory. In this case, he had no chance to reload it. He held the flashlight in his mouth, held a spear in one hand, and took out several earth mines he had made with gunpowder, gravel, and sugar in the other hand, and quickly tracked the giant ape with his eyes. Oh shit, Huang Mao had never expected that there was such a monster hidden in this shelter. After hearing the giant ape's roar, he subconsciously looked back and saw a black thing with a strong smell of blood flying towards him. He was so scared that he lost 2 of his 3 souls. He no longer cared about getting the suitcase and just fell to the ground. Boom! The cheetah's corpse flew past his scalp and hit the stone platform where the suitcase was placed. In an instant, a large amount of blood splattered in all directions. Before Huang Mao could figure out the specific situation, a dull gunshot rang out, accompanied by a half-meter-long tongue of fire. Huang Mao raised his head, and his pupils became as small as a needle tip at a speed visible to the naked eye. He saw the gigantic ape rushing towards him with its bloody mouth yawning, as invincible as a small tank. With every step it took, the entire shelter shook slightly. Fuck, is this the cute and timid little monkey? How did he become King Kong? The yellow-haired man screamed while holding his head, his voice full of despair. Swish! The strong smell of gunpowder quickly spread in the shelter. Liu Yan lit a landmine, aimed at the giant ape's back, and smashed it hard. There was a loud bang, and a dazzling flash of fire exploded. A large amount of gravel crackled and hit the giant ape, but under the protection of its thick fur, those shrapnel-like stones only pierced its skin and did not hurt its flesh at all. However, as the landmine exploded, the white sugar powder mixed in the gunpowder began to react violently as the flames ignited. A large amount of sticky sugar liquid mixture fell on the giant ape while burning, instantly igniting the armor-like hair. Oh, the giant ape's back was on fire, and its ferocity became even stronger. Its eyes turned red, and it suddenly gave up Huang Mao and turned to rush towards Liu Yan. The Rage Badge buff is activated. Liu Yan decisively activated the special equipment he had just obtained. As the bracelet heated up, a force was injected into his body. The muscles in Liu Yan's arms, legs, and chest swelled up at a visible rate, and his skin turned a stone-like color, looking rough and strong. At the same time, he felt his whole body become very light. The giant ape slapped him. Liu Yan dodged at high speed and stabbed forward with a spear in his backhand. The spear hit the giant ape's shoulder, and the spear tip cut through the flesh, leaving a hideous wound. Chapter 123, The Most Precious Treasure. Liu Yan didn't want to fight the giant ape head-on. Although he had a 50% bonus to strength and speed, size was everything in hand-to-hand combat. Liu Yan didn't think he could kill the giant ape head-on. He just wanted to delay a little while so that Huang Mao could take the suitcase off the stone platform. Titan! Liu Yan drew his spear, stepped back a few steps, and tentatively called out the other man's name. He sternly said, We mean no harm. It was Chogori who asked us to take the treasures from the shelter. Chogori, your master, do you still remember him? When the giant ape heard the word Titan, its eyes fell into a brief daze. Since the death of Chogori and Maria, no one has called it by this name. Over such a long period of time, it almost forgot the tone of these two words. But with Lu Yan's shout at this moment, the memories that had been sealed for many years came back to it again. Lu Yan stared at the giant ape. There was a bloody hole on the opponent's brow bone, and blood was overflowing, covering the left half of his face. This was the wound left by the flintlock rifle just now. The steel ball did not penetrate its head, but was stuck in its bones. There were still sporadic flames burning on its back, and large areas of hair were burnt. The wound on the shoulder was the most serious, and the bones could even be seen through the flesh. Seeing the other party's miserable appearance, Lu Yin felt a little embarrassed for what he had just shouted. We have no ill intentions. But the giant ape seemed to believe Lu Yan's words. It stretched out its huge claws to extinguish the flames on its back, and then retreated cautiously, as if trying to escape through a secret passage. Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. The giant ape suddenly changed direction and rushed towards the stone platform again. When Lu Yin called out its name, it gave up the idea of continuing to fight with Lu Yin, but turned its target to the 3 suitcases left by Xiao Jelly. Obviously, it did not intend to let Lu Yin take them away. Damn it. Seeing this, Lu Yin gritted his teeth and could only charge at the giant ape again. Although he didn't want to have a conflict with the other party, the main contradiction could not be resolved and the ownership of the 3 suitcases could not be decided, so he would never give up. Swish! The landmines mixed with powdered sugar were ignited again. Lu Yin shouted, Titan, those 3 suitcases were given to us by Xiao Jelly. Leave now, and we won't hurt you. The giant ape ignored Lu Yan's calls. The fuse burned rapidly. Lu Yin frowned and no longer cared about Chogori's last words. Don't hurt it, don't scare it, and directly threw 3 earth mines with fuses that were almost burned out behind the giant ape. After all, Xiao Jelly didn't say that this thing would grow so big. If it was still a small monkey a few dozen centimeters tall, Lu Yin could easily subdue it without any harm and take away the treasure without hurting it, but now it can only be solved by extreme violence. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions were heard, and the giant ape's body was instantly engulfed in flames. Lu Yin raised the spear in his hand, aimed at the giant ape's thigh with the help of the flames, and threw it like a javelin. Puff! The spear flew over, and there was a clear sound of a blade entering the body, and the spear pierced through the giant ape's thigh. The giant ape roared in pain and staggered to its knees, but the next second, it forced itself to stand up again while enduring the pain. Its giant claws were only a few meters away from the stone platform as it grabbed the 3 suitcases. Lu Yin increased his speed to the extreme. He stretched out his long legs and ran towards the stone platform, engaging in a final speed contest with the giant ape. He didn't know what the treasures in the suitcases were, nor did he know whether those things were afraid of fire, so he had to put them into his inventory before the giant ape touched the suitcases. At the same time, Huang Mao, who was closer to the stone platform than the giant ape and Lu Yin, also climbed up tremblingly. Go get the suitcase. Lu Yin shouted when he saw this. The stone platform was very large, and the 3 suitcases were 2 or 3 meters apart. After hearing Lu Yan's shout, Huang Mao gritted his teeth and staggered towards the gold-plated suitcase placed in the center. Don't take the middle one. Lu Yin shouted again. Take the one on the left that's not gold-plated. Huang Mao was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why Lu Yin made this decision, but he didn't have time to think. He could only follow Lu Yan's instructions completely, reaching out and touching the ordinary-looking suitcase on the left. With a flash of light, the suitcase was in his pocket. Almost at the same time, the giant ape, covered in flames, and Lu Yin arrived in front of the stone platform. The giant ape stretched out its claws, grasped the gold-plated suitcase tightly, and then extended its claws to the ordinary suitcase on the right. But at the same time, Lu Yan's hand touched the ordinary leather suitcase on the right a moment earlier than it, and instantly put it into the inventory. The giant ape turned its head and swatted the opponent as if to drive away a fly. Lu Yin was too close to the opponent and had no time to dodge. He could only put his arms in front of his chest. Bang! An irresistible force fell on Lu Yin, instantly knocking him 3 or 4 meters away and causing him to fall heavily to the ground. The giant ape, covered in flames, picked up the gilded suitcase and ran into the secret passage, slapping the flames on his body as he ran. But at a corner, the giant ape, who was not very agile, bumped into a slightly protruding rock with the gilded suitcase. With a loud noise, the lock of the gilded suitcase broke, the suitcase opened wide, and the contents of the suitcase scattered all over the floor. Seeing this, the giant ape stopped and hurriedly grabbed the items scattered on the ground and stuffed them back into the suitcase. But because the items inside were too fragmented, it was impossible to collect them all in a short time. It looked back and saw that Liu Yin had sat up from the ground and was reloading his flintlock. The giant ape roared angrily, grabbed the ground twice, picked up most of the scattered items, and ran away without looking back. Soon, an echo of someone falling into the water was heard in the secret passage. There seemed to be an underground river near the end of the passage. The giant ape escaped from here, and it was basically impossible to track it down again. Whoosh! In the empty shelter, the only sounds left were Huang Mao and Liu Yan's heavy breathing. "Dumb, I'm alive, alive." The yellow-haired man took out a cigarette and tried to light it, but failed several times. Finally, he was so angry that he threw the lighter aside. Liu Yan was hit by the giant ape just now, but fortunately he was in the buff stage of the Badge of Rage at that time, and his defense was incredibly strong, so he only suffered some bruises and there was no problem with his bones. He tried to stretch his limbs and then quickly stood up. "God, Liu, I have a question. Why didn't you let me take that gilded suitcase? It looks very valuable." And Xiao Jelly also said that he put his most precious treasures in that suitcase. Huang Mao was silent for a moment, and finally asked Liu Yin the question in his heart. "Now that the suitcase has been stolen, we have lost a lot of money." Hearing Huang Mao's question, Liu Yin's face did not show any regret or unwillingness, but instead slowly revealed a smile. He looked in the direction of the secret passage where the giant ape disappeared, and then said word by word, "If I'm not mistaken, these two seemingly ordinary suitcases contain the most valuable treasures in the shelter. And there's actually nothing useful inside that gilded suitcase." Huang Mao was stunned when he heard Liu Yan's words. How is this possible? Cho Gori clearly said it, and from the giant ape's performance just now, it can be seen that they all care extremely about the gold-plated suitcase. And now Liu Yin actually said that there was nothing useful in the suitcase? Actually, we all had a misunderstanding at the beginning. Xiao Jelly said that the most precious treasures were hidden in the gilded treasure chest. Liu Yin said softly, "But the most precious doesn't mean the most valuable." The concept of preciousness often refers to how much it means to someone, rather than how much it actually costs. For example, for a crazy artist, his most precious treasure is definitely his most satisfying work, not the US dollars in the bank. For a romantic like Xiao Jelly, his most precious possessions would likely be something related to his wife, perhaps a necklace, a photo, or a hairpin. Things with special meaning. Maybe some things that Liu Yin thinks are useless are the most precious and the most indispensable things in Xiao Jelly's eyes, so they're placed in the most gorgeous and central golden suitcase. Because Chagri's character is too infatuated after his wife died, he even gave up the genetic medicine that could enhance his vitality. So to him, worldly resources are of no value to him. What he truly treasures may be the items that bear witness to the precious memories he and his wife had. So at the last moment of the suitcase snatch, Liu Yin was very decisive and bold to let Huang Mao abandon the gold-plated suitcase and choose a more ordinary-looking suitcase. But this is just Liu Yin's guess. The specific situation needs to be verified before it can be confirmed. But fortunately, it is not difficult to verify it now. The yellow-haired man looked strangely and walked into the secret passage with a fluorescent stick in his hand, full of suspicion. After a long time, he walked out and looked at Liu Yin with admiration. He spread out his palm, and an old-fashioned pocket watch with a photo of a foreign couple printed on it appeared in his palm. The pocket watch was covered in rust, had no properties displayed, and had long lost its timekeeping function. It was obvious that it was just an extremely ordinary accessory. Among those scattered items, besides this, there are also some photos, hairbands, leather shoes. Huang Mao said softly, "They are all old items." Your guess is right. Chapter 124, Xiao Jelly's Relics. Only when he saw the old pocket watch did Liu Yin feel completely relaxed. It seems that it was the right choice for me to patiently listen to all of Xiao Jelly's last words. Liu Yin sighed secretly, with a bright smile on his face. Under normal circumstances, if it were other people, most of them would probably focus their attention on the gilded suitcase. After all, it has the most gorgeous appearance and carries the most weight in Chagri's last words. But if you really do that, not only will it cause the giant apes to fight to the death, but in the end you will only get a bunch of useless things. If you want to survive in the wilderness and rise quickly, and fight for more supplies in various dangerous situations, in addition to personal hard power, careful thinking and calm analysis are also indispensable. You did a good job this time. Lu Yin patted the yellow-haired man's shoulder and said, "Take out the suitcase, and I will give you the promised reward." As an ordinary person, Huang Mao's performance just now was already outstanding enough. He was able to remain calm in front of the giant ape and snatch a suitcase. His psychological quality has surpassed many people. Boom! The suitcase was taken out by Huang Mao, and Lu Yin used a spear to pry open the lock. What came into view was an old desktop computer, which looked to be well preserved. Lu Yin looked carefully, and detailed information was quickly displayed. Monitoring computer. Category: electronics. Origin: secret ruins. Function: after power on, it can monitor within a range of 200 meters. This product uses satellite transmission technology and does not require connection to a camera. A monitor. Lu Yin was a little surprised. His shelter was now fully equipped with all the basic equipment. The only flaw was that he could not see the situation outside in time when he was inside the shelter. This was also one of the common problems of underground shelters. The seek profit and avoid harm talent can only distinguish threats and profits, and it only lasts for 5 minutes, so it is impossible to provide real-world feedback around the clock. If he had this monitoring computer, it would be like Lu Yin had another pair of eyes in the sky, allowing him to know all the conditions inside and outside the shelter anytime and anywhere. The old desktop computer was very large, and with the addition of the main unit, power cord, speakers, and other configurations, it had already filled up the suitcase. Lu Yin put it into the inventory and opened the second suitcase. The number of items in the second suitcase was much larger, about a dozen or so. The first thing that attracted Lu Yin the most was an item tightly wrapped in oil paper and tied with a thin rope, placed in the most conspicuous part of the suitcase. Lu Yin tore off the string and spread out the oil paper, and a shotgun that was completely black and reflected the light of steel appeared in front of it. Its barrel is long and thick, and the buttstock is made of bronze hardwood. It feels heavy in the hand, giving people a solid and reliable feel. The oil paper wrapped around the gun body isolated it from contact with the air. Over the long period of time, not a trace of rust appeared on the gun body. Lu Yin tried to move the bolt, and the process was very smooth without any sticking. From the crisp collision sound coming from the bolt, it could be judged that this shotgun is still in its peak condition. Awesome! Lu Yin couldn't help but shout out excitedly. This shotgun should have been Chagri's most important weapon. From a state of preservation, it can be seen how much Chogori took care of it. Winster 97 shotgun. Category: weapons.firearms. Effective attack distance: 30 meters. Maximum loading capacity: for bullets. Item description: within 7 steps, all beings are equal. The firepower of a shotgun and a flintlock rifle is completely incomparable. The shotgun has a shorter range, but its lethality and the range covered by the bullets far exceed that of the flintlock rifle. It is the weapon used by Schwarzenegger in the movie Terminator and Chow Yun-fat in A Better Tomorrow 2. That is what is commonly known as a sprayer. This weapon can directly cut a person in two when fired at close range. Even if the person dodges in time or is far away from the target, the dense steel balls will scatter into the target's body like raindrops. A shotgun bullet may contain dozens of steel balls. Even if the target is not killed instantly, the subsequent treatment will be extremely difficult due to the body being riddled with bullets. It can be said that the shotgun is the king of short firepower. If Lu Yin had taken it just now, the giant ape might have become a headless corpse now. There were 2 boxes of matching bullets in the suitcase. Each box contained 18 rounds. Lu Yin was silent for a moment, then he pushed a bullet into the chamber of the gun, aimed at the wall, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Flames exploded, and dense steel balls flew out like a catapult, instantly making a big hole in the wall, and large pieces of stone shattered and fell off. Excellent. The gunpowder inside the bullet didn't become ineffective due to moisture. Lu Yin was very satisfied with the power of the shotgun. He continued to check the items in the suitcase and found a bayonet that matched the shotgun. However, this thing was of little use to Lu Yin. After all, He had better choices in cold weapons. A small electric fan, a soy milk maker. Liu Yin continued to check the suitcases. Apart from the shotgun, most of the items in the second suitcase were basic small household appliances, such as table lamps, alarm clocks, electric fans, and the like. In the corner, there's a book with 6 big words, detailed explanation of ancient Muay Thai, printed on the cover. Martial arts textbook? Liu Yin flipped through a few pages and found that the illustrations and action explanations in the book were extremely professional and detailed, and the moves were very cruel and deadly, which aroused his strong interest. He now has a sturdy shelter and powerful weapons, but his only shortcoming is his own combat capability. Although he has strength and speed, he lacks the corresponding combat skills. If you can learn the skills in this book and integrate them, it will be of great help to your future. After all, it's always good to have many skills. Liu Yin put the book away with great care. The things in the suitcase were all well preserved. Except for some bumps on the outer shell of the soy milk maker, everything else was no different from new. Looking at these items, a scene emerged in Liu Yan's mind. These supplies were obtained by Xiao Jelly at the risk of his life, and Maria also cherished them very much. After each use, she would carefully wipe them clean and put them in order. Liu Yin sighed slowly, shone the flashlight around, and began to carefully look at all the equipment in the shelter. Warehouse, bedroom, stove, sofa, Simmons mattress. Damn, there's even a toilet. This shelter actually has a complete sewage system. Liu Yin observed the equipment in the shelter and marveled at it. As an ordinary person, it was already very remarkable that Xiao Jelly could build the shelter into this state within half a year. Liu Yin pushed open the door of the master bedroom. With the help of the flashlight, he saw 2 skeletons lying side by side on the bed. Although they had long been decayed, they were still snuggled together. Next to the bed was a dressing table, on which lay a dusty notebook and a quill. A few seconds later, Liu Yin walked in. He picked up the notebook and wiped off the dust, only to see a line of large words written on the first page. Post-battle summary, recording the monsters I encountered in the wilderness. Chapter 125, Encounter. Human face bats are huge and bloodthirsty. They often gather in damp caves and move around at night. They are very threatening. Their teeth and claws are poisonous, and they are afraid of fire. Damn it. The first time I encountered it, I got scratched, and the wound quickly festered and became inflamed within 2 hours. I tried cleaning with alcohol and taking anti-inflammatory drugs internally, but nothing could stop the spread of the poison. In the end, I had to completely cut off the rotten flesh from the wound. Because of this, I couldn't go out hunting for a whole week. Spider's Nest. Liu Yin casually flipped open the notebook and read a few pages, and found that Xiao Jelly not only recorded in detail the characteristics, habits, and weaknesses of the monsters he had encountered, but even drew some simple illustrations. Although they were a bit sloppy, the specific characteristics of each monster were still very obvious. This is a self-made monster encyclopedia. Liu Yin touched his chin. There's information about at least 50 kinds of monsters in this notebook. Xiao Jelly recorded in great detail his encounters with them, the process of fighting against them, and his reactions after being injured. It is the crystallization of Chagari's survival experience in the wilderness for half a year. Its value is no less than that of the shotgun, and in a sense, it is even more precious. Because the notebook was too old and had not been specially preserved, the paper had become very fragile. Liu Yin put it away very carefully and prepared to copy it again after returning to the shelter. 30 minutes later, Liu Yin searched the entire shelter. After confirming that there were no more supplies that could attract him, he packed his luggage and prepared to return. In fact, to be precise, the Chogori shelter was built quite well, with all the furniture, kitchen utensils, and some daily necessities. However, due to the long time, these things have become old and worn, and there are many types of these things, so it is impossible for Liu Yin to take them all away at once. As for putting these things on the auction house and then taking them down for recycling when you get home, this kind of operation, which is equivalent to getting the inventory for free, simply doesn't work in the game. First of all, while the goods are on consignment, they will remain in the hands of the seller and will not disappear. Only after the transaction is completed will the goods be automatically transferred from the seller to the buyer via email at the transaction site. Players who want to put consignment items on the shelves must also meet 2 conditions. First, the product information is guaranteed to be correct. Second, the product must be in the player's inventory or shelter to ensure that there is no problem with the ownership of the product. This means that if he wants to sell an item, Lu Yin must carry it with him or place it in his shelter until the sale is completed. Attention! This is inside your own shelter. Moreover, during the consignment process, the product will enter the unusable state. That is, during the product sales process, the owner can no longer make changes to the performance and quantity of the product. To put it simply, it is like consigning a kitchen knife with 5% wear. Before the transaction is completed or the product is removed from the shelves, the owner loses the right to continue using the kitchen knife. It becomes an icon-like object that can only be seen but not touched. As for food sales, the trading floor doesn't provide freshness preservation services after the food is put on the shelves, and its spoilage level is displayed in constantly changing data. The game system is absolutely foolproof in preventing players from getting something for free. If you like, feel free to take all the furniture and sundries in this shelter. Lu Yin turned to look at Huang Mao and took out 5 kilograms of rice and 5 kilograms of pork from his inventory and handed them to him. But you can't live in this shelter anymore. That giant ape could be back at any time. Huang Mao took the supplies handed over by Lu Yin and was moved to tears. He didn't expect that Lu Yin, such a notorious high-level player, would actually keep his promise. Not only did he not abandon him, but he also gave him all the remaining supplies in the entire shelter. Although the sofas and furniture were very old, they were much better than the equipment in his shelter. I sealed that bedroom. Don't touch anything inside. Lu Yin pointed in the direction of the master bedroom. He obtained a large number of relics left by Chogori, so he also wanted to do something for them. But after thinking about it, the only thing Lu Yin could do was to prevent them from being disturbed again. Huang Mao nodded repeatedly after hearing this. He had just seen the scene in the master bedroom. He didn't dare to have any thoughts on the mattress where a dead person had slept. 3 minutes later, Lu Yin walked down the stairs to the gate. The little white dragon that had been waiting outside the door jumped up excitedly and roared. Because the underground shelter was dimly lit and not suitable for little white dragon to perform, it had been arranged to keep watch outside. Can this smart iron door be taken down? Huang Mao followed Lu Yin out, staring at the iron door with amazing defensive power. He remembered very clearly that this thing had been hit continuously but did not loosen at all. Wouldn't it be great if you could take it apart and install it on your own shelter? With this thought in mind, Huang Mao took out a crowbar and a hammer from his inventory and began to smash along the sliding track of the iron door. However, after spending a lot of effort, he found that the iron door seemed to have merged with the mountain long ago, and there was no sign of it falling off at all. Don't waste your energy. Lu Yin shook his head and said, I guess this shelter has long been changed by the game system into some kind of NPC terrain. Only the supplies inside the shelter can be acquired, and this iron door cannot be taken away as supplies. After hearing what Lu Yin said, Huang Mao could only give up in disappointment. God Lu, I have a request. Can I join your shelter? Huang Mao pondered for a long time and finally submitted an application to join Lu Yin. In a dense mountain forest, the two players were groping forward cautiously. Their movements were very cautious, as if they were afraid of being discovered by something. Brother, how long will it take before we can get out? The thin player asked softly, his voice full of fear and anxiety. Don't fucking say anything. If that thing hears us, we're done for. The player known as Big Brother turned pale and lowered his voice to a whisper, cursing, I thought this was a blessed place, but I ended up stepping into the gates of hell. At this moment, a very heavy panting sound came from far away. The two men covered their mouths and noses, hid in the bushes, and dared not say a word. The panting sound was getting closer, accompanied by heavy footsteps. The two of them were trembling all over and almost crying out loud. I don't know how long it took, but the footsteps gradually disappeared. The thin player released his hands that were covering his mouth and nose and tried to push away the leaves in front of him, wanting to observe the situation outside. Crash! The branches collided, revealing a gap. The skinny player mustered up the courage to look outside. He saw beyond the bushes, a pair of eyes filled with resentment and violence. A huge pig-headed man was squatting in front of the bushes with a hideous smile on his face. Little bugs, it turns out you were hiding here. Hee hee. Chapter 126, Pig-Headed Leader. A terrified howl sounded over the forest. The huge pig-headed man dragged the two players out of the bushes with extremely brutal movements and threw them heavily to the ground. A strong sense of despair and pain surged up at the same time. The two players huddled together and looked at the terrifying monster in front of them. trembling uncontrollably all over. The skinny player's crotch felt hot, and a fishy smell accompanied by urine filled the air. He was scared to death. Damn it, I ran into disgusting bugs like you again. The pig-headed man had a ferocious expression. He picked up the skinny player with his big hands, his fangs bared. You trespassed into my territory without permission and killed my companions. Once was not enough, and you dared to do it a second time. Murderers, use your blood to sacrifice to my people. The pig-headed man's eyes were red, and he exhaled a disgusting stench. He slowly raised the giant mace in his right hand and smashed it down at the skinny player. The skinny player felt a foul wind blowing in his face, and the breath of death instantly enveloped his body and mind. In an instant, his mind went blank. Wait. At the critical moment, the player known as Big Brother suddenly shouted in a trembling voice. His face was pale, and his legs were shaking as he stood up. He stood in front of the pig-headed man and said, "It wasn't us who broke into your territory last time, and it wasn't us who killed your kind. I can help you find the person who killed your kind." As he shouted this, the pig-headed man stopped moving, and the giant mace hovered 3 inches above the skinny player's head. Its ferocious head turned to look at the eldest brother, a hint of surprise and astonishment in its eyes. "You said, 'Can you help us find the murderer?' That's right. I know who that person is. I can help you kill him. Help you get revenge." Wang Ji nodded repeatedly. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. He thought this was a fruitful journey, but he didn't expect to step into the abyss of life and death. He was just an ordinary player, a member of the big army that intended to besiege Lian's shelter this morning. An hour ago, when the big army was scared and fled in all directions by those bloody road signs, Wang Ji did not choose to return to the shelter directly, but instead came up with the idea of searching for resources nearby. He and his partner, the skinny player, wandered around here, and finally, they entered the forest where the pig-headed people were entrenched. At first, they had no idea what dangers were hidden in this forest. They discovered a large number of survival resources in this forest, including pheasants, hares, foxes, wild fruits. These precious foods that are hard to find in the outside world and can provide sufficient nutrients to the human body are countless in this forest. Wang Ji was overjoyed, believing it was a blessing from heaven that allowed the 2 brothers to enter a treasure trove rich in resources. They frantically collected wild fruits and hunted small wild animals in the forest, but soon the noise they made attracted the overlord of the forest. When they saw the huge, ferocious-looking pig-headed man emerging from the forest, Wang Ji was almost scared out of his wits. He dropped all his supplies and fled for his life. But in the end, they still couldn't escape the pig-headed man's pursuit and fell into the monster's hands. Just when he thought he was going to die this time, the pig-headed man's 2 words made his brain work quickly again, as if he had caught a glimmer of hope. The pig-headed man said that there had been humans like himself who had broken into this forest and killed their companions. Wang Ji was in the second group. Before him, only 1 group of people had been here. In last night's kill rankings, Liu Yan's record included the kill of 2 pig-headed men. Combining these 2 pieces of information, Wang Ji could easily guess the identity of the murderer that the pig-headed man mentioned. Faced with life and death, he can only try to grasp the last straw. "You'd better not lie to me, or I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death." Wang Ji's words obviously wavered the pig-headed man. After thinking for a moment, it threw the skinny player to the ground and warned Wang Ji very seriously. "I can guarantee that everything I said is true." Wang Ji patted his chest solemnly. He knew very well that if he showed any trace of guilt or uncertainty at this moment, he would be immediately killed by the pig-headed man. "Very good. Come back to the tribe with me to meet the leader of our tribe." The pig-headed man showed a ferocious smile on his face. He picked up a player with 1 hand and flew through the mountains and forests as if he was carrying a chicken. The scene in front of him was changing rapidly, as if the accelerator button had been pressed. Wang Ji felt like he was sitting in a vehicle with extremely poor off-road performance. The violent bumps made him dizzy and nauseous. I don't know how much time passed, but the pig-headed man who was running wildly slowly slowed down. They had reached the center of the forest. What appeared in front of Wang Ji was a building complex similar to an ancient fortress. The city walls made of thick tree trunks were more than 10 meters high. The fortress was equipped with arrow towers, watchtowers, and other buildings. On both sides of the city gate, There were four extremely large, pig-headed warriors wearing armor acting as guards. The rumbling sound of wheels rolled over the ground. That was the members of the hunting team returning to the city. Wang Ji saw a dozen pig-headed men pushing a giant wooden cart coming from a distance. The cart was piled with the corpses of wild animals, such as bison, leopards, and gazelles. What shocked Wang Ji even more was that among these piles of animal corpses, he also saw two Homo sapiens whose life and death were unknown. That is definitely the ancestor of mankind, Homo sapiens. Although they have dark skin and thick hair, and look like gorillas, their faces have obvious human features, and they wear homemade grass skirts. Wang Ji was stunned. They are the ancestors of modern humans and the former overlords of the Blue Planet. But in this wilderness, they're just food for monsters like the pig-headed men. Obviously, there's also an evolutionary setting in this wilderness, but the indigenous Homo sapiens who evolved from wild apes failed to become the master of this wilderness. Instead, they lost in the racial struggle and fell to the bottom of the food chain. A giant wooden cart drove into the city. Wang Ji and his companions were also dragged in by the pig-headed man. At this time, it was breakfast time in the city. More than 60 pig-headed people were squatting in the huge square to eat. Their eating method was very barbaric and rough. They would directly tear the carcasses of their prey into pieces and roast them on the fire, or simply chew them raw. They chewed fresh flesh and blood in big mouthfuls, with broken flesh and bones leaking out from between their teeth, looking extremely terrifying. Wang Ji was so frightened that his heart and liver were broken, and he felt cold all over. Humans, who were once at the top of the food chain on Blue Star, have now fallen into the monster's lair and become food. Looking at the bloody scene in front of him, Wang Ji couldn't help but wonder if he would also become a pile of minced meat in this pile of food if the pig-headed leader was not interested in his proposal. Soon, Wang Ji felt the ground begin to tremble slightly. He looked forward in some astonishment and saw a pig-headed man who was 7 meters tall and as big as a hill slowly walking out from the castle in the center of the city, shaking his bloated body. It was so fat that it had to pause after every step. It was estimated that its weight was definitely over 8 tons, and the length of its fangs was comparable to that of an ordinary person's arm. This monster is bigger than an elephant. After seeing the pig-headed man appear, the other pig-headed people stopped eating and knelt down to it in unison. Obviously, it is the leader of this tribe. Oh my god, with such a huge body, how much meat does it need to eat every day? Wang Ji knelt on the ground like the other pig-headed people, but couldn't help muttering to himself. But unexpectedly, the pig-headed man who had captured them here heard this. He smiled strangely and said softly, "The leader is a vegetarian." Vegetarian? Wang Ji was stunned. He never thought that such a huge body size was caused by eating vegetarian food. That's right. The pig-headed man nodded and said seriously, "The leader is a vegetarian." 2 vegetative people in 1 meal. Chapter 127 Running Dog. After the pig-headed leader appeared, a pig-headed warrior who looked like a guard dragged out the 2 Homo sapiens from the prey and presented them to the leader as if they were food. What happened next was something Wang Ji would never forget. The leader of the pig-headed people grabbed one of the Homo sapiens and hit the Homo sapiens' head several times with something like a large spoon, smashing the skull and revealing the bloody white brain inside. The leader grabbed the spoon and ate the Homo sapiens' brain cleanly, just like humans eat monkey brains. Wang Ji, who witnessed all this, suddenly felt his stomach churning and began to vomit wildly. Eating the brains of intelligent creatures will make my mind more sensitive. The pig-headed leader noticed Wang Ji's reaction and said in a sinister voice, "It seems that you are smarter than those hairless monkeys. I wonder what your brains taste like." Hearing the words of the pig-headed leader, Wang Ji felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his face turned as pale as paper. "Ha ha ha!" The pig-headed leader laughed loudly. He slowly sat down on a stone platform and said calmly, "I was just kidding you guys. It seems your courage is as small as your body size. I heard that you can find the murderer who killed my people." The pig-headed leader asked the question, and Wang Ji raised his head tremblingly. He quickly observed the other party's condition and found that the leader seemed to be very different from those low-level pig-headed warriors. The temperaments of those pig-headed warriors were tough, brutal, and violent, and their eyes were mostly filled with murderous and greedy emotions. But the pig-headed leader in front of him, although his body looks bloated, fat, and disgusting, he does not have the temperament of a pure killer. The light in his eyes is full of agility and wisdom, and he looks like a wise man. Yes, yes. Wang Ji's voice trembled as he nodded repeatedly. I know his identity and exact location. If you want revenge, I can take you there right now. Let's put the matter of revenge aside for now. First, answer a few questions I have. The pig-headed leader was silent for a long time after hearing this, and then asked again, What on earth are you? Wang Ji was stunned when he heard the words of the pig-headed leader. Obviously, for indigenous creatures like the pig-headed people, the players participating in the survival game are completely unfamiliar to them. Perhaps humans once appeared in the wilderness, and there were conflicts between humans and the ancestors of the pig-headed people. However, with the end of the last game, the end of civilization, and the update of the version, the memories of these indigenous creatures seem to have been erased long ago. To them, at this moment, humans are a brand new species that suddenly appeared in the wilderness. We are humans, a top intelligent species. We were brought into this world by an unknown force. Driven by intense fear, Wang Ji trembled and told the pig-headed leader most of the information he knew, only hiding some small details. After hearing Wang Ji's words, the pig-headed leader's eyes flashed with a heart-pounding light, as excited as a veteran gourmet, seeing the most delicious food. Too good to be true. A group of highly intelligent creatures struggling to survive. The pig-headed leader laughed. This is an invaluable resource. Resources? Wang Ji asked in a trembling voice. Yes, their brains are the most precious tonic. The knowledge they possess can also greatly enhance the strength of our tribe. The pig-headed leader's eyes lit up. I've decided. Capture as many humans as possible. Your army is very powerful. I can lead the way for you, and we will definitely be able to capture many human prisoners in a short time. Wang Ji's face was full of flattering smiles. He vaguely felt that his behavior seemed to be suspected of betraying humanity. But what does this matter when it comes to survival? Joining the monsters is just for a better survival. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Wang Ji comforted himself with this statement. Because of the territory law, my people cannot leave this forest for the time being. Our tribe is only a level 1. The pig-headed man leader shook his head and rejected Wang Ji's suggestion. I want you to use some means to trick your people into entering the forest. I will also support you in establishing a group primarily composed of humans, and you will be the one to recruit members. We will provide you with resources for survival and development, and you must obey all my orders. You possess wisdom and advanced knowledge, and you can disregard the territorial laws, making you the best. The pig-headed leader said, glancing at the collared coyote running freely in the camp. A strange smile appeared on its face. Partners. Wang Ji understood what the pig-headed man meant. The other party wanted to support him in developing a player team to serve the pig-headed man tribe. However, although the other party's words sounded nice, their actual meaning was very clear, which was to make Wang Ji a dog for the pig-headed tribe. An obedient dog. I can give you weapons, food, and shelter, but I want you to capture more humans for me as supplements. I want you to use your knowledge to upgrade my tribe to a second-level tribe, expand the territory, and increase our range of activities. The pig-headed leader waved his arms, and soon some pig-headed warriors dumped a large amount of prey, knives, axes, oars, and other items in front of Wang Ji. These things piled up into a small mountain in front of Wang Ji. And the moment he saw these things, the only trace of entanglement in Wang Ji's eyes completely disappeared and was completely replaced by greed. I'm afraid I'll never be able to get these resources in my lifetime. But now, as long as you agree to the other party's conditions, you can immediately get a starting point that is much higher than most players in the wilderness. Even Lu Yin, the wilderness hunter team, Yao Qi, and the others are probably not as rich as me. In the face of power, status, and interests, what is dignity? What is morality? Wang Ji's face was filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to the pig-headed leader. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Leader. I will do my best to serve you and be your most loyal lackey. As advanced intelligent creatures, humans are the absolute overlords on the blue planet. But at this time, Wang Ji decisively abandoned his dignity as a higher creature and surrendered to the pig-headed man whose intelligence level was obviously inferior to his. Seeing Wang Ji's reaction, the pig-headed leader smiled with satisfaction. Ever since it knew Wang Ji's identity, It never mentioned anything about Liu Yin or revenge again. Instead, it immediately focused all its attention on utilizing humans to develop its strength. From this point of view, the pig-headed leader is indeed not a stupid creature who is easily swayed by emotions. It can clearly identify the key points of things and knows what it should do first to be most beneficial to the development of the race. In other words, it is very intelligent and well-structured. Facing such a creature, what are Liu Yan's chances of winning in his attack on the pig-headed man forest? Chapter 128, He Chuan. In front of the Chogori refuge, Huang Mao considered for a long time and then submitted an application to Liu Yan to join the club. However, facing Huang Mao's eager and passionate eyes, Liu Yan decisively chose to refuse. I've said it before, I only recruit members with special skills. Liu Yan shook his head coldly and said, "You don't meet this requirement." Huang Mao's expression froze, and his mood quickly dropped. "We are not of the same kind. If we insist on getting together, it will not only harm me, but you as well." Liu Yan looked at the depressed yellow-haired man and said expressionlessly, "I am now the target of public criticism in the entire wilderness. Many malicious eyes are staring at me. Many people want to capture my shelter and take away my resources. If you follow me, you will face much more danger than if you were alone now." Because of Huang Mao's brave act of grabbing the suitcase just now, Liu Yan's attitude towards him softened a lot, so he tried to speak more tactfully at this time. In fact, Liu Yan's real meaning is very clear. If Liu Yan is compared to a tiger, then the other high-level players in the wilderness are predators, such as wild wolves and brown bears. If Liu Yan wants to develop his own power and fight against other predators, he must also recruit some ferocious beasts instead of sheep. As an ordinary person, Huang Mao is already considered brave, but if he really wants to fight against other high-level players, Huang Mao is far from qualified. After joining the Liu Yan shelter, the danger level of Huang Mao will increase dramatically. Perhaps his biggest difficulty every day now is to have enough food and clothes, but once he joins the Liu Yan shelter, what he may have to face every day are the conspiracies, plots, pursuits, and interceptions of those high-level players. As an ordinary person, Huang Mao was simply unable to cope with such a predicament, nor could he provide enough help to Liu Yan. Forcing yourself to join a shelter will do more harm than good. But Huang Mao gritted his teeth when he heard that. He wanted to hold on a little longer, but when he raised his head and saw Liu Yan's calm but determined eyes, he knew that he could not change the other party's will, so he could only lower his head silently. Huang Mao felt his face getting hot. Once, as an ordinary person, he was betrayed by his wife because he was too mediocre, and now he was once again coldly rejected by Liu Yan because he had no outstanding abilities. He felt a strong sense of shame. But what came along with this sense of shame was not hatred, but a surge of passion. The yellow-haired man clenched his fists, his breathing gradually becoming heavier. He suddenly took a step forward and asked very seriously, "God of Roads, if I can meet your standards in the future, will you accept me? If you meet my standards, you are welcome to join my shelter." Liu Yan felt a little interested in the yellow-haired man after hearing this. He asked with a hint of smile in his tone, "But can you do it? Miracles are created by humans. Give me some time, and I'll prove it to you." Huang Mao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "What exactly are your standards?" Liu Yan thought to himself, "Is this going to be a play about not bullying the poor young man? Instead, I feel a bit like the villain in some online novels who looks down on the protagonist. Kill 3 high-level players on your own, or reach the top 10 of the shelter ranking or the power ranking through your own abilities. 3 conditions. Meeting any one of them will qualify you." Liu Yan touched his chin. After careful consideration, he slowly stated his conditions. No time limit, no means limit. As soon as Liu Yan said this, Huang Mao swallowed his saliva. None of these 3 conditions is easy to fulfill. First of all, there are only 30 high-level players in the entire wilderness, and all of them are brutal and ruthless. Except for Liu Yan, most of the high-level players on the shelter list and the power list have their own companions and subordinates. It is extremely difficult to successfully kill the opponent when you are outnumbered. The difficulty of building a shelter is no less than the first one. At this time, among the top 10 shelters, most of the shelter owners either have architects and builders with special skills, or rely on their numerical advantage to build a large number of facilities. And Huang Mao could never compare with the labor and construction capabilities of these people by himself. As for the power rankings, it's even more difficult. If a team wants to recruit members, either the leader has super combat power and leadership ability, or the leader's shelter is well-equipped and rich in resources. As a low-level player, Huang Mao does not have these two advantages at all. Who would be willing to follow him? The three conditions that Liu Yin put forward are almost impossible for ordinary people to complete in their lifetime. Okay, but to Liu Yan's surprise, Huang Mao agreed immediately after a long silence. He even raised a finger and said, 1 week. I only need 1 week. If I can't finish it, I will completely give up this idea. Liu Yin raised his eyebrows and suddenly laughed. I think I'm a little interested in you. Interesting. Clang. A machete and a spear were thrown on the ground. Liu Yin looked at the yellow-haired man and said seriously, the machete is returned to its original owner. As for the spear, I personally sponsored it to you. I hope you can really create a miracle for me. Huang Mao bent down to pick up the two weapons. When he looked up again, he found that Liu Yin had turned around and walked down the mountain. 1 week. Liu Yin turned his back to him and raised his right index finger to point to the sky. Don't let me down. Huang Mao stared at Liu Yan's back until he was about to disappear around the bend. Then, as if remembering something, he shouted loudly, Liu Shun, my name is He Chuan. Liu Yin did not respond and had already walked away. The yellow-haired man stood there blankly. He looked at the machete and spear in his hands, his eyes showing a ruthlessness and decisiveness of going all out. The reason why he told Liu Yin the deadline of 1 week was because the food resources he had now could only keep him going for a week. He was already prepared to hunt down 3 high-level players. In the process, he had basically no time to collect survival supplies. After a week, if no miracle is created, then there is only one fate waiting for him, and that is death. If you fail, you will die. I've been mediocre for more than 20 years. I lost my wife and my dignity. He Chuan clenched the weapon in his hand, and a roar erupted from his throat, as if declaring war on his own fucked-up life. This time, I'm going to fight, even if it costs my life. I want to prove to the world that I, He Chuan, am no longer a worthless piece of trash. Chapter 129, King of the Hill. Listening to the unwilling roar of the yellow-haired man coming from far behind him, a smile appeared on Liu Yan's face. He didn't have much hope for Huang Mao himself, because it was too difficult for an ordinary person to make a comeback. Without an adventure in this strange wilderness, it would be almost impossible to achieve his 3 conditions. But there are always so-called miracles in this world. If there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that Huang Mao will accomplish an amazing feat in the future and become a prominent figure in the wilderness, then it will be 100 benefits to Liu Yin and no harm at all. Liu Yin gave him the spear, which was actually a disguised investment. If the investment fails, at most he will lose a weapon, which is nothing to Liu Yin now. But if the investment is successful, you may get huge returns. Arriving at the foot of the hill, Liu Yin summoned the dune bike again. At this time, the temperature in the wilderness had soared to 40 degrees, and even breathing felt difficult. Heavy rain, high temperatures, the continuous extreme weather is really unbearable. Liu Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead. In such high temperatures, he missed the air conditioner and refrigerator so much. If I could lie in the shelter, enjoy the cool air, and have a few sips of cold beer, it would be a paradise. At this time, Liu Yin once again reaffirmed his plan to capture the pig-headed man forest as soon as possible, because one of the important functions of saltpeter is to make ice. With it, you can live a more comfortable life. Buzz! The throttle was turned, and the dune bike rolled up a dragon of earth and rushed towards the shelter. Half an hour later, Liu Yin returned to the shelter. Less than 300 meters away from the shelter, he activated his ability of seeking advantages and avoiding harm. The azure light instantly swept around him. After confirming that the shelter had not been invaded and no one was ambushing inside, Liu Yin walked towards the gate with confidence. Is this a coyote? When Liu Yin walked to the door of the shelter, he found that a thorn trap placed at the door had been triggered. A large number of thorn branches as tough as steel bounced open, forming a 2 cubic meter thorn cage. In the cage, a coyote covered in blood was spinning around anxiously. It looked very irritable at this moment, and kept biting the thorn cage with its claws and teeth, but because its strength was too small, it was unable to break the cage. Liu Yin noticed that it was wearing a collar around its neck, exactly the same as the ones he had killed in the past. This is a trained dog tamed by the pig-headed man. Liu Yin immediately recognized the coyote. When he first entered the pig-headed man's forest, he discovered the rule that prevented them from leaving their territory. But these coyotes before him seemed unaffected by that territorial rule. These monsters haven't given up on tracking me. Since they can't leave the forest, they want the coyotes to kill me. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. From this, it can be seen that those pig-headed people are not only brutal, but also very vengeful. If they are not eliminated as soon as possible, they will always be a time bomb. The light of the talent of seeking benefits and avoiding harm still did not fade away. Since the coyote was firmly trapped in the thorn trap, the threat to Lu Yan was basically zero, so it was not displayed in the talent. After confirming the identity of the coyote, Lu Yan took out a spear and stabbed it to death, threw the body far away, and then reset the thorn trap and buried it again. As a product of the silver treasure chest, the thorn trap is not a disposable consumable, but a reusable product similar to a beast trap. As long as the overall structure is not damaged, it can be used forever. After doing all this, Lu Yan opened the door and walked into the shelter. The hot air from outside is isolated outside the stone gate, and the temperature inside the underground shelter is much cooler than in the wilderness. Lu Yan took out Xiao Jelly's first suitcase, moved the surveillance computer into the bedroom, and installed it. After connecting the power supply, a picture soon appeared on the computer screen. This is the Lu Yan shelter, a bird's-eye view from the outside. It's done. Lu Yan snapped his fingers. He had thought that after hundreds of years, the accuracy of the monitoring computer might be a problem, but the clear picture on the screen dispelled all his concerns. You can also adjust the perspective. Lu Yan quickly discovered another function of the monitoring computer. The monitoring screen had two viewing angle options: bird's eye view, level view. After selecting level view, for directional options of east, south, west, and north would pop up. Lu Yan randomly selected east, and the surveillance screen turned, and the horizontal picture within a range of 200 meters to the east of the shelter was instantly captured in his sight. Great! With it, if I encounter the situation of being besieged again like last night, I can easily lock onto the enemy's position without using my talent of seeking advantages and avoiding harm. Combined with firepower, I can also have the initial positioning and strike capability. Lu Yan looked around. There were more and more equipment in the bedroom, and the prototype of a combat command room had already been formed. I believe that it won't be long before Lu Yan's shelter can become a veritable fortress. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the vegetable cultivation room, the humming sound of the generator came. Lu Yan touched his chin. Now there are more and more electrical equipment in the shelter, and the power consumption is also increasing day by day. The fuel he bought at the trading market before needs to be supplied to both the dune buggy and the generator, and the reserve has reached the bottom. I still need to get some more fuel. Let's see if there's any information about fuel in the trading market or on the World Channel. Lu Yan said as he opened the World Chat channel. Just as he opened it, a message that was scrolling across the screen caught his attention. Wang Ji, the King of the Hill team, is recruiting new members. There are no hard and fast requirements. As long as you join, we're brothers. New members will receive weapons, food, drinking water. We have the most abundant resources. Wang Ji, send pictures. Wang Ji, team coordinates 551.224. Lu Yan looked at the coordinates in the message and felt inexplicably familiar. Suddenly, he realized that this was the cave where Brother Hay had hidden the generator. This team's base is in the pig-headed man's lair. Chapter 130 Hegemony. Lu Yan looked at the comments in the World Channel, opened the transaction information with Brother Hay in the past, and once again confirmed that the coordinate location was definitely located in the pig-headed man forest. A group that sets up its base in the lair of indigenous intelligent creatures. This player is quite brave. Lu Yan sighed and opened the picture sent by the other party. As soon as it opened, Lu Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. The picture shows a player standing inside a small underground safe house. There is no furniture, electrical appliances, or other equipment in the house. There is only a wide variety of food behind him, such as meat, fruit, and corn. In addition, there are a large number of wooden armor, iron axes, short knives, and other weapons. These things combined almost filled up the entire safe house. If Lu Yan hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that on the 8th day in the wilderness, a player had actually collected such a terrifying amount of resources. Is this still a safe house? It's just a warehouse. That's not right. This Wang Jiming is unknown, not even a high-ranking player on the leaderboard. How could he possibly get so many supplies in such a short time? And the coordinates are too coincidental. Lu Yin looked at the picture and found something amiss. These weapons seem a bit too large. If a human were to use them, they wouldn't be very handy. The weapon handles in the picture are all made of a kind of hardwood and look very thick. Lu Yin compared them with the player next to him and found that the handle of the nearest iron axe was as thick as a can of Coke. The most important thing about a weapon is the feel, and such a thick and heavy handle is difficult for a normal adult male to hold. It looks very uncoordinated and is definitely not tailor-made for humans. In other words, these weapons are most likely not made by humans. Lu Yan's mind raced, and soon, a terrifying thought emerged. These supplies might belong to the pig-headed man. Lu Yin began to reason frantically. There are only two possibilities for these things to fall into Wang Zhi's hands. 1. Wang Zhi managed to get into the pig-headed man's warehouse and looted the supplies. But this is unlikely, because the pig-headed man is the overlord of that forest, and his lair must be heavily guarded. Even if Wang Zhi managed to get those supplies, he would definitely not dare to stay in the forest any longer. Secondly, these supplies were given to Wang Zhi by the pig-headed man. That's why Wang Zhi dared to openly build a shelter in the mountains to recruit members. Two guesses appeared in Lu Yan's mind, and based on the known information, it was obvious that the second one was more likely. An emotion called uneasiness grew in his heart and spread rapidly. Lu Yin has a grudge against the pig-headed man, and his next target is the saltpeter mine in the mountains. At this time, a team suddenly appears with a large amount of supplies and recruits a large number of players, which makes Lu Yin nervous. If, as he guessed, this Wang Zhi is really connected with the pig-headed man, then Lu Yan's next plan will be forced to stop. He must first deal with Wang Zhi and then plan to destroy the pig-headed man. Wang Zhi, who can move freely in and out of the mountains and forests and knows his own position very well, poses a much greater threat than the pig-headed tribe itself. At this time, the World Chat channel was already very lively. Although they have been in the wilderness for 8 days, most players are still on the edge of barely getting enough food and clothing. Except for the high-level players on the leaderboard, 80% of ordinary people can only eat 1 meal a day, and they also have to guard against wild beasts and enemies that may come at any time. The teams on the power list also have special requirements when recruiting members. Although they are not as demanding as Lu Yan's, they're still very difficult to achieve. This results in ordinary players having no way to get close to the powerful and can only survive like an ant. In such a difficult living situation, Wang Zhi's unconditional recruitment was like a timely rain after a long drought. Most players went crazy. They kept calling Wang Zhi in the World Channel and expressed their desire to join his shelter. Kadi, Mr. Wang, are you serious? Are there really no restrictions? Li Yunjin, are they trying to lure us in with generous offers and then rob us of our supplies? Link, you idiot above. Unconditionally recruiting members means you're facing players at the bottom of the wilderness. These people can barely survive, so where are the supplies worth looting? Would you rob beggars? No, Emperor. I'm already on my way. I'll be there in half an hour at most. I want to be the first member of the King of the Hill team. Lu Yin looked at the fanatical players in the World Channel and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. In just 5 minutes, at least 300 players expressed their desire to join Wang Zhi's team in the World Channel. Once all these people really gathered in the pig-headed man forest, it would be a huge threat to him. After all, his safe house was only about 5 kilometers away from the pig-headed man forest. How can I allow others to sleep soundly on a bed lying on its side? Lu Yin was silent for a moment. Through his experience in the wilderness during this period, he found that the deployment points of the first batch of players were very close. After his coordinates were exposed yesterday, the 4 bounty forces arrived within a few hours, which meant that they did not spend too much time on the road. According to his guess, the deployment range of the first batch of players is probably within 100 kilometers. This also means that he must find a way to resolve Wang Zhi's issue as soon as possible. Otherwise, before the sun sets today, those players who have defected may rush to the pig-headed man forest one after another. By that time, everything will be a foregone conclusion. He had to stop this from happening. Lu Yin thought for a moment. A hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and he quickly spoke in the World Channel. Lu Yin, calling all members, please do not enter the King of the Hill Sanctuary, and do not approach the coordinates. Anyone who approaches will be targeted by me. Lu Yin, calling Wang Zhi, please stop recruiting members immediately, or move the shelter 30 kilometers away from the forest. Otherwise, I will regard you as a hostile force and strangle you. Lu Yan's two sentences were like a bombshell, which immediately exploded on the World Channel. Wang Ning, you're being too overbearing, aren't you? Just because the coordinates are close to your shelter, you won't allow others to recruit members? Joe Defoe, this is an act of hegemony. I firmly protest. Li Qi, you refuse to recruit us, and you don't allow others to recruit us. Aren't you pushing people into a desperate situation? Triple X, we have the freedom to choose. Don't think that just because you're number one on the shelter list, you can dominate everything. In the World Channel, many players began to criticize Lu Yin fiercely. Wang Ji, one of the parties involved, also responded quickly. Wang Ji, calling Lu Yin, why would you ask me to move? In the wilderness, every team has the right to choose their own base and recruit members. This is the fairness granted to every player by the game system. The channel was filled with insults and protests against Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at these speeches, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He spoke again in the channel. This time, he did not hide anything and showed his edge. Lu Yin, that's right. I am the hegemon. Do you think I worked so hard to develop shelters, build weapons, and reach my current position just to be fair with you? Let me be frank. Whoever comes to this coordinate point, this king of the hills sanctuary, will die. Lu Yin spoke, declaring his sovereignty in an extremely domineering manner, and the World Channel suddenly became quiet. However, before Lu Yin finished speaking, he called Wang Ji again. Lu Yin, Wang Ji, you asked me why I asked you to move. I'll tell you right now. It's because I'm number 1 in the shelter and number 3 on the kill list. It's because I have the best weapons in the wilderness. It's because of the countless corpses nailed to the wooden racks outside my shelter. If you continue to recruit members despite my orders, I promise to scatter your ashes within 3 days. Chapter 131, Preparation. If Lu Yan's first 2 sentences were warnings, then what he said later was a naked threat. As expected, after these remarks, a wave of anger suddenly broke out in the World Channel. Hundreds of players were madly insulting and accusing Lu Yin of his domineering behavior. Lu Yin looked at the disgusting words on the World Channel, but did not take them to heart and did not explain too much. Lu Yin and these players do not have a god's perspective. The fact that Wang Ji might be a puppet supported by the pig-headed man is still Lu Yan's guess. He has no strong evidence to prove that Wang Ji is related to those monsters. And even if he could prove that Wang Ji was related to the pig-headed man, what would that do? Can we stop those low-level players who want to curry favor with the powerful? No way. These players have long been exhausted by the pressure of survival. At this time, a team suddenly appears and recruits members unconditionally. At this time, no matter whether the owner behind this team is a pig-headed man, a dog-headed man, or any other monster, they will not stop to join. Because those monsters can bring them benefits and allow them to survive in the wilderness. Although some of these players may be eaten by the leader after entering the pig-headed man forest. Even so, as long as the benefits given by the pig-headed man can be realized, there will still be a steady stream of players flocking to Wang Ji's army. Because they have no better choice. Just like when the Yanhuang country was invaded by the Sakura country, many people became puppet soldiers because of the difficulty of survival. Don't these people know that after becoming puppet soldiers, they will be bullied by the Japanese army, used as cannon fodder by the Japanese army, and face a death rate several times higher than before? They know. But when faced with the temptation of interests, they still chose to do so. And they also have a sense of luck in their hearts. How could it be their turn to die by chance among so many people? And if they join this team and make some contributions, maybe they could be reused, completely transform themselves, and become a pivotal role. In this situation, even if Lu Yin could find out the truth of the whole matter and put it in front of these players, he probably wouldn't be able to persuade them to go back. There was no point in explaining, and Lu Yin was too lazy to explain. So, I won't explain it anymore. Lu Yin directly chose the simplest and most violent method, blocking the way for these players to join the King of the Hill team and becoming a stumbling block. As for the crazy, desperate, and hysterical accusation from the players in the World Channel, Lu Yin didn't take them to heart at all. Luin, you have enough food and drink, and you don't have any pressure to survive. Can't you give us, the bottom-tier players, a chance? Katia, people like you will be punished by God. Wang Quank, you're going to drive us all into a dead end. Lu Yin, if we die, won't you have nightmares at night? Lu Yin casually flipped through a few pages of chat messages, a sarcastic smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the past, on the blue planet, A country called Yukulin wanted to join the Northern Alliance and expand its power. However, the powerful country of Russia, which was adjacent to the country, chose to open fire on the other side after its warnings and attempts to stop it failed. Even on the blue planet where the rules are relatively stable, people will not hesitate to start a war if they feel they may be threatened, let alone in the wilderness where there is no law at all. Liu Yin, let me tell you, I can allow the lower-level players to survive, but only if they don't pose a threat to me. Don't try to use morality to hold me hostage. I won't fall for it. After Liu Yin sent this message, he began to pack up his things and prepare to go outside the pig-headed man forest to implement his plan to block the door. Although a warning message had been released in the World Channel, Liu Yin knew that a few words alone would not be enough to extinguish the player's already boiling blood, and he had to take some substantial action. Kill. Only killing. He removed the 4 flintlock rifles from the firing holes and put them all into the inventory. He also took enough food and drinking water, and after a short stay in the shelter, he walked out of the gate again and headed toward the pig-headed man forest. The distance of 5 kilometers is not far, and it took less than 20 minutes to reach the destination by riding a dune motorcycle. Liu Yin stood on the bed of the dry stream outside the pig-headed man's forest. 30 meters ahead was the place where the pig-headed man stopped when he was chasing him last time. The animal path leading into the forest was also located there. Go and investigate to see if there are any other roads leading into the forest. Liu Yin gave Xiao Bailong a patrol order, and then he opened the trading market and used 2 spears and some meat to buy a dilapidated ground safe house core. Ding! You lost 2 spears, normal level. You lost 5 pounds of pork. You obtained the core of the above-ground safe house, dilapidated. It is now 10:35 in the morning, and the air temperature has soared to a suffocating level. Even with Liu Yan's physical strength, he probably won't be able to hold on for long if he is exposed to direct sunlight. Because the previous acid rain attack killed many players, many ownerless safe houses appeared in the wilderness. These damaged safe houses were picked up by other players and sold in the trading market. They were not rare items. Liu Yan looked at the slightly glowing safe house core ball in his hand. He planned to build a temporary base here. Otherwise, let alone blocking the door, he should be thankful that he didn't get sunburned to death. After he wiped out the 4 major forces last night, although there were safe house cores among the spoils, those safe houses were all placed underground and could not meet Liu Yan's needs. The damage to this core is only 14%, so it's considered relatively intact. If it weren't for the skyrocketing price of weapons, I'm afraid I'd have to pay more materials to buy it. Liu Yan played with the core sphere. Since the acid rain disaster, there have been many more wandering thugs in the wilderness. Players have started to buy weapons frantically to protect themselves, and thugs have started to buy weapons for looting. Since the battle last night, Liu Yan has wiped out 4 forces with the suppressing power of high-quality weapons, allowing players to see the crushing power of high-level weapons. This morning, the prices of weapons in the trading market have risen sharply again, especially the weapons produced by Liu Yan with excellent grade special effects. Some major forces have even spent high prices to purchase them, and they are priceless. It seems that the more chaotic the wilderness is, the more disputes there are, and the smoother my arms plan will go. Liu Yan touched his chin. He thought of the beautiful country on the blue planet that started out by selling arms. The other party made profits by constantly creating disputes between other countries and selling its weapons to both sides. Although the method was despicable, it was indeed very effective. Chapter 132. To survive, who doesn't? About 20 minutes later, Xiao Beilong returned and brought back some important information. First, the area of this forest is not large, only 18 square kilometers. Second, there are only 2 passages to enter and exit this forest. The first one is a steep cliff located in the southeast of the forest. The mountain there is steep, and the mountain wall forms almost a right angle with the earth. There's only 1 passage trampled out by a blue sheep. However, due to the special terrain, only rock climbing experts like blue sheep can pass through it freely. Other creatures, even cheetahs and monkeys, dare not try to climb it easily. Once they lose their grip, they will immediately fall into the abyss of hundreds of feet. The second path is in front of the riverbed where Liu Yan is standing at the moment. Although it is also a beast path leading to the depths of the forest, it is flat and open, and there's basically no chance of slipping. Apart from these 2 roads, the entire outer edge of the forest is covered with dense shrubs and thorns. In the thick piles of fallen leaves on the ground, There are also a large number of highly poisonous snakes, insects, rats, ants, and swamps. If ordinary players want to bypass the two passages and enter the forest from other places, the death rate is as high as 99%. After getting this information, Liu Yin felt much more at ease. This passage is the only way to enter the pig-headed man forest and is also the nearest blocking point. Place a safe house on the ground. Liu Yin casually threw the safe house core he had just purchased on the ground. With a flash of light, a wooden building appeared in front of him. Above ground safe house. Owner, Liu Yin. Area, 130 square meters. Height, 3 meters. Equipment, none. Damage, 14%. Description, a dilapidated ground safe house, leaking and drafty, once soaked by rainwater with mold on the walls. Liu Yin pushed open the door of the safe house, and an extremely strong smell of mold hit him in the face. He frowned and looked at the safe house. Green mold had grown on the walls, load-bearing columns, and beams, and water was dripping from the roof from time to time. There was nothing in the room. It could be described as bare. I guess the player who found this safe house has already looted all the supplies inside, but I didn't expect to find anything missing. Liu Yin carefully inspected the safe house and confirmed that there were no problems with the load-bearing columns and safety performance, and there would be no sudden landslide. The main function of this safe house is to serve as a shade shelter. As long as the safety performance is up to standard, Liu Yin does not have too many requirements for it. He observed the surrounding terrain, took out an axe, and smashed a gap about 30 centimeters long and wide on the front and back walls of the safe house to observe the situation and serve as a shooting hole. After doing all this, he placed the weapons he brought with him in front of him. 5 flintlock rifles, 4 long and 1 short, were loaded and ready to fire. A shotgun with 17 bullets remaining, also loaded. An excellent grade spear and an excellent grade dagger. A homemade landmine. A crossbow with 20 matching arrows. In addition to these, Liu Yin also had a hidden arrow tied to his left wrist. After killing the pig-headed man, Liu Yin pulled the hidden arrow out of the other's eyeball and recovered it. There's still about 400 grams of gunpowder, enough for dozens of shots, and 2 bags of steel balls. There won't be a problem of running out of ammunition for the time being. Liu Yin carefully checked his equipment, sat cross-legged in front of the observation hole in front of him, and stared at the movements around him. The little white dragon flapped its wings and flew into the forest, hiding in the dense crown of a big tree. It was responsible for acting as a warning sentry for Liu Yin, monitoring whether there would be any enemy sneak attacks inside the forest. If Wang Ji and the pig-headed man found out that their plan to recruit members was blocked by Liu Yin, they would definitely find a way to counterattack. Although the pig-headed man could not leave the forest, Wang Ji could enter and leave at will. Liu Yin didn't want an enemy armed with a firearm to suddenly jump out from behind him without any defense while he was fighting with the players in front of him. The little white dragon activated his mutation ability and quickly blended into the surrounding environment, making it impossible to detect his presence with the naked eye. Liu Yin was also carefully debugging his weapons. Time passed minute by minute, and it was 11:23 a.m. The scorching sun burned the earth, and the temperature in the air reached its peak. Even breathing made the lungs feel like being burned. While I looked up, the air seemed to be violently distorted, for figures slowly walked out from the end of the river. They saw the safe house blocking the middle of the river and stopped immediately. Liu Yin also saw them and quickly picked up his flintlock rifle and placed it on the firing port, shouting, "I'm Liu Yin. If you dare to come any closer, you'll die." Liu Yin's shout was loud and clear. The players lowered their heads as if discussing something. After a moment, they took out something from the inventory and used it to block themselves before starting to move forward again. Is this the door to the safe house? Liu Yin narrowed his eyes and saw clearly what the players were using as shields. It was actually the wooden door of the safe house, with door frames and rivets around the edges. Do you think this thing can block a musket? The original door of the safe house was made of wood and was less than 3 centimeters thick. An ordinary adult could break it with a kick of all their strength, let alone a flintlock rifle. Liu Yin looked at the 4 players expressionlessly. Without saying anything more, he picked up a flintlock rifle and aimed at the enemy in the front. Yes, the moment those players disobeyed the warning and still tried to enter the pig-headed man forest, they had become their enemies. 150 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. The moment the player in the front entered the range of 50 meters, Liu Yin pulled the trigger directly. As the booming gunshot rang out, the inferior shield in the player's hand broke directly. The player behind the shield had blood spurting out his chest, and he fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Bow, bow, bow. Liu Yin moved extremely quickly changing guns and pulling the trigger, changing 4 guns in 3 seconds. Except for the last shot, which missed, the other 3 shots penetrated the shield with incredible accuracy and hit the player. Ah, my legs! Liu Yin, you will not die well. The player who was hit screamed and fell to the ground wailing. The only player who wasn't hit quickly hid behind a giant rock, clutching the door panel. He shouted in a trembling voice, Liu Yin, you're a high-ranking player on the leaderboard. Why do you have to push us into a desperate situation? We have no intention of becoming your enemy. We're just trying to survive, just to stay alive. To survive, to stay alive. Inside the safe house, Liu Yin heard the player's desperate cry and picked up his flintlock rifle to reload his ammunition, a self-deprecating smile on his face. Who isn't? Chapter 133, Crowd. Under the scorching sun, the 3 players who were shot fell on the scalding riverbed, struggling and wailing. The intense heat and massive blood loss soon put them on the verge of death. The surviving player hid behind a boulder, trembling in fear. He didn't dare to rescue his companions, nor did he dare to continue charging into the pig-headed man forest under Liu Yan's firepower. After a moment of stalemate, he finally gritted his teeth and shouted, Liu Yan, I listened to you. I won't go anymore. Can you let me go? Liu Yan listened to the other parties shouting with a very cold expression. There was no way he would let this person go, because he needs to establish his authority now. He needs to make others afraid of him, so that others will take what he says seriously. I told you not to come, but you came, and now you find you can't get in and you want to leave. It's like you come to fight me, and I warn you not to cause trouble, but you don't listen. Then when we start fighting, you realize you are no match for me, so you want to run away? Is there such a good thing in the world? I'm gonna fucking kill you, right? If Liu Yin lets this player go today, everyone in the wilderness will think that he is a person who is easy to negotiate with, and such a personality is obviously not enough to deter those monsters. I gave you a chance. Liu Yin responded solemnly through the firing port. If you didn't want it, you can't blame me. After hearing Liu Yan's cold response, the player finally gave up hope. He squatted behind the boulder and dare not move. Time passed minute by minute, and the strong ultraviolet rays near noon burned his skin. The temperature in the air was close to 60 degrees. With every breath, he could feel a strong, burning sensation in his respiratory tract and lungs. Sweat fell like raindrops and evaporated instantly as soon as it hit the ground. The scene in front of the player's eyes began to become distorted, and his head began to feel dizzy. He knew that this was a precursor to heat stroke and fainting. He bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the intense stinging sensation made his brain suddenly become a little clearer. He knew that he couldn't continue to waste time with Liu Yin and had to escape from here. Otherwise, he would be sun-dried to death in 30 minutes at most. The 3 players on the dry riverbed were already motionless, having long since died from excessive blood loss and high temperatures. Flesh-eating flies had already gathered from all directions and were circling around their corpses. Seeing this scene, the players suddenly felt a strong sense of regret. From Liu Yan's behavior of annihilating the 4 major forces last night, it could be seen that he is an out-and-out thug and a devil. Why should I gamble my life with his moral bottom line? Gurgle. Inside the safe house, Liu Yan unscrewed the cap of a bottle of drink, tilted his head back, and gulped down a few mouthfuls of the sweet juice, then tore open the wrapping paper of 2 cream buns and chewed them in big mouthfuls. He needs to keep his body in peak condition. Although it was also stuffy inside the safe house, it was much better than the outside world. Moreover, the attributes of the wilderness wall and the hero's halo also greatly enhanced Liu Yan's endurance in harsh environments. He didn't feel any discomfort at this time. The 4 flintlock rifles had been reloaded with ammunition. One of them was held in Liu Yan's hand, and he aimed it at the direction of the boulder where the last player was hiding. Suddenly, the door panel moved and flew out directly from the left side of the boulder. Liu Yan subconsciously pulled the trigger, but then he saw that there were no human legs under the door panel. Obviously, this door panel was just a bait. Want to lie to me? Liu Yan abruptly stopped the urge to pull the trigger and instantly turned the gun barrel towards the right side of the boulder. The next moment, the player really rushed out from the right side of the boulder. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the player who was running wildly fell to the ground with a thud, twitching violently as if he had suffered stroke. A bloody hole appeared on the back of his heart, and the steel ball shot directly into his chest. Lu Yan, I hate you. I curse you. To die a miserable death. The player's face was hideous. Blood was flowing from his mouth and nose, and he uttered the most vicious curse. After a few seconds, his eyes widened and his heart stopped beating. Quadruple kill. Lu Yan wiped the breadcrumbs from the corner of his mouth and smiled with satisfaction. He looked at the bodies lying on the ground, and there was not a trace of pity or uneasiness in his heart. A harsh living environment can change a person the most. The former good young man on the blue planet turned into a ruthless killer in less than 10 days after entering this wilderness. I hope these corpses can make others sober up. Lu Yan did not leave the safe house to clean up the battlefield. Firstly, he was afraid of being ambushed. Secondly, these corpses could also serve as a deterrent. Thirdly, these low-level players who even had trouble surviving could not have any good things on them and were not worth looting at all. In fact, if he had a choice, Lu Yan didn't want to block here and slaughter players, which would consume ammunition and attract hatred, but the life-and-death survival situation in the wilderness forced him to take this path. If he let these players go, let them join the King of the Hill team, and gave them a chance to survive, then maybe a few days later, the body lying on the ground might be yourself. Don't come again. Lu Yan looked into the distance and whispered to himself. Things did not develop as Lu Yan wished. 20 minutes later, Lu Yan saw some vague figures appear at the end of the river again. This time, there are more players. Roughly speaking, there are more than 30 of them. Lu Yan clenched the flintlock rifle in his hand, and his eyes became increasingly gloomy. What the hell, a safe house? Could it be that Lu Yan did this? Look, there are bodies on the ground ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4 in total. Damn, it seems we are still late. Lu Yan has been blocking the way here for a long time. Can we make it through? My legs are shaking. Amidst the harsh sound of conversation, Lu Yan came over the intercom. He was very satisfied with the psychological impact these 4 corpses brought to the players behind. A group of ragged players gathered under the shade of a tree 150 meters from a safe house, staring in horror at the bodies in the river. At the front of the group, the player leading the way, wearing a colorful headscarf, swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, "The safe house door can't withstand Lu Yan's firepower, and this is the only way into the forest. What should we do? Let's charge together. I don't believe the firepower of his makeshift safe house will be that strong. As long as we charge together, there will always be someone who can avoid his firepower and rush into the mountains and forests." A player nearby made a suggestion. Well said. Who will take the lead? Asked the leading player. The players fell silent. Even the person who had made the suggestion earlier kept silent. They all just want to make others the death squad, the cannon fodder, so they could just follow behind and reap the benefits. Who's so stupid? The leading player cursed and squatted down, looking at the shelter in the distance. Let's think of another way. There are indeed a lot of players in this group, and it would be a bit difficult for Lu Yan to deal with them with his current firepower. If they rush over from different directions, Lu Yan will definitely not be able to kill them all. But the problem is that none of these people dare to take the risk. They were just a group of people formed temporarily, and they did not have the fearless spirit of self-sacrifice for their companions. Their goal is to survive, so no one would be willing to use their own life to consume Lu Yan's firepower for others. If they rushed forward all at once, there was a 50% chance of them rushing into the forest, but there was also a 50% chance of them dying instantly. Why don't we wait until there are more people before trying to attack? Someone suggested. It doesn't matter whether there are many or few people. No one dares to charge now with 30 people. And even if there are 300, no one will dare to charge. Whoever goes first will die. The leading player said impatiently. There's not a single fool willing to take the lead among 30 people, and there won't be such a fool among 300 people either. The surrounding players were silent. The leading player thought for a long time and said through gritted teeth, "The gap between us and Lu Yan lies mainly in our lack of weapons. If we also had firearms, it would be much easier to break through his blockade." "But where do we find firearms?" asked a player nearby. "We don't have any, but Wang Ji might." The leading player took a deep breath. "I'll contact Wang Ji now and ask him to trade us a few muskets. We've come to him for help, so he has an obligation to help us solve some of our problems. I'll contact him now." Chapter 134. 3 Flintlock Rifles. In the Pig-Headed Man tribe, Wang Ji suddenly received a series of private messages. After carefully reading them, he quickly walked over to the pig-headed leader. a flattering smile on his face. He bent down and said, "Master Leader, there are over 30 humans outside the forest who are preparing to join us. But there's one thing. Lu Yin, the murderer who killed your soldiers, is now blocking the road leading into the mountain. He's very strong and has a strong firepower. He's kept everyone out and even killed several people who want to join us. Now those people are asking us for help, hoping we can help them clear the obstacles and enter the forest smoothly." The bloated leader's eyes rolled around. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly said, "Our warriors can't leave our territory. The only ones who can help them clear the obstacles are you and your companion. I'll give you weapons, and you bring me the murderer's head." When Wang Ji heard the words of the pig-headed leader, his face turned pale instantly. Lu Yan's notoriety for being a vicious person had long been spread in the wilderness. Although he mostly relied on weapon suppression to kill the warrior team and others, that was also a real and bloody record. Since entering the wilderness, Wang Ji has never had any conflict with anyone, let alone killing anyone. When he stood in front of Lu Yan, a villain with blood on his hands, he probably didn't even have the courage to look up and look him in the face. Even if he was given a gun, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Lu Yan. Large long-range weapons, such as catapults and siege crossbows, are usually used in siege warfare. There is only one force in this forest, the pig-headed tribe, which is the undisputed overlord. There are no other forces or tribes at all, so they have never manufactured such heavy equipment. It is totally impossible to cover and attack Lu Yan with long-range heavy firepower. "Master Chief, I'm not good at fighting, and I'm afraid I'm no match for Lu Yan. My death wouldn't matter, but I'm worried it would delay your plan to recruit new members. If we die in battle, who will be able to contact the outside world for you?" Wang Ji stuttered as he explained. "Besides, aren't you worried that we'll escape after leaving the forest?" Upon hearing this, the pig-headed leader's sharp eyes fell on Wang Ji's face like a small knife, as if wanting to cut his flesh. After a long while, it cursed in a muffled voice, "Waste." Wang Ji's words convinced it. For the entire pig-headed tribe, Wang Ji is very important now, and no mistakes can be made. "My warriors can't leave the territory, and you can't charge into battle for me. How can we clear this obstacle?" The leader shifted his body, leaning forward slightly, and approached Wang Ji. "Can you solve it?" Wang Jiqiang endured the stench that hit him, lowered his posture to an even more humble level, and said with a smile, "Master Chief, I do have an idea. Those players far outnumber Lu Yan, and they're trapped outside the forest because they lack firepower. If we can give them some weapons like flintlock rifles, we don't need a lot, just 3, and we can turn the tide of the battle. Not only can it break through the blockade, it may even kill Lu Yan directly." Hearing Wang Ji's words, the pig-headed leader's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance and suspicion. He suddenly spread his arms and shouted, "Flintlock rifles? There are less than 20 in the entire tribe. They are the tribe's strongest weapon to dominate the mountains and forests. Do you know how difficult it is to make them? It's the most precious treasure in the tribe. And now, you're telling me to give it to a group of creatures I've never even seen." Facing the emotionally agitated pig-headed leader, Wang Ji gritted his teeth and continued to persuade him. He had to make the pig-headed leader agree to this matter, because if the group of players could not break in, causing the pig-headed leader's plan to support a human puppet team to fail, then his role would not be reflected. An intelligent creature that has lost its value is just a delicious tonic in front of the pig-headed leader. "Master Chief, there's a saying among humans. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child," Wang Ji said solemnly. "If you want to get something, you must first give it." Those people have already reached the outside of the forest, and they're just one step away from victory. If we give up now, wouldn't it be a shame? The leader's expression kept changing, and it was obvious that he was engaged in a fierce psychological struggle. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and ordered his men to fetch 3 flintlock rifles with mottled paint and place them in front of Wang Ji. He said, 3 guns, 2 packs of gunpowder, and 2 packs of bullets. I'm handing them over to you. You must ensure they function as intended. No accidents should occur." Wang Ji nodded repeatedly. He immediately opened the private chat interface and contacted the player who had just sent the private message to further confirm the other party's identity. After asking several questions in succession and having the other party take screenshots and send several photos of the Luyan safe house from various angles, as well as a group photo of the 30 players, Wang Jizai finally felt relieved and confirmed that the player was really outside the forest at this time. Are you the leader of this group? Wang Ji asked again. How can you convince me that you won't escape after getting the guns? Soon, the other party's reply arrived. I'm not the leader of this group. I just happen to be familiar with the terrain here, so I'm temporarily acting as their leader. Now, I'm surrounded by 30 hungry players, all waiting to rush into the forest and feast at your shelter. If I get my guns and run, these players will tear me apart without you having to do anything. And since you can give me 3 flintlock rifles, you must have more weapons and more resources. Obviously, the benefits I will gain from joining your shelter will be far more than just 3 flintlock rifles. I'm not that short-sighted. After seeing this reply, Wang Ji's heart, which had been hanging in the air, slowly settled down. Yes, now the more than 30 players are all thinking about breaking through Liu Yan's blockade. Who dares to play tricks and escape with guns at this time? Moreover, with the abundance of materials released by Wang Ji on the World Channel, he believed that no one could resist such temptation. But to be on the safe side, Wang Ji separated the 3 flintlock rifles and traded them to the leading player who had chatted with him privately and the other 2 members of the 30-person team. After doing all this, he began to pray in a low voice, praying that things would go more smoothly, praying that the 3 flintlock rifles could kill Liu Yan and allow his plan to proceed smoothly. Outside the mountains and forests, among the crowd, 3 people, including the leading player, each had a flintlock rifle loaded with ammunition in their palms. Looking at the hot weapons in their hands, many people became excited. We have muskets too. Liu Yan, let's see whether you live or die this time. Fuck him, fuck him. Intense shouts came from the crowd. Looking at the 3 flintlock rifles, all the players seemed to have a collective climax. At this time, the joy of the players holding flintlock rifles was beyond words. 2 of them walked out from the shadows of the trees, one on the left and one on the right, raised their guns, and aimed at the Liu Yan safe house from a distance, estimating the distance and preparing to shoot. This flintlock rifle was not very accurate and looked very old, so it needed to be carefully inspected. Just as the player on the left was concentrating on adjusting the crosshairs, he suddenly heard the sound of flesh being pierced. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable pain spread from his back and quickly spread throughout his body. He lowered his head slowly with stiff movements and saw the tip of a spear appear on his chest, piercing through his back and passing through his chest. He wanted to scream, to wail. He tried to turn his head to see who had attacked him. Finally, he saw clearly, and what caught his eye was a colorful headscarf. The person standing behind him was the leading player who had chatted privately with Wang Ji for a long time and successfully persuaded the other party to get 3 flintlock rifles. At this time, the other party was holding the spear handle in one hand and the flintlock in the other. When he saw him turning his head, he quickly let go of the spear handle, grabbed the flintlock in his hand with his big hand, and snatched it away. Immediately afterwards, the leading player quickly aimed his gun at another armed player and decisively pulled the trigger. Tongues of flame spewed out, and within 3 meters, the steel ball accurately hit the second player's head, instantly blowing it up. Within 3 seconds, the leading player killed the other 2 armed players. It all happened so suddenly, without any warning, and everyone was shocked. After a moment, someone reacted and tried to pick up the fallen gun, but before they could do anything, the leading player shouted, "Don't fucking move." He raised his remaining gun, which still had ammunition, and pointed it at the crowd, shouting, "Take it, take it. Whoever takes it will die." Under the intimidation of the black muzzle of the gun, more than 20 players were really frightened and stood there like wooden chickens. The leading player quickly hooked the 3rd flintlock rifle with his foot and put it into the inventory, then slowly retreated. "You, what are you doing? Why are you shooting at your companions? Didn't you say you wanted to ask Wang Ji for weapons so that we could go into the mountains together?" Someone asked in a trembling voice. "Into the mountains, no kidding," the leading player said as he roughly ripped off his colorful headscarf, revealing a head full of eye-catching yellow hair, and grinned excitedly. "I, He Chuan, want to be a member of the top-ranked shelter in the future. A mere king of the hill team is nothing." Chapter 135 Talent. The leading player wearing a turban who had been in contact with Wang Ji took off all his disguises, and it turned out to be the yellow-haired player who had just explored the Chobori treasury with Liu Yan this morning. At this moment, his face was full of excitement, and he was holding a flintlock rifle and aiming at the players in front of him. In fact, since he separated from Liu Yan in the morning, Chuan has been thinking about how he can meet Liu Yan's conditions. He is just a low-level player. That is, he has no outstanding construction ability and no appeal to command the heroes. Among the 3 conditions set by Liu Yan, it seems that only killing 3 high-level players on the leaderboard is more reliable for him. But the high-level players on the leaderboard were definitely not someone Chuan could deal with at this moment. He only had a machete and a spear, and it was a pipe dream for him to want to kill 3 high-level players. After much thought, he came to a conclusion. To do this, he must obtain more advanced and more lethal weapons, such as a crossbow or a musket. However, these 2 weapons were top tier in the wilderness at that time, and no one in the trading market was selling them. Moreover, according to Chuan's estimation, even if someone was willing to sell them, the price would definitely be an astronomical figure that he could not afford. He racked his brains for a long time, but couldn't come up with any solution. But at this moment, he saw the recruitment information posted by Wang Ji on the World Channel and immediately came up with an idea. At the beginning, Chuan wanted to pretend to join Wang Ji's army, and then find an opportunity to take away some supplies, or use Wang Ji's power to achieve his own goals. But soon, he changed his mind after seeing Liu Yan's reply. He thought of a way to pretend to surrender and take advantage of the conflict between Liu Yan and Wang Ji to profit for himself. This method is somewhat dangerous, but it is the only way for Chuan to quickly obtain advanced weapons, so he has to give it a try. After finalizing the plan, Chuan quickly arrived near the pig-headed man forest. At this time, Liu Yan, who had a sand motorcycle, had already blocked the middle of the river before him. Chuan waited near the forest for a long time, and as a leader, he formed a team with some players who arrived later. Chuan was also very clear that once he got the weapon from Wang Ji and escaped, he would definitely be chased and even killed by other players, but he had no choice. He had to gather enough companions. Only in this way could he gain Wang Ji's trust and make Wang Ji believe in his sincerity. Otherwise, if he ran to the outside of the pig-headed man forest alone, shouting that he wanted to borrow Wang Ji's gun to kill Liu Yan, would Wang Ji believe him? Even if Wang Ji believed in his sincerity, he was alone and not valuable enough to deserve the other party's huge investment. Wang Ji is only willing to invest if his own team has more people. In fact, things went exactly as Chuan had planned. He successfully gained their trust and got the flintlock rifle, but the next more serious problem lay before him. More than 20 players stared at him with angry eyes, slowly forming a circle and approaching him with weapons such as wooden spears, stone axes, and daggers in their hands. "You traitor! You took advantage of us. You deserve to die. Hand over the gun. You son of a bitch! I'm going to kill you." The players surrounded him with murderous intent. Facing Chuan, they were not as afraid as they were facing Liu Yan at this moment. Although Chuan also had a gun in his hand, he was only a few meters away from these players, and there was no safe house to protect him, so the threat was much lower. And most importantly, this is the players' last chance. They were frightened by Chuan before, because the incident happened suddenly. But now that they realized what was happening, the players who were forced into a desperate situation became more and more daring and prepared to force Chuan to stay. It can be imagined that once Chuan takes away all these flintlock rifles, Wang Ji will definitely not be able to provide any material support to these players, and it will be basically impossible for them to break through Liu Yan's blockade. "Get the hell back off. If anyone moves forward, I'll shoot." Seeing this, Chuan frowned and cold sweat broke out on his back. He held a gun and shook it, pointing the muzzle at the enemies surrounding him from all directions. His finger was on the trigger, but he didn't dare to press it because he knew very well that the flintlock rifle had no automatic loading function and it would become a piece of scrap metal after one shot. The flintlock rifle in his hand is most intimidating only when it is not fired. "Fuck you. You'll kill one more person at most. If you dare to shoot, we'll chop you into minced meat." A burly man walked over with his eyes wide open, the stone axe in his hand, looking incredibly sharp. "Liu Yan is blocking our way, and you're trying to take advantage of us. You've really forced us into a corner, so what are we afraid of? Chop him up! Chop him up!" The sturdy man roared, and the crowd suddenly became boiling. The players' eyes were bloodshot, and an aura of violent madness slowly burst out from them. Chuan thought to himself that he was in trouble when he saw this. The 2 people he had killed before were unable to calm the situation down, and now the situation was about to get out of control. He no longer hesitated, aimed his gun at the burly man closest to him, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The flames spurted out and the strong man couldn't dodge in time, and a bloody hole was immediately opened on his chest. Following the sound of the gunshot, a melee broke out, and the surrounding players who were originally afraid of the power of the flintlock rifles rushed forward. Hichuan put away his flintlock rifle, pulled out the spear that was stuck in the corpse, let out a deafening roar at the players, and took a fighting stance like a god of war. If I don't show you my real skills, you really don't know what I practiced in the martial arts school. Hichuan's face was ferocious, like a mad lion. He tore off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Martial arts school? Could it be that this guy is a martial artist? The players were stunned for a moment. The next moment, Hichuan turned around and ran. He ran so fast without even looking back that even one of his shoes flew away. Hichuan's feet were soon covered in blood from the thorns and sharp stones, leaving a series of bloody footprints behind him. But even so, his speed did not slow down at all. From afar, a voice came over. "Let me tell you, I used to practice sprinting in the martial arts school." Dead silence. The players were stunned for 3 seconds, and then suddenly exploded, cursing. "Oh shit, don't run. This bastard runs too fast. Did he grow up eating Usain Bolt? Don't let me catch you." The emotionally broken players chased after him, cursing. Inside the safe house, listening to the voice from the monitored intercom, Liu Yan's face showed an extremely complicated expression. After a long while, he slowly sighed. This Hichuan is also a talent. Chapter 136 Kadyrov. Hichuan ran away. After chasing for hundreds of meters, these players finally gave up due to exhaustion and could only watch this hateful bastard disappear from their sight. "It's over. It's completely over." A male player wailed and fell to his knees. "Now our only chance is gone." The players looked at each other in silence. "How about we just go? We can't get in." The players were dejected. The appearance of Hichuan undoubtedly dealt another heavy blow to their already low morale, almost like the last straw that broke the camel's back. At the same time, the one who was more uneasy than these players was undoubtedly Wang Ji, who was in the pig-headed man tribe. After he traded the flintlock rifle, he had been speaking on the World Channel and communicating with the players outside the forest, asking about the real-time situation. But when he heard that Hichuan had killed several players and brazenly snatched away all 3 flintlock rifles, he felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. Wang Ji sat in front of the pig-headed leader, swallowing his saliva constantly, his forehead and back already wet with cold sweat. He knew how serious the consequences of this matter were. If the pig-headed man knew about it, his head would probably fall off in the next second. How was the battle going? The leader noticed Wang Ji's abnormality and asked with narrowed eyes. Wang Ji forced a smile and said, "Master Chief, those humans are engaging in a fierce firefight with Liu Yan. I believe they will be able to clear the obstacles soon." The leader stared at Wang Ji intently and suddenly called over several pig-headed warriors, ordering them to go to the animal trail at the edge of the forest to investigate the battle situation. Wang Ji's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and he suddenly felt very cold. On the other hand, after Hichuan escaped with the gun, the pressure on Liu Yan was reduced a lot. In the next 2 hours, although there were still a few hot-headed players who launched a desperate charge towards Liu Yan as if they had broken the jar, the price was very heavy. No one could reach the safe house within 20 meters alive, and all became corpses lying on the dry riverbed. A rough calculation shows that 11 people have died here. Liu Yan took photos of the bodies of these players and sent them all to the World Channel. Although he received another wave of hysterical abuse and accusations, it still had a deterrent effect. Most of the players who were originally excited and wanted to join the King of the Hill team calmed down at this time. They made a choice between life and death and reluctantly gave up the plan of breaking into the forest head-on. Outside the forest, there were only a dozen players left squatting under the shade of the trees. They seemed to want to fight a protracted battle with Liu Yan and wait until he rested or relaxed his vigilance so that they could sneak in. Liu Yan was not at all panicked in the face of this situation. After being awarded the title of Wilderness Wall and the Hero's Halo, his attributes have exceeded those of ordinary people by nearly double. All attributes represent not only the most basic data such as strength and speed, but also endurance, spirit, physical strength, etc. are all included in the improvement. Now, even if Liu Yan doesn't eat, drink, or rest, he can still maintain a full spirit for more than 48 hours. Within 48 hours, no one will be able to pass through here. And after 48 hours, I'm afraid no one will dare to pass through here anymore. Those corpses lying on the riverbed have scared most of the players to death. Aside from a few particularly stubborn and single-minded individuals, basically no one dared to even think about joining Wang Ji. Lu Yin sat cross-legged in the safe house. He looked very relaxed and comfortable, drinking a sweet drink and eating fragrant beef jerky. He was in stark contrast to the players squatting under the tree outside, looking ragged, sweaty, and thirsty. Go back early, it's too hot to kill. Lu Yin looked at the players and very kindly explained to them the horrors of heat stroke in the World Channel. The temperature is at its highest in the day. Even if you stand in the shade, you can feel the heat wave rolling in. If you stand in the sun, you'll get sunburned in 3 minutes. Damn it, if this keeps going on, we'll be dead before Lu Yin can even bear it anymore. God, I beg you, kill this devil. The players under the shade of the trees shouted in despair. It seemed that their prayers worked. 3 seconds later, 4 burly figures slowly walked out from the mountain path at the end of the river. They were wearing camouflage sun protection jackets and were wrapped tightly all over. Elbow pads, wrist guards, helmets, combat boots, everything is available. The only thing that was not covered on his body was his face, revealing a tough Eastern European face and a very thick beard on his chin. These 4 people were very fast, and their movements were very firm when they walked, with their limbs swinging in close proximity. They looked like people who had received special training, or like soldiers from the army. They got closer and closer, and soon, the players saw their true appearance and gasped. Yes, they're the 4 members of the Wilderness Hunter team. Chief Kadyrov. Oh my god, he actually went out in person. It's the team ranked first on the power list. Ha ha ha. Could it be that they are also interested in the mountains and forests? Lu Yin is in trouble this time. What appeared in front of everyone was the Wilderness Hunter team, led by Kadyrov. Their members were not all present. Only 4 people arrived, and the remaining 3 were nowhere to be found. But this is shocking enough. You have to know that in the wilderness at this time, the Wilderness Hunter team should be the one with the strongest overall combat capability. They have a large number of people, and each of them is an elite. Even if Yao Qi faced them, he would probably have to avoid their attack. Their appearance undoubtedly stirred up the pig-headed man forest, which had already become a foregone conclusion, into a mess again. The moment Lu Yin saw Kadyrov, his expression quickly darkened and his muscles tensed. He hadn't expected the pig-headed man forest to attract this guy as well. If Lu Yin stayed in his underground safe house now, he would not be afraid of Kadyrov at all, and it would be useless even if the entire Wilderness Hunter team arrived. But the problem is that he now only has a dilapidated ground safe house. If Kadyrov really wants to force his way in, can he hold it? Lu Yin's face darkened. He stared at the 4-man team, walking towards the safe house without saying a word. The burly Kadyrov stopped 100 meters from the safe house. He formed a megaphone in front of his mouth with his hands and shouted, "Lu Yin, my dear friend, I want to discuss something with you. I'm very interested in the resources of the King of the Hill team in the forest behind you. Can you make way for us to go in and rob them?" Lu Yin touched his chin and responded through the shooting hole. "What if I say no?" A trace of regret appeared on Kadyrov's face. He spread his hands and said, "To be honest, I don't want to have a conflict with you. You are a very valuable person. I would rather make friends with you than go to war with you. But if you insist on blocking our way, I'm sorry, but I have no choice but to fight you first." Chapter 137, The Fighting Nation. Kadyrov's words were very blunt. "If you don't give way, we will go to war." The players who were squatting under the shade of the trees nearby were overjoyed when they heard this. At this moment, they felt that all the waiting was worth it. Lu Yin had indeed suppressed them to the point of suffocation, making them feel extremely desperate. But the one who was trying to break through now was the ruthless man who was ranked first on the power list. Kadyrov and his 3 team members are well-equipped, experienced in combat, and their coordination with each other has been honed over the past few days. It can be said that they are now the most terrifying existence in the wilderness. Players can't imagine who can stop them. It's going to be a good show. Ha ha ha. Damn, Lu Yin. I told you to block the door, and now you've hit a wall. Is the showdown between the top of the rankings about to begin now? The players under the shade of the trees laughed loudly. They were very happy to see this scene. Although they would not gain any benefits after the Wilderness Hunter team won, it would be worth it as long as they could see Lu Yin in trouble. After Kadyrov shouted that sentence, he kept waiting for Lu Yin's response. After a long time, a calm voice came from the safe house. "Okay, let's fight." Lu Yin's response brought a smile to Kadyrov's face. This strong man, with a generous personality, actually felt an admiration for Liu Yan. When facing such a strong opponent, he was still able to remain calm and fight without flinching. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Liu Yan's courage has been recognized by him. How about this? Why don't we join forces to attack the mountains and forests, take away the resources, and divide them equally? Katalov touched his beard and made another suggestion. Liu Yan frowned when he heard this. He couldn't tell whether the other party was sincere or not. Cooperation refers to a joint action between two parties with equal strength. And the most important point is equal strength. Because only when the strength is equal can both parties be wary of each other, respect each other, and abide by their promises. Otherwise, in the process of cooperation, the weaker party will gradually become a vassal of the stronger party. At this time, Liu Yan, with the safe house, might be able to fight against Katalov and his men, but if he gave up the safe house and went into the forest with them, he would definitely not have the strength to deal with 4 big men at the same time. In other words, if he agreed to Kadyrov's conditions, he would not even have the power to resist if the other party went back on his word. I'm so sorry, but I was the first one to spot the resources in this forest, and I don't want to share them with anyone. Liu Yan refused bluntly. Besides, I can't trust you. Who would cooperate with someone they've only met once in the wilderness? The smile on Kadyrov's face gradually disappeared, and he became serious. It seems that we have to fight this battle. Liu Yan, I know that many people in your country often call us a fighting nation. What I want to tell you is, you are right. We are born warmongers. Once a war breaks out, it will end with the complete destruction of one side. Have you ever heard that saying? Wherever the Chechens pass, there is no surrender, only reincarnation. So, I want to ask you one last question. Are you really not going to change your mind? Kadyrov almost shouted out the last sentence angrily. The players under the shade of the trees didn't dare to say a word. They were trembling with fear at Katalov's lion-like aura. Liu Yan sat cross-legged in the safe house in silence for a long time, and suddenly laughed. Fighting nation? Honestly, on Blue Star, in the mythology of my homeland, starting from the legendary Xia dynasty, our ancestors, facing the tyrant Jia, shouted the slogan, "When will the time come? We will perish together." You may not understand what this means, but simply put, if you don't obey, fight. The worst that can happen is that we will perish together. During the Qin dynasty, Chun Sheng and Wu Guang rose up in rebellion against tyranny. Since then, every 200 or 300 years, Yin Huang would launch a round of fierce war. Only the strongest of an era could survive on the land of Yin Huang and unify this land. From the Qin and Han dynasties, the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Yuan and Ming dynasties to the present day, our ancestors have fought countless wars and defeated countless foreign enemies who wanted to kill us. Maybe we don't look as violent and strong as you, but we are the winners of the competition for survival over thousands of years. Those martial and bellicose elements are etched deep within our genes. Liu Yan's expression was calm as he spoke word by word. If we must say there's a fighting nation in the world, we should be ranked first. Kadyrov was stunned. After a moment, he clapped his hands and laughed. Interesting, interesting. I admire you. I've decided, even if you lose to me this time, I won't kill you. Hearing Katalov's words, Liu Yan raised his eyebrows and said very seriously, "Me too." Chapter 138, Expulsion. At this moment, a feeling similar to mutual appreciation arose between Kadyrov and Liu Yan. The strong naturally respect each other. When there is no irreversible hatred between each other, the strong still hope to make friends with the strong. After all, in this wilderness with an extremely harsh living environment, if you can really have one more friend, it will be much better than having one more enemy. But this battle still has to be fought. Just as Kadyrov said, he was very interested in the resources in this mountain forest, and Liu Yan would not easily give up the saltpeter mine that he regarded as his own. Let's fight. Katalov's eyes were full of excitement. He also wanted to have a fight with Liu Yan. After all, the noise the other party made in the wilderness last night was too big. He slaughtered 4 forces on the leaderboard overnight. This kind of feat is probably something that the current wilderness hunter team cannot do. Although the stone safe house played a significant role in that war, its owner, Liu Yan, was definitely not an ordinary person. Kadylov felt the blood in his body boiling with excitement. Liu Yan looked at the 4 hairy men. His emotions did not change much, and he was not even very nervous. He has little confidence in winning against the wilderness hunter team, but he will definitely not lose. This sentence may sound like a grammatical error, but it is actually easy to explain. Liu Yin now relies on this dilapidated safe house and the firepower in his hands. If he wants to fight Katalov and his 4 companions head-on, his chance of winning may not even be 1/3, because no matter in terms of combat skills, number of people, or coordination, Liu Yin is far inferior to his opponent. Liu Yin cannot win this war. But it is almost impossible for Kadyrov and his men to break through Liu Yan's blockade, because the strength that Liu Yin possesses is not just what he has shown at this moment, let alone the wolf god horn that was given to him when the wolves left last night. Once it is blown, hundreds of giant wolves will come to him upon hearing the news. In front of such a terrifying herd of beasts, let alone a team of wilderness hunters, even if all the teams on the power list appeared at the same time, they would probably have to flee in panic. In a period when firearms were not widely used, it was really difficult for humans to compare their combat effectiveness with that of such a behemoth. Some people may say that Liu Yin has no martial ethics, and that it is despicable to seek external help in this battle between strong men. But please understand that this war was unfair from the beginning. Katalov's side far outnumbered Liu Yin and had greater warfare skills than Liu Yin, and Liu Yin's strength was not in frontal warfare, but in relying on solid shelters for defense. In this war, Liu Yin was at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Katalov and his men, relying on their previous experience and combat skills from serving in the Blue Star Army, might be able to quickly force Liu Yin into a desperate situation once the war begins. Since Kadyrov's side can fully utilize their advantages, why can't Liu Yin use all his cards? Whether it's a flintlock rifle, a shotgun, or the wolf god's horn, they were all obtained by Liu Yin through his own means, and they are all his own advantages. In this case, no matter what he uses, it is reasonable. The wolf god's horn, I was planning to use it when we attacked the pig-headed man forest. Liu Yin took out the ancient-looking ox horn and gently placed it next to his left hand. This horn was very precious and could only be used once. Unless he was forced into a desperate situation, Liu Yin would never use it. After tidying up his equipment, Liu Yin tightened the drawstring of his fish scale armor. The shiny armor plates collided with each other, making a rustling sound, giving people a very peaceful feeling. He is ready to face the most powerful enemy he will face since entering the wilderness. At this time, under the shade of the trees, the players who had not yet left were already so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. They frantically refreshed the World Channel, announcing that today was the day Liu Yin would die, and claiming that Liu Yin, the hegemon, would be destroyed by someone more powerful. Katalov frowned, then suddenly turned to look at the dozen or so players to his left and said with a sinister grin, "Before we start the battle, let's get rid of those annoying guys." Upon hearing this, the 3 burly men behind him drew their daggers from their waists in unison and walked towards the players who were watching the fun, with expressionless faces and murderous intent. When lions fight, pigs and dogs don't even have the right to watch. What qualifications do you have to point fingers at the players at the top of the leaderboard and decide their life and death? A burly, brown-bearded man strode forward, pointing the blade of his dagger at the dozen or so players in front of him and shouting, "I'll give you 10 seconds. Get out of my sight." The players were stunned. They suddenly realized that no matter who won or lost this battle, their fate would remain unchanged. They were all at the bottom of the wilderness, the least valued characters. In the eyes of the strong, they don't even have the qualifications to cheer. It's so sad to have no strength. Chapter 139. The Evil Spirit's Scepter and Seeking Advantage and Avoiding Harm. More than a dozen players who had originally planned to watch the fun and pick up the bargains fled in panic under the threat of the brown-bearded man. After they left, only Liu Yin, Katalov, and his group of 4 were left outside the pig-headed man forest. The war has begun. There were no angry roars or inspiring opening remarks. Katalov and Liu Yin, who was 100 meters away, just looked at each other, and this peak battle began. Bang! Katalov took out a scepter similar to those used by ancient priests from his inventory, waved it in the air, and immediately aimed it at Liu Yan's position, whispering 2 words. Blinding. A brilliant light suddenly flashed on the scepter, and when Liu Yin heard the word blinding coming from the monitoring intercom, he subconsciously closed his eyes. But it's no use. The brilliant light seemed to act directly on Liu Yan's brain, just like looking directly into the strongest sunlight at noon. For a moment, Liu Yin felt an immense pain in his eyes, and then his vision fell into darkness. Lu Yin tried to open his eyes, but found that there was an invisible curtain in front of him. He could not see anything clearly, not even his hand right in front of his eyes. At the same time, a prompt sound rang in his ears. You are attacked by the evil spirit's scepter and enter a blinded state. The state lasts for 3 minutes. Am I fucking blind? Lu Yin's head buzzed. Needless to say, losing vision during a battle is fatal. He is not Xie Sun, the Golden Lion King, and he does not have a magical power to identify the enemy's position by relying on hearing. As soon as the battle started, Lu Yin was hit by a fatal negative buff. Snap! Katalov snapped his fingers, put the evil spirit's scepter taken from a virtual relic back into the inventory, and then quickly gave attack orders to the 3 companions behind him. He pointed in several different directions and issued tactics, all using standard military gestures. During the entire process, he remained silent and did not make any sound to expose his position. Obviously, even Kadyrov put in his utmost effort and used all his strength to deal with Lu Yin. The blinding time is only 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, Lu Yin will be captured. Katalov roared in his heart and pulled out a heavy axe from behind. For strong men weighing more than 90 kilograms moved as lightly as wild cats, jumping lightly on the boulders in the riverbed without making any sound of stepping on the ground. The talent of seeking benefits and avoiding harm is activated. In the safe house, when Lu Yin realized that he could only be blind for the time being, he reacted extremely quickly and instantly activated his innate ability. A blue 3-dimensional image appeared in his brain. 4 crimson blood spots immediately appeared in the azure 3-dimensional image. The information feedback function of the talent of seeking benefits and avoiding harm does not need to go through the eyes, but can act directly on the user's mind. This feature also makes it the best means to deal with Kadyrov at this time. Although the talent of seeking benefits and avoiding harm has 2 functions, namely for treasure hunting and defending against enemies. After obtaining the talent, Lu Yin actually used this talent to hunt for treasure only 2 or 3 times, and most of the other times he used it to fight against enemies. It has become a combat talent. Katalov tried his best to suppress his breathing and quickly approached Lu Yin. Although he was the boss of the number 1 force in the wilderness, he was still a little uneasy if he really had to face Lu Yin. The reason is simple. His weapon is not as sophisticated as Lu Yin's. In the 8 days since entering the wilderness, Katalov had not obtained any guns. The only long-range weapon in their team was the heavy crossbow they got in the ruins. Today, he did not carry this heavy crossbow with him, but it was taken away by other team members to hunt beasts. At this time, Katalov and his 4 companions only had a few heavy cold weapons in their hands. Although these weapons could help them defeat the enemy in close combat, it would be difficult for them to cross this long distance when facing Lu Yin, who is armed with a flintlock rifle. This is also the reason why Kadyrov used the evil spirit scepter to blind Lu Yin. If they didn't do this, Katalov and his men would probably be shot in the head one by Lu Yin before they could even reach the door of the safe house. But fortunately, that scepter is very useful. The corners of Katalov's mouth slowly curled up, but before the curve turned completely into a smile, he saw a section of a gun barrel extending from the shooting hole of the safe house. The gun barrel was aimed straight at him, and its direction kept adjusting according to his movements, as if it was tracking him. How is this possible? Kadyrov was confused. Could it be that Lu Yin was not blinded? However, reality did not give Katalov much time to think. The gun barrel suddenly ejected a half-meter-long tongue of fire, and a steel ball broke through a distance of dozens of meters and landed on Katalov accurately. Bang! Kadyrov's strong body fell heavily to the ground and fell on his back. Boss! The brown-bearded man's eyes widened, and his running forward stopped instantly. He couldn't help but shout, "Are you hurt?" Plop! Under the gaze of several members, Katalov jumped up again with a somersault. He lowered his head to look at a bullet hole with burn marks on the chest of his coat. Then, he took off his coat with a grim expression, revealing a simple bulletproof vest made of steel plates and cloth strips. The steel ball is stuck on the steel plate. What's going on? He's not blinded. The brown-bearded man shouted as he dodged in an S shape. No, the evil spirit's staff can't be wrong. He must have been blinded, but he must still be able to locate our position without using his vision. Katalov also ran quickly, his mind working rapidly, and soon seemed to have thought of something. It's a talent. Lu Yin sold the Endure Hunger talent book at the trading market, and eventually exchanged it for the seek profit and avoid harm talent. I studied this talent carefully. It can display the location of anything that poses a threat to the user. Bang! Just as Katalov was explaining quickly, Liu Yin fired another shot. A strong man who had already arrived within 20 meters of the safe house groaned, fell heavily to the ground, and quickly rolled on the ground and hid behind a huge rock. The burly man tore open his coat and saw that the 2 layers of hardwood boards in front of his lower abdomen that served as a simple bulletproof vest had been completely cracked. The hardwood board blocked the steel balls, but it couldn't stop the impact. Although the strong man's lower abdomen was not penetrated by the steel ball, it was already bruised and blood was slowly flowing out. This guy's a bit tricky. We can't just charge straight in. Katalov frowned. He immediately made an emergency retreat gesture, his mind racing. Seek advantage and avoid harm. Show the threat location. Got it. This method might work. Chapter 140 Special Method. Liu Yin closed his eyes tightly, holding a flintlock rifle tightly in his hand. He had just fired 2 shots to knock down Katalov and a strong man, but did not cause much damage to the other party. Each of the other party was wearing homemade armor. Although the performance could not be compared with the bulletproof vests in civilized society, it was still no problem to defend against basic firearms from dozens of meters away. The opponent's legs and head had no protection, but due to the lack of accuracy of the flintlock rifle, Liu Yan's marksmanship was only passable. In order to prevent missing the target, his first 2 shots could only be aimed at the chest, abdomen, and other parts of the body, where the target was larger. Although these 2 shots failed to kill anyone, they were not completely ineffective. The armor on the strong man's body was penetrated, and he himself was severely injured by the impact force carried by the steel balls. At this time, he was hiding behind a huge rock and dare not show his head at all. Blindness is not that scary. Liu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. With his talent, he could determine the location of Katalov and others even without using his eyes. In a 3-dimensional image, Kadyrov and others retreated quickly out of the range of the flintlock rifles. Boss, do you have any new tactics? The brown-bearded, burly man stood in the shade of a tree, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked softly. Katalov said nothing. He took off his coat, then removed the steel plate armor on his body, threw away the steel axe in his hand, and finally left only a pair of shorts around his waist. Apart from this, he had no other equipment on him. Several big men were stunned, not knowing what their boss was up to. At the same time, in Liu Yan's 3-dimensional image of seeking advantages and avoiding harm, the blood-red light spot that originally represented Kadyrov was now obviously fading. In the end, the originally intense blood-red light spot representing Katalov turned into a light orange-red. Compared with the dazzling blood-red light of the other 3 men, the light orange-red in the 3-dimensional image seems so inconspicuous. This guy, Liu Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that Katalov might have found the loophole of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. This talent itself displayed different colors of blood light according to the degree of threat/benefit. The higher the threat level, the brighter and richer the blood. The lower the threat level, the dimmer the blood spot. Before, when he was fully armed, Kadyrov posed a very high threat to Liu Yin, but now that he had taken off his equipment, his threat level had dropped to an extremely low level. But even so, Liu Yin could still see his presence in the image. Katalov stood in the shade of a tree, wearing only a pair of shorts, and remained silent for a long time. He took out several weapons from his inventory and threw them on the ground. At the same time, the color of his punctuation in the 3-dimensional image faded again. At this point, the burly men standing nearby had already understood Katalov's intentions. The brown-bearded man was silent for a moment, then whispered, "Boss, isn't this too risky? That's what makes it fun." Kadyrov laughed. He said gravely, "If you're going to fight an opponent like Liu Yin, how can you possibly win without taking risks?" Katalov threw away all his equipment, picked up an arm-length machete from the ground, and threw it far forward. The trajectory of the flying machete formed a straight line, firmly nailed 1 meter away from the left side of the safe house door. At the same time, Katalov took out the evil spirit scepter that blinded Liu Yin, waved it in the air again, and suddenly aimed it at himself, shouting, "Blind!" Brush! A dazzling white light flashed, and Katalov's eyes instantly turned white. The scene in front of him became chaotic, and he completely lost his vision. Kadyrov actually blinded himself. Just as his vision turned into chaos, the light spot representing Kadyrov completely disappeared from the three-dimensional image in Liu Yan's mind. Kadyrov tossed the evil spirit staff to the brown-bearded man and said in a deep voice, "Tell me the location in the private message later and guide me towards the knife. When I pick up the knife, remove the blinding effect for me." A blind man without weapons, cannot pose any threat to Liu Yan, who has a flintlock, a shotgun, and fish scale armor. And that machete, when it is not controlled by a person, is just a piece of scrap metal, unable to hurt anyone, and naturally it cannot be displayed as a talent. This is the characteristic of the talent of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Two things that only pose a threat when combined will not be shown in the image when they are separated. Liu Yan couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that Kadyrov, who looks big, strong, and violent, could think so quickly and find the blind spots in his talent in such a short time? It seems that the other party's ability to become the #1 boss on the power list is definitely not based on pure force. Kadyrov stepped forward, and, at the same time, the brown-bearded man kept reporting the location to him in the private chat interface. 3 from the front, 2 from the left, 30 centimeters diamond stone. Be careful to dodge. 5 in front, 1 on the right, thorn branches. 5 from the front, 5 from the right. The brown-bearded man looked at Kadyrov's back with a complicated look. He held the evil spirit staff in his hand, and his feet were filled with weapons and supplies. Now, he only needed to pick up a steel knife and run 2 steps quickly. And with 1 knife, he could kill the strongest man who was ranked first on the power list. As long as he could kill Kadyrov, he would instantly become famous in the wilderness and could also naturally take over everything left behind by the other party. Resources and status. Just 1 knife. A trace of struggle flashed across the brown-bearded man's eyes. But in the end, that trace of struggle and madness disappeared, replaced by a sincere admiration. He looked at Kadyrov's back and took a deep breath. Although their team was formed temporarily, they were completely impressed by Kadyrov's personal charm during the 8 days of running in. Apart from anything else, Kadyrov's courage to take risks when facing Liu Yan was enough to impress these Chechen men who admired the strong. As the #1 boss on the power list, when it was necessary to take risks, Kadyrov did not push his subordinates and team members out as cannon fodder, but instead took the lead and stood up himself. This courage and responsibility are worthy of his identity as a leader. People admire the strong, but are more willing to follow those who are brave, responsible, and accountable. During these 8 days, the impression Kadyrov left on his subordinates was undoubtedly a combination of these 2 precious qualities. Who would want to follow such a boss? The brown-bearded man smiled and continued to report the location, while Kadyrov was slowly and accurately approaching the safe house. The distance between them was less than 50 meters. Bang! A gunshot was heard from the safe house, and flames shot out, but no one was hit. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Liu Yan's forehead. This was the first time he felt uneasy since the war began. He gripped his flintlock tightly and began to feel a little anxious. At this time, there is still 1 minute and 20 seconds left before the blinding effect ends. Chapter 141, Breaking In. The time counts forward 6 minutes. In the pig-headed man tribe, after Kadyrov and his party arrived outside the forest, Wang Ji saw this message on the World Channel. Although he knew very well that Kadyrov's purpose of entering the mountains was definitely not to join him, Wang Ji still felt extremely excited, because no matter who comes, no matter what their purpose is, as long as they can kill Liu Yan, it will be a good thing for Wang Ji. Wang Ji lost 3 flintlock rifles. If Liu Yan was killed today and the obstacles outside the forest were removed, the pig-headed leader might not bother with him, because this could be considered an acceptable loss in the puppet plan. But if the gun was lost in the end and Liu Yan was not killed, then Wang Jika would be completely finished. The pig-headed leader will definitely eat him alive. Kadyrov's arrival was undoubtedly a shot in the arm for Wang Ji. This group of Chechen men were very powerful. Even if they wanted to plunder the pig-headed man forest after killing Liu Yan, Wang Ji didn't need to worry about it because his mission had been completed. He had already guided the players to kill Liu Yan. As for what those players wanted to do after rushing into the forest, that was beyond his control. Moreover, even if the team is as strong as the one ranked first on the power list, Wang Ji does not think they can defeat the pig-headed tribe. After all, this group of monsters is no weaker than the Wilderness Squad in terms of size, weapons, and numbers. If Katalov and others really wanted to plunder after killing Liu Yin, then their outcome would be predictable. It's absolutely certain that you will die. Damn it. Why should I care about what happens next? The life and death of Katalov and the other players have nothing to do with me. Only Liu Yan's life is closely related to me. If he lives, I must die. Wang Ji's eyes flashed with anxiety. Although he felt that Liu Yin had no chance of winning against Katalov, he was always worried and uneasy. He always wanted to witness the battle with his own eyes to calm down. No, I have to see it with my own eyes. What if Liu Yin has any tricks up his sleeve and finally repelled Katalov's attack at the cost of serious injuries? I can also look for an opportunity to give Liu Yin a finishing blow. Driven by a strong sense of uneasiness, Wang Ji told the pig-headed leader his thoughts, saying that he wanted to go to the entrance of the forest to observe the latest battle situation and look for an opportunity to kill Liu Yin. After his repeated requests, the pig-headed leader agreed to his request and gave him a large crossbow. In order to prevent Wang Ji from escaping quietly after leaving the forest, the chief took out a black fong and stabbed him in the arm, claiming that it was the fong of a poisonous python passed down from generation to generation in the pig-headed tribe. Once stabbed, one must take special medicine every 3 days, otherwise the poison will erupt wildly and melt the flesh and blood. And this special medicine is only possessed by the leader himself. Wang Jiqiang endured the pain and watched the veins bulge on his arm that was pierced by the poisonous fangs. Several black things like little snakes were moving wildly under the skin, which was extremely hideous and terrifying. He cursed in his heart, but appeared extremely respectful on the surface and slowly retreated out of the camp. A strong pig-headed man came over, picked up Wang Ji very easily, and threw him into the bamboo basket behind him. Then he stretched out his legs and rushed towards the exit of the forest like a powerful off-road vehicle. The branches, the mountain path, all the scenes in front of me were rapidly receding as if the fast-forward button had been pressed. This huge monster can run so fast when it is running at full speed. Wang Ji silently calculated in his mind that at this speed, he would reach his destination in 5 minutes at most. Time goes back to the present. Following the instructions given by the brown-bearded man, Katalov slowly approached the direction of Liu Yin's safe house. His speed was slow, but his steps were extremely steady. He had already walked within 30 meters of the safe house. Just now, Liu Yin fired a shot based on his intuition, but it had no effect. At this time, he only had a flintlock rifle and a shotgun in the loading state, and there was still 1 minute and 10 seconds left before the blinding effect was lifted. Bang! Liu Yin decisively picked up the shotgun, loaded the bullets skillfully, and took out the blood-stained imperial sword from the inventory. He blew the whistle, trying to call the little white dragon back to help him locate Katalov. But at this moment, in his three-dimensional image of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, 2 extremely dazzling spots of light suddenly appeared from the opposite direction of Katalov and from inside the forest. Threat 1, a pig-headed man in his prime, unarmed and unarmored. Threat 2, a male wielding a heavy crossbow, 30 years old, medium build, high threat level. After seeing these 2 spots of light in his brain, Liu Yin immediately realized that the man holding the heavy crossbow might be Wang Ji, who had been recruiting players in the World Channel. Hichuan's previous plan had caused him to lose 3 flintlock rifles. Now, he could no longer hold back and decided to take action himself. Liu Yin cursed in his heart. This is simply adding insult to injury. Katalov and his group are already difficult enough to deal with, and now there is Wang Ji. He is now in a situation where he is attacked from both sides. If he is not careful, he may die on the spot. But there's a saying that goes, how can you see the rainbow without going through the wind and rain? How can one survive in this cruel wilderness without experiencing several life and death battles? Liu Yin gritted his teeth and stopped thinking about recalling Xiaobeilong. If Wang Ji really wanted to attack him from behind, then Xiaobeilong would be an ambush. Perhaps it would be difficult for the little white dragon to deal with the thick-skinned and tough pig-headed man with its size. But if it wanted to kill a human, as long as its sharp claws and pointed beak could accurately hit the carotid artery, killing would be very easy. Outside the safe house, Katalov had already walked to the location of the knife he had thrown away before. He gently touched the blade with his foot to determine the location of the handle, and then quickly groped for the wall of the safe house. At this time, the distance between Liu Yin and Katalov was less than 3 meters. Separated by a wall, The two blind men could not determine each other's position. They stared at each other, wide-eyed and small-eyed, but could not see anything clearly. 30 seconds left until the blindness is lifted. Lu Yan's personal information interface showed that the negative status bar blindness was almost gone. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a rough voice coming from the monitoring intercom. Remove Kadyrov's blinding status. As the low roar sounded, in the three-dimensional image in Lu Yan's brain, a blood-red light spot suddenly lit up like the sun 3 meters in front of him. Kadylov grabbed the machete, roared, broke through the door of the safe house, and rushed in. Chapter 142, Fighting. Kadylov was like a ferocious lion, bravely breaking through the door of the safe house. As the heavy cracking sound of the wooden door was heard, Lu Yan could clearly see the location of the dazzling blood-red light in his mind. The muzzle of the shotgun, which had been loaded for a long time, turned in an instant. Lu Yan aimed at the direction of the bloody light and the sound of the door bursting, and pulled the trigger directly. Kong! A dull gunshot, completely different from that of a flintlock rifle, rang out, and a shotgun bullet was fired. Dozens of steel balls were fanned forward under the powerful force of the gunpowder. But after the gunshot, Lu Yan did not hear the sound of flesh being torn apart by the steel ball or the screams of the person being shot. He reacted instantly, and the shot missed. However, before Lu Yan could make any remedial moves, he felt his legs being hit hard by an irresistible force. His whole body suddenly lost balance and fell forward. At this time, Kadylov was lying prone on the ground, hugging Lu Yan's legs tightly and knocking him down. This action also explains why he was able to dodge Lu Yan's fatal shot just now. Before Lu Yan fired, Kadylov had already lowered his body to the ground, and with a frog-like posture, he jumped low and broke through the door of the safe house. His entire body was parallel to the ground, less than 50 centimeters above the ground. When Lu Yan fired the shot just now, he was standing with the muzzle at least 1.7 meters away from the ground. Although the shotgun spray area was large enough, within 3 meters, its diffusion range was not enough to reach Kadylov, who was 50 centimeters away from the ground. Kadylov's move is somewhat similar to the Toad Kung Fu in ancient Yanwan. Although the shape and posture are ugly, it is very practical. Lu Yan's talent of seeking advantages and avoiding harm can display the location, equipment, and even the age and size of the threat, but it cannot display the specific posture of the creature. Kadylov once again bet on the blind spot of seeking advantages and avoiding harm, and completed a perfect assault. Boom! Lu Yan felt dizzy, and before his head hit the ground heavily, he twisted his arms forcefully and placed them in front of his chest. 0.1 seconds later, his elbows made close contact with the ground. With the sound of a violent collision, Lu Yan felt pain and numbness in his arms. Grasp! Lu Yan's legs were restrained, and firing at such a close distance would easily injure himself. So he simply used the shotgun as an iron rod and smashed it on Kadylov's back again and again. After being enhanced by the title and the aura of a hero, his strength has become nearly twice as strong as that of an ordinary adult. Every time he attacks, it is powerful and heavy. The hardwood by the shotgun falls on Kadylov's back with great force, and every time it seems to break his bones. Kadylov's eyes were wide open. He held the machete in his hand, but was unable to cause any harm to Lu Yan, because it was not until the moment he broke open the door that he discovered that Lu Yan was wearing a layer of solid fish scale armor. This set of armor wrapped Lu Yan tightly from shoulders to calves, from top to bottom, leaving no limbs exposed. He even wore a camouflage helmet on his head. It could be said to be fully armed. Kadylov's original plan was to break into the safe house and stab Lu Yan's thigh, shoulder, or arm with a knife. These areas are far away from vital points and have a great impact on a person's combat effectiveness. This would not harm Lu Yan's life, but would still subdue him. But now it seems that this plan is obviously not feasible. Facing Lu Yan, Kadylov would not be able to break through the defense of this armor unless he had a dragon slaying sword in his hand. The severe pain in his back made Kadylov feel unbearable. He picked up Lu Yan again with great violence and threw him heavily to the ground. Then, while Lu Yan was still unable to get up, he aimed his knife at his neck and chopped it down. The machete landed accurately on Lu Yan's neck, but the imagined scene of blood gushing out did not appear. Only a very dull bang sounded. Lu Yan felt an irresistible feeling of dizziness rushing up at him. Only then did he realize that Kadyrov had slashed his neck with the back of the knife, not the blade. He wanted to knock himself out. Lu Yin bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the stinging pain overcame the dizziness, allowing his brain to become clear again. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Katalov simply dropped the machete and clung to Lu Yin like a monkey. He clamped his legs around Lu Yan's waist, and at the same time, he strangled Lu Yan's neck with his arms, forming the most famous naked choke in martial arts. Before entering the wilderness, Katalov was a combat instructor in a certain army. He was well aware of the power of this move. Once formed, it was almost impossible to break. It was the most unsolvable move in fighting techniques. Once the user exerts force, the person being strangled can be knocked unconscious in 10 seconds at most and suffocated to death in 20 seconds. He had used this trick to defeat dozens of veterans and had personally killed more than a dozen criminals. Surrender. You can't defeat me. Katalov's strong arms tightly strangled Lu Yan's neck, and he gasped, "My companions will rush in soon. You have no chance of winning." Lu Yin felt that his throat was compressed to the extreme, and even breathing was a luxury. As the amount of oxygen he could breathe became less and less, the dizziness that had been overcome by the stinging pain before surged up again. Is this the strength of the Wild Hunter boss? Can't you even withstand a single blow from the other party? Compared to these masters, I am still far behind. Can't defeat. I can't beat him. Some complicated and noisy negative emotions and fragments of thoughts began to run wildly in Lu Yan's mind, trying to make him surrender. Surrender. If you say that, you won't have to endure this pain anymore. I can't win. Others are fighting masters, and I'm just an ordinary person. How can I fight them? Give up. Give up. The light in Lu Yan's eyes began to fade, and his arms began to weaken. But suddenly, among the fragments of thoughts running through his mind, a figure with dyed yellow hair suddenly appeared. It's a Chuan. He was thin and had nothing, but he still dared to shout. I want others to see that he Chuan, am no longer a waste. He is the lowest player in the wilderness, but he still dares to challenge the powerful fate and successfully gets what he wants from the game between Lu Yin and Wang Ji. Each of the 3 goals Lu Yin set for him seemed so difficult and impossible to achieve, but Chuan never gave up and kept working hard to achieve them. Am I not even as good as him? A hint of violence gradually emerged between Lu Yan's brows, and those negative emotions were burned away by the fire that surged in his heart. His arms became full of strength again. He opened his mouth, took a deep breath with all his strength, and roared, "Badge of Fury." A brilliant light bloomed on Lu Yan's wrist, and terrifying power instantly surged into his limbs and bones. Lu Yin loosened his hands, letting the shotgun fall to the ground, and then he grabbed Katalov's arms with his 2 big hands and pulled them out. An irresistible force came, and Katalov felt as if his arms were clamped by steel pliers. As Lu Yin moved, his arms were pulled up bit by bit. The naked choke that was said to be unbreakable in history was actually broken by Lu Yin in the most violent and direct way at this moment. Chapter 143, One Shot. From the time Katalov broke open the door of the safe house and engaged in a series of battles with Lu Yin until now, less than 10 seconds had passed. Although the 2 sides fought fiercely, everything happened in a flash. After turning on the Badge of Fury special effects, Lu Yin instantly entered the state of a real man for 30 seconds. The muscles on his arms bulged extremely exaggeratedly, and his originally ordinary figure became as strong as a bodybuilder. Even the blue veins on the 10 fingers were bulging out obviously, looking like old tree roots and vines, full of explosive power. Under Lu Yan's violent pull, Katalov felt that his arms were bearing extremely terrifying force, and his wrists and elbows made a sound of bones rubbing against each other under the heavy load. The strength that he had always been proud of felt like it was being completely suppressed in front of Lu Yin. As the first in the power rankings, Katalov also has a special title Wild Wolf that increases attributes, but unlike the simple and crude way of increasing attributes of Wilderness Wall, the attribute increase of Wild Wolf is based on the condition of cooperating with teammates within 30 meters. Crack, crack. Katalov could clearly hear the friction sound of his arm bones. In 3 seconds at most, Lu Yin would completely break free from his control. A look of astonishment and anxiety appeared on his rough face. Lu Yin, who was gradually exerting strength, felt the resistance in his palm suddenly disappear. He immediately realized that this was Katalov letting him go. The opponent's voluntary giving up of the naked choke did not mean that he had given up attacking him, but that he was going to change tactics. Katalov retracted his arms, and the next moment he raised his right elbow high and smashed it into the back of Lu Yan's neck like a steel knife. Elbows and knees are the two most powerful parts of the human body. If they hit the vital points, they can be fatal in one shot. Bang! Katalov's fierce elbow hit Lu Yan on the back of the neck, but the imagined situation of Lu Yan instantly collapsing and fainting did not happen. The heavy and solid touch from his elbow almost made Katalov mistakenly think that he had hit a cow. Damn it, this guy's defense is so amazing. Lu Yan did not give Katalov time to be shocked. A blood-stained scimitar appeared in his hand. It looked rusty and very old. What kind of killing power can a knife like this have? The next moment, the scimitar did not stab Katalov, but was swung forward by Lu Yan in the air, slashing towards Katalov's companion, who was running towards here. As the blade fell, the shrill cry of ghosts instantly filled the entire safe house. Although Katalov did not see anything, he could clearly feel that at this moment, dozens of ghosts squeezed out from the rusty knife. The cold and eerie breath of death made his skin covered with goosebumps. The fierce and ferocious ghost soldier screamed and pounced on Katalov's three men. The ghost soldier in this scimitar seemed to be more ferocious and violent than those Lu Yan encountered in the secret realm. He discovered this when the last warrior team besieged Lu Yan. Soon, the three burly men who were rushing towards them with murderous intent suddenly became stiff. Their eyes turned red, and their emotions were either fearful or angry. They fought with each other as if they were facing mortal enemies. Bang! After temporarily suppressing the three reinforcements, Lu Yan bent his arm and hit behind him with his elbow without even turning his head. Katalov, who was unable to dodge, was hit hard on the chest and staggered and fell from behind Lu Yan. 10 seconds left until the blinding effect ends. The reading bar of the negative effect of the evil spirit scepter was almost over. Lu Yan turned around in an instant, riding on Katalov, swinging his right arm, and punching him 3 times in a row, simply and roughly hitting the opponent's face, causing blood to flow from his nose and a buzzing in his head. But Kadyrov was not someone who could be bullied. He exerted force from his waist, raised his knees, and hit Lu Yan's back hard, sending him flying over his head. Lu Yan hit the wall of the safe house with such great force that the entire safe house shook violently. Katalov casually picked up the machete he had just thrown on the ground and used it as an iron rod, hitting Lu Yan's knees and elbows again and again. Although the fish-scale armor blocked the fatal blade, it could not withstand the heavy force. Lu Yan felt that the part that was hit was almost cracked. The pain stimulated his anger. He suddenly lunged forward and hugged Katalov's body tightly, while tilting his head back. 0.1 seconds later, a heavy headbutt came down. Boom! Lu Yan's head hit Katalov's forehead heavily. For a moment, Katalov felt a golden star appear in front of his eyes. At the same time, he felt a severe dizziness and nausea, and almost vomited on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Yan was risking his life and used headbutts as his means of attack. At this moment, he was like a tank-type warrior with high attack, high defense, and high speed. Although his fighting skills were not as good as Kadyrov's, his basic stats were high and his body was strong, so he could use brute force to suppress you. 3 seconds left before the blinding effect ends. A prompt sounded in Lu Yan's ears, and the final countdown began. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown progress bar ended, the vision returned to Lu Yan again, and everything in front of him became clear. At this time, Katalov had already been hit by Lu Yan's headbutt 8 times, and all of them were in the same place. A large horn-like bump appeared on his forehead, and his eyes began to become unfocused. Katalov's fighting ability is actually very strong, but from the beginning he promised not to kill Lu Yan. He had concerns and reservations in his attacks. In addition, after Lu Yan activated the 30-second True Man, his offense and defense were too explosive, resulting in some of his fighting skills being completely useless, which led to the current decline. After regaining his vision, Lu Yan headbutt Katalov again and let go of Katalov's body. He rolled on the ground and grabbed the shotgun that fell to the ground next to him. Vomit! After being released, Katalov vomited with a wow. When he raised his head again, he saw the black muzzle of a shotgun held in Lu Yan's hand, only half a meter away from him. You! Katalov was about to speak when he saw Lu Yan's finger pulling the trigger mercilessly. For a moment, His pupils constricted. Flames spurted out, and steel balls flew. The sky is filled with smoke. A muffled groan was heard. Katalov stood there blankly. He looked down at his body and found that he was unharmed. At the last moment, Lu Yan's gun muzzle moved 3 centimeters to the left, and the steel balls flew past Katalov's shoulder and hit the wooden wall behind the safe house directly. But that's not right. If the shot was not aimed at Kadyrov, where did the muffled groan come from? Kadyrov turned his head slowly. He saw, deep in the forest, behind the safe house wall, where a large hole was blasted by steel balls, a person who looked like a blood gourd was lying on the ground. His body was covered with bloody holes caused by steel balls, and his life or death was unknown. Next to his right hand was a heavy crossbow, which was already ready to fire. It's Wang Ji. While Katalov and Lu Yan were fighting fiercely, he had actually quietly come to such a close position. If it weren't for Lu Yan's shot, once the heavy crossbow was fired, the senior players ranked first on the power list and first on the shelter list today would have died here. Chapter 144. Are you still fighting? Lu Yan asked expressionlessly, holding the gun steadily with both hands. Katalov glanced at Wang Ji lying in a pool of blood, then at the team members who had not yet escaped from the invasion of the ghost soldiers. He panted heavily and finally sat down cross-legged, rubbing the big bump on his head while waving his hands, and said, "No more fighting. No more fighting. You win." Lu Yan laughed when he heard this. This battle ended with his victory. In this battle between the top players in the shelter list and the top players in the power list, Lu Yan luckily had the upper hand and suppressed Katalov. But one victory does not mean that Lu Yan has the strength to defeat the Wilderness Hunter team. In fact, there was a lot of luck involved in this victory, and from beginning to end, it was only Katalov who personally fought against Lu Yan, and the other team members did not participate at all. In terms of comprehensive combat effectiveness alone, the Wilderness Hunter team is still the undisputed number 1. Lu Yan, you're very capable, and you keep your promises. Katalov stood up and said seriously, "If you had shot me just now, I'd probably be meeting my ancestors by now." He was talking about the promise made by the 2 men before the battle that they would not take each other's life if they won. Clearly, both men achieved that in this fight. Before, Kadyrov had the opportunity to chop off Lu Yan's head with one knife, but he chose to use the back of the knife. Lu Yan's shot just now could have killed Katalov directly, and then he could have fired the second shot at Wang Ji. Shotguns are different from flintlock rifles and do not require manual loading. The interval between 2 shots is no more than 1 or 2 seconds, so he has a chance to kill 2 people. Killing the leader of the Wilderness Hunter team in one battle. What a glorious achievement. But Lu Yan did not do so. It's just a matter of reciprocity. Lu Yan touched the bruise on his neck caused by Katalov's blow. As the effect of the rage badge gradually faded, the pain began to surge up. The most important principle we Yin Huang people believe in is, if you respect me 1 foot, I will respect you 10 feet. Katalov burst into laughter upon hearing this. He extended his large, furry hand toward Lu Yan and said in a resonant voice, "I like your personality. I'd like to be your friend. Would you be honored to do so?" In response to Katalov's invitation, Lu Yan stared at the other person's face for a long time, wondering whether this seemingly generous man would launch a surprise attack while shaking his hand, but he quickly rejected his guess. If the other party wanted to kill me, he would have had several chances just now and wouldn't have waited until now. Bang! Lu Yan stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Katalov's big hand. There was no endless hatred between them, and Kadyrov had been very interested in Lu Yan's arms sales business. Before the war, he expressed his desire to make friends with Lu Yan, so after the outcome was decided, he had no reason to continue fighting with Lu Yan. In the eyes of this Chechen man, the resources in a mountain forest are far less valuable than the Lu Yan itself. There was no reason for him to become a mortal enemy with Lu Yan just for some prey and some inferior weapons. Is this guy the leader of the Hill King's sanctuary? He's the one who's been recruiting members. After Katalov and Lu Yan stopped fighting, he turned to look at Wang Ji, who lay in a pool of blood, and said in a deep voice, "This guy looks thin and small. He doesn't look like the kind of tough guy who can get a lot of resources. Could it be that the resources in this forest are so abundant that even an ordinary player can become a tycoon?" At this time, Wang Ji was covered in blood and his body was hit by more than 20 steel balls, several of which penetrated into his internal organs. He was already breathing out more than breathing in and was about to die. Naturally, He could not answer Catalov's questions. Liu Yan walked up to Wang Ji with a gun in his hand. Just now in the battle with Catalov, he used his talent of seeking advantage and avoiding harm to sense the opponent's approach. The little white dragon, who had been staring at the road out of the mountain, was discovered by the pig-headed man who accompanied him when he attacked Wang Ji, and the sneak attack ended in failure. Although the flying little white dragon performs well in reconnaissance, surveillance, and hunting small prey, its combat effectiveness is still somewhat weak when facing larger enemies. Violence! A sharp cry was heard, and the little white dragon fell from the sky and landed on Liu Yan's shoulder. There was a neat break in the feathers on the tip of its left wing, and there were some bloodstains on its body, as if it had been cut by some sharp weapon. It was chirping softly at this time and rubbing its head against Liu Yan's neck, as if it was ashamed of its defeat in the battle. Liu Yan raised his head and looked into the depths of the forest. At the end of the animal path leading into the forest, he saw a pig-headed man holding a machete standing there. His face was ferocious, and he held a few white feathers in his hands. After noticing Liu Yan's gaze, he threw the feathers into the air provocatively. Just now, it was it that stopped Xiao Belong from attacking Wang Ji and injured Xiao Belong. Be good, it won't be long. I will skin it and avenge you. Liu Yan comforted softly. He noticed that the pig-headed man was missing one of his fangs, which was a very obvious feature. What is that? Catalov followed Liu Yan's gaze and saw the pig-headed man, and immediately frowned. That's the real master behind the king of the hill team. Liu Yan touched his chin and quietly told Catalov what he knew about the pig-headed man forest. This Wang Ji is just a puppet pushed forward by them. If they hadn't been unable to leave the forest, I'm afraid we would have been wiped out by these monsters long ago. Catalov looked at the pig-headed man deep in the mountain path, a look of astonishment on his face. This thing is actually intelligent? No wonder you've been blocking the way here and refusing to let other players in. If their plan succeeds, it will be a devastating disaster for us. You prevented a terrible incident from happening. Liu Yan smiled. He stopped other players from entering only because he was worried that his own interests would be violated. He was not as great as the other party said. Chapter 145, Rules. Catalov frowned, stroked his beard, and said in a deep voice, Actually, 3 days ago, my team and I encountered similar intelligent creatures in a valley 20 kilometers away from here. It's a goblin-like creature with green skin, pointed ears, and fangs. We saw them hunting with bows and arrows. These creatures seemed to have very developed hearing and quickly fled after noticing our presence. We also found some campfires and sheepskin tents nearby, which should be their temporary camp. Catalov whispered his experience to Liu Yan. The two looked at each other and realized that there was a serious problem. It seems that there are more than just pig-headed people among the indigenous intelligent creatures in this wilderness. There are many similar creatures in other places. They have survived in this wilderness for a long time and have better weapons and abundant resources than the players now. Although there are restrictions similar to territorial rules on them in the wilderness, once these indigenous creatures cooperate with the players, they will quickly become a powerful threat. As the top players on the leaderboard, countless eyes in the wilderness were staring at Liu Yan and Catalov. It was not difficult for them to imagine that once a player cooperated with intelligent creatures and his strength improved by leaps and bounds, they would definitely have some ideas about them. After all, everyone wants to be at the top of the leaderboard, and everyone wants to make a name for themselves by using the lives of the top players. This problem is quite serious. If it is not resolved, we will have no peace in the future. Catalov frowned. Even a strong team, like the Wilderness Hunters, was wary of the combination of intelligent creatures and players. After a long silence, Liu Yan spoke again. Let's make a rule together. Liu Yan raised his head, looked at Catalov, and said in a very calm tone, Actually, to be precise, it's the law of the wilderness. Catalov raised his eyebrows, surprised by Liu Yan's suggestion. Make rules? This seems to be a power that only the emperor who controls everything has. Are they okay? Rules are made by the strong to consolidate their position. You and I are currently 2 of the 3 strongest people in the wilderness. We certainly have the qualifications. Liu Yan said bluntly, We will publish information on the World Channel based on our status as the top of the leaderboard. No human player may cooperate with the native intelligent creatures of the wilderness for any reason or in any way. Otherwise, they will be hunted down by you and me. Starting today, we will join forces to eliminate all indigenous intelligent species within our detectable range. When Liu Yan said this, Katalov's eyes widened. This rule is full of blood and tyranny, and it is likely to cause a huge wave of uproar among the player community. But there is no doubt that this is the most direct and effective method, which can nip the thread in the bud. But doing so will likely cause a strong reaction from the players, and we might become the target of public criticism. Many people will regard us as enemies. Katalov smiled bitterly. Liu Yan's proposal seemed a bit excessive even to him, a member of the Chechen tribe who was known for his brutality and ferocity. Faced with the pressure of survival, players may have a glimmer of hope by turning to indigenous intelligent creatures. But Liu Yan's rule is equivalent to abruptly cutting off their way to survival. I don't care what others think of me, or even their lives. All I care about is myself. Liu Yan grinned. Isn't it a bit too extravagant to talk about fraternity and kindness in this wilderness? The strong make the rules. Of course, they make rules that are beneficial to themselves. As for the interests of others, they must of course come second, or even third. From ancient times to the present, the rules set by superiors have always been implemented according to this standard. Ancient kings practiced centralized power. The throne was hereditary, and children of aristocratic families were appointed as officials. The Qing dynasty implemented the eight-legged essay, which restricted thought, made students' thinking rigid and old-fashioned, and prevented scholars from learning truly earth-shaking knowledge that would affect their rule. Without exception, the starting point for these superiors to make rules is for themselves. Even in a highly civilized society, the standards of rules are like this, let alone in the wilderness where barbarism, violence, and force are supreme. Civilized, honest, gentle, and loving people cannot survive for long in this cannibalistic world. Kadyrov knew very well that Liu Yan was correct. He came from military and had experienced war. When it came to the issue of survival attitude, he had more experience than Liu Yan. At this time, Katalov's 3 team members had also broken free from the entanglement of the ghost soldiers. They strode into the safe house and wanted to confront Liu Yan's opponent, but were stopped by Katalov. In 3 minutes, we will jointly announce this rule on the World Channel. Kadyrov took a deep breath. For survival, Liu Yan showed a bright smile and nodded. For a better survival. Chapter 146, Wang Yu. World Channel. Liu Yan, Day 8 of the Wilderness Calendar. As the #1 player on the Sanctuary list, I'm formulating the first player rules. From now on, no player is allowed to form any cooperative relationship with the native intelligent creatures in the wilderness. Once discovered, they will be hunted down by me. At 4:57 p.m. Wilderness time, a message full of commands was posted to the World Channel. As this information was released, the players' emotions were immediately ignited. Liu Yan had previously prevented the players from entering the pig-headed man forest, which had already made the players extremely angry at him. And this rule at this time was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Countless players were yelling and cursing crazily in the World Channel. If words had lethality, Liu Yan would have been beaten to pieces by now. You make player rules? Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're the emperor of the wilderness? Liu Yan, I XXU You're getting complacent too soon. You're just #1 on the Sanctuary rankings, not yet the true king of the wilderness, and yet you're already making the rules. Do you think you're the GM of the game? The players were excited. Although most players weren't quite sure what Liu Yan was referring to as the local intelligent biological community, and most of them had never encountered creatures like the pig-headed man, this didn't affect their anger towards Liu Yan, because the source of their anger was not the content of the rules, but the fact that Liu Yan made the rules. They were all players who came to the wilderness from Blue Star. Their initial status was equal, but now, after 8 days of development, a huge gap had opened up between the classes of the players. The players were unwilling to accept this fact. They found it hard to accept that their kind, who were at the same starting line just a few days ago, had now become the superiors who could dominate and command them. This huge psychological gap is the source of their emotional outburst. Even if the rules Liu Yan made today had nothing to do with intelligent creatures, but were a rule of no peeing allowed, the players would still curse like a cat with its tail stepped on. Katalov. On the 8th day of the Wilderness Calendar, as the leader of the power rankings, I respond to Liu Yan's first player rule. The Wilderness Hunter Squad unconditionally supports Liu Yan's proposal to prevent players from developing close relationships with local intelligent creatures. Any violation will be eliminated by the Wilderness Hunter Squad. Regarding indigenous intelligent creatures, This is a species that existed in the wilderness long before us. Just when the players were excited, Kadyrov's speech was like a bucket of cold water poured in their faces, chilling them to the bone. Even the wilderness hunter team supports Liu Yin. Did they join forces? The players were desperate. They were not too afraid of Liu Yin, because although Liu Yin had an outstanding record, most of it was due to the strength of the safe house, and he had always been alone, so he posed less threat to the players in the wilderness. But the wilderness hunter team is different. This team is notorious. Its members are all brave and warlike men with a tough and fierce style, and there are 7 of them. Players may not be afraid of Liu Yin, the lone wolf, but they are definitely wary of being targeted by the wilderness hunter team. Kadyrov's speech not only showed his support for Liu Yin, but also explained the whole process of Wang Zhi's recruitment of members, the origins and background of the pig-headed people and the goblin tribe in the World Channel. Although players are still full of resentment after this explanation, they dare not continue to curse in the World Channel. Major League Shelter. Wang Yu and several young disaster victims cleared out the debris in the drainage ditch, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and sat on a large rock nearby for a short rest. Ever since he secretly sold the defective blueprint to the warrior team and obtained a large amount of resources and weapons, Wang Yu's mentality has changed. He looked at the increasingly complete Grand Alliance shelter, and a glimmer of greed appeared in his eyes. More than a dozen safe houses, drainage ditches, fences, specially reclaimed reservoirs, simple toilets, and observation towers. With the busy work of nearly 100 members, this shelter even has the rudiments of a tribe. As the owner of this shelter, Mu Qianqian was walking in her own kingdom at this time, carefully checking for leaks, inspecting fortifications, and distributing food and water. If this trend continues, one day we'll surpass Liu Yan's shelter and take the top spot. A young disaster victim said with a hint of excitement. I'm really looking forward to that day. Yeah. Hard work always pays off. Listening to the voices of his companions behind him, Wang Yu sneered. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his inventory and distributed them to a few people. Then, he said in a casual, mocking tone, even if it becomes the number 1 shelter on the list, what does it have to do with us? The title will belong to Miss Mu, and the high-level player privileges will also be hers. Even the rewarded materials won't get much of us. And most importantly, I don't think we can surpass Liu Yan at all. After hearing Wang Yu's words, several young victims were stunned for a moment. One of them raised his eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? Don't you think there's something wrong with the current model of the Major Alliance shelter? Wang Yu lit a cigarette, turned to look at several young disaster victims, and pointed subtly at several older members in the distance who were no longer able to do heavy physical labor. Look, those old guys, their daily work is just cooking and washing clothes, while we not only have to mine our everyday, but also dig ditches and hunt. Even though both sides contribute significantly less, we receive the same amount of resources every day. We even have to risk our lives to get medication to treat the chronic illnesses of these elderly people. In other words, we are the backbone of the Major League Shelter. We pay a lot, but get very little in return. Is this fair? Wang Yu's words made several young victims fall into deep thought. Should we fight for more resource allocation? But if we do that, the resources allocated to others will be reduced, and Miss Mu will definitely not agree. A young disaster victim said with some concern. Hearing this, Wang Yu knew his chance had come. He shook his head and said, no, instead of expecting those in power to give us fairness, we might as well fight for it ourselves. We are the hardest working and most important members of this shelter. We deserve more resources. If the one in power is unfair, we will overthrow her. Chapter 147 No negociación. After hearing Wang Yu's words, several young victims showed expressions of shock and anxiety on their faces. Although they were indeed dissatisfied with the current allocation of resources in the Grand Alliance shelter, Mu Qianqian was the one who took them in when they were in danger and had done them favor. If they were to repay her with evil just for such a small matter, wouldn't that be too much? When Wang Yu saw the expressions of several people, his heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. He knew that he spoke a little too hastily, and the young victims in front of him were obviously a little resistant to his proposal. Although these people were also somewhat dissatisfied with Mu Qianqian, it was not to the point where they could not tolerate it and resorted to force. Forgive me, I was a little emotional, and I might have said something that was misleading, Wang Yu immediately said. He casually changed the subject. Actually, I didn't mean to do anything to Miss Mu. I just think the policies she's implementing are a bit wrong. When I say overthrow her, I don't mean overthrowing her as a person, but overthrowing her policies. No, to be precise, it shouldn't be overthrow, but ban. Repeal this unfair distribution rule. Wang Yu was a man who was very good at observing people's words and expressions. With just a few words, he immediately diverted the attention of several young victims from the ambition he had accidentally revealed before to the issue of interest distribution that was closely related to them. Are you willing to drag your exhausted bodies back to safety all day long? Watching those old guys who are like a burden eat the same food as us and sleep in the same bed as us? Several young victims were silent. After a long moment, someone stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and said through gritted teeth, "Let's go find Miss Moo. This can't go on any longer. We have to fight for our rights." A bright smile appeared on Wang Yu's face. This is exactly what he wanted. A few people dropped their hoes and shovels, and, led by Wang Yu, walked towards Mu Qianqian, who was distributing resources at the time, full of resentment. "Ms. Mu, we want to revise the distribution rules." Wang Yu came to Mu Qianqian, spread out her palms, and said first, "We think there's something wrong with the current distribution method." Wang Yu paused and pointed at the young disaster victims behind him. "We young people work the hardest and most dangerous jobs every day, but the resources we're allocated are the same as these." Wang Yu turned to look at the elderly and female members who were sitting cross-legged on the cleared land drying food, a gloomy frown on his face. "Exactly the same as these idlers. This is ridiculous." His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves. "What do you mean by idlers? Don't think you're the only ones working hard. We're busy from morning till night too. Don't always think that you have worked hard, but don't see the efforts of others." "Wang Yu, didn't I sew the clothes you're wearing? Your stinky shoes are almost stinking, and it was I who patched the soles for you." As soon as Wang Yu spoke, he was immediately besieged. Those idlers he mentioned instantly jumped up and spit it on his face. As these people cursed, the faces of several young victims standing behind Wang Yu became increasingly gloomy. "All right, stop arguing." Mu Qianqian frowned, stopping the increasingly intense conflict. She looked up at Wang Yu and said in a deep voice, "Everyone is doing their best for the Grand Alliance shelter. If resource allocation is determined by function and value, then it goes against my original intention of establishing the Grand Alliance shelter. What I want to do is provide a chance to survive for all those who are homeless and unable to survive. As long as everyone is willing to contribute their heart and soul to the team, as long as they have this attitude, no matter how great their ability is or how much value they create, I will treat them equally with everyone else. Because ability can be improved through learning, but attitude is determined by nature and difficult to change." Wang Yu was stunned when he heard this. He was silent for a long time before asking, "Miss Mu, may I ask what job you did before coming to the wilderness?" "I haven't started working yet, and I won't graduate from university until next year." Mu Qianqian replied calmly. "Do you believe in religion?" Wang Yu asked again. "My parents are both Buddhists." Mu Qianqian paused and continued, "My mother and I often participate in community relief activities. I have seen many recipients who are unable to work and cannot support themselves, and we have never given up on them. But this isn't a civilized society." Wang Yu roared in his heart, but did not shout out these words. This kind of behavior, which seems very loving in civilized society, is almost equivalent to stupid saint, brain-dead, and ignorant in the wilderness. In other words, there's no room for negotiation. Wang Yu shrugged his shoulders and asked with a somewhat grim expression, "If you feel the allocated resources aren't enough to meet your needs, I can offer some additional subsidies to those of you who do heavy physical labor, but the allocation rules won't change. I hope you can put yourself in my shoes. If you become unable to work or grow old in the future, I won't reduce your resource supply." Mu Qianqian decisively rejected Wang Yu's offer. "Let's end this discussion here." After saying this, there was a burst of cheers from the crowd. But if you look closely, you can find that most of the members who are cheering excitedly are old and weak, or female players, while those young members who are strong and engaged in heavy physical labor are all silent and expressionless. "Go to work." Wang Yu turned around and patted the shoulders of several young victims behind him with a helpless expression. Several people left the crowd in silence and returned to their work areas. This operation ultimately ended in failure. After a long moment, a young disaster victim, unable to contain his anger any longer, cursed, Damn it. You're still asking me to put myself in their shoes. Why should I? In this dangerous wilderness, it's uncertain whether I can survive past 30 days. I just want to enjoy myself now. I want to work as much as I want and enjoy as much resources as I want. Is that wrong? If we continue to work foolishly, suffering every day, what if one day we suddenly die at the hands of mutant beasts and die before we can enjoy the treatment of idlers? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Another disaster victim also squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. Mu Qianqian is a good person, but she's definitely not a good leader. We won't have an easy time under her. The young victims were discussing the matter at once, their words filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Chapter 148, Rebellion Plan. Wang Yu had anticipated this result. He knew very well that Mu Qianqian would not agree with his suggestion for resource reallocation. He proposed it in order to intensify the conflict and make these young disaster victims feel strongly dissatisfied with Mu Qianqian. Brother Yu, what you just said might make a lot of people hate you. Sigh. A young disaster victim recalled how Wang Yu had just spoken on their behalf and was attacked by so many people. He said with some regret, I'm afraid your future won't be easy. Wang Yu's mouth curled up slightly. This is exactly the result he wanted to see. Through this incident, he aroused the young members' dissatisfaction with Mu Qianqian, and through the fact that he was besieged, made the young members feel guilty about themselves, thinking that he was a very righteous leader who was brave enough to speak for them. These young disaster victims naturally developed a liking for him. Although it seemed that Wang Yu had just been scolded, his reputation among these young members was rising. Being scolded and ostracized is nothing. Wang Yu patted his chest proudly, a trace of worry appearing on his face. But I am worried that if this pattern continues, the Grand Alliance shelter will one day collapse, and everything we have worked so hard to build will be destroyed. The young members looked towards the shelter in front of them. Canals, towers, prey, shelves, all of these things are due to their contribution. Who would like to watch their efforts go to waste? Although this shelter belongs to Miss Mu, we also have a share in it. I can't just watch it go to ruin. Wang Yu felt that the time had come. He lowered his voice and looked at the others solemnly, saying, Since Miss Mu refuses to accept our suggestions, perhaps we can try some more drastic measures to force her change. Or we can launch an armed uprising and take over this shelter ourselves. This time, after hearing Wang Yu's outrageous speech, these young members did not react with shock and anxiety as before, but fell into deep thought, obviously thinking seriously about this issue. If we follow Mu Qianqian, we can only do the most tiring work and get the same resources as others. But as long as we are in power, we can allocate resources freely and we will get everything that belongs to us. Wang Yu's voice was extremely seductive, like a demon luring people into hell. After a long time, someone finally wavered. Armed rebellion? But we have no weapons. Hearing this, Wang Yu showed a confident smile. He used private chat and trading functions to show the other young members the weapons he got from the warrior team, and also gave them some rare foods such as bread and butter. I promise you, as long as you follow me, you can have whatever you want in the future. Wang Yu said word by word. Several young victims looked at each other, and their hearts were already leaning towards Wang Yu. But at this moment, some people still found it difficult to overcome their inner moral bottom line. After all, Miss Mu took us in when we were in the most desperate situation. If we riot now, we'll be criticized. Once the news gets out, I'm afraid everyone will call us ungrateful and evil. Hearing this, Wang Yu burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He patted the man on the shoulder and taunted him. Brother, remember, in this wilderness, morality is the least valuable thing. What's the big deal about being scolded? Look at Lu Yan. Is he a good guy or a bad guy? He blocked the pig-headed man forest path, preventing other players from becoming stronger and threatening him. He doesn't care about their lives at all. How many players are cursing him like stinking shit on the World Channel? But look, does anyone dare to cause trouble for him? Does anyone dare to curse at him in front of him? No, not one. This is the influence of strength. If you have strength, no matter how bad your reputation is, others will be polite to you in front of you. Wang Yu was very excited. Let me tell you, when I heard Lu Yin formulate the player rules, I was also angry and furious. But I was not angry at Lu Yan's tyranny, but at my own incompetence. I'm angry about why I'm so weak that I can only be forced to follow other people's rules and can't make rules for others. What makes me angry is why I am not Lu Yan. Brother, This is a lawless, morally corrupt wasteland. Here, if you have strength and resources, you can control everything. These things are things that people like Mu Qianqian would never give you. To tell you the truth, my goal is to become the second Liu Yin, or even a step on Liu Yin. I want to truly control my own destiny. To do that, what does it matter if I bear some infamy? What does it matter if I'm accused and abused? Wang Yu placed his hands on the shoulders of the young member, who couldn't overcome his moral bottom line. He gritted his teeth, looked him straight in the eye, and asked seriously, "Tell me, do you want to abide by the so-called moral bottom line, toil your whole life like a worker ant, and eventually die like dust? Or do you want to join me, abandon worldly constraints, fight for power and resources, and live like Liu Yin, who is high above and can make the rules for others?" The young player finally couldn't stand the huge temptation from Wang Yu's words. The last bit of persistence in his eyes finally disappeared, and he became fierce and greedy. "I want to be the one who makes the rules. I don't want to be an ant." Hearing this answer, Wang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Wang Yu's decision to rebel was not a sudden impulse, but the result of careful consideration. He had communicated with Mu Qianqian several times before and proposed several profitable schemes to her, but they were all rejected. Apart from anything else, if Mu Qianqian had listened to his advice on Liu Yan's shelter design, she could have made a fortune from it. It's a pity that this naive and innocent saint is so stubborn that she refuses to earn this dirty money. From that moment on, Wang Yu knew that he and Mu Qianqian were not the same kind of people at all, so he began to think about replacing her. Someone like Mu Qianqian simply could not survive for long in the wilderness. The distant mountains are silent, and the scorching sun shines on the earth. A conspiracy rebellion quietly took shape in a major league sanctuary. 8th day in the wilderness. Liu Yin and the Wilderness Hunter team formulated the first player rules. Various forces and teams have gradually taken shape, and some little-known people like Wang Yu are also seizing every opportunity to try to change their own destiny, slowly showing their fangs and moving slowly towards the goal of becoming a hero. It is a hopeless wasteland, yet a paradise full of opportunities and rewards. Various forces and characters have appeared one after another, performing a cruel struggle for survival on this land. Leave chapter 149 to us. Outside the pig-headed man forest, after announcing the first player rules to the World Channel, Liu Yin and Katalov had a brief conversation. "Honestly, I really like those special effect weapons you sell. They can greatly enhance our combat effectiveness." Katalov took a dagger from the brown-bearded man and broke it with force. He then threw it aside and said helplessly, "But inferior weapons like this will only hinder us in battle. The excellent grade cold weapons produced by Liu Yan's manufacturing system should be the only weapons with special effects in the wilderness." The excellent grade steel axe that he put on the shelf when he publicly purchased the shelter design drawings made many players, including Katalov, envious. It was just because there was no talent in drawing and design in the Wilderness Hunter team that the steel axe eventually fell into Mu Qianqian's hands. Liu Yan understood the meaning behind Katalov's words and didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he asked directly, "What type of weapon do you want?" "Long-handled weapons, short swords, and long-range weapons. Of course, the more the better." Kadyrov spread out his palms. "In this unfamiliar land, the more weapons I have, the safer I feel." It seems that even the top-ranked player is not arrogant enough to think that he has conquered this wilderness. He is also cautious. Kadyrov's character does not seem as rough and simple as his appearance. "How about this? I could give you 2 crossbows, 2 spears, a short sword, and a long sword. They are all excellent weapons with special effects. I will finish making these things within 10 hours. Liu Yan thought for a while and said very generously. Katalov's eyes widened upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Liu Yan to make such a big move. His voice trembled. "So much. I might not be able to come up with the necessary resources for the time being. Can I pay in installments?" Excellent grade weapons are always priceless in the market and are considered extremely rare. Even if they are to be sold, the resources they are exchanged for must be extremely rare, such as silver treasure chests, special items produced by ruins, etc. Ordinary food and minerals. If you want to exchange them for a sophisticated weapon, I'm afraid Liu Yan won't even take it seriously. "No, I said give it to you." Liu Yan repeated himself. "You don't need to pay any resources in exchange. It's completely free. Send it." Kadyrov couldn't believe his ears. "Why? You have done me a great favor by responding to the player rules I set in the World Channel. From today on, I'm afraid no player will dare to challenge me easily." Liu Yin laughed. Since the release of the player rules, most players may think that Liu Yin has formed an alliance with the Wilderness Hunter team. Although Liu Yin is not a fox, the Wilderness Hunter team is definitely a very scary tiger skin. At least from today on, Liu Yin can have some peace and quiet for a while, and no longer have to worry about some hot-blooded players coming to try Zhu Xian. No, I just said a few words. It's not worth that much. Katalov felt a little embarrassed and kept refusing. The same words, spoken by different people, can have vastly different meanings. Liu Yin shook his head. "You've indirectly helped me solve a problem. Consider these weapons as your reward." Katalov continued to refuse. Although he had a strong desire for special effect weapons, his dignity as a man made it difficult for him to accept this kind of taking advantage. The two sides argued for a long time. Katalov finally gritted his teeth, patted his chest, and said, "Brother Liu Yin, you are so generous and open-minded. I can't let you suffer any loss. How about this? I want these weapons. In return, you can make a request. I swear on my dignity as a man that I will do my best to help you fulfill it." "That's what I want you to say." Liu Yin was ecstatic. He touched his chin calmly and said, "To be honest, I've been troubled by something recently. When I was exploring this forest before, I killed 2 pig-headed men. I made enemies with this tribe. I guess Wang Ji recruited members, and once he became strong enough, he would be immediately assigned by the pig-headed men to kill me. Although we eliminated Wang Ji today and issued the player rules, we can't stay here forever, and we can't guarantee that every player will abide by them. If a player sneaks in and slowly grows their power, it will be a huge threat to me. As long as the pig-headed tribe in this forest still exists, I will never be able to sleep or eat in peace." After hearing this, Katalov understood what Liu Yin meant. Liu Yin wants the Wilderness Hunter team to join him in destroying the pig-headed man tribe. Kadyrov had an awkward look on his face. Just now, Liu Yin had talked to him about some information about the pig-headed man forest. This group of monsters were strong, intelligent, and resistant to poison. They also had weapons such as flintlock rifles, and there were dozens of them. Fighting with such a monster is too dangerous. But I've already boasted about it. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to go back on my word now? Looking at Kadyrov's reaction, Liu Yan's expression just right revealed a hint of disappointment. Not much, but it was definitely enough for the other party to see clearly. "Actually, I know this is a bit too much to ask. After all, dealing with those monsters is really difficult, and it's normal to be afraid of not being able to do it. Let me think of another way. Don't worry, I will trade the weapons to you on time, so don't worry." Liu Yin waved his hand, a hint of helplessness appearing in his smile. "At worst, I can just move from my original place and build a new shelter. Fear. Can't do it. Don't have any psychological burden." These few words dealt a direct blow to Kadyrov's mind. What is the greatest humiliation for a man? That means no. This isn't difficult. Kadyrov suddenly raised his head and patted his chest vigorously. "Don't worry, we'll take care of those monsters. We Chechens never take advantage of our friends." The smile on Liu Yan's face became brighter. Chapter 150, Blue Moon Tide. You should treat people in a way that suits their behavior. Although Liu Yin and Kadyrov had only met once and spent less than an hour together, he had basically figured out each other's temperament and character. Generous, frank, and with strong self-respect. Taking advantage of Katalov's character, Liu Yin used a method that the other party could not refuse and easily brought in a powerful helper for his attack on the pig-headed man forest. "I will conduct reconnaissance on the pig-headed tribe, determine their exact number and the location of their lair, and then quickly formulate a simple attack plan." Liu Yin explained his plan. "By tomorrow morning, I will hand over the weapons to you." Kadyrov and his companions listened quietly, then suddenly asked, "Aren't you afraid that we might break our promise and cut off contact with you after taking the weapons?" "Of course I've considered this possibility, but I think my friendship or value should far exceed a few special effect weapons. And for you, if your team's reputation isn't even worth these weapons, then it's too cheap." Liu Yin laughed and said confidently, "Of course you can take the weapons and break your promise. Although it may seem like I've suffered a loss in the short term, in the long run, you have lost a friend like me who has unlimited potential and is willing to trust you. And I just threw away a few weapons that could be manufactured at any time and the opportunity to cooperate with a group of guys who didn't keep their promises. After Liu Yan's words, the expression on Katalov's face became more and more complicated, and finally he showed a helpless smile. The Yinhuang people have the best language skills in the world. I was clearly taking advantage of you by breaking your promise, but you ended up saying it all, and I ended up suffering the loss. Katalov looked at Liu Yin and said in a deep voice, "You've convinced me. Compared to your worth, those weapons are nothing. You just said that your friendship is very valuable. Are we friends now?" Katalov asked this question very seriously. Liu Yin looked at the seriousness in his eyes and knew that this question could not be answered with sophistry. He must give a sincere answer. Friends need time to grow. Right now, we can only be considered partners with common interests. Liu Yin pondered for a long time and gave an answer. The harmonious relationship between you and me at this moment is entirely based on the value and ability of both parties. But I hope that in the future our relationship can abandon the concept of interests and become friendship. This answer is closest to the truth. When Kadyrov heard this answer, he nodded in agreement. When he and Liu Yin started fighting, he chose to chop with the back of the knife and gave up fatal attacks several times. Liu Yin gave up shooting him with a shotgun and chose to give him a sophisticated weapon. All this was not because they felt like old friends at first sight or because they had similar ambitions and regretted not meeting each other earlier, but because they both saw the value in each other. If the person standing here today was not Liu Yin, but an unknown person, Kadyrov might have chopped off the other person's head with a knife long ago. But this kind of cooperative relationship based on value is not always cold and ruthless. In fact, many great friendships are based on value interests, because many times, only two parties with equal interests and equal strength will get to know each other. In the process of getting to know each other, they will slowly experience some things together and slowly transform these cooperative relationships into so-called friendships. Otherwise, how could a beggar, who doesn't even have the chance to come into contact with a business tycoon, become a tycoon's friend? In the face of friendship, things like interest value are not all derogatory words because adults value these two things the most. Only these two things can touch the hearts of two strangers at the beginning and lay the foundation for the future development of friendship. Your answer is very sincere. Kadyrov took a deep breath. True friends are able to provide assistance to each other. You and I happen to both meet this condition. Perhaps we can become truly close allies in the future. Kadyrov extended his hand to Liu Yin, and the two gently shook hands. This handshake represents an alliance between two top players in the wilderness. They come together because of common interests, but in the future, perhaps they will be able to transcend the limitations of interests, abandon the concept of value, and become the most sincere friends. Time passes. Night falls. The Wilderness Hunter team has left under the leadership of Kadyrov, and Liu Yin is the only one left outside the entire pig-headed man forest. This afternoon, after finishing the negotiations with Kadyrov, Liu Yin asked Xiao Bailong to conduct a careful investigation inside the pig-head man forest. At this time, a hand-drawn sketch appeared in front of him, which clearly marked the distribution of the pig-head man tribe's fortifications. This is a rough sketch of the pig-headed man's camp fortifications. Liu Yin sat cross-legged in the safe house, carefully reading the blueprint. Outside the window, a full moon has risen in the sky, but unlike usual, this time the moon is not the normal blood color, nor the purple color before acid rain, but a color that is almost azure. Around it, there are ripples spreading like tides. Blue moon tide. What kind of disaster will this abnormal astronomical phenomenon bring to the wilderness? Chapter 151, Blue Moon, Heavy Snow. The azure moonlight shines on the earth, accompanied by the cool night breeze, dispelling the last trace of heat. The temperature in the wilderness slowly dropped. Liu Yin walked out of the safe house. At this time, the pebbles on the dry riverbed were shining under the blue moonlight like a galaxy. It's already night. Liu Yin glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Since he and Kadyrov issued the player rules in the afternoon, no one dared to try to get close to here for a few hours. Perhaps the deaths of those players before frightened more people, or perhaps Liu Yin and Kadyrov's words really carried weight. Judging from the current situation alone, it seemed that no player wanted to risk their lives to enter the pig-headed man forest. It was late at night, and the temperature in the air dropped suddenly. This temporary safe house had poor enemy defense and cold resistance. Liu Yin did not intend to spend the whole night here. He packed his equipment, summoned the dune scooter, and prepared to return to the underground safe house a few kilometers away. At this moment, Lu Yin suddenly felt a chill on his face. He looked up at the sky and found that under the blue moonlight, countless ice crystals as small as millet grains were slowly falling with the wind. Lu Yin stretched out his hand to catch it and found that the ice crystal fragments fell into his palm in the form of hexagonal flakes. This was not small hail at all, but snowflakes. It's actually snowing? Lu Yin was stunned. Although the weather in the wilderness is always unpredictable and very strange, such a bizarre scene still shocked Lu Yin. Before nightfall, the temperature in the wilderness was still around 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, hot enough to kill people. Who would have thought that after nightfall, the temperature dropped so rapidly, reaching below zero, and even snowflakes began to fall? The scene of the first time he saw the purple moonlight suddenly flashed through Lu Yin's mind. After the strange moonlight, the deadly acid rain began to fall. Does the abnormal astronomical phenomenon at this time also mean that an unknown disaster is about to happen? He quickly took out a raincoat and put it on and stuffed the little white dragon into his arms. Although his chest was bulging, it was definitely avoided from direct contact with the snowflakes. After all, the last acid rain incident left a very deep psychological shadow on people. We can't stay here for long. We must return to the underground safe house immediately. Lu Yin didn't dare to stay any longer. He didn't dare to face an unknown disaster that might happen in an unconstructed safe house. Beep, beep, beep. The Dune scooter started, and the engine let out a heavy roar as Lu Yin turned the throttle. With a puff of smoke, the Dune scooter's anti-skid tires crushed the ground, instantly carrying Lu Yin away. Just a few minutes after Lu Yin left, the originally scattered small snowflakes began to grow larger, and soon the ground was covered with a layer of white. The bodies on the riverbed were gradually covered up. Lu Yin was driving a dune motorcycle across the wilderness. The motorcycle was equipped with extremely bright LED headlights, with a search range of 30 meters, illuminating the night like day. Lu Yin exhaled a breath of white air. Within a few minutes, the temperature in the wilderness dropped rapidly, approaching minus 20 degrees Celsius. The oncoming cold wind, mixed with snowflakes, scraped against the face like a steel knife, making the skin feel painful. These snowflakes don't seem to have any corrosive or viral effects. Lu Yin wiped the ice water condensed from the melting snowflakes on his face. The ice water did not cause any damage to his skin, nor did it affect his mental state. It looks like just an ordinary snowfall. But Lu Yin looked up at the moon, but the pure blue color always made him feel uneasy. I hope this is just an ordinary astronomical phenomenon. Lu Yin sighed lightly. At this moment, the game system suddenly released an announcement on the World Channel. Under the azure moonlight, pure snow represents the source of life, bringing powerful vitality to the wilderness. Let us cheer, no revel. An announcement in crimson font appeared on the World Channel, quickly attracting the attention of all players, including Lu Yin. If you look at it literally, this heavy snow doesn't seem to be harmful, and it's even related to the proverb, auspicious snow means a good harvest. Could it be that the game system feels that the player's current living environment is too difficult and the mortality rate is too high, so it wants to use this snow to inject vitality into the wilderness and allow resources to flourish? Lu Yin made a bold guess. If that's the case, then thank God. No one wants to live in an environment with scarce resources. 20 minutes later, Lu Yin saw the outline of his safe house. He used his last talent of the day, seek advantage and avoid harm, and the light swept across the safe house, indicating that there were no threats around. He put away the dune bike, bypassed the thorn trap, and pushed open the door of the safe house. When he saw everything familiar in front of him, Lu Yin felt surrounded by a sense of security. It's so cold. Lu Yin rubbed his hands and went to the kitchen to light a fire and cook. Soon, the aroma of stir-fried spices such as ginger and chili peppers filled the entire safe house. He cut a few pounds of mutton, blanched it briefly, and then put in a pot with ginger and chili peppers and stewed it over high heat. When the weather is freezing cold, it's perfect for a bowl of piping hot mutton soup. While the mutton was not yet cooked, Lu Yin looked at the heavy snow outside the safe house and suddenly thought of the world in the past. Every time it snowed, Lu Xiaoyu would pester him to build 2 snowmen, one big and one small. Thinking of this, Lu Yin was silent for a moment, then opened the door and quickly built 2 snowmen at the door, one tall and one short, using stones as eyes and branches as arms. Although they looked a little ugly, they were still acceptable. Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Yin used a branch to write his sister's name on the back of one of the shorter snowmen. Then, after a pause, he continued, Lu Yan's lifelong follower. After writing this sentence, Lu Yin stood in the snow, admiring his masterpiece with a satisfied smile. At this moment, he was no longer the cold-blooded devil hated by most players. Instead, he was a brother missing his only relative in such a dreadful weather. The snow is getting heavier. The blue moon's light did not diminish in the slightest. Under the heavy snow, which is a game tip for injecting vitality into the wilderness, the wild beasts are not reveling or hunting, but huddling in their nests. Wolves disappeared. Lions and tigers retreated into caves, and birds of prey folded their wings. The whole world seemed to be dead silent. At the same time, the pig-headed man was deep in the forest. The leader looked at the azure moonlight and the increasingly dense snowflakes, his expression filled with intense uneasiness. He roared to the warriors standing behind him. Quick, place the spiked wooden stakes outside the city wall and close the gates. Everyone, take up your weapons and prepare for battle. The blue moon has appeared, and those things are about to revive. You must guard the gate and don't let them in. Chapter 152 Carnival. As the night deepened, the snow became heavier. The thickness of snow in the entire wilderness has reached more than 40 centimeters, and the white snow covers everything in the wilderness. The two snowmen, one big and one small, at the door of the safe house were also submerged by nearly one-third. In the bedroom, Lu Yin closed the door and vinced tightly to prevent the cold wind from blowing in through the gaps. He sat in the living room, drinking steaming mutton soup under the yellow-brown light. As the hot and spicy broth went down his throat, he instantly felt a surge of warmth all over his body and broke out in a sweat. The mountains are covered with snow, and everything is quiet. Now I can drink a bowl of meat soup and have a good sleep. It's really a heavenly day. Lu Yin sighed. In the weather of heavy rain and snow, he likes to do nothing the most. He just wants to curl up in a quilt after eating and drinking. That feeling is an indescribable comfort and ease. But it's not possible today. Lu Yin still has to formulate an attack plan against the pig-headed tribe overnight. After separating from Katalov this afternoon, Xiao Bailong entered the mountains and forests again for reconnaissance, and determined the specific location of the opponent's lair and the distribution of various equipment and fortifications in the camp. Based on the information Xiao Bailong saw, Lu Yin had drawn a simple sketch and marked the names of various equipment with words. The pig-headed man tribe has a fairly complete range of fortifications and buildings, from wooden houses for living to cold storage for food, drying yards, watchtowers, and even public toilets. However, among the many fortifications, the one that Lu Yin found most difficult to understand was a heavy weapon, the catapult. Yes, there are 3 heavy catapults about 10 meters high, fixed near the city wall in the pighead tribe. What Lu Yin finds difficult to understand is that such heavy weapons are usually used in sieges or large-scale battles. In that forest, the pighead people should be the undisputed overlords. They have no enemies at all. Who is worthy of them preparing such weapons? Moreover, according to Xiaobalong's observation, these catapults are not abandoned or dilapidated products, but are well-maintained and can be put into use at any time. That's strange. Given the strength of the pig-headed tribe, what kind of creatures do they need to use catapults to deal with? A herd of bison? Wolf pack? Lu Yin was baffled and ultimately gave up on his research on the trebuchet. While it was powerful, it posed little threat to him. This heavy equipment was fixed to the ground and couldn't be moved. As long as Lu Yin avoided the main gate of the enemy city wall during his attack, the trebuchet would be useless to him. Pig-headed man in the forest. The heavy snow has covered the lush trees. From time to time, the sound of branches being broken by the snow can be heard, and it can be heard far away in the silent night sky. The azure moonlight shines on the earth. Under the illumination of this strange moonlight, a layer of ripples like waves seem to appear on the snow. The ripples continued to spread in all directions, permeating everything like the source of life. Snap! Suddenly, a very loud sound was heard in the woods, which sounded a bit like a branch being broken by the weight of snow, but the sound was louder, and if you listened carefully, you could hear some differences from the latter. Snap! 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 As the first sound rang out, similar sounds continued to ring out among the trees, as if firecrackers had been lit. This sound was very strange. If you had to say what tone it was similar to, That should be the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Brush lala. In the snow-covered woods, a dead tree suddenly began to shake violently, and countless snow fell from the top of the tree like a waterfall. As the frequency of the tree shaking became stronger and stronger, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground near its roots, as if something was about to squeeze out from the ground. The next moment, countless thick roots and vines broke out of the ground, wriggling wildly like octopus tentacles, and forcibly supported the big tree to move forward. At the same time, several relatively thick branches on the trunk began to move like human arms, savagely pushing away the companions, blocking their way. Under the heavy snow, this tree is still alive. This scene is as terrifying as the appearance of the tree demon in a Chinese ghost story. But what is even more terrifying is that there is more than one tree that has come alive. A huge rock slowly crumbled, and the broken stones actually automatically solidified to form a stone beast that resembled a giant bear. The corpse of a wild deer, which had been eaten by wild beasts and only half of its body was left, actually stood up swaying, with a faint light emitting from its empty eyes. Puff! The tree man who came alive first found a grizzly bear curled up in a cave. It waved its branches and mercilessly pierced the grizzly bear's body, ripped it open. After killing the grizzly bear, it did not gnaw on the carcass, but continued to move forward, looking for its next target to kill. Soon, the originally silent forest was filled with terrifying beast roars. At this moment, it was as if hundreds of ghosts were parading at night, and many dead things came back to life. However, they did not seem to have any intelligence, and they just relied on instinct to kill, like zombies. In the pig-headed man tribe, the leader listened to the roars and howls of the beasts in the distance, and said with a trembling voice, "They're alive. Prepare the ammunition for the catapults." It's late at night. Liu Yin was still sitting in front of the table in his bedroom, formulating his own attack plan. He looked at the sketch in front of him, his brain working rapidly, trying to find the shortest attack route. At this moment, he suddenly heard an extremely heavy knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Liu Yin was stunned. It was the middle of the night, and the road was blocked by heavy snow. Who would knock on a door at this time? Is it an intruder? He became alert. The knocking sound became clearer, and the person knocking seemed to be getting a little impatient, knocking more frequently and louder. Liu Yin frowned, turned around, and looked at the surveillance computer screen and adjusted the view to the door of the safe house. Soon, a clear image appeared in front of Liu Yin. But when he saw the picture on the screen clearly, Liu Yin felt a chill rushing from his heels to the back of his head. In the picture, the two snowmen, one big and one small, that were originally located on both sides of the gate now appeared in the center of the gate, knocking on the stone gate again and again with their arms made of tree branches. Liu Yin rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not experiencing any visual confusion. Those two snowmen were actually knocking on his door. Suddenly, as if noticing Liu Yan's gaze, one of the snowmen suddenly raised its head, and the pair of eyes made of stone instantly met Liu Yan's gaze across the screen. In an instant, a variety of negative emotions such as madness, violence, killing, and cruelty flooded into Liu Yan's mind. Grass. This thing is so fucking weird. Liu Yan closed his eyes and cursed loudly. He suddenly thought of the announcement from the game system before the heavy snow. Pure snow represents the source of life and brings immense vitality to the wilderness. Let's celebrate together. This heavy snow did bring vitality, but it brought life to dead things. The carnival does not represent the carnival of the players, but the carnival of dead things. Chapter 153, Active Attack. Under the pure blue moonlight, a strange and terrifying scene emerged on the wilderness. It was not known whether it was due to the moonlight or the heavy snow, but many dead things that had no life at all suddenly came alive like living things. They began to wander in the snow, attacking any living thing they could come into contact with. Wild beasts, birds, players, and intelligent creatures are all targets of attack by these strange beings. The tragic howls echoed in the wilderness. Looking down at the earth from the sky, you can see that in the white snow, there are already sporadic blood-red plum blossoms blooming. That is the blood flowing from the creatures killed by the strange creatures. A bison was running wildly in the snow, with a stone bear chasing after it. At the corner, the bison fought back by taking advantage of the terrain and pushed the stone bear off the cliff. However, before it could catch its breath, A hideous vine that broke out of the ground pierced the bison's chest, throwing it into the air and causing it to fall heavily. A peacock flapped its wings and flew high into the sky. But before its wings could fully unfold, it was instantly pounced upon by a dark shadow. Immediately afterwards, the sound of flesh being torn and bones being broken could be heard. The peacock fell in the snow, and what was biting, it was actually a monkey corpse that had turned into a skeleton. An antelope tried to cross the mountain stream, but was tightly wrapped by the mud gushing out from the swamp below and was dragged straight down. The swamp was like a wriggling snot monster, and after a few surges, it completely swallowed the antelope. A horrific massacre took place in the wilderness. It's definitely not just the wild beasts that are affected. Many players' safe houses have also been invaded by strange creatures. What the hell? Am I going insane? Why did I just see a tree outside the safe house sprout legs and start running wildly in the snow? Help! I'm going crazy. There are two stone monsters banging on my door. They were originally used to weigh down the ropes securing the safe house, but somehow they came back to life. They're about to come in. This is so exciting. Can you imagine? I was just attacked by a drying rack I created myself. How can this be the wilderness of a post-apocalyptic wasteland? This is simply a ghost night in the supernatural world. If this trend continues, we might even see vampires and zombies. By the way, speaking of vampires and zombies, I have a question. If a person is bitten by both at the same time, what will happen? I know this problem. They will turn into vampires because zombies are from the Qing dynasty, and they have an unequal treaty with the West. Haha, holy shit. What a joke from hell. Wait, something's wrong. This is a national humiliation. In the World Channel, the worldviews of the players who witnessed the strange events almost collapsed. It was hard for everyone to imagine that the dangers on this land included not only the scarce resources and the intelligent creatures of wild beasts and players, but also a third type of strange power. If the players still have ways to deal with the threats from resources and other creatures, then the strange resurrection incident that happened tonight has almost everyone in a state of anxiety and confusion. Most players don't know how to deal with this power that resurrects dead things. With guns? With fire? Does anyone know how to deal with this thing? There's a tree spirit running towards my safe house. If anyone can provide a way to deal with it, I'm willing to use all my resources. God, please save your people. Great Brahma. Many players prayed to the gods in despair. For a time, Buddhist scriptures, the Bible, Taoist mantras, exorcism spells, and other spells were flooding the World Channel. But soon, as the first safe house was breached, the players discovered that these strange creatures had no reaction to the spells at all. The gods that the players believed in did not bestow their power at this desperate moment. Boom, boom, boom. The knocking sound still echoed outside Lu Yan's safe house. The difference from before was that the sound this time was more frequent and intense, as if the two snowmen outside the door had begun to become hysterical. Lu Yan frowned. He had also seen the comments of the players in the World Channel and knew that this situation was not an isolated case. In this heavy snow, many strange creatures had revived and were wandering in the wilderness. To be honest, Lu Yan was a little scared at this moment. With the firepower and weapons equipment he currently possesses, he is not afraid of the invasion of any creature, nor is he afraid of a head-on battle with any force. But now, facing this strange creature, he doesn't know whether his guns and cannons can work. The unknown is the source of fear. Based on the current situation, these two snowmen can't break through my gate at all. Although they're strange, they don't have the ability to pass through walls like ghosts. Lu Yan observed the movements outside the gate through the surveillance footage. The upgraded stone gate was extremely heavy. No matter how the two snowmen hit and tore it, they couldn't shake it in the slightest. But no one can guarantee that a larger and more powerful monster will not find my location in the future. If a giant tree spirit appears as mentioned in the World Channel, I'm afraid my gate will not be able to stop it. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yan felt that he had to be prepared for danger now and could not hide in the safe house like an ostrich and do nothing. Otherwise, once the door was breached, he would be helpless. The two snowmen in front of us look relatively weak. If we want to find a way to kill this kind of monster, it is most appropriate to start with these two guys. He doesn't want to passively defend. He wants to actively attack. Lu Yan picked up the shotgun and walked towards the gate, but after hesitating for a moment, he put it on his shoulder and picked up a spear and a flintlock rifle again. although he also wanted to solve everything with high firepower. The problem was that he only had less than 15 bullets left. Once they were used up, the shotgun, this powerful weapon, would lose its effect, so he had to save them now. Liu Yin put on fish scale armor, put on a helmet, and came to the gate fully armed. He adjusted his breathing, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened the door. The biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew in my face. Chapter 154 Crystal. The moment the door of the shelter was opened, the two snow demons guarding the door rushed in like sharks that smelled blood. Let's just use the term snow demon to describe them for the time being, since Liu Yin hasn't found a suitable name for them. Bang! Liu Yin did not give them a chance to break in. The moment he opened the door, he handed over the flintlock and pulled the trigger instantly. Tongues of flame spurted out, and the sound of gunpowder exploding was extremely loud in the night sky. The head of the larger snow demon, standing in front, was pierced through instantly, and the steel ball easily passed through its body, leaving a fist-sized hole. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Liu Yin raised his right leg and kicked out with all his strength, kicking the two snow monsters back 2 or 3 meters and causing them to fall heavily into the snow. He noticed that the moment the soles of his shoes touched the snow demon's body, they felt very slippery and sticky, just like stepping on a fish covered in scales and mucus. Moreover, this powerful kick did not directly break the two snowman-shaped snow demons into pieces, which meant that after the other party came back to life, its body structure and strength also underwent some changes. It's like turning from a human into a zombie, and the physical strength has increased a lot. That kick of mine could at least break a 5-centimeter thick wooden board, but couldn't shatter a fragile body made of snowflakes and ice crystals. The power that brings dead things back to life is truly terrifying. Liu Yin stared at the two snow monsters lying in the snow, muttering to himself, "If that power could bring a mountain to life, I'm afraid all species in the wilderness would be wiped out overnight." A few hours ago, Liu Yin was still abnormally inflated, and he was number 1 on the shelter list. He was stationed alone in the pig-headed man forest, where one man could hold off 10,000. He and Katalov became partners, and together they formulated the first player code in the wilderness. At that time, he almost thought that he was about to become the master of the wilderness, and that the wilderness was nothing special and would soon be conquered by him. But everything he saw at this moment quickly calmed his somewhat heated and inflated mind. The power before him, which was enough to bring dead things back to life, was far beyond his ability to resist and beyond his imagination. In this wilderness, there were still too many unknown horrors. Liu Yin's current achievement is just to barely gain a foothold on this land. If he wants to reach the level of conquest, he is still a long way to go. Squeak! Squeak! The sound of snow being crushed was heard, and the two snow monsters lying in the snow moved again. They supported their bodies with arms made of branches and crawled towards Liu Yin quickly like two legless insects. Liu Yin felt a chill, not only because the opponent's posture was too disgusting, but also because he found that his attack was ineffective. The larger snow monster on the left, the bullet hole on its head caused by the flintlock rifle, was slowly healing at this time, and there was no sign of any injury at all. Physical attacks are ineffective. Liu Yin threw away his flintlock rifle and gripped his spear tightly. Of course, it's also possible that I didn't hit the vital point. The two snow monsters had slender arms and fat bodies, looking like those malnourished black people in Africa. They raised their heads, and a cut that almost went across their heads slowly appeared on their faces. It turned out to be a mouth, and tiny fangs made of ice crystals filled the snow monster's mouth, which looked extremely sharp. Woo-woo! The big snow demon let out a low roar and opened its bloody mouth to bite Liu Yin. The fine-grade spear in Liu Yin's hand was ready to strike, and it thrust out instantly. The tip of the spear pierced the body of the giant snow monster without any hindrance. As Liu Yin tightened his grip on the spear and slashed it to the left, the spear stirred in the snow monster's body, and with a flash of cold light, it tore the opponent's body into 2 pieces. But Liu Yin's attack was not over yet. He swung his spear again, and the 30-centimeter-long spearhead swept across the little snow demon's head like a beheading knife. With a crisp click, it actually chopped off 2/3 of the head. Liu Yin had a blank expression on his face, his eyes as cold as if he had killed fish in RT Mart for 20 years. He used his spear as an axe, striking the 2 snow monsters again and again. In just 30 seconds, the 2 snow monsters had been chopped into more than a dozen pieces. In this state, Can it still be resurrected? Lu Yin stopped, his eyes fixed on the snow demon that had been dismembered. Under the constant cover of the azure moonlight and snowflakes, the body that had been separated actually squirmed and stuck together again. In less than 10 seconds, the two snow demons had recovered as before without a single scar visible. It can be reborn after being dismembered. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. The vitality of this thing was a bit too strong. Could it really be immortal? The two snow demons opened their mouths wide and bared their teeth, as if they were mocking Lu Yan's helplessness. It seems that I have no choice but to try this method. Lu Yan sighed. He took out a black object from his backpack. It was his last earth mine, and it was his most powerful explosive firepower besides the shotgun. If even this thing couldn't deal with the snow monster, then it really meant that physical attacks could not kill this strange creature. Swish! The flame ignited the fuse, and the air was filled with smoke. Lu Yin threw the earth mine forcefully in front of the two snow monsters, and at the moment before the explosion, he turned over and returned to the shelter and closed the door. Boom! There was a loud bang, and Lu Yin felt the door of the shelter shaking. It seemed that there was too much gunpowder loaded. The power of this earth mine was far greater than the two used before. Even with the stone door as a buffer, the terrifying shock wave made him feel chest tightness and nausea. After a moment, Lu Yin felt the shock completely disappear. He slowly opened the door a crack and looked outside. He saw that under the blue moonlight, the two snow monsters had been completely blown to pieces and merged with the snow on the ground. Solved! Lu Yan's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that this monster could not withstand the invasion of heavy firepower. However, before he could completely open the door, a shocking scene happened again. The snow in front of the door began to wriggle and slowly gathered into piles. Even the snow that had melted into water due to the explosion refreeze and began to regroup. A moment later, the outlines of the two snow demons appeared in the snow again. Fuck! Lu Yin couldn't help but curse. Is it not over yet? Lu Yin was helpless. Facing this unkillable monster, he was at his wit's end. No, there's a blue light on their chests. Lu Yin suddenly noticed that there was a faint light flickering on the chests of the two snow monsters that had not yet fully formed, like a slowly beating heart, and the snow gathered from all directions first covered the heart, and then other parts of the body. That blue light may be the key to defeating the opponent. Lu Yin picked up the spear and rushed out of the safe house without thinking. He stabbed the opponent's chest with the spear, where the blue light was. With this strike, he clearly felt that the spear seemed to have hit something hard, like glass or jade, making a crackling sound. A spear emerged from behind the snow demon. On the tip of the spear was a thumb-sized blue crystal, which was slowly emitting a halo under the moonlight. As the blue crystal left the body, the snow demon's body, which was recovering rapidly, collapsed instantly and turned into a pile of broken snow. Snow demon dead? No. To be precise, the power that brought the snowman to life disappeared. Lu Yin didn't dare to stop and pierced the heart of another snow demon with his spear again and picked out a blue crystal from its body, but it was smaller than the first one. The second snow demon also collapsed. It seems that this method is right. Lu Yin showed a bright smile on his face. It seems that these monsters are not immortal, but because the blue crystals in their bodies provide them with a constant supply of vitality. As long as this crystal is taken out, they can be restored to their previous appearance. He raised his spear to the moonlight, ready to observe the true appearance of this magical object. But at this moment, Lu Yin suddenly felt the spear in his hand vibrate violently, accompanied by a very strong sense of resistance. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment. He saw the two blue crystals on the tip of the spear slowly merge into the spear body and disappear without a trace. As the two crystals disappeared, Lu Yin could clearly feel that the spear in his hand was alive, and it is even more powerful than the previous two snow monsters. Fuck you. Why is this thing like a parasite, drilling into whatever it catches? Lu Yin suppressed the spear's resistance with all his might, cursing loudly with an extremely explosive mentality. Chapter 155, Crystallization of Life. The spear was like a python with its own consciousness, struggling frantically in Lu Yan's hand. Even with Lu Yan's strength, which was comparable to that of a weightlifter, it was difficult to suppress it. I was actually fighting with my own weapon. Lu Yin felt that this scene was really ridiculous, but soon, another idea flashed through his mind. These crystals definitely did not appear out of thin air in the snowman's body. Perhaps it was because of the snow, or perhaps it was because of the blue moonlight. The snowman was bathed in these two things, which gave rise to the blue crystals and the birth of vitality. Thinking of this, Lu Yin looked up at the sky. He was now standing in the snow, clad in fish-scale armor, unimpeded by the snowflakes and moonlight. If by some chance the fish-scale armor on his body was also affected, giving birth to life, wouldn't I be besieged by weapons and armor at the same time? Thinking of this terrible consequence, Lu Yin hugged the spear tightly and ran towards the door of the safe house. On the last step, Lu Yin jumped high, smashed the spear hard into the stone ground, and then stepped down heavily. Snap! Boom! Two sounds occurred in succession. The first was the sound of the spear hitting the ground, and the second was the sound of Lu Yin's feet stepping heavily on the spear. This spear is a product of the excellent grade. In addition to being sharp, it is also very tough. Lu Yin's heavy trampling did not leave any scars on it, and even the wooden spear handle did not have even a trace of cracks. Lu Yin sat down on the spear, putting all his weight on it, and then opened the manufacturing interface, using 2 units of iron blocks and 1 unit of wood to quickly make an ordinary-level iron hammer. The next moment, he swung the hammer and hit the wooden handle of the spear mercilessly. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The exaggerated bulges of Lu Yin's arm muscles were full of violent beauty. When he brought down the hammer for the 4th time, the wooden spear handle finally broke open with a crack running through it from top to bottom. Through this crack, Lu Yin saw the faintly glowing blue crystal at the bottom of the spear handle. Having learned from the last lesson, he did not dare to use any tools this time. Instead, he violently broke the entire spear handle apart and instantly dug out the blue crystal with his 5 fingers and put it into the inventory. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water and took no more than 2 seconds. Snap! The fierce resistance from the spear disappeared, and Lu Yin was gasping for breath. This accident caused him to directly lose an excellent weapon. However, thanks to the Doomsday Survival system, he can completely restore the spearhead into steel through the decomposition function, and at most add 2 or 3 units of wood to restore the spear. But what Lu Yin was most concerned about at this moment was not the spear. He quickly opened the inventory and turned his attention to the blue crystal that had just been collected. Life crystal. Category: consumables. Unit: 7.5 units. Function: can actively fuse with inanimate objects, imbuing them with the characteristics of living things. Until the life crystal is consumed or removed, the creature possesses immortality. 1 unit of life crystal can provide 1 cubic meter of inanimate object with 1 hour of vitality. When severely damaged or repairing injuries, the life crystal consumption rate doubles. Explanation: I am the supreme god. I will grant life to all dead things. Wisdom? What is wisdom? My job is just to make the move. Imbuing them with thoughts has nothing to do with me. As long as they can move, I've succeeded. A certain scientific research geek. Source: the research results of a certain scientific enthusiast in the old Wilderness game. Following a violent explosion following an accident, a large amount of life crystals were transformed into dust and lifted high into the sky. After several game updates, this has become part of the game rules. When the blue moonlight shines on the earth, life crystals will quietly fall upon this wilderness along with heavy snow. Note: this crystal has no effect on living things or their hair, shells, teeth, or claws. Note: this crystal can only work on objects with form, not on basic components. For example, it can bring clay sculptures, ice sculptures, snowmen, stones, and trees to life, but has no effect on mud, ice chips, snowflakes, stone powder, or sawdust. Seeing the introduction about blue crystals, Lu Yin was a little shocked. This incredible thing was actually created by a player in the previous survival games. It became part of the game's catastrophe, and even though the owner who created it had vanished, it still existed in this wilderness, terrifying countless players. Lu Yin couldn't help but admire this scientific research maniac. After a player died, the things he created could still have a huge impact on future generations. To this extent, he had left a significant mark in the history of the wilderness. Someone who can influence the background of the game, spend countless years in the long river of time, and still maintain such a strong presence in the wilderness can be called a high-level player. Liu Yan did not feel disgusted or hate this scientific research maniac who created the Blue Moon Tide, because in a sense, the other party had also reached the pinnacle in his field, and after going through so many years, the other party's bones might have turned into yellow earth long ago, and there was no point in arguing about right and wrong, good and evil at this time. At this moment, what Liu Yan cares about most is the life crystal itself. He keenly realized that this substance with special effects was very powerful. If it could be collected in large quantities, it might play a big role in the future. But how to collect this kind of thing? Trying to find luck in the vast snow is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, if you run out at this time and happen to encounter a living tree or boulder monster, you will be dead. Liu Yan stroked his chin as he carefully reviewed the life crystal items again. This substance's ability to revive dead objects had strict conditions. Only finished products with a physical form were eligible for resurrection. In other words, if Liu Yan hadn't piled the snowflakes into a snowman, even with all the life crystals, he wouldn't have been able to create a living entity. In other words, if I create some tangible objects and throw them in the snow, I might be lucky enough to absorb the life crystals in the snow into these objects. Although this method is a bit inefficient, it is the only feasible way so far. Liu Yan's eyes lit up, and he decided to give it a try. Soon, he dug out a pile of loess with a shovel, mixed it with the rainwater he had collected earlier, and slowly molded out palm-sized, rudimentary shapes of cats and dogs. About half an hour later, Liu Yan threw more than 30 mud beasts, more than 20 mud balls, and a dozen wooden stakes in front of him into the snow, and watched their movements nervously. 3 minutes passed. Suddenly, the ugly limbs of a mud cat trembled slightly, and then it slowly crawled out of the snow and let out a low roar at Liu Yan. It works! Liu Yan clenched his fists and laughed. Chapter 156, Cutting Leaks. Seeing the mud cat stand up and roar, Liu Yan knew that his idea was verified. Sure enough, the life crystals are hidden in these snowflakes and moonlight. Only when physical objects come into contact with them can they absorb the life crystals into their bodies and materialize them. The mud cat was small in size, but its posture was very ferocious. The next moment it came back to life, it attacked Liu Yan. It jumped high like a tiger hunting, full of domineering power. Bang! What greeted it was a ruthless big punch from Liu Yan. Compared to the tiny size of the mud cat, Liu Yan's right hand was like the 5-finger mountain of Tathagata Buddha. With a slap, he directly hit the mud cat and sent it flying 2 or 3 meters away. Its limbs were twisted and it almost turned into a ball of mud. Liu Yan picked up the mud cat from the snow pile and tore its body into pieces violently. From his hands full of mud, he found a blue crystal the size of a soybean. Life crystal. 1 unit. Liu Yan looked at the blue crystal in his palm. It was much smaller than the one taken out from the snow monster's body, only 1 unit in size. Fortunately, these mud beasts were relatively small in size. If it was stuffed into a huge rock, the energy of this life crystal might not be enough to revive it. It's a little small, but it's easy to get, and there's no danger. Liu Yan casually put it into his inventory. With a flash of light, the blue crystal in his hand disappeared, and the life crystal marked as 7.5 units in the inventory quietly changed to 8.5. Fused. Liu Yan was stunned for a moment. This function was very convenient. He didn't need to separate more inventory slots, and he didn't have to worry about storing this kind of crystal. He clicked on the item details and saw 2 options pop up below. Throw away. Take out quantity. Liu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This thing allowed him to freely choose to take out units, which meant that he could stuff all 8.5 units of life crystals into a big stone, where he could split it into 7 or 8 small crystals of 1 unit each and stuff them into several benches or wooden stakes. This feature eliminated his worries. A smile appeared on Liu Yan's face. He rubbed the mud in his hand again and rolled out a mud strip. He drew it twice with a branch, making a rough shape of a snake, and threw it into the snow and waited quietly. At this time, heavy snow was still falling. Liu Yan sat at the door of the safe house, with a blazing fire next to him to drive away the cold. There was a lamb leg roasting on the fire. It was already shiny and oily, with the skin golden and crispy, emitting an enticing aroma. That night, Liu Yan planned to stay up all night, so midnight snack was naturally indispensable. While flipping the simple barbecue grill, he cut the meat into pieces with a dagger and sprinkled them with salt, cumin, and chili powder. The moment the barbecued meat entered his mouth, A strong sense of happiness arose spontaneously. Barbecuing while enjoying the snow is such a pleasure. Lu Yin sighed, while not forgetting to observe the movements of the mud beasts. The little white dragon squatted at the foot of Lu Yin. The wound on its wings was almost completely healed. The mutant beast's vitality and self-healing ability seemed to far exceed those of ordinary beasts. In just a few hours, not only had the wound healed to a large extent, but even the severed feathers had grown back. Lu Yin cut off a few pieces of meat and threw them to the little white dragon. The other swallowed them in big mouthfuls. Lu Yin looked at it, but was thinking about something else in his mind. The way mutant beasts upgrade is very simple, which is to continuously devour other mutant species and turn their flesh and blood into nutrients to make themselves stronger. Since Lu Yin came to the wilderness, he has only seen one mutant lynx. Even in the wilderness, mutant creatures are rare species, and it is very difficult to see them. The meat of that mutant lynx is almost eaten up. It seems that I have to get some more mutant beasts back as soon as possible. Lu Yin touched his chin. The little white dragon has unlimited potential. He doesn't want to use it only as a scout. He wants it to become a helper with combat powers similar to his own, a true overlord of the sky. However, to achieve that point, it would probably require a huge amount of mutant beast flesh and blood. The saying, "one general success is built on the sacrifices of thousands of men," probably refers to this situation. Lu Yin sat there, his mind full of thoughts. Time passed, and 3 hours passed quickly. During these 3 hours, Lu Yin harvested another 12 units of life crystals, and he seemed to have found a rule. Among all objects, the more complete the shape and the clearer the type, the greater the chance of being parasitized by life crystals. During these 3 hours, 10 mud beasts were parasitized by life crystals, while the remaining mud balls and wooden stakes that were randomly needed had only one record of resurrection, and the probability was far lower than that of mud beasts. After realizing this, Lu Yin did not dare to stop. He dug out a large basin of mud again and rubbed out a large number of mud snakes, probably hundreds of them, and threw them all into the snow, waiting for the other party to revive. At this moment, Lu Yin looked at these mud beasts with a passionate look, as if he was looking at a group of thriving Chinese chives. Chapter 157, Weapon Prices. Hiss! A sharp hissing sound was heard, and a mud snake in the snow squirmed its body and leaped high like a spring, biting towards Lu Yin's face. The little white dragon flapped its wings, and its sharp claws accurately grabbed the mud snake. It tore its body into several pieces with force, and a bean-sized life crystal fell to the ground and was caught by Lu Yin. Life crystal. Quantity, 46 units. Lu Yin's sea of beast tactics were obviously very effective. After throwing those mud snakes into the snow, in just 1 hour, the number of life crystals in his hands had reached nearly 50 units. After the crystal was taken out, its volume was about the same as an apple. It can almost revive a large tree now. Lu Yin made a rough calculation. With the help of this thing, the difficulty of attacking the pig-headed man forest might be greatly reduced. But reviving only one large tree is far from enough. The pig-headed man tribe is well equipped with weapons and heavy catapults. Although the resurrected tree man is very resilient, I'm afraid it can't withstand this kind of attack. I need more life crystals. Lu Yin originally planned to make a plan to attack the pig-headed man forest tonight, but when he was interrupted by the 2 snow monsters knocking on the door, and discovered the crystal of life, he completely overturned his previous plan. In his opinion, these life crystals can be used as a trump card. If they're used to create some living dead near the pig-headed man tribe, then the invasion of the pig-headed man tribe will be much better than him and Katalov and a few others charging head-on, and there's absolutely no risk involved. However, this plan requires a large number of life crystals, at least 10 times the 46 units Lu Yin currently possesses, in order to create chaos that could shake the pig-headed man tribe. Although this Sea of Beasts tactic is indeed effective, Lu Yin thinks its efficiency is still a bit low. After all, no one knows when the blue moon tide will disappear. Perhaps in another hour, the weather in the wilderness will return to normal. So Lu Yin must seize every moment to find a way to get as many crystals as possible. I wonder if other players have it. Lu Yin touched his chin, and the first thing he thought of was the other players in the wilderness. After several disasters, the number of players in the wilderness of the East Continent has dropped sharply from 12,000 at the beginning to about 1,000. However, for Lu Yin, 1,000 people is still a large base number. Among these players, someone might have killed a larger dead creature and obtained a large number of life crystals. While thinking, Liu Yin opened the world channel. Liu Yin, who has the life crystal? I'll buy it for a high price. Liu Yin, 10 units can be exchanged for a common weapon, the type of which can be customized. 100 units can be exchanged for a non-ranged elite weapon other than bows and crossbows. Liu Yin, price of long-range weapon arrows, 2 per unit. Liu Yin's method of acquiring life crystals was still very simple and violent. He directly chose the most scarce resource in the wilderness at that time, weapons. In this blue moon tide, many players were attacked by dead things. Some players were killed, while others were struggling to survive in underground safe houses. Not all players have the dual attributes of the hero's aura and the wilderness wall, like Liu Yin, and not everyone has large caliber weapons. Most players cannot kill the immortal dead things as easily and quickly as Liu Yin when facing attacks. Perhaps there are also players who, after a difficult battle, manage to kill the dead creatures and obtain the crystal of life. But during the battle, their weapons may have already become damaged and unable to support their next battle. Under such circumstances, it is the best time for Liu Yin to sell weapons. In this blue moon tide, Liu Yin wants to harvest not only the leaks of the mud beasts, but also the players, who are one of his targets. Johnson, Vang Difa, 10 life crystals for a regular weapon. Am I reading this correctly? Do you know how much trouble it takes to kill a monster? Li Xiao, Ilova. You're truly the most ruthless person in the wilderness. You used your hegemony to establish a rule this afternoon, and tonight you're back to exploiting us like a black marketeer. I destroyed 3 daggers and 2 machetes to kill the attacking monsters, only to get 11 units of life crystal. And now you're asking for 10 units for a regular weapon. Are you crazy? Koizumi Jiro. This is blatant extortion. I have every reason to suspect that Liu Yin was behind this blue moon tide. He's using the chaos to sell weapons. We must unite to resist this behavior. If the weather is controlled by umbrella sellers, there will be no more sunny days. Wang Yin, the Japanese upstairs are creating chaos to sell weapons. Isn't this a tactic your country often uses? Why haven't we seen your country speak out against hegemony internationally before? Wang Donchuan, calling Liu Yin, I don't have any life crystals. Can I exchange them for other resources? Liu Yin, the flesh and blood of mutant beasts can also be exchanged for weapons. The exchange rate is... There was chaos in the world channel. Some people accused Liu Yin of being a blackheart, while others took the opportunity to curse at him. Liu Yin ignored the crazy shouting players and directly made a batch of spears, axes, and other weapons and put them on the trading market. He knew that no matter how harshly those players cursed, they would have to buy his weapons in order to save their lives. After all, this is the benefit of monopoly. At this time in the wilderness, he was the only one capable of making weapons. What's more, those life crystals are of little use in the hands of other players, but if they are replaced with a weapon, they can save lives. Although the players were all angry, they were all cursing Liu Yin for taking advantage of the opportunity to reap the benefits. But no one would really put themselves in danger just for the sake of a gamble. No one knows how long this blue moon tide will last. Players who have managed to kill 1 or 2 dead creatures have witnessed the horror of this monster, so they feel even more uneasy. Even if their weapons were not damaged in the first battle, who can guarantee that they will still be intact next time? It never hurts to have a few more weapons ready. Sure enough, just 5 minutes after Liu Yin put the weapon on the shelf, the first transaction prompt sounded. Player Li Chong spent 10 units of life crystal to purchase a steel axe. The second tip follows. Player Robinson requested a custom weapon, a repeating crossbow, 6 arrows. A deposit of 5 life crystals has been paid. The remaining 8 will be sent to the seller's backpack after the weapon is successfully delivered. Chapter 158, Elite Weapons. Facts have proved that Liu Yin's idea is correct. Faced with the threat, most players who possess life crystals exchange them for weapons. Because the living things created by the life crystals have no thoughts, no reason, and do not obey any instructions, they are useless to most players at this time. In terms of the priority required for survival, weapons are obviously higher than these life crystals. With the sound of the first transaction reminder, in less than half an hour, all 20 weapons that Liu Yin had posted on the trading platform were sold out, and he also received more than a dozen orders for customized weapons. This caused the number of his life crystals to surge to over 300 units. The time now is already 3 o'clock in the morning. In the next 5 hours, Liu Yin kept repeating the 4 events of purchasing materials at the trading market, making weapons for sale, completing customized weapon orders, killing the resurrected mud beast to obtain life crystals. This process brought Liu Yin a lot of benefits, until the morning sun rose and the blue moon gradually disappeared in the sky. Liu Yin opened his inventory and found that the life crystal had reached an extremely terrifying 1065 units. Looking at the blue crystal that was as big as a watermelon, Liu Yan's eyes were full of excitement. Such a terrifying number of life crystals was enough to create a huge army of dead things in the pig-headed man forest. Even if the enemy has catapults, it will be absolutely difficult to resist such a special army. Katalov, brother Liu Yin, have you finalized the attack plan for the pig-headed man forest? We're ready and can set off at any time. At this moment, Liu Yan's private message rang, and Katalov was ready to attack. Although the wilderness was covered with snow last night, as the sun rises, the snow on the ground will soon melt and dry up, and will not cause any obstacles to travel. Kadylov, Also, are those special effects weapons finished? After all, they're new weapons, so we need to debug them. If they're used improperly on the battlefield, it'll be troublesome. If they're finished, please show them to us soon. Katalov's second question was about the high-quality weapons that Liu Yin had promised, and his words revealed an impatient anticipation. Liu Yin smiled. In fact, when completing the customized weapon orders for other players last night, the high-quality weapons promised to Katalov had already been produced, but because it was the middle of the night, Liu Yin did not trade it to the other party. He waved his hand, and 6 weapons of different types appeared in front of him, including 2 crossbows, 2 spears, a short knife, and a long knife. These weapons were shining with a dark and sharp luster. Just at a glance, you could tell that they were completely different from ordinary weapons. Player Liu Yin submitted a trade request. On the other side, Katalov, wearing a thick wolfskin blanket, sat cross-legged in front of a brazier in his safe house when he suddenly received a trade request from Liu Yin. He was stunned for a moment, then clicked the accept button with joy. You have obtained. Following a series of prompt sounds, those sophisticated weapons appeared in Katalov's inventory, along with 20 short arrows for use with the crossbow, also made of high-quality materials. Bang! Katalov directly took out an excellent gray dagger, and soon his members surrounded him. Is this the special effects weapon? It does look more beautiful than ordinary weapons. How powerful is it? Katalov looked at the item introduction of the dagger. This is a weapon with the special effect of easy to cut, which increases the slashing effect by 100%. He thought for a moment, then took out a sturdy cow leg from the prey hanging on the wall on one side of the safe house and placed it on the stone slab. This cow leg came from a mutant bison. It was extremely thick, with amazing skin defense and bones as hard as granite. In order to kill it, Katalov and his team spent a whole day. Their weapons were unable to pierce the opponent's body. In the end, they even used rare consumables obtained from the ruins to anesthetize the opponent and kill it. In the end, in order to dismember its body, the Wilderness Hunter team damaged at least 3 axes and 2 guillotines. No matter how sharp the blade is, once it touches its extremely hard bones, it will break instantly. At this moment, Katalov held the dagger tightly in his right hand, his eyes fierce, and the 30-centimeter long blade fell down in an instant, slashing at the thick cow leg. With a crisp sound, Katalov felt that he was not hindered at all and cut straight into the bone. The thick cow leg was cut in half with one knife. No matter if it was skin as tough as iron or cow bones as hard as granite, they were all cut neatly by this knife. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. When you touch it with your hand, there is no feeling of any sharp edges. Seeing this scene, Katalov couldn't help but exclaimed in extremely poor Yin Huang language, a national quintessence, to express his inner shock and ecstasy. Although he was mentally prepared, the slashing power of the dagger still made Katalov feel like he was in a dream. It's so strong. If Katalov had such a knife in his hand when dealing with a mutant bison a few days ago, he would not have needed to spend so much time, energy, and supplies. He only needed to find the right opportunity and chop off the huge bull's head with one knife. The lethality of this knife is astonishing. It's not an exaggeration to describe it as a divine weapon. I didn't expect that special effect weapons would be so different from ordinary ones. I'm afraid this is what the legendary Dragon Slayer's sword is like. Several big men stared at the dagger in Kadilov's hand with fanatical eyes, and the words of praise from their mouths were like a torrent of water. Kadyrov was silent for a long time. He used to think that it was a very unprofitable deal to let him accompany Liu Yin to attack the pig-headed man forest, just because Liu Yin had a few special effect weapons. But until he saw the power of the sophisticated weapons, he realized that at least in this matter, Liu Yin did not take advantage of him. Take out all the life crystals dropped by the monsters we killed last night. Kadylov suddenly looked up at his teammates. Since Liu Yin is so generous and magnanimous, we can't be so stingy. Although from the perspective of cooperation, these sophisticated weapons were the reward for Kadylov and his men's attack on the pig-headed man forest, and they did not need to continue to give Liu Yin anything in return. But from the perspective of a friend, at this moment, Kadylov knew that Liu Yan's words yesterday about unconditional gift were not boasting, but that he really trusted them. At this moment, Kadylov's heart was filled with the satisfaction of being recognized. At the same time, he also recognized Liu Yin as a generous and magnanimous partner. He also wants to continue this relationship and make it more harmonious. Therefore, he felt that he needed to give something back to Liu Yin. Player Kadyrov requested a trade. Liu Yin looked at the prompt that popped up on the game interface and raised his eyebrows. Kadyrov traded himself? Is there a problem with a weapon that needs to be modified? With this thought in mind, he clicked the accept button, and the next moment, 168 units of life crystals from Kadylov appeared in the transaction column. Chapter 159, Within 3 months. Hint: you have obtained 168 units of life crystal from Kadyrov. The prompt sound from the system surprised Liu Yin. A life crystal as big as a dragon fruit appeared in Liu Yan's palm. The cold and smooth touch made him react instantly. Kadylov, I saw you collecting this stuff last night. So, I hunted a few monsters, but time was tight, and it was the middle of the night, so I only managed to get a little over 100 units. If that's not enough, I'll take the others out and see if we can find some more monsters. In the private chat interface, Kadyrov sent a message. A smile appeared on Liu Yan's lips. Although the truth of this sentence remained to be determined, at least Kadylov really gave him more than 100 units of life crystals. This action proves that Kadylov obviously also wants to make the relationship between the Wilderness Hunter team and Liu Yin closer. The relationship between friends gradually deepens through constant interaction. Liu Yin did not bother to be polite with Kadylov and directly put these life crystals into his pocket. After that, he chatted with him for a few words and quickly changed the topic to the plan to attack the pig-headed people. Liu Yin, my plan is simple. I'll use these life crystals to create chaos in the pig-headed man forest. Then, after the war between the pig-headed man and these monsters is over, we'll reap the benefits. Kadyrov, is it that simple? Kadylov was a little uneasy. After all, this time they were dealing with an intelligent race in the wilderness. The enemy's firepower and numbers far exceeded their own. In his imagination, Liu Yin should have worked out an extremely detailed and complex plan to make it flawless. Liu Yin smiled upon hearing this and replied seriously. The more detailed and complex the plan, the higher the chance of errors occurring. Our understanding of the pig-headed tribe is simply not enough to support a detailed attack plan. In this situation, formulating too many strategies will actually affect our performance. Kadylov pondered for a long time and finally agreed with Liu Yan's method. After all, this strategy is relatively less dangerous. They don't need to engage in direct combat with the pig-headed people. They just need to hide behind and control everything, watching the dead creatures perform. If the pig-headed people tribe still has a breath left in the end, they can just jump up and give them another blow. When do we act? Kadyrov asked the most crucial question. Liu Yin glanced at the vast white ground outside the safe house. The rising sun in the early morning cast a layer of gold on the snow-covered ground. A few seconds later, he suddenly felt some pain in his eyes. Now is not the best time to set off, Liu Yin replied, and he turned his attention elsewhere. At least we have to wait until the snow melts. Snow has a high reflectivity for sunlight, almost reaching 95%. When the sun rises, looking at the snow is no different from looking directly at the sun. Within a few minutes, it can cause temporary blindness. This is called snow blindness. And most importantly, the snow surface does not reflect sunlight directly into the eyes like a mirror, but stimulates the eyes through scattering of the snow surface. After being stimulated by this scattered light for a long time, people will enter a state of temporary blindness and pain. Therefore, sometimes even on cloudy days when the sunlight does not seem very strong, people will still get snow blindness if they move in the snow for a long time. The troubles caused by the accumulated snow to travel do not end there. There are many swamps and potholes covered with snow. People who are not familiar with the road conditions cannot detect the danger at all. They may step on them and sink directly into them. Leaving the safe house rashly in this situation is definitely a very risky thing to do. The temperature of the sunlight is very high. I feel that all the snow will melt by noon at the latest. Liu Yin tested the sunlight with his hand and found that even in the morning sun, the temperature was at least above 20 degrees. According to this trend, the temperature in the wilderness will return to 40 or 50 degrees by noon, and all the snow will melt and evaporate. After the sun rose and the blue moon disappeared, no players in the world channel mentioned the appearance of new dead things. It seemed that this sudden disaster was over. Liu Yin took out his survival notes and wrote a sentence solemnly on a certain page. Always pay attention to the color of the moon. After 9 days in the wilderness, Liu Yin has figured out some rules. Most of the mutant beasts, herds, and intelligent creatures in this land have always existed, and their threat level is not too high. But what can really bring disaster to players are those horrific natural disasters. For example, the acid rain that happened before and the blue moon tide that happened last night. In the first acid rain incident, at least 4,000 players died, and last night's blue moon tide. Liu Yin opened the World Channel and took a look and found that the number of all players in the East Continent had dropped to 700. Overnight, another 300 or 400 players died. Once the color of the moon changes, it means that a terrible natural disaster is coming. Liu Yin carefully wrote words such as purple moon, acid rain, blue moon, resurrection of the dead in his notebook. This notebook records all the dangers he has seen since entering the wilderness, as well as things that need to be paid attention to. Every word in it has been verified with countless lives. After agreeing on a time with Kadyrov, Liu Yin closed the door of the safe house and felt an irresistible sleepiness coming over him. Liu Yin had stayed up all night last night collecting life crystals. Now that he had some free time, his tense spirit instantly relaxed. He quickly fell head first onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, in the pig-headed tribe, the tall walls of the fortress had collapsed in many places, as if they had been caused by a violent impact. Inside the fortress, it was as if it had been hit by a tornado. A large number of houses and warehouses collapsed, and those strong and powerful pig-headed warriors were covered in wounds and looked miserable. The remains of several broken tree demons were lifted by the pig-headed people and carried to the vicinity of the city wall. Blood and flesh were still hanging from their roots and branches, and there were even some soft, vine-like structures. If you look closely, you could see that there were several blue intestines. Woo woo woo. In the tribe, there was a pig-headed man crying softly, grieving for the deceased tribesmen, but also feeling grateful for being able to survive. In last night's blue moon tide, not only did the players suffer heavy losses, but these native intelligent creatures were also subjected to a crazy attack by dead things. Warriors. The pig-headed leader looked at everything in his camp, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, "I declare that the blue moon tide is over. For at least the next 3 months, we don't have to worry about being attacked by undead creatures again." Chapter 160. Can't see. As native intelligent creatures in the wilderness, the pig-headed people have a full understanding of some of the disasters that occur in this world. There are rules for the arrival of each disaster, and there are long intervals in between. For the pig-headed people, most of the natural disasters in this wilderness are not too scary. Only the blue moon tide is enough to threaten their survival. But fortunately, they managed to survive the desperate time last night. In the next 3 months, no more monsters like this will appear. At least that's what I've experienced before. In a corner of the chaotic camp, a young man squatted there shivering. He was the player who was abducted into the tribe together with Wang Ji. Ever since Wang Ji's attack on Liu Yin failed and his plan to kill and recruit other players failed, he has been worried that he would be eaten as food by the leader. But with the outbreak of the blue moon tide, the entire pig-headed tribe was concentrating on fighting against the resurrected dead creatures and did not take any action against him for the time being. He still felt a lingering fear when recalling the horrific battle last night. Those huge tree monsters and stone beasts roared and knocked down the tribal walls. They easily tore apart the pig-headed men's seemingly powerful bodies as if they were slaughtering chickens and ducks. When faced with this group of monsters that are more powerful than themselves, The pig-headed people can only rely on the few large catapults in the tribe to fight back. The young player witnessed the entire process of the war last night. He saw those ferocious tree monsters and stone beasts, which were smashed to pieces by the stone bullets thrown by the heavy catapults, and then resurrected and stood up again and again. Faced with these immortal monsters, the pig-headed man tribe was shrouded in thick despair. But in this battle that lasted all night, the young players also discovered some abnormal situations. He saw that when the bodies of tree monsters and stone beasts were smashed by catapults, sometimes blue fluorescent crystals would be exposed in the wreckage, and this happened more than once. Every time the body was smashed and reassembled, the size of the blue crystal would become much smaller. Based on this situation, he speculated that the monster's vitality might come from the blue crystal. Later, his idea was soon verified in the World Channel. Many players encountered similar monsters and claimed that as long as they took away the crystal called Life Crystal when a monster's body was shattered, they could completely kill the monster. After receiving this news, the young player immediately found the pig-headed leader who was commanding the war and claimed that he had found a way to deal with this group of endless and unkillable monsters. But the pig-headed leader's response surprised the young players. The chief said that he had never found any so-called blue crystals in the corpses of those monsters. Since the establishment of this tribe, it has encountered many invasions of dead creatures. They have also tried to find a way to completely get rid of these monsters, but in the end they found nothing. Finally, they came to a conclusion that facing the monster created by the blue moon tide, they had no way of killing it. They could only hold out until the blue moon disappeared, the sun rose, and the monster died on its own. This answer surprised the young players. He didn't insist on his statement. Because of Wang Ji's incident, the leader no longer trusted him and was full of suspicion. He was afraid that if he continued to insist, the leader would think he had ulterior motives. Could it be that these monsters can't see those blue crystals? The young player pondered for a long time before finally coming to a conclusion. This might be a rule of the game. Monsters fighting each other can't obtain the items dropped by each other. Just like when players kill mutants and wild beasts, they can get treasure chests. But when monsters fight each other, they get nothing. What woke Lu Yin from his sleep was the sharp hiss of the little white dragon. Lu Yin stretched his body and sat up from the bed. He glanced at the system time and saw that it was already 11:46 in the morning. The chill brought by the heavy snow last night had been completely dispelled by the scorching sun at noon. Crash! Lu Yin opened the door of the safe house, and strong sunlight mixed with hot air hit his face. It took him 3 seconds to adapt before Lu Yin could see everything clearly in front of him facing the sunlight. In the wilderness, the 50-centimeter thick snow had disappeared, having long since melted into ice water under the strong ultraviolet rays and then quickly evaporated. The ground seems to be still a bit muddy, but judging by the situation, it will be completely dried in 2 hours at most. Lu Yin rubbed the wet soil with his foot and made an accurate judgment. It's back to the high temperature of yesterday. Lu Yin agreed with Katalov in the private chat interface to set off in 2 hours and then opened the daily assessment function in the Doomsday Survival system. Yesterday, I formulated the first player rule in the wilderness, which made a lot of noise. I wonder what the evaluation result will be this time. What kind of high-end items will be rewarded? Lu Yin rubbed his hands, full of anticipation. Chapter 161. Of course, it's worth it. The 9th day of Doom. You explored a treasure chest and obtained the most valuable treasure inside. Survival points increased by 30. Your shelter now has surveillance capabilities. Survival points increased by 50. You killed 12 players who attempted to enter the pig-headed man forest, successfully eliminating their potential threat. Survival points increased by 80. You made a powerful new friend. Add 30 survival points. You have established the first player rule in the wilderness, but whether players will strictly abide by it remains to be seen. Survival points increased by 200. You killed a dead creature. Survival points increased by 20. This rating A. Special item reward, Puppet Clown. This survival point statistics, 410. Total survival points, 1,400. The overall score is only A. Lu Yin was a bit surprised. He took another look at the comment about establishing player rules. According to previous estimates, the reward for this should be at least 400 survival points, but now, only half. Maybe the key point lies in whether the players will strictly abide by it. Lu Yin quickly found the problem. It is true that he has formulated player rules, but how many players will actually abide by them at this moment? Liu Yan's influence hadn't yet spread to the entire wilderness. After the release of this rule, players might not continue to attempt to contact the local intelligent creatures in front of him, but out of his sight, players continued to do as they pleased. This may be the reason why the reward points are far lower than psychological expectations. This problem cannot be solved in a short time. Only through continuous development and expansion in the later stage can the influence be made stronger step by step, and the rules formulated by ourselves can reach the point where what we say is what others say. What is this thing? After temporarily stopping to think about the issue of influence, Liu Yin picked up today's special item reward. It was a clown doll that was only 20 centimeters in size. Its craftsmanship was very delicate, and it was very close to the human body. Each of its joints can move like a normal creature. Even the fingers are no exception. Liu Yin couldn't help but marvel at its exquisite craftsmanship. Even in the civilized society of the past, dolls of this precision were extremely rare. Puppet clown. Category: consumables. Number of uses: 3 out of 3. Effect: targets humanoids and humanoids. Take any object from their body, such as hair, blood, or nails, and place it in the clown's mouth. Within 3 minutes, the clown will be completely controlled, acting like the puppet clown. Effective range: 30 meters. Beyond this distance, the control effect is lost. Explanation: if I eat anything from you, even a single hair, you will become my puppet, at my mercy. Control props. Liu Yin looked at the clown doll in astonishment. He felt a little surprised. As an A-rated reward item, the puppet clown was not weaker than the S-level reward of the Rage Badge. In a sense, it was even more powerful. If there were no limit on the number of uses, the puppet clown could almost be called the most precious treasure Liu Yin has obtained so far. The targets are only humanoid or humanoid creatures. Liu Yin carefully read the instructions for using the puppet clown. Although it can only be effective against these 2 types of targets, this is enough. In the wilderness, the creatures that pose the greatest threat to Liu Yin, besides the players, are the intelligent native creatures. Judging from the appearance of the pig-headed man, those intelligent creatures should also have a structure similar to the human body and be able to meet the conditions of humanoid. God is really helping me. This thing may play a crucial role in attacking the pig-headed man forest today. Liu Yan's face was filled with an excited smile. System, I love you to death. The scorching hot ultraviolet rays scorched the earth. After the snow melted last night, it turned into billowing steam rising into the sky under the high temperature, making the entire wilderness like a steamer. But at this time, Liu Yin was so excited that he didn't care about the bad weather at all. He got on his motorcycle, took the equipment he had prepared long ago and Xiao Bailong, and set off in the scorching sun and steaming air. Due to the scorching sun, most of the ground had become dry and hard, so Liu Yin did not encounter any muddy obstacles along the way and arrived outside the pig-headed man forest very smoothly. At the end of the river, he saw that the safe house he had temporarily purchased yesterday at the entrance to the forest had collapsed and turned into ruins. At the edge of the ruins, Liu Yin saw many traces that looked like giant pythons crawling. No, to be precise, there were gullies left by some giant tree roots and vines dragging across the earth. Last night, a large dead tree passed by here and knocked down the safe house. Liu Yin saw this scene and secretly felt lucky that he left here before the snow fell. Judging from the traces left on the ground, the dead tree must have been at least 12 meters in size. Liu Yin looked up at the forest behind the safe house. In a lush forest, an extremely wide passage was squeezed out with extreme violence and barbarity. The trees on both sides were broken and hung limply to the side. In the middle of this passage, there were a large number of torn corpses of wild animals, some of which were spread flat on the ground, and some were hanging on the branches of trees on both sides. It looked as if a terrible disaster had occurred here last night. I wonder if the pig-headed tribe has been affected? Seeing this scene, Liu Yin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The destructive power of large, dead things is extremely shocking, and they are extremely brutal and uncontrollable. If I create such a monster today to attack the pig-headed man forest, the consequences may be very serious once it gets out of control. And, looking at the bloody scene in front of him, Liu Yin couldn't help but ask himself, for one's own benefit, one creates such horrific massacres, causing countless lives to die. Is it really worth it? Liu Yin was silent for a moment, and then smiled. Certainly, it's worth it. Chapter 162, The Wolf of the Wilderness. For Liu Yin, and even most of the players in the entire wilderness, they don't even care about the life and death of others, let alone other species. Survival itself is a life and death struggle. Showing mercy and kindness to other creatures will only make you die faster. 10 minutes later, a group of people appeared at the end of the river in the distance. They were the wilderness hunters. The difference from yesterday was that this time they all went out together, with all 7 members present without exception. This showed how much they valued Liu Yin. After all, those sophisticated weapons had left a deep impression on them. Even the team ranked first on the power list has to show full goodwill and sincerity to Liu Yin because of the special creativity he has demonstrated. Brother Liu Yin, I brought my entire team here. If there are any difficult tasks in this battle plan, just give them to us. Before Katalov even approached, a rough and heroic laugh could be heard. We can't wait to test the power of our special effects weapons in actual combat. Although the Wilderness Hunter team has a total of 7 members, one of them is a doctor and does not need to directly participate in the war, so the 6 sophisticated weapons are evenly distributed among the other 6 members. At this time, Liu Yin saw that those burly men had already held the new weapons in their hands. From the smiles on their faces, it could be seen that they were very satisfied with these sophisticated weapons. Our mission this time is to act as a jackal. We don't need to face those monsters directly. After meeting with Katalov, Liu Yin reiterated his plan. I will use life crystals to create an army of dead creatures and let monsters attack monsters. We just need to follow behind, and if the pig-headed tribe still has the strength to resist, we can jump up and finish them off. Liu Yin glanced around and said, I've already sent my pet to investigate the situation, and there will be results soon. 5 minutes later, the little white dragon flew out of the forest and landed directly on Liu Yan's shoulder. After Liu Yin had a brief conversation with it, a smile appeared on his face. How lucky! The pig-headed tribe was also attacked by the dead last night. Their walls collapsed, and many members were killed. They are at their weakest, making this the perfect time for us to attack. Liu Yin turned to look at the wilderness hunters nearby and said, Let's set off and try to resolve the battle before dark. The road leading into the pig-headed man forest became unusually wide after the giant dead creatures wreaked havoc last night. Under the guidance of the little white dragon, Liu Yin and Katalov and his party slowly approached the pig-headed man tribe. On both sides of this road, flattened by dead things, 1 or 2 wild animal corpses would appear from time to time, covered in blood. Violence. Suddenly, the little white dragon with camouflage ability turned on, which was more than 20 meters away from Liu Yin and others in front, let out a sharp hiss. Liu Yin immediately reacted and realized that this was the little white dragon issuing a warning that it had discovered the enemy. There are enemies, and they are most likely not beasts, but pig-headed men, Liu Yin said softly. As a mutant creature, the little white dragon also has intelligence. Although it is not as intelligent as humans, it can still distinguish the minimum level of threat. Liu Yin, Katalov, and his group are almost the top combination of players in the wilderness. Even if they encounter tigers or wolves, they're able to fight. However, the roar of the little white dragon is full of vigilance and anxiety, which means that the enemy it discovered is far more threatening than a wild beast. After hearing Liu Yan's words, Katalov quickly entered combat state. He snapped his fingers and quickly made several tactical command gestures to his team. Within 2 seconds, the Wilderness Hunters team quickly dispersed and entered the lush woods on both sides of the road. They kept a distance of about 10 meters from each other, which ensured that they could provide support as soon as possible when the team members were attacked, and also ensured that they would not be discovered by the enemy in advance because their targets were too large. Liu Yin noticed that after the Wilderness Hunter team entered combat mode, each of their members seemed to become like a ferocious beast. Whether in terms of demeanor, facial expression, or the feeling they gave, it was as if they had transformed from emotionally rich people into the calmest wolves when entering hunting mode. No, that's not an illusion. Liu Yin narrowed his eyes. He keenly noticed that Katalov's eyes had turned from brown to green at this moment and were emitting a faint light, like a wolf's eyes in the dark night. Found it. Katalov turned and gestured to Liu Yin, pointing to a patch of deep forest about 10 meters away. The target is in that direction. Liu Yin looked in the direction the other person was pointing. He saw that the tall treetops completely blocked out the sunlight. There was only a lush, dark forest. Apart from that, he could not see anything clearly. Could this be the ability of the title Wild Wolf? Liu Yin silently speculated in his heart. There's a special title reward at the top of each ranking list, but so far, the system has not announced the attributes of the 3 special titles. This has made many people very curious, and even Liu Yin is no exception. There was no need for Liu Yin to take action. After determining the enemy's position, Katalov and a team member moved in that direction with great agility. Their strong bodies, which definitely weighed more than 90 kilograms, stepped on the ground quickly without making any sound. 10 seconds later, Liu Yin heard an extremely dull and painful roar, and then he saw the woods in the direction where Katalov disappeared, slowly surging, and 2 big men walked out of it, one holding 2 huge heads in his hands. The threat has been eliminated. Katalov wiped the blood from his face, smiled, revealing his white teeth, and threw the head on the ground. He said, "There were 4 pig-headed men in total. The last one was a little far away from us. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had the chance to scream." 4 pig-headed human heads were thrown on the ground, 2 of which still had excited and ferocious smiles on their heads. It was obvious that they did not notice the approach of Katalov and others at all, and their heads were chopped off with a knife. They're out picking up the carcasses of wild beasts killed by the dead. I wonder if there are any of their companions nearby. We must leave here as soon as possible. Katalov glanced at the long knife in his hand, which was still dripping with blood. The lethality of special effect weapons is really extraordinary. I feel like chopping off those ugly heads is no harder than chopping off a piece of cheese. With the threat gone, Katalov's laughter rang out, and the Revenant team seemed to relax. Liu Yin noticed that at this moment, the cold and beast-like temperament in them disappeared without a trace. Chapter 163, Attack. The Chaotic Pig-Headed Tribe. After this little episode, Liu Yin gained a better understanding of the strength of the Wilderness Hunter team. They didn't stay here for too long. They just took away the weapons from the pig-headed man and continued on their way. The weapons equipped in this corpse-collecting team were a stone axe, a spear, and a flintlock rifle. Liu Yin did not take any spoils of war, and the extremely poorly made firearms made by the pig-headed men did not interest him at all. When using this thing, you have to worry about it exploding at any time. The group went deeper and deeper into the mountains and forests, and apart from the unlucky corpse-collecting team they encountered before, Liu Yin and his group did not encounter any enemies, not even a single wild beast. Half an hour later, they arrived smoothly near the pig-headed man tribe. It was a fortress surrounded by steep mountain walls on 3 sides. Relying on natural barriers, it had only one gap on the east side, and the tall wooden pile walls of the fortress were built in that direction. Although the wall had collapsed in many places at this time, many pig-headed people were already carrying out repair work. I believe that it will not be long before the wall will be repaired. The terrain of this fortress is very clever. It is surrounded by natural barriers on 3 sides, so we only need to allocate a small part of the troops to defend the city gates to achieve the effect of 1 man blocking 1,000. If it weren't for the blue moon tide that came yesterday, I'm afraid our success rate of breaking through this fortress by force would only be 1%. Liu Yin touched his chin and was actually a little grateful for the natural disaster that came last night. Pig-headed people are creatures with strong vitality and strong resistance to poison. They are also well-equipped and numerous. If Liu Yin did not have the life crystal in his hand, he really could not think of how to deal with this group of monsters for a moment. Being surrounded by natural barriers on 3 sides has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that when they are attacked, they don't have to bear the immense pressure and only need to guard against enemies coming from one direction. The disadvantage is that when they can't withstand the enemy's attack, they will be trapped inside the fortress, unable to escape. Katalov smiled. They will be wiped out in one wave. Liu Yin and Katalov looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Soon, they found a high ground a few hundred meters away, from which they could observe the entire picture of the pig-headed man tribe. Then, Liu Yin carefully took out the life crystal that was as big as a watermelon. His movements were very gentle, for fear that he would accidentally drop it to the ground and cause an accident out of control. Split into 50 units. Liu Yin split the 1,000+ units of life crystal into 20 small crystals, each the size of an orange, each 50 units. He then stuffed 2 of them into little white dragon's claws and pointed at the pig-headed man tribe in the distance, saying, "Go." The little white dragon activates its camouflage ability and flies high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived above the city wall, its sharp eyes fixed on the ground below. After locking onto two large objects, it swooped down in an instant and released its claws. The two life crystals were like cannonballs, hitting a watchtower and a catapult squarely. Kata! The pig-headed people who were transporting wooden stakes to the vicinity of the city wall for emergency repairs suddenly heard an extremely dull sound coming from behind them, like the sound of a big tree being uprooted. Immediately afterwards, a terrified and shrill scream rang out over the tribe. The watchtower has resurrected. The blue moon tide is not over yet. Dozens of pig-headed men who were repairing the city wall turned their heads at the same time and saw a despairing scene. In the center of the tribe, the 12-meter-high watchtower was slowly pulling its legs out of the soil. It stood up like a giant, threw the pig-headed man who was standing on the watchtower at the top of the tower into the air, let it fall freely to the ground, and then stepped on it heavily. Puff! The pig-headed man, wearing leather armor, instantly turned into a ball of meat. What was even more despairing was that the large catapult that was dozens of meters away from the city wall also started moving at this time. The two ropes on its body wrapped around the stones next to it like arms. Then, the axles on the body began to rotate autonomously, and the bow arms were tightened instantly. Call out! A stone weighing hundreds of pounds was launched from a catapult and smashed towards the city wall like a meteor. Several pig-headed men who were standing on the wooden scaffolding were unable to dodge and were hit head-on by the huge stone. Without any pause, they were slammed against the city wall in an instant. Blood splattered and slowly flowed along the city wall. The two behemoths were resurrected and immediately began to launch indiscriminate attacks on the creatures around them. Relying on their huge size and weight advantage, they were almost unstoppable. Those pig-headed people who were like small tanks were as fragile as bugs in front of them. The unrest in the tribe quickly attracted the attention of a leader. He moved his bloated body out of the castle and saw the two dead creatures wreaking havoc in the tribe. An expression of extreme shock, uneasiness, and fear suddenly appeared on his face. It looked up at the sky, but didn't see the blue moon. It trembled and said, "The blue moon has disappeared. Why are there new dead things resurrected? Have the rules changed?" The chief could hardly believe his eyes. Based on decades of experience, when the blue moon disappeared, those dead things would also die completely. But now, the sun was shining brightly and the snow was melting. But two monsters jumped out of his camp again. No, not two. A sharp eagle cry was heard in the sky. 3 seconds later, a thick fruit tree and a wooden house were resurrected in the huge pig-headed tribe. The 4 monsters were rampant. The pig-headed warriors who tried to resist them were easily pierced and torn into pieces. A dozen pig-headed warriors used sledgehammers to knock down the watchtower, but in the blink of an eye, its broken body reassembled and stood up unscathed. The leader trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot. He suddenly looked at the trembling young player hiding in the corner. He grabbed the player by the collar and roared angrily. "It's all your fault. This is all your fault, you maggots. Ever since you descended upon this land, even the previous disaster rules have changed. You deserve to die." The young player was being shaken crazily by the leader. He felt like his body was about to fall apart and his spirit was close to collapse. When he saw the hideous pig head that was less than 5 centimeters away from his face, his psychological defenses completely collapsed. I can help you solve this disaster. I can help you kill these monsters," the young player screamed. Lu Yin looked at the chaos in the pig-headed man tribe and once again asked Xiao Bailong to take away 2 life crystals. 10 seconds later, the tall city gate of the pig-headed tribe collapsed, and 2 stone beasts rushed in extremely savagely and violently, making earth-shaking roars. Chapter 164 players who can see the location of the life crystal. After the 2 stone beasts joined the battle, the chaos in the pig-headed tribe escalated again. Since the road rocks were divided into 50 units of life crystals, the dead objects they drove were all at the level of behemoths. The 2 stone beasts were like the heads of heavy trucks, rampaging in the tribe, and nothing could withstand their impact. More than a dozen pig-headed warriors formed a row, holding hardwood shields that were 20 to 30 centimeters thick and surrounded them. However, as the stone beast charged, the wooden shields were broken on the spot, and more than a dozen pig-headed warriors were knocked away 7 or 8 meters, vomiting blood on the spot and suffering serious injuries. This tribe had been severely damaged by the invasion of dead creatures last night. It was obviously difficult for them to fight against the 6 giant dead creatures that appeared at the same time. What's more, every time these pig-headed people took great pains and risked their lives to knock down a monster, within 20 seconds, the monster would stand up again and appear in front of them unscathed. Immortal. This is the most despairing thing. You said, you have a way to kill these monsters. The pig-headed leader grabbed the young player's collar, his voice filled with anger and madness. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? I will pry open your skull and eat you bite by bite. What good would it do me to lie to you? If I can't kill these monsters, I'll die too, the young player screamed, shaking. It's easy to kill them. There's a blue crystal inside their bodies. Just smash their bodies and take out the blue crystal, and we can kill them completely. The pupils of the pig-headed leader constricted. This tribe had been fighting against dead things for countless years before it was born. The experience left by our ancestors is that dead things cannot be killed in one go. Only by breaking their bodies into pieces and reassembling them multiple times can the death process be accelerated. For countless years, the pig-headed man leader has been following the teachings left by his ancestors and has never had any doubts about it. He has been using the lives of his people to consume the vitality of dead things in order to achieve the goal of outlasting the other party. But at this moment, someone told it that the method of killing this monster was actually very simple. You'd better pray that this method works, otherwise. The leader's face was ferocious. He turned around and roared orders to his subordinates. Besiege that watchtower and smash it to pieces. More than a dozen pig-headed warriors carrying sledgehammers, axes, chains, and other weapons quickly surrounded the watchtower. 4 of them ran around the watchtower twice with long chains in their hands, and wrapped the chains around the watchtower's legs made of wooden stakes that had been inserted into the ground as the foundation. Then the pig-headed men dragged the chains in 2 different directions and tightened them in an instant. Snap! Snap! Several pig-headed men immediately gathered around and frantically attacked the legs of the watchtower, like a group of ants besieging a mantis. A rope hung from the watchtower and instantly wrapped around the 2 pig-headed men, throwing them high into the air and crashing into the distant mountain wall like a cannonball. Only 2 shrill screams were heard, followed by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. On the distant mountain wall, 2 scarlet and conspicuous blood flowers bloomed. The tragic death of their companions aroused the rage of the pig-headed people. They smashed the weapons in their hands on the legs of the watchtower without hesitation. Soon, with the sound of wood breaking under the weight, this 12-meter-tall dead thing finally fell heavily under the siege. D. The pig-headed people roared madly, venting all the fear, anxiety, and anger in their hearts into attacks. Under their siege, the watchtower was finally shattered into pieces, becoming wooden debris scattered all over the ground. Search for the blue crystal immediately. The leader shouted to the soldiers, "It's in the dead body." Upon hearing this, the pig-headed warriors immediately began searching. But soon they looked at each other in bewilderment, because the so-called blue crystal was not found in the watchtower at all. Crash! The body of the watchtower trembled again, as if trying to reorganize itself. Upon seeing this, the young player standing next to the leader strode out instantly, ignoring everyone's obstruction, and slid past the crotch of a stone beast. Coming to the remains of the watchtower, he stretched out his hand and dug out the shrunken life crystal from a rotten wooden stake. As he moved, the remains of the watchtower, which was about to move, suddenly stopped, and with a crash, it completely stopped moving. The chief and the pig-headed warrior, standing nearby, widened their eyes upon seeing this. This is the crystal of life, the driving force behind their resurrection. The young player raised the blue crystal in his hand, panting heavily, and said to the surrounding pig-headed people as if to show it off, "If you take it, you can kill this monster." The leader stared at the young player's empty palm. He could not see any trace of any object in the other's hand, and could not even touch it. But the watchtower was really killed, and this strange sight forced it to believe that everything the other party said was true. Even if it can't see anything, the monster's death is the best proof. Master Chief, I feel like this invasion of monsters might not be due to the influence of the blue moon tide. The young player looked at the leader and said in a deep voice, "I discovered that Liu Yan was buying up these crystals. At first, I didn't understand his intentions, but now I understand. He's just trying to create chaos and use it as an opportunity to attack us. That means he's probably watching all this nearby right now." After hearing the young player's words, the leader's brain started spinning rapidly. He made a judgment within 3 seconds and waved his hand to summon 5 warriors to stand guard beside the young player as bodyguards. For the entire pig-headed tribe, the young player is their only hope at this moment. Only he can see the location of those life crystals. As long as he is alive, the pig-headed tribe can resolve this disaster at the lowest cost. Soon, with the participation of the young players, the giant catapult was also killed and completely lost its life. A cheer broke out in the tribe. In the distance, Liu Yin watched this scene with a frown on his face. He saw the young player surrounded by the pig-headed men. The appearance of this guy caused serious, unexpected events in his plan. If he was not killed, those dead things would find it difficult to exert their full strength and would be killed. But the other party is under the strict protection of the pig-headed man. How can we kill him? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yin slowly took out the puppet clown from his inventory. Chapter 165, Puppet Clown. The only way to kill the player under the layers of protection of the pig-headed man is to use the puppet clown. At this time, the player was protected by a meat shield consisting of 5 pig-headed men as big as a hill, leaving no room for attack. Even with a flintlock rifle, he could not shoot the opponent. Moreover, the accuracy of the flintlock rifle is not very high. Once fired, it is likely to expose one's position and cause unnecessary trouble. After much thought, only the puppet clown can kill people silently from a distance. But the problem arises again. The condition for activating the puppet clown is to eat anything on the target, including hair, nails, flesh, and blood, and even dead skin. But how to obtain these things? The other party was closely protected by the pig-headed man. If one wanted to take the risk of taking something from him, it would be as difficult as killing him directly. After a moment of silence, Liu Yin suddenly remembered the corner where the other person had been squatting. Little White Dragon. Liu Yin blew a whistle and pointed to a location in the pig-headed man tribe. Let's go look there. Generally speaking, ordinary people lose hair every day, and the player might have made some subconscious movements last night out of extreme fear, such as scratching his head, sitting slumped, and becoming incontinent. These movements would leave something belonging to this person on the ground. The little white dragon flapped its wings and flew away. Its body quickly became ethereal and merged with the surrounding environment. The pig-headed tribe was in a state of extreme chaos. No one paid attention to anything other than the inanimate objects. Some pig-headed people simply felt a gust of wind blowing past them, but when they turned around, they saw nothing. Liu Yin was very glad that his pet was a camouflage bird of prey with the ability to fly. Although the little white dragon might not be as powerful as tigers, leopards, and other beasts, the role it played today was much greater than that of the beasts. It can be said that up to now, the entire operation to attack the pig-headed tribe has been led by Xiao Bailong, and Liu Yin only provided logistical supplies and plans. During the little white dragon's search phase, cheers erupted again in the pig-headed man tribe. At the cost of 3 pig-headed men's lives, they killed another stone beast. 5 pig-headed guards surrounded the young player and came to the scattered corpse of the stone beast and took out the life crystal that was emitting a bright light. A bright smile appeared on the young player's face. He clenched the life crystal and held it high up, like a commander leading his army to capture a position and cheering for victory. Liu Yin watched all this with an expressionless face. The over 100 life crystals he painstakingly collected last night hadn't even begun to fully function before they were destroyed in just a few minutes. This made him very unhappy. Very unhappy. After killing the 3 dead creatures, the pressure faced by the pig-headed tribe was instantly reduced a lot. Under the command of the leader, the warriors gradually formed a formation. They began to launch an effective counterattack against the dead creatures, and with the help of their familiarity with the terrain, they gradually showed their advantages. The 3 dead creatures were beaten back step by step. "What's your name?" The leader finally smiled as he watched this scene. He turned to look at the young player and asked, "You saved our entire tribe. From today on, I can make you the tribe's high priest. Your status will be second only to mine." The young player's heart was pounding. He was worried about life and death before, but suddenly the situation changed drastically. Not only did he not have to die, but he could also become a powerful figure in the entire pighead tribe. That was completely different treatment from Wang Ji, who was previously controlled as a puppet. He has even begun to look forward to the future. With the player's privileges and the strength of the pig-headed tribe, he could develop his power to an extremely high level in a short period of time. Even stepping on Lu Yin is not a dream. My name is Wang Kai. I'm honored. The young player suppressed his inner ecstasy and spoke softly. Crash! With the sound of branches rubbing against each other and wings flapping. The little white dragon fell from the sky and landed directly on Lu Yan's shoulder, holding a blood-stained cloth and a few hairs in its mouth. Lu Yan took the two things. He was very sure that these things belonged to the young player and not the pig-headed man. Because the pig-headed people were all wearing animal skins and linen clothes, and there were no cloth products in the entire tribe, this piece of cloth should have been left by the player when he was treating his own wounds. And those few hairs are easier to identify. Lu Yin had killed two pig-headed men with his own hands. The hair on this kind of monster was long, hard, and mainly brown like needles, while the hair in his hands was soft and thin, obviously human hair and sweat. I'll make you laugh. Lu Yin looked at the excited young players in the tribe in the distance, and gently stuffed the blood-stained cloth and hair into the mouth of the puppet clown. As a strange music sounded, the puppet clown's mouth moved, and after swallowing both things into its stomach, it began to make singing sounds. You do whatever I do. I'm a strictest clown teacher, and you're my imitator. Come and wiggle your body with me. I'll give you points based on your performance. The puppet clown showed a strange smile on his face. Lu Yin estimated the distance between himself and the other party. He crawled on the ground silently and approached the pig-headed tribe. Finally, he stopped at the foot of the opponent's collapsed wall and curled up his whole body in the lush bushes. Snap! Lu Yin twisted the puppet clown's left arm. Wang Kai was talking excitedly with the leader of the pig-headed people when suddenly his arm twisted out of thin air and was pulled into an incredible state like a twist. In an instant, the sounds of broken bones and bursting flesh rang out at the same time. After being stunned for 3 full seconds, Wang Kai's shrill scream rang out. The severe pain almost made him faint instantly, but even more intense than the pain was the fear of the unknown. He didn't know who attacked him. The pig-headed leader was also stunned. Even under his strict protection, Wang Kai was still seriously injured. He looked around and did not see any enemy at all. Snap! Wang Kai's left leg also twisted. Next is the right leg. Next is the right arm. Within a few seconds, Wang Kai was defeated. He fell to the ground, twitching like a puddle of mud. The smile on his face had completely disappeared, leaving only the most intense fear. He looked at the pig-headed leader and said in a trembling voice, "Save me, save me." But the next second, his voice stopped abruptly. Under the astonished gaze of the pig-headed leader, Wang Kai's head suddenly turned 180 degrees. With the crisp sound of bones breaking, he completely lost his life. Chapter 166, Asking the Ancestral God for Protection. Your imitation is complete. Every move was 100% accurate to Mr. Clown's. My score for you is 100. Detected that the target is dead. Do you want to continue forcing the action to be imitated? At the moment Wang Kai died, the puppet clown also let out a shrill laugh and asked Lu Yin a question. After death, can the imitation effect still be applied to the corpse? Lu Yin had no interest in this kind of whipping the corpse behavior and decisively chose to end the use. The weird smile on the puppet clown's face disappeared, and the column representing its durability in its item description also became 2/3. On the other side, the pig-headed leader, who witnessed Wang Kai die in an extremely horrific way in front of him, felt an indescribable sense of fear surging from the bottom of his heart to his mind at this moment. He let out a terrified howl, retreated repeatedly, and wiped off the blood that Wang Kai had splashed on him with animal skin. Its fear had reached its peak. Under the heavy protection of the pig-headed guards, the enemy was able to kill Wang Kai, so killing himself would not be too difficult. It trembled and looked around, then suddenly roared, "Lu Yin, is that your name? We don't need to fight to the death. I can give you whatever you want. We can cooperate, and we can both win. You can replace Wang Kai and become the high priest of the tribe. No, if you want, we can be equals." The leader's roar echoed through the jungle, his voice filled with despair. After losing Wang Kai, they no longer had the ability to kill these dead things with one blow. It was foreseeable how dire their situation would be. If they wanted to kill a dead thing, they had to use the lives of the pig-headed warriors. The pig-headed leader is indeed a very smart guy. He has a broad vision and foresight. After discovering the special existence of the player, he immediately came up with a series of strategies to use the players to gain benefits for himself. But the problem was that Liu Yin discovered its idea too early, and the location of its tribe was too close to Liu Yan's camp. Its plan to use players to expand its kingdom had just been implemented when it was interrupted by Liu Yin in an extremely violent and decisive manner, and now it has suffered a devastating disaster. Liu Yin hid in the bushes outside the city wall. He listened to the other parties shouting without any emotion in his heart. The conditions offered by the pig-headed leader were not attractive to him at all. He could not trust such a group of violent monsters. Similarly, he did not believe that these monsters would really be willing to become partners with a butcher who destroyed most of their tribe. Besides, Liu Yin really had no use for them. If native intelligent creatures are also divided into levels, then the civilization level of this group of pig-headed people should belong to the lowest level. The help they can provide to Liu Yin is very limited. Their weapons and construction capabilities are much worse than Liu Yan's. Their only advantage is their large size and great strength. However, in the face of thermal weapons, what is this advantage? Their only use may have been to mine saltpeter for road rock. But this effect is not enough for Liu Yin to risk his life to trust them. So, Yusti, Liu Yin quietly retreated along the bushes back to the high ground where Katalov and his group were. He threw the remaining 4 life crystals to the little white dragon in batches. After careful selection, 4 more behemoths were resurrected and rushed into the tribe to kill everyone. Bloody and desperate, the entire pig-headed tribe fell into a scene of destruction. Their houses collapsed and their members died. Under the attack of the 7 huge dead creatures, the pig-headed tribe, which had already suffered heavy losses, finally collapsed. Up to now, there are no more than 30 pig-headed men who can still stand, and less than 15 of them are capable of fighting. They have been completely defeated and have no hope of victory. Bang! Bang! Some pig-headed warriors took out flintlock rifles, but this weapon was fine for hunting wild beasts. When facing huge dead creatures with endless vitality, it was like tickling and could not cause any effective damage. Bang! Another pig-headed man was knocked away, and his body fell heavily on the roof of an ancient building in the distance. The building looks very old, and its overall shape is like a temple. It is out of tune with the surrounding environment and buildings, like a white crane standing out among a flock of chickens. The pig-headed people seem to be very respectful of this temple, and it has been surrounded by tall fences and stone walls for protection. Follow me and retreat to the ancestral temple. The pig-headed leader looked towards the temple in the distance. Finally, as if he had made a difficult decision, he let out a shrill roar. The ancestral temple will protect us and drive away the monsters. The pig-headed leader moved his bloated body and led his subordinates, who were still able to run, to flee towards the temple. The eyes of those brave warriors revealed an even stronger sense of uneasiness and fear than when they faced the dead things. They looked in the direction of the ancestral temple and trembled all over, as if there were things in the ancestral temple that were more terrifying than the dead things. But they dared not disobey the leader's orders and could only follow him and flee towards the ancestral temple. Liu Yin watched the actions of the pig-headed people, and a strange emotion surged in his heart. He looked at the ancient-style temple. This building gave him a very gloomy and creepy feeling, just like the mummified general he had seen in the ruins of the virtual world. There seems to be something evil in there. Kadyrov walked over quietly, pointed at the temple, and said in a low voice, "It gives me a feeling of disgust and filth. Do you want to move back a bit?" While Katalov and Liu Yin were communicating, the pig-headed leader had already led his people to the front of the temple. He twisted his body and knelt down in front of the temple very piously. While he was roaring loudly, "Please protect us, ancestor gods," he took out an iron axe and chopped off the head of a goat that he had dragged from somewhere. The 2 pig-headed warriors threw the goat's corpse, which was still spewing blood, into the temple, and then knelt down on both sides, trembling all over. In the rear, those dead things had killed all the other warriors who tried to stop them, and now they had set their sights on the remaining leader and a dozen other people. They walked slowly towards them with heavy steps, full of murderous intent. Inside the temple, as the goat's corpse was thrown in, the quiet and dark temple soon began to hear the sound of chains dragging across the ground. Then there were the sounds of flesh and bones being torn apart, chewing and swallowing, and a sinister sneer. Chapter 167. The sound of bones and flesh being chewed, accompanied by bursts of sinister sneers, came from the depths of the temple, making all creatures that heard it tremble all over, and the deepest fear in their hearts was aroused. Including the chief, all the pig-headed people knelt down devoutly on both sides of the temple, with their foreheads close to the ground, expressing their humble submission and awe to the dust. Boom, boom, boom. 7 giant dead creatures walked towards the temple with ruthless steps. Their bodies were covered with the blood of the pig-headed men, and the life crystals in their bodies were enough to repair their bodies 6 or 7 times and continue fighting for more than 2 hours. Faced with the approaching group of monsters, the pig-headed leader suppressed his fear and roared again towards the depths of the temple. The tribe is facing extinction. Please, ancestral god, protect us and leave a legacy for the tribe. As the roar was heard, the sound of chewing flesh and bones in the temple disappeared, as if the goat had been completely eaten. The sound of the iron chain dragging on the ground was getting closer and closer to the temple gate. The ancestral god, who ate the goat and was mentioned by the leader, was slowly walking out. Under the strong sunlight, a figure only 2 meters tall appeared inside the temple gate. Luyan narrowed his eyes. Facing the sunlight, he couldn't see the true appearance of the thing for a moment, and could only see a vague outline. It looks like a slender human figure, completely black, with arms of unnatural length, almost close to the ground. It is very similar in appearance to the slender figure in Western ghost stories. Bang! Katalov took out a pair of sunglasses from somewhere, opened them, and handed half to Lu Yin. They each held a black lens to block the sunlight, and looked at the slender ghost again. Fuck, this is a ghost monkey? When Lu Yin saw the true appearance of the thing, he felt his scalp tingling and couldn't help but curse. Wearing sunglasses, Lu Yin finally saw what the ancestral god that walked out of the pig-headed man's ancestral temple looked like. It was a skinny gibbon with a skeleton-like body, covered with lush black hair all over its body. These hairs were full of a mixture of grease and blood. After the precipitation of time, a layer of something like armor had already covered its body. Its claws looked like daggers, long and sharp, up to 30 centimeters long. Lu Yin had no doubt about its lethality. It could definitely rip open a rhinoceros with one claw. What shocked Lu Yin the most was that the gibbon had a bloody mouth on its abdomen, which stretched across its entire waist and was 50 centimeters long. Its sharp fangs were exposed, and there were pieces of meat and bones hanging between its teeth. There was a rusty iron chain wrapped around its neck. It looked very old, and the chain had already cut deep into its flesh. Through the gaps in the chain, one could see the blackened and rotten scars inside. After it appeared, the evil and filthy smell instantly became stronger. Even though it was hundreds of meters away, Lu Yin could still feel goosebumps on his skin. This gibbon, which looked like a monster, gave him a worse feeling than the previous mummy general, making him want to escape. Katalov stared at the object for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh and said in a deep voice, "I know what it is." Chapter 168. This is a level 2 mutant beast, the demonic black ape. Katalov lowered his voice, clearly wary of the creature. But it shouldn't be here. Its main range of activity should be in the demonic mountains, over 1,000 kilometers away. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He looked at Katalov in surprise. The other party took out an album from his arms. On the cover was written in common language, illustrated book of low-level mutated beasts. Katalov licked his fingers, quickly flipped open the atlas, and then handed it to Lu Yin and said, "Look." On a certain page of the opened atlas, there was a clear image of a monster, which was exactly the same as the ape that had just appeared from the pig-headed man's ancestral temple. But the monster in the image was more robust and looked energetic and in its prime. Devil black ape. Type, demon mutant. Level, LV2 mutant beast. Mutation abilities, corrosion, swallowing. Ability introduction, corrosion. Each attack of the demon black ape will cause a spreading corrosion effect on the target. This effect affects living things, water, soil, plants, and stone, but has no effect on iron or alloy products. Swallowing. Due to the characteristics of the demon race, the black ape possesses a strong vitality and lifespan. It can transform flesh and blood into its own genetic activity by devouring them, which it uses to repair injuries and increase vitality. Lu Yin looked at the introduction about the demonic black ape. His eyes fell on the level, LV2, and he whispered, "Are there still levels for mutant beasts?" This atlas has a detailed explanation. Mutated beasts are different from ordinary beasts. They are divided into 7 levels. Katalov stroked his beard, motioned for Lu Yin to turn to the first page of the atlas, and said, "The lowest level, level 1 mutant beast. The game defines it as a monster that can pose a fatal threat to a single creature or player. The next level higher, the level 2 mutant beast, is defined as a monster capable of annihilating a player team or small tribe. Every time a mutant beast levels up, it gains 1 more mutation ability. If it can be upgraded to the highest level 7 mutant beast, I'm afraid it can sweep across the entire wilderness continent, withstand a nuclear bomb attack, and easily destroy an entire civilization." Lu Yin looked at the background introduction of the mutant beast in the atlas. Just as Katalov said, the information recorded in the atlas showed that the birthplace and main activity area of the demon black ape were both in a special area far away from here. It should not appear here. If I'm not mistaken, this demon black ape should have been imprisoned here by the pig-headed man's ancestors. Judging from the pig-headed man's previous fearful attitude and the demon black ape's condition and the chains on its body, the relationship between them is not harmonious. The relationship between the demon black ape and the pig-headed man is not one of protection and protected. It's not even a cooperative relationship. Lu Yin quickly discovered the problem. He stared at the skinny, crazed demon black ape below him. The pig-headed people may be using chains and flesh and blood to force this level 2 mutant beast to work for them. In front of the temple, the demonic black ape dragged the chain out of the gate, its body covered in the goat's blood. It was still stroking its belly, staring blankly at the pig-headed leader, and said with a wide grin, "Hungry, I'm hungry. 1 isn't enough. I'm out of strength. You haven't fed me in a long, long time." Chapter 169. After the black ape walked out of the temple gate, the fear of the pig-headed people became obviously more intense. Their bodies, which were kneeling on the ground, unconsciously moved slightly backwards, as if they wanted to stay away from this monster. "Ancestor God, please kill the monsters that have invaded our tribe. A goat is enough to sustain your energy for 1 battle." The pig-headed leader mustered up the courage to look directly into the black ape's eyes and said in a trembling voice, "After you kill them, I will give you more flesh and blood." Faced with the black ape's demands, the pig-headed leader chose to respond with conditions, which was a form of rejection. This behavior made Lu Yin even more certain that his guess was correct. The pig-headed tribe has been using this method of fixed-rate feeding to keep the black ape in an extremely weak but not dead state, so that it will not break free from its restraints. Only when the tribe encounters a crisis will they give it enough food to sustain a battle. Hearing that his request was rejected, the black ape instantly fell into a state of rage. It roared madly, its eyes turned red, and it showed its fangs at the pig-headed leader, as if it wanted to pounce on him and tear him to pieces. But at the same moment, the rusty chain began to turn red and hot at a speed visible to the naked eye, and instantly burned the black ape's neck like a branding iron, causing the skin and flesh to be torn and blood to flow. "Ah!" The black ape let out a shrill scream. It tried desperately to dig at the iron chain with its sharp claws, but the old chain was extremely strong. Not only did it fail to break free, but it also burned large wounds on its palms. After a moment, the chains returned to their original state, and the black ape stood there gasping for breath. The anger and violence in its eyes had disappeared, replaced by a kind of numbness and despair of resignation. It raised its head and looked at the 7 dead creatures that were running towards the temple, as if it wanted to vent all its pain on them. After a shrill roar, it jumped high and pounced over in an instant. The chain seemed to be endlessly long, extending outwards with the movements of the black ape. Although the black ape is a level 2 mutant beast, its body size is not that big. Not to mention, compared with the dead objects that are more than 10 meters tall, even the pig-headed people are taller and more powerful than it. So when it actively attacks the dead objects, it looks like a mouse charging at a cheetah. The scene looked ridiculous. But the next moment, a 14-meter-tall tree demon was knocked down by it, as if it was hit by a cannonball, and the entire crown and half of its body were shattered. "What the hell?" Lu Yin, who was hiding in a high place, saw this scene and blurted out a Chinese quintessence. Although he had a brief understanding of the combat power of the level 2 mutant beast from the picture album, when it actually appeared in front of him, the visual impact was completely incomparable to the description in words. This is the combat power of a level 2 mutant beast that can wipe out an entire tribe. The tree monster that's more than 10 meters tall doesn't even have the strength to resist. And it's just an old, weak, and sick level 2. Liu Yan's eyes were fanatical. He suddenly turned his head to look at the little white dragon next to him, and his heart couldn't help but pounding. If one day in the future, the little white dragon can successfully upgrade, how terrifying power can it display at its peak? The tree demon that was knocked down trembled and tried to stand up. The black ape rode on it, opened the huge mouth on its abdomen, and bit off a large piece of the tree demon's body in one bite. Its saliva dripped onto the tree demon's body, and soon, the tree demon's body quickly dehydrated and corroded like paper encountering sulfuric acid, turning into a gray and dry state. With the slightest touch, it shattered into tiny particles of dust. Chapter 170. The severe corrosion spread like a rapidly spreading plague across the body of the tree demon. In just a few tens of seconds, its vibrant trunks and branches became dry and rotten. The tree demon's body twitched, trying to shake off the black ape and stand up again. Liu Yan saw that the life crystal in its body was flashing with brilliance, as if it was stimulating energy, trying to repair the body of the tree demon and offset the terrifying corrosive force. But the terrifying thing was that as the black ape stabbed its claws into the body of the tree demon again, the speed of corrosion increased again, and the speed at which the life crystals repaired was far behind the speed at which the body collapsed. On the side of the tree demon's rotting body, Liu Yan saw the orange-sized life crystal, which was melting rapidly and shrinking slowly like an ice cube encountering the sun. Less than 50 units of life crystals were defeated by the demon black ape's mutation ability. AOAO! A stone bear roared and pounced over, and its extremely thick forearm smashed down on the black ape's head like a mountain. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the demonic black ape leaped high into the air. Its movements were extremely agile and active, and it dodged the stone bear's blow skillfully at the last moment. The violent blow landed squarely on the tree demon, whose body had been corroded for most of the time. The tree demon's body was already on the verge of collapse, and the stone bear's attack was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Countless wood chips and dust flew everywhere, and the crystal shining with blue light in the tree monster's body finally shrank to the extreme, turned into a point of crystal light, and disappeared from the world. There were 7 huge dead creatures, and the demon black ape easily killed one of them with one move. It seemed like it took no effort at all. This behavior also proved that what it had said to the pig-headed man before, "I'm hungry and have no strength," was a complete disguise and deception. Although it looked very weak, it still had overwhelming power. The reason it said that was to get the pig-headed man to give it more food, flesh, and blood, so that it could become stronger, win more easily, or achieve other goals. For example, escape from trouble. Although nominally, the pig-headed man worships the demonic black ape as the ancestor god, in reality, the relationship between the two sides is very subtle. The pig-headed man is wary of the other side, while the demonic black ape is also deceiving and calculating the pig-headed man. The balance between them is mainly maintained by that magical iron chain. Once the iron chain breaks, I am afraid that the first thing the devil black ape will kill is this tribe. The demon black ape's corrosion ability is very effective when dealing with these dead things. Although the life crystals can continuously repair the body, once attacked by the black ape, the corrosion effect will be long-lasting and very difficult to eliminate. In the next few minutes, the demonic black ape roamed among the 6 giant monsters like the most ruthless hunter. Its attacks left each dead creature in a negative state of slowly decaying and collapsing. During the battle, the black ape did not suffer too serious a blow due to its physical agility. It was only hit on the back by a stone bear, and it looked like 2 ribs were broken. However, this monster seemed to have long been accustomed to pain. The pain of broken bones did not make it show much reaction, but instead aroused its ferocity. 10 minutes passed. Only 2 of the 6 dead creatures are left. The others have all been killed by the black ape. Chapter 171. At this time, there were only 2 dead objects left on the field, a stone beast and a giant tree. As for the others, they had already died under the powerful corrosive ability of the black ape and turned into piles of dust and debris on the ground. The black ape's corrosive ability is extremely terrifying. After hitting the body of a dead object, it is as difficult to dispel as a maggot on the tarsal bone, and it completely consumes the energy of the life crystal. Seeing this scene, the surviving pig-headed people cheered. The demonic black ape also made a cold, sneering sound of grinding its teeth as it slowly approached the last two dead creatures, wanting to end the war once and for all. At this moment, the demonic black ape seemed to realize some danger. Its body bent at an extremely strange angle and quickly jumped backwards. Almost at the same time, a gunshot rang out, and a steel ball fell directly on the ground where the demon black ape had just stood, making a bullet hole in the ground, and smoke and dust were still slowly floating in the air. Woo! The black ape suddenly raised its head and looked in the direction where the steel ball came from. On a high ground, Liu Yin stood up from the bushes with a flintlock rifle in his hand. He reloaded the ammunition with an expressionless face and strode forward. At this point in the war, Liu Yin could no longer stand aside as a spectator. Otherwise, once the demonic black ape dealt with the last two dead creatures, he would really have no chance. He had to get involved and deal with that troublesome level 2 mutant beast. In another direction, the 7 members of the Wilderness Hunter team had already taken advantage of the jungle to sneak towards the rear of the pig-headed man tribe, preparing to make a feint to the east and attack in the west with Liu Yin, and attack from both sides. Liu Yin looked at the demon black ape. He didn't know whether the fish scale armor on his body could block the opponent's attack. However, judging from the opponent's ability to easily cut through stones, it seemed that those 30-centimeter long claws would not have any difficulty in cutting through the iron sheets outside the fish scale armor. The risk factor is extremely high. Liu Yin used his talent of seeking advantages and avoiding harm, and soon he made an assessment of the threat level of the demon black ape. Threat level, extremely high. Liu Yin took a deep breath. When his shelter was besieged, even the threat level of the warrior team was only upper medium. Now they had large caliber weapons like shotguns. Their strength was much stronger than before, but facing this thing, if they were not careful, their lives would be in danger. He did not let Xiao Bailong look for the black ape's hair or use the puppet clown to kill it, because in the introduction of the Atlas, the race definition of this thing is beast, demon, not humanoid creature. The humanoid creatures recognized in the game system refer to ordinary creatures that are intelligent and civilized, such as pig-headed people, and mutant creatures are obviously not in this category. Seeing Liu Yin walking in this direction, the pig-headed people seemed to realize something. They roared angrily, especially the leader, whose eyes were red as he shouted to the black ape, "Ancestor God, please kill this filthy human. It is because of him that our tribe was invaded." Hearing the leader's order, the black ape slowly bared its fangs towards Liu Yin and made an attacking gesture. Although Liu Yin was also a little frightened when facing this terrifying monster, he did not stop. "I invaded their tribe." Liu Yin raised his hand and pointed at the pig-headed man hiding in front of the temple, then turned to look at the black ape and said, "It's not yours." The black ape was stunned for a moment. "Do you want freedom?" Liu Yin continued loudly and seriously. "I can give you freedom." Chapter 172. As soon as the word freedom came out, the black ape suddenly became like a shark that had smelled blood, its eyes filled with greed and desire. It stared at Liu Yin motionlessly, its throat panting like an old bellows, and slowly uttered a sentence. "Can you cut the chains?" Hearing these words, Liu Yan's heart, which had been tense all the time, finally relaxed. His previous guess was finally confirmed by the devil black ape. It is indeed a captive, vicious dog. For it, freedom is more precious than anything else. Meanwhile, the pig-headed leader's expression suddenly changed. His face was ferocious, his brows and cheeks twitching with anger. He stared at Liu Yin, barely controlling his emotions as he screamed hysterically, "Filthy maggot! Lowly trash! You think you can conquer my tribe? Kill him for me." The pig-headed leader stretched out his fat big hand and pointed at Liu Yin. As it moved, 2 burly pig-headed warriors carrying flintlock rifles and iron axes rushed towards Liu Yin. Just as Liu Yin was about to raise the gun in his hand to fight back, he saw a black shadow passing by at a very fast speed, so fast that the naked eye had no time to react. 2 shrill screams were heard. Liu Yin looked over again and saw that the 2 pig-headed warriors who responded to the call had been ripped open, their limbs twisted, and they were lying on the ground wailing. Their internal organs were spilling all over the floor, and the edges of the wounds were quickly turning black and rotting. The demonic black ape was now standing beside the 2 pig-headed men, with blood still dripping from its sharp claws. Obviously, it was it that stopped the pig-headed man from attacking Lu Yin. Buzz. As if sensing the demonic black ape's attack on the pig-headed man, the rusty chain vibrated again and quickly turned red. This time, the chain's reaction was even more violent than before. Raging flames ignited on the high-temperature chain, and the iron chain wrapped around the black ape's neck continued to shrink into the flesh. The old wound on the black ape's neck was torn, and blood gushed out, falling on the iron chain and quickly evaporating into gas. A burnt smell lingered in the air. The demonic black ape was trembling all over. It was enduring unimaginable pain at this moment, but it did not fall to the ground and wail or kneel down to beg for mercy from the pig-headed leader. Instead, its expression and tone were extremely firm and full of hope as it asked Lu Yin again, Can you cut the chains?" Seeing this scene, even someone as hard-hearted as Lu Yin couldn't help but be moved. This demonic black ape has been imprisoned for who knows how many years. For it, the hope of escaping is enough to allow it to overcome the extreme physical pain. If I say now that I was just talking nonsense, I will probably be torn to pieces, right? Lu Yin muttered to himself. He took a deep breath and looked at the demon black ape with an extremely serious, confident, and sincere gaze. He said word by word, "Yes, I can cut the chains. I can give you freedom. In return, I want you to get out of my way and let me destroy this tribe." Upon hearing this, the demonic black ape let out a very strange laugh, like the cry of a midnight owl or the wailing of wronged souls in hell. After a long while, it stopped, looked at Lu Yin, and said, "If you can set me free, I will send all these filthy, pig-headed people to meet their ancestors without you having to do anything." Chapter 173. Lu Yin was very satisfied with this answer. He showed a very bright smile on his face and looked at the shivering, pig-headed man behind him. "It looks like you're all dead today." Lu Yin's icy voice uttered from his mouth, and along with these words, an icy arrow shot out from behind the temple and landed directly on the head of the pig-headed leader. Puff! The arrow made a dull sound as it pierced into the flesh, and almost at the same time, the leader's scream of severe pain rang out. "Ah!" The leader screamed while holding his bleeding head. The arrow was about 15 centimeters long, and only half of it was exposed. Katalov's figure appeared from behind the temple. He was reloading the ammunition for his crossbow. The arrow just now came from the excellent crossbow in his hand. However, due to the special effect of the crossbow being accuracy instead of penetration, and the distance being a bit far, the lethality was greatly reduced, which resulted in the failure to be a fatal blow. Swish! As Katalov appeared, the members of the Wilderness Hunter team, who were responsible for flanking him, launched an attack on the pig-headed man. For a moment, arrows flew like a heavy rain. Although there were only 2 long-range weapons among the fine weapons Lu Yin gave to the hunter team, Katalov had also collected some bows and arrows before. Although they were just the most common longbows, their lethality was enough to kill ordinary wild beasts. Even when facing creatures with thick skin and huge bodies like pig-headed men, the arrows flying in the sky were enough to pierce their bodies. Boom! The pig-headed man was attacked by surprise and immediately took out his flintlock and began to fight back. The advantage of the flintlock over the bow and arrow lies in its range and power. It can penetrate armored enemies at a longer distance. If it wants to fight against a bow and arrow, it is best to keep a distance of at least 100 meters from the opponent. Otherwise, the advantage of the flintlock will be infinitely reduced, and it may even be crushed by the bow and arrow with a faster firing rate and more flexibility. After Katalov and his group had just gone around them, the distance between them and the pig-headed men was only 20 or 30 meters. At this distance, flintlock rifles and bows and arrows were almost both fatal, and there was no difference in range and power. Because each one had cheated the pig-headed tribe of 3 guns, plus the losses they suffered in the previous fight against the inanimate objects, they now only had 6 guns left. Moreover, the loading process was too complicated and tedious, plus the distance factor, and for a moment, they were at a disadvantage in this long-range weapon confrontation. The remaining 2 dead things seemed to realize that the demon black ape was a difficult character to deal with. So after seeing the black ape stop moving, they did not rush up, but bypassed it and Lu Yan's position and moved towards the pig-headed man and the Wilderness Hunter team. The pig-headed man in front of the temple was instantly caught in a situation where he was attacked from both sides. Puff! A pig-headed warrior was shot in the right eye. The arrow went straight into the brain along the eyeball and killed him instantly. A sharp vine came and wrapped up a pig-headed man, smashing him down heavily. As time went by, fewer and fewer pig-headed people were still standing in front of the temple, and the pig-headed leader fell into despair. Liu Yin took out the materials and made an excellent axe. He aimed at the iron chain that locked the demon black ape and chopped it down with force. When there was a crisp sound of steel colliding, and Liu Yin felt a huge recoil force that almost broke his knuckles. He looked down and saw a tiny crack on the iron chain. However, almost at the same time, the originally calm demon black ape suddenly roared in pain, and a hideous wound appeared on its left shoulder, which looked like it was chopped by an axe. Ancestor God, this human can't help you escape. This chain carries a curse from an evil spirit, and it's already connected to your life. As soon as it breaks, your life will come to an end. The leader covered his bloody wound and screamed madly. It's not too late for you to turn back now. Kill these humans and monsters for us, and we'll still worship you as a deity. Chapter 174. The sudden accident shocked everyone present except the pig-headed leader. Liu Yin's face was gloomy. He held the steel axe tightly, stared into the eyes of the demon black ape, and stopped what he was doing. I had originally thought that if the fine steel axe could successfully cut the chain, today's attack on the pig-headed man forest would be completely over. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the chain and the black ape's life link would appear. Once that chain is locked, it's impossible to break it. The pig-headed leader's face was ferocious, but his voice was filled with soothing and pleading. He looked at the demonic black ape and said in a trembling voice, "Ancestor God, please continue to fight for our tribe. This is your destiny. After this battle, I will provide you with more flesh and blood than ever before, as well as sufficient food and respect." Hearing the words of the pig-headed leader, Liu Yin silently took off the shotgun he had been carrying on his back, adjusted it to a state ready to fire at any time, and aimed the muzzle at the black ape's head. The reason why he didn't use the shotgun to kill the black ape was, on the one hand, because the other party's movements were too fast, and he was not sure if he could hit it with one shot. On the other hand, it was because Liu Yin wanted to try to subdue and gain the trust of a level 2 mutant beast. In the battle, just now, Liu Yin was very satisfied with the fighting power displayed by the demon black ape. If he could get such help, he believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. Liu Yin didn't want to kill this mutant beast unless it was absolutely necessary. But now an accident has occurred. If the demon black ape really chooses to obey the leader's orders again because it is facing death, then Liu Yin will have to attack it. After hearing the leader's words, the demon black ape covered its wound and gasped for a long time. Blood flowed out of its skinny body, making it look extremely miserable. "I've had enough of being imprisoned." After a moment, the black ape spoke incoherently. It looked at the leader and the chain that bound it, its eyes full of hatred and resentment. "I want freedom, even if this freedom comes at the cost of my life." The black ape suddenly roared furiously. Its sharp claws grasped the iron chain, and it handed it to Liu Yin, saying very seriously, "Please help me cut it." Hearing this, the pig-headed leader fell into complete despair. The obsession with freedom and dissatisfaction with the current life have driven the demon black ape completely crazy. Even if he were to die, he would rather die than continue to be a vicious dog bound by iron chains. Liu Yin looked at the demonic black ape that was just around the corner, and he felt a little emotional. The next second, he raised the steel axe in his hand again and brought it down hard on the spot where a crack had been cut before. When the sound of metal clashing was heard, and the crack on the chain widened again. A wound several tens of centimeters long appeared on the black ape's body again, and blood gushed out, so deep that the bone was visible. But this time, the black ape did not make any screams. Its face was ferocious, its teeth were clenched, and it looked extremely painful, but it remained silent, as if it was maintaining its last bit of dignity. On the other side, as Liu Yan's steel axe fell again, Katalov and his group also knew that the demon black ape would not attack again. Their psychological pressure suddenly decreased greatly, and their attacks became more ruthless and accurate. The two dead creatures slowly approached. Katalov shot his last arrow and decisively gave the order to retreat. There were no longer any pig-headed men standing in front of the temple. This dominant tribe that has been entrenched in the mountains for many years has met its end today. Chapter 175. The two huge dead creatures are approaching. In this situation, there is no need for anyone to do anything. the monsters would destroy the entire tribe. The pig-headed men who were shot by arrows either sat slumped or lay prone on the ground. Some of the delicate, small arrows pierced deep into their knees, making it impossible for them to stand up and run. They could only stay where they were, like pigs waiting to be slaughtered. The arrows shot by Katalov and others were not fatal. Those pig-headed men had thick skin and flesh, and they could still survive even if their bodies were pierced by spears, not to mention the few arrows that did not hit vital positions. And Katalov's arrows were not intended to kill them. The arrows were only intended to make the pig-headed men unable to move and slow down their movement speed. In fact, this big man from the Chechen tribe also wanted to kill them directly before, but he discovered a problem during the battle. That is, the only dozen or so remaining pig-headed warriors seemed to be the superior beings in the tribe. Unlike those of their kind who only wore simple animal skins and linen clothes, they also wore steel protective gear on their hearts, throats, and other parts. The power of the bow and arrow is not enough to penetrate the protective gear and kill them. In this situation, the wilderness hunters had no choice but to resort to the second best option and restrict their movements with arrows. This method was very effective. The pig-headed men had given up struggling and looked at the approaching dead creatures with eyes full of despair. Bang! A thick spike emerged from the ground and directly picked up a pig-headed warrior and sent him flying. The sharp tip easily pierced his body. A huge stone beast claw fell down, smashing a pig-headed warrior into pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. This was a massacre. Those huge dead creatures can almost crush all other creatures except for enemies like the black ape, which have flexible bodies and attacks with restraining attributes. In today's wilderness, size is synonymous with power. Dead creatures were rampant, and pig-headed men died one after another. Katalov and others had already hidden far away. In the previous battle, 2 of their members were injured, with blood oozing from their shoulders and arms, but the injuries were not serious. No one knows how the flintlock rifles of the pig-headed tribe were forged. Both their accuracy and power are far inferior to those produced by the Luyan system. In fact, it would be more accurate to say that these 2 members were scratched by the stones, shattered by the steel balls. Try not to mess around with these things in the future. Katalov looked at the 2 dead creatures that were rampaging around the pig-headed man tribe with lingering fear. If an uncontrollable large monster turns against its creator, the consequences will be extremely serious. Because of the existence of the demonic black ape, the destructive power of dead creatures was reduced to a minimum, and their numbers were reduced to 2. But even so, they could still easily wipe out a tribe. If Liu Yan followed his previous idea, and all 10 behemoths were to attack together, they would probably destroy this tribe, and only a few creatures in the entire forest would be left alive. When? The crisp sound of steel chopping rang out continuously. Under Liu Yan's violent swing, the iron chain that bound the demon black ape was only left with a narrow layer of iron sheet as a connection, and it was about to break. The black ape, whose life was connected to the iron chain, was now tortured to the point of being on the verge of death. Its body was covered with hideous wounds, and its eyes gradually became unfocused. Chapter 176. Liu Yan looked at the black ape's condition and knew that if he dropped his axe, the other party would definitely die. In fact, he did not have much sympathy and love for this mutant beast. In this wilderness, the law of the jungle was a very normal thing. Being imprisoned and used as a thug, at best it could only be considered as bad luck. In this wilderness, there are too many cattle, sheep, and small animals that have been eaten by wild beasts until nothing remains. The fate of each of them may be much worse than that of the black ape. Do you have any last words? Liu Yan finally asked, holding the axe. It wasn't because he was particularly kind, but he felt that this demonic black ape, which shouldn't have been here, seemed to have some hidden story behind it. Perhaps there was some hidden mission or something. If he could trigger the conditions, perhaps he could even get some rewards. Hearing these words, the black ape's originally distracted eyes suddenly shone with a ray of hope. It growled in a hoarse voice, "Hometown, I want to go home. After I die, please send my remains back to the Demon Mountains, okay?" Ding! Triggering Devil Black Ape's commission. Quest reward. Demon Tribe favorability increased by 15. No penalty for mission failure. As a pleasant prompt sound rang in Liu Yan's ears, a clear golden font appeared in the void. It's true. Liu Yan raised his eyebrows and said to himself in surprise. He looked at the task in front of him. Read it carefully and soon lost interest. This task is very difficult. First of all, the Demon Mountains are more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. The journey is very long and full of dangers along the way. Most importantly, the Demon Mountains, the name doesn't sound like a good place. It may be a special map with an extremely high risk factor. If I rush in with my current strength, I might not even know how I died. Besides, this reward is not attractive enough. Demon Tribe's favorability increased by 15. Seriously, what the hell is this favorability thing? What's its use? Lu Yin touched his nose, turned his head to look into the black ape's eyes, and refused very honestly. I can't do it. I can't send you back to your hometown. I'll even cut off the last piece of the chain after I kill you. Lu Yin held the steel axe, but did not deliver the final blow to the already broken iron chain. Instead, he took out a spear and pointed it at the black ape's heart. Sorry, before I set you free, I must kill you first. The black ape's eyes were full of confusion. It was difficult for Lu Yin to explain to it the existence of players, and he didn't want to explain it either. No treasure chests will be produced from monsters fighting each other or dying naturally. Rewards will only appear when players kill creatures in the wilderness. Lu Yin didn't know whether the game system would count the kill as his own if he killed the black ape by cutting the chain. He was unwilling to gamble on this probability. After all, the black ape was the highest level mutant beast he had ever seen. The slaughter of the pig-headed man tribe was done entirely by dead objects, so no items dropped. Facing the only remaining boss-level monster, Lu Yin didn't want to miss it. I wiped out the entire pig-headed man tribe right in front of you. This can be considered revenge for you. Lu Yin gripped the spear tightly, slowly thrusting the tip into the black ape's heart, and said gently, "So in return, please don't resist and die quietly." Chapter 177. Lu Yin didn't care whether the black ape could understand his request. After all, the other party was about to die and had no right to express any objections. The spear in his hand slowly pierced the black ape's heart, while he carefully observed the movements of the two dead objects in the distance. Perhaps the restraint displayed by the black ape before was too strong, which resulted in the two remaining dead creatures not daring to rush up and attack, even though they saw that the black ape was already dying. When Lu Yin saw this situation, he couldn't help but have some more guesses in his mind. Although the dead things driven by life crystals are mainly violent and bloodthirsty, and seem to have no thoughts or thinking ability, the two dead things in front of him clearly showed fear. Does this mean that his previous understanding of dead things was wrong? Perhaps it is because the more life crystals there are in dead matter, the richer the states that dead matter can express. Are inanimate objects also divided into different levels based on the number of life crystals they possess? Lu Yin touched his chin and couldn't help but mutter to himself. The lowest level of inanimate objects only possess the ability to move and kill. And at a higher level, one can have a simple instinctive fear and uneasiness about death. At a higher level, perhaps one could possess simple, beast-like wisdom. Lu Yin was thinking while observing the movements of the two dead creatures. As he thrust his spear deeper and deeper into the black ape's chest, the dead creature that had been standing motionless in front of the temple suddenly moved its body, as if trying to move closer in this direction. Really, they have simple instincts. When the black ape was alive, they sensed a huge threat, so they didn't dare to get close. But now, as the black ape's vitality gradually disappeared, they seemed to realize that the threat was slowly weakening. So the violent emotions of destroying everything and slaughtering everything in their hearts once again occupied their bodies, and they prepared to attack Lu Yin, who was closest to them. After realizing this, Lu Yin instantly stabbed the spear in his hand, piercing the black ape's heart. He couldn't wait any longer and had to resolve it as soon as possible. He couldn't drag the dying black ape until the life crystals in the dead object were exhausted, because that would take at least 2 or 3 hours. So a quick decision is the best option. As Lu Yin stabbed down with his spear, the black ape's breath was completely cut off. At the same time, the already broken iron chain made a cracking sound and broke. The black ape, who had been imprisoned for countless years, finally got the freedom he had longed for at the moment of his death. You have killed the LV2 mutant beast, the demonic black ape. As the first person to kill the demon clan, 2 prompt sounds sounded in Lu Yin's ears in succession. He only had time to hear the first sentence clearly. As for the second sentence, he only heard half of it before he saw the dead creature that had been ready to move roar and suddenly pounced on him. Brilliant golden light burst out from the body of the demonic black ape, and a golden treasure chest quietly floated on the black ape's corpse, looking very exquisite and luxurious. Golden treasure chest. Luyan had no time to be ecstatic. He stretched out his hand and put the treasure chest into his pocket. Then he stretched out his long legs and ran out of the tribe for his life. Badge of Fury, activate. As a burst of heat came from his wrist, Lu Yin felt that his running speed soared again. His movements were so fast that the rabbit spirit would shout, "Living ancestor," when seeing him. Chapter 178. A deafening roar was heard behind him, and the ground was shaking violently. Although the two behemoths were more than 10 meters tall, their bloated and huge bodies often came with a flaw of clumsiness. Their running speed could not catch up with Lu Yin, who had activated the Badge of Rage. When they realized that they could no longer catch up with Lu Yin and wanted to turn around to chase Katalov and his group, they turned around and found that the group of Chechen men had already escaped without a trace. Having lost all their targets, the two dead creatures furiously rushed into the forest, venting their rage. They uprooted towering trees and smashed the trembling beasts into pulp. The horrific riot lasted for 2.5 hours before the two dead creatures fell down because the life crystals in their bodies were completely consumed. During this period of time, the two dead creatures exerted the power of the life crystal to the extreme. Not only did they destroy the entire pig-headed tribe, but they also flattened half of the forest as if it had been crushed by a bulldozer. Everywhere you look, there are broken trees and dead animals. Seeing this scene, Luyan couldn't help but sigh. The Blue Moon Tide was indeed the most terrible disaster for the native creatures in the wilderness. The power of the life crystal was too abnormal and too strong. What kind of terrifying player was the technology fanatic who developed this thing? If we could mass-produce such dead creatures, it would probably be possible to let them sweep across the entire wilderness. Although there are creatures like the demonic black ape here, as long as the number of life crystals in the dead body is large enough, the corrosive ability of the black ape will be greatly weakened. Could it be that the technological maniac who created the crystal of life is the king of the wilderness of a certain era? Lu Yin touched his chin, looking at the dilapidated forest in front of him, and couldn't help but speculate about the identity of the player. After this great battle, Lu Yin once again confirmed the powerful combat effectiveness of inanimate objects and the preciousness of life crystals. He did a quick calculation and found that apart from the 1,000 units of life crystals consumed in this war, there was still more than 200 units left in his backpack, enough to create 5 more large dead objects over 10 meters in length, and enough to support another war. But this thing cannot be controlled. If you have a choice, it's best not to use it or use it with caution. Lu Yin looked at the blue crystal in the backpack and thought of the scene of desperately escaping before, and he still felt a lingering fear. In order to avoid being hunted by the dead creatures, he ran all the way. When the effect of the Badge of Rage disappeared, he had to hide in a cave abandoned by a bear, and thus escaped. But finally a threat has been eliminated. This forest belongs to me from now on. Lu Yin looked around, and his voice became gradually excited. Now, the pig-headed man tribe is destroyed, the dead things have fallen, and the black ape has been killed. Except for some surviving wild beasts, there's nothing else in the entire forest that can pose a threat to him. This mountain forest has become his trophy. The saltpeter mines, the resources collected by the pig-headed men in the past, the prey and fruits in the mountains and forests, everything now belongs to Lu Yin. Speaking of spoils, I have one more thing. Lu Yin snapped his fingers. He thought of the system prompt that appeared when he killed the black ape before and the golden treasure chest. The situation was dangerous just now, and he didn't have time to take a closer look. Now the danger has been completely eliminated, and it's time to count the harvest. Chapter 179. A golden treasure chest shining brightly lies quietly in the backpack grid. Compared with it, all other items in the inventory seem to be overshadowed. Do you want to open the gold treasure chest? Facing the system prompt, Lu Yin took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and said calmly, "Turn on. System, congratulations on obtaining the return order, March 3rd. System, congratulations on obtaining 1L of life source. System, congratulations on obtaining the city-level item 10 Directions Annihilation." As brilliant light shone, 3 items appeared in front of Lu Yin. The first one was a golden token inlaid with 3 gems of different colors. Return to city. Type, consumable item. How to use, Actively activated. After consuming one durability point, it can forcibly bring the user back to the safe house regardless of terrain, distance, or scene. Description: even if you go to hell, I can take you home. When Liu Yin saw this item, he immediately thought of the escape tool that Jin Jingxiu had used in the virtual ruins. That thing left a deep impression on him. This tool, which could force one to leave the battlefield regardless of any conditions or obstacles, was definitely a life-saving artifact. If this thing hadn't been there, Jin Jingxiu would probably have turned into a piece of dry bones in the ruins. With this thing, even if I enter a dangerous place, I can escape unscathed. Liu Yin clenched his fists excitedly, carefully put away the return order, and turned to look at the second prop. Source of life. Category: consumables, medicines. Effect: after drinking, it can heal all injuries in the body. The more serious the injury, the higher the dosage. Note: when used in large doses, it can reshape limbs and internal organs. Explanation: you want to die? Have you asked me? This medicine has amazing healing abilities. It can even heal and regenerate missing limbs. The effect can be described as resurrecting the dead, turning flesh into bones. Liu Yan's heart was pounding and his mouth felt dry. This was simply an elixir of immortality. But if it faces a power that can kill instantly, it will lose its effect. After all, it can't really bring people back to life. Liu Yan quickly calmed down. Although the effect of the return order combined with the source of life was very abnormal, it was not enough for him to relax his vigilance and go out and have fun without worry. After all, the prerequisite for using all-powerful props is that Liu Yan must be alive and conscious. Otherwise, if you get a bunch of abnormal props and end up being ambushed by a monster and bitten off your head, then all your luck will be over. He's a little too cautious. No, to be precise, among the first group of players who arrived in the wilderness, those who were not cautious enough had already died in various accidents, and those who survived were all the kind of people who took every step carefully. As for the last item, it is a large hand cannon with a skull symbol marked on the shell, which looks very strange. All 10 directions are destroyed. Category: disposable consumable weapons. How to use: after shooting, all non-lord level creatures within a 5,000 meter range will be killed. Note: the shooting range is 1,000 meters. Explanation: I have a move that, once used, causes all things to annihilate. This move is called Heaven and Earth Live Together. Liu Yan looked at the introduction of this last item in astonishment, his eyebrows twitching wildly. Killing range is 5,000 meters and range is 1,000 meters. Is this the legendary mutual destruction cannon? Chapter 180. Looking at the introduction of the last weapon, Liu Yan felt a toothache. There is no doubt about the lethality of this thing. It is absolutely amazing, but its killing range is too fucked up, right? The killing range is 5,000 meters, and even the user cannot escape this distance. This thing is much more powerful than the Kong Tong Sek's 7-injury fist. But if it is used together with the return order, it may have a miraculous effect. Liu Yan looked at it, and then looked at the return order. He even suspected that the return order in this golden treasure chest was specially created for 10 directions annihilation. It can kill all non-lord level creatures. What is the setting of this lord level? Liu Yan reviewed the introduction of this weapon again, and his eyes were attracted by a few small words. Lord level creature. Owns his own territory, with an area of at least 100 mu and no fewer than 80 subordinates. Possesses strength above that of a level 3 mutant beast. Liu Yan quickly found the introduction to Lord-level creatures on the system introduction interface. Its requirements were very stringent, including territory, strength, and ethnicity. Only creatures that met all 3 requirements would be recognized as qualified by the system and issued the status of Lord. Of course, there are rewards for becoming a Lord. However, among all the creatures Liu Yan had seen in the wilderness so far, none of them could meet this condition. The territory and tribe of the pig-headed leader could barely meet the standard, but its own strength was too weak. Not to mention reaching the power of a level 3 mutant beast. Even if it faced a level 2 demon black ape head-on, it would be torn alive by it in at most 2 encounters. As for Lord-level creatures, I estimate that there is basically no possibility of encountering them in the early stage of the wilderness. This means I may be able to temporarily achieve a small invincible state by carrying this thing in the future. Liu Yan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This attack on the pig-headed man forest was much easier than he had imagined, and the harvest was more abundant than previously expected. A golden treasure chest directly pushed his power to a short-term peak. No, I seem to have overlooked something. Luyan scratched his head. He put away the 3 treasures, opened the previous system prompts, and found the 2 reports when he killed the demon black ape. You killed the level 2 mutant beast, the demonic black ape. As the first player to kill a demon, you have successfully unlocked the achievement Demon's Deadly Enemy. Demon Tribe's Deadly Enemy. All your attacks will cause 1.5 to 2 times the damage to demonic creatures. At the same time, you will be loathed by the demons, and your chance of being attacked by them will increase by 200%. Liu Yin looked at the tip, but didn't take it too seriously, because he had just read Catalov's Monster Encyclopedia. Demon-like creatures were very rare in the wilderness, and most of them were active inside the Demon Mountains and would not leave easily. As long as I don't get involved there easily, it won't have much impact. Next, it's time for the highlight of this trip, my saltpeter mine. Liu Yin opened his resource atlas and found the coordinates of the saltpeter mine in the pig's nest on one of the pages. About half an hour later, Liu Yin appeared at the foot of a low mountain 4 or 5 kilometers away from the pig-headed man tribe. He looked up at the mountain and saw large traces of chiseling and mining on the mountain. In some mountain soil, there were a lot of gray-white ores with a crystal-like texture. Chapter 181. Liu Yin looked up and estimated that this small mountain was about 50 meters high and covered an area of about 3 square kilometers. According to the grade of the mine, it could only be regarded as a microvein. But Liu Yin took out a shovel and dug a few holes in the mountain. Soon, he dug out several pieces of grayish-white saltpeter or from the pits. Sodium saltpeter. Weight, 5.22 kilograms. Sodium nitrate content, 19%. Grade high. Liu Yin picked up a piece of saltpeter ore, and neat data appeared in front of him. Generally speaking, natural saltpeter is divided into sodium saltpeter and potassium ore. The chemical properties of sodium saltpeter are more stable and will not decompose or explode easily. Both can be used to make materials for gunpowder. So for Liu Yin now, discovering that this mine is a sodium saltpeter mine is undoubtedly a good thing. Moreover, the sodium nitrate content inside the ore is very high. Take the ore in hand as an example. It can extract at least 1 kilogram of pure saltpeter, which is close to 1/5 of the content, which is already very scary. The distribution of minerals in this low mountain is very dense. 3 or 4 pieces of saltpeter can be dug out from almost every cubic meter of land. The high output far exceeded Liu Yan's expectations, although it can only be regarded as a micro mine in terms of area. If we consider the final output, its output may be higher than that of some small and medium-sized mines. At the foot of this mine, there are several simple huts, which used to be temporary resting places for the pig-headed people when they mined ore. There is a relatively flat transportation channel leading out from this low mountain. The road is 10 meters wide, and the ground is very hard, comparable to granite. I don't know how many times it was crushed by carts full of ore, and how many times it was reinforced by the pig-headed tribe to reach its current level. A mine like this is enough to completely change my life. But if I want to mine it completely, it will probably take me forever. I need to find more people to help. Liu Yin touched his chin, and a bold idea came to his mind. If I wait until the second batch of players arrives, can I use my current advantages to recruit a group of people and become a black-hearted foreman? I can use violence, food, and other means to control the large number of players who arrive in the second wave. I can provide them with a relatively safe living environment, protecting them from the dangers of the wilderness, but they will require high working hours in return. Liu Yin was silently calculating in his mind. This is one of the advantages of being one of the first players. Although pioneers entering the wilderness for the first time will face more dangers and many people may die, less than 10 days have passed since the first day of entering the wilderness, and the number of the first batch of players has dropped from 12,000 at the beginning to less than 1,000 now, with a mortality rate of over 90%. It can even be described as only 1 in 10 survives. But the first batch of players who survived such a tragic death rate also obtained a large amount of resources in the wilderness, established their own forces, and their own strength has been greatly improved. In this case, the players who come later will not be able to compete with the first group of players in a short period of time, and will definitely be affected and controlled by the first group of players. This is the privilege that the first batch of players have earned with their lives and blood. Chapter 182. Looking at this mountain of saltpeter, Liu Yin felt that all his previous efforts had not been in vain. This substance could not only be used to make gunpowder, but also to make ice and salt. It has a wide range of uses. A moment later, Liu Yin sent his current location to Katalov and invited him to come over and share the spoils. Although before the war, Katalov had said that they did not want anything from this attack on the pig-headed people's forest, but just wanted to repay Liu Yin for giving them the advanced weapons. But even though they said no, Liu Yin had no choice but to give it to them, because this involves an interpersonal communication issue. The Wilderness Hunter team also made great contributions in this war. Without them, it would have been difficult for Liu Yin to face the black ape, 2 dead creatures, and a dozen pig-headed men alone. If the two parties were only in an employment relationship, then according to the previous agreement, Liu Yin could accept everything without any psychological pressure. But the problem is that Liu Yin doesn't just want to cooperate with the Wilderness Hunter team this time. He wants to establish a long-term partnership, or even a close friendship with them. If this is the case, the relationship between the two parties cannot be treated as a very strict treaty, because a treaty relationship is too cold and not suitable for the in-depth development of friendship. Liu Yin gained a lot of benefits by conquering the pig-headed man forest. Although he could monopolize these benefits, and Kadyrov would not say much, if Liu Yin was willing to give him some more beyond the agreement, wouldn't it make the other party feel very surprised and think that Liu Yin was a very generous and capable person? Even if Kadyrov didn't want anything in the end, as long as Liu Yin showed such an attitude, it would be enough to make him remember it very clearly and increase his favorability towards Liu Yin a lot. The spirit of treaties is indeed worthy of praise in the business world, but in the wilderness without laws, the feelings and recognition between friends are more powerful bonds of cooperation. Because as long as there is power, treaties can be violated and torn up at will in the wilderness. But as long as both parties establish a deep friendship, that is a close relationship that ignores the gap in power and class. People who are too stingy and selfish will never achieve much. Looking at the famous kings, princes, generals, and ministers who have left their names in history, they were all generous when treating those who were valuable. Cao Cao gave Guan Yu the red hair, a brocade robe, and a beautiful woman, and finally won the other party's gratitude, which saved his life on Huarong Road. Yin Zhongzi, as a general and prime minister, did not hesitate to lower his status to visit Nie Zheng, a butcher. He asked for a meeting many times and presented him with gold, silver, wine, and food, and congratulated Nie Zheng's mother on her birthday. In the end, Nie Zheng repaid his hatred with his own death. He killed Yin Zhongzi's enemy with a sword, peeled off his own skin, dug out his eyes and intestines, just to avoid being recognized by others and implicating Yin Zhongzi. There are countless examples like this in the history of China and abroad, both ancient and modern. If I were to describe it simply in one sentence, it would be to put yourself in someone else's shoes. Only if you're kind to your friends will they treat you sincerely. If the relationship is just a cold execution of the treaty, then the relationship between the two parties can only be maintained at cooperation. Cooperation is usually for the sake of interests. During the cooperation process, if you encounter problems and are unable to provide benefits to the other party will immediately and ruthlessly abandon you. Chapter 183. Not long after, Kadyrov and his group arrived. These Chechen men were almost all from military backgrounds and had knowledge in various fields. They recognized the minerals in the low mountain in front of them at a glance. It's actually saltpeter, and the storage amount is so huge. A big man with brown beard stared with astonishment. His voice was full of excitement, and he could hardly speak clearly. As a retired soldier, he knew very well how powerful saltpeter was. When the West first entered the age of firearms, the plate armor they once prided themselves on could be easily pierced by guns. Their towering castles also became vulnerable to artillery fire. It could be said that the emergence of gunpowder brought an end to the era of chivalry in the West. After countless years of improvement, the West developed granular black powder, which was far more powerful than the original gunpowder powder. From that time on, the West entered an era of peak military power. At that time, the Qing dynasty did not attach much importance to the research and development of gunpowder. So when Westerners later opened the door to the Qing dynasty with strong ships, powerful cannons, and incredibly powerful muskets, the Qing dynasty had no room for resistance at all. It could be said that in the course of human history, the emergence of gunpowder is of great significance. It represents the transition of people's wars from the era of cold weapons to the era of hot weapons. As the focus of all this, the production technology and raw materials of gunpowder are extremely important. In the past, due to the inherent shortage of minerals in the West, people could only turn their attention to every corner of the people, such as stables, public toilets, pig pens, and in short, any place with a strong smell would produce saltpeter. In order to obtain sufficient raw materials, some kings even monopolized the toilets in their territories, asked the church to call on believers to urinate more, and even began to collect bird droppings from some deserted islands. At that time, countries often fought over guano. The reason why these countries attach so much importance to saltpeter is because it is the most widely used and most important material in gunpowder. If it is used as gunpowder for bullet propellants, the amount of saltpeter in its material ratio needs to reach 75%. The terrifying effect of gunpowder, coupled with the terrifying amount of saltpeter used in the material mix, determines the preciousness of this material. At this time in the wilderness, when most players were still using cold weapons such as bows, crossbows, and swords, if anyone could be the first to master the material of saltpeter, it would mean that he would become the first person to fully enter the era of hot weapons in the future. In other words, relying on gunpowder, he might become the first man in the wilderness. Advantage itself is like a snowball, which gradually expands when it has a little priority and eventually reaches the point of completely crushing others. At this time, Liu Yin already had the advantage of manufacturing level 2 weapons. If he was equipped with enough gunpowder, it was very likely that from now on, no one in the wilderness would be able to compete with him. Thinking of this, several members of the Wilderness Hunter team looked at Liu Yin, and the emotions in their eyes seemed a little complicated. "Do you see the saltpeter mine?" Liu Yin smiled and pointed at the hill in front of him and asked Katalov, "This is the most important reason why I attacked the pig-headed tribe." Katalov was also shocked. He knew very well that once Liu Yin took away the saltpeter, his future development would definitely surpass his own quickly. Perhaps it won't be long before the gap between you and the other person will become bigger and bigger, and this feeling will make people feel very uncomfortable. However, if there's 7 of us on my side now, if we brazenly turn against each other, Liu Yin probably won't be a match for us. Katalov had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and his expression was sometimes fierce and sometimes calm. Congratulations. Katalov waged a fierce internal struggle. In the end, reason and the life creed he had always believed in triumphed over greedy desires. He patted Liu Yin on the shoulder and said, "With this, your progress in the wilderness should be rapid. You will soon stand at the top of the wilderness." Liu Yin took a deep breath and corrected seriously, "No, it's not me. It's us." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Katalov asked in confusion, "What did you say?" "I will share this saltpeter mine with you. If there is a chance to stand on the top of the wilderness in the future, I hope that not only I will stand there, but also my friends." Liu Yin looked at Katalov and said word by word. Chapter 184. If there is a chance in the future, I hope to stand on the top of the wilderness with you. After Liu Yin said this, the expressions of the entire Wilderness Hunter team, including Katalov, were all shocked and dumbfounded. After a full 10 seconds, Katarov asked in a trembling, hoarse voice, "What did you say? You want to share this mine with me? Isn't what I said clear enough?" Liu Yin smiled and asked, "Or do you not want it?" No, of course I want it. No, I just feel that this is not part of our agreement." Kadirov's face flushed red, his expression filled with joy, but also a bit of embarrassment, almost flattered. He waved his hands repeatedly, arguing, "If it's because of our participation in this war, then you don't need to pay us at all. You've already paid in advance." Katalov was also eager for saltpeter, but at this moment, he ignored the glances of the team members behind him that suggested he agree and refused decisively. "I won't accept any additional compensation." After retiring from the army, he worked as a mercenary for a while. In their line of work, reputation is often the most important thing. It is not in line with his philosophy to ruin his reputation for a little benefit. "This isn't a reward, it's a gift," Liu Yin said seriously. "It's a gift between friends, like a greeting card or a piece of cake." "A gift? But this is too expensive." Katalov's cheeks twitched unconsciously. He had seen many generous customers before, but none of them were as generous as Liu Yin. This made him feel a little unreal for a moment. "I have a question." At this moment, the brown-bearded man who had been silent all this time suddenly stood up, staring intently at Liu Yin. He asked in a deep voice, Are you saying this because you're afraid we might suddenly turn against you and fight for resources, and you're worried you can't defeat us, so you're using this method to keep us in check? Hearing the question from the brown-bearded man, several members of the wilderness team showed serious expressions. Even Kadyrov opened his mouth, and after a moment of silence, he said to Liu Yin, "If that's the case, brother Liu Yin, you don't have to do this, because I am a person who absolutely keeps my promises and will not draw a knife against a friend for the sake of profit. You think I'm afraid of you?" Liu Yin laughed. He casually pulled out his shotgun, called Little White Dragon to his side, and once again produced the wolf god horn. If a war really breaks out, you might temporarily have the upper hand, but in just 15 minutes, the wolves will arrive and gnaw you to pieces. Honestly, I'm not afraid of going to war with any force in the wilderness right now. When Katalov saw the information about the wolf god's horn, he realized that Liu Yin was not lying. A group of huge wolves was indeed not something they could resist at the moment. Since it wasn't fear, there was only one explanation for Liu Yin's behavior. He really regarded the Wilderness Hunter team as his friends. Even if it's a gift given out of friendship, it's too expensive. Kadyrov hesitated for a moment and sighed. I also want to use this gift to announce something to the entire wilderness. Liu Yin took a deep breath and said slowly, "Be my enemy and you will die. Being my friend brings you all the benefits." Chapter 185. If you want to truly survive in the wilderness for a long time, establish your own power and stand firm. It is definitely not something that can be done by one person alone. Human beings are inherently social animals. And no matter how strong Liu Yin is, it is impossible for him to be proficient in everything in every field. So it is very important to develop some friends. Just like in the society of the past, whether in the workplace or in official circles, if you want to stand firm, you must make sure that your network of relationships connects many people, making yourself like a towering tree, and those networks of relationships are the tangled roots of the tree. In this case, whoever wants to overthrow me needs to clean up this huge network of relationships first. Liu Yan's idea at this time was to rely on his current advantages to win over and establish a group of loyal partners of his own. In the early stage, he would build relationships through friendship. Later, when various forces emerged in the wilderness, the rules were on track, and the country developed to a similar tribal era. He could make his position in this network irreplaceable and unbreakable through resource cooperation and mutual transfer of benefits. As long as you build a large enough network of relationships and your position in this network is important enough, many problems will be solved in the future. He no longer had to worry about Liu Yan's safety, because those friends who have received his favors and are still benefiting from him will eliminate all threats in the cradle for him. Because once he dies, this network of relationships will collapse instantly, and many forces will be greatly affected. And any resources Liu Yin needs in the future can be easily obtained through this network of relationships. Of course, if you want to build this network of relationships, you need a lot of investment in the early stages. In many fields, some people clearly have the opportunity to build this network of relationships, but because they lack the courage, their ultimate achievements can only stop at a low shrub, and they can never grow into a big tree. Liu Yin was very clear about the principle of giving and taking, and the Wilderness Hunter team in front of him was the first participant he had prepared for his network of relationships. These Chechen men are brave, united, and keep their promises. Making friends with such people is worth paying a high price. I see. You're very ambitious. Kadyrov laughed and sighed after hearing Liu Yan's words. At this point, it would be a bit unkind for him to refuse. So he nodded and said, "In that case, I'll accept this great gift. From today on, brother Liu Yan, I swear in the name of my family that you will be the Wilderness Hunter team's closest friend. If you're in danger, just send me a signal. No matter where I am or what I'm doing, I will immediately drop everything and come to you as quickly as possible to fight alongside you." Katalov's expression was serious and earnest, his right fist clenched on his chest, as if he was taking an oath. Behind him, 6 members of the Wilderness Hunter team performed similar movements, seemingly performing some kind of ritual. Liu Yin smiled, and he smiled very happily. Today should be the happiest day for him since he entered the wilderness, because from today on, he is no longer alone in the wilderness. His network is slowly taking shape. Chapter 186. After Liu Yin and Katalov reached a consensus, the two sides divided the resources in the pig-headed man forest. Although Liu Yin said that he wanted to split the saltpeter mine equally with the wilderness hunter team, Katalov refused to accept this ratio. After some discussion, the two sides finally decided on a 7:3 split, with Liu Yin taking the majority and Katalov taking the smaller share. The pig-headed tribe had been ravaged by dead creatures and had already been destroyed into a mess. However, after investigation, everyone found that most of the destroyed items were buildings and heavy equipment, and a considerable amount of resources, such as dried food, collected ores, and various daily tools. These things were buried under the ruins of the collapsed houses. Only a small part of them was seriously damaged, and the others were in intact condition. Liu Yin accepted all of these things without any hesitation. I plan to rebuild a shelter on the remains of the pig-headed man tribe. Liu Yin looked at the jungle in front of him and said softly, "The resources in this forest are so abundant. If we want to mine in the future, we must choose a camp nearby." In fact, from the first time Liu Yin entered the forest, he was amazed by the rich resources and excellent living environment here. Compared to the wilderness where his refuge was located, this forest was undoubtedly a paradise. There were enough wild animals, fruit trees, herbs, and rich minerals here. Moreover, after Liu Yan's search, he also found a gurgling river in the northwest of the pig-headed man tribe. You know how important a river is in a wilderness with such a chaotic and changeable climate? Perhaps all the wild animals in the entire forest would go there to drink water, and the river would be a natural hunting ground. As long as it was there, Liu Yan would not have to worry about the shortage of meat. Food, water, minerals, these elements of survival combined have made Liu Yan extremely excited. Besides, the pig-headed tribe has lived here for many years. They have helped Liu Yan open up many roads and have chosen a relatively safe location for the tribe. Liu Yan only needs to rebuild on their basis and can achieve twice the result with half the effort without having to spend too much effort. The only downside to building a refuge in this forest is that when the blue moon tide arrives, the abundant resources in the forest might cause even greater chaos than when we built the refuge in Liu Yan before. But regarding this point, Liu Yan does not think it is an unsolvable problem. The main purpose of him building a shelter here was to prepare for the mining of saltpeter. Once the ores were mined and the powerful black powder was produced, in the face of this kind of hot weapon, dead objects over 15 meters in size would be nothing more than larger targets. In addition, players can see the advantages of life crystals. If Liu Yan wants to deal with the blue moon tide, it will be much easier than dealing with the pig-headed people tribe. Compared with the advantages of building a shelter in this forest, this problem can be completely ignored. As for the underground shelter he had built before, Liu Yan had no intention of giving up. At least until the new shelter is built and its overall strength completely surpasses the old shelter, it will still be Liu Yan's base camp. It would be great if we could just move the old shelter here. Liu Yan looked at the messy, pig-headed man forest and whispered, stroking his chin, but it seems the shelter option doesn't have this function. Chapter 187. Liu Yan opened the shelter option, but did not find any related functions such as transfer or relocate among the many pieces of information. It was just like the system prompt when he first entered the wilderness. Please choose the location of the safe house carefully. Once placed, the safe house cannot be moved. Liu Yan certainly has deep feelings for his underground safe house. After all, it has helped him resist many enemy attacks, and to this day, it is still ranked first on the shelter rankings. But the problem was that the location he had chosen was too bad. Apart from a small patch of bushes near his safe house, there was only endless yellow earth. It was very desolate and there was no shelter at all. In this situation, it is a huge problem whether you want to get food, minerals, or reclaim wasteland for planting. But it's different in the mountains and forests. After countless years of construction by the pig-headed tribe, this place has become the most suitable habitat for long-term residents. In comparison, Liu Yan naturally prefers to build his own base here. Throughout history, people who wanted to accomplish great things naturally had to make choices. His previous underground safe house was indeed very good and took a lot of effort to build. But if he wanted to develop at a faster pace in the future, its location would seriously hinder him. Although there is nothing here for the time being, as long as Liu Yan starts to work hard, it won't take long to build a new shelter with comprehensive data that surpasses all others. The ruins of the pig-headed man tribe are almost clear. We've taken down everything we can, like the ropes and nails from the catapults. Katalov walked over from a distance, stood in front of Liu Yan, and pointed at the nearly cleared ruins of the tribe. The rest of the construction work is up to you. In this wilderness, Although the players are at an inherent disadvantage in strength compared to those ferocious mutant beasts and native creatures, they also have some advantages that the native creatures do not have. For example, players can see the crystals of life. The blue moon tide, which is considered a natural disaster by native creatures, is clearly known to players as a scientific research accident created by humans, and the threat of dead creatures can be resolved relatively easily. For example, players have a system inventory, which allows them to easily store heavy items in the inventory and transfer them to other places, thus simply and crudely omitting the transportation process. The mess in the pig-headed man tribe was quickly cleaned up by Catalov and others using this method, and it was basically cleared up in just 2 or 3 hours. I have several damaged shelter cores here, both above and below ground. The most severely damaged are no more than 17. They can be put into use after a little repair. Catalov took out a few spheres that shone with a mechanical luster from his inventory and handed them to Liu Yin. "You can use them." Liu Yin didn't hesitate and took it. For him, it was very easy to repair some damaged safe houses. After a simple count, Liu Yin now has nearly 20 safe house cores in his hands. If all of them are placed here, they can form the prototype of a small tribe. He opened the resource atlas and found the interface of the saltpeter mine and discovered that there had been changes in the column of pig nest forest to which it belonged. Rona Forest. Owner, Liu Yin. In the future, I want to build a magnificent city here. Liu Yin looked at the mountains and forests that belonged to him, opened his arms, and shouted loudly. This will be my first step in conquering the wilderness. Chapter 188. This thing may be useful to you. When Liu Yin was looking forward to the future with surging emotions, the brown-bearded man came over dragging a bloody thing. With the sound of chains colliding, Liu Yin saw clearly that the thing was actually the corpse of the demon black ape he had killed before. After Liu Yin killed it, the dead creature went out of control. He and the wilderness hunter team fled the place in a hurry and had no time to care about other things. The corpse of the demonic black ape had been severely deformed by being trampled by dead creatures. This was because the level 2 mutant beast had relatively high body strength. If it were any other beast, even a huge bear, it would have been trampled into the most minced mud in front of a dead creature that was more than 10 meters tall. Liu Yin didn't expect that the black ape's body could be preserved so intact. He had always thought that the enraged dead creature would tear it into pieces. This is a good thing. Liu Yin was a little surprised, and his heart was beating uncontrollably. According to the system settings, the way to upgrade mutant beasts is to devour the flesh and blood of their own kind. The corpse of this level 2 mutant beast in front of him definitely contains enormous power that is enough to transform the little white dragon. If he could swallow and absorb it all, the little white dragon would completely get rid of the title of scout and become a real aerial thug. Although this pile of twisted and rotten flesh doesn't look good visually and makes people feel extremely nauseous, it is actually a genuine tonic, and its effect is definitely much better than any 1,000-year-old ginseng or 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Liu Yin took out a knife and quickly cut off a finger-sized piece of flesh from the black ape's body, then waved to the little white dragon. As the strong wind blew in his face, the little white dragon landed on Liu Yin's arm and swallowed the bloody piece of meat into his stomach in one bite. Liu Yin opened its information interface and observed the changes in Xiaobelong's data very carefully. Soon, as the piece of meat went into its stomach, the little white dragon's body began to heat up. It began to hiss and flap its wings angrily, and in Liu Yin's eyes, its information data began to soar rapidly. Strength quickly increased from 3 to 5. The speed soared directly from 15 to 20. Attack power. About 30 seconds later, Xiaobelong's data stabilized. After a rough calculation, its overall strength was improved by about 1/3. Its fur looks smoother and softer, as if it were coated with oil, and its feathers become very hard. Those soft feathers become like small steel nails, which can pierce the palm of a human with a little force. And this is just the power of a small piece of flesh and blood. Seeing this scene, Liu Yin became excited. He cut off another piece of flesh and handed it to Xiao Bailong. At the same time, he threw a piece into his mouth and swallowed it while suppressing the pungent smell of blood. Soon, he felt his stomach begin to heat up as if he had drunk a glass of strong liquor. Then, the burning sensation began to spread from his stomach to his entire body. He felt that his blood was boiling and rushing like a river. Suddenly, Liu Yan's face changed, as if he had been punched in the abdomen. His face instantly twisted, and he bent his body and vomited violently. He vomited violently until he had vomited out everything in his stomach. The human body can't accept the flesh and blood of a level 2 mutant beast. Lu Yin gasped, staring at the scarlet flesh and blood in the vomit with lingering fear, an expression of disbelief. Chapter 189. Lu Yin's strange behavior attracted the attention of others. Even he himself did not expect that a small piece of meat would cause such a violent reaction. Just now, after he swallowed the piece of meat, in the first 3 seconds, he felt his strength growing stronger, but soon the piece of flesh and blood began to burn wildly in his stomach like red-hot charcoal, as if it was going to burn through his belly. Severe pain and intense nausea surged up, making Lu Yin completely unable to control his stomach and vomited everything out. At this time, Lu Yin opened his personal information interface again and found that his various data had not improved at all. It was as if the flesh and blood of the demon black ape had a strong conflict with his body, and he was unable to digest and absorb the power in the flesh and blood. What's going on? Lu Yin frowned. He couldn't understand why this happened. It's not like he hadn't eaten the flesh and blood of mutant beasts before. That mutant lynx had been his meal before, and nothing unusual happened after he ate it. Brother Lu Yin, you dare to eat raw meat. You must be a tough guy. Haha, it's just that your physical fitness is not up to standard. The brown-bearded man laughed. He took out a dagger and seemed to demonstrate the process of eating raw meat to Lu Yin. Raw meat is too bloody. If it's your first time, you can add some pepper and salt. As the brown-bearded man spoke, he cut off a small piece of the still steaming heart, sprinkled some pepper on it, put it into his mouth, chewed it briefly, and swallowed it. Soon, his face turned ashen, his beard trembled, and he felt his knees under a tree with a thud, vomiting violently. Lu Yin looked at this scene and thought to himself that he was now basically certain that it was not due to his physical condition. The flesh and blood of the devil black ape seems to have a strong rejection reaction to humans. Lu Yin touched his chin, took out his notebook, and wrote some words very seriously. The player's body cannot accept the flesh and blood of the level 2 demonic black ape and will cause severe vomiting after consumption. Possible reasons for this result. 1. The mutant beast is a demon, possibly because this species is inherently unsuitable for human consumption. 2. This mutant beast is too high level, and the consumer's physique is too low. Its flesh and blood contain power that the current player cannot digest. The notebook in Lu Yin's hand records many precautions and exploration experiences since he entered the wilderness. It could be named Wilderness Survival Guide. At this time, there are 4 or 5 full pages, all of which are extremely valuable information. As for the issue of eating the flesh and blood of the demon black ape, Lu Yin was unable to come to a correct conclusion for the time being. This was the only demon creature he had encountered so far, so he had no way of verifying it. Lu Yin was more inclined to the second guess. The level of the demon black ape was too high, and he had not yet digested the physique of absorbing its flesh and blood. As for why the little white dragon was able to swallow it and become stronger, it might be because the physiques of beasts and humans were inherently different. More often than not, wild animals have stronger adaptability to illusions, digestive abilities, self-healing abilities, and antiviral abilities than humans. Wild animals will not get sick if they eat carrion or viruses, but humans may suffer from vomiting and diarrhea, or even endanger their lives, if they eat even a little overnight food. Although Lu Yin now looks stronger than the wild beasts, in terms of certain racial advantages, he is not as good as the little white dragon who is an eagle. Chapter 190. A moment later, Lu Yin roasted some meat over fire and tried again. The result was the same as the first time. Whether it was raw meat or cooked meat, it caused a violent reaction after entering the stomach. This result forced Lu Yin to give up his desire for the black ape's flesh and blood. Although the level 2 mutant beast contained the power to rapidly enhance the strength of living things, he was unable to enjoy it now. Meanwhile, the little white dragon, having devoured more than a dozen pieces of flesh and blood weighing approximately 2 kilograms, seemed to have reached its limit. It began to roar furiously, its feathers bursting, and it spread its wings as it soared into the sky, circling endlessly. It was like a man who had taken too many supplements, venting the excessive medicinal properties in his body through frantic running. It seems that even a mutant beast would find it difficult to completely devour higher-level flesh and blood in a short period of time. Luyan took a look at the black ape's corpse. The little white dragon only ate less than 1% of its flesh and blood. It seems that it will take at least 2 months to completely devour it. In 2 months, if it had not been specially treated, the black ape's body would have rotted away. Luyan didn't want the little white dragon to eat rotten meat. However, the climate in the wilderness is harsh, and there are only 2 ways to preserve food. The first is to use the smoking method to dry the black ape's body with smoke to remove all moisture, and then marinate it with heavy salt. The meat treated in this way can remain intact for dozens of days, even under high-temperature conditions without rotting or spoiling. As for the second method, it was the low-temperature freezing method that Luyan had thought of before. That was to create a space with a refrigerator-like function and place the black ape's body inside. In an environment below 0 degrees, the flesh and blood would be completely frozen stiff. If this temperature was maintained, the meat would never rot. As often reported in the news, the remains of prehistoric creatures tens of thousands of years old have been excavated from some icebergs, and they are still in very complete condition. Of course, Luyan prefers the second method. He had been planning to make an ice cellar to store food a few days ago. It could not only be used to preserve meat and vegetables, but could even be used to make a glass of cool and delicious juice on a hot summer day. The most important thing is that once you build your own ice cellar, you will truly have the ability to store large amounts of food. In the future, you don't have to worry even if you encounter heavy snow blocking the mountains or continuous high temperatures preventing you from leaving the shelter. The method of making an ice cellar is also very simple. He has now successfully conquered the pig-headed man forest and has obtained saltpeter mines. Now, he only needs to mine some saltpeter, crush it, put it in water, and stir to blend it. Soon the water temperature will drop and slowly condense into ice. This is the most basic and simplest method of making ice, and it can even be traced back to 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. In the feudal era, some people used this method to cool down. The ice cellar bears the responsibility of storing food, so the location chosen must be the safest. Luyan stood up and looked around. Finally, his eyes fell on the temple where the black ape had hidden before. In the pig-headed man tribe, after the dead creatures ravaged it, the temple was the only relatively well-preserved building. It was located in the deepest part of the entire tribe and was surrounded by huge rocks on all sides. It looked very solid, as indestructible as a mighty pass. Chapter 191. That temple doesn't look like it was built by pig-headed people. Luyan looked in the direction of the temple and said softly, "It looks like a product of another civilization." The temple, located in the deepest part of the pig-headed people tribe, has an architectural style and sophistication far superior to the surrounding houses. Although the pig-headed people have simple wisdom and powerful strength, the houses and equipment they build reveal a rough and simple style. Their homes are simply built with wood and nails and look unattractive, just like the shacks built randomly in the countryside in the 1980s. The castle where the pig-headed leader lives is the only building in the tribe that looks relatively grand, but it is at best just a little bigger and stronger, and has no advantages in terms of architectural techniques. The temple was built entirely of stone materials. The walls looked like they were made of fired blue bricks, and the gaps were filled with cement-like substances that glued them together tightly, making them extremely strong. There are also brightly colored ink paintings on the gates and the outside of the walls of the temple, and the style looks quite similar to 18th century Impressionism. If other buildings in the pig-headed tribe are huts, then this temple looks like a work of art, totally out of tune with the simple and inferior style of the surrounding area. Maybe it was left behind by earlier players. Katalov walked over. He was not interested in the fancy building. Moreover, judging from the attitude of the pig-headed people towards the demon black ape before, it can be inferred that they would not hide anything valuable in the temple. So this building was most likely used as a nest for the black ape. Luyan strode into the temple. The furnishings in the temple are very simple, even pitifully small. In a room of about 30 square meters, there are no statues of gods or ancestral sculptures, only a huge stone in the corner. A chain extended outward from the boulder, but it had already broken and was scattered on the ground like a lifeless snake. Luyan turned his gaze over, and a whole row of information immediately appeared. Life chain damaged. Consumables imprisonment. Effect can be used actively to confine a non-lord creature. While locked, the creature's health cannot exceed 30%. Once successfully confined, the creature will never be able to break free. After breaking the chain, the confined creature will also lose its life. Note, this chain has a 150-meter extension range. If the trapped creature attacks the captor, it will be punished. After seeing the description of this chain, Liu Yin touched his chin. Its properties were very abnormal. If it could lock up a young dragon, it could be enslaved forever. Unless it wanted to die, it would not be able to break free from control. After what he had seen and heard over the past few days, Liu Yan's ability to accept things had already increased several times. In a wilderness where all kinds of creatures could appear, wouldn't be too outrageous if a dragon really jumped out one day. What a pity! It was cut into pieces, and now it has become a waste. Liu Yan picked up the broken chain and sighed with some regret. But at this moment, the chain information in his sight suddenly changed. A few golden characters suddenly appeared behind the chain's damaged attribute description. Reparable. Chapter 192. Liu Yan blinked his eyes, and after making sure that there was no error in his vision, he gently clicked on the golden font of reparable. Soon, as he clicked, a series of material names appeared behind the reparable option. Materials required to repair life chain. Cursed blood, 0/1. Fire steel, 0/1. Earthy yellow, 0/1. Flame soul, 0/1. Black goat heart, 0/1. Note, cursed blood can be obtained from mutant beasts. The higher the level of the mutant beast, the higher the probability of producing cursed blood. Origin of fire steel. Liu Yan carefully checked the various material requirements and remained silent for a full 30 seconds. Among these materials, perhaps only the heart of a black goat is the easiest to obtain. The others are either probabilistic output items or materials with rare output, distant origins, and dangerous acquisition processes. Liu Yan opened his resource atlas and found the description of fire steel on the last page. This is a type of steel extracted from rare ores in volcanic lava. After the volcanic eruption, the ore mixed in the lava needs to be mined, and the steel needs to be refined within 2 hours. Otherwise, its quality will be greatly reduced or even completely discarded. With such stringent requirements, I am afraid that few people can complete them. The yellow earth is buried deep in the mountains. It is a strange clay that can only be found from the ruins by blasting a mountain or shattering the mountain through an earthquake. The most important thing is that although ochre is buried deep in the mountains, it does not mean that every mountain contains ochre. It is very likely that when Liu Yan has spent all his energy to blast a mountain, he will find that there is nothing under the mountain. As for Flame Soul, Liu Yan searched through the atlas but couldn't find the origin of this material. He didn't even know what it was. Now, I finally understand that destruction is always much easier than construction. Liu Yan sighed helplessly. If he had known the function of this chain earlier and knew that repairing it required such a complicated procedure, he would probably have chosen to find a way to kill the black ape instead of cutting the chain. Although he felt some sympathy for the black ape's plight, this sympathy was limited to the premise that it would not cause trouble to himself. Once one's own interests are harmed, emotions such as kindness and compassion can be completely abandoned. Liu Yan raised his hand and put the 2 broken chains into the inventory. Although it was difficult to repair it, he always had to leave some hope. In case he could gather all the materials in the future, he would have an extra powerful weapon in his hands. The temple, which was originally very empty, was suddenly left with only 4 bare walls as the chains were taken away by Liu Yan. Liu Yan carefully checked the ceiling of the temple. He found that the craftsmanship of the people who built the building was excellent. After such a long time, there were still no holes or cracks on the walls. If it was to be converted into a cold cellar, it would only require replacing the door with a better seal. As for the previous demon black ape, as a level 2 mutant beast, it possessed simple wisdom and dignity. Although it was tied here with chains, it did not really defecate everywhere like a wild beast and make the flesh and blood of its food all over the ground. On the contrary, the temple was very clean and tidy, without even a strange smell. It was many times cleaner than the shacks where those pig-headed people lived. Chapter 193. This temple definitely meets the requirements of an ice cellar. After checking for a full 15 minutes, Liu Yan came to this conclusion. He wants to use this temple as a base to rebuild a city on the ruins of the pig-headed tribe. Although the process may be very difficult, he now has a resource-rich forest, a saltpeter mine, and a group of powerful allies. He has already possessed several conditions necessary to establish a major force. Finally, After Liu Yin finished counting all the gains from the attack on the pig-headed man forest, he and the Wilderness Hunter team held a grand banquet at the ruins to celebrate the victory. Yichuan was carrying a flintlock rifle and walking cautiously in the mountains. Ever since he took advantage of the conflict between many players and Liu Yin and successfully deceived the pig-headed people into giving him 3 flintlock rifles, Yichuan's status in the wilderness has been greatly improved overnight. Many teams have extended olive branches to him, hoping to recruit him. Faced with the threats and inducements from these teams, Yichuan was very determined and chose to reject them all decisively. In his opinion, no team in the wilderness at this moment was more powerful than Liu Yan's commitment. Although the conditions offered by Liu Yan were very harsh, there was an essential difference between him and these teams. Apart from anything else, the previous incident of King of the Hill recruiting members was enough to prove the difference between Liu Yan and other players. In this wilderness full of dangers and where the strong are respected, Liu Yan is the one who makes the rules, and most other players are forced to abide by the rules. Under such circumstances, how could Yichuan, who had fought side by side with Liu Yan and witnessed Liu Yan's domineering behavior, be willing to join other teams and become a second-rate role? At this time, Yichuan was walking in the mountains. All the muscles in his body were tense, his mind was tense to the extreme, he was holding the gun tightly, and his palms were sweating. He did not forget the conditions Liu Yan offered him. Kill 3 high-level players. Although Yichuan had a flintlock rifle and had killed several players, those who had died at his hands were all the lowest-level guys in the wilderness. They had no weapons and even no power to resist. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Now he has to face a real high-level player, and not just one person, but a team. He spent the price of a yellow sheep to buy a piece of information from a player. It seemed that some rare resources were about to appear in the mountains in front of him, and a small team had already arrived and was carrying out intensive mining. That is the Anaconda team, ranked 9th on the power list, with a total of 7 people. After several teams that were once on the power list were wiped out by Liu Yan, some forces that originally did not have the strength to be on the list also benefited, and their rankings were automatically filled up. There are now more than 40 forces in the wilderness. The fact that the Anaconda team can occupy an upper-middle position among them is enough to show that although their strength is not top-notch, they are definitely not weak. Facing Liu Yan, they might not have any chance of winning, but facing Yichuan, gurgle. Yichuan swallowed his saliva, his heart beating wildly. The closer he got to the center of the mountains, the more uneasy he became. Suddenly, he stopped and fell to the ground in an instant. He saw a tall man on a hill a few hundred meters ahead, patrolling the surroundings vigilantly like a hound. Chapter 194. Yichuan bent down, trying his best to blend into the surrounding bushes, and slowly moved forward. He was wearing an old camouflage uniform, and his face was smeared with grass juice and black ash. For this operation, he even cut off his conspicuous yellow hair. If he didn't get closer and take a closer look, it would be difficult to spot him from hundreds of meters away. Yichuan moved forward in the bushes like a bug. His speed was very slow, and the movement caused severe wear and tear on his arms. He endured the pain and fatigue, and it took him about 20 minutes to reach a position 100 meters away from the opponent. At this distance, he could see the other person's physique, posture, and weapons more clearly. The other person was about 1.87 meters tall and had a strong physique. He was only wearing shorts, and his exposed muscles looked full of strength. He held a steel knife in his hand, and a crossbow hung around his waist. Yichuan looked at this scene, and his brows slowly furrowed. According to the intelligence, there are at least 7 people in the mountains in front of him. If he directly uses a flintlock rifle to kill the sentry in front of him, the gunshot will definitely attract the attention of others. Facing 5 or 6 enemies at the same time, Yichuan has no confidence in defeating them head-on. His previous idea was to defeat the enemy one by one through sneak attacks. The flintlock rifle's firing rate and the time required to reload meant that he could only fight guerrilla warfare and could not fight the enemy head-on. Even if he loaded 3 guns at the same time, he could not defeat 5 or 6 enemies. Moreover, he had to consider the accuracy of this inferior flintlock rifle and problems such as barrel explosion and gunpowder blockage. Fuck it, we can't shoot. If we have to fight hand-to-hand. Yichuan secretly looked at the player who was on guard, swallowed his saliva timidly, and cursed. Look at this guy. He looks like a fucking blind bear that has turned into a spirit. His arms are as thick as my thighs. If I go up and fight him, I'll smash his head into a dog's head. After careful consideration, Hechuan gave up the idea of lurking over and confronting the opponent head-on. This plan was too dangerous. Apart from the 3 flintlock rifles, his fighting ability was no different from that of an ordinary person. There was no way he could defeat a big and strong man. So now he can only wait. Wait until it gets dark. Wait until night falls. Hechuan looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set, and the sunset glow on the horizon was dyed red, which looked very beautiful. In 2 hours at most, the sun's rays will completely disappear over the wilderness. Night falls and darkness covers the entire wilderness. The night provides a layer of protection for living things, and many wild animals will take advantage of this time to go out hunting. Hechuan is also quietly waiting for the darkness to fall, taking the opportunity to approach and quietly kill the strong man on guard. Time passed, minute by minute. Hechuan endured the invasion of mosquitoes and hid in the bushes motionlessly. Finally, the last ray of sunlight disappeared in the wilderness. It was 7:43 in the afternoon, and night finally fell in the wilderness. A ball of fire lit up on the top of a hill in the distance. It was a strong man on guard who lit a torch. In many cases, fire is a symbol of safety and warmth in the darkness. But at this moment, the fire was a way to death, as it provided Hechuan with the accurate location of the strong man. Crash! There was a rustling sound in the bushes, like a gentle breeze blowing. Hechuan's figure has quietly disappeared. Chapter 195. The temperature difference between day and night in the wilderness is extremely large. As soon as the sun sets, the temperature drops by more than 10 degrees. The night wind also brings with it a chilling chill. Damn it, they always make me do the sentry and scouting. And when we're digging for treasure, it's always the 6 of them who do it. Who knows if they'll team up to cheat me and hide the treasure they dig up. The sturdy man muttered under his breath as he sat in front of the fire. He had already taken out a coat and put it on, looking around anxiously. After nightfall, wolves and some mutant beasts will come out to feed. It's very dangerous for me to stay here alone. Although the strong man was well aware that the fire would expose his position at night, there was no way. If he did not light the fire when night fell, the danger would increase exponentially. The flames would have a certain deterrent effect on wild beasts. If he was in darkness, not only would his vision be severely affected, but the hungry beasts lurking in the shadows would also quickly target him, hunt him down mercilessly, and eat him up. After weighing the pros and cons, the strong man felt that it was safer to stay in front of the fire. Crash! A biting cold evening breeze blew in from afar, making the bushes under the hill rustle, as if some wild beast was passing through. The strong man was tense, picked up a torch, shone it in that direction, and then threw it heavily over. The torch flew over, illuminating a large area in the bushes. The strong man didn't see any living creatures, so he felt relieved. Goo-goo. The cry of an owl in the night sky gives people a chilling feeling. The night in the wilderness always makes people feel insecure. The strong man unscrewed a pot of wine and took 2 sips. As the spicy wine went down his throat, his blood began to heat up and his brain became excited. Boss, how long will you need? The burly man took a deep breath and contacted the captain in the private chat interface. Night has fallen. If we stay any longer, it might be dangerous. A moment later, the captain replied, "We may have to stay here all night. There are 2 monsters guarding the treasure hiding place. We are currently formulating a plan to deal with them. You must guard the entrance and don't let any creatures in." After seeing the reply, the burly man cursed in a low voice, then sat down cross-legged with a dejected look as if he had accepted his fate, ready to stay up all night and fight a protracted battle. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of grass and trees being pushed aside and crushed from the bushes on the left of the strong man. The sound was so violent that there must be something there. The sturdy man jumped up instantly, yelling, "Who is there?" while pulling out his crossbow and shooting 3 arrows in that direction. Whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows flew and hit the source of the sound. The strong man widened his eyes, raised the torch, and walked forward, carefully observing his surroundings. The bushes were silent, as if the object that had made the sound had been shot dead by 3 arrows. The strong man plucked up his courage, used a steel knife to push away the branches in front of him, and saw a short wooden stake with 3 short arrows nailed on it. Etc.? Short wooden stakes? This thing has no legs. How can it move by itself? The burly man seemed to realize something. His eyes widened, and he turned around instantly. However, he was still a step too slow. A gust of evil wind suddenly rose from behind him. It was an ice-cold spear that instantly pierced his heart and nailed him to the ground. Blood gushed out of his chest, and the strong man's whole body was convulsing. He wanted to shout loudly and wanted to warn his teammates through private chat, but his vitality and strength were madly flowing out of the wound. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he couldn't even issue a warning. His head tilted, and he lost his breath. Huff, huff. Behind the burly man, Hichuan was breathing heavily. He was covered in cold sweat and was obviously in an extremely nervous state. He had just ventured within 10 meters of the burly man and threw a short wooden stake in the opposite direction of himself, attracting his attention and successfully killing him with a sneak attack. To be precise, this should be considered his first real close combat with an enemy of similar strength. I'm sorry, I have no grudge against you, but in the wilderness, it's either I kill you or you kill me. I just want to live well, so please be a stepping stone on my road to success. Hichuan took a breath for a moment, calmly pulled the spear out of the other party, and looted all the resources from the other party. After doing all this, he quietly sneaked into the depths of the mountains. He knew he didn't have much time, because if the strong man was killed, it wouldn't be long before the other team members would find that the contact information he sent to the strong man fell on deaf ears. The other party will react soon. As long as I can sneak near the enemy team and kill their captain with one shot, this goal will be perfectly achieved. Hichuan's eyes were fierce and ferocious. Maybe he himself didn't even realize that after his first contact with Liu Yin, his character had begun to change slowly, becoming more fierce, more cruel, and more suitable for survival in this land. Chapter 196. It was late at night, and Liu Yin returned to his shelter. He did not stay in the pig-headed tribe. After all, there was nothing there, and it was very dangerous to stay there at night. Liu Yin was not worried that the place would be stolen. Now that he had joined forces with the Wilderness Hunter team, he was strong enough to face off against any force or ruthless person in the wilderness. If anyone dared to be driven by greed and compete with Liu Yin for interests, his ashes would be scattered in the river within 3 days at most. Gurgle. Liu Yin sat cross-legged in front of the stove and threw a few pieces of cleaned mutton into the boiling pot. After preparing all the seasonings, including onions, ginger, chili peppers, pepper, and salt, Liu Yin opened the leaderboard while waiting for the meat to be cooked, ready to check how his ranking had changed after today's battle. Although most of the pig-headed men were killed by dead creatures during the attack on the forest today, he did kill a level 2 mutant beast after all, which was of much higher quality than the pig-headed men and ordinary players. The position on the kill ranking list was not based on the number of kills, but on the comprehensive index. Even if you kill 10,000 ants, the ranking will not be as high as killing a wolf. Kill list. Liu Yin narrowed his eyes and started to search from the top of the kill list. After he wiped out those forces, his position on the kill list had reached the 3rd place, and now his ranking has risen again. Número 2. Even Katalov was squeezed out by me, ha. Liu Yin looked at the names on the kill list. After he killed the demon black ape, he had replaced Katalov, who was originally ranked 2nd and became the character 2nd only to the number 1 on the kill list. Hey, there's a kill point system. Killing an ordinary player gets 2 points, a high-level player gets 5 points, and a mutant beast. Liu Yin continued to look through the rankings and found that a new kill point setting was added below the original kill list. Different points were obtained by killing enemies of different strengths. At this time, his kill points were 142 and Katalov's kill points were 138, only 4 points apart. The demon black ape killed today gave him a full 10 points, comparable to 2 high-level players. First place, 288 kill points. Damn, this is too abnormal. Is this guy a murderer? Liu Yin looked at the name Yao Qi that was shining with golden light and ranked 1st on the kill list. This person usually didn't speak on the World Channel, and there wasn't much news about him, but such a seemingly unknown person had always been sitting firmly on the throne of the 1st place on the kill list. Since entering the wilderness, Liu Yin had already considered himself to be bloodied and murdered countless times. But it was only then that he realized that, compared to the killing, the combined record of him and Katalov was slightly worse than Yao Qi's. Liu Yin stared at Yao Qi's name in silence for a long time, and finally slowly looked away. If this guy named Yao Qi cannot become my friend, he will definitely become my most powerful enemy in the future. This feeling is magical, just like a lion looking at another strong lion of the same kind. Although they have not fought yet, they can already clearly sense the threat from the other party. When Liu Yin closed the kill list, He casually looked down and accidentally saw a familiar name. Number 68 on the kill list, Hechuan. The leaderboard doesn't just show the top 10, but only the top 10 receive rewards. In fact, as long as you're in the wilderness and still alive, your name will definitely appear on the leaderboard. Of course, you might be at the bottom. Hechuan, the yellow-haired guy. This guy's actually killed 5 people. Liu Yin looked at the kill details marked behind Hechuan's name and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Could it be that this kid can really fulfill my request? Chapter 197. Liu Yin had a very deep impression of Hechuan. When this guy first appeared in front of him, he was still a low-level player with nothing. At that time, Liu Yin only regarded him as a passerby. Even though he gave him 3 conditions, Liu Yin didn't think he could complete them. He just hoped that he could retreat when he saw difficulties. The second time was when he blocked the entrance to the pig-headed man forest. Hechuan successfully tricked 3 flintlock rifles with his excellent acting skills and escaped unscathed. At this time, Liu Yan's opinion of him changed a little. This guy has outstanding acting skills and is very good at observing the situation and using the complex power struggles to gain benefits for himself. He is a very smart and courageous guy. Perhaps it was because of the situation, or perhaps he was really unwilling to stay at the bottom of society for the rest of his life and was eager to change himself. At least on that occasion, Hechuan successfully left a very deep, positive impression on Liu Yan. If he can always maintain this state, perhaps it is not impossible to recruit him into my team. Liu Yan thought very seriously. Although for him, killing a few characters on the power list and shelter list is nothing, that is because he has the system in his hands. If it were an ordinary person who had no experience in the cruel struggle of survival in the wild, he would need to make unimaginable efforts to accomplish this feat from scratch. If Hechuan can really accomplish it, it will prove that he has huge potential and can definitely meet Liu Yan's recruitment conditions. Looks like I need to pay special attention to him. Liu Yan looked at Huang Mao's name on the leaderboard, smiled, and whispered, "He might be my first younger brother in the future." In the dark and narrow valley, Hechuan moved forward slowly and silently against the cold wind like a lone wolf. As the night deepened, the temperature in the air dropped below 10 degrees, and many wild animals left their nests under the cover of darkness and began to prepare for hunting. Some poisonous snakes and insects also crawled out from the cracks in the rocks and stretched their bodies freely. From a nearby valley came the howling of wolves and roaring of beasts, and from time to time there were the rustling sounds of branched creatures crawling around him. Hechuan's heart was beating very fast. In order to conceal his figure, he did not dare to light a torch, but just relied on the faint moonlight to move forward into the depths of the valley. With every step he took, Hechuan felt nervous, fearing that if he lost his balance, he would fall into the deep valley and be eaten by the beasts. Suddenly, he felt his feet go soft, as if he stepped on some soft creature, and then he heard a hissing sound similar to that of an angry snake. With the faint moonlight, he suddenly lowered his head and saw a long and narrow black shadow being stepped on, one of its ends raised high and biting towards the root of his thigh. Fuck! Hechuan felt a chill on his back and subconsciously swung the machete in his right hand to chop forward. There was only a muffled sound of puff, and a fishy and hot stream splashed on his face, and half of the snake's body with the triangular snake head fell straight to the ground. It was a satin viper, extremely poisonous. Once bitten, the poison would kill within 10 minutes. Hechuan was gasping for breath. The poisonous snake had bitten him in just a split second, and he was only 1 step away from death. He was trembling all over, and after taking a few deep breaths, he forced himself to calm down. He knew that the road ahead of him was full of dangers. But for someone like him who had neither special abilities nor particularly good luck, if he wanted to change his fate and live a good life in the cruel wilderness, he had to rely on his ruthlessness and his recklessness. This is the only way out for ordinary people. Chapter 198. Hechuan didn't dare to stop. He quickly walked around the place where the snake's head fell and walked deeper into the valley. At this time, 15 minutes had passed since he killed a strong man on guard. He had to speed up his pace. Otherwise, once the opponent's team members found something wrong and became alert, his actions would become very difficult. The cold night wind blew. Hechuan pulled up his collar to cover his mouth and nose and walked quickly into the darkness. In front of a cave deep in the valley, 4 men and 2 women sat around a fire with serious expressions. They were the other 6 members of the Anaconda team. A simple map was being drawn on the ground in front of them using branches. The woman who looked like the leader pointed a dagger at the ground and said, "After my exploration, I've basically figured out the situation inside the cave. The treasure is hidden behind the two monsters' lairs. I just checked, and there's no other way in. That means we only have two options. One, we focus our fire and kill those two monsters head on. The cost is we might be completely wiped out. After all, you've seen the size and strength of those two monsters. Second, send two people as bait to lure the two monsters away. Although they're very powerful, they are very slow. By doing this, we can minimize the probability of casualties." I thought about it, and I think the second method is better. What do you think? The female leader's eyes swept across everyone's faces like lightning. Although her words were meant to be a discussion, her tone was full of unquestionable commands. After everyone made eye contact with her, they immediately lowered their heads, fearing that they would be chosen to serve in the death squad. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's draw lots to decide the candidate. The female leader showed a satisfied smile. She picked up 5 willow branches from a distance, held them in her hands, and said, 5 sticks, 3 long and 2 short. Whoever chooses the short one will be the bait. When it came to the task of baiting, the female leader naturally excluded herself. Although the other people were dissatisfied, under her tyranny, no one dared to express any objection and could only draw lots according to her orders. Soon, a man and a woman were selected. They held the short sticks in their hands with sad faces and walked slowly into the dark cave with torches in hand at the urging of their teammates. The female leader and the remaining 3 people lay in ambush on both sides of the cave, quietly listening to the movements inside the cave. After about 30 seconds, an angry roar was heard in the cave. Everyone held their breath and huddled there like stones, trying to blend in with the surrounding environment. Ouch! The shrill roars grew louder and louder, and everyone felt the ground beneath them trembling slightly. They knew that the monster in the cave was about to be lured out, and their muscles tensed up. Top, top, top! A man and a woman ran out of the cave wildly, heading in 2 different directions. Then 2 giant bears rushed out of the cave. They were huge, comparable to elephants, with hair all over their bodies standing up like hard steel needles. They seemed to be enraged at this moment, roaring and chasing after the man and woman. Go! The female leader stared at the giant bear's figure disappearing into the darkness, then suppressed her excitement and gave orders to the team members. Hurry up! That's great. I don't have to do anything, and there are 2 fewer enemies. In the distance, He Chuan, who had just arrived here, witnessed this scene with his own eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 199. The female leader was extremely excited, but she did not get carried away. She ordered her team members to enter the cave first to act as pathfinders, and she followed behind them in the safest position. The cave was filled with the stench of wild beasts. The female leader suppressed her nausea, held a torch, kept a distance of 4 or 5 meters from the team members exploring the way ahead, and stepped forward cautiously. The 2 team members responsible for diverting the giant bear were constantly reporting their location coordinates to her. This was crucial because if they lost contact with the female leader, it would mean that they might have encountered an accident and been hunted by the giant bear. After killing them, the giant bear will quickly return to the cave. So she needs to keep an eye on the positions of the 2 team members at all times to prevent any accidents. This cave is very spacious. After all, it is inhabited by creatures as big as elephants. Although its internal area is large, the entrance is not deep, only about 30 meters. 40 seconds later, everyone had reached the deepest part of the cave. This was a more open hollow area. By the light of the torch, the female leader saw the bones of wild animals scattered all over the ground. Among these eerie bones, she found the chewed remains of 2 humans. They seemed to be players who had strayed into this place and looked to have been dead for several days. The female leader covered her mouth and nose. The smell of blood and stench in the center of the cave became stronger, making people feel strongly uncomfortable. She raised the torch and shone it forward, only to see a plant half a person's height growing in the corner on the east side of the cave. Its branches were tender green and crystal clear, like a work of art carved from jade, emitting little glows in the darkness. Among the emerald branches and leaves, there are 7 or 8 bright red fruits hanging down, looking very delicate, like transparent rubies. That's it, the blood fruit that can double a person's vitality. The female leader's face broke into an irrepressible smile when she saw the fruit tree. Her voice was trembling. Suddenly, she turned to look at the team member to her left and shouted sharply, "Benjamin, hurry. Go pick it." A blonde-haired, blue-eyed male player muttered something under his breath, ran over quickly, picked all the fruits, and held them in his palm. When the female leader saw those bright red fruits appear in front of her, she couldn't help but snatch them from her teammates and smiled crazily. "With this, my strength will be greatly improved. I will become a super warrior." This fruit can enhance the blood and chi of a user, and blood and chi are directly linked to multiple data, such as vitality, strength, and speed. The stronger the blood and chi, the stronger these three data will be. The two giant bears that had been lurking here before had such abnormal sizes because they had eaten this kind of fruit. Seeing the female leader's excitement, the expressions of the other team members became ugly. They had originally worked together to obtain this treasure, but now it seemed as if the female leader wanted to take it all for herself. They knew this woman's temper very well, but they did not dare to resist. The reason was simple. This woman had the strongest combat power and possessed the best weapons, while they were just a group of ordinary players. Not to mention a one-on-one fight, even a three-on-one fight might not be this woman's opponent. And most importantly, no one dared to lead the resistance. Finally, a young man gritted his teeth and stepped forward and said, "Anna, you can't do this. This is a common problem for everyone." "Shut up," the female leader suddenly shouted, her eyes staring at the man fiercely like a lioness. "You useless piece of shit. If it weren't for me, you would have died in the wilderness long ago. Don't think that just because we're married in the civilized society of the past, you can obstruct my decisions. This is a brand new world. As long as I have power, I can do whatever I want. There are no laws or moral constraints here. I can have as many men as I want. You, a loser, are not worthy of being my partner." The female leader cursed the young man so much that he was almost drenched in anger. He lowered his head, standing there at a loss, and finally succumbed to the tyranny of his former wife. Seeing everyone's reaction, the female leader was very satisfied. She was about to put the fruit away and prepare to evacuate, when suddenly, a cold gun barrel stretched out from the direction of the cave entrance behind her and pressed against the back of her head. Ichuan walked out of the darkness and whispered, "Your story is quite interesting, but I'm not in the mood to listen. Now, listen to my instructions and slowly put the things in your hands on the ground." Ichuan had seen this group of people enter the cave before and immediately followed them in. He witnessed everything that happened in the cave with his own eyes and stood up at the most appropriate time, acting as the Oriole who reaped all the rewards. The female leader froze. She didn't expect that there was an outsider in this valley, and she didn't expect that the other party would follow her quietly. At this time, her life was in Hechuan's hands, so she naturally began to get nervous. "What do you want? You want the fruit in my hand? I can give it to you. Not only that, I can also give you something more. I'm the leader of the Anaconda Squad. I have 6 subordinates. As long as you don't kill me, I can help you. We can work together, or I can make you the leader." Although the female leader was very nervous, she remained calm and kept using words to seduce Hechuan, trying to make him give up his intention to kill her. Hechuan said nothing, but just poked the female leader's back with the barrel of his gun, asking her to speed up and put the fruit on the ground. The female leader swallowed. In the wilderness, most people have no mercy or compassion. If you want to survive the enemy, you must show that you are valuable to them. But it was obvious that the identity of the leader of the Anaconda that he had shown before seemed to have no appeal to the guy behind him. "I have to show something new." The female leader suddenly laughed. As a woman, especially a young and beautiful woman, she was well aware of the advantages she had. "If you want, I can give myself to you. I can satisfy any perverted request of yours. I can be your AI at any time, any place, and any environment. Look at my body. I've been exercising all the time, and I'm in great shape." The female leader took off her coat, revealing her curvy and tight body and slender thighs. She bit her lip lightly, slowly turned her head to look at Hechuan, and suddenly seemed to remember something. She pointed at the young man in the crowd and said with a smile, "You may not know this yet, but this man is my husband. If you want, I can serve you in front of him. I know, all men have this perverted habit. They always like other people's wives, especially playing with his wife in front of others. It will give you an incomparable sense of satisfaction. This is not only physical pleasure, but also the pleasure of trampling on the man's dignity." The female leader seemed to be very good at understanding men's psychology. She was full of confidence. Under the double stimulation, you will definitely feel like in heaven. Shut up. Shut up. Ichuan suddenly widened his eyes, which were bloodshot. His face was distorted as he stared at the female leader. The rage in his eyes seemed to burst out of his body. He roared in a voice that was almost crying, "Fuck you. What on earth did this man do wrong that you treat him like this? I'm going to kill you." Chapter 200. The female leader was stunned by Hichuan's sudden rage. She had no idea what she had said wrong that caused the other party's emotions to suddenly get out of control. Hichuan has lived for more than 20 years, and the only thing that broke his heart was his wife's betrayal. He had already prepared to forget everything in the past and wanted to throw that unbearable past into the wind. But at this moment, with the words of the female leader, the painful picture once again emerged in his mind. The female leader's words were very vivid and detailed. She wanted to use this method to stimulate Hichuan. But the more detailed her description was, the more Hichuan began to wonder if his wife had done the same thing before. As a result, Hichuan's defense was completely broken. His eyes were bloodshot with anger, and his right index finger was pressed tightly on the trigger of the flintlock, as if he would pull the trigger at any time. Upon seeing this, the female leader fell to her knees with a thud. She pushed all the bloody fruits in front of Hichuan and said in a trembling voice, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said such things. Please forgive me once." Hichuan's brows trembled. He breathed heavily, and he wanted to pull the trigger and smash the woman's head several times, but after calming down, he still didn't do it. Gunpowder is precious. Steel balls are precious too. And most importantly, he doesn't want to make too much noise and attract the two giant bears back. Brush! Hichuan took out the spear that had killed the sentry from his inventory and stabbed the female leader without hesitation. Seeing this, a fierce look flashed in the female leader's eyes. At the moment the spear fell on her, her hands gripped the spear tip tightly like steel pliers, allowing the sharp spear tip to pierce her palm and cause blood to flow. Almost at the same time, she jumped up from her kneeling position, and her long thighs kicked Hichuan's chest like a long snake. Boom! Hichuan was unable to dodge and was kicked out heavily like a stone. His mind went blank. He never expected that a woman could have such strong fighting ability. Her speed and strength far exceeded his own. Snap! At the same time, the female leader had a large, old-fashioned 3-barrel revolver in her hand, aiming directly at Hichuan. The moment he saw the pistol, Hichuan's heart sank. He began to regret why he didn't just shoot her to death. A ferocious smile appeared on the female leader's face, and her fingertips slowly pressed down, and the deadly bullet was about to fly out of the barrel. At this moment, the cave, which was originally brightly lit, suddenly fell into darkness. The few team members who were holding torches behind the female leader suddenly put away their torches. In an instant, darkness enveloped everything, and everyone was like blind people, unable to see anything. Hichuan reacted immediately and rolled on the ground. He heard a gunshot like thunder, and then he felt a burning pain on his scalp, and a hot stream flowed down his cheek. He didn't dare to reach out and touch it, and relied on his memory to fire a shot at the place where the female leader had stood before. I only saw a flash of fire, followed by a scream of pain, as if someone had fallen heavily to the ground. The firelight lit up again, and the female leader was seen lying on the ground in the center of the cave with a bloody hole in her abdomen. She covered the wound with one hand, and the revolver also fell to the ground. Beside her, several of her team members were holding torches, knives, axes, and other weapons, looking at her expressionlessly. Fuck! Hichuan couldn't help but sigh in a low voice when he saw this scene. This is a fucking internal conflict. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. If there hadn't been a conflict within the group, he would have been shot dead by this woman just now. You bastards. The female leader's shrill and resentful voice rang out. She roared like a besieged she-wolf. How dare you betray me? You don't even consider us teammates, so there's no need for us to respect you as our leader. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed player from before stood up and said through gritted teeth, You treat us like cannon fodder, ordering us around at will. Do you really expect us to serve you wholeheartedly? You bitch, you deserve it. The female leader's former husband was extremely angry at this time. He stared at his wife lying in a pool of blood. There was no mercy in his eyes, only endless resentment and joy. Puff! Someone raised the axe in his hand and chopped down at the female leader without saying a word. He was so cruel that he chopped off her right hand with one axe. The screams of the female leader hardly sounded like a human voice. Even the evil spirits in the deepest reaches of hell would feel ashamed if they heard them. The team members surrounding her all raised their weapons, as if they wanted to vent their anger and resentment of being oppressed. Hichuan suddenly realized that this woman was his target. If she died at the hands of this group of team members, wouldn't his trip be in vain? Thinking of this, he immediately took out another flintlock rifle that was fully loaded with ammunition and shouted sternly, "Stop it! I have to kill this woman. I won't do anything to you. Get out of the way." Hichuan shouted loudly. He was holding a flintlock rifle, and blood was flowing all over his face. Coupled with his ferocious expression, he looked as scary as a devil. Seeing this, the team members surrounding the female leader looked at Hichuan with some fear and made way for him. Hichuan knew that he had already fired the gun, and the gunshot would soon attract the two giant bears back, so he had to fight quickly. He stared at the female leader's face and asked quickly, "What's your name?" The female leader stared without saying a word. "Don't be a fucking bitch in your next life." Hichuan gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. Fire exploded, tongues of flame spurted out, and the female leader's head was pierced by a bullet on the spot. At the same time, the team members surrounding the female leader immediately pounced on her like beasts, wanting to kill Hichuan and seize the resources from him. Click! Hichuan instantly took out his third flintlock rifle, aimed it at everyone, and roared, "Don't move. Varför moves vildi?" Everyone was stunned. No one had expected Hichuan to have so many weapons. Finally, someone seemed to recognize Hichuan and asked tentatively, "Are you the Hichuan who tricked the King of the Hill team into giving away 3 guns? Am I a celebrity now?" Hichuan smiled and admitted his identity very generously. After hearing this, everyone lost all courage to fight Hichuan. After all, they were just a group of ordinary players at the bottom, and Hichuan, ever since the incident with the pig-headed man in the forest, he has become a somewhat famous guy. Seeing this, Hichuan raised his gun and slowly retreated, picked up the bloody fruit on the ground, turned around and fled into the darkness, and soon disappeared.